when the holy angel appeared before me. The next moment, the holy goblin was born. Because I am a dark goblin that ignores reproductive isolation, lord of all realms, no matter what kind of creature it is, I can connect them, just like I did with my goblin offspring last time. Thus, not only did deaf goblins appear, but even skeletons were connected by me. Thus, skeleton goblins were born. Meanwhile, having just become the lord of dark goblins, I noticed that my goblins seemed a bit different. Summoning goblins, with a thought, the 5 goblins gifted to me as a beginner made their grand entrance. With green skin, pointed ears, long tusks, and wielding bone weapons, they had the traditional goblin appearance. However, these goblins of mine seemed truly different, because on their dark green skin, there were actually black stripes, resembling tattoos. I examined myself closely, standing as a root tattooed goblin in this world. Dark goblin quality, silver, level 30, LV5, killing creatures can increase level loyalty. You are the absolute faith of the goblins, with the weapon skill ancient dominance and luxury poison. The saliva of dark goblins carries paralyzing and aphrodisiac toxins. It's not reproductive isolation. If used properly, this will be the capital for dark goblins to dominate the world. Used properly, this will be the capital for goblins to dominate. I pondered the meaning of this statement carefully. It's not reproductive isolation, it means I can cultivate their offspring. Suddenly, a mysterious voice sounded. The will of Atlantis has discovered your existence and is attempting to exterminate you. It has launched an attack on your territory, which will become a beginner's trial. Multiple lords must take this seriously. Those who successfully complete the beginner's trial will receive a 7-day invincibility protection period, while the failures will die. Then, a glowing sphere appeared beside me, showing the current number of people, 1,009,999 has already seen deaths. I had no time to think about what made my goblin special, as the number on the sphere beside me was rapidly decreasing. As the number rapidly decreased, a dark aura enveloped the entire forest. I nervously observed my surroundings. The sky had unknowingly darkened. At this moment, 5 goblins were neatly howling at a dark corner. And in that corner, several blue lanterns were silently approaching step by step. Your territory is under attack by giant wolves. Please eliminate the wolves to complete the beginner's trial. Your territory is under invasion. Dark goblins are spontaneously defending your territory. As the Lord, you may appropriately command the battle. The system's notification sounded continuously as the goblins charged into a dense forest. In the darkness, I saw the goblins' opponents clearly. 2 great giant wolves, comparable to adult Bengal tigers. The goblins let out strange cries and actively surrounded the 2 giant wolves. As soon as the giant wolf stepped half a foot into the territory, it retreated. The surrounded wolf let out a disdainful roar, kicking back the darkness. The goblins began to spit saliva onto their nose clubs, becoming brittle and actively attacking the giant wolves. I stepped forward slightly, carefully observing the battle. I saw the goblins spitting their toxins onto their weapons. Then they repeatedly struck at the giant wolf's weak points. Their tactics resembled that of hunters, with one attacking while several distracted. If the giant wolf turned to attack a goblin, the other goblins would attack the wolf and try to flank it. Moments later, I received a notification sound. Congratulations! You have completed the beginner's trial and become a qualified lord. Atlantis has been aware of the invasion and will launch an attack on all lords in 7 days. After the mysterious notification ended, a semicircular 100-meter shield enveloped my territory. This finally allowed me to breathe a sigh of relief. Next, I had 7 days of development time. The goblins dragged their 2 spoils back. I glanced at myself. The current number in the upper left corner had dropped from the initial 100,000 to 98,731. And this number was still rapidly decreasing. In such a short time, thousands had already died. The other world was indeed cruel. Suddenly, I thought of something, as if there was a chat interface in my mind. Pondering, I opened the general chat channel. The recent beginner's heartbreak scared me to death, but thankfully my unit is a silver giant lizard, starting at level 5, otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Wow, it's actually silver level. My bronze militia, renowned for their protection, must be envious. 2 have already died, and I only have 5 militia in total. In the world chat channel, people were exchanging words. The attack by the will of Atlantis has ended. Congratulations to 89,789 lords for passing the beginner's trial. Everyone will receive a 7-day beginner protection period. Please develop your territory as soon as possible. Killing beasts or any native creatures will yield energy stones, which can be used to upgrade castles and breeding springs. Killing bosses has a chance to yield 1 unit. Is this encouraging outdoor hunting? I looked at the system prompt, took a deep breath, and first glanced at my thatched hut. Dark Goblin Territory, Territory Level, LV, Territory Size, 300 meters. The territory provides basic protection against invasions, followed by message notifications. To upgrade, 300 units of wood, 500 units of stone, and 300 energy stones are required. Currently, I have 5 resources and the unit type is Dark Goblin. I turn to look at my breeding spring. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, a unique unit building at initial low level. It can breed goblins daily, currently requiring 50 energy for breeding. Materials required for promotion, 1 unit and 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone. To develop, I must upgrade the territory and breeding spring, which requires energy stones in level 1. Currently, these can only be obtained by killing natives, which has almost become a norm. Lords are slaughtering externally. In the struggle of all races, the strong survive while the weak perish. It seems that the various races here target not only our tens of thousands of nations but more so the natives of this world. I lamented the cruelty of the rules, but in my heart, I began to devise a plan for obtaining energy stones. Speaking of which, didn't we just kill 2 giant wolves? Why didn't we receive any energy? I turned to look at the goblins and was stunned. I saw that 2 of the 5 goblins were busy breeding offspring. 3 were in line, creating an oddly harmonious scene. Breeding offspring was understandable, but are you not even leaving the wolves alone? In shock, I saw one of the giant wolves' bellies rapidly swelling. I swallowed nervously and suddenly realized how to ignore reproductive isolation. Heave-ho, a giant wolf is pregnant, and all the goblins are lining up orderly for another giant wolf. Meanwhile, some goblins smeared their saliva on the giant wolf, which contained toxins serving 2 main functions, inducing heat and paralysis. These beasts are too much. I cursed while casually casting a detection spell on the giant wolf. Greyford Giant Wolf, Quality, Bronze, Food Level, LV 10, Weapon, None, Skill, Bite. Currently pregnant, 23 hours and 58 minutes until the newborn arrives. It's strange how a giant wolf could be carrying a goblin's child. With 23 hours until the newborn arrives, I was shocked to see the goblins getting another giant wolf pregnant. Ha ha ha. The dark goblins completed their defense task and approached me to express their desire to go hunting. After confirming that the giant wolf wouldn't wake up, I confidently sent the heavy goblins out to hunt. After they left, I glanced at the pregnant giant wolf. I had been thinking of increasing my troops with energy stones, but now I wondered if I was gaining or losing by increasing them through pregnancy. It takes 50 energy stones to breed 1 goblin, producing 5 goblins at once. A dark goblin requires 10 energy stones. Breeding goblins using the breeding spring seems a bit expensive. Just then, a notification sound rang out. Dark Goblin gains 500 experience for killing the Greyford Giant Wolf. Energy plus 10 plus 2. Dark Goblin gains 300 experience for killing the Earth Pig. Energy plus 10 plus 1. As expected, a Greyford Giant Wolf only yielded 2 energy stones. It seems breeding with Greyford wolves is indeed more cost-effective than using the breeding spring. Plus, there are Earth Pigs here, so food won't be a problem. After a moment, 5 small green figures appeared, dragging the body of an Earth Pig and a Greyford wolf. They were quite small and couldn't drag larger creatures. 1 wolf and 1 pig were already their limit, so they needed to return halfway. Ha ha ha. The goblins bounced around, saying both were males and that they needed to go out hunting again. Then the goblins set off once more. Discovered a magical corpse. Do you want to collect it? A flash of white light followed the collection. Collection successful. You lost 1 earth pig and gained 20 units of earth pig meat, a sharp tusk. F2 You lost 1 grey wolf and gained 10 units of grey wolf meat, a sharp wolf tooth, and a wolf pelt. The bodies on the ground vanished, replaced by neatly arranged wolf meat, wolf teeth, and wolf pelts. At the first sight of these items, a possibility flashed through my mind. With so much food to sell, I couldn't possibly consume it all, especially with the goblins continuously selling. If I acted quickly, I might make a profit. Without hesitation, I decided to sell the not-so-great but edible 10 units of grey wolf meat separately in the trading area. 5 units of wolf meat priced at 50 wooden barrels, 30 units for 10 pieces, and 5 units of wolf meat priced at 1 energy stone. You lost 5 units of wolf meat and gained 50 wooden barrels and 30 pieces. You lost 5 units of wolf meat and gained an energy stone. The wolf meat sold out in an instant, and I was left stunned. If it weren't for the energy stones and would already credited to my panel, I would have thought there was a system error. I prepared to sell the earth pig meat again, listing it separately in the trading area. 5 units of earth pig meat priced at 2 energy stones each. This time, it wasn't snatched up immediately, but the chat area next door exploded with discussion. Shockingly, food was being sold in the trading area. People were surprised to see food priced at 2 energy stones for 5 units. I was astonished that I couldn't buy anything, and finally seeing food made me grateful to the benefactor. Yeah, I've been hungry all day. Finally seeing food was a relief. Luckily, I acted quickly and exchanged wood for food. My actions sparked a frenzy in the chat channel, and amidst it all, I received an interesting piece of news. I learned that chopping wood or mining could also yield energy stones, indicating that obtaining them isn't too difficult. Should I raise the price of earth pig meat even higher? Just as I thought to do that, I noticed someone named Manhwa had already listed 5 units of beef in the trading area for 3 food rations. Just as I thought the beef would sell quickly, I saw someone in the chat channel leak information, causing no one to buy it. Everyone, don't use food rations lightly. You can obtain energy stones by breaking down building stones, but the probability is low. I played with nearly 100 units before getting 1 energy stone. As soon as one person spoke up, others agreed. Energy stones are indeed precious. I killed a grey wolf yesterday and only got 2 energy stones, losing 2 militia members in the process. Now I have no energy to replenish, so relying on food to earn energy stones won't work. Thankfully, I acted quickly and found a big spender. On the 5th day of the countdown, I woke up in a thatched hut, startled by the cold. The hut was too shabby to block the wind. I immediately lit a bonfire after getting up and started roasting meat. The meat from the sow and the launching pig from before smelled delicious just by roasting, requiring no seasoning at all. I need to change this house. While eating the pork, I made a decision. When the little goblins return, I'll have them build a house. Otherwise, before I get eaten by beasts, I'll freeze to death in this cold weather. Dark Goblin gains 100 experience for killing the soft-boned rabbit. Energy plus 10 plus 1. I had just finished eating my pork when notifications kept ringing. I was a bit worried since the Dark Goblins hadn't returned all night. It seems the goblins have found a den of soft-boned rabbits. Their long hunt resulted in a bountiful reward of 15 energy stones. All of this was worth it. I should be able to make a pot of spicy rabbit later. I spotted a robust white goat with long black legs drawn in by the aroma of the earth pig meat in my hand. Its crimson eyes fixated on me through the protective shield, occasionally clashing against the transparent barrier, but it could only create slight ripples without moving anything. Holding the meat skewer confidently, I walked over. As long as I stayed within the protective shield, I was invincible. As I approached, the black goat attacked, conjuring a ball of black fire from its legs, which crashed against the shield with a bang. This black goat can use magic. I hurriedly cast a detection spell. Black goat, quality, bronze, level, LV8, weapon skill, fireball. Such a high quality. Just 2 points away from silver. I assessed the black goat before me. Not only did it look impressive, but it also had strong abilities, and most importantly, it had a ranged attack skill. The black goat seemed to sense my provocation and charged more frequently. Every time I took a bite of the earth pig meat, it would ram the barrier hard. The skill is decent, but it's not very smart. If my goblins could also use the fireball skill, they could eliminate threats before enemies got too close. Thinking this, a slight smile crept across my lips. Because behind the goat, I saw a group of goblins dragging a large string of bloodied white rabbits tied with vines toward the territory. An idea struck me, and I commanded the goblins. The goblins quietly set down the rabbits and grabbed their sticks, sneaking up behind the black goat. Amidst the black goat's horns, black flames began to gather again, generating waves in the surrounding air from the intense heat. This attack was evidently stronger, but the goblins were quicker. Before the goat could react, they struck it on the head with a club, followed by a flurry of stabbing blows, finally making it aware of their presence. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The goblins skillfully smeared their saliva over the black goat's wounds. They then brought the paralyzed black goat and the rabbits back to the territory. Upon closer inspection, I realized this black goat was female, so I didn't even need to say anything. The goblins proactively took on defense tasks and guided me over to the soft-boned rabbits. I was taken aback to see that the soft-boned rabbits were divided into 2 groups. One was a string of bloodied, lifeless rabbits, about 10 in total, while the other group was smaller in number but still alive. I swallowed nervously. If I guessed correctly, the string of living ones. They weren't even letting the rabbits go. I turned to glance at the black goat in shock, then quietly prayed for the rabbits. After all, the goat was significantly larger than the goblins, so these rabbits were in serious trouble. The goat bleated, ignoring the tragic sounds. I began to sort through the dead rabbits on the ground, checking if the animal corpses could be collected. Collection successful. You lost 1 soft-boned rabbit corpse and gained 2 units of rabbit meat, 1 soft-boned rabbit pelt, and 1 rabbit head. The collection was quickly completed, followed by the familiar flash of white light. In total, I obtained 34 units of rabbit meat, 17 soft-boned rabbit pelts, and 17 processed rabbits. Your goblins have leveled up through long battles and are now at level LV6. A surprising notification sounded. I opened the panel to find that 3 goblins had successfully reached level 6, and their attributes increased from 30 points to 31 points. Ha ha ha. The 3 leveled up goblins jumped around excitedly, then dug a hole in the ground and buried themselves, leaving only their heads exposed for photosynthesis. This is how they rest after a hunt, consuming just a moment of sunlight. These goblins really know how to save resources for their lord. I smiled contentedly, but then I witnessed another scene. The rabbits, so adorable and clearly refusing, faced the wicked goblins. Fortunately, rabbits are generally quiet, so my ears had some peace. I pondered the habits of rabbits. It's quite strange that they can make noise but prefer not to. Some rabbits even remain silent in the face of death, leading many to believe that rabbits can't make sounds or speak. It's always surprising how even big rabbits can make sounds. You have to build houses, at least 2, preferably soundproofed. The mix of coarse and delicate sounds made me uneasy. I could only open the trading and chat channels to sell the rabbits. 2 units of rabbit meat priced at 20 wooden units, 2 units of rabbit meat, priced at 10 units for 10 pieces. As I set up the rabbit meat for sale, I lamented how tough business was. Just as I warmed up to it, others stirred the pot. In just one day, the other skilled players had begun selling their meat, which significantly lowered the food market prices. As soon as I listed the rabbit meat, many people added me as a friend. Some were broke, some wanted me to join their Lord Alliance, and others were just weird. I casually opened a few profiles and saw one named Gu Xiaoyu. Message from Big Brother: Xiaoyu couldn't get any. Can you sell me some privately at a discount? I'll show you my Lolita. Message from Lu Ruyan: your name must be Chinese too, right? I'm Nanhai Xiaohua. Can you give me some access for free? Message from Nanha: Big Brother, I see you have rabbit meat for sale. You should have some rabbit heads too, right? I have spices. Do you want to trade? The broke ones didn't even consider it, whether real Lolitas or fake jokes. They just wanted to leech off my early development resources. It was the tense phase of a race, and idiots would inexplicably fund people unrelated to them, so I quickly refused. After a bit of back and forth, I accepted Nanha's request. I handed over 2 rabbit heads in exchange for 2 large bags of spices. In the cold autumn, nothing is more comforting than spicy rabbit heads. However, there wasn't much water, so I could only roast and eat them. This reminded me that relying solely on trading for water was wasteful. For sustainable development, I needed to find my own water source. As night deepened, I ate the spicy rabbit heads while listening to an uncomfortable symphony, planning my territory's first 5-day, 5-week, and 5-month plans. If all goes well and I get through the newbie period after 5 days, I'll start implementing my follow-up plans. The 2 goblins worked diligently from morning till night, seemingly wanting all the rabbits to benefit. As it turned out, they succeeded. With the sounds of their levels rising, the 2 scrawny goblins left the group of rabbits. The 2 goblins staggered as they buried themselves in the earth, enjoying the nourishment of the moonlight and soil. As I gnawed on the rabbit head, I thought I could finally enjoy some peace, but just then, a delightful sound rang out. 24 hours have passed, and a new goblin has been born in your territory. Are goblins about to be born? Chen Shen turned in surprise to look at the 2 giant wolves, only to see small hands patting their bellies. But what about the delivery? I don't know how. Chen Shen approached the 2 giant wolves, but he had only seen deliveries on TV, and that was for humans. Chen Shen frowned. Could it be that I need to call a veterinarian? But there was no veterinarian here at all. Could it be that this trait that ignores reproductive isolation is a useless trait? Chen Shen's thoughts grew heavy. If that were the case, he would have to redefine his goblins in future plans. In the next moment, while Chen Shen was lost in thought, he saw the 2 giant wolves actually begin to shrink visibly, becoming thin, until they became just skin and bones. Rip! A tearing sound echoed as the fur of the giant wolf was ripped from the inside, revealing several furry heads. A newborn werewolf goblin has appeared in your territory, defaulting to become your unit. Do you accept? Accept. As Chen Shen accepted, he examined the so-called werewolf goblin. The dark goblin had a body marked with black lines, topped with a wolf head that was 1/3 the size of its body, and its fingers had also changed from humanoid 3-fingered hands to 3 sharp wolf claws. The most significant changes were the wolf head and claws. He tossed over a probe and received information about the werewolf goblin. Werewolf goblin quality, silver attributes, 35 level, LV3, killing creatures can gain level increases. Loyalty, devoted, you are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, none. Skills, bite, venomous fangs. Current status, newborn, weak. Trait, ignores reproductive isolation. It seems you have already understood the method to dominate a territory. Note, wow, a werewolf goblin? Who mixed the breeds? Not even dogs are spared? Silver quality, 35 attributes, inheriting the traits of goblins and the skills of werewolves. Is this the new werewolf goblin? Chen Chen examined it up and down, very satisfied. Because the werewolf goblin perfectly inherited the advantages of both parents, it was a healthy birth. Moreover, this litter had 5 of them. Rip! Another tearing sound rang out as the other giant wolf's body was also ripped open from the inside by the werewolf goblins. As expected of dark goblins, what a cruel way to be born. Chen Chen felt a bit moved as he looked at the giant wolf's eyes, which had lost their luster. But that feeling was limited. After all, the initial purpose of these 2 giant wolves was to kill him, and now his little goblins killing them was perfectly normal. Furthermore, he had already come to another world. If he still adhered to the secular views of his past life, he would die a miserable death. With 2 litters of 10, plus the ordinary dark goblins, that meant he now had 15 goblins. But in terms of numbers, it seemed he was already far ahead of everyone else. Caw caw. The little goblins, upon being born, began to dig into the ground, then learned from the big goblins to burrow into the soil, exposing half their heads. Chen Chen knew they were too weak right after birth and needed nutritional supplements. However, whether it's the big goblins or the little goblins, it seems they all absorb energy from the earth, moonlight, and sunlight, which is quite worry-free. There was no need to worry about not being able to support too many in the future. Then let's rest for now. We'll look for water sources and hunt first thing tomorrow morning. Chen Chen turned and returned to his thatched hut. The next day, the 4th day of the countdown, early morning. Holy crap! So big? After waking up, Chen Chen originally wanted to check on the status of the black goat, but instead, he saw the changes in the werewolf goblins. He cast a detection spell on the werewolf goblin. Quickly skimming through the same information, he saw what he wanted. Current status, adult, excited. Such a terrifying breeding speed. At that moment, Chen Chen's ambition swelled infinitely, but he needed to verify one thing. He cast a probe towards the black goat and the soft-boned rabbit. Black goat, quality, bronze, attribute, 18, level, LV8, weapon, none. Skill, fireball. Current status, pregnant, 8 hours 3 minutes 7 seconds until newborn birth. Note, I just came to find something to eat. How did I end up pregnant? Soft-boned rabbit, quality, bronze, attribute, 8, level, LV5, weapon, none. Skill, none. Current status, pregnant, 10 hours 3 minutes 7 seconds until newborn birth. Note, I'm not clean anymore. Chen Chen automatically ignored the strange remarks on the information panel. Sure enough, counting yesterday, it will give birth in 24 hours. 24 hours to give birth, 12 hours to adulthood? Previously, he thought his troops could compete with those golden quality big shots. Now it seemed, do the golden level big shots even compete with him? If this development speed continues, he was confident he could become the strongest. After the excitement, Chen Chen began to develop his territory step by step and formulated new 5-day and 5-week plans. Soon, the goblins set out to hunt and search for water sources. Meanwhile, Chen Chen built houses. There were too many places that required the goblins, so he had to build the houses himself. Thus, with clear division of labor, a day passed. He welcomed his harvest. Werewolf Goblin killed a soil pig, experience plus 300, energy stone plus 1. Werewolf Goblin killed a soft-boned rabbit, experience plus 300, energy stone plus 1. Werewolf Goblin killed a gray-furred giant wolf, experience plus 300, energy stone plus 2. Dark Goblin killed. The Dark Goblins and Werewolf Goblins continuously went out hunting and brought things back. Among them were already slaughtered male meats, as well as bound female soil pigs and rabbits. Chen Chen even ordered them to schedule breeding tasks for the night, as they would enter a certain period of weakness after breeding. Finally, after a busy day, Master Zhang reinforced his house and built a simple fence wall with a diameter of 50 meters. Although the fence was shabby, achieving this step without tools and being alone was already his limit. Soon after, the goblins returned fully loaded. He glanced behind him and walked towards a wooden board, where his 5-day and 5-week plans were. 5-day plan, improve houses, completed. Build fence, completed. Hunt meat, completed. Hunt female animals, completed. Build new rooms, not completed. 5-week plan, survive the attack of the Atlantean will, not completed. Find water sources, not completed. Establish a new type of goblin army, not completed. Find and capture sufficiently powerful dragon-like creatures, not completed. Satisfied, he nodded and ordered the goblins, start the breeding task. 24 hours have passed, a new goblin has been born in your territory. Horned Goblin, quality, silver, attribute, 37, level, LV3, killing creatures can increase level, loyalty, devoted, you are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, none. Skill, poisoning, poison fireball. Current status, newborn, weak. Characteristics, ignoring reproductive isolation, note, horned goblin? Damn, it doesn't even spare sheep, what a beast. So strong. Chen Shen looked at the attributes of the horned goblin, which surprisingly had 37 attribute points, just 3 more points and it would reach golden quality. He glanced at the skill bar, and sure enough, the horned goblin perfectly inherited the advantages of both sides. Not only did it retain the racial traits of the dark goblin, but it also inherited skills from both sides, even merging their skills. The horned goblin still had the body of a dark goblin, but it had grown 2 pairs of horns on its head and the backs of its hands. The werewolf goblin's skills were poison throwing and poisonous fangs, while the horned goblin had poison throwing and poisonous fireballs. Poison throwing plus bite equals poisonous fangs. Poison throwing plus fireball equals poisonous fireball. It really feels like playing card fusion. With a new troop type, Shin Chen was very happy. However, this time the yield of horned goblins was a bit low, with only 2 produced. But for a mage, it's understandable that they are rarer. He looked at the soft-boned rabbits behind him that were about to breed, and the goblins who were sowing seeds between the earth pigs and soft-boned rabbits, which included dark goblins and werewolf goblins. He was really curious about what kind of more peculiar creatures the werewolf goblins and soft-boned rabbits could breed together. A fusion of 3 species? Chen Chen was already curious and even prepared to let the horned goblin participate in breeding, but unfortunately, the horned goblin was still a child. In this way, my 5-week plan might really be achievable. First, let a large army besiege a giant dragon, then capture a giant dragon to breed, and have a group of dragon man goblins, and finally, although it was late at night, Chen Chen was so immersed in his daydreams that he couldn't sleep. Since I can't sleep, then let's get to work. He then directed the newly born horned goblins to start burning wood for carbonization treatment to prevent decay. He also saw that the horned goblin's poisonous fireball did not emit a black fireball from the horns on its head like a black goat. Instead, it emitted black light from the horns on the back of its hands, and then inexplicably rubbed out a green fireball in its hands. It looked very cool, but when he realized the toxicity of this poisonous fireball, he quickly called off the project. Because it wouldn't achieve the insect repelling and decay preventing effect he had in mind, the toxins contained in the poisonous fireball were still paralysis and aphrodisiac. Damn it, this won't do. I don't want to wake up paralyzed, second brother. Since he couldn't build the house, he decided to sort out the goblin's harvest for the day. He then began to organize the harvest. He kept 5 units of earth pig meat and put the rest on the shelves. All 60 units of giant wolf meat went on the shelves, all 40 units of soft-boned rabbit meat went on the shelves, and a few of the 20 units of rabbit heads went on the shelves. He put most of the meat on the trading channel to exchange for stone and wood. He felt it was worthwhile to exchange quickly depreciating food for wood and stone, which were necessities. Meat is not easy to preserve, and with the rise in the later stages, few people would lack meat, so it was naturally better to sell early. As for the byproducts produced by these creatures, such as wolf fangs, pig tusks, or wolf skins, rabbit skins, etc., Chen Chen kept them for himself. The weather had been getting colder lately, and he felt that these warm items could be stored for a while to see how it goes. Anyway, they wouldn't sell for a good price now. After a round of organizing, the originally barren trading area was once again filled to the brim. Chen Chen's large batch of newly listed meat caused a stir once more. Not for any other reason, but because of the sheer volume. Even golden-level big shots couldn't sell over 100 units of meat at once, because their troop types often had fewer initial numbers than bronze and silver levels, usually only 1 to 3. With just 1 to 3 units of golden troops, no matter how powerful you are, you can't match the speed of 15 goblins hunting, not to mention that he also found a nest of soft-boned rabbits. In an instant, the community area exploded again. Come worship the boss, he actually sold over 100 units of meat at once. What kind of troops does Boss Chen Chen have? Is it the legendary holy tier? It should be, right? Otherwise, a golden level boss wouldn't be able to sell so much at once. Whoa, boss, no, adoptive father. I'm a college student, please give me some food, I have only 3.5 days left to live, let me die full. Some boasted, some were suspicious, and others reached out to take. Chen Chen once again showcased his strength, naturally welcoming another wave of friend requests. Gu Xiaoyu sent a message, this time the quantity is huge, I successfully snatched some, specially came to thank you, brother. Su Qingyu sent a message, Chen Chen, the things you listed are too expensive, I don't have wood and stone here, can I use something else to pay off the debt? Zhang Sanli sent a message, boss, in 3 days I will face the next round of war, my troops can't fight without being full, can I ask you for some food? Leah Michelle sent a message, do you still have meat? A lot of it, I can trade with energy stones. Chen Shen didn't even look, decisively rejecting the first few friend requests. He was still a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, without the extra ability to support others. However, he paused at the last friend request, as he didn't mind exchanging. Leah Michelle was actually willing to trade with energy stones. Does this person not know that energy stones are very rare? Or was this person so powerful that energy stones were easy for her? No, if she were powerful, why would she lack food? Confused, Chen Shen accepted the friend's request. Chen Shen replied, I don't have any this time, but if you want, I can pack some for you next time. After thinking for a moment, he added, are you sure you want to trade with energy stones? He looked at the ID called Michelle. She seemed to be a foreigner. Leah Michelle replied, of course, I am willing to pay 2 energy stones for every 50 units, but I need 100 units of meat to trade. Chen Shen answered, no problem, I'll find you then. Capturing food was not difficult for him, rather, the accumulation of energy stones was very slow. After all, relying solely on the energy stones gained from kills was too little, and he wanted to quickly enhance his territory and the spring of nurturing. Meeting a big spender was just what he needed. At this moment, the woman whom Chen Chen referred to as a big spender was kneeling in a dilapidated church. Dressed in a neat blue and white robe, with beautiful golden hair and a curvy figure, it was a pity that this female missionary had her sapphire-like eyes covered. She placed the meat she had just snatched in front of the altar and prayed to the statue within the church. Great Almighty God, your loyal follower has once again found the lost body, please guide it home. Under the angel statue, a white light flashed, and the pork and gray wolf meat instantly disappeared, leaving 2 energy stones quietly lying on the ground. You have lost 20 units of soft-boned rabbit meat. You have gained 1 energy stone, summoning energy plus 20. You have lost 20 units of pork, summoning energy plus 20. You have gained 1 energy stone. Michelle did not immediately pick up the energy stones upon hearing the prompt. Instead, she continued to pray. Thank you for God's grace. I am already on the path to fulfilling your will. I will find the evil you spoke of as soon as possible. Evil will surely disappear under the illumination of the holy light. Buzz! The sculpture flashed with white light and then dimmed, the once sacred statue losing its brilliance. May you and I be together, may we endure suffering together, amen. Leah Michelle placed her hands on her chest and glanced at the summoning energy that had reached 78%, slightly bending forward and lowering her head. She still did not have her own troops, the summoning conditions were too harsh. After a night of madness. On the third to last day, early morning, waking up in the morning, facing the sun, a group of heads buried in the ground not far away. There were wolf heads, mushroom heads, and rabbit heads. Yes, last night, after several hours of the cunning rabbit goblins, the late horned goblins had also been born, 5 in one litter, a total of 20. Their overall appearance was similar to that of dark goblins, but they possessed strong hind legs and red eyes. Overall, these synthesized goblins bore the appearance of dark goblins but were somewhat more attractive. Cunning rabbit goblin, quality, silver, attribute, 30, level, LV5, killing creatures can increase level, loyalty, fanatical, you are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, none. Skills, poisoning, digging. Current status, excited. Trait, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, just an ordinary rabbit goblin. But why is there such a thing as a cunning rabbit goblin? As expected, due to the inherent weakness of the soft-boned rabbit, the cunning rabbit goblin's panel generally lacked any strong attack skills. However, this was already quite good, at least it gave him more assurance for the attack 3 days later, and it was a troop type he got without spending a dime. On the barbecue grill, Master Chen, who had been busy all night, began his cooking. Today, a lot of meat was prepared. The goblins had saved a considerable amount of summoning energy stones for themselves, and he decided to reward them. Chen Shen started grilling simply, with rabbit meat, rabbit heads, and wild boar meat. He found wolf meat a bit sour and personally did not like it. In fact, it wasn't just him, many people also disliked it, but they didn't have the options like Chen Shen did. Soon, the aroma of the grilled meat attracted the weak goblins. They emerged from the ground, curiously observing what their goblin god was doing. Give it a try. Chen Shen tossed a grilled rabbit leg to a wolf goblin surrounding him, and the wolf jumped up, catching it in its mouth and quickly devouring it. As the grilled meat entered, the wolf goblin's weary body visibly improved. Chen Shen nodded secretly. Indeed, his guess was correct. Goblins did not need to eat, but they could eat, and eating could restore their strength. He distributed meat to each goblin that had fought hard the night before, watching as they quickly regained their condition. Suddenly, thud, thud, thud. A dull sound caught Chen Shen's attention. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a white-haired, black-horned goat repeatedly ramming against the edge of the barrier 100 meters away. The black goat stared at the skewer in Chen Shen's hand, crashing against the protective shield. There was clearly something delicious inside, and he could smell the aroma, but it just wouldn't break through. Bah, I don't believe it. I must break this thing open. The black goat stubbornly rammed against the shield again and again, giving off a feeling of determination, as if it wouldn't return until it broke through the southern wall. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, looking at the not-so-smart black goat. Delivery right to my door this early in the morning? He recalled the panel information of the goat. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to have a personality that loved meat, right? Is it attracted by the smell of my meat? Chen Shen chose to accept the delivery, and the goblins quickly rushed forward to lift the black goat inside. The other party seems to be a black goat, which had already lost its last breath upon entering. The werewolf goblin killed the black goat, gaining experience plus 600, 3 energy stones. The werewolf goblin leveled up through battle, now at level LV6. Discovered a beast's corpse. Do you want to collect it? Collect. You have lost a black goat's corpse. You have gained 20 units of black goat meat. You have obtained a pair of black goat horns. You have acquired a black goat hide. Chen Shen looked at the corpse and suddenly had an idea. It seemed he didn't need to send the goblins out hunting. He could just call for delivery directly. This black goat not only provided 20 units of meat but also 3 energy stones at once, which made him bright-eyed. This was the most generous creature he had ever seen. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the trading channel and exchanged for more spices from Manhwa to start roasting meat. Soon, the aroma filled the air. At that moment, a happy black goat was drinking water when it suddenly caught a whiff of the delicious scent in the air. Uncle Air's flavor? Why does Uncle Air smell so good? The black goat excitedly leaped towards the direction of Uncle Air. Not long after, Chen Shen also spotted a bouncing black goat entering his line of sight. The other party was as joyful as a fool. He shook the skewer of goat meat in his hand, and the goat immediately turned green with envy, starting to madly bump against the protective shield. Chen Shen couldn't help but chuckle at their almost synchronized movements. If this creature wasn't born with powerful attributes close to silver, it probably would have gone extinct long ago, right? In the next moment, he had a brilliant idea. Could this creature be social? If so, could I find their nest? Thus, he began to have the werewolf goblins drive the black goat away. The black goat was initially ready to fight, but when it saw 10 werewolf goblins attacking together, it clearly froze for a moment. When it saw 5 dark goblins, 20 cunning rabbit goblins, and 2 horned goblins also coming out, it decisively fled. As it ran, the goblins followed closely behind. However, the imagination was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Under Chen Shen's watch, his werewolf goblins and even the cunning rabbit goblins not only failed to follow the black goat to find its nest but instead lost track of it on a hillside. Forget it, if it's lost, it's lost. That goat looks dumb. Maybe it will come back for the roast meat tonight, Chen Shen sighed, preparing to have the goblins return and continue with yesterday's hunting and water source search plan. Bah! On the hillside, a goat head tilted in confusion. The black goat looked back at the goblins, tilting its head left and right. It seemed to be saying, "Let me go back and see what's going on. Why aren't those goblins chasing anymore?" Alright, this goat is dumber than I imagined. Without him giving the order, the goblins continued to chase after the black goat. The black goat also occasionally glanced back at the goblins, afraid they would lose track of it. After a moment, the goblins returned to their territory. Gaga gaga. As soon as they returned, the goblins excitedly jumped and reported the situation to their deity. Chen Shen watched the goblins reporting at his knees, the corners of his mouth gradually curling up. Although following the black goat wasted some of his time, that time was worth it, because the goblins brought good news, and not just one. Following that silly black goat, they indeed found the gathering place of the black goats, and it was right next to the water source he had been searching for. Even more delightfully, the upstream of the water source was not far from his territory, only about 500 meters away. I never expected that following a silly roe deer could bring so many benefits. How many sheep do they have? Can we wipe them all out and bring them back? Chen Shen asked the goblins under his command. Gaga gaga gaga. Gaga gaga. Gaga, meme. The excited goblins spoke one after another, while Chen Shen, receiving this information, only felt a headache. He pointed to the tallest goblin among them. From today on, you will be called Grey Big Wolf. From now on, all goblins will be under your command, and you will report to me. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to another horned goblin. You will be called Happy Little Sheep, the second in command among all goblins. Gaga gaga. Gaga, me. The 2 goblins jumped excitedly, waving their hands. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't trying to play any power games but was simply afraid that if Grey Big Wolf died, no one would report to him. Gaga gaga. Grey Big Wolf reported to Chen Shen, but the news made him somewhat serious. Because the number of black goats was as high as over 70, and except for a few that would go out, the rest lived together in a group. Given this scale, his 42 goblins seemed unable to take them down. The meat was a bit too much for him to handle. Just as Chun Shen was deep in thought, Happy Little Sheep pointed to a group of limp rabbits in the territory, making pig-like sounds. He suddenly slapped his thigh. Right. My third batch of goblins is about to be born. Due to the breeding process, his goblins always came to life at night, which meant that a new batch of goblins would be born tonight. After another night of absorbing nutrients, they could be used for battle. By the second to last day, he could wipe out the black goats and thus increase his strength. The timing is just right. Chen Shen thought for a moment. If he took down the black goats on the second to last day and then immediately bred, by the seventh day when the protection ended, he would harvest the fourth batch of goblins, greatly increasing his power. Moreover, if he wiped out the black goats, he could obtain many energy stones, which should be enough for him to upgrade his territory and the breeding spring. He opened the territory panel. Dark Goblin Territory, Territory Level, LV1. Territory Size, 300 meters. Territory Ability, provides basic protection and notifies of invasions. Materials required for level up, 300 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 300 energy stones. Current resources, 73 energy stones, 340 units of wood, 200 units of stone. He opened the Breeding Spring panel. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, Unique Military Building. Initial level, Level 1. Number of goblins that can be bred daily, 5. Current energy required for breeding, 50. Materials required for promotion, 1. 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone. Note, cunning creatures from the dark hell. Any being that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures ignore reproductive isolation. The territory and breeding spring are undoubtedly the foundation of every lord's survival. Only when these two buildings are strong can the lord truly be powerful. Initially, he had no illusions about these two buildings because the materials required to upgrade them were too many, needing a long accumulation. However, now he had an idea. The existence of the black goats showed him the possibility of upgrading the territory and breeding spring before the protection ended. If he upgraded these two things, he would have more confidence in overcoming the malice from this world. Upgrading these two things requires a total of 350 units of wood, 530 units of stone, 1, and 300 energy stones. I currently have 73 energy stones, 340 units of wood, and 200 units of stone. That means I'm short by 227 energy stones, 1 exotic crystal, 10 units of wood, and 330 units of stone. Chin Chin pondered, if I completely wipe out the black goats, since each black goat can provide 3 energy stones, I should be able to make up the shortfall in energy stones. Moreover, with over 70 black goats, there should be a leader among them, and a black goat with a leader is essentially a mini-boss. Defeating a mini-boss has a chance of dropping an exotic crystal. After some contemplation, Shin Shen became even more determined to take down the black goats. First, I need to gather the required wood and stone. Shin Shen left the meat he needed for himself, preparing to exchange the rest for the wood and stone he was missing. I might be a little short, but if I sell those furs, it should be enough, Chen Shen thought as he opened the trading channel. However, a surprising scene unfolded before him. The previously abundant goods were now all gone. To be more precise, it wasn't that the goods were gone, but rather that all types of meat products had disappeared. This left him empty-handed in his attempt to investigate the market. He decided to check the comprehensive channel to see what was going on. Upon entering, he was greeted by a flood of messages. Dragon! 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 I saw the frost giant dragon. I saw it too. It unleashed a blizzard in my territory. Thankfully, the protective shield hasn't disappeared yet, or I might not be here to see you all. Stop looking. My territory has been submerged in a blizzard. It's snow for miles around. Did everyone see the frost giant dragon? This can't be the malice of the Atlantis world, right? If it's really a creature like a dragon, even with my silver troops, I'm doomed. Upstairs, don't say your troops are silver. I don't even have a chance with gold. Why, if you silver and gold big shots have no chance of survival, then we bronze are surely doomed? I don't want to die. My bronze troops have skills. I'm destined to be a lord king. Don't panic, let me chime in. Has everyone seen the frost giant dragon in their territories? Wait, let me add something. Is the frost giant dragon appearing in everyone's territory the same one, or different ones? I don't know. It shouldn't be the same one, right? Is it? I see that everyone's descriptions are the same. The chat channel exploded with the appearance of the frost giant dragon. In an instant, some people lay down in despair, some calmly analyzed, while others frantically sought powerful troops to take them in, claiming they could bring their troops to join those willing to be small. A frost giant dragon? If such a thing really appears, how should I respond? Chen Shen pondered for a moment. He felt he was not yet a match for the frost giant dragon. Not to mention the frost giant dragon, even those hybrid creatures that had some connection to dragons, who knows which generation they are, possessed qualities of gold or even king rank. As for the frost giant dragon, it was likely a holy rank or even a demigod-level powerful existence. Bronze, silver, gold, king rank, holy rank, demigod, god. This was the information the lords received on how to distinguish the quality of monsters in this world. And the powerful dragon clan was rumored to have a minimum rank of king, most being holy rank, and a very small portion terrifyingly at the demigod quality. Roar! A deafening roar jolted Chen Shen awake. He looked up to see a massive figure overshadowing the sky. The oppressive atmosphere felt like the end of the world. Who? A terrifying head with sharp angles, blue-white skin, sharp and strong claws, and a 100-meter massive body exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The massive flesh wings above its body occupied a third of Chen Shen's territory just by opening. Boom! In a moment of distraction, the frost giant dragon actually tore down with its enormous claws. He instinctively raised his hand to block, only to see the protective shield ripple and absorb the attack. It wasn't that he had forgotten about the shield's existence, but that the giant dragon was truly terrifying, even giving him the illusion that the shield might not withstand its attack. Fortunately, the shield held. The next moment, the frost giant dragon displayed an expression of anger, then soared high into the sky and unleashed a breath attack on the protective shield below. The overwhelming frost, after being dispersed by the shield, swept across several kilometers around. The breath attack lasted a long time, until dark clouds began to gather and the sky turned grayish-yellow, before it flapped its wings and left. 100 meters long, with 3 diamond-shaped snowflake marks on its forehead. Is the frost giant dragon you saw like this? Chen Shen noted the creature's characteristics and hurriedly sought confirmation in the comprehensive chat group. If it was the same frost giant dragon attacking all the lords, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, there were many lords, and even if it wanted to kill, it wouldn't have the energy. However, his hopes ultimately fell flat. No, the frost giant dragon I saw had 4 snowflake marks on its head and was over 200 meters long. When it spread its wings, it completely covered my entire territory. That's not right. I saw one with a single snowflake mark, and it was only a few dozen meters long. I encountered one with 6 marks. It didn't even look at me, just passed through my territory and got frozen. I also saw one with 4 marks. Everyone chimed in, and Chen Shen's face gradually darkened. It wasn't just one giant dragon, which meant that many dragons were attacking everyone at the same time? What was the point of playing? It was like jumping from the 2 giant wolves in the novice trial straight to a frost giant dragon. This was basically hell mode from the start. He had planned to capture a giant dragon, but not now. Just when Chen Shen thought he was doomed, someone named Chen Mo at him and asked, I encountered one with 3 snowflakes an hour ago. When did you see yours? Chen Shen replied, just now, a minute ago. Chen Mo, then we probably encountered it in the same area. Good luck. In the same area, does each giant dragon attack one area? Chen Shen pondered for a moment. This seemed like good news amidst the bad, meaning the frost giant dragon wasn't targeting just him, greatly buying him time to survive and develop. Big shots, let me interject, urgent. Is there any warm gear for sale? I'm frozen here by that giant dragon, about to die of cold. Me too, let me chime in. After the frost giant dragon left, it has been snowing in my territory, and the protective shield only blocks attacks. It seems this natural disaster doesn't care. I also need warm gear. Yeah, my territory is the same. Is there any coal or warm clothing available? I didn't protect my wood well earlier, and now I can't even start a fire. Food, I need food. Is there anyone with food? One person's words triggered a new crisis. After the frost giant dragon's attack, everyone's territory suffered from severe blizzards, and most people lacked warm clothing and facilities. The frost giant dragon came with the blizzard. No wonder there was no meat in the trading area before. It turned out everyone was stockpiling. In an instant, meat completely disappeared, and the prices of wood and coal in the trading area skyrocketed, with some even selling 20 units of wood for 1 energy stone. Scammers, they're simply scammers. Chen Shen cursed angrily while putting his excess wolf pelts and rabbit skins up for sale. A wolf skin, priced at 2 energy stones. 2 soft-boned rabbit skins, priced at 1 energy stone. 2 soft-boned rabbit skins, priced at 1 energy stone. 2 more. Although the rabbit fur is a bit small, 2 of them should be enough to make a pair of warm pants. While others sell 20 units of wood for 1 energy stone, which can only provide temporary warmth, my 2 soft-boned rabbit skins priced at 1 energy stone is quite reasonable, right? As for the wolf skin, it's much larger than rabbit skin, so 2 energy stones is fair. Chen Chen seized the opportunity to act as a shrewd merchant once again. If I don't make money now, should I wait until after the blizzard to profit? Soon, the comprehensive chat area was filled with curses, with the most complaints directed at the wood and fur businesses. As the tycoon of the fur trade, Chen Chen was the primary target. Although his troops weren't the best, he had a lot of them, and most of the animals he hunted came with warm furs. This left many high-ranking players with golden and royal quality troops envious, as their numbers were often very small. While they were stronger than most bronze and silver troops, they couldn't compare to Chen Chen's more than 40 silver goblins, who had at most 8 or 10 pieces of fur. Chen Chen, on the other hand, had over 50. This included 1 piece of the best insulating sheepskin, 4 pieces of slightly less effective wolfskin, 2 pieces of the least effective pig skin, and 30 pieces of soft-boned rabbit skin, which had moderate insulation but were smaller in size. He planned to wear the best insulating sheepskin himself and sell the rest, but not all at once. He would sell them in batches. He understood the strategy of hunger marketing. You have lost a wolf skin and gained 2 energy stones. You have lost 2 soft-boned rabbit skins and gained 1 energy stone. You have lost 2 soft-boned rabbit skins and gained 1 energy stone. Although people were cursing, they had no choice but to buy Chen Chen's warm furs because they truly couldn't withstand the cold any longer. The temperature was rapidly dropping, already falling from a normal 10 degrees to -8 degrees, and it continued to decrease. People cursed while purchasing furs. Moments later, the furs sold out, and they turned to wood, but upon seeing the price of 20 units for 1 energy stone, their faces darkened, and they began to curse again. The furs are expensive, but at least they provide lasting warmth. Why the hell is your one-time use wood so expensive? Is your wood made of gold? If you think it's expensive, don't buy it. This is dry wood that hasn't been dampened in the house. Take it or leave it, you poor loser. Damn it, who doesn't have wood? Don't buy his wood. Exactly, stupid idiot. You think you can learn to be a shrewd merchant? Do you even deserve it? Whose wood is eating rockets? Give me the address, I'll cross mountains and rivers to take you down. Take me with you, I must take down this idiot. The chat area was filled with curses. While they needed furs, wood was another matter. Most lords still had wood resources around them. This was also the foundation for many bronze lords' survival. Without the strength to hunt, they could only sell wood and stone to barely make a living. Chen Chen watched the one-sided cursing battle without paying attention and didn't release more leather. It wasn't the right time yet. Many people were waiting for the temperature to drop even lower, waiting for those with furs to start enjoying them, and waiting for those without furs to begin to panic. That would be the best time to sell. By then, selling 20 units of dry wood for 1 energy stone might really be possible. Chen Chen exited the chat area and began directing the goblins to chop wood, partly to gather enough materials for his territory and spring water upgrade, and partly because he needed to build a house. He didn't know how long this snow would last. He needed a warmer house, and the soon-to-be-born goblins also needed shelter from the wind and snow. The blizzard cut off the sun and moon, and without the protection of a house against the relentless snow, the ground would become hard, leaving the goblins without a place to replenish their energy. The werewolf goblins began to chop wood with their sharp claws and teeth, while the other goblins were responsible for transporting and building. Under Chen Chen's command, everything proceeded in an orderly manner, with over 40 goblins working tirelessly. By nightfall, a house covering an area of 100 square meters had been constructed. The house was tall, expanding around Chen Chen's original thatched cottage, enveloping it within. Chen Chen built the 100 square meters with the future goblins in mind. If it's any bigger, we won't be able to go outside, he said. After finishing everything, he stepped out to look at the snow, which had already reached a thickness of 20 centimeters, and the temperature had dropped to an alarming level, estimated to be around -10 degrees. I can't wait until morning. Chen Chen looked gravely at the falling snowflakes, which were indeed the size of goose feathers. His original plan was for the new goblins to be born tonight, then rest for a night before setting out to hunt black mountain goats the next day. However, at the current rate of snowfall, that wouldn't be possible. A night's snow could reach half the size of a goblin or even bury an entire goblin. By then, let alone fighting, his goblins would be buried in the snow as soon as they stepped outside. A new goblin has been born in your territory. The level of the nurturing spring is too low. Your goblins can currently only merge 1 genetic trait. Werewolf goblins have been born, cunning rabbit goblins have been born. A newborn pigman goblin has appeared in your territory and will default to being your unit. Do you accept? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. But, not enough level? Chen Chen frowned. He had thought that the werewolf goblins would produce stronger goblins after breeding with the earth pig and soft-boned rabbit, but it seemed they were affected by the level of the spring water. In that case, I need to speed up the upgrade of the spring water. The goblins' ability to breed and self-propagate was incredibly strong, and the newborn goblins would have attributes and skills that surpassed those of the original goblins. This was his trump card and the reason for his current situation. Accept. Chen Chen accepted the pigman goblin while checking its panel information. Although it wasn't the wolf pig goblin or any pig wolf goblin he had imagined, having one was better than having none. With the blizzard raging and war imminent, any goblin that could fight was a good goblin. Moreover, as long as he won the war, he could upgrade the spring water, and with upgraded spring water, he could breed more genes to create stronger merged goblins. Pigman Goblin, quality, silver, attributes, 31, level, LV5, can level up by killing creatures, loyalty, devoted, you are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, none. Skills, poisoning, iron skin. Current status, newborn, weak. Traits, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, a pig-like brain, and iron-like body. Iron skin? Chen Chen was very interested in the new skill. He said to a pigman goblin, use the skill iron skin. Humph. The pig-headed pigman goblin, with its big belly, was very obedient. He snorted out white steam from his pig nose, and then his whole body turned iron blue. Chen Chen knocked a few times on the round belly, and there was even a metallic clanging sound. No wonder the earth pigs I bring back are always in tatters. It turns out the earth pigs have this hard-to-kill skill. This skill comes just in time. When facing the Black Mountain goats, we always need some meat shields to take the front line. Chen Chen carefully counted the number of newborns, 5 werewolf goblins, 30 cunning rabbit goblins, and 20 pigman goblins. Although he felt a bit disappointed that no new fusion goblins had emerged, that disappointment quickly vanished. Because, including the goblins he already had, he now possessed nearly 100 goblins. 5 dark goblins, 20 werewolf goblins, 50 cunning rabbit goblins, and 20 pigman goblins, plus the last 2 horned goblins. A total of 97 goblins, half of which were young, with about 10 at level 6, while the rest were normal level 5 adults. Some are still young, but there's no time left. Chen Chen pondered the odds of his faction against the Black Mountain Goat faction. From a purely attribute perspective, his goblins clearly had the upper hand. Even the newly born cunning rabbit goblins had higher attributes than their opponents. However, the opponent's levels and skills compensated for part of their combat power, so while his side might win this battle, it would certainly come at a cost. As for the magnitude of that cost, it depended on the goblin's performance. The battlefield is not just data, it is ever-changing. A single wise decision from a goblin could lead to injury on his side, or perhaps the Black Mountain Goats might unite unexpectedly and fight with a determination to die, resulting in a crushing defeat for him. Both scenarios were very possible, but the Black Mountain Goats were simply too tempting. Defeating them would allow him to upgrade his territory, enhance his spring, and acquire a large amount of resources. The appearance of the Frost Dragon left Chen Chen feeling uncertain about the impending attack from the Atlantean will in 2 days. He knew the chance of the Frost Dragon directly attacking his territory was very slim. However, it was clear that to the Atlantean will, they were like a group of parasites or something similar, and the Atlantean will would use every means to eliminate them. Just like the blizzard that was currently descending. In Chen Chen's view, this blizzard not only reduced the development time for most lords by 2 days but was likely paving the way for the upcoming war. The blizzard would cause many lords' troops to lose their original combat effectiveness. Let's go! Chen Chen gave his final instructions to Grey Wolf and Happy Sheep on how to minimize goblin casualties before ordering them to lead the troops out. He knew the goblins could understand his words, but he wasn't sure how much they could actually accomplish. He outlined several strategies to them, such as luring the enemy out, hunting in batches, or capturing the leader first. The vast army of goblins set out. The snow reached their ankles and even at times up to their knees, with the cunning rabbit goblins dispatched by Grey Wolf to clear the snow ahead. Their digging skill was quite effective for removing snow, leading to a rather anthropomorphic scene. A few cunning rabbit goblins dug in the front while the rest of the goblins followed behind in a loose formation. Although they lacked overall discipline and command, under the constraints of the heavy snow, the crooked line of goblins did resemble an army. Soon, they found the Black Mountain Goats by the river. Over 70 Black Mountain Goats were huddled together for warmth, curled up against the sudden blizzard. The white wool and snow almost blended together. If it weren't for the large patches of black horns, the goblins would have had trouble locating them. Gaga gaga. Grey Wolf directed the horned goblins and the other goblins. Although he didn't fully understand what the goblin god had said before leaving, he didn't forget that they were not ordinary goblins. Dark goblins were inherently cunning. Perhaps in life and other aspects, goblins are as foolish as pigs, but in battle, they take cunning to the extreme. The instincts for survival and strategy are ingrained in their bones. Under his command, the cunning rabbit goblins began to dig pits, the horned goblins started to gather energy, while the wolf goblins and pig goblins quietly approached, preparing for an ambush. Gaga gaga. Roar. The wolf goblin charged first, its sharp teeth biting down with venom on a black goat curled up on the outskirts. Bah! The black goat reacted too slowly and was bitten on the hind leg, but the wolf goblin did not continue the attack. Instead, it turned to the next target. Bah bah! The black goat, sensing danger, ran inward at once, but the interior was already crowded with goats. The goats inside curiously looked outward, while those outside desperately pushed in. At this moment, the black goat fully unleashed its dumb dog attribute, completely unaware of the impending danger, instead very curious about what was happening outside, wanting to go out and take a look. Bah! The startled black goat leader raised its head. Its nearly 3-meter height allowed it to immediately survey the situation. A few oddly shaped goblins. Wait, that doesn't seem right. A few oddly shaped wolves. A few oddly shaped pigs. Also not right. Forget it, bah! Unable to figure out who the intruders were, but they were already encroaching on its territory. With a call, all the black goats stood up, no longer crowded, except for a few injured ones. The rest began to gather fireballs aimed at the goblins. Buzz! The black fireballs coalesced in the air, over 70 fireballs formed, melting the surrounding snow. Boom boom boom! The fireballs ruthlessly struck the goblins' position. But the next second, the wolf goblins and dark goblins retreated, hiding in the cave that the cunning rabbit goblins had dug in advance. Buzz! Buzz! The counterattack from the horned goblins also struck among the black goats, accurately hitting the head of the tall black goat leader. Bah! The black goat leader was furious because, in its perception, the flames were not painful at all, merely a provocation. In reality, the flames from the horned goblins were not painless. The paralyzing toxin contained within had already taken effect. When it hit the opponent, it made them feel no pain, thus ignoring the attack. And let's not forget, the horned goblins had other toxins as well, including aphrodisiacs. Consequently, the black goat leader's eyes gradually turned crimson, and it occasionally glanced at the female black goats beside it. No, this is a battle. The black goat leader shook its head, then looked at another female goat. At this moment, the black goats, having lost their leader's command, began to attack randomly, with fireballs landing haphazardly. Not seeing the goblins, they struck where the goblins had originally been, or directly at their own feet, melting the snow beneath them. After all, the skills had already been gathered, so why not use them? In contrast to the chaotic black goats, the goblins, under the leadership of the cunning rabbit goblins, had already begun to advance toward the feet of the black goats. Their digging skills were fully demonstrated at this moment, as they silently approached the black goats' feet, releasing more toxins into the flock. Facing the black goats directly would cause significant losses, so avoiding direct confrontation was the solution. Poisoning, and after completing the poisoning, retreat. As long as they surrounded them, waiting for the toxins to take effect would mean the demise of this flock of goats. In fact, the black goats themselves were very powerful. When they charged, they resembled a group of heavily armored cavalry, and the current size of the goblins could not possibly withstand them. Moreover, they could also unleash skills during their charge. This is equivalent to combining the charge of heavy armor with the sharpness of light cavalry, a seemingly invincible army. The goblins' worst-case scenario was to hide in the freshly dug caves and play whack-a-mole if the enemy charged. Unfortunately, they were a bunch of foolish sheep, showing no signs of wanting to charge. For them, why run far when they could stand and fight? Some even thought it better to melt the snow beneath their feet than to chase after the fleeing goblins. The war had been going on for a long time, and without a leader to command them, they stood firm in place, casting their skills. As a result, more and more black goats were invaded and affected by toxins, with bites and scratches carrying goblin poison. Bah! Some black goats had already started to turn on their companions nearby. When emotions ran deep, the distinction between male and female became irrelevant. Most of the ewes were clustered around the leader, leaving the others to make do with their nearby partners. In this war, it was male on male. Meanwhile, the leader, under the close watch of many goblins, had long since succumbed to the poison and was now in a frenzy with the ewes. A perfectly good war, and within 10 minutes of starting, the enemy was already in disarray. Within the territory, Shin Chen anxiously awaited the results. Finally, Dark Goblin killed a black goat, experience plus 600, Energy Stone x3 Dark Goblin killed a black goat, experience plus 600, Energy Stone x3 Werewolf Goblin killed a black goat, experience plus 600, Energy Stone x3 Werewolf Goblin leveled up, current level LV7. Horned Goblin killed a black goat, experience plus 600, Energy Stone x3 Pigman Goblin. Horned Goblin killed the bronze boss black goat leader, experience plus 3000, Energy Stone x50 x1 Horned Goblin leveled up, current level LV8. Dark Goblin, haha, great, it actually worked. Chen Chen felt elated, the tension in his heart finally eased. Launching a surprise attack on the enemy in the snowy night was undoubtedly a risky move, but he succeeded. Notifications of goblins leveling up and goblins being killed kept coming in, while his own goblins suffered no losses. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. Not only had the attack succeeded, but they had also successfully obtained. With this item, his territory could undergo a comprehensive upgrade. Chen Chen pulled up the current upgrade requirements for the territory in spring. 1. Already obtained, 350 wood was sufficient, and he was still about 70 energy stones short. But that wasn't a big issue since the energy stones had been increasing with each kill. So the only thing missing is stone? He opened the trading area to search for stones, and what caught his eye was a pile of 100 units of stone for sale. 100 units of stone, priced at 1 unit of meat, or 1 piece of fur. 100 units of stone, priced at 1 unit of meat, or other food, some private messages. 100 units of stone, priced at meat. These stones seemed to come from one person, and judging by their demands, they were likely from a lord who was about to starve. Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to the other party and casually exchanged for 300 units of stone. Now he had enough materials for the upgrade. Here I come, the nurturing spring in territory after the upgrade. Open the panel. Dark Goblin Nurturing Spring, unique troop building structure. Initial level, level 1. Number of goblins that can be nurtured daily, 5 current energy required for nurturing, 50. Materials required for promotion, 1, 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone. Upgrade conditions met, can be upgraded. Dark Goblin Territory level, LV1. Territory size, 300 meters. Territory ability, provides basic protection and notifies of invasions. Requirements for level up, 300 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 300 energy stones. Conditions for upgrade met. Chen Chen took one last look at this LV1 panel and said, upgrade. Buzz. A beam of white light fell from the sky, not landing on the territory but instead on Chen Chen himself. Congratulations! Your territory has reached LV2, and you have unlocked the Lord panel. Congratulations! Your territory has reached LV2, and your territory size has expanded to 1,000 meters. Congratulations! Your territory has reached LV2, and you have gained the ability of vision sharing and remote command. Congratulations! Your breeding spring has reached LV2, and the number of fusion genes for newborn goblins has upgraded to 2. Congratulations! Your breeding spring has reached LV2, and the resources required to summon goblins have decreased. Congratulations! You are the first lord to have a territory reach LV2. You can choose any 2 territory buildings to enhance your territory strength. Congratulations! You are the first lord to have a breeding spring reach LV2. You have received a scroll gift pack. The dazzling white light illuminated Chen Chen's territory, and he gained tremendous benefits from it. Indeed, after upgrading, the breeding spring can fuse more types of troops, but only 2 for now. It seems I need to continue upgrading to fuse more genes. Chen Chen was already imagining his ultimate goblin. If he fused the genes of various powerful creatures, would there be a being even stronger than a dragon? A lowly goblin, suppressing a dragon with a mere flick? Chen Chen recalled the frost dragon that could freeze miles with a single breath, and at this moment, he had already envisioned it as a target for exploitation. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. In his excitement, he noticed something else that piqued his interest. Lord Panel? Can I also grow stronger alongside my troops? Curiously, Chen Chen opened the so-called Lord Panel. Name, Chen Chen. Level, LV1 attributes, 7 free attributes, 5 skills, remote vision sharing and command. You can briefly share vision with subordinate troops in command battles. Sharing time is determined by mental strength. Personal space, Crystal X1, Scroll Gift Pack X1, Energy Stones X10 free attributes. What are these for? He clicked on the attributes section and then saw something resembling a game panel. Mental strength, 3 speed, 2 strength, 1 stamina, 1 Is this my current state? Chen Chen tried adding the 5 free attributes to his mental strength and speed, and the panel changed to mental strength, 6 speed, 5 His total attributes reached 12, and free attributes became 0. Chen Chen sighed, just like a game interface. Having roughly understood the attributes and personal panel, he shifted his gaze to the scroll gift pack. He clicked to open the pack, and with a flash of white light, a scroll quietly lay in his personal space. First level Fire Rain Scroll. After using the scroll, you can summon a high-temperature fire rain over a 300-meter radius at a designated location. This is easy to understand. Chen Chen nodded to himself. Using the Divine Power Scroll to control the battlefield made him more like a reclusive lord behind the scenes. Then, he focused all his attention on the final selection of territory buildings. As the first lord to upgrade both the territory and the spring, the rewards were undeniably generous. Not only did he gain a skill scroll, but he could also freely choose 2 territory buildings, which was simply exhilarating. The attack of the Atlantean will is just 2 days away, and while everyone is trapped at home, struggling against the wind and snow, he is rapidly enhancing his strength. A wide array of skill scrolls and 2 territorial buildings are significant assets that could sway the outcome of a war. Let me see what buildings are available. Chen Chen opened the building selection, and over a dozen options appeared before him. Arrow towers, moats, stone brick walls, fortresses, housing clusters, large crossbows, blacksmith shops, apothecaries. After careful consideration, Chen Chen chose the stone brick wall and the arrow tower. One would provide defense when the protective shield disappears, while the other would offer a broad view. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you see. A lord needs information and intelligence from behind the scenes, so the arrow tower is essential. In fact, even without this reward, he would have built a sufficiently high platform within these 2 days to expand his vision. As for the moat that caught his interest, it was not particularly difficult. If he remembered correctly, the upstream of that river should be included in his territory after expansion. He just needed to redirect the flow to create the moat. Gaga! Gaga! After claiming his rewards, Chen Chen had just placed a stone brick wall spanning 300 meters when he saw a group of goblins excitedly returning to their territory, dragging black goats larger than themselves. Gaga! The goblins seemed very fond of the wall. To them, it was a big house. They now had a big house. On the other side, amidst a red blizzard, numerous shattered black skeleton corpses lay scattered. The pure white snow was stained red, with black bones strewn everywhere. What should have been white snow was overtaken by black and red, the black from the bodies of hell skeletons and the red from the blood of grey-furred giant wolves. In the center of the battlefield lay the massive corpse of a demon wolf. Fortunately, it was taken down. A girl in a small wooden house on a high slope breathed a sigh of relief. To take down this pack of 40 giant wolves, she had spent 4 full days grinding them down. During these 4 days, she relied on the indestructible nature of her hell skeletons to continuously attack the Wolf King's lair, and finally today, she killed its last guard and successfully slayed the Wolf King. These in hand, and with the wood and stone I collected earlier, I can finally upgrade the nurturing spring. Shihani looked at the ground littered with bones not far away, grateful that her troops had killed the Wolf King at the last moment and that the Wolf King dropped the she needed. Upgrading the nurturing spring would reduce her consumption or perhaps provide a new type of skeleton soldier, giving her the confidence to compete with holy tier lords. Yes, holy tier. The reason she dared to do this was that her hell skeletons were of golden quality. Although her troops were among the weaker in the golden tier, as long as she had a numerical advantage in the nurturing spring, her troops' indestructible nature would still allow her to dominate. Shihani had previously mentioned her characteristics in the chat group to investigate whether her trait was unique or if others had traits as well. She had deliberately downplayed her golden quality to bronze to mislead and confuse future competitors. And the result? She was very satisfied. She was special, few possessed such traits. Even among 100,000, only she had indestructibility, while another had poison resistance. Even with full resistance, poison wouldn't cause much trouble. Therefore, in terms of combat power, she was indeed special. This meant she was the one with the greatest potential, destined to stand at the peak. She has always been ambitious and strong-willed throughout her life. While others dare not reveal their advantages, she does. While others hesitate to go hunting, she dares. While others shy away from provoking the beast bosses, she still dares. So far, all her decisions have brought her varying degrees of benefits. This has fueled her ambition, and she is already nurturing her next crazy plan. From the very beginning, she has not regarded the indigenous people here as worthy opponents. In her eyes, her only rivals are those lucky enough to awaken saint-level or demigod-level troops. Shihani finally glanced at the ground nearby, littered with shattered skeletons. The skeletons had to be shattered once a day to wear down the Wolf King, and now, it had finally come to an end. Thank you for your contributions. Next, let me level you up. Buzz. A white light flashed over Shihani, and her expression was extremely comfortable, as if she were swimming in an ocean. Congratulations, your nurturing spring has reached LV2. You have obtained, you are the third lord to upgrade the nurturing spring to LV2. Congratulations on receiving a small gift package of scrolls. What? Shihani's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide. She exclaimed in surprise, I'm not the first? Before me, 2 others defeated the bronze-level boss? After a moment of shock, she relaxed. Of course, it must be some lucky saint-level player. Shihani thought for a moment. Her 3 hell skeletons had barely reached this level after 4 days of grinding, so those who managed to do it before her must be at the saint level. No, maybe a demigod. Her gaze sharpened. Although she wasn't the first, she was the third, which meant she had already surpassed the vast majority of lords and some saint-level lords. With golden quality, I can surpass some saint levels. Indeed, my hell skeletons are the strongest. Chi Honi nodded to herself, resolutely determined. My advantage lies in the number of troop types. Now that the nurturing spring has leveled up, the consumption for summoning skeletons has greatly decreased, and my advantage will officially come into play. Since the first place for the nurturing spring had been snatched away, she would compete for the first place in upgrading her territory. I'm set on being the first to upgrade my territory. Congratulations, you have become the second lord to upgrade your territory. You have gained the right to choose any one territory building. The second? He furrowed his brows as he looked at the prompt panel, shocked to find he was actually second. Ever since he got involved with this, he had been doing business, and after various efforts and some clever persuasion, he had finally gathered 300 energy stones at the last moment to upgrade his territory. But now, you tell me I'm second? Then who is first? Nanhi's heart sank. If he was second despite all his efforts, it meant the first place was hidden even deeper than he was, likely belonging to some saint-level lord. No, wait, although saint-level lords have powerful troops, their summoning requirements are often strict. Besides the initial gifted troops, no one should have been able to meet the conditions for a second summoning yet, right? He recalled all the information he knew. During this time, he had made hundreds of transactions. Although most were at a loss, he had gained a lot of insider information from chatting with various powerful lords. Those who could trade with him privately were all formidable lords, and most would feel embarrassed to take advantage of him, thus sharing some insider news under his guidance. He then organized and sold this insider information, which ultimately allowed him to earn the 300 energy stones he had now. However, according to his organization, there shouldn't have been anyone able to gather 300 energy stones during this time. If it weren't for the blizzard, perhaps Lord Hapo, Lord Kate, or maybe. No. He shook his head. If it weren't for the blizzard, these people might have met the requirements, but now that the blizzard had arrived, it was absolutely impossible for them to do so. Could it be that someone among us possesses a demigod class? As this thought crossed his mind, his breathing quickened and his heart raced, with only one idea in his head. Find him, win him over. He had to cling tightly to that powerful ally. But how to find the other party? Right, the trading channel and the chat channel. With that thought, he hurriedly opened both channels to scout for any special situations, and sure enough, he made a discovery. Wow, Mom! Someone is selling mutton and sheepskins, the goods have arrived, brothers, rush in. Damn, there's even boss meat for sale. Did this person slay a tribe? No way. Tribe creatures are usually very united, and there are at least 20 of them, whose class can reach over 20 in just a few days. Damn, it really exists. Come on, brothers, rush in. Hold on, I'm going to take a look. You guys keep shouting for the brothers to rush. Why aren't you rushing yourselves? Is there a scam? Brothers, wait for me to investigate. 55555, brothers, hurry up, there really is boss meat for sale, and boss meat has a special effect that enhances the Lord's own strength. He looked at the messages in the comprehensive channel with confusion. Why not buy such a good thing for themselves, but instead shout loudly in the group? Then he switched to the trading area. Immediately, he froze in place. He felt like he had encountered a fellow trader. His belief was to become a businessman who worked less and earned more, but this one in front of him, a swindler, definitely a swindler. 1 unit of Black Mountain goat boss meat, priced at 2 energy stones. 10 units of Black Mountain goat meat, priced at 1 energy stone. 1 sheepskin, priced at 2 energy stones. 1 unit, black, really black. A swindler, this person is definitely a swindler. But, I really wanna have it. He looked at the dazzling array of sheep products in the trading area. The shocking prices made him exclaim that the other party was a swindler. However, the items for sale were all necessities in the blizzard. Therefore, although they were expensive, they still piqued everyone's interest. No wonder many people in the comprehensive chat were urging others to come here and take a look. Just taking a look. These things were very tempting, but very expensive. Buying them would cause quite a bit of pain. In this special period when everyone was saving money to summon classes, very few people bought daily necessities. Suddenly, the cursor flickered, and one by one, the items disappeared, attracting many wealthy lords who didn't care about money to start purchasing. The sheepskin has disappeared. Boss mutton has disappeared. Mutton has disappeared. Bye, I'm buying this. He watched helplessly as one item after another quickly vanished, his heart instantly feeling empty as he immediately clicked on the trade. If I don't buy now, it'll be gone. These are all good things, I must buy them. Buy. Ha ha ha, I got it. Ha ha ha, I got it. I got a hammer, huh? Damn it, swindler. He angrily threw the rough wooden hammerhead he was holding onto the ground. Damn it, I've been chasing birds all day, and today I got pecked blind by one. Nanny's chest heaved up and down as he clenched his fists until they turned white. When he was purchasing, he was looking at Chen Shen's personal shop, and as he watched items disappear one by one, he became anxious and joined the rush to buy. The other party's products were almost all priced in energy stones, so he didn't look closely, just rushed in. But that good person priced the rough wooden hammer at 1 energy stone and put it in the trading area? Still used. He glanced at the rough wooden hammer that had already started to splinter. How can I stand this? Isn't this just bullying honest people? He furiously opened Chen Shen's private channel. He had the other party's channel, and he wanted to seek justice. His angry thumb flew across the screen. Bro, is there still black goat boss meat? I accidentally clicked and bought a hammer. 5555, so wronged, JPG. Chen, someone actually bought it? I was just testing to see if there were any fools, and there really are? Chen Shen's expression was quite something. It was not just that someone played the fool, but that the other party, instead of cursing him, was actually asking if there was more. This person is quite nice. Chen Shen felt a bit amused, but he wouldn't hide a smiling face, especially since he had just played a trick on them, and they were not angry but instead were discussing it nicely with him. Just as he was about to reply, another ID sent a message. Leah Michelle, may I ask if there is still black goat boss meat? I am willing to use for the trade. Trading? The other party's message instantly caught Chen Shen's attention. Having meant that the other party had killed the boss, but how could someone who had killed the boss be short on meat? Could it be that this meat not only increases personal experience but also has other hidden effects for quickly leveling up the lord? The high price made Chen Shen hesitate for a moment. Could this thing actually be very precious? Chen Shen tried to reply, I want to. On the other side, Michelle was surprised. Do you have 2 pieces of boss flesh? Chen Shen answered honestly, no. Michelle. She really wanted to reply, I'm blind, not stupid. The reason she was willing to exchange for boss flesh was that her unit type was special and needed to purify the flesh to accumulate summoning energy. The reason she had was that she had successfully purchased the flesh she needed in a previous sale, which allowed her to summon her first unit. There was a companion item that came with the unit at birth. First of all, she wasn't a fool, and secondly, she didn't have more. The towering flames of anger in her heart gradually calmed down. She replied, 1 for a piece of boss flesh. If you agree, we can trade. Chen Shen thought for a moment. 2 for a piece of boss flesh. Don't think I don't know the secret of boss flesh. Michelle, did this man misunderstand something? What secret could there be about boss meat? Wasn't the system description already very clear? Boss flesh can increase the lord's experience points to a certain extent. The previously calm towering flames swayed again. Michelle replied, you know best whether the boss has secrets. I'm buying because my unit type is special. If you don't want to sell, I'll just find someone else. Chen Shen pondered for a while. Alright, this reason was quite reasonable. Indeed, the system panel didn't mention any special features of boss flesh. He said, we can trade. After thinking for a moment, he added, but I have already sold 10 units of meat, now there are only 30 units left. Although it's not complete, no bargaining. Michelle bit her white teeth against her red lips until they almost bled, her hands trembling constantly. How can this person be so shameless? Does he think he has me at his mercy? At this moment, Michelle was so angry that she didn't know how to respond. Reluctantly, her delicate brows danced, her fingers continuously grasping at nothing. But the other party really had her at his mercy. I should have known better than to tell him my troop type was special. Michelle forced herself for a long time before she finally typed out a good word, trembling. You have lost 30 units of Black Mountain goat boss meat. You have gained 1. Chen Shen stretched widely. In this world, there are still more good people. He opened the panel. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, Unique Troop Type Building. Initial Level, LV2. Number of goblins that can be bred daily, 10. Current energy required for breeding, 50. Materials required for promotion, 5. 30 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 units of clean water. Note, cunning creatures from the dark abyss, any being that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures ignore reproductive isolation. Dark Goblin Territory, Territory Level, LV2. Territory Size, 1000 meters. Territory Abilities, Notification of Invasion, provides wall protection, provides arrow tower visibility. Materials required for level up, 1000 units of wood, 2000 units of stone, 1000 energy stones, at least 3 territory buildings. Current resources, 40 units of wood, 20 units of stone, 55 sheepskins, 2 pig skins, 29 units of soft-boned rabbit skins, 20 units of soft-boned rabbit meat, 10 units of pig meat, 12 soft-boned rabbit heads, 10 pregnant ewes. Chen Shen glanced at his territory and the spring panel. The energy stones and required for this upgrade were more, making the task daunting. The benefits of being first are considerable, whether it's the walls, arrow towers, or first-level scrolls, these are all substantial foundations. This time he received 2 first-place benefits, and he wanted to strive for more next time. Moreover, the level of the spring also affects the number of genes his goblins can fuse, which is his true foundation. There are still 2 days until the protective shield disappears, and the blizzard outside has piled up to a full meter. That height could drown the goblins. Going out to search for resources is no longer realistic. He can only obtain the resources he wants through trade. Boss? Is there any Black Mountain goat boss meat left? I can buy it at a high price. A message from South River flashed again. Chen Shen replied, sorry, it's all gone, a rich lady just bought it all. On the other side, South River angrily hammered the air, damn it, that rich lady, damn it, those profiteers. He had just upgraded his territory and opened the Lord panel, having heard that boss meat could increase experience, and was planning to buy a piece to try, but there was none left. Profiteers, rich lady, I'll draw a circle to curse you all. Crazy as it was, anger aside, once he calmed down, South River could only send a smiley face to the other party and say, what a pity, if the boss meat is for sale next time, you can find me. I can offer you a discount though unwilling. The other party was likely the big boss with a demigod troop type. Therefore, South River needed to please him. Also, boss and rich lady, really a match made in heaven, how infuriating. At this moment, the true holy tier big boss sat messily on the back of a snowfield dragon. I, the dignified snowfield dragon, actually ranked 4th in upgrading the spring? Am I not a high tier troop among the holy tiers? Am I not the lucky lord who can adapt to the icy environment? In this case, I should be the strongest under the demigods, right? Why am I 4th? Could it be the top 3 are demigods? Is the competition this fierce? Baka, who stole my lamb meat, how dare they? Even in my little life, I eat lamb meat? Xiao Rizi still wants to eat lamb? Queue behind the dog. Exactly, my blazing lion isn't full yet, you queue behind. Everyone, don't fight over it. There's no use being a glutton before dying. Let's leave the meat for those who need it. I can't grab any. Hey, do you even hear yourself? The silver troops are impressive, huh? Do you believe I can cyberbully you? With us too? Give me your address, and in 2 days, as long as it's not more than 300 kilometers, I'll send my golden mud dragon to take you out. Everyone, let me chime in. Is there any quick way to boost our strength? Aren't you all anxious? There's less than 2 days left before the protection period ends. What's the rush? I'd built a 3-meter-high wooden wall, plus my 12 militia. I should be able to weather the crisis. No way, it's snowing. How did you build that? Before it snowed, I was thinking of digging wood for energy stones. Since I had extra wood lying around, I just built something. Woo-woo, but now I can't build anything anymore. Due to the blizzard, everyone was stuck inside and became active in the chat, which seemed to be the only warmth in the cold white surroundings. Some people used chatting to numb the cold they felt. After all, not everyone could get fur, and energy stones were still not enough for developing troops. The chat area was lively, but it wasn't just the chat area that was bustling. Chen Shen, wrapped in a sheepskin sweater, sipped hot tea while watching the chat channel and his friend requests that were nearly blown up. Gu Xiaoyu sent a message, brother, can you spare some meat? I'm really starving, I have a lot of stones, I have whatever stones you want. Su Qingyu sent a message, Chen Shen, the frost dragon that attacked me before also had 3 snowflakes, we shouldn't be far apart. We might be in the same area. I have no food left, can you help me? We're all Huaxia people, still in the same area. I'm hungry and cold, can you give me some help? Zheng suddenly sent a message, big boss, please agree, I'm begging you, I can pay extra for your lamb. Inoue Sakura sent a message, if you can help me with food, I will show you my photo. Tisk. Chen Shen finished his hot tea and smacked his lips, rejecting them all. For someone like him, who wouldn't pick up money when going out, how could he support a stranger for free? Sorry, not possible. In the middle of a swamp, a thatched house that defied the laws of nature stood in the marsh. Damn it, why did he refuse again? I was so sincere, we're clearly in the same area. Why can't he help? Su Qingyu's delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful face showing signs of anger. She was very pretty, but the mud all over her body and the stains on her face were quite off-putting. Su Qingyu looked at the slightly rotten meat in her hand, it was the best food she could find in this swamp. But even this best food might give her diarrhea after eating. Chen Shen is really too selfish. He clearly has the ability to help others but keeps it to himself. It's really excessive. Su Qingyu thought about whether to condemn Chen Chen in the chat channel, but after a moment, she chose to give up. The protective shield was about to be lifted. If she offended him, it would be bad if he sent troops to attack her. But she didn't want to eat the slightly rotten meat in her hand, so she had to lower her stance again. Chen Chen, brother, I'm really starving. Can you just give me something to eat? Su Qingyu called out the word brother, which made her feel a bit embarrassed, but the next moment she thought that the other party was a royal or even a holy tier soldier, so it wasn't too much to call him brother. I'm doing this for survival, it's fine. Su Qingyu thought of this and hurried to find Luoxue, enduring the cold as she washed her nearly perfect long legs. After washing, Luoxue's fair legs were slightly reddened from the cold, and Su Qingyu immediately took a photo. She looked at her legs in the photo, very beautiful, and deliberately showed the reddened knees and ankles, hoping to evoke sympathy. In the icy world, a weak woman frozen to this extent would surely make anyone feel pity and offer help, right? This way, not only will he give me food, but he might even give me some furs to keep warm. Su Qingyu tucked her long legs back into her pants. In just a moment, she was already shivering from the cold. After checking again, it was perfect. Send. With the school beauty bonus, sending a leg photo, plus a weak woman's plea for help, I don't believe Chen Chen won't be obsessed. He might even personally bring me food. Su Qingyu fantasized, feeling that the other party would definitely respond as she imagined. Moments later, Chen Chen replied. He didn't refuse immediately. Instead, he responded to her message, which made Su Qingyu proudly lift her swan-like neck. Sure enough, in the face of such a scene, any man would find it hard to resist. She eagerly opened his message, and then froze in place. Chen Chen, it's cold, drink more hot water. Chen Chen has rejected your friend request. Her smile was colder than the snow, frozen on her exquisite face. On the other side, Chen Chen admired the beautiful photo while sipping tea. This green tea is really good. Goo. The water is boiling, time to get to work. Chen Chen directed the goblins to pour hot water into the large ice and snow barrel he had prepared in advance. After a puff of white steam, the ice and snow in the barrel melted into water, but it had lost its warmth. Gaga! Gaga! The goblins shouted as they lifted the cooled water up the 5-meter-high city wall and then poured it down. Splash! The water, already cooled by the snow, froze as it came into contact with the air and the snow on the wall. The ice formed not only thickened the wall's defenses but also solidified the snow around the wall. Oh! Gaga ga! Oh! Not far away, the ice surface glimmered white, and a group of goblins was sliding on their bellies. Suddenly, they saw the pouring water and hurriedly paddled over to play. The newly formed ice was crispy and fun. Chen Chen felt a bit speechless at this scene. He created the ice surface to compensate for the lack of standing ground after the snow, targeting the battle 2 days later. After all, if there was no standing ground, the goblins would be submerged in snow as soon as they came out. And what kind of fight would that be? Now, thanks to his efforts, the more than 1 meter thick snow outside the city wall was mixed with many layers of ice, making it exceptionally solid. He had wanted to teach the goblins to skate in battle. Just imagine, when the enemy comes, they can't even stand, while you glide gracefully and slay the enemy. It would be so cool. Unfortunately, goblins seem to be goblins after all. Even the dark goblins' cunning and intelligence were only in combat. As for skating, they viewed it as a life skill. Something useful was enough. Thus, belly sliding appeared. Belly sliding is better than not being able to move at all. Chen Chen looked at the goblin who was about to drown in the broken ice and couldn't help but wipe his forehead. Go get him out. Ga. A group of goblins screeched and began throwing snowballs at the buried goblin. What the hell? Chen Chen was about to say being a parent was really exhausting. But the goblin, deeply trapped in the shattered ice, surprisingly struggled out of the life and death crisis buried under the snowball. He rubbed his forehead and muttered softly, the process doesn't matter, just getting out is enough. There is only 1 day left in the protection period, please prepare for battle, lords. The will of Atlantis must be eradicated, please ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy, or it will leave hidden dangers for your territory. Lords, survive, and passing through hell will lead to paradise. Damn, what's coming has finally arrived. No way, we actually have to annihilate the enemy. All my preparations are just for turtle shell protection. No, how can my slimes annihilate the enemy? Please, no, I want to live a few more days. My coordinates are in a desert. Is there a powerful lord nearby who can help? I can become your vassal. The Warrior Alliance is recruiting all kinds of powerful lords. We look forward to your joining. No poor or weaklings. It's fine, what comes will come. I am already prepared. My fiery lion has adapted to unleash flames in the blizzard these past few days. The Golden Alliance is recruiting all kinds of lords, regardless of strength. We welcome your joining. A membership fee is required. Please be informed. Supplement: I am just an external member of the Golden Alliance and have no authority to decide on the fee issue. Also, my sexual orientation is normal, don't ask why. A night passed, and the system's notification sound rang out, sending everyone into a frenzy. Everyone knew this day would come, but when it truly arrived, it was still hard for many to accept. For some lords with weak troops or no preparations, it was like comforting themselves only to have someone remind them that they were about to die. No matter how much psychological preparation one did, the fear of death's arrival remained. It seems today is destined to be a sleepless night. Chen Shen looked at the people in the chat area. Some were breaking down, while others were excited. Some powerful golden and royal level lords expressed their anticipation for the arrival of the will of Atlantis, because they were strong enough and had made ample preparations, and Chen Shen belonged to the latter. This morning, his last batch of goblins had matured, 20 horned goblins from the Black Goat. Adding to the previous 97 goblins, his troop count had surpassed 100, totaling 117 goblins. 117 goblins, a 5-meter-high stone city wall, an arrow tower, and an ice field. This was his confidence in facing the future enemy forces. Of course, there was also a trump card that wouldn't be easily used until the last moment, the Fire Rain Scroll. One could say that as long as the crisis wasn't a dragon, it should just be a normal attack, perhaps with a bit of enhancement. In terms of the current development speed, he, Chen Shen, considered himself second, then no one could claim to be first. If he couldn't survive, then the 100,000 lords who came along probably wouldn't have many left either. Subtly, he had begun to look forward to the attack of the will of Atlantis. Would it be like last time, a trend of beasts, or something else? The strong look forward to battle, while the weak pray for the strong. Unlike Chen Shen's confidence, many people were not confident at all. Of course, this did not exclude a third special existence. They, carefree, could always find their own fun in a crisis. Goddess, this is a magical thing I just got yesterday, called a gambling stone. It can unlock skills, take it to increase your strength. The crisis is about to arrive, don't get hurt. Su Qingyu glanced at the flashing message box labeled Backup 1. Despite her many efforts, she hadn't managed to win over Chen Shen, but she had finally developed her own devoted follower. Su Qingyu obtained a smooth stone through private trading. She said, okay. But I see that the probability of getting a skill from this is only 1%. Isn't that too low? Backup tire no. One replied, hey, I can't help it, but I worked hard mining for a long time to get this. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu felt it was a bit of a waste, but since the other party had said they worked hard for it, she didn't feel right refusing. After a perfunctory she closed the chat. What a poor loser, mining really lacks depth. I should have chosen a stronger lord to flirt with. With that thought, she inexplicably opened Chen Shen's chat window. From the strength he had shown multiple times, it was clear he was a powerful and well-established figure, a big shot, but he seemed uninterested in her. Su Qingyu was quite conflicted. Through Chen Shen, she learned that true big shots have personality and temper, unlike her mining sycophant. For a big shot, she needed to lower her stance to flatter others. But, had she not already called him brother and asked him to send a photo? Wasn't that enough of a compromise? Suddenly, she steeled her heart. Having already crossed the line of sending photos and calling him brother, sacrificing a bit more to cling to a real big shot wasn't out of the question. This time, I must win you over. Su Qingyu adjusted the sheepskin coat she had gotten from the sycophant and took a beautiful photo of herself. No, it seems not enough. She pulled down the collar of her wool sweater and took another photo, then sent it along with the rather lackluster gambling stone to Chen Shen. In a cave half closed by wind and snow, a man was chuckling foolishly. The goddess replied to my message. She said she must know about my efforts. Although the probability of the gambling stone is low, I said I mined for a long time to get it, she must be touched. The man laughed heartily. A gust of cold wind blew by, raising goosebumps all over him. He wrapped his thin coat tighter and blocked the cave entrance that had been blown open by the wind and snow. It's so cold, good thing I gave the sheepskin to the goddess. That was my carefully crafted sheepskin coat. I didn't even dare to wear it. He chuckled, also relieved that he hadn't worn it, otherwise, the goddess might not have wanted it. The man sighed again. It's so nice, in this other world, I become a lord of a king tier troop, and the goddess actively seeks me out. I've also experienced the feeling of being flattered and cared for by a woman. The university belle was a deadly temptation for him, who had been single since birth. Just a photo had roughly captured him. No, it should be my identity as a king tier lord that won her over, and she actively sent me a photo. The photo was finally sent, and Su Qingyu tugged at her wool coat in dissatisfaction. What a lousy workmanship, I have to tug at it for ages just to reveal a bit. I wonder if Big Shot Chun Chan will think I'm being deliberate. She whispered softly, he shouldn't. I pulled the collar wide. It's the fault of the garment's workmanship. Brother Chen Chen, can you give little fish something to eat? Chen Chen rejected your friend request. Damn it. In the underground cave, a little lowly puffed up her cheeks in anger. Other brothers would at least give me something if I annoyed them, but Brother Chen Chen is really stingy. Gu Xiaoyu, with a teasing tone, fantasized about what kind of person Chen Chen should be. She didn't mind being rejected multiple times. After all, she was the one begging, and if others gave, it was kindness, and if they didn't, it was their right. However, after being rejected by the same person so many times, she became curious and began to imagine what kind of person Chen Chen should be. Is it really possible for someone to firmly refuse a cute little lowly? That person must be someone with strong principles, right? Sticking to their principles, they should be a bit cold and aloof. Coupled with their immense strength, a tall figure, 180 centimeters, with a cold appearance and strong principles, standing on a soaring dragon appeared in Gu Xiaoyu's mind. If it weren't for not having enough to eat, who would want to be a beggar seriously? Hurry up and dig, so we can find a place to hide. Gu Xiaoyu poked the giant stone man beside her with a hint of unhappiness. Her troops were incredibly powerful, at a golden level, and she started with 3 of them. Such a configuration shouldn't have to worry about food. But coincidentally, her territory was underground, and she had no idea how many meters down. She had been digging for a long time and still hadn't found the sunlight above. Right now, she wasn't digging for an upward exit but for a place to protect herself. After tonight, in 7 days, Atlantis would launch an attack on all of them. After losing the protective shield, she could only ensure the safety of her stone men so they could fight with all their hearts and survive the crisis of Atlantis. Of course, whether they could survive, she wasn't sure herself. After all, she had hardly developed these days, otherwise, food wouldn't have become a problem. Guliulu, the sound from her stomach made the little lowly pout. What a terrible territory, there's nothing to eat, and the monsters around can't be eaten. Ding, you have dug up a gambling stone. Gambling stone? Gu Xiaoyu angrily held the stone in her hand, and after seeing the information about the gambling stone, her pouting little face finally broke into a beautiful smile. Can I gain a skill? Is it a powerful skill? Open. The little lowly automatically ignored the 1% chance of the gambling stone and opened it immediately. Congratulations, you have opened the gambling stone and gained the skill blacksmith. Note, reforming the economy requires a big hammer. If you want the economy to do well, a big hammer is essential. Wow, that's great. Wow, that's not good. The little lowly hadn't even been excited for a second before her face fell again because forging items actually required blueprints, but she didn't have any blueprints. Ding. You have dug up a gambling stone. Wow, is it really that good? Her troop of stone men was helping her create a hiding place and had actually dug up 2 gambling stones. She excitedly opened one. You opened the gambling stone, and you lost a gambling stone. Note, timing, fate, girl, keep trying. Humph. It was at this moment that Gu Xiaoyu noticed the 1% chance issue behind the gambling stone. It seemed her luck was just good the first time. Ding, you have dug up a gambling stone. What? Another one? Open. You opened the gambling stone, and you lost a gambling stone. Note, see, I told you not to gamble. Gu Xiaoyu. Ding, you have dug up a gambling stone. Open. Before she could feel disappointed, the stone man had dug up another gambling stone. You opened the gambling stone, and you lost a gambling stone. Note, a small gamble is for fun, a big gamble is harmful. Azu, stop. Sometimes, it's not the gambling stone that kills, but the system's notes. Kaka. Gu Xiaoyu's face, slightly chubby, showed a fierce expression as she bit down on her teeth in anger. I don't believe it, there must be more. Ding, you have dug up a gambling stone. Ha, I knew there would be more. You opened the gambling stone, and you lost a gambling stone. Note, gamblers have no good endings, just like you. At this moment, Gu Xiaoyu's mood was like a roller coaster. After several ups and downs, it was a thrilling long downhill, an endless descent. Indeed, there were still gambling stones, and many of them. She had even seen the gambling stones buried below. However, every time she opened one, it was bound to be empty. And there was also the mockery from a stranger, as if it was a skill given specifically to taunt her. Gu Xiaoyu kept digging into the gambling stones, kept opening them. As long as she unearthed even one blueprint, she could forge a new life for herself and end this dark, starving existence. But, by nightfall, the fragments of the gambling stones filled the cave, and she still had nothing. On the other side, Chen Chen finally agreed to Su Qingyu's friend verification. He carefully examined the gambling stone in his hand. You have opened a gambling stone, and you have obtained a forging blueprint. Note, look, a forging blueprint, happy now? You just need to open one more gambling stone to gain the chance to make a name for yourself. Cracked bone blade forging blueprint, what the hell? It also requires a blacksmith skill? Chen Shen glanced at it casually and tossed it into his private space. He didn't have a second gambling stone. But I should pay more attention to these gambling stones in the future, maybe there will be some gains. Chen Shen asked Su Qingyu, first thanking her for the gambling stone, then inquiring if she had any more. When she said she didn't, he gave up on that thought. It seems a bit rude to take something from others without giving a little something in return. Chen Shen thought for a moment and gave her a rabbit skin and 5 units of rabbit meat. Given the current market prices, that was roughly equivalent to 2 or 3 gambling stones. After doing all this, he looked outside the territory. The sky was still cold, but the blizzard that had raged for several days had finally stopped. It was as if it was making way for the war that would come tomorrow. The last night, I wonder how many familiar IDs will disappear after tomorrow. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Some regretted coming to this world, while others were grateful for its arrival. Some sharpened their weapons, while others remained calm until the first ray of morning sunlight shone into the territory. 7 days have passed, the protective shield has disappeared. The will of Atlantis is about to strike. All lords, prepare for battle. Current number of people, 100,000/83,000. Roar. The roar shattered the first gentle light of morning. A squad of orcs has invaded your territory. The system's prompt sounded, and through the visual sharing from the ram-horned goblin standing on the arrow tower, Chen Shen saw a squad of orcs in the distance. There weren't many of them, but not too few either. There were as many as 40. These guys looked quite strong, Chen Shen observed. They were generally around 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as his thighs, and they sported long bull horns on their heads. Aren't we here to capture human slaves? Why are we coming here? One of the bull-headed orcs asked the leader. Another bull-headed orc chimed in, yeah, we are water buffalo, not yaks, it's so cold here. The burly bull-headed orc, referred to as shrugged his shoulders and looked at the increasingly thick snow nearby. The leader, said, aren't you curious? It's not even winter yet, but there's already this much snow. Upon hearing this, the bull-headed orcs were instantly excited. In this vast Shenyu forest, the strange could mean 2 things, treasures or powerful creatures. They had been here before and had encountered no powerful creatures at all. Moreover, what kind of powerful creature could change such a large area in such a short time? A dragon? Don't be ridiculous, dragons had long since disappeared, and even if they existed, they wouldn't appear at the edge of a forest. This meant there was treasure here. Moo! Moo! The minotaurs excitedly waved their swords and shields, producing a bang-bang sound. At that moment, he even felt that the few human merchants he had just captured were no longer appealing, because these human merchants surprisingly had no supplies. Humans without supplies could only be sold as slaves, and human slaves were quite cheap. The snow here has hardened. Look, there's a castle over there. When did it appear? The minotaurs walked on the ice, crushing the thin layer beneath them with a crackling sound. The leader minotaur also saw the city walls not far away. In their understanding, behind the walls lay a fortress, and such walls were often found in human living areas. Even in orc tribes, only the top-tier large tribes would have them. Could it be that there's a powerful tribe here? The minotaur leader glanced back at the few human slaves he had just captured, feeling a bit worried. He had already made a gain, perhaps it was better to head back. Suddenly, he spotted dark goblins patrolling atop the city walls. Moo! A group of goblins. Filthy goblins do not deserve such a beautiful house. Orcs, charge. Orcs had an absolute pursuit for food and shelter, and lowly orcs did not deserve good houses. This was the consensus among all orcs. As for goblins, such lowly beings that even orcs looked down upon actually had houses. Let's take them. Guided by the will of Atlantis, everything became reasonable, and thus this group of orc troops, numbering up to 40, charged towards the territory where Chen Shen was located. Chen Shen sneered, not in a hurry to act, simply waiting for the enemy to come closer. Bang bang bang! The minotaurs excitedly ran towards the large house, but the next second, one slipped and fell, smashing the newly formed ice surface into a large pit. Roar! Do they think such little tricks can affect the minotaurs? Minotaurs fear nothing. The minotaurs who fell into the ice pit jumped out in a single bound. However, their massive size, combined with their lack of landing technique, caused them to smash the ice layer again, landing in a new ice pit. Fear nothing. After falling into the new ice pit, the minotaur was momentarily stunned, then let out a roar and jumped out again. Another pit? Fear nothing. He jumped again, although the thickness of the ice could not support his rough landing. Each time he landed, half of his body would be buried in the ice pit, but he had already gotten used to it. Like a cannonball, he jumped, jumped, and landed again. The minotaurs behind him followed suit, shouting loudly, "For the house, fear nothing." The minotaurs, fear nothing. Their resounding voices accompanied the explosive sound of shattering ice as a group of muscular minotaurs charged forward, spears in hand. Chen Chen rubbed his forehead. Indeed, traps and such things were completely ineffective, and thankfully he hadn't relied on them. He looked at the approaching minotaurs, who had already entered his attack range, and commanded, "Attack! Oh, Ga. The goblins could hardly wait. The minotaurs' call stirred their blood. Dark goblins belong to a subspecies, a hybrid of orc and human, cunning in battle like humans but more inclined towards the living habits of orcs. The ram-horned goblins atop the arrow tower launched the first attack, green fireballs raining down like cannonballs. Seeing this, the minotaurs quickly drew their shields to defend. Chen Chen frowned. This was a group of well-armed orcs. A spear, a machete, a beast-bone shield, though crude, with their equipment, their combat power had already far exceeded that of ordinary beasts. Simple long-range attacks can inflict damage on the enemy. It seems we need to add ground troops for interference. As the enemy drew closer, his melee goblins were about to launch their attack. This was to prevent the enemy from escaping. After all, he intended to annihilate them completely. Ga. Watching the approaching minotaurs shouting for their home, the goblins fell into contemplation. They fight for their home, but what do we fight for? Once it came to knowledge about life, their wise brains turned foolish. The dark goblin said, "Let's shop for the boss. The boss is a god." The cunning rabbit goblin scratched his head. "For the god? But what is a god?" The pigman goblin waved his hand. "Who cares? I've known since I was born that the boss is a god." The wolfman goblin added, "The pigman is right." The goblins exchanged glances. Oh. God. They leaped down like the orcs, shouting loudly, "For the god! For the god! God! For the home! For the god!" The slogans from both sides clashed loudly as they met, the bone knives and cleavers colliding with metallic sparks. The dark goblin, being the only one with a weapon, took the lead, clashing his bony weapon against the orc's rough cleaver. Undoubtedly, the dark goblin was sent flying. In terms of strength, he was no match for the minotaur. Seeing this, the other goblins immediately changed their strategy, starting to slide on their bellies across the ice, employing hyena tactics. "Ha! What ugly goblins! Are these really goblins?" The minotaurs watched as the wolf-headed goblins, rabbit-legged goblins, and some pot-bellied goblins with pig noses slid around on the ice. "You're so ugly." The minotaur looked down at his reflection on the ice, comparing it to the goblins, and instantly became furious. The wide cleaver left a deep gash on the ice but failed to harm the goblins, who instead seized the opportunity to slash him from behind. Due to the numbing effect, the minotaur felt no pain from the injury. Blood continued to flow, yet he kept swinging his cleaver. Roar! The minotaur was very angry at the slippery goblins. Can't hit! Why can't I hit?" The cleaver continued to carve gashes into the ice, shards flying everywhere. It must be said that the minotaur's arms, thicker than his legs, were indeed powerful. The 20-centimeter thick ice was easily broken. However, despite his impressive might, it had no effect. Even if it did, some pigman goblins would block it. That chubby goblin with a pig nose surprisingly withstood the minotaur's attack with his iron skin, which greatly displeased the minotaur chief. A goblin, a small and despicable creature, actually withstood the great minotaur's attack? This is impossible. Trample. He lifted his foot and then slammed it down heavily, causing the ice within a radius of several dozen meters to shatter instantly, even clearing away the accumulated snow. "You have lost a pigman goblin." Chen Chen looked at the leader's attack with some seriousness. That leader's skill was quite strong, able to forcibly clear obstacles and kill a pigman goblin in one blow. Judging by this power, the enemy's level was definitely not below LV 20, otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such great damage to the pigman goblin. In fact, Chen Chen guessed correctly. The minotaur leader was not only at level 23, but he was also not of bronze rank, but of silver quality. With silver quality and his level bonus, the minotaur leader's attributes had already surpassed 40, far stronger than the Black Mountain Yank sheep leader. It is quite normal for an orc with a strength attribute exceeding 40 and a significant amount of points allocated to it to use skills to kill a creature of a lower level than itself. The dark goblin killed the Tauron, experience plus 600, energy stone plus 1. Fortunately, although the Tauron leader was powerful, the other Taurons could only be described as average, easily defeated by the goblins under the pressure of their superior attributes. Boom! 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 The ramhorn goblins took advantage of the Tauron leader's moment of pride to launch their attack, several green fireballs accurately hitting the Tauren leader. Doesn't hurt? The Tauren stared at the fireballs burning on his body, momentarily stunned. How could this fire not hurt? Could it be that the beast god is protecting me? A look of realization crossed his bovine face, and he quickly turned around, saying, "The orc god is protecting us, the attacks have no damage." After the leader's reminder, the Taurens also noticed the wounds on their bodies. Although they were bleeding, it really didn't hurt. Thus, the Taurens became even more vigorous, raising their axes. Orcs, fearless. Fearless. The goblins were not to be outdone, sliding on the ice while shouting, "For the god! God! God!" The Tauren leader took down his spear from his back and aimed it at the ram-horn goblin on the distant arrow tower. Although the opponent's attacks didn't hurt, he still felt humiliated by the goblins throwing their projectiles at him. Swish! The spear flew out, cutting through the air with a piercing sound, instantly reaching the arrow tower. Boom! Wood chips flew everywhere as the spear embedded itself in the arrow tower, also nailing a goblin. "You have lost a ram-horn goblin." Chen Shen's expression grew serious. This leader might not be a small booze, the damage is so high. Losing 2 goblins in a row was significant. He hadn't suffered such casualties even when he had previously tackled a larger number of mountain goats. He quickly ordered, "Prioritize attacking the enemy leader." The ground goblins began to shift their targets. Seeing their leader kill the goblin that had been throwing projectiles from above, the Taurens also took down their spears and began to throw them. Their spears were originally meant for targets that were out of reach. Moreover, those Taurens had long been fed up with the goblins constantly throwing projectiles at them. At this moment, the disadvantages of the arrow tower became apparent. The number of arrow towers was too few to form a mutual defense, making them easy targets for concentrated enemy fire. Fortunately, the ordinary Tauren spears could only embed themselves in the arrow tower and could not penetrate it like their leader's spear to cause damage. Furthermore, although the previous attacks didn't hurt, they had caused considerable bleeding, and the orcs had unknowingly lost the strength they had when they first arrived. Now, they couldn't even jump 2 meters out of the ice. At this moment, they found it difficult to even jump out of the ice pit they were in. Throwing their spears consumed the little strength they had left. Roar! Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. The beast god is protecting us. The Taurens were covered in blood, like a leaky sieve. Gagaga! For the god! The goblins surged forward, and the Tauren leader punched a few away, but was soon cut by the other goblins. Although he kept shouting that it didn't hurt, blood had already stained the surrounding grass, and his breath was gradually weakening. Before the other Taurens could break through the blockade to reach their leader, he fell with a thud into the vacuum he had created. There was no ice layer there. The orc returned to the embrace of the earth. Gagaga! The goblins cheered and turned to attack the remaining orcs. Without their leader to restrain them, the ramhorn goblins re-entered the battlefield, the pigman goblins charged forward, and the wolfman goblins were already bloodthirsty. Soon, he received a flurry of system notifications. Pig Goblin killed a Tauren, experience plus 600, Energy Stone plus 1, Wolfman Goblin killed a Tauren, experience plus 600, Energy Stone plus 1, Cunning Rabbit Goblin killed a Tauren, experience plus 600, Energy Stone plus 1, Dark Goblin. The notification scrolled quickly, but Chun Chen wore a worried expression. He wasn't troubled by the loss of troops due to the war, rather, he felt that had they completely annihilated the enemy? Wasn't that a bit too easy? Did this mean that the attack of the Atlantean would really be so simple? Only 40 orcs? After pondering for a moment, Qin Shen suddenly remembered something. That's right. The system emphasized that we must completely annihilate them. Could it be that it's not about wiping out this batch, but rather, annihilating the enemy's tribe? Yes. It must be that way, otherwise, why would they add the line, "Please ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy, or it will leave hidden dangers for your territory"? Chen Chen increasingly felt that it was possible. How could an attack prepared by tens of thousands be just a simple wave of a few orcs? With that thought, he hurriedly called off the attack, leaving the last surviving Tauren. The noble Tauren will not reveal a single bit of information to you. Within the territory, 3 human captives and 1 Tauren knelt on the ground. The remaining Tauren glared fiercely at Chen Chen. No wonder this group of goblins was so cunning. It turned out they had been subdued by a human. Humph, no wonder they are garbage goblins. They have no faith in their own race. The proud Tauren snorted, looking down on them. Chen Chen, however, was immediately impressed by the Tauren's decisiveness and bravery. The moment he saw the captured Tauren, he felt that torture would not even be necessary. Because his goblins were holding the large cleaver they had just seized, poised dramatically against the Tauren's neck. However, these goblins did not know how to control their strength. The cleaver was being waved around, leaving the Tauren's neck covered in bloodstains. Watching this scene, which was akin to slow slicing, Shen figured he probably wouldn't need to torture him and could go straight to interrogation. Thankfully, the Tauren had tough skin and thick flesh. If it were the 3 humans beside him, they would have likely died long ago. Shen shook his head in disbelief. He didn't understand why there were humans among the orc troops, but his current goal was to extract information about the Tauren's tribe and its location. As for the humans, he would set them aside for now. After a moment of thought, Shen asked the Tauren, "What is your name?" "Aya will not tell you my name, cunning human, give up." Shen 6. The game does not deceive me, orcs really are all muscle-brained. He asked again, "So, Aya, do you know how many Taurens are in your territory?" Aya showed a look of surprise. "Cunning human, how do you know Aya's name? Are you a mind reader?" Shen ignored the little brain that remained and continued, "So you don't know how many people are in your tribe?" Aya immediately became displeased, his bullnose flaring with anger. "Aya knows you are trying to extract information from me. Aya will not tell you that there are 150 people in the tribe." Shen revealed a cunning smile. "Is that so? Then, great Aya, your bravery has earned my recognition, and I have decided to let you go." "What?" Aya couldn't believe it. This human was letting him go so easily? "Oh, no, he said he was moved by my bravery. It must be that Aya has touched the beast god, and the beast god has made this human let me go." Aya silently thanked the beast god while also feeling proud of himself. He touched the scars all over his body and the bloodstains on his neck. Under such harsh interrogation, "I actually made it through. Aya is indeed something special." Shen also noticed the other person's scars and, before leaving, provided some plant ash to cover the wounds. Otherwise, before he could lead himself to the Minotaur's tribe, he would have bled to death. The Minotaur Aya excitedly ran out the door, not looking back for a moment. He needed to hurry back to the tribe to relay the news from here to the chieftain. With Aya gone, Shen signaled the goblins to follow. Not long after Aya left, the goblins, carrying machetes and shields about the same size as their bodies, followed behind. As for the spears, one spear was as big as 2 goblins, and they couldn't wield them at all. In fact, goblins always had weapon attributes and weapon slots. It was just that Shen had never equipped them. Up until now, out of more than 100 goblins, only the initial 5 dark goblins had starting equipment given by the system, while the ones born later had no such gear. But now it was good. Killing orcs meant looting equipment, saving him from spending money to buy it. The goblins chattered and quickly exited the territory's gate. Shen tied up a few humans captured by the orcs and tossed them into a corner. "You must be an adventurer expelled by the Empire, right? I am the eldest daughter of the Territorial family. If you release me, I can." Bang! Shen returned to his wooden house and shut the door. If the invasion of Atlantis had not been completely fulfilled, it could pose a hidden danger to his territory. And he did not like hidden dangers at all. Therefore, even if the person in front of him had a 36D figure, he had to push her aside. He didn't have time to listen to her talk. Adventurers expelled by the Empire are all ruthless. Don't you have a scroll to call for help? Use it quickly. A sturdy captive dressed as a swordsman said sincerely. Yes, hurry and use the scroll. Get someone to save us. Stop praying for variables. Being caught by foolish orcs still has some variables, but being caught by adventurers means there's basically no way out. A captive martial artist echoed. Shut up. I hired you to protect me, not to command me. Territorial shot a cold glance, and the 2 adventurers dared not speak again. She continued, "What you should be thinking about now is how to escape, not how to covet my scroll. If this is handled poorly, I will report you to the guild. Trust me, your fate will be 1,000 times worse than it is now." Territorial's words silenced the 2 silver-ranked adventurers. At this moment, Territorial also regretted her choice. She really shouldn't have hired 2 low-tier silver-ranked adventurers who couldn't even handle the simplest escort task. They couldn't even defeat that silver orc in a 2-on-1 situation. They were simply worse than goblins. At least this group of oddly shaped goblins had killed the orcs that had left her silver adventurer team helpless. Speaking of the strange goblins, these goblins seemed quite different from ordinary ones, whether in appearance, combat power, or command and action abilities. They were nothing like the disorganized, unintelligent, and weak goblins. It must be due to that human wanted by the Empire. He actually had the ability to transform subhumans. Could he be a special adventurer? Territorial was not someone who liked to resign to fate. Even when trapped in the enemy camp, she would not give up immediately. She meticulously observed and analyzed everything around her. As long as there was even a slight possibility, she would not use the rescue scroll in her hand. Because that was a qualification she had obtained at a great cost, even more important than her own life. She did not want to withdraw from the competition. She wanted to achieve victory. She intended to use that man's family status, to wield that man's power, and then make him watch as she pushed his beloved son and daughter into hell. Shamey closed her eyes to sort out her emotions, and after a moment, she continued to carefully observe her surroundings. Although there was a foul goblin stench here, the buildings were clearly newly constructed, which meant that this adventurer had only recently been expelled. Recently expelled adventurers? No, recently expelled powerful adventurers. To build a tall wall in the Thousand Ghost Forest in such a short time and to reclaim hundreds of goblins in such a short time, the other party must be a very powerful adventurer with a background. By the way, these goblins were not ordinary goblins. They were not stupid and possessed considerable combat strength, likely having been trained or modified. Taken together, the recently expelled powerful adventurer had a certain background and could optimize and dominate beastmen and demi-humans. Suddenly, a name flashed in Sarawil Shah's mind. That person was not an ordinary summoner but a hero summoned by a small country, which had been destroyed by the Titan Empire, and the hero was now missing. Yes, it's him, the creator of heroes. No, it should be the fallen creator now. A hero from a country destroyed by his own empire? Shah fell into deep thought, pondering how she could escape without using her scrolls. The fallen creator was undoubtedly very powerful. How could she escape from someone like that? Restoring his legitimate status? It seemed impossible. His country had been destroyed by his own empire, and he was likely filled with hatred. The creator of heroes training goblins was probably waiting to grow stronger to retaliate against the empire. What could she offer to make him willingly let her go, or even serve her? The calm Shah had already begun to think about how to use him. She had her eyes on his ability to train goblins, and if possible, she wanted to claim it for herself. Power? Status? Money? But would he even like such things? Shah lowered her head in contemplation, her long, arched eyebrows fluttering. What to do? What does this hero need? If she could find out what this hero needed, not only would her safety be guaranteed, but she would also have a powerful trump card to compete with her foolish younger siblings. On the other side, Chen Chen was shifting his focus onto the goblins. The goblins had already found the Minotaur's tribe, but the situation did not seem very optimistic. The injured Minotaur was taken down by the goblins just as he was about to enter the tribe, and then the goblins spotted a nearby settlement. It could be called a tribe, right? In the dense jungle, a piece of flat land had been cleared, surrounded by waist-high fences, and within these fences were various sizes of horn tents. The tents had a strange shape, with pyramid tops and wooden stakes at the corners, resembling a rough pavilion covered with cloth curtains to shield from the wind. In Chen Chen's eyes as a transmigrator, these things were very crude, not even worthy of being called tents. However, the goblins expressed joy, seemingly very fond of the houses. Chen Chen continued to observe the entire Minotaur tribe through the goblins' perspective. There were about 50 loosely arranged tents, and the Minotaur named Aya should not have lied. However, among these 50 or so tents, there were actually 3 special large horn tents. Based on the orc's love for houses, the size of the house also determined the strength of its inhabitants. In other words, this small tribe actually had 3 mini-bosses? This is a bit tricky. A small boss can almost tip the scales of victory in a battle, and if there are 3, victory is nearly assured. Chen Chen sighed deeply. As expected, this complete annihilation mission is not easy. However, upon further thought, such a level of challenge was fitting for the assault of the Atlantean will. The crisis was significant enough, which meant the frost dragon would no longer attack. Chen Chen rubbed his forehead. What method should I use to deal with these minotaurs? He pondered how to resolve the situation with the minotaurs, but in reality, he was just getting stuck in a rut. Although the Atlantean will was incredibly powerful, the other will that had been transmitted along with them was equally strong. Since they had been brought here, how could they allow the frost dragon to attack all the lords? In fact, in the clash of wills between the two sides, the orc squad that remained was the last vestige of Atlantean malice. It wasn't that the Atlantean will was weak, but rather that this remaining malice was already quite formidable. A squad of 40 well-equipped orcs could be considered one of the strongest among his malice, although someone had casually defused the situation and found it too easy, taking the initiative to strike at others. But if this malice were directed at the other lords, it would spell disaster. Keep in mind, they had only been here for 7 days. And during those 7 days, 2 were covered by blizzards. How could things develop? Develop what? The other lords faced over 20 enemies. Just being able to protect themselves was already a feat. At this moment, Miao Dajuan, who possessed a golden-level flame lion breed, was nervously hiding in a tree, watching the battle below. Roar! One flame lion unleashed fiery needles from its mane, while the other spewed flames at several hundred degrees. Opposing them were 1 silver-level earth pig and 15 bronze-level earth pigs, the very type Chen Chen often hunted, but here they appeared in droves. The saying 1 pig, 2 tigers, 3 wolves was sometimes not a joke. Just like now, the flame lions were battling the earth pigs. Although the flame lions had high attributes, they were of lower level and few in number. The earth pigs, on the other hand, were all at least level 10, with their leader reaching level 25, comparable to gold. Under the leader's command, the earth pigs charged forward like armored cavalry. They seemed unstoppable, and the flame lions' flames could not hinder their advance unless they burned for an extended period. The flame lions dodged while attempting to attack, trying to kill the opponent with indirect high temperatures. However, constant evasion would eventually lead to mistakes, and the silver-level earth pig leader seized the opportunity to slam one of the flame lions, inflicting serious injury. Damn, damn, damn. This won't do. Now Dajun watched as the flame lions gradually fell into a disadvantage, his heart burning with anxiety. If the flame lions fell, he would be the next to die. He hurriedly opened the comprehensive channel for help. But as soon as he opened it, various cries for help flooded in. Help! I have 10 skeleton soldiers here, and they can use magic. Is there a big shot who can help me through this crisis or has the spare energy to save my life? My coordinates are... Help! Help! My coordinates are 25, 37, 79. I have 5 high-level stone armored bears, and my own silver unit is only level 5. Is there anyone selling weapons for humanoid units, like sabers, spears, shields, or anything else? I will buy each for a high price of 1 energy stone. Damn, isn't this bullying the slimes? I have 30 goblins on the other side, I can't fight them at all. Is there a decent weapon, preferably a big saber or something? I will buy it for 20 energy stones at a high price. Now Dajun opened the channel, and the various floating exclamation marks made his heart race. He instinctively swallowed, unsure of what to do. In the entire chat channel, there wasn't a single relaxed lord. It seemed that everyone's preparations had not yielded any good results, and they were all hastily purchasing weapons. He even saw someone slaughtering their own troops' mounts to exchange for armed units' equipment. Is this world in chaos? What should I do? Now Dajun was sweating profusely, his mouth dry, his tongue constantly drawing moisture from the air to moisten his lips. The sight of so many lords panicking left him at a loss. During the previous novice trials, at least some were happy while others were worried. Some lords had even passed the crisis relying on their troops. He was one of the latter, but now, not a single lord had stepped forward to say this crisis was simple. Not even the holy tier lords had the time to mock the crisis. What should I do? I'm just at the golden level. Golden level, golden, right? I've got it. It was as if he suddenly thought of something. Golden Alliance, I want to join. I'll pay the membership fee, I will, please save me. On the high slope, Chihongi let out a long breath as she looked at the ground covered in black bones. Finally passed. It turned out to be an attack by a group of primitives. Luckily, my hell skeletons are immune to most physical damage. She recalled the battle just now, still feeling a chill. Her 10 upgraded hell skeletons faced off against 30 primitives, known as ancient people, who seemed to be a group of humans exiled to this mountain range long ago. Due to prolonged isolation from the world, their intelligence had continuously degraded, and their biological functions had undergone reverse changes over generations. They had become more like apes, with long, strong arms, adept at climbing trees and quick in movement, but they were once humans, so their intelligence was far superior to that of ordinary beasts, and they could craft simple wooden spears and other weapons. They could be considered half-evolved beastmen, possessing the powerful physique of beastmen and the combat wisdom of humans, making them a tough opponent. Fortunately, she had one. Although the enemy had wooden spears and their levels were generally around 15, her hell skeletons came equipped with iron cleavers by nature and were a golden tier unit. Thus, in the clash between the two sides, she narrowly triumphed. The narrow victory came at a cost. She had also lost half of her forces to eliminate the enemy. Facing 30 level 15 primitives, her 10 hell skeletons were left with only 5. Suddenly, the chat message box kept flashing. This was the result of another one of her crazy plans. Chen Mo, Alliance Leader, have you passed the crisis? Shi Hongyi replied, just wiped out the enemy, what about you? Chen Mo let out a long breath, as expected of you, you actually wiped out the enemy, I barely repelled the invading giant wolves. Shi Hongyi said, let's get to the point, you didn't come to find me just for this, right? Chen Mo hurriedly replied, Leader, there are many things. First, I summarized the information from the Alliance members and found that this attack was determined by the strength of the troops. As a result, many of our golden tier members died, and even our only king tier lord was killed, while the bronze and silver lords survived in large numbers due to their higher numbers. Currently, the number of Alliance members has dropped from 130 to 70. Chen Mo continuously reported the news about the Golden Alliance to Chihongi, who listened quietly and calmly analyzed the situation. After a moment, Almost as soon as Chen Mo finished reporting, Shi Hongyi said, "Recruit new members." What? Chen Mo almost thought he had misheard. The current situation is such that the remaining members of my family are still in danger, and even the Lord who has narrowly won is struggling to support his own territory. In this case, to continue expanding the personnel? Shi Hongyi explained, "First of all, our members are too widely distributed and too far apart. It is impossible to support everyone. We can only expand recruitment. The more people we have, the better our chances of banding together. Secondly, many people are in a desperate situation and are looking for help. Don't you think this is a good opportunity to make money?" Shi Hongyi smiled. She didn't think she was profiting from disaster. Leading troops to support others involved risking her own life, as she had no idea what might happen on the journey. Perhaps she would pass through the territory of a powerful beast and be taken out in an instant. If she received the money and became a member of the alliance, she would step in to rescue, but whether the other party could hold on was not her concern. She wasn't a merchant, but she was quite good at making money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have managed to attract a considerable amount of investment through a golden alliance in just 2 days, summoning 7 hell skeletons for herself. Otherwise, with her original 3 hell skeletons, she would likely meet the same fate as that lord of the royal rank. Chen Mo slightly countered, "Alliance leader, although many are seeking to join now, most of them are weaker lords. If we recruit them and can't save them, won't that bring trouble to our golden alliance?" Shi Hongyi sent a blank message without replying. A few seconds later, Chen Mo realized. Indeed, lords who couldn't hold on had long turned to ashes. How could there be a chance to tarnish the golden alliance? Coming back to life? Impossible. This means, at this time, recruiting members not only allows for a significant profit but also expands the organization and increases the chances of saving alliance members? In this way, the rescued alliance members would be grateful and help save more lords, creating a virtuous cycle and bringing great fame to the golden alliance, allowing it to stand out among many alliances. And those who couldn't be saved, or those who had no golden alliance members around them, would completely disappear after the crisis. I will do it right away. Chen Mo understood Shi Hongyi's plan and instantly felt he had found the right person. He never thought he had the vision and talent to dominate the world, but he had the ambition to compete and absolute execution ability. In other words, he wasn't a good general, but he was definitely a sharp sword that could look down on everything. Wait. Just as Chen Mo was about to go save the alliance members, he was called back by Shi Hongyi. Shi Hongyi looked at the black fragments of bones scattered not far away and said, "If I remember correctly, your troop type is humanoid, right?" Chen Mo was taken aback. "Yes, golden level, Tiger Ben elite soldiers." Shi Hongyi picked up the refined iron cleaver she was assembling for her hell skeleton soldiers and typed, "My skeletons have shattered quite a bit. Reassembling will take about a day. Here are a few weapons, take them and use them." Chen Mo was silent for a moment. He had lied. In fact, his troop type was a special type, a mutated royal rank, but it was a lower grade mutation. A complete Tiger Ben elite soldier had attributes as high as 50 and came with weapons, but his troops' attributes were only 40 and had no weapons. It was like a fierce tiger that had claws but lost its teeth. He had thought about getting some weapons for his troops, but weapons were too luxurious in the early stages, and almost no lord was willing to sell the weapons that came with their troops. At such a time, lending weapons to a stranger, how much trust could the other party have in him? Shi Hongyi seemed to have thought of something and said, "Don't worry about using them, it's not a gift, they need to be returned." After a moment, she added, "Use the weapons to completely annihilate the giant wolves, don't leave any hidden dangers." Chen Mo turned to look at the 3 fierce soldiers behind him. Just moments ago, they had driven away 20 giant wolves with nothing but their bare hands, and now, they had weapons. He said, "Got it." Then, with a flash of light, 3 gleaming iron blades appeared in Chen Mo's hands. He knew this was Chi Hon's way of winning him over, but he truly fell for it. A leader who can provide substantial help in a real crisis is far more worthy of following than those who merely boast and make empty promises. On the other side, a holy light descended upon the territory. An angel, symbolizing purity, hovered in the air, its wings flapping continuously, white feathers falling like snowflakes to the ground. With the holy sword, cleanse the sins, those who infringe upon the Lord's apostles shall die. Evil has been purified, the enemies have been cleared. Lord Apostle of God, I shall now fall into slumber. The handsome angel approached the white spring, crossing its hands over its chest, gradually transforming into a stone statue. Michelle clasped her hands in prayer. "Thank you, my God, for your protection. Thank you for your divine light that helped me through this crisis." If obtaining a silver tier unit was a 1 in 100 chance, and a gold tier unit was a 1 in 1,000 chance, then acquiring a king tier or holy tier unit was a 1 in 10,000 chance. As for demigod tier units, they were not something that luck could manipulate, they were undoubtedly a gift and protection from the divine. And she, Lea Michelle, was one of those blessed by the gods. Before her crossing, she was an apostle of God, and after her crossing, she remained an apostle of God, proving that she was under divine protection. Although demigod tier units had many restrictions, they were undoubtedly the most powerful. 50 dark rampaging insects could not withstand a casual strike from the angels under God's command. Devoutly praise the gods, may your light continue to protect us through our suffering. Thank you, my God. Michelle almost clasped her hands together, her heart continuously praying in gratitude for the divine gift. This was the price she paid for using her units. Although demigod units were powerful, they came with many limitations. Not only were the summoning conditions strict, but each time she acted, she had to pray devoutly, and even after the battle, she had to express her gratitude. However, she found joy in these processes. After all, the God of Light was her faith. The stronger the unit, the more restrictions it had. Demigod units had many limitations, and the holy tier units, just below demigod, also had their own restrictions. At this moment, Maya was riding on her holy tier unit, the snowy dragon, speeding through the air. No way, even though I have a holy tier unit, it shouldn't be this way. The snowy dragon is still just a child. The will of Atlantis surged forth. He was full of confidence, but when he saw the opponent's face, he instantly recoiled. A frost giant python, measuring 40 meters in length, was chasing behind him. Frost giant python, quality, king tier, attribute, 60, level, LV10, skill, frost breath, absolute freezing point. Note, look, what a big spicy strip. The basic information of the opponent appeared in Maya's mind, and he instinctively glanced at his snowy dragon. Snowy dragon, quality, holy tier, attribute, 50, juvenile, 105 when adult, level, LV5, level can be increased by killing creatures, loyalty, 97. Skill, frost breath, meteor fall, earthquake. Note, perfectly inherited the genes of the earth rock dragon and frost giant dragon, holy tier quality, without a doubt, you are a born king. What king nonsense? Maya angrily retorted. Yes, he had a holy tier unit, but holy tier units matured very slowly. His snowy dragon was still a child, and they were sending a child to face this? Wasn't that a bit excessive? Roar! The frost giant python roared, and the snowy dragon ran even faster. Maya reluctantly patted the snow dragon beneath her and said, the attribute difference is less than 10, how about we give it a try? Roar! The snow dragon shook its head. Your troops' faith in you has decreased, current loyalty 95. Damn! Run fast! Maya dared not force her troops any longer and could only flee in a panic alongside it. Forget it, I'm struggling so much, other lords probably have even less chance of getting through. Maya was unaware that this attack was distributed based on strength, and she couldn't help but pray for the other lords. The other lords, especially the bronze lords who had previously worried about her, were in a much better position compared to those above gold rank. In a corner, a group of massive slimes was locked in a fierce battle with a group of goblins. 30 goblins were fighting against 50 slimes. Although the slimes had the numerical advantage, they were only passively taking hits, like a nut wall in a game, silently being nodded by zombies to buy more time for their lord to slay the goblins. Swish! 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 The goblins poked at the slimes with their bone knives, finding it amusing, even though each hit was mostly instantly healed by the slimes. However, each poke caused a significant amount of slime to ooze out, and once that slime was depleted, they would lose their self-healing ability. The slime's counterattack was simply a collision, but their extremely soft bodies meant that their impacts couldn't cause much damage. Although the battle tactics were absurd, it had to be said that the fighting here was a reflection of most lords at this moment. The bronze lords had more lenient summoning conditions, so their battlefield not only had numerous participants on both sides but also saw back-and-forth exchanges. The chaotic battle involving over 808 goblins and slimes was exceptionally thrilling. However, this number was continuously decreasing with the fight. Not only were the slimes dying quickly, but goblins were also falling. With the situation unfavorable, the Lord of the Slimes had personally entered the fray. In the center of the battlefield stood a muscular man with his upper body bare, wielding a rough wooden hammer purchased from a merchant in his left hand and a goblin bone knife in his right. Protected by the slimes, he weaved through the goblins, hunting them down. Kill, 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 die, die, die. Gah! A few goblins were slain, while the remaining clueless goblins continued poking at the slimes. The death of a companion was their own business. What did it have to do with them? Ha! Is it my turn? My turn? Ha! Finally seeing that protected human, I. Thud, the bone knife fell, and the goblin's head was severed. Lei Chi panted heavily. Well, at least this group of goblins doesn't know what it means to fight united. Although the goblins were fighting individually and being held back by the slimes, giving him the chance to take them down one by one. He was still just one person with limited stamina. For the first time, he felt what it meant to kill until his hands were sore. Lei Chi dropped the already broken bone knife and picked up a new weapon that had fallen from a goblin. Wolf Tooth Club, damn. Although the weapon was unwieldy, he had no choice but to continue fighting, because if he couldn't kill all the goblins before the slimes died, he would be surrounded by more than a dozen goblins, and then there would be no talk of united fighting. After all, their target was only him. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have slacked off. A few fences could have blocked these three-headed things. Lei Chi deeply regretted it. To be honest, he had been lying flat and giving up on himself these past few days. Compared to those powerful lords, he didn't think he could survive the crisis, so he had spent all his resources on living. But when the crisis truly arrived, he found that he really didn't want to die, especially not at the hands of goblins. Among the 100,000 warriors, a few were similar to Chihong, while most, like the deceased lord, perished due to arrogance. Even more were like the bronze and silver lords, who, upon realizing that defeating their opponents was not without hope, eagerly sought survival. Of course, there were always those lords who subconsciously relied on others instead of putting in their own effort. For example, Su Qingyu. At this moment, she was hesitating whether to seek help from the sycophant or from Chun Chen. I'm just a weak woman, these fighting and killing matters should be left to the men. But who should she entrust it to? The sycophant? Or the male god? Brother Chen Chen, I have a lot of water snakes here, can you come save me? I'm very close to you, my coordinates are XXXX. Damn, is this woman crazy? I haven't even taken down my own tribe yet. Chen Chen glanced at the message and cursed under his breath for not replying. Just dealing with a single Minotaur tribe was already giving him a headache. How could he possibly help her take down another powerful tribe? On the other side of the battlefield, unlike the lords who were primarily on the defensive, Chen Chen had taken the initiative to attack and surrounded the entire Minotaur tribe. Among the three tents, one was likely occupied by the Minotaurs leading the assault on his territory, leaving only 2 silver lords. Although the danger level had decreased, Chen Chen still did not order a direct attack. Instead, he had the goblins engage in a war of attrition. With one of his teams disappearing, the Minotaurs would definitely have to venture out to search, and when they did, he would annihilate them. The plan was simple and successful. After one wave, the fighting force of the Minotaur tribe dropped sharply from 60 to 40. But this also made the Minotaurs aware of the danger. They began to venture out less frequently and started searching for the goblins' location. Damn, if it comes to this, we'll have to charge in. But if we charge in, Chen Chen was worried about the casualties among his goblins. A hard charge could lead to heavy losses, but if they didn't charge, they wouldn't be able to completely eliminate the enemy. Suddenly, just as Chen Chen was in a dilemma, he saw the situation inside the Minotaur camp through the eyes of a goblin perched in a tree. He saw a group of beautiful, plump cows entering a large tent under the protection of the Minotaurs. Sensing the crisis, the Minotaurs gathered their female Minotaurs together for protection. Old Minotaurs were rarely seen in the orc tribe because those who couldn't keep up in strength and stamina would die during hunts. Children were also seldom seen in orc tribes, as their young would often grow to the point of combat readiness within just a few months and join the fight. This was also a reason for the orcs' strength. One could say they were almost all soldiers, and many tribes even had female orcs who were skilled fighters. However, the Minotaur tribe seemed different. The female Minotaurs appeared to have developed towards the direction of dairy cows, with negligible combat power, all their evolution aimed at better breeding. Upon seeing this, Chen Chen slapped his thigh. Right. With the enemy's female orcs to supplement, what do I have to fear about attrition? The tense battle made him forget that all his goblins were obtained for free and didn't require any expenditure. After a fight, within 2 days, his troops would replenish again, so what was there to be afraid of? Attack! With this thought, Chen Chen immediately ordered the goblins. The goblins, who had been waiting for so long, were already eager to march towards the Minotaur tribe, with horned goblins launching fireball attacks in advance. Dozens of goblins, dragging shields and machetes, charged forward fiercely under the cover of the fireballs. With a machete and shield nearly dragging on the ground, the goblins looked almost comical, but they were actually quite deadly. These were not the wild goblins who, after being stabbed, curiously wondered why their opponent was so strong. They were dark goblins from the abyss. They were cunning, despicable, strong, and understood teamwork. As both sides clashed with their weapons, the sound of metal ringing and the shouts of battle filled the air, and the battlefield descended into chaos. The goblins numbered over 100, while the Minotaurs had only 60, of which 20 were non-combatant female Minotaurs. This meant their actual fighting force was only 40, and some of those had to guard the female Minotaurs' tents. The disparity was clear. Moo! A loud bellow echoed as a massive minotaur wielding a spiked club charged forward like an unstoppable tank, sending nearby goblins flying with a single blow. The goblins began to panic and dodge, but soon a pig-faced goblin stepped forward to take the attack. Bang! The pig-faced goblin was also sent flying by the spiked club, which boosted the morale of this little boss, who let out another roar and continued his assault. At that moment, a robust minotaur wearing a tattered cloth hat and wielding a 2-meter-long machete emerged, his towering figure reaching 4 meters, enough to dwarf 5 or 6 goblins. Trample! Boom! A deep rumble sounded, and the ground split open, trapping and burying over a dozen goblins who were too densely packed to escape. Another skill, so powerful. Chen Shen saw the trample skill being used again and made up his mind, I must acquire this instant damage skill. Without needing Chen Shen to give orders, the goblins began to distribute their tactics. They no longer clustered together but spread out. Taking advantage of their numbers, they held back the ordinary minotaurs while concentrating their attacks on the 2 silver bosses. Although the 2 minotaurs were strong, they gradually exhausted their strength under the relentless resistance of the pig-faced goblins, who fought without fear of death. At first, the 2 massive minotaurs regarded the oddly shaped, ugly goblins as insignificant, but slowly they realized that the goblins seemed endless, even multiplying the more they fought. They began to feel overwhelmed. The minotaurs sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The nearby goblins charged at them recklessly. Even if they were decapitated by a single blow or smashed into pulp by a spiked club, they would still bite or slash at their opponents. Chen Shen observed everything from the shadows, and under his guidance, the goblins, undeterred by death, quickly managed to restrain the 2 massive minotaurs at the cost of over 20 goblin lives. One of the minotaurs had an overall attribute around 50, while the other was at 55, significantly stronger than those encountered while hunting. This made sense, as top-tier combatants were always responsible for defense. However, after the complete annihilation of the Black Goats, the castle raid, and previous ambush events, many goblins had leveled up, with most now reaching the 8 to 10 level threshold. Chen Chen analyzed calmly. Among them, the werewolf goblins had an attribute of 35, and with the level increase, most now had 37 or 38 attribute points, with a few even breaking through the 40 mark. The horned goblins, who already had attributes as high as 37, collectively broke through the 40 mark after the last battle. This unit alone was equivalent to 18 newly born golden troops. Therefore, although the Minotaur leader was powerful, he was not invincible. It was merely a matter of how much they could consume. Their powerful skills can kill a large number of goblins, but this killing comes at a cost, being cut by blades, bitten by wolf fangs, and attacked by poisonous fireballs. Various toxins have begun to slowly invade, and under the concentrated fire of the goblins, 2 silver minotaurs have already announced the end of their lives. Now it's just a matter of time. You have lost a werewolf goblin, you have killed a minotaur, you have killed. The notification messages keep coming, and there's no doubt that the scales of victory are tipping in Chen Shen's favor. Suddenly, the screen is interrupted. It turns out that Chen Shen's mental energy has been exhausted and can no longer support the activation of the remote opportunity and vision sharing skill. But it doesn't matter, the outcome of the Minotaur tribe's destruction has already been determined, and it is almost irreversible. He just needs to quietly wait for the result. Ding! Congratulations to the Pigman Goblin for killing the Minotaur leader. Ding! Congratulations to the Werewolf Goblin for killing the Minotaur chief. You have killed the Minotaur leader, you have received a bronze weapon, the Wolf Fang Club. You have killed the Minotaur leader, you have received Energy Stone plus 300. You have killed the Minotaur chief, you have received a bronze weapon, the Red Tooth Machete. You have killed the Minotaur chief, you have received Energy Stone plus 400. Ding! Your Horned Goblin has leveled up to level 11. Ding! Your Werewolf Goblin has leveled up. Ding! Your Pigman Goblin has leveled up. Ding! Your Dark Goblin. The wonderful sounds keep ringing, and Chen Chen nods in satisfaction. Let me see what this bronze weapon is. Any rewards from his troops' kills that are nominated by the system will appear in Chen Chen's personal warehouse. So he raised his hand, and a huge Wolf Fang Club appeared. Boom! The Wolf Fang Club is 6 meters long and extremely heavy. Chen Chen, caught off guard, failed to catch it, causing it to smash into the ground and create a deep pit. Wow, this thing must weigh at least 50 pounds? Chen Chen marveled at the weight of the Wolf Fang Club, then examined the massive object in his hand. It was overall pale, with a cool texture, resembling some kind of bone but mixed with a metallic sheen. Bronze, Wolf Fang Club, strength plus 5, armor penetration plus 3, weight plus 50. Note, take a look, a fine Wolf Fang Club, bronze quality, a piece of hardware, deceiving both young and old. It can actually add attributes? Chen Chen was astonished by the weapon's additional abilities, which actually increase attributes, and quite a bit at that. 5 strength, 3 armor penetration. Personal attributes increase by 5 points for each level the Lord gains, which is much more than his troops. However, leveling up as a Lord is also quite difficult. His goblins at levels 5 to 6 generally require around 1,000 experience points, while his own level from LV1-2 requires 3,000 experience points. This is also why he sells the meat of the Black Mountain Goat boss, which can increase his own experience, because each unit of Black Mountain Goat meat only adds 100 experience points. Eating the whole thing only gives 400 experience points, which is far from enough. It's better to exchange for resources. But now this weapon can actually increase strength and armor penetration by a total of 8 attribute points, which is equivalent to the Lord leveling up 1.5 levels, or the troops leveling up 8 levels. A divine artifact, definitely a divine artifact for the early game. Chen Shen thought to himself, no wonder his pigman goblin in iron armor was knocked away in one hit. The pigman goblin that attacked the Minotaur leader before could withstand a blow. Ah, what a pity, I can't use it. Chen Shen was just about to excitedly pick it up and swing it, but then he realized he couldn't even lift it. This thing weighs a full 50 pounds. Damn it, this weapon is a bit too useless, isn't it? Looking at the increased attributes, Chen Shen was delighted, but feeling the weight, he cursed under his breath. 50 pounds? Which good person has a weapon that weighs 50 pounds? The difference between picking up 50 pounds normally and swinging it around casually was like 2 different levels. A trained person might be able to lift a 50-pound weapon with ease, but they definitely couldn't swing it freely. Isn't this thing something that only a Minotaur could possibly wield? Chen Shen opened the attribute panel for the second bronze weapon, the Red Tooth Blade. Bronze, Red Tooth Blade, Strength +5, Speed +1, Armor Piercing +3, Weight +50. Note, a real man should wield heavy weapons. True strength is a man's romance. What do you mean, true strength? Chen Shen, exasperated, threw the nearly 2-meter-long red tooth blade to the ground, not because it was too heavy to swing, but simply out of anger. There was no doubt that this was something he couldn't use. His attribute points were all invested in speed and mental strength. He had already planned his future path. That was to be a man who operated from the shadows, manipulating everything behind the scenes. He didn't need strong attacks, he just needed to be able to protect himself and possess formidable mental strength to monitor any battlefield. An excellent lord should know how to use troops, not turn himself into a soldier through brute strength. How could his grand plan be altered by 1 or 2 trivial weapons? No changes, absolutely no changes. Chen Shen suppressed his bitterness and stored these 2 items in his space. He would wait and see. The goblins would be back soon. When the goblins returned from their plunder, perhaps there would be unexpected gains, maybe some chief's hidden treasures or leftover human spoils that he could use. Ding, congratulations on becoming the first lord to annihilate an enemy tribe. You have unlocked the prestige value panel. Congratulations on becoming the first lord to unlock prestige value. You have received a random gift package. Prestige value system? Random gift package? Chen Shen's despondent spirit was lifted again. It seemed he had inadvertently created some kind of first. Your strength has been recognized by outsiders, and your strength has been acknowledged by the Thousand Ghost Forest. You have become a budding lord. Hiss, this thing has its pros and cons. Chen Shen roughly understood the so-called prestige value system. Prestige value is divided into budding prominence, minor fame, considerable prestige, widespread reputation, local overlord, kingly demeanor, and imperial presence. Prestige value is equivalent to influence within hundreds of kilometers. The higher the prestige value, the easier it is to attract the attention of local powers. Once prestige value reaches a certain level, local forces may pledge allegiance. It's like getting free troops and manpower. These are the benefits of prestige value, but there are also drawbacks. The higher the prestige value, the easier it is to attract the attention of empires, and once it reaches a certain level, it may provoke imperial campaigns. There are both advantages and disadvantages, but it seems the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Because the closest empire to him is the Titan Empire, which has vast power and countless experts. They might notice the Thousand Ghost Forest, but they would definitely not notice him within it. Tribes like his, with just over 100 members, are countless in the Thousand Ghost Forest. It would likely take his tribe's numbers to exceed several thousand and reach the status of a local overlord or kingly demeanor to attract the empire's attention. I don't need to consider that for now. Chen Shen pushed the matter of prestige value aside and picked up his other reward. The random gift package. Come on, a weapon, a weapon, a weapon. He kept praying in his heart, even doing a little dance of worship in his mind. Ever since the protective shield was gone, he felt very insecure. He needed to get something to boost his sense of safety. After finishing his prayer, Chen Shen clicked to open it. Ding, congratulations on opening a random big gift package. Ding, congratulations on activating the random big gift package. You have received a bronze weapon, a fine steel hammer X1. Bronze, fine steel hammer, strength +7, speed -5, armor break +1, weight +30. Note, what a useless little hammer, so light, is it meant for women? Here, have a bow. The sky gradually darkened, and a gentle breeze stirred, but it wasn't just the breeze that was chaotic. What the hell, this? Is this for women? Which woman can swing a 30-pound hammer? They really gave me a bow? Chen Shen looked at the exquisite hammer in his hand, which weighed a full 30 pounds and he could barely lift with one hand. The hammer looked beautiful, presenting a silvery metallic color overall, with a wide hammerhead on both sides, and the handle and body adorned with pretty intricate patterns and a pink ribbon tied in a bow. Damn it, there's not a single one I can use. Sell them all, sell them all. Chen Shen gritted his teeth in anger. Out of 3 bronze weapons, not a single one was usable for him. Since that was the case, he would sell them all to exchange for resources or weapons that suited him. Everyone's task was to annihilate the enemy, and even if some low-tier lords couldn't complete it, high-tier lords should be able to. He had wiped out a tribe and obtained 2 bronze weapons, so others who annihilated enemy tribes should also have at least 1 bronze weapon, right? Chen Shen thought this way, not realizing that the so-called annihilation was not about wiping out the opposing tribe but rather about eliminating the attacking enemies. Because if they didn't annihilate, it would definitely bring subsequent consequences, such as the fleeing individuals exposing the location of their territory, leading to reinforcements attacking the lord. Meanwhile, Chen Shen had unknowingly wiped out the enemy, not to mention reinforcements. It was likely that the entire Tauren tribe couldn't even find a tent now. When he shared the goblin's vision, he could clearly sense that aside from being interested in those female Taurens, their biggest interest was in the tents of the Tauren tribe. In their eyes, those were beautiful houses. But just now, the prompt said I was the first to annihilate the enemy tribe's lord, which means many lords are still in progress. It shouldn't be long before I can complete the annihilation. Chen Shen thought for a moment and decided to wait a while before selling his weapons. After all, it would be better to wait until other lords also completed their annihilation tasks so he could choose weapons that suited him. Meanwhile, with the other lords, it really was dangerous. If it weren't for my land shark being unaffected by the snowstorm and reaching maturity, I might have died. Li Xiang looked at the mess around him. He was attacked by a group of goblins. Although they were only bronze level, their numbers were numerous, and their levels were high, with one goblin leader reaching an attribute of 40. Fortunately, his land shark was of royal quality, and after reaching maturity, its attributes soared to 51. Royal tier units took about 7 days to mature, and his land shark liked to mine, so it had spent almost all 7 days in the cave, mostly avoiding the snowstorm. Successfully bringing the land shark to maturity meant he had been mining with almost no income, and he had been living poorly these past few days. However, this endurance had its rewards. At least he had successfully survived the crisis in Atlantis. Despite being heavily injured, he had annihilated the invading enemies, 30 goblins and 1 goblin leader. So dangerous, I wonder if my goddess has successfully weathered the crisis. From the messages in the comprehensive chat group, it seems this attack was based on strength. It appears that lords above gold level suffered greater casualties. Thinking of this, Li Xiang couldn't help but worry about the goddess he had captured. The opponent was also a gold level unit. He wondered if she could make it through. Ding ding ding. The chat box flashed wildly. Li Xiang opened it to find, surprisingly, his goddess. Li Xiang, has the crisis on your side been resolved? I have so many snakes, and my troops are no match. Can you help me out? Heh, the goddess is asking me for help. She likes me. Li Xiang's eyebrows danced with excitement, utterly convinced. He believed the goddess must like him, otherwise, why would she message him and not anyone else? In such a critical moment, the first person she thought to ask for help was me, which clearly showed her trust in me. I am the light in her life. I'm coming, goddess. Li Xiang replied quickly, I just got through my crisis. Where are you, Qingyu? I'll come help you. Su Qingyu felt a bit nauseous when she saw the mining sycophant calling her by name, but for her own survival, she had to seek help from him. She sent her coordinates and then continued to hide in the mouth of her swamp crocodile, submerged in the mud. If it weren't for brother Chen Shen being too busy to reply to my messages, the sycophant wouldn't have taken advantage of me. After chatting sporadically these days and occasionally sending photos, Su Qingyu had grown accustomed to calling him brother Chen Shen. I heard that the stronger the crisis, the stronger the attacks one faces. I wonder what kind of enemy brother Chen Shen is up against. He must be too busy dealing with that to reply to my messages, right? Su Qingyu sighed, feeling worried. She immediately sent another message to Chen Shen, but it still sank like a stone. This made her even more anxious. After all, Brother Chen Chen's troops were powerful beings at the holy or demigod level, perhaps dragons or something else. If that's the case, Brother Chen Chen must be in great danger. Su Qingyu furrowed her brows, pondering whether to have the sycophant rescue her first and then go help Brother Chen Chen. That's what I'll do. Goblin territory. Chen Chen helplessly closed the flashing chat box. Why is this woman so annoying, constantly messaging me? Doesn't she need to get through her own crisis? Annihilating a tribe should be easy for her, right? Chen Chen felt a bit speechless. If it weren't for her calling him brother so affectionately every day and occasionally sending beautiful photos to lift his spirits, he probably wouldn't even bother responding. However, speaking of lifting spirits, maybe he should also deal with his own 36D. He glanced towards the 3 human adventurers not far away. How should I handle these indigenous humans to maximize benefits? Sell them? Release them? Or use them as slaves? None of those options seemed quite right. As Chen Chen pondered, he slowly walked towards them. The goblins had a rather casual lifestyle. Some liked to bury themselves in the ground, while others preferred lying on the surface to absorb moonlight. Thus, Zhang Yi's territory was always uneven and bumpy, with hardly any large areas to settle down aside from the small wooden houses. Chen Chen opened the partition between the wooden house and the goblin living area and approached the 3 individuals. In a bumpy area, the 3 were divided into 2 groups, with the 2 male adventurers huddled together and the 36D standing alone. He hadn't had time to observe them closely before, but now it seemed these 3 were not simple characters, especially the 36D, who was calmly looking at him. Saravilsha scrutinized Chen Chen, and he did the same to her. She wore a loose red and white outfit, suggesting she was a mage, but there was an indescribable aura about her that made her seem very noble. Yes, noble. In captivity, she was not panicking but instead exuded a sense of elegance and grace. She was calmly observing Chen Chen. In contrast, the other 2 male adventurers, upon seeing his arrival, couldn't help but step back. As frontline fighters, they instinctively retreated upon seeing the enemy. Although he didn't know their adventurer levels, it was likely that their levels would be fixed for life. You are not an ordinary adventurer. Who are you? Chen Chen asked with interest, lifting Sha's rounded chin with his index finger. Sha was not to be outdone, generously displaying her snow-white neck, her regal demeanor akin to a queen bestowing a favor upon a commoner. Who I am is not important, but what matters is that I can help you. Help me? Chen Chen was surprised by her initiative. He became curious and asked in return, what can you help me with? Sha replied proudly, you should know the Territorial family, right? Chen Chen shook his head. Sha's cold gaze fixed on him. Even though she was the one bound, with someone else holding her chin, she still maintained an air of haughty royalty. She said seriously, you don't believe me? Chen Chen smiled, I don't know what the Territorial family is. Sha furrowed her brows but soon relaxed. It was normal for someone just summoned to the country not to know about her Territorial family, especially under the Titan Empire. Sha explained, the Territorial family is one of the 2 major merchant guilds in the Titan Empire, controlling 1/3 of the empire's economic lifeline. So I can do anything you wish, including returning you to your original world. As summoned heroes, you could actually be sent back with a reverse super-level magic. Of course, the premise is that you possess the magic scroll that summoned you and that you cannot resist. Sha continued, I know that what you summoned heroes want most is to return to your original world. Now, submit to me, as long as you serve me for 3 years, I can help you return to your original world. After saying this, Sha confidently awaited his response. She felt she had him in her grasp. However, the next second, she showed an indescribable panic. Because the fallen creator did not contemplate her proposal but instead reached out to play with his own face, as if admiring a rare treasure. Sha's expression darkened. The worst outcome she had anticipated had occurred. This fallen creator seemed to have adapted to the intense psychology of not returning to another world, which meant she was in danger. Chen Chen caressed her cheek, warm and smooth as jade, tender as a baby's skin, making it hard for him to let go. To be honest, among the many beauties he had seen, this one was definitely among the top. With exquisite 3-dimensional features, a proud figure, and an air of nobility that accompanied everything she did, she resembled a mountain hidden above the clouds, making one unable to resist the urge to conquer. The woman before him seemed to have mistaken him for someone else, saying a lot of things he couldn't understand. However, he managed to pick out the information he needed. She was from the Territorial family, a commercial giant within the vast empire. This identity was very advantageous for him, as it seemed to open up channels beyond the forest, allowing him to enter the empire's commercial sector. This had once been one of his plans, but it seemed to be happening sooner than expected. Of course, the sooner, the better. He had no intention of staying in the forest forever, especially since he was in competition with many other lords. If he could exchange the resources he obtained in the forest with the Empire, he would surpass everyone economically. For example, if the beasts here were judged by the system, they would likely yield some flesh, a hide, and a couple of teeth. But is that really all there is to a complete wild beast? If entrusted to professionals, they would obtain blood, meat, bones, fur, several teeth, and even some tendons and other products. In short, if he could bypass the middlemen in the imperial commercial channels, his gains would double. Chen Shen seemed to perform a magic trick as his fingers reached out from the back of the other person's neck, and when they reappeared, he was holding an energy stone. He asked, "Do you have this?" Sha felt her inner panic quickly settle as his fingers left her face, and she let out a long breath, saying, "Yes. Thank goodness, thank goodness." The other party had a need for her. As long as the other party needed her, she was confident she could take him down. But this guy actually dared to touch my face so recklessly. Once she regained her freedom, she would make him pay. Sha regained her proud demeanor and glanced at the energy stone in the hands of the fallen creator, saying, "This is an energy stone, something that mages often use. 10 can be bought for 1 gold coin. Do you need this?" "I can." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Shen pinched his cheek, making it hard for him to speak. "Who taught you that tone? Can you change it? I really don't like it." Chen Shen tilted his head slightly, and under the influence of the Lord Template, a breath from the abyss suddenly emanated. I can." Sha's cheeks turned red from the pressure, and she barely managed to spit out a few words. She didn't know if it was the powerful aura he suddenly released or his rough treatment of her that made her panic and lose her previously lofty demeanor. She cleared her throat and said timidly, "I can help you get what you want, as long as you are willing to pledge loyalty to me." Ha! Chen Shen scoffed, "Loyalty to you? Why should I be loyal to you? Your life is in my hands, and your identity is yet to be verified. You don't need to doubt my identity." Sha was about to retort when Chen Shen covered her mouth. "Even if your identity is real, let me take a guess. An heir of the Territorial family, which controls the Empire's commercial lifeline, has actually been captured by a mere group of orcs. Why is that?" Chen Shen paused here and looked at Sha. Sure enough, her face had turned pale. From her demeanor and aura, he could tell that she was either rich or noble. However, how could someone of such status have fallen to the point of being captured by orcs? Either you've lost power, or you've been excluded, or perhaps your capture by the orcs was entirely arranged by internal competitors in your family. So, what do you have to fulfill the promise you made to me? Chen Shen gently patted her shoulder and leaned his head close to her ear, saying, "It's not that I need you, but that you need me. It's not that I need you, but that you need me." When the supply-demand relationship changes, the one who was once high and mighty, Territorial Sha, becomes Chen Shen. Chen Shen looked down at Territorial Sha, saying, "Now, it's your turn to prove your abilities. Prove your worth, prove that you are worth my investment. Prove it, or die." Chen Shen added with a hint of threat. Sha lowered her head. She knew that this man had seen through the cold facade she used to disguise herself. Indeed, she was one of the heirs of the Territorial family. But she had indeed lost power, or rather, she had no power to support her at all. Perhaps it was inappropriate to say she had no support at all. Under the pressure of her brother and sister, who had the support of the family elders, if she truly had no support, she probably wouldn't have survived to this day. However, the support she had fought for felt more like a sheep entering a tiger's den. She sold herself to the second prince to become his fiancé, so she had some power backing her. However, the owner of this power didn't care much for her, treating her merely as a backdrop for invading the Territorial family. But this was enough for her to survive, preventing her from being crushed by the petty schemes of her younger brother and sister. For her, as long as she was alive, there was a chance. As long as there was a chance, she would personally stab the knife of revenge into her father's chest. No, that would be too easy for him. What she wanted was to take control of the Territorial family, to use the authority of the patriarch to publicly execute his daughter and son in front of that old man. However, achieving all this was not easy. Without any family support, all she could rely on was the name of the Territorial family and her own wits and hands. She could rely on the name of the Territorial family, but that was all she had. Just like now, being captured, her reason for crossing the Thousandine Forest was to attempt to open a safe passage for trade. If it were any other members of the Territorial family, even just collateral relatives, they wouldn't need to venture out to pave the way themselves. Connections are a good thing, but unfortunately, she had none. Sha sighed, "You're right, I can't prove anything." Then, with a hint of self-mockery, she said, "All right, just kill me. I should be of no use to you, right?" Chen Shen stroked his chin. "Interesting, you don't want revenge anymore?" Territorial Sha told him her answer with a resentful glare, and Chen Shen was very satisfied with this answer. He pinched her chin again, speaking without courtesy, "I like your eyes, but that doesn't change the fact that you're trash. Saravel Shaw bit her red lip, tears welling up, her pretended noble aura shattered in an instant. She had tried so hard, she pretended to be a noble to raise her worth, learned the family rules to know that she could inherit property legally, and even resolutely sold herself after learning some business knowledge to seize a slim opportunity. Hee, ha ha ha. Her hair became disheveled in her mad laughter. The beautiful noble queen now resembled a madwoman from the streets. I never expected that all this effort would still make me useless trash in the eyes of the true rulers. Yes, she had no support, no connections, caught in the cracks of many powerful forces, she was trash. But trash also wanted to live. Trash also wanted revenge on the one who discarded it. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Since her disguise had been seen through, she would no longer pretend. If looks could kill, Saravel Shah would have killed Chen Shen countless times by now. Bloodthirsty eyes, immense desire, a fallen noble, a legitimate channel and identity. Chen Shen became even more interested in the girl before him. If she really were a noble from a prominent family, he would definitely kill 3 people to eliminate future troubles. Because with his current power, he couldn't control the legitimate son of a great empire. However, she was not favored, not even holding any power. She was worse off than himself, a wild lord, which meant she was within his control. At least, even if she leaked his identity, it wouldn't cause any uproar. At most, it would just attract silver-level adventurers to investigate. This was evident from her hiring silver adventurers to protect her through the perilous forest. He gently lifted her face and said, "You are trash, but trash also has value, and I can help you." "Help me?" Sha stared at him incredulously, her eyes fierce. Chen Shen smiled, "Yes, I can help you." Before Sha could continue asking, Chen Shen spoke again, "How much can a grey-furred giant wolf and a land pig sell for in gold?" Sha was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied with the information, "The base price of a grey-furred giant wolf and a land pig isn't high, but the sales of pork and wolf pelts are quite good. A pig can sell for about 5 silver, and a wolf pelt, if it's intact, it can sell for 1 gold. These were all preparations she had made for her business endeavors. The Chenyu forest was teeming with beasts, various powerful creatures, and even rumored to be home to a frost dragon. As the most basic commercial materials of the Chenyu forest, land pigs and grey-furred giant wolves were subjects she was very familiar with. Starting from scratch was no easy feat. She had even trained these basic responses to be her instinctive reactions to quickly answer future customers' questions. But why was this person asking her about this? Could it be that he really wanted to help her? But wasn't he a high and mighty hero? Why would he lower himself to interact with someone like her? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen immediately laughed and asked, "How many energy stones can 1 gold buy?" Saravel Shah instinctively replied, 10 pieces. Chen Shen's smile grew wider as plans swirled in his mind. He said to the woman before him, "If I can help you, what can you offer in return?" He really wants to help me? Saravel Shah was momentarily stunned, then gritted her teeth and said, "I can give everything." "Including yourself?" Chen Chen inquired. Shah answered resolutely, "Including myself." "Gaga gaga, gaga." The goblins returned with excitement, just as Chen Chen had expected, bringing back a large haul. There were minotaur tents, minotaur pots and pans, minotaur broken fences, minotaur women, and gaga gaga. They began to decorate and beautify their territory, and Chen Chen even saw the few floor tiles from the minotaur tribe laid out in front of his small house. "Your goblins have returned with loot: grey-furred giant wolf leather x10, land pig meat x10 units, lizardman meat x30 units, peacock bird meat x10 units. One item after another was reported by the system. Chen Chen listened to the general overview. Most of these items were deemed valuable by the system, but besides the pelts, there were other items of special value that Chen Chen cared about. For example, weapons. The system seemed to overlook non-tier weapons and didn't report them, but such items were the best way for early-stage goblins to enhance their strength. 80 beast bone spears, 70 machetes, 73 shields, grey-furred wolf leather x10, 20 female minotaurs. These were the items Chen Chen considered most useful. Combining them with what he already had, Chen Chen handed over 15 grey-furred giant wolf leathers and 20 soft-boned rabbit leathers to the woman behind him, who was coughing, saying, "These are for you, let me know your worth is more than this." Saravel Shah nodded painfully and hoarsely replied, "I promise not to disappoint you, my lord." After last night's discussion, Chen Chen was certain that the girl before him was very suitable for him. She had a legitimate identity to enter the empire and a certain status, but most importantly, she was a merchant. If this woman could truly deliver on what she had said, then just these pelts could exchange for nearly 20 gold. And 20 gold was equivalent to 200 energy stones. 200 energy stones was no small amount. combined with the 783 energy stones he had obtained from killing the Minotaur tribe and some miscellaneous items, he was close to gathering the 1,000 energy stones needed to upgrade his territory. As for upgrading the spring, that required, and the price of such things was outrageous. One piece of was actually sold for 30 gold in the Titan Empire. This was an experiment for Chen Chen, and also his first step in invading the empire. If successful, he would make a fortune through the price differences between the forest and the empire. Of course, before that, he had to clear the path for Territorial to enter and exit the Thousand Ghost Forest. There were two tribes blocking the way, one was the Minotaur tribe, and the other was the Gnoll tribe. He had already dealt with the Minotaurs, and soon the Gnolls would no longer exist either. Territorial had obtained her first batch of goods for trade and left the Thousand Ghost Forest under the protection of goblins. As she was leaving, she glanced back at Chun Chen with a complex expression. She knew she was still a pawn, only the player had changed. Here, she had given more, but she had also gained more. At least in the eyes of this player, her status was more important. Chen Chen and the second prince were using her, but she was also using them, whether it was the second prince's background or Chen Chen's strength and potential. As long as she could take revenge, she could do anything. On the other side, Kihanji was leading her remaining hell skeletons and the lord she had rescued to put out fires. In just half a day, her Golden Alliance members had grown from over 70 to more than 230. With an entry fee of 2 energy stones per person, she had earned over 400 energy stones in half a day. This efficiency excited her and drove her mad. If this momentum continues, I estimate that in just a few days I can upgrade to a level 3 spring. Haha, great, this first place will definitely be mine. Soon she arrived at the territory of adjoining lord. Kihanji ordered the skeletons and the other lords behind her, go, crush those giant wolves. The hell skeletons charged forward with their cleavers, while behind them, flame lions, militia, and lizardmen also rushed forward under their respective lords' commands. It proved once again that her adventurous decisions had succeeded. Now, the rescue team had expanded from 5 hell skeletons to over 40 various types of troops. With such a large army protecting them, their rescue journey was greatly secured. This also attracted more lords to join the Golden Alliance. Moreover, rescuing the remaining lords became much simpler. The lords they rescued were mostly of gold rank and below. Such attacks could be easily resolved with 40 troops charging in. After rescuing another lord from the Golden Alliance, his team increased from 40 to 43. And she had 2 more such teams. She could hardly imagine how many troops she could purchase with the joining fees after this crisis was over, or whether she would be the first to upgrade to a level 3 spring. It was known that her troops relied on quality and characteristics to win. As long as the numbers were sufficient and the spring level was high enough, she would be invincible. Imagine the scene, as one side struggles to break through your first layer of defense, the skeletons invade the second layer, and the first layer of skeletons actually resurrects on the spot. What a sight that would be! This was the dominance of her troops. As long as the spring level was high enough, she could infinitely shorten the reassembly time of the skeletons. As long as she had enough troops, she could dominate the entire otherworld. Kihanji was full of fighting spirit, and she could already see the expansion of the Golden Alliance, envisioning herself standing at the peak, casually commanding 100,000 skeleton soldiers to kneel. Lord Alliance Leader, the next one is a Royal Lord's distress signal from 10 kilometers away. The person beside her helped Kihanji organize various distress messages from her alliance members. Kihanji's lips curled up, her brows raised with a hint of heroism like a sword bursting forth. Royal-level powerhouses had already begun to join her alliance. This was a very good start. It should be known that before this, the only king-level member of the Golden Alliance was brought in by her to fill the ranks, but he died. And now, even a dignified king-level powerhouse has to seek his help and become a member of his alliance. This is the beginning, but definitely not the end. In the future, her alliance will not only have more king-level members, but it may even possess saint-level ones. The Golden Alliance will become the only alliance among all lords, even the sole overlord. Kihanji's ambition has grown ever larger. Her alliance now has a total number of members that surpasses all other alliances combined. The Warrior Alliance, Iron River Alliance, Blood Oath Alliance, these 3 alliances created by king-level lords and even saint-level lords together do not exceed 150 members. Yet she has as many as 230 members, and this trend is continuously increasing. Compared to those high-level lords, Kihanji is the one destined for greatness. Once the crisis is completely over, the members of the Golden Alliance will flourish everywhere. Oh no, that name is a bit cliché. Kihanji's smile never faded. I remember there was a country called the Empire of the Setting Sun. That name is quite nice. Perhaps it's time to change the name of the alliance. The day after the protective shield disappeared. In the territory, Chen Shen was toying with a bone spear from the Tauren tribe. I must say, this Tauren tribe has quite a variety of weapons, especially this spear. I don't know if it was purchased or crafted by themselves. Well, no matter how it came to be, it's his now. After annihilating the Tauren tribe, his goblins now each wield a machete and a shield, greatly enhancing their combat power. Not only that, but there were also quite a few extra weapons, especially the spear in hand, although his goblins couldn't use it for now due to their height. Even though they couldn't use it, Chen Shen chose not to sell it. Just because this batch of goblins couldn't use it doesn't mean the next batch won't be able to. After taking down the Tauren tribe, he lost nearly 40 units of his forces, leaving him with just over 60 goblins. A significant part of this loss was due to the leader and chieftain of the Tauren. However strong the opponent was at that time, his next batch of goblins would be just as strong, no, even stronger. What kind of monster can be cultivated by merging the genes of werewolves, pigmen, and horned goblins? Chen Shen began to anticipate. When the werewolf goblins and black goats were cultivated, they only merged into horned goblins due to the level of the spring water. Now that the spring water has upgraded and can accommodate 2 sets of genes, it means that the newly born goblins will merge with the 3 genes from the mother body. It should be about time, right? Chen Shen dropped the spear in his hand and went to the breeding room. A newborn wolf giant goblin has been born in your territory and will default to becoming your troop type. Do you accept? A newborn iron-skinned goblin has been born in your territory and will default to becoming your troop type. Do you accept? A newborn goblin priest has been born in your territory and will default to becoming your troop type. Do you accept? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chen Shen was delighted, accept. Upon entering the room, a group of goblin infants. Are these really infants? Chen Shen's eyebrows danced up and down. The goblins in the breeding room had transformed from their usual short stature to being incredibly robust. After some contemplation, Chen Shen could only describe these newly born goblins as robust. Standing at 1 meter tall, growing rapidly, with 8-pack abs, their tender arms were thicker than Chen Shen's head. These were the wolf giant goblins. No wonder they have giant in their name. Looking at another one, the iron-skinned goblin, which is not as exaggerated in height, only 80 centimeters, growing rapidly, but this goblin was born with a beer belly, looking just like Zhu Ganglai reincarnated. The last goblin. He has 6-pack abs and muscular biceps, resembling a small cheetah. Stronger than me. Pfft, that's not important. Chen Shen checked the attributes of this newly born infant. First, the wolf giant goblin. Wolf giant goblin quality, gold attributes, 40 level, LV3, killing creatures can gain level up. Loyalty, loyal, you are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, none. Skills, tear, poison fangs, stomp. Current status, newborn, weak. Traits, ignore reproductive isolation. Note, what are you looking at? I just got born 8 seconds ago, I'm still a child. Iron-skinned goblin quality, gold attributes, 40 level, LV3, killing creatures can gain level up. Loyalty, loyal, you are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, none. Skills, iron skin, poison throw, stomp. Current status, newborn, weak. Traits, ignore reproductive isolation. Note, I didn't steal any rabbits. Goblin priest quality, gold attributes, 43 level, LV3, killing creatures can gain level up. Loyalty, loyal, you are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, none. Skills, poison palm, poison milk, stomp. Current status, newborn, weak. Traits, ignore reproductive isolation. Note, magic is instinct, melee is also a hobby. Can't a priest learn a bit of melee? Learn a bit of melee? Don't you have all melee skills? Chen Shen helplessly complained as he looked at the goblin with horns and the Minotaur's child he had high hopes for. He didn't know if it was the goblin's genes that heard his prayers or the Minotaur's genes were strong. He wanted his newborn goblins to acquire the stomp skill, and now they all had it. Not only that, even the priest had turned into a melee fighter. No wonder they were all muscle-bound. Chen Shen took a deep breath. Indeed, every fusion felt like opening a blind box, thrilling and exciting. His desired mage legion had not been established. Well, it could be considered established. A melee mage is still a mage, right? The wolf giant goblin had 3 offspring, totaling 18. The iron-skinned goblin also had 3, totaling 18. The goblin priest had 4 offspring, totaling 32. Adding to the previous 62 goblins, that's 130 goblins, back to a 100-man legion. Chen Shen watched as the goblins began digging holes to bury themselves. By morning, he would receive a group of adult warriors. Although it barely returned to a 100-man legion, this time's 100-man legion was different from the previous one. The newborn goblins all had base attributes at the gold level. Starting with 40 points in attributes, after a slight upgrade, they would likely have a group of Minotaur leaders. Chen Chen imagined the goblins after reaching level 10, by then, their strength would rival that of Minotaur leaders and chieftains. A collective stomp would be a disaster of earthquake proportions. Tomorrow morning, go clear out the gnolls. With his strength greatly increased, Chen Chen felt very pleased, though it was a bit disappointing not to find a suitable weapon for himself. During this time, he had been keeping an eye on the trading area, but he couldn't find a weapon that suited him. It seemed the other lords hadn't completed their tasks yet. After all, it's about annihilating a tribe. It's not easy for me either. Chen Chen didn't want to wait any longer. He had many things to do. Annihilating the wolfmen, establishing trade routes, building a beautiful territory, creating a moat, and searching for even more powerful biological hybrids. These were all tasks listed in his 5-week plan, and none of them were completed yet. Chen Chen was too lazy to continue observing the trading area, so he directly listed his weapon for 1,000 energy stones in the trading area, noting that he wanted to exchange it for a weapon that could increase speed or mental power. That should do. Chen Chen didn't know what weapon could increase speed, but as long as he could use it, it was fine. He could figure out the specifics later. After all, by the time the lords completed their tasks, he would have options to choose from. Chen Chen lightly closed the interface. Meanwhile, some lords who were always on guard in the trading area felt as if they had been struck by a heavy blow. What the hell? There are weapons that can increase attributes? Divine artifact, a divine artifact, damn. Quick, add me as a friend, add me as a friend. In an instant, Chen Chen's private messages were flooded, but he was lying in bed, reminiscing about the wonderful morning. Forget it, I won't think about it, time to sleep. Someone come save the child. Where's the Golden Alliance? Why haven't they come yet? In the territory, a lizardman lord was frowning as he looked at a group of wandering goblins outside the wall, not daring to attack recklessly. The first reason was that his territory was fortified like an impregnable fortress, first with wooden walls, then reinforced with stone, and finally, he had poured water over the stone to freeze it into ice at low temperatures. This 3-layered defense kept him safe from goblin attacks, but the task was to annihilate the enemy, and hiding like this wasn't a solution. Thus, he sought help from the recently powerful Golden Alliance, but despite its strength, with lords in forests, grasslands, and desert wastelands, the number of lords seeking help was overwhelming. The sheer number of lords in need of rescue meant that even the Golden Alliance would take some time to come to his aid. Moreover, whether the Golden Alliance could successfully navigate the perilous grasslands was another matter. Forget it, I might as well check the trading area to see if any lords are selling weapons. Emosia opened the trading area, hoping to complete the task himself after acquiring a weapon. He had been lucky these days, accumulating quite a few energy stones, all of which he had used to summon troops. Although there were about 30 goblins outside, he had also reached 20 troops, so theoretically, he had the capability to confront them, or even fight them. However, the goblins were armed, while his lizardmen were empty-handed. After a battle, he would likely have very few troops left. This was something he couldn't accept. If his troops were dwindling, how could he face the upcoming attacks? To minimize his losses, he opened the trading channel. What met his eyes was, damn! Wolf Fang Club, Strength +5, Red Tooth Knife Strength +7? The attributes increased by this light weapon are comparable to half of my lizardman's total attributes. Emosia looked at the weapon's +7 attribute and then at his bronze lizardman's overall attribute of only 15. His eyes instantly turned red. Buy. I must buy this thing. I won't be able to hold back. Forget it. I'm not worthy. The redness in his eyes extinguished in an instant. Upon seeing the weapon's price of 1,000 energy stones and the note wanting to exchange for a weapon that increases speed or mental power, he realized this was a transaction among big shots, and he had no chance. But a weapon that can increase attributes by half, I really want to have it. Let me see who's selling it. Chen Chen? It's actually that big shot Chen Chen again. At that moment, Chen Chen's name was completely etched in Emosia's heart. If selling those furs and meats before was just a stroke of luck encountering a foolish black goat and a weak-boned rabbit, then at this moment, he truly admired it. A weapon that can enhance attributes, this must be the first among all the lords, right? While marveling, Emosia also began to wonder and inquire about how to obtain such a weapon. Although he couldn't afford it, what if, just what if, his luck turned out to be extraordinary? He didn't need a +7 in strength, even a +3 would be comparable to his lizardman leveling up to level 3. Such a scene also unfolded among the other lords. Among a pile of goblin corpses, a man, exhausted and battered, suddenly sat up in the embrace of a slime. Holy crap, this thing can enhance attributes? He turned to glance at the slime behind him, feeling a bit deflated, but then his eyes lit up. The troop type won't work, but can this thing be used by a lord? Lei Chi hadn't upgraded his territory. so he hadn't opened the Lord panel and was unaware that Lords could also level up and use weapons. He simply added the other party as a friend and then got up to mine stones and chop wood. His luck was decent. Perhaps he could mine enough energy stones while the other party agreed to his friend's request? Although the other party had set the price at 1,000 energy stones, the note mentioned wanting to exchange for other weapons, so it wouldn't be sold in the short term. And he was ready to throw money at it. I'll dig, even if it takes all night. I must mine enough energy stones. Although 1,000 energy stones is a bit much, if I work hard, 200 or 300 should still be possible. I must get those energy stones. Then he looked at the top 3 attribute weapons in the entire server and silently sighed. As expected, the profiteer must be the great boss Chen Chen. His pricing is, on one hand, to exchange for weapons, and on the other hand, to see if there are any big spenders willing to buy the weapons? Then he didn't believe he would use all 3 weapons for exchange. He knew that those who had opened the Lord panel were aware that Lords could level up and use weapons. Therefore, he was certain that the weapon was for the great boss Chen Chen himself, so the remaining 2 must be bait for big spenders. As expected, a model for us. I still have a long way to go in learning. While sighing, Nanny sent a message to inquire about how the great boss Chen Chen obtained such a weapon for a price. He also sought to buy this weapon at a high price from other high-level lords he knew. He knew that such a server-wide weapon would definitely cause a stir. There would always be some big spenders who weren't short on money. In an underground cave, a little lowly with a dirty face sat in the dirt, staring longingly at the bow-tied hammer in the trading area. She had opened who knows how many gambling stones and finally obtained a dagger forging blueprint, but the system prompted her that she still needed a hammer to forge. In just 16 short hours, aside from the 6 hours spent fending off attacks, she had cried for 3 hours during the 10 hours of opening gambling stones. Why can't you just say the requirements all at once? I worked so hard for nothing, but now I have the blueprint and the profession, and I'm just missing a hammer. I don't want to give up. This seemed to embody the gambler's psychology of gambling stones. Gu Xiaoyu's tearful big eyes, her puffed cheeks, and her upturned little lips all revealed her grievances and stubbornness. The bow-tied hammer is so expensive, but I really want to have it. After some thought, she made a decision. I'm going to find Brother Chen. On the other side, sitting firmly within her territory, Shi Hong also received the news of the attribute weapon appearing in the trading area. Now her golden alliance was growing with unstoppable momentum, already taking shape, with some responsible for monitoring the market, some for intelligence gathering, and others for rescuing their remaining companions. As a leader, she only needed to consider how to spend the money to convert it into strength and then continue to expand her influence. Faced with the powerful weapons that everyone was eager for, she felt no temptation at all because she knew that Chen Chen's lead was only temporary. Given the income of 800 energy stones in a single day from the Golden Alliance and the 400 members that were still increasing, it wouldn't be long before she could surpass him. Although this momentum relied on everyone's crisis and wouldn't last long, in just a few days, it would be enough for her to gather over 1,000 energy stones. Chen Chen, oh Chen Chen, unity is the strongest. I can get over 1,000 energy stones in a short time, but can you do that? With this thought, Kihanji generously sent an invitation to join the alliance. Silence was brewing, and a storm was gathering. In just a few hours, rumors had spread in the chat area that among the 100,000 lords, 2 stood out. One was the strongest alliance leader Kihanji, and the other was the strongest Lord Chen Chen. However, there could only be one strongest. Who was the true strongest? 2 meters tall, with prominent wolf fangs and a robust tiger back. No wonder he's called Wolf Giant Brother Goblin. 1 meter 80, beer belly, pig nose, bull horns, truly pig gangly. Iron skin goblin. And you, standing at 170, a muscular mage. Truly a mage. Chen Chen surveyed his new troops, which had integrated the genes of Taurun, wolves, pigs, and sheep. They were becoming increasingly powerful, and just standing there exuded a strong sense of pressure. This is good. Those bone spears finally have someone to use them. Chen Chen sighed and then ordered the army to set off. First, a small team of 70 led by Wolf Giant Brother Goblin, assisted by goblin priests and pigmen goblins, was responsible for clearing the werewolf tribe. Following them were 20 cunning rabbit goblins and 10 werewolf goblins tasked with opening up water channels to construct the moat around the territory. Finally, the remaining 30 or so goblins were responsible for protecting Chen Chen and staying behind to build the territory. He had not forgotten the conditions required for upgrading his territory and spring. Territory, materials needed for level upgrade, 1,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,000 energy stones, at least 3 territorial buildings. Spring, materials needed for upgrade, 30 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 units of clean water. Although the 5 required for the spring were somewhat difficult to obtain, he had already instructed the goblins to keep an eye on the nearby beast populations, so there should be results soon. At present, with 783 energy stones in hand plus the goods for sale, he should be able to exchange enough for the 1000 energy stones needed to upgrade his territory. Bronze weapons definitely wouldn't sell for 1000 energy stones, but 200 or 300 energy stones should still be possible. Therefore, Qinshen only needed to build territorial buildings and gather wood and stone. He already had arrow towers and walls for territorial buildings, and he planned to build a row of houses for himself to live in. Although he didn't know what identity that Sarah Whalesha had misunderstood him to be, he was quite willing to play along with that identity. From the other party's explanation, the role he had inadvertently taken on seemed to hold a significant status but had been expelled. That meant he still needed to maintain a bit of prestige. Building a stone house shouldn't be too much to ask, right? It's just a bit troublesome. Qinshen glanced at the surrounding forest, where there was plenty of wood, but finding stone was a bit more challenging. Suddenly, he thought of something. It seems there's a little loli who is cheap and fills you up. He opened the chat channel and found a bunch of friend requests. Qinshen took a glance. Most were asking where he got his weapons and whether he would sell them for a certain number of energy stones. He had casually marked 1000 energy stones, not intending to sell for that amount, but he also wouldn't sell for just a few energy stones. He basically rejected everyone, hesitating for a moment when someone named Leichi offered 200 energy stones, but ultimately chose to refuse. After all, a shrewd merchant always needs to tease the customer's appetite. What if the other party really liked it and offered a higher price? Of course, he estimated that in about 2 days, the lords would gradually complete their extermination tasks, and if the other party didn't raise the price by then, he could just shamelessly approach them to sell. Making money, after all, is not a cold business. So many private messages. There weren't many people who had his contact information, but each one was asking how he obtained his weapons. Even Gu Xiaoyu, who wanted to buy stones from him, asked if the hammer with the bow could be a bit cheaper. Qinshen was somewhat speechless. What does a little girl need a hammer for? Isn't a magic wand good enough? However, considering they were acquaintances and he wanted to buy her items, he told her his bottom line, 200 energy stones. His psychological expectation for the Red Tooth Knife and Wolf Tooth Club was around 300, and as for the fine iron hammer, he thought selling it for 200 would be good enough, especially since it had a -5 speed negative attribute. Although he had expected it, Gu Xiaoyu still felt disappointed when Chen Gij mentioned 200 energy stones. Confirming with her eyes, she realized it was a weapon she couldn't afford. But I really want to have it. I just need a bronze-level hammer to complete my forging. Gu Xiaoyu felt unwilling, but she truly had nothing valuable to offer. Should she just give herself away? No, that wouldn't be good, right? The little loli was so anxious she was stamping her feet, but all she had here was herself and stones. Even the troops and monsters were made of stones. Suddenly, she spotted the gambling stones piled up in the corner. These should have some value, right? Although the drop rate for these is extremely low, they do have a drop rate. So she typed to Chen Gij, I don't have that much money. Can I use stones to offset? Chen? Wait, I've only ever been the shrewd merchant. When did it become someone else's turn to be a merchant with me? How does this little loli know I lack stones? But stones aren't a monopoly item, nor are they rare materials. Why does she dare to say that? Just as Chen was puzzled, the other party hurriedly sent a follow-up message. Sorry, Chen Gij, I meant not ordinary stones, but this. Along with the message came a gambling stone. Chen was stunned. He had encountered such things before and even opened a blueprint from one. However, the drop rate seemed very low, with the system introduction stating only 1%. Such things, under his estimation, should only belong to consumable entertainment products. If the quantity was large enough, it wouldn't be impossible to exchange, of course, provided the other party had enough gambling stones. Chen said, gambling stones have some value, but the drop rate is too low. If you have a large quantity, I could exchange with you. Really? That's great. Chen Gij, how many do I need to exchange? The little loli turned her sadness into joy, feeling very happy. She actually had quite a few of these. Chen thought for a moment. The selling price for gambling stones should ideally be around 2 to 3 energy stones each, but his purchasing price would naturally be a bit lower. He said, at least 200. As soon as Chen finished typing, a pile of gambling stones appeared at his feet with a whoosh. This, little rich girl? Gu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. A total of 220, all given to Brother Chen. Thank you, Brother Chen, for agreeing to trade with me, JPG. In Gu Xiaoyu's eyes, Chen was a really good person. After all, with the trash drop rate of gambling stones, she had opened over 300 and only got one blueprint and one skill. it was simply garbage. She was even afraid that Chen Shen wouldn't want such things. Meanwhile, Chen Shen saw her as a pure little rich girl. After the transaction was completed, he expressed his desire to purchase 1,000 units of ordinary stones, and the little lowly immediately tossed them over without a word. She added, "Thank you, brother Chen Shen, for being willing to trade with me just now. Consider this a gift." Chen Shen once again marveled at the little rich girl, and to show his gratitude, he handed her 10 units of marinated pork. To him, it was just a matter of etiquette, but the little lowly was moved to tears. "Meat? It's actually meat? Oh my god, do you know how hard it is to sell stones? Do you know how much of an impact a piece of meat has on a lowly who has been starving for a long time? I'm almost not developing anymore." Brother Chen Shen is really a great person. Sob. Wolf giant goblin killed a wolfman, experience plus 500, energy stone plus 1. Pigman goblin killed a wolfman, experience plus 500, energy stone plus 1. Wolf giant goblin killed the wolfman chief, experience plus 2000, energy stone plus 300. Wolf giant goblin leveled up, currently level 7. Pigman, you have obtained a bronze weapon, the lucky pickaxe. Lucky pickaxe, strength plus 1, speed plus 1, luck plus 1. Note, oh, this pickaxe is nice. It seems the progress is unexpectedly smooth. Chen Shen sensed his injuries, he had almost none. Under the powerful trample skill, the goblins had wiped out more than half of the wolfman tribe in one move. If one trample was a man-made disaster, then a group trampling was a natural calamity. The wolfmen liked mining, so most of the tribe's buildings were in caves. The goblins' collective trample outside the cave caused the earth dragon to turn over, leading to a cave collapse with many casualties, achieving the effect Chen Shen had initially imagined. In the face of two armies, his one trample shook the mountains, creating ravines where the enemy perished, buried without a trace. He truly was a good person. Building houses. Once I build a big house, I can free up time to conquer the remaining tribes. The dropped weapons and exotic crystals are all things I need. And I still need to prepare the next shipment for Territorial Shah. Looking at it this way, he was quite busy. Compared to other lords who only needed to survive the crisis, Chen Shen not only had to build houses, arrow towers, and moats, but also hunt beasts for supplies and upgrade his territory. He was simply too busy. The ground shook, and rocks tumbled. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? In a stone forest, a dark-skinned lord with bright white teeth walked curiously towards the distant mountains. Soon, the ground knights stationed around reported to him. The man nodded thoughtfully. So it was an earthquake in that wolfman territory. The sound is really loud. This seems like a good opportunity. He immediately reported to the Golden Alliance. Coordinates, Shenyu Forest. I have discovered massive tremors in the area. It seems there are some heavenly materials and earthly treasures emerging. The news was relayed layer by layer, quickly reaching Chihani's ears. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Chihani recalled the information about this world, which seemed to mention heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and rare beasts. She thought for a moment and said to the reporting lord, "Investigate further and report back with detailed information. If needed, I will send nearby lords to assist you." Kihanji knew that treasures of heaven and earth often came with crises, so she had the other party investigate first. If it truly was a treasure, she wouldn't mind competing for it. Although she was thousands of miles away, her alliance members were spread throughout the entire leader group. Therefore, she was confident in securing the so-called treasure. In the Qianyu forest, if I remember correctly, there seem to be 10 alliance leaders there, 2 of whom are adjacent to this Earth Knight leader. Although there are 2, one of them is Chun Mo, who is still on a mission, leaving only 1 leader aside from Owen. It's a bit few, but this Earth Knight's unit is a humanoid type, so I can provide some weapon assistance, though I'm not sure about the level of crisis. The Earth Knight leader, Owen, smiled at the message sent by the leader of the Golden Alliance, his lips curling up. Then he remained silent. After a moment, he said, "The reconnaissance is complete. A group of wargs has discovered a huge crystal, which seems to be the anomalous crystal you asked us to pay attention to, my lord." A huge anomalous crystal? Kihanji furrowed her brows. Was there really a large one? She confirmed with the other party, "Are you sure it's an anomalous crystal?" Owen smiled and replied, "It should be. My unit didn't observe it up close, but its shape and color are very similar." Owen's words were vague, but he knew it was enough to make his lord take a risk. According to his information, his lord seemed to be actively searching for anomalous crystals to upgrade the spring water. And he, as someone who had also upgraded to LV2 spring water, understood the allure of the spring water, especially since his lord's unit was quite special. Upgrading the spring water would be immensely beneficial for her. Therefore, revealing the news of a suspected large number of anomalous crystals at this time would definitely entice her to take a risk. Oh, wait. It's not my lord taking the risk, but rather, the leaders under her command. Kihanji was skeptical. She desperately needed the anomalous crystals, but she felt that what Owen mentioned seemed unreal. So, she asked another leader nearby Owen if they sensed anything unusual. The leader was initially confused but then reported that they had felt a slight tremor earlier. This matched Owen's description of a violent shake, just that the two were at different distances, hence experiencing different intensities of the tremor. She inquired about the strength of the wargs. Owen replied, 40 wargs armed with pick weapons. 40 armed wargs was a fitting answer. The other party knew that a single golden leader would find it very difficult to handle them alone and would definitely send the other leaders over. At that time, it would be her opportunity to act. Owen's little scheme was bright, and upon hearing this, Kihanji made the decision he had guessed. She would send a nearby leader to join in the hunt for the wargs, and if the spoils could be divided, it would be one share for the two leaders and one for the lord. If they couldn't be divided, then the priority would be the lord, and the two leaders could receive a considerable reward of energy stones. Everything was as Owen had speculated, but what he didn't expect was that Kihanji, to reduce casualties for the two, provided her unit with 10 sets of armor. Ha ha, I should really thank you, my good lord. Owen's smile was intriguing, and he quickly exchanged contact information with the nearby leader. Silver leader, mountain-moving ape unit, another wave of excellent fertilizer. He licked his lips, filled with anticipation. Who are you? Owen, big shot? The mountain-moving ape leader was a 175 centimeters tall college student dressed in wool leather. As for why he was a college student, Owen already had the answer from the clarity in the other's eyes. Owen nodded atop the strong horse. That's right, I am Owen. The upcoming battle will require the cooperation of the two of us. The leader of the mountain ape nodded in agreement, showing no surprise at the arrival of the other party. After all, they had already indicated that it would be dangerous in the forest and that they would act together later. However, why did this golden lord only have 5 types of troops? He asked. Owen, didn't the lord say you had 10 types of troops? And that you were given 10 sets of armor? The mountain ape leader scrutinized Owen, who had only brought 5 tall knights riding fine horses, and these knights were not wearing any armor. Owen chuckled innocently. They stayed behind to guard the territory. The lord said my knights are too tall to wear the armor. Owen added, I've already discussed it with the lord. This time, you will be the main force, and I will assist. If it really is the crystal beasts, I will only take 2/10 of the crystals. The mountain ape leader frowned. This was different from what they had discussed. Without the golden lord's restraint, his silver troops alone would not be a match for those wolfmen. Owen seemed to sense the other's concern and continued, don't worry, I've already scouted the area. There are only 40 wolfmen, and among them, only 3 are high-level, with no mini-bosses. I will hold off the high-level ones, you just need to deal with the rest and then come help me. I see. The mountain ape leader felt somewhat relieved. If that were the case, he was still confident, as his mountain apes were quite powerful. As long as there were no high-level wolfmen, his mountain apes could easily take down ordinary wolfmen. Although the mission had changed, it seemed it could still be completed, and he could also gain a portion of the energy stone rewards, which was not bad. Then let's go. The mountain ape leader chose to leave 3 of his mountain apes to guard the territory and then set off with his 20 troops. Although ordinary beasts and wild animals would not attack a house with nothing in it and a strange-looking spring, he still needed to be a bit cautious. Owen squinted at the other's choice but said nothing. Owen, let's go. The mountain ape leader invited the one in front while sitting atop his mountain ape. The mountain ape was huge, standing 3 meters tall, easily able to carry him. Owen nodded. All right, let's go. The two traveled swiftly, and as the fine horse and mountain ape galloped, the scenery around them quickly receded. Just after they left, 15 Earth Knights hidden around the mountain ape territory gripped their reins, their fierce eyes fixed on the nearby mountain ape territory. Tat-ada, tat-ada, tat-ada. This was the sound of military horses stepping in unison, preparing to charge. The 15 Earth Knights, clad in bright silver armor and wielding 8-foot-long spears, exhaled white mist from their horses' nostrils. As the Lord, Shihong had mobilized the remaining Lord's equipment to lend Owen armor that would surely fit him. Of course, it was fitting. It was just that this fitting armor had been used elsewhere. Whoo! The 15 iron beasts made a deafening sound as they galloped under the influence of the reins, their momentum like a rainbow. Kill! The murderous aura surged fiercely, and the mountain apes, hundreds of meters away, immediately sensed this tangible killing intent. They stood ready, but the iron cavalry accelerated within 100 meters, faster and faster. In the next moment, they appeared directly in front of the 3 mountain apes. Swish! Dozens of long spears pierced through flesh and blood, mercilessly pinning the 3 mountain apes to the houses behind them. Roar! The mountain apes let out unwilling roars, and then they met their demise as the enemy turned the spearheads. 15 golden warriors with attributes reaching 40 completely crushed the silver-level mountain-moving apes, and while they seized the initiative and numerical advantage, they also used the skill of accelerated sprinting. Various factors led to an effortless instant kill. After annihilating the mountain-moving apes, the Earth Knights did not leave. Instead, they headed towards a strange monkey mountain structure and the only remaining small cabin within that territory. Meanwhile, as they were running, the mountain-moving ape lord suddenly stopped and looked back in disbelief. Your territory has been attacked by the remaining lords. Please initiate a counterattack as soon as possible. Your territory has been attacked. You have lost one mountain-moving giant ape. Your territory has been attacked. You have lost one mountain-moving giant ape. Your territory has been attacked. You have lost one mountain-moving giant ape. This urgent alert sounded almost simultaneously as the mountain-moving ape lord's eyes instantly filled with blood, and he turned around sharply. He didn't even have time to explain the situation to Owen before he hurriedly turned back towards his territory. I haven't run far, there's still time, there's still time. The mountain-moving ape leader was panting heavily, his mind in chaos. How could this be? Shouldn't everyone be busy dealing with their own crises? Shouldn't they be focused on recuperating? Why would someone attack my territory? Who is this high-level lord that instantly killed my 3 mountain-moving apes? And what benefit could this bring them? Why would a high-level lord attack me? Your territory has been occupied. Your spring is under attack. The current destruction level is 38%. Damn! The mountain-moving ape lord cursed angrily as he rushed back. To destroy his territory so quickly, the opponent was definitely a high-level lord, and even if he returned, he might not be able to win. However, the spring and territory were his lifeline in this world. If he lost those, it would basically announce his death. Owen noticed the unusual urgency and quickly caught up on horseback, asking, "Brother, what's wrong? What's so urgent?" The mountain-moving ape lord turned back in anger, then suddenly felt delighted. Yes, he had an ally by his side. As long as he teamed up with Owen, he could definitely reclaim his territory. He excitedly said, "Big guy, my territory is being attacked by someone, and they are currently besieging my spring. Please help me." Owen curiously inquired, "Attacking your spring?" The mountain-moving ape leader hurriedly continued back while answering Owen's question. "Yes, they have already occupied my territory, and my spring is only 40% away from being destroyed. Owen, you must help me, your cavalry runs fast. You. Cough. The mountain-moving ape leader spat out a mouthful of blood, looking down to see a spear lodged in his chest without him noticing when it happened. Using his last bit of strength, he turned back in shock, only to see Owen smiling as he asked, "Is it now 100%? Your spring has been destroyed. Your territory has been occupied. Defeated Lord, you have lost the trading channel, you have lost the comprehensive chat channel, your current troop loyalty has dropped to 50%, you." The cold alert echoed in the darkness. The strength of the wolfmen is formidable, the mountain-moving ape lord is dead? Chihon looked at the report sent by Owen with a serious expression. Yes, that wolfman actually hit a leader and a chieftain. I fought fiercely alongside the mountain-moving ape lord, and it was only at the last moment that the Earth Knights fought to protect their lord that I managed to escape. Owen feigned a very aggrieved expression, his words revealing a sense of tragic heroism. Did you lose all 10 of your troops? Chihon furrowed her brows. A tribe with a chieftain and a tribe without one are two different concepts. She had just killed a chieftain in a territory yesterday, so she naturally understood the dangers involved. Out of her 30 hell skeletons, 25 had died. If it weren't for the skeleton's indestructible trait, she would have been heartbroken. It's important to know that most of the money the Alliance earned was spent on recruitment. Although she had spent quite a bit, it was still a small amount, and the foundation was crucial. Alright, your loss this time is due to you, but you also paid a considerable price. Compensate me with 50 energy stones, Chihon replied, rubbing her brow. This failure was not just a loss for an Alliance lord, it also involved compensating for her 10 sets of equipment and the other party's 50 energy stones, totaling nearly 130 energy stones. After this compensation, her stored energy stones would be insufficient for upgrading the spring water. Fortunately, I just wiped out a werewolf tribe. Chihon sighed in relief amidst her misfortune, though the wolf claws she had intended to use for herself would have to be sold instead. But this is also good. It lets everyone know that bronze weapons are not exclusive to Chen Shen. My golden alliance can do it too. With this thought, she felt less heartache. As long as she surpassed Chen Shen and elevated her alliance's reputation, everything would be worth it. She priced the bronze wolf claws at 300 energy stones and then promoted it in the comprehensive channel. She believed her fair price would satisfy everyone, unlike that unscrupulous merchant who didn't care about his reputation. Has a lord finally passed the crisis? So slow. Chen fell into contemplation as he looked at the trading channel's wolf claws. Bronze, wolf claw, strength +1, speed +2, armor penetration +3. Note, an unremarkable wolf claw barely qualifies as a bronze weapon. This weapon is so trash. Chen had no intention of purchasing this wolf claw. Not only was this type of weapon unsuitable for him, but even its added attributes lean towards armor penetration, which would be more suitable for his goblin priest. Forget it, forget it. A lord has already passed the crisis, and the other party is asking for 300. I might as well lower the price and sell it quickly. Chen was worried that more and more people would sell bronze weapons, so he planned to adjust the price. However, just as he was about to change it, he discovered that his red tooth knife had disappeared. You have lost a red tooth knife. You have gained 1,000 energy stones. Chen. His hand, which was about to change the price, froze in midair. What is going on? Did someone actually buy it at that price? Are they crazy? Chen checked the buyer's name, and it was the Lei Qi he had previously rejected. Is this person really that wealthy? At this moment, there were only 2 bronze weapons left in the chat area, 1 wolf claw and 1 wolf tooth club. Just as Chen was preparing to build a good relationship with this so-called Lei Qi, someone in the chat area was frantically at Chen. Chen, we in the Golden Alliance also have bronze weapons. Your dictatorship is over. The prices of bronze weapons will only go lower from now on. As the vice leader of the Golden Alliance, Chen took on the role of the bad cop for matters that were not suitable for Qihong to address. Chen, what the hell is dictatorship? I never thought about dictatorship. Isn't it something everyone will have once they pass the crisis of the Atlantis will? Chen continued, according to my Golden Alliance's information, killing the orc tribe chieftain will drop bronze weapons. When everyone upgrades their territory, they will unlock their personal panel, and at that time, bronze weapons can be used by themselves. Chen said a lot in the chat area, even sharing many pieces of information that only high-level lords would know, thus gaining another wave of new members. The Golden Alliance is really a good person, so that's how bronze weapons are obtained. Big Brother Chen is still a big brother. He has already wiped out an entire orc tribe. I heard that this crisis is arranged according to strength. Big Brother Chen went straight to an entire orc tribe. Doesn't that prove that Big Brother Chen's troops are very powerful? Upstairs, does this thing still need proof? Isn't this already a consensus? True, alas, poor me, a little bronze. I just survived the crisis this morning, and wiping out the enemy is really not an easy task. My troop losses are heavy. TCH, do you think you're Big Brother Chen? You're just a noob. Seeing the momentum of the discussion uncontrollably shifting towards Chen hurriedly spoke again. Everyone, don't be anxious, our Golden Alliance's lord will gradually sell bronze weapons to everyone, so you can look forward to it. Of course, each bronze weapon will not exceed 1,000 energy stones, except for special weapons. This statement immediately caused a huge uproar. Killing a tribal chief by luck is not the same as continuously killing one after another. Ordinary lords, let alone killing one chief after another, even surviving this crisis has come at a painful cost. It takes at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Just like Big Brother Chen, who, upon making a move, has 3 weapons, this is definitely a reflection of strength. And this recently very popular Golden Alliance, people initially thought it was just luck, but now it seems they also possess the strength to continuously wipe out entire tribes? What kind of troops does your Golden Alliance's lord have? I've already survived my crisis and don't need help. Can the joining fee be reduced a bit? Does the Golden Alliance sell bronze weapons at internal member prices? Golden Alliance. Chen Mo's words successfully shifted the topic to the Golden Alliance, which made him very satisfied. The crisis in Atlantis has gradually passed for everyone, and now only a small number of people have not survived the crisis. The popularity and revenue of their Golden Alliance must be raised. They all believe that the Golden Alliance will become the one with the most members and the strongest power. However, compared to the discussions about the Golden Alliance, Chen was troubled by a question. Many people in the previous chat expressed that they had already survived the crisis, but why were there no bronze weapons for sale? Even if the severity of the crisis varies according to the Lord's strength, he is still silver. If his silver troops can obtain bronze weapons, then why not the others? Puzzled, Chen decided to ask directly, as the quantity of bronze weapons could affect his sales and prices. So, he chose a silver lord who had just said he had survived the crisis and asked, "You survived the crisis, why are there no bronze weapons?" Silver lord? Is this Versailles? This must be, right? It must be. 5555, thank you Big Brother Chen for taking the time out of your busy schedule to mock me. The Silver Lord, who was called out, choked up. How could you have passed the Atlantis crisis without bronze weapons? Look, is this even human language? Do you think everyone is like you, a holy rank, a demigod troop? Chen Shen took a deep breath. I'm not being Versailles. I'm asking if you really survived your crisis. Isn't the Atlantis crisis supposed to be a total annihilation? The Silver Lord, feeling dejected, replied, Yes, boss, my troops are almost completely lost, but I annihilated the enemy. Chen Shen thought for a moment and asked, When you say annihilated, do you mean you wiped out the invading enemy? The Silver Lord raised his eyebrows, responding with, Isn't that the case? Isn't that annihilation? However, Chen Shen pressed on, Did you not pursue their tribe and wipe them out completely? The Silver Lord replied, Do I need to wipe them out completely? This question left the Silver Lord feeling uncertain. Did I complete the task or not? A bystander chimed in, So, boss, after you annihilated the enemy, did you then go to someone else's home and reunite an entire tribe? Someone suddenly exclaimed, Oh wow, I get it, that's how the boss got his bronze weapons, right? Wow, impressive. So in the boss's eyes, this is what counts as annihilation. Alright, I give Chen Shen's show off a 4 out of 10, the remaining 96 points sent with 666. I don't know the boss well, but why is he treating me like this? My heart is hurt. Is there a beautiful lord who can give me a hug? I seek comfort. Oh, come here, I'll hug you. Get lost, you deadbeat. While Chen Shen was puzzled, Chen Mo sent him a friend request, marking the crisis situation in Atlantis. Chen Shen clicked to accept, and the other party immediately sent a document containing various crises encountered by different lords. In the end, based on calculations and deductions of strength, it concluded that annihilating the invading enemy counts as complete annihilation. Chen Shen nodded in realization and expressed his gratitude. Indeed, it seemed not every lord was as wealthy as he was. Everyone else's troops seemed to be under 100. If one truly wanted to annihilate the opposing tribe, it seemed one would have to wipe out 98% of the lords. The dull-witted party finally understood. He then exited the chat channel and quietly adjusted his Wolf Fawn Club by 100 energy stones. It turned out bronze weapons were still rare, and most people lacked the ability to obtain them. Since that was the case, shouldn't he, the cunning merchant, take advantage of this? Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief when Chen Shen finally left the chat channel and continued his recruitment. There was no way around it. Chen Shen's strength was terrifying. From the beginning until now, although he hadn't deliberately shown off, it was clear from the items he sold that he was always ahead of all the lords. A person like that could spark intense discussions in the chat with just a casual remark, greatly affecting his recruitment. Fortunately, Chen Shen is low-key, otherwise, this heat wouldn't belong to our Golden Alliance. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. In his eyes, although Chen Shen didn't oppose the Golden Alliance, his very existence was a significant danger. Of course, he couldn't be foolish enough to provoke a super-strong individual, especially one so close to him. During the Frost Dragon attack, the two were only a minute or two apart, and the distance shouldn't exceed 20 kilometers. However, even though he wouldn't provoke the other, the high heat still needed to be suppressed. This kind of heat must belong to his Golden Alliance. After some thought, Chen Mo ultimately decided to suppress the other through weapons to seize the heat. From Chen Shen's account, it seemed he had misunderstood the meaning of annihilation, leading to the complete destruction of the opposing tribe. And from the subsequent sale of 3 weapons, it appeared Chen Shen had wiped out at least 2 tribes in succession. After destroying 2 tribes, he obtained 3 weapons, and then fell silent for 2 days. It seems his troops suffered serious losses. Chen Mo analyzed, believing he had figured out the beginning and end of the matter. Even someone as strong as Chen Shen needs to take a break after annihilating 2 tribes in a row. This gives them the perfect opportunity to outmatch Chen Shen in terms of weaponry. You rest, but we don't need to. Chen Mo silently decided to report to Qi Hongyi, preparing to gather the entire alliance's forces to start hunting the tribal powers in various regions. They might not be able to take on a single lord's power against a tribal-level force, but if the lords from 1 or 2 regions banded together, they could definitely break through the orc tribes. At that time, whether selling in the trading channel or within the alliance, it would create a huge wave of excitement. He reported his thoughts, and soon received Qi Hongyi's approval. Originally, Qi Hongyi had planned to wait until her troops recovered before going hunting. But now that Chen Shen was on a roll, it wouldn't be impossible to mobilize the entire alliance to suppress the opponent. By the way, since we've decided to take action against the tribes, you should first deal with that ward tribe on your side, Qi Hongyi said, as if recalling something, and recounted the situation with Owen and the mountain-moving ape lord to Chen Mo. After listening, Chen Mo expressed regret. I went to rescue another lord from an alliance in distress at that time, otherwise, with me, we could definitely have taken down that group of wargs. Shi Hongyi nodded with a smile. I know that, and if you weren't on a mission, I wouldn't have let Owen lead the team. Don't worry, this time I'll lead the team, there won't be any problems, Chen Mo assured. Shi Hongyi felt relieved. Take along the lord you saved and Lord Owen, they are all members of our alliance. Let them help you bear some of the pressure, and they can also gain some experience. No problem, Chen Mo agreed happily. Since they were all members of the same alliance, he certainly had no objections to bringing them along. Moreover, according to intelligence, this warg tribe only had about 40 members and seemed to be a newly established small tribe. With his elite troops, he was more than capable of wiping them out. Over 20 golden units against more than 40 bronze units and 1 or 2 leaders, he was confident of victory. Little wargs, another wave of unit upgrades, Chen yawned, looking at the pregnant female warg. After the goblins destroyed the warg tribe, they inherited everything from the wargs, most of which were daily necessities, a small portion of food, a pile of mining picks, and the female wargs. Perhaps the female wargs were the greatest treasure. Chen toyed with the gambling stones in his hand, feeling somewhat uncertain. Such things actually existed in the warg tribe, but there weren't many. He had obtained 220 pieces from Gu Xiaoyu, and now seized another 50 from the warg cave, totaling 270 pieces, which could be considered for sale as entertainment products after everyone developed for a while. In fact, before this, Chen had opened more than 10 gambling stones when the quantity wasn't an integer, but gained nothing, which further confirmed his belief that the drop rate for these items was extremely low. Therefore, these items were suitable for selling only after everyone had some spare money. Open the Territory panel. Dark Goblin Territory level, LV2. Territory size, 100 meters. Territory abilities, notification of invasion, provides wall protection, provides arrow tower visibility. Resources needed to upgrade, 1,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,000 energy stones, at least 3 territorial buildings. Current resources, 1,200 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 30 pregnant wargs. Arrow towers x3, walls x1, moats x1, 50 minotaur tents, 30 ward tents, luminous pearls. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade? Chen glanced roughly at the panel. The construction and taking down of the ward tribe over the past 2 days had significantly enhanced his strength. The energy stones obtained have reached 2,233, meeting the upgrade conditions. Originally, he intended to upgrade together with the spring water, but the rapid development of the Golden Alliance recently made him feel threatened. If I don't hurry, the first reward will probably be taken by someone else. Chen sighed and then said, upgrade. Buzz. A huge white beam of light enveloped Chen and his territory. Congratulations! Your territory has reached LV3, and you have gained experience sharing for your troops. Congratulations! Your territory has reached LV3, and it has gained the protection of the gods. Within your territory, all invading enemies will have their attack attributes reduced by 5%. Congratulations! Your territory has reached LV3, and it has gained the protection of the gods. In battles within your territory, goblins will have their attack attributes increased by 5%. Congratulations! You are the first lord to upgrade to LV3 territory, and you have gained the ability to select any 2 territorial buildings. With the familiar glow and new functions, Chen felt so refreshed that he almost shouted out loud. Personal panel, name, Chen. Level, LV2, attributes, 12, free attributes, 5, skills, vision sharing, experience sharing. You can gain 1,000th of the experience from your troops battles. Personal space, exotic crystal x1, forging blueprint for bone cutting knife x1, energy stones 1233, first order fire rain scroll, gambling stones x270, bronze, lucky ion pickaxe x1, mental power, 6, speed, 5, strength, 1, stamina, 1, experience sharing, huh? This skill really suits me. Chen had once lamented that his leveling up was too slow, and that the boss's flesh provided too little experience, but now he could gain experience just by sitting still. 1,000th may seem small, but in reality, it was extremely terrifying because the number of his goblins was growing at a crazy speed. Although there were only a little over 130 now, it had been less than 10 days since then. Given time, when he commanded an army of tens of thousands or even millions, he could level up every day just by sitting still. Well, as for the free attributes, I'll still allocate 2 points to speed and 3 points to mental power. The free attributes became 0, mental power became 9, speed became 7, and the total attributes reached 17 points. By this calculation, am I equivalent to a bronze minor monster? Chen Shen joked about his attributes, but from the perspective of attributes, his 17 points were already considered powerful for a bronze minor monster, though he had no attack power. Fortunately, he didn't need attack power, such rough work could be handled by his troops. Select Territorial buildings. Arrow Tower, Moat, Blacksmith Shop, Apothecary, Giant Crossbow, Training Ground, Temporary Teleportation Array, Temporary Teleportation Array? When Chen Chen saw this option, the other options suddenly dimmed. Thank goodness I upgraded my territory in advance. Without hesitation, he chose the Temporary Teleportation Array and the Training Ground. Temporary Teleportation Array, set the two ends of the teleportation, and you can teleport to the designated points within a limited time. What a pity, it's not a permanent teleportation array. Chen Shen lamented, realizing that this thing could only teleport temporarily. If it could teleport permanently, then he wouldn't have to worry about the journey in between for his trade with Saraville Shah, nor would he need to clear obstacles and ensure the safety of that route. He stored the temporary teleportation array in a corner of his personal space. Training Ground. Training in the Training Ground grants a 50% experience bonus. Being able to gain an additional half of the experience is still a good thing. Although goblins usually do not train, if they do not see such good things themselves, they will be taken by certain humanoid lords, becoming a tool for upgrading. Sometimes the choice of resources is not because of personal need, but to limit the enemy's development. He has not forgotten that he is in a competitive relationship with the other lords. Choosing the two most valuable resources, Chen Shen felt very pleased. Whether to train soldiers or not was unimportant. What mattered most for his goblins was to breed. Go, capture nearby creatures and complete the hunting and breeding tasks, Chen Shan ordered the goblins at his feet. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded. You have lost a werewolf goblin. You have lost a cunning rabbit goblin. You have lost a cunning rabbit goblin. Come back. Chen Shen hurriedly recalled the goblins that were about to go out. He tried to connect with the goblins guarding the Silk Road through vision sharing. His territory's perimeter was connected normally, the Minotaur territory was connected normally, but the Jackal territory could not be connected. Seeking death. Chen Shen raised his brows in anger. Indeed, his troops deployed on the Silk Road had suffered losses. How could there be destruction before his Silk Road was even completed? Why didn't any energy stones drop? Owen looked puzzled at the werewolf goblin killed by his Earth Knight. Although this goblin looked strange, it should belong to the wild monsters, right? Why didn't it drop any energy stones when killed? Maybe it's a troop of some lord? Chen Mo replied. Although he felt a bit uncomfortable with Owen's sudden snatching of goblins, he couldn't say much. It was just some trivial benefits, after all. Who let the other party not only provide information but also lose a lot of troops? Another lord of a troop, the Violent Tiger, expressed some concern. Since it's someone else's troop, shouldn't we give them some compensation? Owen scoffed. Compensation? For goblins? He was about to say that such things didn't deserve his compensation, but then he thought, compensation wasn't out of the question. If he knew the coordinates of the other party's territory, it would be another wave of supplies. After all, the last silver-level lord had provided him with 400 energy stones and a territory expansion of 300 meters as a reward. When the goblins ambushed earlier, he hadn't felt any strength, but from their appearance, they shouldn't be bronze level, right? As Owen thought of this, a faint light shone in his eyes. Yes, we should give them some compensation. I'll compensate him later. Chen Mo glanced coldly at the two, feeling indifferent. They were just goblins, most likely bronze troops. The combat power of such troops was really too poor. So poor that he would have to think twice about letting them join the Golden Alliance. Nowadays, the Golden Alliance had grown strong and didn't need to accept just anyone. It was better to recruit some high-level lords to counter tribal-level forces. Chen Mo looked at the collapsed cave in front of him and said, "It seems the jackals have already migrated. We've lost our opportunity." Owen echoed, "Yeah, they must have taken that huge alien crystal and dug a hole to hide." The Violent Tiger Lord nodded. It wasn't impossible. All right, let's go back. Since there are no tribes here, there's no value in staying. Saying this, Chen Mo looked regretfully at Owen. It's a pity your troops are few, otherwise, the two of us with golden troops could try to conquer other tribal forces. Owen spread his hands, his thick palms facing up. I can't help it. Chen Mo nodded. Let's head back first. Owen hurried to the side of the Lord of the Violent Tiger and said, My Earth Knight reported to me earlier that there seems to be a tribe of over 100 minotaurs on our way back, which could be dangerous. Why don't we return together? Faced with this invitation from a foreign friend, the Lord of the Violent Tiger felt a hint of displeasure. That shouldn't be the case, right? We didn't see anything when we came here. Seeing that the other party was not falling for his words, Owen changed his excuse. I have 3 Earth Knights in total, and one of them has to stay behind to apologize and make amends to that Goblin Lord. I only have 2 troops left. As he spoke, he tossed 2 energy stones from his possession as compensation to one of the Earth Knights left behind. Why does this guy always want to return with me? The Lord of the Violent Tiger felt somewhat dissatisfied with Owen but couldn't find a reason to refuse. Let's go back together, you can look out for each other, Chen Mo also spoke up. All right. With the deputy leader speaking, the Lord of the Violent Tiger had no choice but to agree, though the seemingly enthusiastic Black Lord always made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Hey, Han, can I sit on your mount? It's a tiger, way cooler than my horse. Owen shamelessly walked towards one of the Violent Tigers. Roar! The 2-meter-tall Violent Tiger immediately bristled and let out an angry roar as a warning, while the 2 Earth Knights raised their exaggerated long spears, aiming at the roaring tiger. Put it down, Owen waved his hand at his Earth Knights. Hanyu suppressed his rising anger and said, you see, my Violent Tiger doesn't seem very willing to let anyone else get close except me. Owen turned and mounted his steed. Then forget it, I'll ride my own mount. The mighty Violent Tiger army followed the 2 Earth Knights on their steeds, disappearing one after the other from Chen Mo's sight. Chen Mo then surveyed the surrounding scenery and set off in another direction. There was a royal lord who had just applied to join his alliance, but it seemed the other party was encountering some trouble. After the 3 lords left, the Earth Knights began to dig at the collapsed cave. The cave was a standard mine, large enough to be 100 meters deep, showing a downward shape with visible ends in buried conditions. According to the Lord, these goblins should be guarding something. Could it be a treasure buried in the cave? The Earth Knights moved the massive stones in front of the pit. Soon, a corner of the cave was revealed, and a pickaxe appeared before them. This item might be somewhat useful for a lord without weapons, but for the Earth Knights who had steeds and long spears, it was rather useless, so they discarded it and continued searching. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis made the Earth Knight instinctively roll away. Bang! A small, agile goblin happened to appear in his path of escape and struck out with a palm, a soft yet powerful force sweeping towards him, leaving a green palm print where it hit. Poisonous? The Earth Knight hurriedly dodged the goblin's next move. This goblin seemed a bit strange, as he had never heard of a goblin using poison. In a breath, the 2 exchanged dozens of blows. This made the Earth Knight exclaim in surprise. The guy in front of him, whether in height or skill, was incredibly strong, almost not resembling a goblin at all. Ha! The Earth Knight turned, gripping his 8-foot-long spear tightly, and cautiously looked at the muscular goblin who seemed too handsome for his kind. Poison milk. The goblin raised a hand, and a green light enveloped the Earth Knight before him. -1-1-1-1. The Earth Knight immediately created distance, astonished that the opponent still had a skill that caused continuous bleeding. Was this creature really a goblin? He looked incredulously at the humanoid creature before him. Although he was a cavalry knight skilled in mounted combat, he was also quite formidable in ground battles. Yet, this humanoid creature was actually able to gain the upper hand in close combat against him? The Earth Knight fought while retreating, and the goblin showed no intention of stopping, merely pushing him back while closely following behind. Almost there, good, another 400 energy stones have been credited. Owen, following closely behind the Savage Tiger Lord, occasionally smiled. The Savage Tiger Lord furrowed his brow, unable to understand what the other party meant. On the way? Could it really be so convenient? Further ahead was his own territory. What? Suddenly, the pleased Owen revealed an ugly expression and said to the Savage Tiger Lord, Han, I have something to attend to, so I won't be going with you. Hanyu nodded, alright. He watched as Owen quickly rode away, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. Although he didn't know what had happened, the feeling of being targeted by a venomous snake had finally disappeared. This person must be watched closely. Hanyu silently labeled Owen as hypocritical. Damn it, who told you to go back? Who told you to go back? Owen cursed inwardly at the Earth Knight who had rashly returned to the territory. He had just switched perspectives and discovered that the Earth Knight he had sent to scout the Goblin territory had returned heavily injured, and even had a close call with the goblins. He felt a vague sense of unease. Clearly capable of killing enemies, yet still allowing the enemy to escape back to their territory, wasn't this the strategy he had prepared to use? The Goblin Lord actually wanted to know the location of his territory? What does he mean? Does a mere goblin want to learn how to attack the opponent's territory like I do? Owen was about to say that it was impossible, but then he thought again. What if the other party, like him, had realized that killing the Lord could yield energy stones? Ordinary people and wild monsters might fight for days without earning even 100 energy stones, while killing a Lord, even the lowest level Bronze Lord, could easily yield 200 energy stones. It was clear which was more advantageous, which required less effort. Damn it, no wonder that guy's goblin looks strange. Perhaps it's a result of wiping out other lords' territories. Moments later, Owen finally returned to his own territory, and fortunately, it had not been attacked. He first had his troops don their armor and prepare for battle, then approached the returning Earth Knight and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Die, why don't you just die? Who told you to return without permission and exposed the location of the territory? The heavily injured Earth Knight silently endured the Lord's wrath, getting kicked down repeatedly before standing up again to kneel on one knee, but inside he felt a sense of loss. Your troops' loyalty has decreased, current loyalty is 67. The troops were unaware of the system prompt, but Owen was furious and took out his whip, striking the Earth Knight harshly. What do you mean? You made a serious mistake by bringing the enemy back to your territory and exposing its location. Shouldn't I scold you a bit? Your troops' loyalty has decreased, current loyalty is 50. Warning, troops with loyalty below 50 are at risk of rebellion. Please restore loyalty as soon as possible. Owen received another prompt, raising his whip in anger to strike down again, but noticing the gazes of the other troops around him, he lowered the whip. He knew that if he really brought down this whip, the loyalty of not just the Earth Knight before him would diminish. Taking a deep breath and exhaling forcefully, he had to suppress his anger within his chest. Owen flicked his face and said, "Don't say I won't give you a chance to redeem yourself. If the enemy really invades the territory later, you will be the vanguard." "Yes, I accept the order." The Earth Knight gritted his teeth. The surrounding knights, seeing this scene, continued with their tasks. Meanwhile, a group of bizarre goblins, primarily in green tones with black lines, was rapidly approaching Owen's territory. Your territory is under attack by an enemy lord. Please prepare for battle. As expected, they are coming? Owen felt an inexplicable tension rise within him upon hearing the system's prompt. His territory was vast, stretching over a kilometer, and after devouring several lords, it had expanded to over 2 kilometers. Although he couldn't see anyone, he could know through the system if there was an enemy attack. Earth Knights, prepare! At his command, the Earth Knights took the initiative to charge, their hooves pounding the ground, raising a cloud of dust, ready to launch an attack. His unit was the Earth Knight Cavalry, whose true strength could only be unleashed after a sufficient charge. Therefore, he decided to take the initiative. But why did he feel a vague sense of unease? Why? The enemy is just a bunch of goblins. Even if there are a few strong ones, so what? They are still goblins. Owen's anxious feelings gradually spread. Damn it, why does my sixth sense tell me to run away? My unit is a golden unit. I have 30 of them. I should be among the best lords. Why should I run? Owen. Owen pounded the air in frustration, not understanding why his sixth sense urged him to flee, and to flee with all his might. Although he was very unwilling, his sixth sense had never been wrong. Just like when he initially decided to attack the other lords, it was also based on his sixth sense. You 10, fall back and flank them with me, Owen said to 10 heavily armored knights dressed in crimson, whom he had somehow deceived. Yes, the Earth Knights were very loyal. When the Lord proposed a battle plan, they did not hesitate for a moment and withdrew 10 men to follow the Lord in a flanking maneuver. By the time the Lord left, the goblins were only about 400 meters from the territory, and under Owen's remote command, the Earth Knights began their charge. 20 Earth Knights, armed with long spears, surged forth like a barrage of arrows, swift and orderly. They shot forth like siege bolts among a sea of enemies, unstoppable, and even after piercing through the bodies of their foes, they would not stop. They would fight, weaving in and out of the enemy's encirclement. They were indeed an invincible sword. Yes, I possess such powerful strength, but what am I truly afraid of? Owen still did not understand why his sixth sense told him to flee. With such a unit, such a configuration, such strength, and even initiating the charge in advance, he was confident that even if Chen Mo, the vice leader of the Golden Alliance, came, he could tear him apart. But why should I run? Owen was utterly perplexed. However, in the next moment, Chen Chen's wolf giant goblins and iron-skinned goblins demonstrated to him why he should run. He saw more than 30 goblins raise their right feet in unison and then stomp down hard. Trample. Boom. The sound was like muffled thunder, rapidly spreading with a force that seemed to split the heavens and the earth, along with it spreading dozens of nearly 100-meter-long ravines. If Irving's cavalry charge resembled a row of dense arrows, then Chen Chen's trampling was like countless black lightning spreading across the earth. One symbolized man-made, the other symbolized natural disaster. In the face of natural disaster, humanity seemed so insignificant. One arrow after another was neatly destroyed, and steeds and knights were buried deep within the ravines. Irving swallowed nervously, his body trembling as if struck by lightning. He remembered that same tremor before the Wolfman tribe vanished. At this moment, only one thought filled his mind. Run! Run fast! Irving watched helplessly as his knights were swallowed by the abyss-like ravines, unable to suppress his curses. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I only killed a few of your troops, and you wiped out most of mine? Why? Why? This isn't fair. Irving's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with rage. At this moment, he only had curses in his heart, forgetting that his original intention was also to destroy the opponent's territory, only to be turned against him due to the disparity in strength. I hope that person doesn't know the benefits of destroying territories, doesn't know, must not know. Irving's voice trembled, unsure if it was due to the horses running fast or his own panic. If the opponent only wanted to take revenge for his goblins, avenging the insult to his dignity, that would be a stroke of luck. His territory wouldn't be destroyed. But if the opponent was truly as simple as himself, just wanting energy stones, then Irving dared not think further. He didn't know what would happen after losing his territory. Meanwhile, Chen Shen, controlling from a distance, was somewhat dazed. He originally wanted to teach the opponent a lesson, but what was this red name? As soon as he entered the opponent's territory, he received a prompt. You have entered the territory of a red-named lord, please be cautious. The red-named lord is very dangerous, but destroying the red-named lord can yield special rewards. Up to this point, Chen Shen was still in a daze, struggling to understand what a red-named lord was, wondering why it sounded similar to red-named players. But before he could think further, the Earth Knights charged at him like arrows ready to be released. Chen Shen knew well the terrifying nature of cavalry charges. Often on the battlefield, cavalry against infantry was a slaughter. You killed my troops, and I come to demand an explanation, and you want to wipe out my entire group too? The villain strikes first? Can I tolerate this? Chen Shen immediately ordered the wolf giant goblins and iron-skinned goblins to counterattack. Cavalry against infantry was a one-hit kill, but that was only against ordinary infantry. Cavalry against infantry wouldn't work here. 18 wolf giant goblins and 18 iron-skinned goblins first spread out, then simultaneously lifted their feet, and as the Earth Knights were only 100 meters away, their large feet came crashing down. Trample. Just as Chen Shen imagined, the core of the trample skill lay in the tremor. This skill was terrifying when used alone, but when used in multiples, it was like a natural disaster. It was like when school ended, and everyone rushed to escape the classroom. Just a few hundred powerless, chaotic elementary school students could make the entire staircase tremble or even collapse. In the previous world, there were even news reports of elementary students collapsing staircases when they left school. This shows how terrifying the power of vibration and resonance can be. If elementary students could collapse staircases, one could only imagine what this group of 2-meter-tall goblins could do. Empowered by the skill, they stomped out a chasm. The chasm continued to evolve as it advanced, forming ravines that rapidly spread forward like spider webs on ice. The Great Knight was just about to unleash his acceleration skill to catch the group of foolish goblins off guard when the ground beneath him gave way, causing his plan to fail. The tremor, powerful enough to shake the very core, left them dazed and spitting blood. And it wasn't over yet. The crack beneath them continued to widen, and both the Earth Knight and his mount fell into the chasm, unable to rise again. It was terrifying, too terrifying. The enemy had merely stomped his foot to dismantle their battle formation composed of 20 golden tier troops. This was the collective assessment of all the Earth Knights regarding the goblins. They wanted to rise and protect their territory, but their injuries were too severe, leaving them collapsed on the ground. At that moment, Chen Shen also received a new system notification. You have defeated the Red-Named Lord. Further destruction of the Red-Named Lord's territory will grant you special rewards. Do you wish to destroy it? Yes, no. Chen Shen was a bit dazed, but he quickly realized that he had come to demand an explanation and had just happened upon a red-named lord who gained resources by killing other lords. Chen Shen's original plan was to beat the opponent and then demand sufficient compensation, but now it seemed there was a better option. He had never considered himself a kind person, especially since killing a red-named lord would also yield special rewards. Yes. Chen Shen tapped yes with one hand, and the wolf giant goblins cheered excitedly as they began their relocation and destruction efforts. No wonder they dared to act recklessly against my troops. It turns out he was a red-named lord. But why choose to kill the other lords? What benefits could make him do that? Chen Shen was curious, but the next second, the notification sound provided the answer. Congratulations! You have successfully destroyed the territory of the Earth Knight. You have obtained 1,000 energy stones by plundering the opponent's nurturing spring. Congratulations! You have destroyed the territory of the Red-Named Lord. You have received a special reward, the title of Great Benefactor. Great Benefactor, for a period of time in the future, you will be blessed with good luck. What? Chen Shen stood frozen in place. Destroying a lord could yield such a large reward of energy stones? Although he had long known that all lords would inevitably become competitors, he had never considered that the competitive relationship existed from the very beginning. Killing a lord could yield energy stone rewards? And it was 1,000 energy stones? Did every lord have such rewards, or were the energy stones different based on the type of troops? Or was it because the opponent was red-named, so the drop was higher? In an instant, a greedy thought arose in Chen Shen's heart. What if he killed more surrounding lords? Chen Shen took a deep breath, quickly suppressing the greed in his heart. Red-named players were not to be trifled with, this had been proven in many games. Moreover, he already had his own way to make money. Robbing wasn't necessarily faster than doing business. As long as the experiment with Sarawil Shah succeeded, he would have 5 times the profit just from the leather business. Of course, if an unwise lord happened to bump into him, Chen Shen wouldn't mind becoming a red-named lord or a great benefactor once again. Fuck! On the other side, Owen also received a notification from the system. Defeated Lord, you have lost access to the comprehensive chat channel. Defeated Lord, you have lost access to the trading area. You have lost your territory, and the loyalty of your existing troops has dropped to 60%. You have become a wandering lord. You can become a new lord through plunder or choose to submit and join the ranks of other lords. Fuck, why? He actually destroyed my territory? How dare he? He's just a mere goblin. Goblins, damn goblins. Why are goblins so powerful? Owen was nearly driven mad, when suddenly, a sharp claw loomed larger in front of him. Boom! The Earth Knight, the first to react, thrust his spear and sent the creature flying. Ha! Leopard cat? Owen, sweating profusely, nervously stared at the creature on the ground that had failed its ambush and was now baring its teeth at him. About a meter in size, covered in spots, it resembled both a cat and a leopard, with long ears and claws over a foot long, continuously digging at the ground. Damn it, does this bronze-level creature dare to bare its teeth and claws at me? Kill it! Owen, humiliated and furious, ordered the Earth Knight beside him. Suddenly, a series of roars echoed as one by one, small, agile figures emerged from the jungle. Ha! Over 20 leopard cats surrounded the Earth Knight and Owen. Shit, what does it matter if there are many? Do they really think I'm made of mud? Owen felt a deep humiliation at being surrounded by just over 20 bronze creatures. In a moment, except for a few that escaped, the rest perished under the Earth Knight's spear. The corresponding cost was that while the knights remained uninjured under their heavy armor, 3 of their horses were wounded, with 2-foot-long gashes bleeding profusely from their thighs. It's okay, once we get back, I can use spring water too. Owen instinctively thought of using spring water to heal the horse's wounds, but then he suddenly remembered that he had lost the spring water. Losing the spring water not only meant that his troops lost their healing ability, but he also lost the ability to summon more troops. Realizing this, Owen panicked. His troops were suffering injuries, and he had no way to heal them, nor could he summon new troops. This was fatal. The crisis in the forest was ongoing, and if he couldn't heal or summon more troops, his only outcome would be one. For the first time, Owen experienced the taste of wandering, completely lacking logistical support. You can become a new lord through plunder. Yes, I can become a new lord. Suddenly, Owen seemed to remember something. Find a territory. I must find a territory. I want to become a lord again. Oh, the Golden Alliance is quite quick, managing to produce a bronze weapon in just half a day. As a qualified lord, Chen Shen immediately expanded his information channels upon learning that he was behind on news, and that was through the great benefactor, Nanhe. Through Nanhe, he also learned about the actions of the Golden Alliance. They intended to rely on numerous lords to besiege tribal forces to obtain bronze weapons, thereby increasing their influence and rallying more people to join them. Chen Shen himself was not optimistic about alliances. Even if the other side was thriving, it was no exception. In his view, alliances inherently had many problems, and now they had an additional fatal weakness. That was the red-named lords. Killing a lord could yield rewards, and if the other lords found out about this, the first to panic would likely be those who had joined the alliance, right? Especially the Golden Alliance, which had been running around helping various lords through crises just a few days ago, and the coordinates of the territories of the lords they saved had naturally been exposed. With the coordinates exposed and the rewards for killing lords including a large number of energy stones, just this point alone could cause the so-called alliance to collapse. However, he did not intend to do so, as the disintegration of the other side would bring him no benefits, and he disliked doing things that offered no benefits. Chen Shen informed Nanhe about the red-named lords and the rewards for destroying the other side's territories. The lord who had just reached a cooperation with him was a serious businessman, and being smart enough, he should know how to maximize benefits. Nanhe said straightforwardly, "So are we going to sell this news as a major announcement to the other lords?" Chen Shen rubbed his forehead. That's a good method, but there's room for improvement. We can sell it in tiers. Seeing that the other party seemed intent on honestly doing the information business, Chen Shen immediately began to guide him on what news could be sold to different people, which could be sold multiple times. For example, you could first sell it to the opposing forces of the Golden Alliance, then sell it to the Golden Alliance itself, and finally sell it to some lords. When the news had spread enough, you could sell it to all the lords. After this operation, Nanhe was left stunned, and at the same time, he became even more convinced of Chen Shen's status as a cunning businessman. It was too shameless, first selling to the opposing forces, then to the other side, and finally creating a stir in a small circle with a mix of truth and falsehood, while also being able to sell at different prices based on demand. Cunning businessman, I feel like I'm about to learn the essence of being a cunning businessman. Nanhe was a bit excited, feeling a tickle in his brain. At the first moment he learned that Chen Shen was not well informed, he provided the information to the other party and promoted the information service, even giving a 30% discount considering the other party's semi-divine unit. But somehow, under Chen Shen's persuasion, he not only gave the information for free but also became the other party's little brother. Although, he had originally planned to become the other party's little brother, but it felt strange. However, there were also benefits. Being a little brother and accessory to a great god always had its advantages, just like now. After receiving the news, Chen Shen immediately informed Nanhe and also guided him on how to do business. As for why Chen Shen didn't operate this himself? Because his goblin had told him some news that invigorated him. Although Chen Shen's goblins reproduced quickly and strongly, their levels were generally not high. Although their decent attributes had temporarily masked the flaw of low levels, compared to those lords who had been cultivated from the start, his goblins' levels were somewhat low. Therefore, he decided to take a step forward, or at least ensure that he could adapt and grow in a short time without being updated or replaced as the leader of the goblins. Are you saying it's right across the river? Chen Shen asked the reporting cunning rabbit goblin. The cunning rabbit goblin bounced up and down, indicating, dragon, right across the river. Chen Shen pondered his current military strength. After the spring water upgrade, his units basically had an attribute of 40 from birth, equivalent to an overall advancement to golden units. But even with over 100 golden units, he didn't have the confidence to take on a giant dragon. Unless, this giant dragon is not yet an adult? Chen Shen felt a glimmer of hope, but generally, a non-adult dragon wouldn't venture out. How big is that dragon? Chen Shen asked the cunning rabbit goblin, while silently praying, Great benefactor title bless me, great benefactor title bless me. The cunning rabbit goblin scratched its head, arms wide open, meaning, 100 meters. 100 meters. Chen Shen was very serious. That size could basically be considered subadult. He roughly estimated the strength of both sides and felt that he might not be the opponent's match. However, although he wasn't a match, based on his current growth speed, it probably wouldn't take long. Chen Shen's eyes narrowed, determined to upgrade the spring water. As long as the spring water upgraded, the overall strength of his units could rise to another level, and at that time, taking down the giant dragon might not be impossible. With a goal in mind, Chen Shen began to work hard. The most difficult part of upgrading the spring water was the exotic crystal, which was produced by beasts. Coincidentally, he needed to go to war with beasts to prepare leather for Territorial. Since that's the case, let's take action against them. Chen Shen marked a point on the map surrounding the Goblin Gate exploration. Determined to explore the resources of the entire forest as part of the Silk Road, he naturally focused on a special race among the leather resources. The King Snake Clan. A silver race that inhabits the marshes. Although a single king snake is not strong, their numbers are numerous. Chen Shen had always wanted to take action against them, but he was worried about excessive damage. However, this problem would soon be resolved, as the werewolves and other beasts that had been captured were about to give birth to new goblins, which, when counted together, would amount to about 70. Adding to the previous ones, with 130 goblins and 200 golden troops, it should be enough to push through a silver race. Chen Shen nodded. He didn't know how many werewolves could produce, but the wild boars and grey wolves were regulars, consistently giving birth to 5 at a time. On the throne of bones, Chi Hongyi's expression was heavy as she looked at the news her subordinates had purchased at a high price. Is it true that lords can gain huge energy stones by fighting each other? If this news had come from someone else, she might have doubted its authenticity, but since it came from Nanhe, this person had always positioned himself as someone who wanted to be a businessman with less labor and more gain, aiming for profit without being treacherous. Moreover, the two had collaborated on quite a bit of information from the start, and she had even exchanged news about the special abilities of another troop type from him. Therefore, he was likely trustworthy, although, she subconsciously refused to believe it. If this news were true, her expansion would clearly have to come to a halt. Not only would it have to stop, but she would also need to promptly cease her attacks on the tribes. It should be noted that the lords under her command had been making full efforts to complete the task of exterminating tribes to obtain bronze weapons in recent days. If someone were to attack their territory at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, she had just recently defeated Chun Shen in terms of bronze weapons. Chen Shen had been silenced by her for the past 2 days, and he hadn't even updated his bronze weapons, which greatly satisfied her competitive spirit. But now, just as her career was starting to take off, you tell me this behavior is dangerous and needs to stop quickly? Shi Hongyi struggled internally, because if this news were true, she would not only have to stop her actions but also protect her internal members. After all, under the temptation of massive energy stones, it was very likely that high-level lords would attack low-level lords, and the surviving high-level lords in her alliance had basically all participated in rescues, meaning they generally held 1 or 2 low-level lord positions. A cold sweat broke out on Shi Hongyi's forehead as she asked Nanhe, "Is this news confirmed to be true? How many people know this news?" Nanhe replied, "Not many know the news, but it has already reached me, which proves that someone still knows. I want to buy it out." What? Shi Hongyi's statement left Nanhe stunned. She continued, "I know you must be planning to sell it to many people, but I want to buy out this news. Name your price." Behind her was a massive golden alliance that was raking in money, giving Shi Hongyi a sense of being wealthy and unconcerned about money. Nanhe smiled, "My lord, this kind of news is quite valuable to buy out. Moreover, this news is not known by just me, you can't keep it hidden for long, and it will still spread." Shi Hongyi decisively said, "I know, but I need time. Name your price." Her tone was slightly domineering. In her view, as long as this news did not come from within her alliance, she still had time. Strict supervision knows the positions of the remaining high-ranking lords. Resources provided to high-ranking lords will be supported to low-ranking lords. As long as the power of both sides reaches a balance, there will be no internal issues. After enduring the first wave of fervor, the Golden Alliance remains the same Golden Alliance. The other party's tough attitude puts Manhwa in a bit of a dilemma. "Shi Hong, you're making it difficult for me. After all, the price of information varies depending on the buyer's needs. Shi Hong frowned at the other party's explanation. Wasn't this person a legitimate businessman? Why does he seem a bit like a shady dealer? Is he trying to take advantage of the situation of my Golden Alliance? Nan had talked for a long time about his hardships and the value of the information, and finally brought the ball back, saying, "So, if you really want to buy it out, then you should make an offer. If it's reasonable, I wouldn't mind." Shi Hong pondered for a moment. "Can you guarantee that there are no less than 10 people who know this information?" Nanha shrugged in response, "I can't guarantee that. I'm not sure how many there are. You'd better buy it quickly, or maybe someone will start spreading it in the next second. Then the price won't be too high." Shouldn't you respond like that? This doesn't seem right, does it? Why do I feel like I'm at a disadvantage? Shouldn't I be the one in control? But what the other party said makes a lot of sense. Shi Hong added, "However, as long as you can guarantee that this information won't be sold to others, I will make sure you are satisfied with the price." Nanha nodded strangely. Shi Hong offered, 2,000 energy stones. "I've just upgraded my territory, and this is the limit I can offer." Nanha agreed immediately, "Okay." In fact, he expected that even if he sold it to other lords, it would be around this price. After all, selling to the Golden Alliance was only 400 energy stones. With Nanha's immediate agreement, Shi Hong let out a sigh of relief. Soon, the energy stones were traded to Nanha, along with a message. "You are not suited to be a shady dealer, don't do it." Nanha? What does this mean? According to my and Chen Chen's speculation, it should be around 2,000 energy stones, right? I've achieved my goal. Why am I not worthy of being a shady dealer? If Chen Chen were here, he would definitely feel regret. "I told you this thing is worth 2,000, and when others open their mouths at 2,000, you just agree? You should raise the price. At such a time, it's obvious that you need to control the other party. If you don't raise the price, how do you know if it's their limit? What if there's more to squeeze out?" In a swamp, Owen frowned as he searched for something. Without a chat channel, he felt like a blind man among the many lords. Even finding someone now took a long time. "You all, split up and search. The target is the giant crocodile unit." Understood. The Earth Knights spread out to search the surroundings, but they found no useful information. Owen, feeling frustrated, rubbed his head. Could it be in this swamp? Can crocodiles survive in the swamp? They should be able to, right? But should he go into the swamp to search? If his Earth Knight's combat power was halved in the forest, then fighting in the swamp would almost be like lambs to the slaughter. He didn't want to risk his already limited troops. Moreover, due to the injury of his beloved mount, which had not healed quickly, several of his Earth Knights had begun to lower their loyalty. How about letting those few knights explore a bit? No, that might make the other knights uncomfortable. Damn it, this is really troublesome. With humanoid units, I also have to consider their loyalty issues. Owen suddenly began to envy those low-ranking units. He heard that the lower the intelligence of the units, the higher their loyalty to the Lord. Why isn't my troop type one of those with extremely strong combat power but low intelligence? Owen was very frustrated. Lord, be careful. A long spear shot past him, and on the spear was a struggling water snake. Damn it, why is there danger everywhere? Owen patted his chest, still shaken. If it hadn't been for the Earth Knight's timely intervention, he might have been bitten by the snake in front of him. Damn it, if I had known, I would have put my attribute points into mental power so I could have noticed sooner. Owen regretted that when he upgraded his personal panel, he had allocated his free attribute points to strength and speed. In this perilous forest, having strength without perception could lead to being ambushed and killed by creatures several times weaker than himself. When he was a powerful lord, he had never encountered such a situation, or if he did, he didn't care at all. Because the Earth Knight by his side could always handle things, and even if things went wrong, he could heal himself with spring water. Now, having lost his territory and spring water, he felt like a rootless floating weed, lacking any sense of security. I must quickly seize a territory. Owen's resolve strengthened, and he cursed in his heart. That damn woman said I could see her territory once I reached the swamp. Where is she? Owen recalled a nearby lord who had actively sought him out for conversation. He had once targeted her for capture, but now he wanted to obtain her territory. However, there were snakes everywhere. Where were the signs of a territory? As Owen stood up, they were blocked by thick water snakes. These water snakes had no rank, not even qualifying for one, but their sheer numbers and certain aggressiveness made him frown. Owen asked the Earth Knight beside him, "There are quite a few, can we kill them?" The Earth Knight replied, reporting to the Lord, "We can kill them, but these water snakes seem to have emerged from the swamp. I wonder if killing them will just make more appear." The Earth Knight looked worriedly at the swamp not far away, where water snakes were springing out like springs and heading towards them. What a fall from grace, to be reduced to retreating from such lowly creatures. Owen gritted his teeth, his dark skin hid his anger, but the veins on his forehead bulged. They couldn't completely wipe out the snakes, as the Earth Knight might die due to their numbers, nor could they recklessly kill hundreds for venting, as they had no resources to heal after being injured. Break through. Owen cursed angrily and reluctantly chose to evade. 10 heavily armored knights protected the Lord in the center. Any water snake daring to leap forward would end up in 2 pieces. Just ordinary swimming snakes, the golden-ranked Earth Knights could easily split them in half with sheer physical strength. The 10 fought while retreating, quickly breaking free from the encirclement of the snakes. When the snake swarm saw them retreating, they merely hissed and did not pursue. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, leading 20 elite soldiers, was also troubled by a group of swimming snakes. Forget it, if we take some losses, we take some losses. After all, there's a king-ranked lord ready to join inside. He looked deep into the swamp and gritted his teeth, making a decision. With the addition of a king-ranked lord, any resources the other party could obtain would be a strong support for the Golden Alliance. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the chat window flashed. Chen Mo glanced at it. It was Chi Hongi. What? Chen Mo was stunned after understanding the situation. So what do we do now? Chi Hongi replied, "From now on, stop expanding and concentrate resources on low-rank lords. Let's promote balance first." Chen Mo did not quite agree with the leader's decision. Allocating resources to low-tier lords seemed like a way to counter high-tier lords during a crisis, preventing internal division. But if wealth does not match position, those high-tier lords are not fools. Chi Hongi also said, "Of course I know this, but there is no better way. I need time. As long as you give me time to better develop my troops, I will suppress all voices of resistance with force when the time comes." Chi Hongi's words were domineering. In her view, the reason extraordinary benefits were so enticing was that the cost was too low. If absolute power made the people of the Alliance understand the punishment for harming their own, they would not easily infringe upon the other lords. Alright, I understand. Chen Mo felt heavy-hearted. This news came at a very inopportune time, otherwise, he could have recruited another king-tier lord. But this is also good, it saves my troops from being damaged. Chen Mo thought for a moment and sent a message to the pleading lord. "I have arrived at the outskirts of the territory, but there are too many serpents. I am powerless." After sending the message, he closed the page and began to run frantically towards his territory. If what the leader said was true, then someone like him, who always launched full-scale attacks, would be in great danger. He had to return to his territory as soon as possible to defend it. What? Why? This is impossible. Isn't the Golden Alliance claiming to have taken down multiple tribes and selling bronze-level weapons? Why can't they even deal with a mere serpent at the outskirts of a tribe? Li Xiang looked incredulously at his chat panel. He frantically sent messages to Chen Mo, but there was no response. Damn it, if it weren't for the strong aura of my troops attracting the attention of the King Serpents, how could I ask you, the Golden Alliance, for help? Li Xiang thought that by joining this flourishing Golden Alliance, he and the goddess would be rescued, but the Golden Alliance actually said they were powerless? These serpents came from a nearby King Serpent clan's subsidiary. Although they were not strong themselves, they had the backing of the King Serpent clan. If the King Serpent clan could not be eliminated in one go, then just getting rid of these serpents would only increase the anger of the King Serpent clan. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly. But if he were to eliminate the King Serpent clan, he did not have that capability. Even though he was a King-tier lord, he only had one troop type, making it difficult for him to unleash the full power of his forces. What's wrong? Has the Golden Alliance come? Su Qingyu looked at her loyal follower, still half asleep. The arrival of the other party not only failed to resolve her crisis but also increased her weight in the King Serpent clan, making it harder to break through. However, fortunately, the other party was strong enough to stop the serpent attacks, giving her a chance to breathe and even sleep. Moreover, the loyal follower promised that people from the Golden Alliance would come to rescue them soon. Quick, it's coming soon, almost there. Li Xiang spoke nervously, but his fidgeting hands betrayed him. Su Qingyu did not expose him but cursed inwardly. Trash is just trash. On the surface, she said, it doesn't matter if they haven't come yet, this is my problem after all. I'll see if I can find someone to help. Li Xiang felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. This time he did not dare to be arrogant again. After turning around, Su Qingyu gave him a roll of her eyes and then opened the panel. After a moment of contemplation, she organized her words to Chen Chen. Brother Chen Chen, can you help me? I still haven't dealt with the water serpents here. Chen Chen glanced at the message casually and then closed the chat box. His army had almost all been sent to deal with the King Serpent clan, with only a few left behind, leaving no extra troops to handle other matters. And why would a stranger like me want to save her? I'm not the type to be unable to move when I see a woman. Moreover, it's not just Su Qingyu who sends me photos every day asking for contact information. Recently, there's also a girl from a small country with cherry blossoms whose figure is quite good. Speaking of figures, Sarawil Shah is even better, and she's not someone I can easily grasp. Besides, this is something I can actually touch, much better than those who only have photos. Calculating the time, Shah should be back soon. 20 gold coins and 200 energy stones. Although not much for me now, it is indeed a successful experiment. As long as I can open up the Imperial business channels, the King Snake Clan would be the best material. The King Snake Clan is huge, with soft yet tough scales, making them very suitable for armor, and the price is likely to be higher. Furthermore, the King Snake Clan is numerous and concentrated, unlike the scattered gray-furred giant wolves. Chen Chen opened his field of vision and shifted the camera to a low-lying valley. This is precisely the territory of the King Snake Clan. In the center of the low valley, a giant snake with a body 3 zhang long and a single horn coiled up alone, its purple scales shimmering in the sunlight. That is the leader of the king snake, surrounded by hundreds of purple king snakes ranging from 1 to 3 meters long. What a big snake, Shen Chen exclaimed, still amazed despite having learned about the king snake clan in advance. Nearly 10 meters in size, this is the largest creature he has seen aside from the frost giant dragon. Fortunately, his newly born goblins have also shed their previous 3-head height and now stand around 1.7 meters tall. Occasionally, there are also wolf giant goblins and iron skin goblins that can reach over 2 meters, so they are not without fighting power. A 2-meter figure may seem small in front of that giant king snake, but in front of ordinary 2 or 3 meter king snakes, they are still quite large. Hiss! The approach of the goblin army triggered the alert of the snake group. The snakes hissed, and a few 2-meter king snakes raised their drowsy vertical eyes to glance from afar, unable to see clearly due to the distance. Their forked tongues flicked out and retracted. Even from a kilometer away, the scent collection confirmed the approaching enemy. It turned out to be goblins, so they continued to sleep. Such things could be left to the guarding sentry snakes. Under the call of the king snake leader, the king snake clan almost dominated all the snake tribes within dozens of kilometers. The great king snake clan occupied the center of the valley, while the other snake tribes were positioned around them according to their status. Hiss! The one roaring at the goblins was a patterned giant python coiled on the outskirts. The patterned giant python clan quickly gathered their snakes, wanting to hunt this group of foolish goblins. The leading wolf goblin, without a second thought, bit down fiercely on the python's vital spot the moment it lunged out, shaking its head violently. The powerful bite force and astonishing side-to-side shaking caused the patterned giant python to lose its resistance instantly. Put! Under the wolf goblin's bite, a section of snake meat along with the heart at the vital spot was swallowed into its belly. Gah! The wolf goblin raised its hand again, its crimson wolf eyes transforming into diamond-shaped vertical slits representing aggression. A mere python dared to bare its fangs in front of them, they would tear it apart. The wolf goblin led the charge, and the other goblins were not idle, rushing in like invaders into a village, grabbing and biting as they went. This group of usually arrogant patterned giant pythons had finally met their match. The goblins before them basically all possessed golden-level combat power, with each goblin having a minimum attribute point of 40. Some exceptionally gifted goblins even reached 45, making them a nightmare for the patterned giant pythons, who generally only had attributes of 15 to 20, easily devoured like small spicy strips, one bite at a time. Of course, even small spicy strips had their genders, for some they particularly like they would knot together to make it easier to carry away when they leave. Hiss! Ha! Gaga gaga! Chen chen! Somehow, he seemed to hear a sinister keek-keek in the goblin's cackling laughter. This kind of laughter was not appropriate, he would have to teach them a lesson later. The crushing of the patterned giant python was within Chen Chen's expectations. What truly worried him were the King Snake clan and their leader. The King Snake leader slightly nodded, raising a segment of its swirling body, as if it had noticed the failure of the patterned giant python. Hiss! The harsh roar, though not loud, carried an eerie power that transmitted for miles. At that moment, a group of emerald-green small snakes descended from the treetops, launching themselves towards the goblins. Are there other snake clans? Chen Chen furrowed his brows. His previous inquiries had only revealed the patterned giant python and the King Snake clan inhabiting this area. How could there be more? Could it be that, as he had speculated, this group of pythons had already dominated the surrounding region? The emerald-green small snakes bit into the goblins' wrists, necks, and thighs, and the bitten areas began to turn black at a visible speed. Gah! Pooh! The goblin retaliated by tearing the emerald-green small snake in half. These snakes could actually break through the goblin's poison resistance, bronze level? Seeing that the toxins were effective against the goblins, Chen Chen realized these were not ordinary venomous snakes, but skills of bronze-level beasts. There weren't many emerald-green small snakes, but there were still over 30 of them, and under their suicidal assault, several goblins were entangled and covered in black. You have lost a werewolf goblin. You have lost a wolf giant goblin. You have lost a jackal goblin. In just a short moment, with their absolute numerical advantage, facing a bronze-level race, he had actually lost 3 golden-level goblins, which made Chen Chen take this seriously. Among the troops of the lords, there were special units that could crush the rest, and this seemed to apply in reality as well. Just like the small snakes before him, although their defense was low, their toxicity was extremely strong. In a suicidal charge, they had exchanged their bronze-level strength for 3 of his golden-level goblins. The remaining goblins retreat, iron-skinned goblins and pigmen goblins lead the way. Chen Chen put away his disdain and hurriedly ordered the 2 goblins with iron skin skills to take the front. He had a feeling that this attack would not go smoothly, because after the huge roar of the King Snake clan leader, it fell back into a deep sleep. It seemed very confident that the summoned forces could handle this group of goblins. Sure enough, the next second, rustling sounds came from all directions. As the royal of this area, the King Snake leader's call caused all snake clans within several miles to gather here. Various types of pythons appeared in the goblins' line of sight, some large, some small, some patterned, some green, their bodies leaving twisted trails on the ground. The dense, winding trails increased 100, 200, 300, 400, 1,000. Poison milk. Trample. The goblin priest waved his hand, and a green glow enveloped the charging snake swarm, instantly reducing their overall speed. Immediately after, the ground shook violently as if a dragon was rolling. A chasm several meters wide began to spread, and the thousands of surrounding snakes immediately fell into this chasm. The snake swarm struggled to rise but collapsed after spitting blood. It should be noted that the terrain damage caused by the trample skill was merely an addition. Its true attack was the vibration. The intense shaking made the various snakes' internal organs churn like boiling water, making it impossible for them to rise. Hiss! Within the valley, all the king snakes were awakened by the massive tremor, raising their eyes to stare intently at this group of oddly shaped goblins. If you wake up someone with a bad temper, you might get hit, but if you wake up hundreds of them, you'll know what it means to be bitten by 10,000 snakes. Hiss! Ha! Gaga gaga! The massive bodies of the king snakes charged angrily towards the goblins, their hundreds of enormous forms writhing on the ground, even causing slight tremors. Roar! Facing the main goblins, they showed no fear, spreading their arms and roaring back in anger. Poison fireball. Bone spear. Before the king snakes could reach the goblins, a rain of green fireballs and white bone spears fell from the sky. This was the difference between intelligent beings and beasts. They understood consumption and knew how to use tools. Thus, as soon as the king snakes launched their charge, they suffered significant losses. Dozens of king snakes were pinned to the ground by bone spears, unable to escape. These bone spears, seized from the Minotaur tribe, were comparable to large crossbow bolts when thrown by the wolf giant goblins and iron-skinned goblins. In contrast, the poison fireballs from the ram-horned goblins were somewhat ineffective. The flames burned on the king snakes but could not penetrate their purple armor. Magical defense? Chen Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. This was even better. It meant the value of the king snake scales was likely higher. The total number of the king snake clan was about 300, and by the time they reached the goblins, only around 230 remained. The goblins had also thrown all of their more than 100 spears cleanly. Trample. Boom. This time, the trample was particularly concentrated, as the king snakes charged from the valley direction, so the goblins adjusted the direction of their trample skill to face the valley entrance. The ground bore ugly new scars, and the king snakes were knocked back several meters in their advance. Not bad at all, they can even block the trample. Chen Chen was increasingly satisfied with the king snake clan. He had thought this concentrated trample would cause a large number of king snake deaths, but it only injured a little over 100 of their forces. The king snakes at the front lay twitching on the ground, while the others continued to charge forward. This is simply excellent material. Chen Chen sighed, looking at the scene of the king snakes with growing satisfaction. The king snake leader also noticed this scene. Of the 300 king snakes, only about 170 had truly reached the goblins, which made it very angry. When had the proud king snake clan ever suffered such humiliation? Its massive tail swung like a horizontal pillar, sweeping with the force to sweep away an army. Poison palm. The goblin priests stepped forward, their hands gathering power as their muscular blocks trembled. Although the poison in the poison palm was blocked by the king snake's scales, the goblin priests, relying on their numerical advantage, firmly received this sweeping attack. This king snake leader has at least 60 base attribute points. Chen Chen discovered the strength of this king snake leader from its continuous assaults. No matter how the opponent reacted, his goblins needed to concentrate to barely resist. With nearly a 20-point attribute gap, not getting killed instantly was already good enough. Finally, under the interference of the king snake leader, the king snake clan collided closely with the goblins. The king snake clan mainly relied on their scales, which were immune to most attacks, and their proud muscles and size to attack. The goblins, except for the wolf giant goblins and iron-skinned goblins who could match the king snakes one-on-one, chose to fight flexibly. Just as they had once hunted the gray-furred giant wolves, they planned to deal with the massive king snakes in the same way. The two sides grappled together, with goblins and king snakes everywhere, and occasionally, the sounds of other bronze-level small snakes summoned to join the battlefield could be heard. The battlefield was chaotic and even reached a point of intense stalemate. The strongest goblin priest among his subordinates was locked in a fierce battle with the king snake leader. Chen Chen continuously switched perspectives to grasp the situation on the battlefield, and soon he furrowed his brows. Before the king snake approached, the goblins had managed to kill nearly half of the king snakes in a formation-like manner. However, once the king snake got closer, the goblins seemed to fall into a state of anxiety. They resorted to a single tactic with no formation to speak of. You bite me, I bite you, you hit me, I bite you, you wrap around me, I bite your neck. This was not a clash of two armies but rather like a brawl between two groups of thugs. The ram-horned goblins continuously cast spells at the surrounding king snakes, but the poisonous fireballs bounced off the enemy's scales and hit their own. The wolf giant goblins preferred to fight alone like brutes. The iron-skinned goblins liked to charge with their iron shells, knocking away anyone in front of them, whether friend or foe. Meanwhile, the cunning rabbit goblins dug tunnels on the battlefield, coordinating with the werewolf goblins to execute a gopher strategy. Before the enemy approached, they resembled war gods, but once the enemy was near, they instantly turned into thugs. This was not a matter of the goblins being weak, but rather an issue of their combination and execution. Although the goblins had a unity attribute in their stats, it seemed to apply only when their numbers were small. It wasn't that they were disunited when there were many, rather, with so many different types, they didn't know how to coordinate with their partners. The werewolf goblins and cunning rabbit goblins, who had previously collaborated, managed to work together fairly well in this regard. However, the new generation of jackal goblins, wolf giant goblins, and iron-skinned goblins were mostly fighting their own battles. They need a leader. Chen Chen realized the problem. This group of goblins lacked a leader to rally and command them. Only by uniting them could they form a competent army. However, the goblins were evolving too quickly. Just like the two leaders he had appointed at the beginning, the Grey Wolf and the Happy Sheep. Although they were now quite strong, having raised their attributes to 42 and 43 points through leveling up, these stats, while impressive among ordinary goblins, were merely average among the new generation of 3-gene fusion goblins. With the addition of dark goblin genes and the fusion of two other races' genes, these goblins generally started with 40 attributes, easily surpassing them with just a slight level up. It seems we must quickly take down the dragon on the other side of the river. Soon, as time passed, the goblins gradually gained the upper hand. The tide had turned, and the outcome seemed inevitable, but the cost was also quite painful. Chen Chen continuously received messages about kills and losses. Well, heavy casualties are heavy casualties, it's just an opportunity to optimize the army. Chen Chen looked at the colorful snakes on the battlefield and thought this. Due to their different types, the performance of these snakes was not much better than that of the goblins. Some even turned against their teammates after accidentally attacking them, two snakes wrestling together, devouring and biting each other. Optimize the types, eliminate useless troops, and teach them how to truly use formations in battle. Your goblin priest has killed the king snake leader, experience plus 5000, energy stone plus 600, exotic crystal x1, the goblin priest leveled up, now at level 12. Your iron-skinned goblin has killed the water snake leader, experience plus 300, energy stone plus 200, exotic crystal x1. The iron-skinned goblin leveled up. You lost one. The war came quickly and left just as fast. Within a single afternoon, the valley was covered in blood. The stench of blood wafted through the valley with the gentle breeze. Corpses of all sizes lay scattered everywhere, including goblins, pythons, venomous snakes, king snakes, and water snakes. Out of more than 170 goblins that fought until the end, only over 70 remained. Among them, the new generation of wolf giant goblins, iron-skinned goblins, and goblin priests made up the vast majority. Loss is loss, it just helps me clear out the chaotic races. Chen Chen faced the losses calmly. Although his losses were unprecedentedly large, his gains were also unprecedentedly great. In this battle, he obtained 1,700 energy stones, 2 alien crystals, hundreds of tons of snake blood and flesh, as well as countless fangs and scales from the snakes. The King Snake clan had the highest drop rate. Each king snake basically dropped 1 to 3 meters of scales with strong physical defense and great immunity to magic, a pair of long sharp fangs, and nearly 100 pounds of blood and flesh. Calculating this, a single king snake could bring in about 10 energy stones, and there were over 300 king snakes here. Besides the king snakes, there were various other summoned snake species, which, although not very powerful, were numerous. Just selling the meat alone would be enough for Chen Chen to sell for quite a while. Of course, the biggest income after each battle was still the breeding females. Under Chen Chen's orders, the goblins discarded the chaotic mother snakes and kept about 50 giant snakes from the King Snake clan. The harvest was simply too much. Chen Chen needed to organize it. The water snakes have decreased. No, it seems they have disappeared. In the swamp, Su Qingyu learned about the current situation through the feedback from the imperial crocodile. They have indeed decreased. My land-toothed shark can no longer sense any water snakes, Li Xiang echoed. The land-toothed shark told me that the water snakes haven't disappeared. It seems they were summoned away by something. Summoned away? Su Qingyu asked curiously, could it be the King Snake clan? The siege over the past few days had made her aware of the forces behind the Water Snake clan, which was the King Snake clan that occupied the nearby valley. These water snakes seemed to have been sent by the King Snake clan to expand their territory, and somehow they had set their sights on Su Qingyu's swamp domain. Now, with Li Xiang telling her that these water snakes had been summoned away, it was very likely that the King Snake clan had called them back. Have they given up on competing for my territory? Su Qingyu suddenly felt an unexpected joy. Li Xiang shook his head. No, it shouldn't be. The land-toothed shark seems to have sensed a violent tremor coming from the direction of the canyon where the King Snake clan is stationed. If I had to say, it should be that the King Snake clan was attacked and summoned the Water Snake clan back, right? His land-toothed shark was a king-tier creature and could sense much more clearly than the imperial crocodile, but the more he knew, the more worried he became. To him, the King Snake clan already seemed very powerful. Although he had not directly confronted them, just based on the 20 golden troops sent by the King Snake clan when he violently killed many water snakes, the overall strength of the King Snake clan should be several tiers above his own. And he himself was a king-tier lord among lords. If the other side was several tiers higher than him, then it was possible for the King Snakes to summon back the water snakes, which were not very useful. How strong must the invaders be? A holy tier lord? No, a holy tier lord shouldn't be able to reach that level. Through information trading with the South River, he knew that the troops of Holy Tier Lords also had a growth period. The growth time for King Tier Lord troops was 1 week, while for Holy Tier it was 1 month. So far, only about half a month had passed, and even for Holy Tier Lord troops, they would only be at the subadult stage, and that was in a good development situation. A subadult, a mere subadult Holy Tier troop, probably wouldn't be a match for those massive king snakes, right? When it comes to one-on-one combat strength, Holy Tier troops naturally do not fear any of the snakes in the King Snake clan. However, the opponent is not just one, nor is it a single race, but several snake tribes. Such a level of combat power would not make the King Snake anxious enough to summon the Water Snake clan for assistance unless there were 200 or 300 or even 300 or 400 Golden Tier troops to encircle and kill them. Could it be that a primitive force has encountered the King Snake clan? Li Xiang expressed his speculation to the goddess, making a gesture that suggested it was just a casual thought. However, upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's eyebrows lifted in delight as she hurriedly opened the chat page. Could it be that Brother Chen Chen has come to save me? She immediately sought confirmation from Chen Chen, asking if he had just attacked the King Snake clan. Far away in his territory, Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback, then relievedly admitted it. It made sense, this woman seemed to be not too far from me, and she must have felt the aftermath of the battle. Ha ha ha, indeed. It really is Brother Chen Chen. Su Qingyu was overjoyed, realizing that the photo she had sent earlier was indeed useful. This aloof male god, seemingly indifferent and unresponsive, had actually helped her fundamentally solve the problem. Oomph, what unique sub-god lord, what number 1 powerhouse, aren't they all beneath my pomegranate skirt? She bit her lip, feeling triumphant. Li Xiang frowned, slightly confused. What Chen Chen? What help? Su Qingyu haughtily sniffed. Didn't your golden alliance come? I sought help from Brother Chen Chen, and unexpectedly, he directly helped me eliminate the King Snake clan. Chen Chen? Brother Chen Chen? Li Xiang's face instantly turned as ugly as if he had eaten something unpleasant. He could see genuine happiness and joy in Su Qingyu's eyes, even a hint of disdain for him. Impossible, with the strength of the King Snake clan, it can't be something our current lord can handle. Li Xiang instinctively retorted, concerned about his pride. Su Qingyu shot him a cold glance. If you can't do it, don't slander others. I won't allow you to speak about Brother Chen Chen like that. A hint of frost appeared on her proud face. Su Qingyu was genuinely angry. Hey, I didn't mean that. I meant, it's unlikely. Even the strongest Chen Chen couldn't possibly defeat the King Snake clan. Su Qingyu's expression grew colder. Don't you believe me? I've already asked Brother Chen Chen. Li Xiang, seeing her like this, should have taken a step back, but hearing his beloved goddess sweetly call out Brother Chen Chen, he couldn't swallow his pride. Stubbornly, he insisted, it's impossible, Qingyu. You know the strength of the King Snake leader, it's stronger than my land-toothed shark, which has broken through 60 attribute points. My King tier troops have many restrictions, his sub-god troops should have even more. Humph, believe it or not, I'm going to find Brother Chen Chen right now. Su Qingyu was truly angry, this sycophant dared to insult her brother. However, now was not the time to deal with this sycophant. Chen Chen had just dealt with the King Snake clan and should not have gone far. She wanted to sneak a peek at what kind of troop her brother was. Sub-god level, it must be a very handsome giant dragon, right? One even more handsome than the frost giant dragon. Su Qingyu summoned her imperial crocodile and swiftly headed towards the King Snake Valley. Seeing this, Li Xiang gritted his teeth and followed. He still didn't believe that it was Chen Chen who suppressed the King Snake clan and summoned the water snakes. Sub-god troops, how could there be no restrictions? With complaints and reluctance, he also wanted to see what this legendary strongest lord's troops were really like. The imperial crocodile raced along. This was Su Qingyu's first time stepping out of her territory. The land-toothed shark followed stealthily beneath the ground, trailing behind the swamp imperial crocodile above. Lu Qiyaosha, a special shark capable of surviving on land, viewed the earth as friendly as flowing water. Soon, the two arrived at the territory of the Wangxi clan, not far from where they were. What a strong smell of blood, Su Qingyu remarked, catching the scent of blood before even entering the valley. The imperial crocodile beneath her and the land shark below were both visibly excited. It really is quite strong, Lu Qiyaosha surfaced, with Li Xiang sitting atop it, his brow furrowed. The bloodthirsty aura here had already spread outside the valley with the gentle breeze. Just how brutal was it inside? Could it really be Chen Chen? Li Xiang swallowed hard, feeling a bit melancholic. If it was indeed Chen Chen, it would mean a deep connection between him and his goddess. My rival is Chen Chen. Can I still win? Li Xiang's eyes darted, sometimes drifting towards the valley, sometimes towards the excited Su Qingyu. It's not Chen Chen, it's not Chen Chen, it can't be. How could a lord be so powerful? Li Xiang comforted himself while patting Lu Qiyaosha's dorsal fin to speed up. As they gradually entered the valley, even though they were prepared for the bloodshed, they were still taken aback by the scene of carnage within. The entire valley was covered in dried blood, a brownish hue, and various snake bodies hung from tree trunks, blood dripping continuously, with the occasional half-snake body sliding down. Li Xiang felt a mix of emotions facing all this. Su Qingyu, however, excitedly picked up a half-snake body, saying, "This must be left for me by Brother Chen Chen," knowing I would come. Along the way, Su Qingyu kept picking up snake bodies the size of her thumb, which Chen Chen would never have cared for. "Ah, this is a water snake. See, I told you Brother Chen Chen was helping." Su Qingyu proudly showed off a segment of a water snake to Li Xiang. Li Xiang's expression darkened, but he felt secretly pleased. A demigod-level troop should have easily annihilated such ordinary snakes rather than roughly tearing them apart and tossing them in pieces. This brutal battle did not seem like the slaughter of a demigod troop. It looked more like a war between two tribes. As everyone knew, Chen Shen's troops were of demigod level, meaning he couldn't have been responsible for this. If it wasn't Chen Chen, then the goddess was still mine. The two gradually walked to the entrance of the valley. What they discovered at the entrance made Li Xiang's heart leap with joy. There, at the valley's edge, were more than 10 oddly shaped, tall goblins transporting the corpses of patterned giant pythons. Li Xiang turned to Su Qingyu and said, "See, Qingyu, this wasn't done by Chen Chen. This must be a fight between the goblins and the Wangshi clan." Su Qingyu's expression darkened as she shouted, "Don't call me Qingyu." And Li Xiang, can't you stand to see others do well? Can a weak race like the goblins really compete with the Wangshi clan? This is clearly Brother Chen Chen leaving some snake meat here for me, but it was stolen by these despicable goblins. You should hurry and get my snake meat back. Su Qingyu's words were filled with complaints towards Li Xiang, and she was starting to feel annoyed with this infatuated fool. "Ha! This!" Li Xiang, seeing his viewpoint rebutted, immediately wanted to argue back, but upon seeing the anger on the goddess's beautiful face, he had to apologize awkwardly. Yes, I must have guessed wrong. Maybe it was the great Chen Chen who thought these meats were beneath him and left them for us." "What do you mean beneath him? If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. Now, go get the meat back for me." By the end, Su Qingyu was almost shouting. Li Xiang dared not delay any longer and immediately urged Lu Qiyaosha to move forward and seize the meat. Lu Qiyaosha suddenly dove down, disappearing from their sight. Not far away, a dozen iron-skinned goblins were transporting the last patterned giant python. They had too much loot and too few hands. Even after a couple of trips, they still couldn't finish moving it, and this was already the third trip. If it weren't for the goblins regaining their strength by standing on the ground, any other troop type would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Gah! The iron-skinned goblin, while hauling the corpse of the patterned giant python, occasionally pulled a spicy strip from a nearby treetop and popped it into its mouth. They were like a group of mischievous children, indifferent to the more meaty and better quality patterned giant python on their shoulders, but very fond of the hard-to-reach spicy strips from the treetops. Suddenly, one of the iron-skinned goblins seemed to sense something large and curious watching from below. What could be coming up? One goblin stopped, and the other 10 or so goblins also paused, tilting their heads curiously at the ground while carrying the snake meat. The goblins, not in combat mode, perfectly inherited the practical intelligence of the orcs. Roar! The land shark roared, breaking through the ground and opening its massive jaws to bite at the head of the iron-skinned goblin. Ha! With small eyes and a big question, when did sharks start popping out of the ground? As the gaping maw drew closer, the iron-skinned goblin hurriedly activated its iron skin skill. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The land shark was sent flying several meters away. Is this goblin's head made of iron? The land shark found it hard to believe, but the goblin's counterattack quickly made it dive back into the earth. Boom! The other goblins had already taken the opportunity to stomp on the ground, leaving behind several huge footprints. Is this goblin really a goblin? Li Xiang looked incredulously at the scene he had just witnessed, thinking he was about to succeed. Clang, clang! The crisp sounds rang out as the other 10 or so iron-skinned goblins also activated their iron skin skills. This is going to be tricky. He glanced at his goddess, and sure enough, her expression showed that she thought he was just as weak. Li Xiang hurriedly defended himself. It's okay, even though that group of goblins has high defense, the initiative is with me. They can't keep their skills up forever. Goblins couldn't maintain their defensive skills indefinitely, while the land shark could remain hidden underground for a long time. The advantage was mine. Boom! A muffled thunderclap shook both of their hearts. Turning to look, it wasn't thunder, it was a goblin stomping its foot, sending the land shark flying out. The ground revealed ugly fissures as the land shark struggled in the air. Seeing that the skill was effective, the other goblins exchanged glances and continued to stomp. Boom! 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 More than 10 goblins with attributes as high as 40 or even 45 continuously activated their skills, making it extremely difficult for the land shark, which had an attribute of 50, to hold on, its blood gushing out uncontrollably. No! Come back, hurry back! Li Xiang, anxious and frantic, quickly summoned his troops to return. He only had this one troop type. After overcoming the crisis, he needed to help the goddess, but if they both got trapped, there would be no opportunity for development. This unique troop type was his heart's desire. The land shark swam towards its lord, with goblins chasing behind. By the time the land shark reached its lord, its life was already hanging by a thread. Li Xiang looked up at the towering goblin and swallowed hard. Run! Li Xiang shouted angrily, and the scenery around him rapidly receded. It turned out to be Su Qingyu. It was the goddess who saved him. The imperial crocodile was sprinting across the ground, with goblins madly chasing behind. If it had been werewolf goblins or cunning rabbit goblins chasing them, the two would have undoubtedly met their end, but unfortunately, this time they were being pursued by iron-skinned goblins. A tank that has allocated attribute points to strength and defense. The imperial crocodile's movement speed is slow, but it is still much faster than that of a goblin, quickly escaping the danger zone. Thank you, Qingyu. I thought I was going to die at the hands of those goblins, Li Xiang said, still shaken, patting his chest, while Su Qingyu shot him a glance. If it weren't for the fact that his identity as a lord of a king-tier troop had some value, why would she bother saving this useless person in front of her? You have lost a land-toothed shark. The system notification sounded, and Li Xiang felt very down. With his troop gone, he had no idea how many bricks he would have to move or how much mining he would have to do to meet the conditions for summoning again. Of course, if Su Qingyu was willing to sponsor him. Since your troop is gone, you might as well go back to the territory and develop quietly. I will tell Brother Chen Chen about the goblins stealing things. Su Qingyu's somewhat cold voice rang out, showing no intention of helping him make a comeback. Well, okay. But Li Xiang wanted to ask for help but felt it would be embarrassing. The imperial crocodile had already arrived around the territory, and just as Li Xiang hesitated to speak, a voice interrupted him. Hey, are you Qingyu? The newcomer, riding a fine horse with dark skin, was Owen. Swish! 10 Earth Knights emerged from the surroundings, their cold long spears reflecting a dazzling cold light. Roar! The imperial crocodile let out a warning roar, clearly sensing that the 10 mounted figures before him were all golden-level opponents. Why, you are Owen? Su Qingyu recognized his identity from his skin color. Among all the sycophants, there was only one with dark skin. Owen was overjoyed. That's right, it's me. He stepped forward to initiate a hug, but Su Qingyu instinctively took a step back. Seeing this, Owen was not angry. If it had been a few hours earlier, he might have ordered the Earth Knights to destroy her troop and seize her territory for daring to reject him. But now, he smiled at Li Xiang and asked, "Did you run into trouble?" He was looking for someone to plunder a territory, but wasn't there a better option in front of him than a golden-level lord? One was a king-tier lord who had lost his troop, which was simply a perfect opportunity. There's an old saying, an old man lost his horse. He thought it was a misfortune, but it turned out to be a blessing. Owen felt that this was exactly the case. He could plunder a lord, so why not aim higher? Wouldn't his troop then become a king-tier troop? Su Qingyu took a deep breath. We did run into some trouble, but it's already resolved. In fact, given Su Qingyu's personality, she was unlikely to explain anything to a sycophant of the same level. However, being surrounded by 10 golden troops made her a bit nervous. Li Xiang was straightforward. Friend, what do you mean by surrounding us? Owen showed an awkward expression and hurriedly waved his hand, signaling the Earth Knights to lower their spears. Misunderstanding. Qingyu and I are friends, we just happened to run into you while out hunting. There's a swamp here. If I remember correctly, it should be your territory, Qingyu? Can I come in for a visit? Owen said casually, his tone as usual. Su Qingyu, not knowing that territories could be plundered, and seeing the strength of his troops, replied, "Sure, then follow me." Li Xiang probably wouldn't be able to provide any help for a while, so it was better to cultivate another sycophant. She had absolute confidence. No matter how foreign he was, she could still handle it. In this trio, some were happy while others were worried. Qingyu really had a lot of friends, first Chen Chen, and now this foreigner in front of her. What's even more infuriating is that this foreigner has developed 10 types of troops, which makes my position even lower. Li Xiang sat behind the imperial crocodile, his face dark and his mood fluctuating. Owen, on the other hand, was chatting happily with Su Qingyu, even going so far as to let his troops stay by the swamp's edge when there was no more path, while he himself sat atop the imperial crocodile's head. This brought the two of them even closer together. Li Xiang watched with resentment in his heart. Developing troops, when I get back, I must develop my own troops. By then, with 5 or 10 royal tier troops, I will definitely take my revenge. At the head of the Imperial Crocodile, Su Qingyu asked softly, you said we can plunder the territories of other lords to gain rewards? Of course, and the higher the level, the more energy stones you get. Look at me, I've plundered 2 lords and already developed 20 golden troops. With the 10 Earth Knights outside, Su Qingyu had no doubts. She just turned her eyes and said, but we don't have the coordinates of the other lords. Owen waved his hand, then there's nothing we can do, but we can search, maybe there are other lords nearby. Wait, you're not planning to plunder me, are you? Su Qingyu suddenly looked wary. Owen had already thought of his excuse, Qingyu, we are friends, how could I do that to you? Look, I've put my troops outside, I have no strength to harm you. Su Qingyu glanced at the Imperial Crocodile beneath her and nodded. Indeed, the opponent's troops were all outside the swamp, and the strongest creature in the entire swamp was her own Imperial Crocodile. Suddenly, Su Qingyu thought of something. She asked, if we attack a royal tier lord, how many energy stones can we get? Owen pretended to be surprised, secretly delighted. He had followed the two for a long time and naturally knew that the despondent man behind them was a royal tier lord. Finally, I've been waiting for you to bring it up. Owen feigned astonishment. Impossible, royal tier lords are very powerful. The 2 of us are no match. Su Qingyu impatiently waved her hand. Don't worry about whether we're a match, just tell me how many energy stones we can get. Owen replied, I really don't know, but I plundered a golden lord once, and it gave me 100 energy stones. 1,000? Su Qingyu's eyes flashed. 1,000 energy stones would be enough for her to summon 25 imperial crocodiles. A full 25. How powerful would that be? Greed flickered in her eyes, ambition growing. If it's a royal tier, would it give more? Maybe it would let my troops exceed 50? With 50 golden tier troops, would I become a top tier lord? I would, right? I definitely would. Su Qingyu's breathing grew heavier. Her first thought was to devour Li Xiang. Her second thought was to tell Chen Chen. Chen Chen was a demigod lord. If she pleased brother Chen Chen, she might not even have to lift a finger to obtain a considerable amount of energy stones. No, she couldn't just tell brother Chen Chen like that. She had to verify it first. Yes, verify it herself before telling him. Su Qingyu unabashedly looked at Li Xiang behind her with greed. Li Xiang noticed the goddess looking at him with fiery eyes and immediately felt shy, scratching his head and offering a bashful smile. As expected, the goddess still cares about me. What is this? Chen Chen looked at a strange shark among the spoils. Does the King Snake clan have such things? He called over a goblin to inquire about the situation and learn from the other party about the attack encountered while transporting items. I see, it's probably another lord treating their troops as ordinary wild monsters. However, since his own troops were unharmed this time, he decided not to seek trouble with the other party. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to exhaustively explore the location of the other party's territory. Alright, you can start digging. Chen Chen sent off the summoned goblin. He needed something like an ice cellar to preserve the mountain of snake corpses piled up within the territory. Although the crisis had passed, the surrounding ice and snow had not melted, and the temperature had not changed much either. Late autumn had ended, and it seemed winter had arrived. It was fortunate it was winter, otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to deal with this mass of flesh. He couldn't bear to let the system acquire such a huge amount of blood and meat. If it were that old system, although it would neatly organize things for him, it would only mention snake scales, flesh, and fangs, without a word about snake tendons or gallbladders. Professional matters should be left to professionals. I'll let Sha take a look when she returns. At this moment, Chen Chen felt like he was retreating into the background. The Lord had developed the South River, while the Empire had developed Sha. Although both were still in the early stages, they had already achieved considerable results. The South River had brought him an income of 1,400 energy stones, just as he had guessed. To win people's hearts, Chen Chen split the income 3:7, with him taking 7 and the other party 3. Although it seemed on the surface that the South River was at a disadvantage, Chen Chen knew that as long as the Empire and his side were connected, the income he could bring to the South River would be enormous, and it wasn't impossible to establish trade for the entire lordship. Calculating this way, he had accumulated quite a few energy stones these days. Chen Chen checked his personal space. Exotic Crystal X3, Forging Blueprint, Cracked Bone Blade X1, Energy Stones 5133, First Level Fire Rain Scroll, Gambling Stones X270, Bronze, Lucky Iron Pickaxe X1. I thought the energy stones needed to upgrade the territory would be the hardest to obtain, but unexpectedly, I completed the energy stones first. Chen Chen sighed and then summoned the territory panel. Dark Goblin Territory, Territory Level, LV2. Territory size, 1000 meters. Territory abilities, notification of invasion, provides wall protection, offers multiple arrow tower visibility, enhances territory defense with a moat. Requirements for level upgrade, 1000 units of wood, 2000 units of stone, 1000 energy stones, at least 3 territorial buildings. Current resources, 300 units of wood, 20 units of stone, 210 king snake corpses, 40 patterned python corpses, 100 water snake corpses, 300 swimming snake corpses. Although he hadn't met the upgrade conditions, having money made the problem trivial. The little lowly bought stones, the market sold wood, and with a few taps of his fingers, he completed the requirements for the upgrade. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade? Yes, no, yes. A white light flashed, one beam landing on the territory and another on Chen Chen. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV3, and your personal panel has been upgraded. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV3, and your reputation has increased. Congratulations, your reputation has increased, your current prestige value has risen to a modest fame. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV3, you are the first lord to upgrade to LV3, and you have gained the right to select one territorial building. Dark Goblin Territory, Territory Level, LV3. Territory Size, 3000 meters. Territory Abilities, Notification of Invasion, provides wall protection, offers multiple arrow tower visibility, enhances territory defense with a moat. Requirements for level upgrade, 3000 units of wood, 5000 units of stone, 5000 energy stones, 1000 units of fine iron. Currently available resources, 300 units of wood, 20 units of stone, 210 king snake corpses, 40 patterned python corpses, 100 water snake corpses, 300 swimming snake corpses. Well, not every upgrade comes with surprises. This time, the upgrade didn't offer any impressive rewards, only an increase in the Lord's personal level and the territory's prestige, and even the selection of territories had decreased. Better than nothing. Chen Chen still allocated his 5 free attribute points to speed and mental strength, bringing his mental attribute to 12 and speed to 9, with an overall attribute reaching 22. Alright, from now on, I can barely consider myself a silver miner monster. Chen Chen joked. With an attribute of 20, he had reached the basic attributes of a silver monster, and now he could be said to have the ability to survive on his own in this forest. Open the selection panel. After allocating his points, Chen Chen returned to his favorite freebie page. Wooden warehouse, training ground, magical stone well. Only 3? This selection surprised Chen Chen. There were only 3 options. But what on earth was this third one? The wooden warehouse was quite useless, the training ground was average, and the magical stone well. As the saying goes, the strangest isn't necessarily the best, but the best is definitely the strangest. Chen Chen pointed at the magical stone well. He wanted to see what this well could bring him. A magical stone well has appeared in your territory. Throwing things in may yield rewards. Note, of course, you might also hit someone at the bottom of the well, perhaps Sadako, or maybe the well spirit. What kind of introduction is that? Chen Chen turned to look at the stone path in front of the small wooden house, where there was now a simple and unadorned water well. Ancient, simple, even exuding ordinariness. I need to throw something in, let me see what this is about. Chen Chen curiously walked over and casually found a pickaxe in his personal space to throw in. No reaction. He carefully examined the well, which showed no response, and even his pickaxe had disappeared. This can't be a scam to take my stuff, right? The iron pickaxe I threw, although useless, is still a bronze weapon. Chen Chen suddenly realized he had been tricked. Suddenly, blue smoke rose. A chilling aura made Chen Chen's hair stand on end. Then, from the blue smoke, a pale hand grasped the well's edge, and a figure slowly floated out. Dirty long hair covered its entire head, a snow-white neck like a swan yet resembling a ghost, eerie and cold, and even more chilling than the neck was the red wedding dress that made one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar at just one glance. Sadako? Chen Chen felt inexplicably nervous, even secretly summoning his goblins to gather. If this Sadako dared to show any hostility, he would not hesitate to have the goblins tear down this well. Wait, why does this Sadako? You are the river god? Wait, no, doesn't the river god give the same things? Once the figure fully appeared, Chen Chen's fear vanished, and he couldn't quite determine the other's identity. He saw that the figure held a sickle in its left hand, a pickaxe in its right, and had a black brick clamped in its mouth. Ignorant youth, did you drop this iron pickaxe, or this black brick, or perhaps this sickle? Bronze, black brick, strength +5, speed +3. Traits, attacking from behind can trigger a critical hit, strength +7. Note, swinging at the good leg of a cripple, wildly slapping the good side of a face, black brick, you deserve it. Lucky iron pickaxe, strength +1, speed +1, luck +1. Note, wow, this pickaxe is pretty good. Silver, death scythe, speed +10, mental power +8. Special ability, phasing, provides the user with 1 immunity to physical attacks below 100 attributes. Note, can harvest wheat, and can also harvest lives. Chen Chen cast a reconnaissance spell, revealing the attributes of the 3 weapons. Aside from the iron pickaxe he had dropped, the other 2 were extremely powerful weapons. Especially the scythe, which had reached silver level and possessed a heaven-defying trait. Compared to the attribute boost of the scythe, Chen Chen valued the godlike trait even more. Ignorant youth, hurry up and choose, is it this iron pickaxe, this black brick, or this scythe? The river god, Jinha, was unaware that his weapon's attributes had been discovered by the other party, and his tone became extremely impatient. I choose, Chen Chen pretended to be mysterious, wanting to see the river god's reaction. Jinha immediately showed an excited expression. Say iron pickaxe, say iron pickaxe. Jinzi had already decided that if this young man dared to say it was the iron pickaxe, it would prove that he was the one who smashed it, and at that time, he would definitely tear this ignorant young man to pieces. I was just fine at the bottom of the well, and someone keeps smashing me. Isn't that bullying honest people? I dropped the scythe. After observing the other party's expression, Chen Chen honestly chose the scythe. Jinzi immediately sulked. Damn rules, if it weren't for the rules binding me, I would definitely kill this bastard. Furious inside, but bound by the rules, Jinzi could only kindly remind him. Young man, you must be honest, lying is bad. Chen Chen stepped forward, firmly grasping the 6-foot-long crescent scythe. Since I was little, my family praised me as an honest good child. I dropped this scythe. Chen Chen pulled hard, but Jinzi wouldn't let go. Jinzi's forehead bulged with veins as he reminded again, young man, be honest. You must be honest. Chen Chen had already judged from the other party's tone and reaction that he absolutely could not honestly answer with the iron pickaxe, so he had to choose the best one. He had been looking for a weapon that increased speed and mental power for a long time. The items dropped by the Golden Alliance were either trash or unsuitable for him. As long as he had this weapon, all the weapons dropped by the Golden Alliance would be trash. Chen Chen increased his strength in the struggle. Sister, don't worry, I dropped this huge scythe, it even has my name written on it. Jinzi was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head, it clearly says Jin on it. Chen Chen pulled hard. Yes, that's right, my nickname is Asian. With the weapon in hand, Chen Chen quickly retreated and bowed. I've lost it for so long, finally found it, thank you, sister. Jinzi was so angry that he bit the black brick in his mouth, causing it to crack. After stealing things, you still know to bow and thank, this kid is quite polite. Bound by the rules, Jinzi could only suppress his anger, toss his hair, and put on a creepy smile. Then sister, I'll be going back now, next time be careful, don't lose things again. Heh, he. Jinzi was so angry that he couldn't finish his words but had no choice but to retreat. Silver, death scythe, speed +10, mental power +8. Special ability, phasing, provides the user with 1 immunity to physical attacks below 100 attributes. Note, can harvest wheat, and can also harvest lives. Chen Chen looked at this unexpected weapon in his hand with great satisfaction. Very good, from now on, I declare that all weapons from the Golden Alliance are trash. Equipped with this weapon, Chen Chen finally had the ability to protect himself in this perilous forest. Especially with this trait, Chen Chen was confident he could use this trait to kill the strongest wolf giant goblin in his territory. Fighting with over 20 attribute points, I'm really awesome. Chen Chen touched the 1.8-meter-long scythe in his hand, as dark as night. This thing was surprisingly light, almost as if it had no weight at all. The Death Scythe, combined with the ability to become intangible, this will allow me to transform into the Grim Reaper and reap the battlefield. Chen Chen licked the corner of his mouth, eagerly anticipating some foolish lord to invade his territory so he could personally test his weapon. Why? I like you so much, why? Suching you, I like you so much, why do you have to treat me like this? You shameless person. When you had no clothes to keep warm, I gave you my own. When you were in danger, I was the first to rush to save you. Why? Why abandon me? The Earth Knight tightly controlled the heart-wrenching Li Xiang, allowing him to scream. At that moment, Su Qingyu ignored him and coldly looked at Owen. You lied to me, didn't you say you would destroy the territory to obtain energy stones? Owen walked over with a smile. No, Qingyu, you might have misunderstood. I said destroying the territory can yield energy stones, but I never said I had to destroy the territory. Isn't this better? Owen spread his arms and walked closer. Look, I am now a king-tier lord. A king-tier lord. How many golden lords are there among the 100,000 lords? At least 800, if not 1,000? And the king-tier lords? 50? 30? Or even fewer? Now, I am one of those very few. As he spoke, he even opened the summoning panel and took out the last 100 energy stones from his private space to summon his first king tier unit. He said to the two, next, please witness the miracle, come forth, land shark. The corners of Owen's mouth had already risen to the sky, while Li Xiang's heart felt like a shattered girl. His beloved goddess had betrayed him, his powerful unit was gone, and what he took pride in had become someone else's weapon and strength. Unwilling, but what could he do about it? This was never a fair game. The goddess of luck might favor him once, but she would definitely not descend twice in a short time. Roar! With Owen's command, a massive figure descended beside him. The figure was at least 5 meters tall, and as soon as it appeared, it let out a deafening roar and perfectly merged into the ground. The enormous shark thrived on land, it was the land shark. Kill him! Owen ordered the newly born land shark, and Li Xiang's face instantly turned as white as paper. No, land shark, it's me, I am the master. He trembled and pleaded with the shark, but the shark quickly lunged forward, opening its massive jaws. Stop! In a critical moment, Su Qingyu blocked the land shark. She was ruthless, she felt guilty towards Li Xiang, but she never intended to kill. Let him go, let him become a wandering lord. Su Qingyu whispered a prayer. She saved me? Why did this shameless person save me? Li Xiang murmured, his fingers deeply embedded in flesh, blood trickling down. Owen chuckled, you're just asking for trouble. Su Qingyu turned to look at Li Xiang behind her and firmly said, let him go. Owen shrugged, and the land shark retreated. After Li Xiang left, Owen informed Su Qingyu about the news that the lord position could be plundered and began to brainwash her with his plan. Moments later, Su Qingyu and Owen exchanged smiles. Then let's do as you say, but I must also become a king tier lord. Su Qingyu looked at Owen seriously. Owen smirked, of course, as long as your relationship with Chen Chen is genuine, then I can leverage this to shake the entire Golden Alliance. At that time, you and I will be the leaders of the alliance. This was the reason she spared the foolish woman before her and let Li Xiang go. Owen fantasized about his future life. Chen Chen certainly wouldn't look favorably upon the Golden Alliance, so he would take over, and then he would become the strongest leader. The strongest leader would also have the backing of the strongest lord, and he believed it wouldn't be long before he became the only Lord Alliance in this other world. With great ambition, Owen, based on what Su Qingyu had said about Chen Chen and her relationship, was confident he could rally many lords to stage a coup against the Golden Alliance. Su Qingyu gritted her teeth, her resolve hardening. Fine, then I'll spread the news as you said. Owen stepped forward with a grin, of course, Qingyu, come, I. Get lost. As the other party drew closer, Su Qingyu scolded without mercy, she had never allowed a sycophant to touch her. You! Owen wanted to be angry, but thinking of the formidable Chen Chen behind her calmed him down. It was not wise to provoke such a powerful figure while he was still weak. He would let this woman be arrogant for a while. A day later, a shocking piece of news began to circulate among all the lords of the Golden Alliance. I heard that killing a lord can yield a massive amount of energy stones. Do you think that's true? It should be true. I feel like the leader has been subtly favoring us low-tier lords lately, maybe to give us some self-defense power? I agree, if that's the case, we won't be fodder for the high-tier lords. No way, I heard that's just a rumor. Didn't some expert lords already come out to debunk it? I don't know, but I feel like the high-tier lords have been going on fewer missions lately. Everyone should be cautious. Exactly, we mustn't let our guard down. Who said that? Among the high-tier lords, I don't fear our leader. If the leader needs it, I could even volunteer to sacrifice myself. Ha, you little rascal want to take advantage, huh? If the sister wants to kill, she'll kill me first. Get lost, all of you. The leader's long legs and black stockings are destined to step on me. You all get out of the way. Alright, you can have the black stockings, I prefer white. Everyone was well aware of the beautiful Lord Qihanji's identity, and some had even begun to fantasize. Moreover, her handling of the Golden Alliance before the news arrived had impressed many, leading numerous low-tier lords to rally behind her and spread the good reputation of the Golden Alliance. Some were happy, some were worried, but for Qihanji, the worries were inconsequential. Although there were high-tier lords above the golden level in the Golden Alliance, they still made up a minority, only about 1/5 of the total number, or even less. This meant that in most cases, everyone was a low-tier lord, and Qihanji's approach clearly aimed to win over a large number of low-tier lords. As for the high-tier lords being unhappy, what could they do? Everyone's strength was roughly the same now. Even if they knew the news, they couldn't attack the bronze and silver lords. Moreover, it seemed Qihanji had even more stringent measures to prevent high-tier lords from slaughtering low-tier lords for energy stones, as all high-tier lords discovered some watchers around their territories. Although there weren't many, no matter what you did, there would always be low-tier lords monitoring you at all times. As the news spread within the Golden Alliance, it gradually reached the ears of other lords, and such news immediately caused panic. They didn't have a beautiful lord to help mediate resources, and if they were discovered by the surrounding high-tier lords, it would be a dead end. Usually, they were neighbors, and for some lords who lacked a sense of vigilance, they had even actively sought out high-ranking lords to save their territories. Coordinates were no longer a secret. Golden Alliance, are you still accepting members? I want to join. Me too, me too. I feel like the Golden Lord around me is looking at me very unfriendly. Come save me. Stop talking. I sought excitement back then and explored and befriended all the surrounding lord factions, and now I'm really panicking. Don't play the victim, I'm the most miserable. That Golden Monkey Lord has beaten me before, and he has always wanted to wipe me out. Now he has one more reason to want me dead. Sister Chi, please let me join. Lord Chi, I can offer double, no, triple the price. Please, let me join. I want to join too. I'll offer 10 times. The only ones who can save me now are the Golden Alliance. More and more people were at Chihani, and she naturally noticed this phenomenon. Everyone, the situation is as such, how should we proceed? Chihani discussed the current situation with her trusted lords. She never expected that a casual act back then would cause the reputation of the Golden Alliance to rise again, even becoming a lifeline for many. Shen Mo thought for a moment and said, Lord, there's no doubt that your move was correct. I believe we can open recruitment, but we should focus on low-ranking lords. This will help us maintain control. Shenmo's analysis essentially meant to continue recruiting low-ranking lords into the alliance. I think Deputy Lord Chen makes a good point. We are currently in a strong position and can use this to recruit and assess the lords for rapid expansion. One person agreed with Chen Mo's theory and stood by his side. I think this is inappropriate. It could likely provoke dissatisfaction among high-ranking lords. High-ranking lords are not easy to manage. Their strength often requires many lords to suppress. This was a core member of a high-ranking alliance. I support Deputy Lord Chen's decision. The opposing voice was quickly silenced, spoken by another low-ranking lord. Gathering sand to form a tower, as long as we have enough low-ranking lords, we may not need high-ranking lords and may not fear them either. The conflict between high-ranking and low-ranking lords began to surface at this moment. Although this Golden Lord had not withheld resources from Chihani, their actions were still under scrutiny. You're talking nonsense, Enough. Seeing the two lords about to argue, Chihani hurriedly intervened. Since there are differing opinions, let's decide by vote. Chihani chose to vote very fairly. Although she had a veto power, the voting results clearly aligned with her thoughts. The timing was perfect, and the expansion continued. As for the problems that might arise, as long as she was strong enough, there would be no issues. Ambition was swelling, ambition was hatching, and soon, the Golden Alliance leveraged this crisis to reach new heights. From that day on, the sun of the Golden Alliance never set. In a very short time, they became known to all lords. Within the Golden Alliance's member lords, there was always the presence of the sun within a 24-hour period. The sun never sets alliance, how arrogant. Chen Shen did not expect that the other side not only did not suffer a blow from this news but instead soared to new heights. Chihani was quite a character, but he still did not have a favorable view of her. The reason was interest. Within the same collective, nothing was a more solid bond than interest. And the interests of the Golden Alliance were too few and unevenly distributed, making a counterattack from high-ranking lords inevitable. It all depended on how Chihani would handle it next. Chen Shen simply sat with popcorn in a small stool, watching the show regarding the Golden Alliance's renaming to the Sun Never Sets Alliance. You have lost 500 energy stones, you have gained an alien crystal X1. You have lost 500 energy stones, you have gained an alien crystal X1. Oh, as expected, there are reckless people under heavy rewards. Chen Shen was somewhat surprised to hear that the goods he had listed in the trading area had arrived. Recently, the Golden Alliance had been growing stronger, and he was genuinely worried that they would snatch away the reward for upgrading his spring water to first place, which is why he sought to purchase alien crystals under such generous terms. Alien crystals could only be obtained by defeating boss-level small bosses, and there was a chance involved. This probability issue troubled Chen Shen. He had only harvested 2 alien crystals after defeating the Wang Snake clan and several accompanying small bosses, which was too low. In private, he had also sent goblins to hunt, but with the small boss forces around him nearly wiped out, at least 7 out of 10, he hadn't obtained a single alien crystal. Left with no choice, he had to spend heavily in the trading area to acquire them. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, Unique Troop Building Structure. Initial Level, LV2. Daily Goblin Breeding Capacity, 10. Current Energy required for breeding, 50. Materials required for promotion: 5 alien crystals, 30 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 units of clean water. Note: cunning creatures from the dark abyss, any being that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures ignore reproductive isolation. You meet the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Chen Shen opened his spring water panel and chose to upgrade without hesitation. The magical stone well in his previous territory had given him quite a surprise. Just that death sight was enough for him to spare no expense in continuing to upgrade his territory in spring water. The first place reward always came with surprises, and he didn't want to miss out. Congratulations, your spring water has reached LV3, making it easier for you to summon troops. Congratulations, your spring water has reached LV3, the number of genes you confuse has upgraded to 3. Congratulations, your spring water has reached LV3, your spring water has gained protective capabilities, able to resist attacks from golden troops for 30 minutes, silver troops for 60 minutes, and bronze troops for a day. Congratulations, your spring water has reached LV3, you are the first lord to reach LV3 with their spring water, you have received a big gift package. The protective capability was an unexpected joy, but Chen Shen was still more enamored with the big gift package. Open the big gift package. You have opened the big gift package. Congratulations, you have obtained a first-tier scroll, Rejuvenation. Rejuvenation, you can designate a range of no more than 500 meters. Your soldiers will recover from injuries with a 300% increase. Note: wow, how come you get everything, you dog? Another first-tier scroll? Chen Shen's lips curled up. He still hadn't used the previous first-tier Fire Rain scroll. However, such foundational level items were naturally better in greater numbers. Given the current turbulent situation with constant conflicts among various lords, it was possible that a king-level or saint-level lord might attack him. Breed, hurry up and carry out your breeding tasks. Chen Shen urged the goblins to quickly start their business. He had held back from using them against the Wang Snake clan earlier. After all, if he used them on the spot, his goblins could only fuse 2. Now that he had upgraded, being able to fuse 3 would mean a monstrous existence. Just the next stage of upgrading won't be easy. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, Unique Troop Building Structure. Initial Level, LV3. Daily Goblin Breeding Capacity, 15. Current Energy required for breeding, 30, 60, 75. Materials required for promotion, 10, 300 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 100 units of fine iron, 1 energy core. Note: from the cunning creatures of the dark abyss, any being that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these despicable creatures ignore reproductive isolation. The difference in summoning energy stones is because the spring of gestation has incorporated the genes of the other goblins. If it is the most ordinary dark goblin, summoning 15 of them only requires 30 energy stones, while the horned goblin, which has fused a certain number of genes, requires 60 energy stones. For those with 2 genes, like the wolf giant goblin, it requires 75 energy stones. It must be said that it is indeed cheap, but I still prefer to get it for free. Getting it for free is not only fragrant but also makes one stronger, and it doesn't cost money. Who wouldn't like that? 10, 100 units of fine iron, and 1 energy core. It seems the difficult items are just these few for now. Chen Shen nodded, knowing that the next upgrade would definitely not be easy. He had never even heard of fine iron and energy cores, probably because he had upgraded too quickly for the system to showcase them. Or perhaps his level was too low to have come into contact with such things. The upgrade of the spring was temporarily shelved, but getting stronger didn't necessarily require upgrading the spring. For example, that giant dragon on the other side of the river would be a good choice. The Sun Never Sets Alliance. Low-level Lord Group Chat. Everyone, I recently received some explosive news, but I don't know how feasible it is. What news? Please elaborate. Is that high-level Lord planning to attack us? If so, tell me, and I'll report it to the Alliance leader. Upstairs, stop flaunting your inspector status. I'm not envious at all of your private chats with the Alliance leader. Yeah, not envious at all. 555. No, that's not it. Everyone, listen to me. Today, a friend of mine told me that our territories can be exchanged. Exchanged? What's the use? We're all low-level lords. What's the point of swapping? Exactly, what kind of news is this? It seems useless. The crowd had not yet realized the shock this news would bring. They simply thought it was a bit of a waste. No, everyone, listen to me. What I mean by exchange is that low-level lords can swap with high-level lords. Our identities can be exchanged. As soon as this was said, it immediately drew disdain. Even if it can be exchanged, high-level lords wouldn't look down on. The person initially wanted to mock, but halfway through, he realized the seriousness of the issue. Identities could indeed be exchanged. High-level lords look down on the territories of low-level lords, but low-level lords have always wanted to get rid of their territories. The people in the chat room who realized this instinctively held their breath, until someone asked, can low-level lords become high-level lords by seizing their territories? As soon as this question was asked, everyone's hearts beat wildly like a war drum. Yes. Another day passed, and Shen Shen continued to develop his forces step by step. Your territory has birthed a new black armored goblin, which will default to becoming your troop type. Do you accept? Accept. Shen Shen had long been waiting at the door of the birthing room for the treasure he had coveted for a long time. The LV4 spring was currently difficult to upgrade, so the goblin that fused 3 types of genes would be his temporary peak. He hoped that this long-desired King Snake clan would bring him surprises. Black armored goblin, quality, gold, attributes, 45, level, LV3, killing creatures can increase level, loyalty, loyal, you are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, black armor, ignores spell attacks with attributes below 50, and grants a 40% exemption from spell attacks with attributes greater than 50 but less than 100. Skills, poisoning, black armor defense, stomp, brutal strangulation. Traits, ignores reproductive isolation. Awesome. Shen Shen licked his lips as he looked at the skill introduction of the black armor, and it certainly did not disappoint him. This newly born goblin had learned the scale armor defense of the King Serpent clan. 5 and 1 litter, a total of 250, such a black armored goblin army was simply a grave for mages. Shen Shen looked at the little figure in front of him with satisfaction. It still had the general appearance of a goblin, but its entire body was covered in black scales, with bright white fangs protruding from the black-scaled armor, showcasing its ferocity. Unfortunately, it had no wings, otherwise, with a steel fork, it would perfectly resemble a night demon. Born with a 3-head height, it's estimated that it can reach at least 170 when fully grown. Shen Shen was increasingly satisfied with the newborn goblin. After several generations of genetic modification, his goblins had broken through the primitive genetic barriers and could basically reach normal height. At least I don't have to worry about these guys being buried in snow when it snows. Now that I have strength, but facing a dragon still seems a bit dangerous, let's pull out a few more legions. Shen Shen was very envious of the dragon across the river, but the pressure from the frost dragon he had faced before was simply too strong, so he had to be cautious. Anyway, there were many animals in this forest, and his goblins grew extremely fast. In just a few days, he could raise several legions. Of course, he was a bit picky now. Monsters below silver level no longer caught his eye, and even some silver level ones he began to find somewhat unsatisfactory, preparing to search the depths of the forest for any golden or even king tier creatures or tribes. By the time he raised 3 more teams, even 1,000 golden troops would be enough to pile up and deal with that dragon. Go, split up and search for powerful tribal creatures. Shen Shen issued his latest command to the goblins. Unlike Shen Shen's peaceful development, the internal strife of the Sun Never Sets Alliance had already reached a boiling point. In just one day, the Sun Never Sets Alliance had transformed from the safest place into the most dangerous place. However, this danger was only for high-level lords. Yes, it was not for low-level lords, but for high-level lords. In the context of the Sun Never Sets Alliance, low-level lords found a way to band together and began to actively attack the high-level lords. Who would want to miss the opportunity to change their fate? Born as a human, everyone is a lord. Why should your good luck make you stronger than me? A true man born between heaven and earth would never dare to remain under others for long. A silent war of smoke began, at least from the perspective of the high-ranking members of the Sun Never Sets Alliance. It was silent. Because the reports they received were all from low-level lords, their channels of information were completely closed off. When interests are insufficient and the organization still exists, distorted channels of interest will emerge, just like the current Sun Never Sets Alliance. Boss Xingyu, we all know you are the only channel for high-level lords to reach the upper echelons of our alliance. Now, if you voluntarily give up resistance, we can consider letting you go. A few silver and bronze level lords surrounded the territory of the Golden Lord Xingyu on a grassland. You current trash really think you have strength just because I give you a bit of face? The man known as Xingyu looked disdainfully at the 3 lords before him, 2 bronze and 1 silver. It seems the alliance leader's policies have clouded your judgment. On the grassland, Xingyu clapped his hands, and immediately, a heavy cavalry of 30 armored knights appeared behind him. Sitting high on his steed, Xingyu addressed the low-tier lords. Dare to scheme against me? For 400 energy stones, you will pay with your lives. Very well. He was unaware of the widely circulated notion among the low-tier lords that territories could be exchanged, thinking these people had gone mad to challenge him for just 400 energy stones. It should be known that the Alliance leader's resources were skewed towards the low-tier lords, not all of them, and as a high-tier lord, he naturally received a certain amount of resources as a core member of the Alliance. Heavy cavalry, crush them, Xingyu said mercilessly, and the 30 heavy cavalrymen immediately charged. The opposing force consisted of just over 40 tigers, more than 50 barbarian soldiers, and over 60 grey wolves. This was his territory on the grassland. Even if the enemy outnumbered them threefold, the heavy cavalry would crush all who dared to invade. Charge! The heavy cavalry's thick iron armor emitted a sound of metal clashing, symbolizing death. Clang clang! So terrifying. Should we just go back? The mere aura of the charge frightened two of the bronze lords, leaving only the silver lord somewhat composed. Don't panic, I have the scroll given to me by the goddess, a broken first-tier scroll, it will definitely work. He swallowed hard, first urging his troops to charge, then took out the scroll from his arms. Seeing that the other side had taken the initiative and produced the agreed-upon scroll, the other two lords gritted their teeth and followed suit. They issued the charge command to their tigers and wolves. Scroll, go! The silver lord threw the broken scroll, which was immediately dismissed by a heavy cavalryman with a thrust of his spear. No effect? How is that possible? The scroll was knocked away, and the three lords turned pale. This scroll was their only confidence, and without it, they wouldn't dare to provoke a core member. Damn it! The three trembled, cursing inwardly, thinking they would die here. No, look, the scroll has changed. Just as the two bronze lords were about to flee, the silver lord suddenly called out to them. They saw that the scroll, which had been knocked away by the heavy cavalry, had landed in front of them and transformed into a swamp covering an area of 100 meters. The grassland suddenly turned into a swamp, leaving the already charging heavy cavalry no time to turn. Splash splash! The once invincible heavy cavalry sank into the swamp, the oppressive feeling of death immediately replaced by a sense of joy. Indeed, ha, I told you, my goddess would never deceive me. The Silver Lord laughed heartily and immediately commanded his barbarian soldiers to charge at Lord Xingyu, leaving only 5 heavy cavalrymen to guard the territory. 5, just 5, how could they possibly stand against a coalition of 100? At that moment, the investment and gamble had succeeded. The sun may still not set, but it was no longer the same sky. What if you gave the scroll to someone else? What will I do? Without the scroll, how can I compete with a king-tier lord? Su Qingyu questioned the man before her. Owen lay comfortably in the large bed of the mine, smiling. It's fine, isn't it me here? Once I take down a few more small lords, I'll launch an attack on that red dragon lord. King-tier troops were indeed different. Having developed just 2 king-tier troops, he had transformed the entire underground cave into a palace of his own. Owen stroked his land shark. Good, go find that gambling stone for me again. Roar! Lu Qi Yaosha let out a low growl and submerged into the ground. So nice. Su Qingyu looked at Lu Qi Yaosha, who belonged to the devoted type, being so obedient, and couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. If only the royal tier troops were mine. She had been observing Owen's changes closely, and now she was eager to become a lord of the same royal level as him. No, perhaps a saint level. I absolutely deserve to be at the saint level. Su Qingyu sighed inwardly. Only at the saint level could she get closer to brother Chen Chen, allowing her to be openly together with him. As her plans succeeded step by step, the ambition in Su Qingyu's heart expanded from initially wanting to please brother Chen Chen to gradually wanting to become his rightful partner. Don't worry, I'll make your wish come true. Owen comfortably turned over on the huge stone bed, which he had covered with a highly elastic stone that was very comfortable. The previous lord had not enjoyed it at all, wasting Lu Qi Yaosha's abilities. Su Qingyu huffed proudly, you better hurry up, or I'll ask brother Chen Chen for help. Upon hearing Chen Chen's name, Owen's eyes turned cold but quickly shifted back. Don't worry, it won't take long. The incident in Xingyu on the grassland was not an isolated case. The spark had already ignited, and all that was left was to wait quietly. These days, the chat group of the Sun Never Sets Alliance was very quiet. The alliance was growing larger, but fewer people were chatting. Why are there still weapons? I didn't give you that many materials back then. This was instructed by brother Chen Chen. Of course, I completed it perfectly. Alright, thank you. Chen Chen paid the little lowly with energy stones for 3 sets of custom armor, and he couldn't help but feel a bit better about her. His request for her customization did not include weapons, but the little lowly had also provided them, and although they weren't made of the finest steel, they didn't seem to be subpar either. He had previously wondered why she would buy exquisite hammers. Now he realized it was because she had opened a side business as a blacksmith from gambling stones. However, imagining a little lowly in a sleeveless Lolita dress swinging a big hammer in a mine, sparks flying around her ears. It was strange, could this lowly be a muscle lowly? Chen Shen received 3 shiny sets of armor and matching steel swords, handing them to the black-armored goblins beside him, as these sets of armor were for the black-armored goblins to use while hiding their identities. Gaga! A wolf giant goblin quickly ran over to report to Chen Shen, conveying that the human woman instructed by a god had arrived here. Here, such a heavy smell of blood. Territorial tightened her wizard robe, feeling a chill. The basic function of a wizard's attire was to resist the heat, yet she felt cold. It seems the brave one hasn't been idle these days, the goblins here have actually changed again. Sha observed the wolf giant goblins and goblin priests patrolling the city walls. These 2 goblins were clearly new breeds cultivated by the brave one, and just from their aura, they were much higher tier than the previous ugly 3-headed ones. Gaga! A goblin priest opened the heavy wooden door beneath the city wall and led Territorial inside. As soon as she entered, Sha immediately covered her nose. She realized where the chill was coming from. The brown earth nearby emitted a smell that made her nauseous. It was the scent of blood that had congealed, shattered, and then congealed again, indicating that there had at least been a massacre or something else here. She instinctively surveyed the territory, not expecting such a significant change in just a few days. Salaville couldn't help but marvel at the changes here. When she first came, there was only a huge wooden house and a small one. Now, not only was there a moat and several arrow towers, but also various tents of all sizes. If she hadn't been here before, she would definitely have thought this was the territory of some powerful orc. Although rough, the different tents represented development and strength. Their variety was a result of occupation and plunder. Snake skins of all sizes hung carelessly, and valuable animal hides were casually draped over the training ground by the goblins. A training ground? At that moment, Sha noticed the changes here. They actually have something like this. Indeed, the brave lord is training them. She became increasingly certain of Chen Shen's identity as a hero while also marveling at his ability to take action. It was important to note that a training ground like this was not cheap. The magical markings, recovery puppets, and self-healing archery targets all had self-recovery capabilities. This training ground is worth at least 500 gold. Sha was not surprised that the brave lord could build this training ground, but rather that he could construct it so quickly in this desolate forest. Is this a well? Not only do they have a moat for drinking water, but they also dug a well from the inside? Sha took a deep breath, feeling like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. As a member of a prominent family, she had certainly seen grand sights. But what she saw today was beyond mere grandeur. It was the speed of development. She had only been away for less than a week. In just these few days, the brave lord had not only upgraded to stronger goblins but also built a training ground, plundered at least 2 orc tribes and a large snake clan, and resolved the issues of drainage and internal water supply. Individually, she wouldn't have been so surprised by any of these achievements, but to accomplish all of them in just a few days was a testament to strength. Tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed as she noticed that the path to the small wooden house had been paved with stone slabs. Originally, Sha felt a bit proud of selling her leather for 22 gold coins, but seeing everything the brave lord had done made her feel a bit anxious. What she had done paled in comparison to what the brave lord had created. It was like the bright moon compared to a firefly. Will the brave lord be satisfied? And did he really need my mere 22 gold coins? Was he just testing me? Or was there some other hidden meaning in his words when he left that I hadn't noticed? Salaville Sha began to feel nervous as she approached the wooden house, her fists clenching involuntarily. Come in. A somewhat unfamiliar voice rang out, and with a heart full of unease, Sha stepped into the wooden house that she had spent a night in and had come to know. Greetings, my lord. Salaville Sha bowed respectfully. Chen Shen nodded. How is the sales situation? Sha felt a bit tense. My lord, winter is approaching, and the sales situation is better than I expected. This is the harvest from this time. Sha submitted the 220 energy stones she had earned from selling furs. To her surprise, there were 20 more than she had anticipated. Chen Shen was somewhat taken aback. As expected of someone from the Salaville family, her business acumen was commendable. Well done. You have experimented, and I have something new for you. Well done. Upon hearing such praise, Sha finally relaxed a heart that had been hanging in suspense. The most feared thing for a pawn was to lose its usefulness. It's all thanks to you, my lord. The furs were preserved very well, so the overall price was higher. Sha placed one hand on her chest and bowed slightly again. Majestic, grand. No wonder she is the prince's woman. Her figure is indeed quite nice. Chen Shen was captivated by the scenery he stumbled upon, but unfortunately, the royal family had specialized spells for detection in this regard. Otherwise, he would have truly wanted to experience what it felt like to be a royal consort. However, even though he couldn't take the final step, it was fine as long as he didn't. No, we need to focus on the task at hand first. He shook his snow-white head and waved to Sha. Come here. A hint of panic visibly changed the finely carved white jade face of Sha. Gritting her teeth, she replied, yes. Ceremonial Sha squatted down in front of Chen Shen, allowing him to stroke her beautiful long hair. Chen Shen thought for a moment. The task at hand and his enjoyment didn't seem to conflict. While enjoying the pleasure of petting a cat, he took out a piece of purple scale armor. The scale was about the size of a fist but was incredibly light and soft, shimmering with a rainbow-like glow through the faint light coming from the window. This is a king snake scale? Sha exclaimed, looking at the item in the brave one's hand. King snake scales were not only lightweight and durable but also immune to most low-level magical attacks, making them essential for the military and a long-term pursuit for the nobility. The best use for such items would be to forge them into armor for military sales, but the noble lords of the Titan Empire preferred to use them to arm their personal guards. Because these items were not only rare but also refracted 7 colors of purple light that looked stunning when illuminated. Chen Shen squinted slightly. If you recognize it, then it will be easier. If I give you this, how much can you sell it for? Sha looked at Chen Shen excitedly. 5 gold, no, 10 gold. As long as there are enough of these to forge a full set of armor, I can sell it for 10 gold. 10 gold, which is 100 energy stones for a set. That's a high price, more than 10 times that of ordinary armor. Even Chen Shen, who had anticipated this, couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing the news. It should be noted that the armor he had the little lowly forge only cost 10 energy stones for a set, and it even came with a weapon. Very well, then I'll leave this to you to sell. Follow the goblin to the back warehouse to collect it later. Yes. Ceremonial Sha's eyes sparkled as she calculated in her heart. Did the brave one mean he had a lot of these precious scales? A lot? Could she directly use this to establish a trading company and make a name for herself? So, what direction should we develop in? Sha asked the brave one. Chen Shen was taken aback. Development direction? What development direction? Sha explained, don't you have a large number of king snake scales, my lord? We can attract customers through indirect sales and establish a trading company with these precious scales. Establishing a trading company, this girl seemed to have a certain business acumen. Chen Shen admired the charming figure kneeling before him. She had looks, intelligence, flaws, and needs, but lacked strength. She was simply a perfect existence. Sha excitedly licked her lips. My lord, we can decide the future direction of our trading company by specifying the style of armor. There are roughly noble routes, military routes, and routes for rare treasures. Is that so? Chen Shen also realized that indeed, different styles of armor could reflect different sales directions. If it were very exquisite, it would surely be favored by the nobility. If it were rough but had very useful practical functions, it would win the hearts of the military. If it were exquisite and also had a limited edition label, then it would be the route for rare treasures. After pondering for a moment, Chen Shen said, then, let's do all of them. Why must he choose between 3 channels? Only children make choices, adults take them all. All of them? Sha was somewhat shocked, and then quickly explained, my lord, I understand your thoughts, but managing 3 markets at the same time requires a large amount of scales, which is no small sum. Moreover, if we start off this big, it could very likely provoke dissatisfaction from other merchant guilds. Chen Shen skillfully pinched the other person's baby-like face again. You don't need to worry about the quantity. As for provoking the other guild's dissatisfaction, that's a problem for you to solve. Play your part. If all you do is sell what I provide, anyone can do that. After finishing with the small face, Chen Shen gently stroked the little cat's hair. Show me some of your unique abilities, so I can see your value. Yes, I was reckless. I will definitely handle this problem well. Sha bit her lip in agreement, almost mistaking the other person for her partner. A partner? She wasn't worthy of that. She was merely a pawn in the other's hands. However, being able to produce the scales of the royal snake clan proved that she hadn't chosen the wrong player. Leveraging the situation was what she should do. With the prince's background and this brave lord's strength, as long as the guild developed rapidly, she could win the right of inheritance, and then avenging herself would be just a matter of a word. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. Go, the items are in the warehouse at the back. Let them take you to get them. Oh, by the way, these goblins will be responsible for your safety from now on. Chen Shen pointed to the 3 black armored goblins behind him, who, given their current height, looked no different from humans in full armor. He then added with concern, from today on, you are not allowed to say a word without my command. Ga. The 3 goblins were initially puzzled, then relieved. They didn't know why, but since the god said so, they would do it. Only Sha instinctively lowered her head, saying, yes, thank you, my lord. Ceremonial Sha knew that these 3 goblins were ostensibly protecting her, but more so, they were monitoring her. After all, the scales of the royal snake clan were quite valuable. If they were hers, she wouldn't feel at ease letting someone take them so easily. Having such a reaction was the right choice. Go, take a look at the scales first, think about how to take them away, and then come back to find me. Chen Chen reluctantly released his hand. Sha nodded and left, feeling conflicted. Indeed, under this lord, I will gain more, but I have also lost more. If it weren't for the prince's background, I fear I would have been completely consumed by now. Sha chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet remained resolute in her choice. My lord, let's take a look later. Sha steeled her courage to face the challenge. Since it was inevitable, it was better to end it quickly. Chen Chen was pleased. No wonder the prince has his eyes on you, you really understand. A day later, Sha stood frozen in place, staring at the massive corpses before her. There are so many? She had thought that this brave lord would have a lot of royal snake scales, and even when he suggested managing 3 routes at once, she secretly speculated that he must have killed quite a few royal snakes. But, the royal snake, a silver-level monster, each one requiring a squad or even several silver teams to kill, and there would be considerable casualties in the process. This was also one of the reasons why royal snake scales were rare. But what was the situation with the mountain of royal snake corpses piled up everywhere before her? He slaughtered an entire royal snake tribe? Sha was completely stunned, having initially thought that the brave lord was trying to lure a few royal snakes away from the group to kill them. Now it seemed that this was not luring at all, it was outright slaughter. Shaitan suddenly felt her throat dry and uncomfortable, instinctively swallowing the saliva in her mouth. With so much of it, she didn't know how to transport all these things back. The king snake, with a body size of about 2 meters, was a giant that she couldn't possibly drag. How many are there, exactly? Shay wandered through the warehouse in shock, and soon she saw a king snake that was 5 meters long. So big. This size must be at the sub-leader level of king snakes, right? Shay stroked its massive body, which coiled together like a small mountain that was difficult to climb. It was said that king snakes over 4 meters were known as the nightmares of mages. Even platinum-level mages could only flee when encountering them. There were even records of 4-meter king snakes killing several gold teams. Often, the strength of magical creatures with special resistances couldn't be judged solely by their rank, like the king snake before her. Although it was only silver level, even the most ordinary 2-meter king snake required an experienced top gold warrior to defeat. A king snake around 4 meters would need a platinum-level warrior. It had to be a warrior, as other professions, especially ranged ones, would stand no chance against a king snake. And this one was an astonishing 5 meters long. No wonder it's the brave one's doing. It seems this is the leader of this group of king snakes. Although it's just a sub-leader, it's still quite impressive. Shay took a deep breath to calm her emotions. The other party was summoned by that small country at great expense, and even if injured under the sword of the brave, it was not a typical magical creature that could contend with it. Shay attributed all of this to Chen Chen's identity as the brave one. In her view, having such strength as a brave one was merely normal. Suddenly, Shay stopped in her tracks, unable to move, cold sweat soaking her mage robe. Is there a live one? Wow, such big snake eyes. Shay instinctively raised her magic staff in front of her chest, her hands trembling uncontrollably. What should I do? I don't have any melee skills at all. She looked at the enormous snake eyes, which were comparable to her own height, and the creature stared at her motionlessly, making her feel as if she were tightly locked onto by the Grim Reaper. Ha! The 3 goblins following Saraville Shay looked at her curiously, not understanding why this woman suddenly froze. Run, run, quick, go tell your. Shay was just about to have the goblins in front of her call for help from Chen Chen, but one of the goblins kicked the head of the king snake leader aside, complaining that it was in the way. Dead? So big. Shay's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, she was freed from the astonishing fear, realizing that the enormous snake head was actually dead. But then, what was that? When Shay caught a glimpse of the snake body that the goblin had kicked away, she saw that it definitely exceeded 8 meters, absolutely. She had thought this was a group of snakes ruled by sub-leaders, but now it seemed they were a group of king snakes with a true leader? Something like this must make even diamond-level warriors retreat, right? Brave one, have you regained your strength? Shay stood frozen in place, at a loss. She couldn't even handle a creature of this level, let alone transport it. Ha ha ha, I did it! I did it! I also did it! A man stood on the corpse of a desert giant lizard, laughing happily as he looked at the surrounding bloodshed. Although this wasteland was soaked in blood, he still found it beautiful. How could a golden-level territory not be beautiful? He was merely a silver-level lord, but now, with the support and development from the alliance leader, he had surprisingly become a gold-level full lord. How could this not excite him? Ha 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 ha, king-level lord, here I come. As soon as this lord achieved a gold-level territory, he began to fantasize about a king-level territory, and this was not just a pipe dream. It was because he truly had that strength. Or more accurately, they truly had that strength. I have become a lord of the Golden Alliance, requesting to join the king-level expedition. Congratulations, congratulations, another friend has defied fate. Same to you, same to you. If there are friends in the Gobi, please wait for me a few days, I will develop some troops and provide compensation then. I'm in the Gobi, I'll need your help when the time comes. Ha ha ha, no problem. Amidst their polite exchanges, confidence and plundering high-level lords filled the air. The alliance leader was inclined to cultivate low-level lords, and now these low-level lords were united, making those high-level lords no match for them. Just in this group, among the 120 low-level lords, 10 had successfully defied fate to become gold lords. With such successful examples around them, how could they not believe? Welcome to our friends joining. Our target is precisely that king-level lord in the Gobi. We will need your help then. The newly promoted lord's excitement grew even more. The king-level lord in the Gobi, is that the great Lord Cash from our never-setting sun alliance? There weren't many king-level lords in the tribal alliance, but there were still 5, and the one closest to him was the great Lord Cash, who possessed a king-level earth dragon. Of course, but the king-level expedition is very difficult. You must develop quickly. Here are a few bronze lords near you. The person organizing the group chat provided several bronze forces that were not part of the never-setting sun alliance for the former to develop, and the newly promoted lord hurriedly expressed his gratitude. This was their way of developing and also their confidence in achieving success. As long as they were not part of the never-setting sun alliance, they were enemies. In their view, although they had somewhat disrupted the harmony of the alliance, they had also indirectly strengthened its power. Truly excellent lords would not be replaced, only those unworthy of their position would have to yield their territory to allow more suitable individuals to develop. Such sentiments accompanied the replacement of lords, and the replacement of lords was unfolding throughout the never-setting sun alliance. Selling in batches? Chen Shen looked at the merchant woman from Sarawheel with confusion. Sha Chen nodded. After all, she hadn't expected there would be so many. The quantity is too large, and it comes with a lot of flesh and blood. If you find it troublesome, I can handle the flesh and blood. Chen Shen frowned and said. He had thought Sha would have some good way to deal with it, so he didn't want to use the system to process it, but now it seemed he had overestimated her. Also, with such a large quantity, even using the system panel would take a long time to store. No, my lord, the price of flesh and blood is also considerable. The quantity you have is large and well preserved. If possible, I would like to sell in batches. This way, we can maintain a steady sales channel. Chen Shen frowned. Selling in batches made him hesitate. He knew that such things should be quickly turned into strength, but selling in batches made him uncertain. He was aware of the concept of steady income, but now the competition among lords was fierce. He had heard from Nanhe that a strange phenomenon had recently arisen, where a group of low-level lords liked to besiege high-level lords. Although his strength was not such that he would be troubled by low-level lords attacking him, it still gave him a sense of crisis. The situation was constantly in turmoil, and no one could guarantee they would always be ahead. Yes, my lord, please believe me, I can sell this batch of king snakes for a higher price, as long as you allow me to sell them in batches. No! Chen Shen thought for a moment and chose to refuse. As long as one develops well enough, one can have as many of these things as desired. The most important thing now is to turn everything into one's own strength, rather than to obtain the highest price. Like the previous Wolf Fawn Club, he sold it for 200 spirit stones when the Sun Never Sets Alliance was gradually selling off bronze weapons. He was someone who understood the situation and would never go against the wind. But, this. My lord, only by selling them separately can we maximize the benefits of the king snakes. This. Sarah's face was filled with deep confusion. Chen Shen immediately interrupted. What I want is not to maximize profits, but to ensure that while maximizing profits, these things are transformed into my strength as quickly as possible. Chen Shen's eyes were cold and filled with an unrefusable authority. But, I understand. Sarah was about to say something but met his deep, abyss-like gaze. Indeed, she had not yet gained his trust, so she could not let herself use the existing resources to establish a trading association. After thinking for a moment, Sarah said, My lord, if you want to quickly turn these things into energy stones to restore your strength, I do have a way to handle it. What way? Chen Shen inquired. Sarah asked nervously, I wonder if you have heard of the Fallen Association? Fallen Association? Chen Shen showed a puzzled expression. What kind of force is this? The basic information provided by the system did not mention this force. Hearing that Chen Shen had not heard of it, Sarah immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear was that Chen Shen had heard of the Fallen Association or had already joined it. If that were the case, she would lose her usefulness. Not knowing is good, not knowing is good. Sarah felt fortunate and explained, the Fallen Association is located in the Thousand Abyss Forest. Its essence is a gathering place for those wanted or exiled by the Titan Empire. A gathering place for criminals? Chen Shen said. Sarah was taken aback. It sounded as if he was not a wanted criminal himself. She said, yes, more or less. If you want to quickly sell your items, that place is definitely the best choice. It's fast, and there is a high demand, but the prices are relatively low. By the way, Sarah seemed to think of something and said very seriously, my lord, may I ask, after you killed the King Snake clan, do you still have the strength to kill King Snake level beings? Do I still have the strength to kill King Snake level beings? Chen Shen immediately became interested in this statement. It seemed that the so-called Fallen Association was quite dangerous. He thought for a moment, did he have the strength he had when he killed the King Snake? Of course. He did. Not only did he have it, but he was even stronger, both in quantity and quality. The black-armored goblins surpassed the wolf giants and iron-skinned goblins. Chen Shen countered, what kind of strength does this Fallen Association have? Sarah thought for a moment, its surface strength should be at least equivalent to 2 King Snake tribes. But this is a loose organization, and very few people can gather them together. You just need to be wary of a few powerful and scheming individuals. Of course, I'm not saying your strength is lacking, it's just that you were heavily injured by the sword hero, and I don't know how well you've recovered, so it's better to be cautious. Sarah hurriedly defended herself, fearing Chen Shen would misunderstand. Chen Shen raised his hand to stop her. So, about that Fallen Association, how do we contact them? Sarah placed one hand on her chest and bowed, saying, leave everything to me, you just need to ensure the safety of your territory. Chen Shen nodded, then I'll leave it to you, don't let me down. Sarah, yes. The Sun Never Sets Alliance, Shun Mo. I heard you've recruited another lord of the royal tier? Shi Hongyi asked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Shen Mo replied, yes, but it wasn't me who recruited him, it was the lord of the land shark who sought our help before. It seems he has weathered the crisis. Weathered the crisis? Shi Hongyi was somewhat puzzled. If he has weathered the crisis, why would he still want to join us? Shen Mo naturally understood what his alliance leader was thinking and immediately explained, he shouldn't be here to cause trouble. He was quite proactive when he arrived and is willing to accept our lower-tier lord's supervision. As long as he is willing to accept it, that's good. Shi Hongyi's only concern was that the other party might be arrogant and unruly, which would be extremely detrimental to their alliance. The current alliance had only just achieved a balance through resource allocation, and she didn't want to see it disrupted by a high-tier lord. However, the fact that he could come to the sun never sets despite their resource allocation indicated that their alliance had already achieved considerable success, even inspiring a royal-tier lord to seek them out. The proactive allegiance of a high-tier lord was proof of strength. How could she not be excited? Since the establishment of her Sun Never Sets alliance, the previously active Warrior Alliance, Blood Oath Alliance, and Iron River Alliance had all fallen silent, further demonstrating her power. Shi Hongyi's lips curled into a smile. Soon, there will only be the Sun Never Sets. She had already broken through to LV3 with her spring water, and as long as she broke through once more to reach LV4, her troop restructuring time would be reduced to 1 hour. That would mark the beginning of her strength. At that point, she wouldn't need to pour resources into it. She could absolutely suppress all dissenting voices within the alliance, and it would be a solid fortress. The strongest lord, huh? That will soon be mine. Shi Hongyi was still very concerned about her second upgrade to LV3 spring water. The one who could snatch it before her was undoubtedly Chen Shen. But that wouldn't last long. Chen Shen was only temporary, the alliance would continue to improve, and she would be the strongest. Don't worry. As we agreed, if you help me vie for the position of Golden Lord, I will definitely help you. Which lord are you targeting? In the grasslands, a man led 3 heavy cavalry while looking at the 2 bronze lords beside him. One of the bronze lords said, I have my eye on the territory of the Desert Eagle on Cliff Ridge. The other licked his lips and stated, then I'll take the territory of the White Horse Knights next door. The heavy cavalry lord sneered. Both of them were talking about golden lords. He said to them, gentlemen, I will definitely help you establish your territories, but as you can see, I just obtained the energy stones from this territory, and they are only enough to summon 3 heavy cavalry. The faces of the 2 darkened. We don't have any extra troops either. You saw the previous battle, with only 5 heavy cavalry, they were able to rout our fierce tigers and grey wolves. As they spoke, they glanced at the heavy cavalry behind them. The heavy cavalry lord shrugged helplessly, there's nothing I can do. The current heavy cavalry is not like my previous barbarian troops. Summoning 1 heavy cavalry requires 20 energy stones. If you 2 don't provide support, I can only wait 10 days to half a month before I can help you fulfill your wishes. The two bronze lords hesitated. The energy stones they had were meant for use after they seized their territories. The heavy cavalry lord put an arm around each of their shoulders, left and right, as friendly as brothers. I know what you're worried about. If I wanted to harm you, wouldn't I be able to do so with the remaining barbarian troops and heavy cavalry I have? I'm not unable to do it, but I won't do it this way. I will always remember the kindness you two have shown me. The setting sun bled red, and the three men on the grassland embraced like brothers, sharing their heartfelt thoughts. The two bronze lords gradually lowered their guard. Brother, you're overthinking it. Of course we trust you. Here, this is the 40 energy stones I've accumulated. And this is the 50 energy stones I've gathered. Use them to summon troops first, and when you grow stronger, we can become strong together. Thank you both. I will definitely remember your kindness. Once I regain my strength, I will help you at the first opportunity. The heavy armored cavalry lord grinned as he accepted the energy stones from them, a total of 90 energy stones. Adding his remaining 12, he could summon 5 more heavy armored cavalry. 8 is enough to form a charge of cavalry. With a wave of his hand, 5 heavy armored cavalry appeared beside the previous ones. Immediately, 2 curved blades were drawn against the necks of the 2 lords, the setting sun casting a bloody hue over the grassland. Brother, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? The heavy armored cavalry lord continued to smile at his 2 good brothers. He lifted the curved blade slightly. So, do you want to become wandering lords, or do you want to become souls under my blade? If it was somewhat difficult for the remaining barbarian troops and heavy armored cavalry to take down the fierce soldiers before them without suffering heavy casualties, now that the heavy armored cavalry had formed a charge, such a possibility was eliminated. Once the cavalry formed a charge, they became a rampaging beast, with heavy defenses and massive lethality making it impossible for the enemy to block or evade. One of the bronze lords turned pale, swallowing hard as he threatened, Brother, you know that beast-type troops are much more loyal than humanoid troops. Even if I die, they will still carry out my orders from before my death. Yes, brother, even if you kill both of us now, as long as we have a thought, they will still fight fiercely for us. Right, it would be a loss for you. The two of them played off each other perfectly, implying that while you could kill us, you would also suffer heavy losses. They were not wrong. If they fought to the death, the heavy armored cavalry might not suffer casualties, but the barbarian troops in front would likely face severe losses. However, if it were someone else saying this, they might hesitate, but he could see no determination in the expressions of the two before him. The previous charge of the heavy armored cavalry was just a charge from the heavy armored cavalry lord, and before they reached the two, they were already on the verge of fleeing. He pressed the blade against their faces. You two should stop pretending. Who wants to die if they can live, right? Roar! Roar! The tiger and wolf troops, belatedly realizing their lord's crisis, roared towards the heavy armored cavalry lord. The sound of beastly roars echoed across the empty grassland for miles, and the majesty of the Beast King was manifested at this moment. The back of the fierce tiger had already arched high, and the fur of the giant wolf bristled. As soon as their lord gave the command, they would charge forward without hesitation to tear apart the enemy before them. On the other side, the barbarian troops and heavy armored cavalry naturally protected their lord. Only the muscular barbarian troops guarded the perimeter, while the well-equipped heavy armored cavalry with fine horses and curved blades protected the inner side, taking over the duties of the original barbarian troops. The heavy armored cavalry lord clicked his tongue. Your troops are truly loyal. It seems they are ready to pounce on me without needing your orders. No, fall back. Fierce tiger, retreat quickly. The two men, seeing this scene, hurriedly reprimanded their troops, while the heavily armored cavalry lord couldn't help but sneer. Indeed, cowards are cowards, they lack the courage to fight back. Don't you think your actions at this moment are somewhat despicable? One of the bronze lords asked with deep reluctance. Despicable? Ha. Thank you for your compliment. Despicable, this is the most sincere praise from the weak to the strong. The heavily armored cavalry lord felt no regret for his despicable actions. Engaging in battle with the unknown golden lord would only lead to heavy losses without any gain. But if the two fools before him fought, he could not only win easily but also obtain a considerable amount of energy stones. Now, will you become wandering lords, or will you die? He threw the question back to the two. We are all part of the Sun Never Sets Alliance. Swish! Ah! With a flash of the curved blade, the arm of the speaking lord was severed. When it came to interrogation, the heavy cavalry was even more adept and ruthless. The setting sun was blood red, casting a crimson hue over the grasslands. Why is this wall not reacting at all? Is the spirit not working anymore? Chen Shen sighed at the miraculous stone well that was still out of order. I've thrown in quite a few things, yet the spirit still hasn't come out. Stones, wood, sickles, hammers, goblins. Chen Shen had thrown all these into the stone well over the past few days, but there was no response, so he had to give up. If he could figure out how the stone well worked, it would definitely be a powerful tool. Unfortunately, no matter what he threw in now, the well showed no reaction. 2 humans have entered your territory. The prompt sounded, and Chen Shen looked up. Through the goblin's view from the arrow tower, he saw 2 humans in his territory, one in a black robe and hat, and the other bare-chested, wielding a huge and exaggerated machete. Sha, members of the Fallen Association have arrived, you should go and meet them, Chen Shen said to Sha, who was guarding the stone well. Yes. Sha nodded and walked out of the territory. We've been discovered. The small-framed man in the black robe paused and said to the person beside him. What? The man with the big knife scratched his head in frustration. How do these outsiders all have remote reconnaissance abilities? I thought I was hiding quite well. The black-robed man shook his head. I don't know, but these outsiders seem to have some skill. The burly man adjusted the position of his big knife nonchalantly and said, What skill? The last outsider I traded with, I could have cut him into 3 pieces with one blow. He recalled the strange outsider who had inadvertently discovered the Fallen Association and actively joined it a few days ago. The black-robed man scoffed, but the dragon he raised could tear you apart. The burly man immediately fell silent, and after a moment, he retorted, but it's just a low-level fire dragon, its growth limit is only at the star level. But you are currently just a diamond-level guy. The former fell silent. Oh ho, it seems these outsiders are all used to raising something. After winning, the black-robed man did not boast. Instead, he quickly noticed the goblins patrolling on the city wall. The burly man immediately showed a look of self-satisfaction. It's just a bunch of goblins. How could anyone still raise such things? The highest level among them is only gold. I could crush them with one hand. He intended to say he could crush the opposing leader with one hand, but it seemed he misunderstood something. Below the tall city wall, the gates swung open, and a dignified woman exuding nobility stepped out first, followed by 3 armored guards and a group of gold-level goblin priests. The man in the black robe smiled. It seems gold is the minimum requirement here. Let's go, others have already opened the door and invited us. The burly man with the large knife swallowed the words he had yet to finish. If the lowest level is gold, then what could the highest level be? Stars? Or the Holy Order? He knew that trouble often came from speaking too much, so he fell silent and quietly surveyed the luxurious territory. The eldest daughter of the Territorial family? The man in the black robe stepped forward to inquire. Sha nodded. It seems you two are from the Fallen Association. Sha took a brief look. With her bronze adventurer's strength, she couldn't discern much. But the aura emanating from the 2 before her was indeed formidable, unmistakably belonging to the Fallen Association. Come, this way please. The trading partner is in the backyard. After briefly identifying the 2, Sha led them toward the warehouse. As expected, all are at least gold level. It seems the lord here is quite powerful. The burly man with the large knife observed the various peculiar goblins around them, all of which indeed had reached the level of gold adventurers. Good thing I didn't speak recklessly earlier. The fact that the other party could detect your arrival without your knowledge might mean they had means to eavesdrop on your conversation. Soon, they arrived at the warehouse. After confirming the number of king snakes as mentioned in the letter, the man in the black robe began to pack the snakes into more than a dozen peculiar rings. The quantity and quality are exactly as agreed. What about those remaining king snakes in the corner? Are they not for sale? The man in the black robe pointed to the more than 10 king snakes left in the corner of the warehouse. Sha replied, no, just as we initially agreed. The man in the black robe nodded and then tossed a small ring. According to the original trading conditions, this contains 3,000 fine iron, 10,000 energy stones, and a map of the outskirts of the 1,000 ghost forest. Sha took the ring, checked it, and confirmed, no problem. The man in the black robe turned to leave but thought for a moment and handed a token to Sha. This is the token of our fallen alliance. For the next transaction, you can get a 30% discount with this token. Sha accepted it, but when she looked up, the 2 had already vanished. 1,000 meters away, the man in the black robe frowned and waved his hand to teleport the 2 again. What's going on? Why use teleportation to leave, and twice at that? The burly man with the large knife looked seriously at his companion. The man in the black robe panted slightly. The lord here is very strong. A single teleportation is not enough to escape his surveillance. Very strong, strong enough that even his companions worry about being backstabbed? The burly man frowned. Indeed, the lord had not shown himself, but he had felt watched the entire time. Moreover, there seemed to be a mysterious presence within the territory constantly tempting him to help open some kind of seal. It seemed to be a well of saliva? How strange, he had never seen a well, yet that thing could appear directly in his mind. Is that the outsider marked earlier who tames the land shark? Should we go check it out? The burly man with the large knife asked his companion. The man in the black robe shook his head. Forget it, the mission is more important. This time, the mission involves a king snake leader. King snake leader. The man with the large knife couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing this title. He had initially not believed that the other party could kill the king snake leader and use it for trade. Because when a king snake has a leader, it possesses the ability to summon a horde of snakes. One call brings hundreds, another brings thousands, hence the term king. Therefore, to kill a king snake tribe with a king snake leader, one would have to slaughter at least thousands of snakes. Thousands of snakes, those things crawling everywhere in dense clusters. Just thinking about it made him feel a chill in his heart. He had come to trade with a mocking attitude, believing that possessing a few king snake corpses was already a great fortune. But he never expected that the other party actually had the king snake leader. Fortunately, the two of them had brought enough supplies out of caution, otherwise, they might have been torn apart by that group of goblins before they could even leave the territory. They had seen and done plenty of black market dealings, but at this moment, he felt grateful. Grateful that he had brought enough supplies, grateful that he had teleported away quickly. Have they left? Owen sighed in relief, touching his land shark. It must be some powerful creature passing by. He ordered his troops, continue as planned. If you find any other low-tier lords, invade them. If you find the lord with goblins, notify me. Truly ruthless, but this map and fine iron are exactly what I need. Within his territory, Chen Chen looked at everything in his storage ring and couldn't help but sigh. Although Shah had already told him that selling items at the Fallen Association would likely lead to price cuts, exchanging supplies worth 30,000 energy stones for just 10,000 still made him feel a bit pained. Only the map and fine iron can comfort me now. He looked at the map and fine iron in his hands. Compared to 10,000 energy stones, these two were truly valuable. 3,000 fine iron might seem like just 3 energy stones per piece for crafting equipment to others, but to Chen Chen, it was a necessary condition for him to upgrade his territory ahead of the other lords. And the map of the Thousand Ghost Forest, with its mysterious areas and layers of powerful annotations, was something to be avoided and noted by others. But in Chen Chen's eyes, it was a target for his invasion. Before facing the dragon, he needed to gather a sufficiently powerful team, and to do that, he required strong life forms, all of which were currently marked on the map of the Thousand Ghost Forest. 3,000 fine iron is roughly equivalent to 9,000 energy stones, and the map's price is around 5,000 energy stones. So, it seems I haven't lost much after all, Chen Chen reassured himself, even though he knew his heart couldn't accept the idea of not making a profit. Since he couldn't accept it, he would find a solution externally. He glanced at the annotations on the map. The orc tribes were marked with white circles, the lords with yellow circles, places worth noting were marked with red circles, and very dangerous areas were marked with black circles. Chen Chen quickly skimmed over the various orc tribes. This was the outskirts of the Thousand Ghost Forest, with no strong orc tribes and thus nothing worth noting. As for the lords marked with yellow circles, he merely glanced at them. His main goal in acquiring the map was to find those powerful creatures on the forest's outskirts to cultivate stronger goblins, so the yellow and white circles were not within his consideration. Are there really so many strong beings just on the outskirts of the forest? Chen Chen looked in surprise at the nearest red circle, marked land shark sightings. A farther red circle was marked low-tier red dragon sightings. Aside from these two places he needed to pay attention to, there were also two prominent black circles. One was a few kilometers away, separated by a river, where his goblins had once discovered a dragon. The Fallen Association's annotation read, "Mysterious place, suspected subadult dragon." The other place also caught Chen Chen's attention. Although this black circle was farther away, the annotation was particularly eye-catching, unexplorable area, suspected divine power presence. God, is there really a god here? Chen Chen fell into deep thought, remembering that when he first arrived, the system had mentioned that there were secrets of gods and immortality here. If I continue to rise like this, I might have a chance to become a god, right? Forget it, becoming a god is too far off. Let's start from here. He pointed to the nearest red circle, marked with the presence of a land shark, which should be the lord that attacked me earlier, right? This will allow me to test whether goblins can combine with the other lord's troops. Chen Chen's plan was quite simple. First, invade the territory of this land shark lord, and if the combination is possible, then use the opponent's troops to create stronger goblins. If not, then destroy the opponent's territory and harvest a large amount of energy stones. In the competition among the myriad races, everyone is in a competitive relationship. The reason he didn't invade those smaller lords was that it was unnecessary and he looked down on them. As for the king-tier lords, that was different. Regardless of whether a combination was possible, he would at least harvest a massive amount of energy stones. First, plunder the land shark, then the low-tier red dragon, and finally, through the powerful genes of these two creatures, create stronger goblins to take down the giant dragon across the river. This was the latest plan for the next 5 weeks. Oh, right, I need to upgrade the territory before the expedition. Through trading with the Fallen Association, Chen Chen had gathered the most difficult materials for territory upgrade, refined iron and a universal energy stone. Dark Goblin Territory level, LV3. Territory size, 3,000 meters. Territory abilities, notification of information after invasion, provides wall protection, offers multiple arrow tower visibility, enhances territory defense with a moat, and magically transforms decay into wonder. Requirements for level upgrade, 3,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 5,000 energy stones, 1,000 units of refined iron. Current resources, 3,000 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 3,000 refined iron. Personal space, forging blueprint, bone cracking knife X1, energy stones 14100, tier 1 fire rain scroll, tier 1 rejuvenation scroll, bedding stones X270, silver, death scythe, 3,000 refined iron forest map. Miracles happen under money. With a flick of his little finger, the remaining wood and stone were gathered. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade? Chen Chen was very decisive. Upgrade. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV4, and your territory area has expanded. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV4, and your personal panel has improved. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV4, and your prestige has increased. Your current level is quite prestigious. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV4, and you have become the first lord to reach LV4. You have received a reward to select territory buildings. A dazzling white light flashed across the territory in Chen Chen. The wood, refined iron, and stone needed for the territory upgrade transformed into the foundation of the territory at that moment. The pale blue walls expanded to a range of 500 meters. The wooden door was replaced with an iron door. The dirt road underfoot was paved with neat stone slabs, and the simple tents where goblins lived turned into rows of exquisite wooden houses. The wooden house where Chen Chen himself lived transformed into a luxurious blue brick house at the center of rows of small wooden houses, with the warm glow of a fire pit and stove flickering inside against the cold wind of early winter. Wow, this is really comprehensive. Chen Chen marveled at the system's grand gesture. It was good to have the system for construction, otherwise, with his own aesthetic and the goblin's craftsmanship, he couldn't have created such things. The territory upgrade is good, but the options available this time are somewhat ordinary. Chen Chen glanced at the selected buildings. There was nothing particularly eye-catching. One of the schools was somewhat interesting, claiming it could help troops learn skills. Although he didn't believe goblins could learn any useful skills in life, it was better not to let such things fall into the hands of others. Dark Goblin Territory level, LV4. Territory size, 4,000 meters. Territory abilities, notification of invasion, wall protection, multiple arrow tower visibility, enhanced moat defense, magical stone well that transforms decay into wonder, a school that can awaken special wisdom. Requirements to upgrade level, 5,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone, 2,000 energy stones, 3,000 units of fine iron, 1 energy core. 5 free attribute points in speed and mental strength brought his personal attributes to 25. With his own death side's attributes reaching a total of 43, combined with the special weapon characteristics, he could basically challenge ordinary golden troops without taking any damage. Not bad, finally I have the power to protect myself in this place. Chen Chen checked the changes in himself and the territory, completely forgetting that there was another person within his territory. At this moment, that person was staring blankly at him. Is this the work of the great hero creator? Sha swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. She had been walking just a moment ago, but the next second, a brilliant white light shone, and the entire territory changed in an instant. Was this instantaneous method of transforming everything a divine power? Has the master already come into contact with the power of the gods? Am I following a god? Sha unconsciously clasped her hands in front of her chest and bowed to Chen Chen. People have a natural admiration for the strong, especially a woman filled with anger and revenge. Set off, target, the territory of the land shark. Of the 320 goblins, 70 stayed behind while the remaining 250 goblins were responsible for launching the attack. The land shark, a creature he had fought against with his goblins, could burrow underground, which was somewhat troublesome, but fortunately, trampling could make the opponent unable to evade. As for you, Chen Chen glanced at the woman behind him. Take these energy stones and the few remaining king snakes from the warehouse. Go start a trading company, and I will support you when you need something. Chen Chen tossed her 10,000 energy stones, keeping 4,000 for himself. 10,000 energy stones were equivalent to 1,000 gold, enough for her to initially open a decent shop. When the Imperial shop opened, it would allow for trade with the lords, utilizing the South River and Shaw's channels to profit from it. Yes, thank you, my lord. Go ahead. Chen Chen waved his hand, feeling somewhat strange. Although she bowed as usual, he sensed a hint of respect from that bow. Stockholm Syndrome? It can't be, right? I haven't. Well, okay, I've done quite a bit. Damn it, Owen, I will definitely report your actions to the Lord. You won't be arrogant for long. Hanyu sat atop a raging tiger, fleeing madly, while behind him was a group of lurking sharks. The land shark deliberately exposed its dorsal fin, as if playing with its struggling prey on the surface of the sea. Ha 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 ha, Han, do you think you still have a chance? You're now a wandering lord and can't even contact the Lord, right? Owen stood on the back of the land shark like a surfing expert. Besides, I'm now a king-level expert. Our lord is just a little golden girl, while I am a powerful king-level lord. Ha ha ha, king-level? Do you even know what a king-level is? If I wanted to, I could crush you with a single finger. Owen's arrogant demeanor made the fleeing tiger want to turn back and take a bite. Hanyu clenched his fists tightly. Don't be arrogant. The lord is not an ordinary golden subordinate. There are plenty of king-level ones. Owen scoffed and continued to mock. So what? Even if he is strong, he can't reach me here. Even if I kill all the leaders of the Sun Never Sets Alliance in this area, he still can't do anything to me. Alright, enough playing. You can die now. The two chased each other to the edge of a cliff, with the violent tiger and Hanyu having nowhere to retreat. Roar! The violent tiger let out a reluctant roar, glaring fiercely at the 7 land-toothed sharks and the person on their backs. Hanyu looked back, the thick white steam obscuring his vision. He never expected there would be a cliff in this forest. TCH, jump. Even if you jump down, I will have the land-toothed sharks confirm your death. You will definitely die today. Owen mocked, not wanting to leave himself a future enemy like that foolish woman Suchingu. Damn it! Hanyu turned to look at the thick mist rising from the cliff behind him. The scalding steam would surely cook him alive if he fell, even if he survived the fall. But if he didn't jump, he would definitely fall into the enemy's hands, and he had no confidence in keeping his energy stone safe from their methods. With that thought, he gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and patted the violent tiger beneath him, shouting, "Jump!" The violent tiger, absolutely loyal and obedient to its lord's command, leaped several meters high, but unfortunately, that distance was still too small in front of the nearly 20-meter cliff. Hanyu closed his eyes tightly, the sensation of weightlessness striking his heart, as man and tiger pressed closely together, letting the rising mist envelop them. Shit, you really jumped. Owen watched Hanyu disappear into the mist, his face turning ugly. If he had acted sooner, he could have perfectly captured him and forced out his last value. Forget it. Just a few energy stones. Killing a few more lords is worth more than this. Go, verify Han's death. Owen patted the land-toothed shark beneath him. Although he could disregard those energy stones, he had to confirm Hanyu's death. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. A strange lord has entered your territory. Your territory is under attack by an unknown lord. Please organize a counterattack as soon as possible. Fuck. Come back, hurry back. Upon hearing the prompt, Owen quickly called all the land-toothed sharks around him to return. Fuck, who is it? Who dares to invade my lord-level territory? Owen shifted his perspective and saw a group of unfamiliar enemies through the land-toothed sharks left behind in the territory. Standing at 170 centimeters tall, clad in black armor with sharp ears and fangs, they marched in formation like a military unit. What are these things? Demon armor army? When did I provoke such beings? Owen's breath quickened. Their appearance resembled the demon armor army from the stories of their country, said to come from the depths of hell. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar iron-skinned goblin among the unfamiliar army. Goblin? It's that damned goblin. Damn it, I just killed a few of your companions, and you not only plundered my territory but also came to plunder my second territory? Quick, hurry back. Owen suddenly remembered that the iron-skinned goblin had a record of killing land-toothed sharks. He immediately converted the 600 energy stones he had just obtained from destroying Hanyu's territory and another unknown bronze lord's territory into 15 new land-toothed sharks. With 15 land-toothed sharks plus my current 7 and the 3 in the territory, it will definitely work. It will definitely work. The panic in his heart was suppressed. The goblins capable of shaking his troops out of the ground numbered only a little over 10, while he now had more than 20 troops. In a one-on-one situation, the enemy was no match for his land-toothed sharks. As for the other group of beings similar to the magic armored army, without the skill to shake the land-toothed shark, they shouldn't even think about touching a single hair of their troops. In Owen's view, two completely different troop types could never possess the same skills. You have entered the territory of a red-named lord, please be cautious. You have entered the domain of a red-named lord. The red-named lord is very dangerous, but destroying the red-named lord will yield special rewards. Another red-named lord, could it be that the last attack on me was not an accident? Chen Shan raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise at the system prompt. Destroying a red-named lord would grant a special reward for great benefactors, but the fact that the opponent was a red-named lord meant that this person's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary lord. Already powerful and rapidly increasing in strength through plundering others, such a person was basically at the top of the food chain among lords. However, there are still differences even at the top. A smile crept onto Chen Shan's lips. The more troops the opponent had, the better for him. If he had fewer, it would be difficult to breed goblins, and he didn't want to waste energy stones buying troops. It says I've entered the territory, but why can't I see the territory? Could it be underground? Chen Shan scanned the area through the goblin's vision, seeing only a mountain and nothing resembling territorial buildings. He recalled the goblin's earlier statement. This thing seemed capable of moving underground. Could the territory be beneath the ground? If it's all underground, that would be troublesome. Gah! While Chen Shen was pondering, a wolf giant goblin's long nose twitched as if it had found something. Trample! Boom! The ground shook, and under the wolf giant goblin's stomp, a massive mine entrance was exposed as rubble quickly rolled down, hollowing out the mountain. Chen Shen maintained overall control through vision, and until special orders were given, the goblin's task was still to capture all creatures in this territory. Roar! Before the goblins could advance toward the cave entrance, dorsal fins over 3 feet long emerged from the ground, accompanied by hoarse roars. It seems these are the sharks that can move underground, but why are they all juveniles? Chen Shen noticed the state of these sharks. Their green scales looked quite different from the black-scaled sharks the goblins had previously killed, appearing very immature. Roar! The land-tooth shark opened its massive mouth, its jagged teeth looking quite terrifying. Among those uneven teeth, even more horrifying was the sight of what seemed like black holes in its throat, with fist-sized stones pouring out like a torrential rain. This was their skill, rock rain. The land-tooth shark's preference was to devour rocks and mine. The rocks and minerals it had consumed became powerful weapons at this moment. The mouths of the 15 juvenile sharks seemed like infinite black holes, instantly covering the goblins in a rain of stones, with a particular focus on the iron-skinned goblin. Ha ha, let's see what you can use to fight me. In the distance, Owen, who was hurrying back to his territory, suddenly laughed heartily. This sudden proactive attack was his doing. If the opponent's skills could threaten his troops, it was best to eliminate such a threat first. Through the vision of his troops, he saw the nearly overwhelming assault of stones transforming into a hailstorm ruthlessly pouring down on the goblins. He had tested the land-tooth shark's skills before. These small stones, though seemingly insignificant, were the essence of the essence that could survive in the land-tooth shark's gastric juices, extremely solid. A fist-sized stone could easily destroy a tree as thick as an adult's head. He had once made 3 land-tooth sharks use this skill to effortlessly destroy several Bronze Lord territories. Even Han Yu's silver-backed tiger was completely annihilated under the strike of his 7 land-teeth-biting sharks. They were just low-level goblins. How strong could they be? Owen had already seen the goblins' corpses littering the ground after the attack. Another one dead from arrogance. What's going on? As the thick smoke cleared, a terrifying sight appeared before Owen. That group of iron goblins, shining with a metallic luster, was completely unharmed? This is impossible. How could this happen? His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets in disbelief. How could goblins, at best silver tier, withstand an attack from a king tier lord? Oh, I get it. It's a special skill, right? He noticed the iron-gray color on the iron goblins and thought their strength was merely due to a special skill. As for those black goblins resembling magic armored soldiers, they must have been overlooked by the land-teeth-biting sharks due to their focus on the iron goblins. Since ranged attacks won't work, I'll take you on in close combat. Owen thought of a strategy against the enemy. The goblins had only managed to kill the land-teeth-biting sharks due to their sheer numbers. Now, he had at least 15 land-teeth-biting sharks left in his territory. Let's start with that one that looks like a magic-armored soldier. To be honest, Owen was still a bit intimidated by the iron goblins because their trampling had left a deep impression on him. However, this group of dark goblins looked like mere pushovers, so he decided to deal with the minions first before tackling the oddly shaped goblins. Under his command, the land-teeth-biting sharks burrowed underground and advanced toward the black-armored goblins. The black-armored goblins scratched their heads, wondering how to capture these creatures alive when they were underground. With trampling? If hundreds of goblins used trampling at the same time, they would probably shake these fragile creatures to death. How were they supposed to complete the task given by the god? Just as the goblins were at a loss, a land-teeth-biting shark bit down on a black-armored goblin's ankle and dragged it underground. Ha! The goblins with their big bellies didn't attack me. Sure enough, when they charge into enemy lines, they won't attack to avoid hurting their allies. Owen was pleased with himself and ordered more land-teeth-biting sharks to drag the black-armored goblins underground. Thus, the black-armored goblins disappeared from the surface one by one, like radishes being pulled from the ground. Along with Owen's delight, the black-armored goblins were also in distress, wondering how to pull these creatures out. Unexpectedly, they came right to their doorstep. They raised their black scales, like a hedgehog with its quills up, and then wrapped their arms around the massive creature in front of them, quickly constricting. Poison, black armor defense, trample, brutal strangulation. In an instant, the black-armored goblins maximized the use of 3 skills, excluding trampling. It must be said that in the heat of battle, their intelligence even surpassed that of most human adventurers. They transformed their defensive black armor into an upright position, combining it with brutal strangulation to achieve a certain attack effect while also transmitting their toxins through their scales. The goblins were having a blast, but it was tough for the land-teeth-biting sharks. What was it like to suddenly have someone grab their neck and inject poison through tiny needles? They immediately shifted from their high and mighty stance to struggling, from dragging the goblins down into the abyss to fleeing upstream. The pain and suffocation in their throats made them instinctively swim upstream, gasping for more air. Since their species relied on radar for hunting underground, Owen disconnected from the knights once the land-teeth-biting sharks entered the underground. He felt a surge of joy as his troops returned to the ground. I can't believe the goblins were dealt with so quickly. Ha! It seems these fearsome-looking creatures are not so impressive after all. You have defeated the Red-Named Lord. Would you like to completely destroy their territory? By completely destroying the Red-Named Lord's territory, you will receive a special reward. Yes, no. Chen Shen looked at the land shark dragged ashore by his goblins and nodded in satisfaction. This war was easier than he had imagined. Perhaps that Red-Named Lord took most of their forces to deal with the other low-tier lords. To leave only 15 troops for such an important task, they really are overconfident. Nearly a month had passed since he arrived in this other world, and he couldn't believe that in this time, this royal lord had only developed 15 troops. It seemed this lord was rather arrogant, taking their troops to plunder other lords. Learning from others' mistakes, Qin Shan made a mental note to ensure his territory had enough defensive strength whenever he ventured out. After all, everyone has their own adventures, and no one can guarantee they will always be ahead. What if a powerful lord or local creature discovered you? I have done well in staying at home. Because he was not allowed to go out, Chunyi had an advantage over this royal lord. If any danger arose, he could respond promptly and make the most reasonable judgment, rather than rushing back from afar. Destroy. Capturing the enemy's troops and destroying their territory was undoubtedly the outcome, especially since the opponent was a red-named lord. Territory destruction in progress, 1%, 10% deep within the luxurious cave, the goblins were wantonly destroying everything in the territory and launching attacks on the spring of life within. Your territory is being destroyed. Please defend your territory in a timely manner. Your territory is being destroyed. Current progress, 20%, 30%. What? Are you kidding? My land shark is already. Owen hurriedly shifted his focus back to the land shark, but this time he saw only the sky. The sky? What nonsense, isn't the land shark supposed to prefer land? Why is there a sky view? He couldn't see the scene of his troops being captured because, at that moment, to prevent the sharks from escaping back to the ground, they were being held high by the wolf giant goblins. The land shark struggled desperately, but against the wolf giant goblins with attributes generally reaching 43 in all points allocated to strength and defense, it was no match. If it were an adult land shark, it might have been able to break free from the wolf giant goblin's brute strength, but the juvenile land shark's attributes barely matched those of the wolf giant goblin, and its points were not in strength. Owen listened to the painful wails of his troops and, from the sky view, he knew his troops had been defeated. Damn it, shit. Tez hit. Shit. He pounded weakly, unable to believe that this seemingly ordinary goblin had destroyed his territory twice in a row, all because he had killed one of its goblins. My resources, my gambling stones, my royal territory, damn goblin. Owen's only bright white teeth nearly crumbled as he bit down. He never expected that the royal territory he had painstakingly plundered would once again become someone else's wedding dress. Damn goblin. I will destroy you, one day, I will destroy you. He looked at the few land sharks he had sitting down, his heart ablaze with fury. The loss of his territory drove him mad, but the wails of his troops kept him grounded in his last shred of sanity. If I can rise again once, I can rise again a second time. Go! He moved towards Su Qingyu's position, where the aura of Chun Shen behind her was currently the safest place in this forest. By the way, Shen Shen, I can have Su Qingyu seek Qin Shen's help to stand up for herself. Owen seemed to have thought of something. He had heard an old saying, how can one sleep soundly on the king's bed? Undoubtedly, based on the strength Qin Shen had displayed, he was the absolute king of this forest. Although Qin Shen had been almost silent these past few days, the strong always remain strong. He must be quietly developing. Yes, I'll ask Qin Shen for help. He surely won't allow a bunch of goblins to appear around his territory. Owen advanced towards Su Qingyu's territory with a sinister smile. Fortunately, I didn't wipe out that stupid woman back then. Now there's a use for her. You have destroyed the territory of a red-named lord, and you have gained the title of Great Benefactor. Great Benefactor, for a period of time in the future, you will be blessed with good luck. You have destroyed the territory of a king-tier lord, and you have gained everything he had. You have destroyed the territory of a king-tier lord, and you have gained 2,000 energy stones. Indeed, killing and arson still don't make money as fast as business. Killing a king-tier lord only yielded 2,000 energy stones, which left Qin Shen somewhat dissatisfied. It should be noted that he had recently sold a group of King Snake's corpses cautiously and made nearly 30,000 energy stones in profit. Suddenly, the goblins, who were busy moving things around, discovered the presence of other beings. Earth Knights? Qin Shen was taken aback as he looked at the familiar troops mindlessly digging stones in the mine. Weren't these the troops of the last red-named lord? After obtaining a more powerful king-tier troop, Owen naturally looked down on his previous troops. Thus, what he once cherished had now become the lot of miners. But Qin Shen was completely unaware of this. He only felt confused. Why were they here? Did he not kill them all back then? That didn't make sense. If he hadn't killed them all, they shouldn't be here, right? While Qin Shen was pondering, the Earth Knights finally snapped out of their joy and charged at the outsiders, raising their long spears. Without needing their god's command, the goblins swiftly dealt with the group of heavily armored knights. The spears couldn't exert their advantage in the cave, while the smaller, scaled black goblins moved like phantoms, easily slaughtering the Earth Knights. Qin Shen was not interested in the suddenly appearing Earth Knights and did not intend to investigate further. He just assumed that the fleeing red-named lord had encountered an even more powerful red-named lord. Evil people would naturally clash with each other. There are even armors. Not bad, not bad. I'll have Gu Xiaoyu fix them up later. This group of fleeing troops was actually wearing heavy armor. Indeed, things were different with a change of people. Even the mining workers of a king-tier lord had heavy armor for defense. Wait, this is gambling stones? He looked at the piles of stones neatly stacked in a corner of the cave, which the Earth Knights had transported, and his breathing gradually quickened. Qin Shen understood why the Earth Knights were so engrossed in digging stones. Gambling stones? They are actually gambling stones. A rough glance revealed that each pile of gambling stones had at least 500 pieces. Does the Great Benefactor title take effect so quickly? 100, 200, 300, 400. A total of 2,320? Calculating at the price of 2 to 3 energy stones per gambling stone, that would be an income of about 5 to 6,000. The lucky attribute of the Great Benefactor title really comes quickly. Shen Yi recalled the first time he earned the title of Great Benefactor, which was when he defeated the red-named lord, the Earth Knight. At that time, he had acquired the powerful creature he had been searching for, the giant dragon, which was perfectly within his reach. All of this was thanks to luck and the title of Great Benefactor. For just a few days later, that title disappeared. Now, he had regained this title, and at the very moment he received it, he had collected around 6,000 energy stones. Shen Yi licked his dry lips. In that instant, he even considered specifically hunting down red-named lords. Forget it, it's a chance encounter, I'll wait for the next time. He casually exchanged a few wolfman goblins from the Fountain of Nurturing and ordered the cunning rabbit goblins to dig and see if there were any remaining gambling stones. The combat power of the wolfman goblins was weak, having suffered heavy casualties in the previous war, but now it seemed to be their time to play a role. Fortunately, the goblins he nurtured would be absorbed by the Fountain of Nurturing and could be summoned using energy stones. As the wolfmen goblins took over the battlefield, the black-armored goblins returned to their territory, excitedly carrying their spoils of 15 land-toothed sharks. You were actually defeated by goblins? Su Qingyu sat in the center of the crocodile, looking at the man in front of her in astonishment. Roar! The Swamp Emperor crocodile issued a warning to the land-toothed shark before it. Be good, it's nothing. Su Qingyu comforted her troops. In these days, she had also gained considerable strength by defeating other lords, increasing her troops from 1 to 20. 20 Emperor Crocodile land-toothed sharks surrounded 7 royal tier troops. Although they were weaker in strength, they held an absolute advantage in numbers. 20 golden tier troops surrounding 7 royal tier troops looked somewhat ridiculous, yet it was also quite tragic. Owen commanded his troops, don't move around, this is our temporary gathering place. What are you planning to do next? Are you going to plunder the territories of the other lords? Su Qingyu asked Owen. Owen took a deep breath. Of course, I don't want to become a wandering lord. Having experienced the taste of wandering once, he never wanted to feel it again. He had to have his own territory to feel secure, even if it was only a silver-tier territory. Of course, having tasted the scenery from the heights, how could he be content with the flowers at the valley's bottom? Su Qingyu sighed. There are no royal-tier lords from the Sun Never Sets alliance here. Since Owen successfully turned the tables, he wanted to follow the same path as the others, so he joined the Sun Never Sets alliance and continuously gathered information about the surrounding lords. Unfortunately, although the Sun Never Sets alliance was growing stronger, royal-tier lords were still quite rare. From what she understood, the strongest lord here was merely a golden-tier lord, and this golden lord was quite difficult to deal with. This person was one of the original founders of the Sun Never Sets alliance and also served as the vice leader. Although the troops were golden tier, under the accumulation of resources in the alliance, even ordinary royal tier lords would not dare to offend them easily. Owen waved his hand. Of course I know this, and I already have a target. After days of slaughter, he had already explored the members of the Sun Never Sets alliance around him and found that there were no powerful troops at all. However, while there were no strong troops, there was one powerful lord. Chen Mo, the vice leader of the Sun Never Sets alliance, commanded golden tier Tiger Ben troops. He knew about the Tiger Ben troops. According to rumors in the alliance, the vice leader's troops could easily look down on royal tier lords once equipped with armor and mounts. Whether this was true or not, he planned to give it a try. Of course, with his current strength, it was somewhat unrealistic to invade the other party's territory, so he needed help. Owen turned to look at Su Qingyu, who happened to see him as well. Su Qingyu immediately became alert. What do you mean? Are you planning something against me? The lord was on guard, and the Swamp Emperor Crocodile immediately roared in anger and began to advance towards the land-tooth-biting shark. No, don't misunderstand, I just need your help. Owen explained with a smile. He didn't want to engage in any pointless conflict with anyone right now. His troops were injured and couldn't be healed or replenished, so any battle would be a huge drain on him. It better be that way. Don't forget who stands behind me. Su Qingyu tightened the rabbit fur scarf that Chen Shen had given her, not wanting him to see even a hint of her fair skin. Owen hurriedly agreed. Of course, I haven't forgotten that the person you stand behind is the strongest lord of the present. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you for help, would I? Owen flattered. Oof. Su Qingyu puffed out her chest, half covering her face. Sometimes, even though the tiger skin was borrowed, she thoroughly enjoyed that kind of vanity. So, tell me, what do you want me to help with? Owen first expressed his views on the goblins and Chen Shen's thoughts after switching perspectives. When he mentioned that the king's bed should not allow others to sleep soundly, Su Qingyu's expression clearly showed excitement and strong agreement with this statement. Then, he brought up another plan, wanting Chen Shen to help deal with the Tiger Ben elite army so that he could take over their territory. I can convey the first one, but the second one is impossible. Su Qingyu rejected Owen's second proposal without a second thought. Why? This should be a very simple matter for the great Chen Shen, right? Owen tried hard to argue. Su Qingyu thought for a moment and countered. Brother Chen Shen is extremely busy, dealing with thousands of energy stones every day. How could he have the time to help you with this? She had no idea what Chen Shen was doing every day. She just felt that he wouldn't agree to her unreasonable request, so she flatly rejected Owen. After all, her relationship with Chen Shen was one-sided, and recently, brother Chen Shen had been responding to her messages less and even ignoring her pictures. Sigh, fine. But if the great Chen Shen can't help me, then you have to help me. Owen said to Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu hesitated a bit, but thinking that she had already rejected one of his requests, it would be difficult to refuse again. She thought for a moment and said, I can help you, but if your plan will cost me a lot of troops, I will choose to withdraw at any time. Owen showed a simple smile. Of course. Oh, by the way, you must pay attention to the goblin situation. I'm worried about your brother. Otherwise, when will that group of goblins threaten Chen Shen's position? Owen mentioned appropriately, and Su Qingyu immediately felt that it was indeed the case. These goblins seem to be a hidden danger. I need to tell brother Chen Shen. Brother Chen Shen, you need to be careful. Recently, a group of nasty goblins has appeared here, strong and rampaging everywhere. Chen Shen, strong and rampaging everywhere? His goblins had indeed been clearing out the surrounding beasts and orc tribes, but how did it sound from this woman's mouth like his goblins had become a heinous existence? Don't you need to kill beasts? Don't you need resources to grow? Chen Shen couldn't be bothered to deal with this woman and turned back to chat with the little lowly. I have a few sets of armor that were damaged in battle. Can you help me repair them? Sure, of course I can. The little loli in the cave nodded repeatedly. She had always had a good impression of Brother Chen Chen. Whether it was the food he sent during her difficult times, or the generous purchase of her gambling stones, or even the custom armor he made to support her business, all of this made Chen Chen's presence warm her heart infinitely. Chen Chen was a bit stingy, but he was a good person. This was Gu Xiaoyu's evaluation of Chen Chen. How many energy stones do you need? Chen Chen didn't hesitate much and sent the armor over as soon as he heard it could be repaired. Gu Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Brother Chen Chen, it's just a repair. The armor isn't severely damaged, so there's no need for payment. The little loli looked at the armor that had been sent over. It seemed to have suffered a strong external impact but was mostly just dented. In this case, it only needed some hands-on repair without the need for additional materials. With their relationship being so close, Gu Xiaoyu naturally refused to accept any money. Although she didn't know what Chen Yu was thinking, Gu Xiaoyu had already upgraded their relationship to that of good buddies, or rather, it was more accurate to say a good older brother. Alright, then thank you, Chen Chen replied. Accompanying Chen Chen's response was a flash of white light. The little loli put down the armor and the nearby hammer, looking at the gentle white light. This was the reason she liked Chen Chen. Sometimes he felt like a caring older brother. He didn't provide her with great wealth, but there were always little surprises. What she remembered most was that batch of cured pork from back then. For a child who had just eaten one meal and was facing hunger, that batch of cured pork brought her a full 7 days of warmth. If I'm not mistaken, the thing Brother Chen Chen sent this time is also food, right? The item wasn't expensive, but the little loli really liked it. Firstly, because the meat cured by Chen Chen was very delicious. Secondly, she really needed food. In this dark cave, she couldn't find any food at all. Everything she had from the outside world came from the forging side business she started when she opened her gambling stones. However, the materials and conditions required for this forging profession were too many. She had almost nothing here, which made the forging process too slow, and she couldn't receive any large orders. She could only occasionally take on a few small orders to earn 3 to 5 dozen energy stones to barely make ends meet. Moreover, she wanted to use the occasional spirit stones she earned to develop her territory, based on feedback from other lords. The outside world was very dangerous. Isolated from the outside, she now had only 5 types of troops constantly in danger. Therefore, buying food always felt a bit painful. Since becoming a blacksmith, I've swung the hammer so much that my appetite has grown, but thankfully Brother Chen Chen occasionally sends warmth. The little loli glanced at the hammer with a hint of complaint, but that was also her tool for making a living. Which good person lets a little loli swing a hammer? I'll change this profession sooner or later. Gu Xiaoyu angrily smashed the armor against the hammer, inadvertently revealing the bulging biceps she had developed during this time. What is this? Gu Xiaoyu picked up the food Chen Chen had given her, which contained 10 dark blocks that looked like iron. She used her identification technique on the iron block. Refined iron, forged through countless hammerings. Refined iron is an essential material for forging weapons and constructing fortifications. Note, this refined iron actually comes from the 100-fold forging process and is melted in the belly. What a strange forging method. Refined iron? It's actually refined iron? Brother Chen Chen has refined iron? Gu Xiaoyu looked excitedly at the black block in her hand. The reason her business was bleak and her forging speed was so slow was mainly due to the lack of materials and conditions required for forging. Forging needed a fiery vein, but she only had coal. Forging needed a high platform, but she only had the earthen platform she built herself. Forging needed refined iron, but she could only purify ordinary iron or step by step until it condensed into refined iron. Does Brother Chen Chen have more of this refined iron? Brother, is there still refined iron? I can exchange it for energy stones. Gu Xiaoyu asked eagerly. If she could obtain refined iron, the forging time would at least be half from now on. With half the time reduced, she could try to take on some medium-sized orders, and her life would be better then. Chen Chen was taken aback. When others offered to repair armor for free, it was naturally a polite gesture. So he symbolically replied with some meats that the little girl liked and things he thought she might need. But why was she so excited about refined iron? Could it be that this little girl was also upgrading to an LV3 territory? Wasn't she struggling to even get enough food? How could she upgrade her territory so quickly? It's impossible to succeed, right? Chen Emo isn't a fool, he wouldn't take all his troops out. In the swamp territory, Su Qingyu looked seriously at Owen, believing that his plan was simply unrealistic. Although pretending to be attacked and asking for help might lead the other party to come to their aid, they would definitely not all launch an attack. Once he knew that the territory might be plundered, even someone as strong as Chen Mo would be cautious. Moreover, Chen Mo hadn't personally led his troops into battle for a long time. Owen smiled. Of course he won't, but as long as he divides his forces in half, we can take his territory. As long as we act quickly, Silent won't be able to react. No! Don't forget what I said at the beginning. The premise of helping you is that my troops cannot suffer heavy losses, Su Qingyu said. Owen had anticipated this, of course. How could I let your troops suffer heavy losses? Cannon fodder is something you won't be doing. I've already contacted several Bronze Lords. Bronze Lords? Su Qingyu was somewhat skeptical, wondering if, knowing the positions of the Bronze Lords, Owen would kill them to exchange for energy stones. Owen took a deep breath, putting on a look of being seen through. Alright, I admit, I haven't contacted them, but I know their locations. His original intention regarding those two Bronze Lords who knew their positions was to eliminate them for energy stones. But all of this was too late. His territory was destroyed by those damn goblins. Although it was regrettable, this regret had become a cornerstone for his resurgence. With his king rank and Su Qingyu's golden level, it would be easy to trick the other party. Su Qingyu thought for a moment, nodded seriously, and emphasized again before leaving, if my troops suffer significant losses, I will withdraw at any time. Owen cursed inwardly but nodded on the surface. Of course, I understand. It can be done, but this kind of thing costs at least 2 to 3 energy stones each. After figuring out why the little girl needed refined iron, Chen explained the price of refined iron to her. The little girl looked at the message from brother Chen, and her heart, which had just lifted, sank again. 1 piece of refined iron costs 3 energy stones, and forging a set of armor requires fusing 3 pieces of refined iron along with other ordinary iron, totaling about 10 energy stones for a complete set. The little girl counted on her fingers over and over. Her armor sold for only 15 energy stones, but the cost was 10 energy stones. If that were the case, it would be better for her to forge ordinary iron into refined iron. This way, she could still earn about 7 energy stones. Of course, I just recently got this channel for such things. What I told you earlier was the cost price. If you want to buy, I can give you a discount, 1 piece of refined iron for 4 energy stones. Stingy. Gu Xiaoyu looked at the message sent by Chen, her small fist waving in the air a few times. Brother Chen was still the same brother Chen, generous when he needed to be, stingy when it was time to be stingy. But this way, I can only earn 3 energy stones for a set of armor. Using fine iron sped up the forging process by half, but her earnings were also cut in half, which left Gu Xiaoyu feeling conflicted. Why do you need so much fine iron? Chen asked curiously. Gu Xiaoyu thought for a moment and answered honestly, because using fine iron when forging armor can speed up the process and improve the product quality. Chen suddenly became interested. Speeding up the process, improving quality? How fast can it be? What level of quality can it reach? The speed can be improved by about half. As for the quality? I haven't tried it. Gu Xiaoyu wasn't lying. The more fine iron added, the higher the quality, but she really hadn't tested how high it could go, because that would be too extravagant. Why don't you give it a try? Chen suggested curiously. He had learned a bit about the various limitations of the blacksmith profession through his daily chats with Gu Xiaoyu. However, it shouldn't be like this. It was well known that the more powerful something was, the more restrictions it had. How could a profession that could only forge ordinary armor have so many limitations? Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback. Give it a try, but I don't have enough fine iron. A poor child learns to take charge early. How could Chen, a wealthy landlord, understand Gu Xiaoyu's struggles? The few pieces of fine iron she had worked so hard to obtain were meant for forging armor. How could she use them for experiments? Chen smiled wryly and immediately sent over 10 pieces of fine iron. Use these to forge a weapon. Let me see, use them all. A weapon? But I only have the blueprints for armor. Gu Xiaoyu frowned in distress. This was the pitiful aspect of her blacksmith profession. No matter what she wanted to forge, she needed blueprints. You need blueprints too? This surprised Chen. Wasn't the armor you forged for me accompanied by a weapon? Gu Xiaoyu pouted. That was a weapon attached to the armor. If I forge a weapon separately, the system won't recognize it, and it will fail. Is this thing so troublesome? Chen finally understood why Gu Xiaoyu had such a strong blacksmith profession yet still struggled to make ends meet. The restrictions were just too many. Did it mean he had to sacrifice an entire set of armor's worth of fine iron for an experiment? To be honest, if it came to that, Chen would feel a bit of pain. Losing 5 or 10 pieces of fine iron could be considered fun, but if he really had to use fine iron to forge an entire set of armor, it would start at 20 pieces. By the way, I think I have a blueprint. Chen suddenly remembered something and rummaged through his personal space. Finally, an ancient blueprint appeared in his hand. Forging blueprint, bone-cracking blade. Note, a weapon with a great design, but it requires a blacksmith capable of forging it. Here, give it a try. He sent the blueprint he had previously obtained from gambling on stones to Gu Xiaoyu. From the weapon's description on the blueprint, it was a long knife with shark teeth. Using fine iron to forge this would be much cheaper than forging an entire set of armor. Wow, Brother Qin Shen actually has a blueprint, let me give it a try. Gu Xiaoyu immediately began studying the blueprint after receiving it. The weapon was strange, but all the materials needed were available. To put it bluntly, in her territory, aside from food, she could find any mineral resource she wanted. She rolled up her sleeves to her shoulders, revealing her small but toned biceps and deltoids, and the little girl instantly transformed into a little cheetah, bursting with energy. 40, 80, 40. Shenmo's territory dared to invade my territory, just with you few bronze lords? Shenmo looked down from the high walls of his territory at the hundreds of bronze troops and their lords below. Although the enemy was numerous, they were insignificant in front of his elite troops. A few charges could easily slaughter them. However, he always felt that things wouldn't be so simple. Could it really be as the alliance leader said, that the saint-level lords are preparing to invade the empire of the rising sun? Shenmo quietly observed the battle below, one side consisting of hundreds of bronze troops, while the other had only 30 elite soldiers. Yet, beneath the high walls, those 30 were dominating nearly 300 opponents with an unmatched presence. The elite soldiers can take on 10 at once, they are indeed fierce. Owen, hiding in the shadows, frowned as he watched the battlefield ahead. The cannon fodder he had brought seemed like mere chickens being slaughtered by the elite soldiers. Those elite soldiers, standing 2 meters tall and wielding cleavers, resembled a group of butchers hacking at anyone in their way. Fortunately, this troop type has its flaws. It's hard to imagine how powerful they would be with armor and mounts. Owen admired the elite soldiers, but a greedy fire had already ignited in his heart. The enemy had only developed about 30 troop types so far, clearly not having killed the remaining low-level lords to obtain energy stones. If it were him, acquiring this troop type and then slaughtering the surrounding bronze lords would mean the word invincible throbbed in his mind. With a mere lift of their hands, the elite soldiers could split a person in two. Such wild power, if equipped with sufficient armor and assembled into heavy cavalry, would be a killing machine. He swallowed hard. Although he was also a golden lord, there was a world of difference. If this imagined cavalry could truly be formed, then his previous Earth Knights would be nothing at all. No, even the current stance of these elite soldiers could crush his Earth Knights, who were fully armored and mounted. Breathing increasingly rapid, Owen was extremely eager to obtain this strongest troop type. He was certain that if he could arm this group of elite soldiers, they would undoubtedly be the strongest troop type below the saint level. What a waste! If it were me, I would definitely kill all the surrounding lords to create a perfect cavalry formation. Owen licked his lips and issued orders to his land shark. Rustle! The earth and stones surged as the land shark quietly approached. Su Qingyu, seeing the land shark disappear, also sent out her troops as planned. 10 imperial crocodiles charged into the battlefield with their massive size. Why are there only a few ordinary golden crocodiles? Could it be that a few brainless alliance leaders have banded together to invade me? Shenmo looked at the 10 gigantic crocodiles joining the battle with a serious expression. Based on the information from the alliance leader, he had thought this was a probing attack from the saint-level alliance, and he had made ample preparations. However, so far, the enemy's performance was simply too weak. The vanguard of the saint-level alliance shouldn't be bronze lords, right? Only 10 golden troop types. Are they hiding their strength, or do they really look down on me? Shenmo gradually lost his patience. The 3 major alliances had united to confront the empire of the rising sun. If this is all they can muster, then I am truly disappointed. He ordered sternly, elite soldiers, crush them. Ha! The elite soldiers roared, and then the entire formation stepped forward, one step at a time. The cold light of their large blades flashed, blood dripping from the knives. This group of butchers could have spread out to increase the area of slaughter, yet they chose to advance steadily, step by step. This cautious yet determined attitude sent shivers down the spines of several bronze lords. It was like being curled up in a corner on a pitch-black night, with nowhere to retreat, while someone with a knife approached you step by step. That person could have rushed in and killed you in an instant, but instead, they took their time, gradually breaking down your mental defenses. Damn it! This person is the vice leader of the Sun Never Sets Alliance. Can we really succeed? Retreat! Let's retreat! One of the bronze lords had already started to waver. What are you afraid of? To defy fate and change your destiny, you must do the most dangerous things. Exactly. Look, the imperial crocodile has already arrived on the battlefield, right? Don't worry, the promised lord will definitely make a move. Lord? Good, good. The man's mindset gradually stabilized. The reason the three of them dared to participate in the siege against the vice leader of the Sun Never Sets alliance was that they had the backing of a lord. A lord wants to cultivate their subordinates and establish a new alliance. I really am lucky. The Bronze Lord began to fantasize about inheriting Chenmo's territory and then defying fate to rise to power. However, this statement displeased another Bronze Lord. What do you mean you're lucky? We are the lucky ones. The other party's words seemed to treat the silent territory as theirs, which made him very unhappy. According to their original agreement, there should be 3 of them here, sharing equally, or the highest bidder taking all. Sorry, it's us. The earlier lord laughed heartily, correcting his mistake. Quick, look. The Bronze Lord who wanted to escape suddenly pointed at the battlefield, his voice trembling slightly. What are we looking at? Could it be that the Lord has made a move? The two engaged in a covert struggle turned their heads, and suddenly, their smiles froze on their faces. They saw their reinforcements. The massive crocodile not only failed to break through the line of the Tiger Ben soldiers but was instead being sliced to pieces on the ground by them. No, it can't be. How can there be such a huge difference, even though they are both golden troops? They looked in disbelief at the enormous crocodile, now a bloody mess on the ground. They had thought that since they were both golden troops, even if the crocodile didn't have the numerical advantage, it would be fine to hold the enemy back with their help until the Lord made a move. But why did the addition of that golden crocodile not stir any waves? They were still the pitiful ones curled up in the corner, trembling and waiting for death. No, don't be afraid, the Lord will definitely make a move. Su Qingyu frowned. Owen, tell your sharks to hurry up, or I will withdraw my troops. In just a few encounters, she had already lost 3 swamp imperial crocodiles, which made Su Qingyu very dissatisfied. Don't rush, they're already here. Owen waved his hand with a smile. The next moment, a large hole opened up beneath Chenmo on the city wall, and then a massive creature leaped up, aiming to swallow the invincible lord. Ha, it's happening. Owen's eyes widened with excitement. This was why he had provoked the Bronze Lords before the battle. As long as Chenmo showed himself, he could send his troops for a surprise attack. Stealthy underground movement was the specialty of his troops. Die. Your territory will ultimately be mine. Ha, it's happening. I told you, the Lord will definitely make a move. Ha, the Lord is indeed a lord. One strike is a guaranteed kill. The enormous body of the land tooth shark drew everyone's attention as it appeared right beneath Chenmo. Look, there's not just one. The Bronze Lord shouted, and they saw that not just one, but 3 sharks followed the first one out. 3 land tooth sharks attacked Chenmo from 3 different directions. In everyone's eyes, the vice leader of the Sun Never Sets alliance was nothing special. Ultimately, their plans were superior. However, Chenmo looked at the few attacking sharks with an extremely indifferent gaze. So it turns out to be a few foolish lords. I guess I was too nervous. The next moment, several heavily armored soldiers with glowing red eyes appeared before Chenmo. Boom! A few furious heavy punches struck the face of the land shark that was about to succeed, sending the newly emerged shark flying several meters away. Little punks, die. Chenmo's caution and hidden strength were all aimed at countering the holy rank lord mentioned in the new information, but this group of trash before him made him misjudge and waste energy. Clang! Another group of 30 soldiers no longer concealed themselves. They wore tightly fitted medium armor and held cold, piercing spears. Their eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. They were the true core of Chenmo. As one of the strongest vice leaders of the current alliance, his combat power had long surpassed that of most lords. My lord, the ground tremors are unusual. There may be an ambush, one of the soldiers reported to Chenmo. No problem. I've already found their location. Chenmo ordered the 30 soldiers outside, advance quickly and eliminate the enemy leader. Yes. The soldiers roared, causing the already disorganized Bronze Legion to flee in all directions. Damn it! Owen clenched his fists. He had anticipated that the opponent would have a backup plan, but he never expected it to be so formidable. 30 fully armed soldiers? That was equivalent to 30 King tier units? He instantly lost the will to fight. It's fine, I still have a few land sharks hidden underground. As long as I leave now, I can save myself. Owen's words were abruptly cut off. He saw those soldiers raise their spears and stab fiercely into the ground. You have lost a land shark. You, come back, hurry back. Owen fearfully ordered his units to retreat, then angrily vented his frustration on a nearby tree trunk. Fuck. How did he know the location of my land sharks? The land sharks are clearly underground. Swish. The spear was pulled from deep underground, stained with bloodied soil. My lord, one has escaped. It's fine, I already know the locations of everyone who has come to attack this time. Chenmo first glanced at the back of the battlefield, where 3 bronze lords were positioned, then looked at the woods, which was Owen's hiding place. Damn, he can still find me? Land sharks, let's go. The moment he was targeted, Owen's hair stood on end, and cold sweat poured down him. He hurriedly called his last unit to escape with him. The few people on the battlefield suddenly felt as if they were being watched by some great terror, instantly feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The King Tier Lords units have been killed, should we leave? The 3 lords retreated like a tide, uncontrollable. Run! Like a synchronized horn, the 3 simultaneously issued the final retreat order to their units. The nearly 300-strong legion had come in a grand manner, but now only a few dozen were left fleeing in disarray. Damn it, that guy Owen has betrayed me. Su Qingyu also noticed the unusual situation and hurriedly ordered his crocodiles to retreat. After the battle, he was left with only 5 crocodiles. The crocodiles ran swiftly, in terms of short bursts, they even surpassed Owen's King Tier units. This time, I've really suffered a huge loss. Su Qingyu ran while glancing back, fearing that the Deathly Legion would catch up to her. Under her gaze, the imposing army that resembled death seemed to only symbolically pursue for a moment before slowing down more and more. Was it that this type of troop was not fast? Or were they intentionally letting us go? She didn't know which it was, but either way, the current situation was good. It meant that she and her companions could survive. Damn it, this is the troop I painstakingly accumulated. Where am I supposed to find another bronze lord to plunder now? Su Qingyu was furious. Her savings had turned to ashes in an instant. Suddenly, she thought of something. The bronze lord is indeed hard to find, but is there really a need to search? Aren't there some right here? She looked at the 3 bronze lords running behind her, their eyes flickering as they pondered something. My lord, they've all run away. The elite soldiers on the city wall reported the battle situation, while those below cleaned up the aftermath. The humanoid troops were taken a short distance away to be buried, while the non-humanoid troops were brought back to the territory as food. Understood. Due to the actions of the Warrior Alliance's leader, Atai, he had to give up the pursuit. The most important goal now was to hold on to his territory. By the way, the one who attacked me was a land shark? Chenmo's brow tightened as he suddenly remembered something. Perhaps he couldn't recall the silver, bronze, and gold level lords clearly, but there weren't many royal lords in the Sun Never Sets Alliance, and he remembered them distinctly. Bring that shark over here, he ordered. Yes. Soon, the land shark that had been blasted several meters away and killed was brought over. After casting a reconnaissance spell, his expression darkened further. It really is a land shark. The lord of his own alliance attacked him? How is this possible? What about the bronze lords monitoring him? Chenmo couldn't believe what was unfolding before his eyes. All lords of gold rank and above should have been monitored by the bronze lords, right? Why did such an incident of a royal lord attacking occur? He sent a message to the lord of the land shark, but there was no response. He sent a message to the lords monitoring him, but again, no response. Damn it! It seems this isn't a misunderstanding of the same troop type. Chenmo initially thought it was a misunderstanding with a similar troop type, but now it was clear that it was definitely not a misunderstanding. The lord of the land shark not only killed the surrounding lords but was also preparing to invade him. Such audacity! Chenmo decided to report this matter to Qihong. The situation of a royal lord going rogue and betraying was quite serious. If not dealt with quickly, all the lower-ranked lords in his vicinity would likely become the enemy's food. In the already unstable relationship between low-ranked and high-ranked lords, if a high-ranked lord were to slaughter low-ranked lords rampantly, it would undoubtedly become a stain on the Sun Never Sets Alliance. He would not allow such a thing to happen. I remember that lord came personally. Go, send out 10 people. Alive, we want to see them. Dead, we want to see their corpses. Although Chenmo didn't know why this royal lord would take the risk to come personally, since the other party had come, it also gave him an opportunity. An opportunity to eliminate the opponent. His breath-locking skill could lock onto hostile individuals within a 5-kilometer radius and mark them for 2 hours. The reason he hadn't pursued these lords was to prepare for the upcoming Holy Rank Lord. But now, he had no choice but to pursue. A team of 10 unarmored elite soldiers quickly mounted their warhorses and chased after the direction of the landshark. The warhorses, whose speed was unknown to Chenmo, quickly caught up to the injured landshark. Have they caught up? Owen turned back in terror and immediately ordered his landshark, dive. Oh no! The landshark swallowed its lord in one bite and then quickly dove underground. Damn, it's so dark here. Owen was very reluctant to dive into the mouth of the landshark, but the current situation forced him to do so. Swish, swish. Several long spears jabbed at the position of the landshark, but this time they missed due to the distance. We can't hit it, what should we do? Although the tiger warriors could detect the enemy's position, they had no means to attack. Let's go to its territory and block it. Chen Mo commanded from a distance, determined to kill the land shark's lord today. Yes. Among the 10, some had participated in the rescue operation of the land shark's lord. Although they had ultimately given up due to policy reasons, they remembered the location of its territory. The cavalry turned to head towards the territory. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, and the war horses reared up, standing still. Whoosh! The fierce wind accompanied by a surge of heat descended, like dark clouds obscuring the sun. A massive figure overshadowed the entire night squad. Roar! An ancient roar resonated with a sound that could intimidate all races. The air twisted under the heat of that roar. A majestic, gigantic red dragon descended above the knights. "Oh, are you here to welcome me?" A hearty voice came, and atop the dragon stood a tall figure. The tiger warriors stood still, gazing at the giant in the sky. With its fierce horns, dignified face, and a pair of fiery red scaled wings that flapped continuously, the dragon's massive body was enough to circle in the sky. The mere presence of the red dragon made the knights stand at attention. Why is this holy tier lord coming at this time? Chen Mo also saw the person he had been waiting for. From the perspective of his troops, the red dragon, symbolizing fire and disaster, had already reached a size of 150 meters, marking it as an adult dragon. An adult dragon reminded him of that 300-meter frost dragon from back then, whose breath had turned the surrounding 5 miles into a sea of frost. I'm not the naive lord I used to be. Chen Mo reflected on his past self and then on his current self. Although he still faced a dragon, he was no longer afraid. At least, he was no longer completely defenseless. The territory should be just ahead, right? Lead the way? Adaida looked at the cavalry on the ground welcoming him. Although they weren't armored, they seemed to be royal tier troops based on their aura. To welcome me with a team of 10 royal tier troops, how interesting. Adaida revered the strong and would give them due respect. He had come this time to assess the strength of this legendary vice leader of the Sun Never Sets alliance. If the other party was strong, they would cooperate. If weak, they would eliminate. He revered the strong and showed no sympathy for the weak. The stance of this vice leader, sending 10 royal tier troops just to greet him, truly showed no fear of being diminished. Adaida greatly admired the other party's strength and spirit. Bring him over. After some thought, Chen Mo decided to see what the other party was really up to. From previous information, it seemed they wanted to invade, yet he faced his team without attacking, which suggested there was no malice. Boom! The dragon spread its wings, stirring up thick smoke as it soared into the sky. Under Chen Mo's command, the tiger warriors advanced towards the territory. Meanwhile, Owen, sensing the powerful creature underground, poked his head out slightly to witness everything. Who is this person? They actually have dragon troops? Owen's shock and envy were evident. If his troops were also holy tier, just one troop would be enough to make a fully armed royal tier lord take them seriously. Damn, they actually just went in like that. The giant dragon followed the elite tiger soldiers back to Chen Mo's territory, and he could only hide far away outside. Having just escaped from that place, he certainly wouldn't go back again. They have heavy armor? Adaida saw the heavily armored tiger soldiers protecting Chen Mo as soon as he arrived at the territory. After donning the heavy armor and riding the fierce horse, their aura was even more formidable than before. Interesting, indeed a powerful lord. The opponent's strength, with 30 ordinary king-tier soldiers and 30 even more formidable king-tier soldiers, was quite strong and caught his eye. The vice leader of the Sun Never Sets alliance, not bad, I acknowledge you. I wonder what brings you, Adaida. Chen Mo directly spoke, ignoring the other's arrogant tone. To be honest, he still felt a bit intimidated facing the giant dragon with a wingspan of 150 meters. However, with the tiger soldiers by his side and the promise of 1,000,000 energy stones from the enchanting Qihong behind him, he felt he had the strongest backing and confidence. Not humble, not arrogant, very good. Adaida was increasingly satisfied with Chen Mo and decided not to beat around the bush, saying directly, I have a way. It's a bit risky, but the profits are considerable. What do you think about collaborating with us from the Sun Never Sets alliance? Collaborate? Chen Mo looked at the burly man in prairie attire in surprise. Haven't you already allied with the other 2 alliances? Why come to us? Adaida stepped forward, 1 foot on the giant dragon's long horn, and said, because the opportunity is vast and wide. As long as we do well, we can monopolize the entire trade in the Lord Circle. Chen Mo's expression became serious. The other party didn't seem to be joking. He asked, what opportunity? Adaida laughed heartily, trade with the Empire. Brother Chen, look, quick look, quick look, quick look. After a long wait, Chen finally received the first pure fine iron creation crafted by Gu Xiaoyu. Opening his private messages, he was bombarded by Gu Xiaoyu's messages. Before he could reply, a flash of white light appeared before him. A strange long knife with shark teeth appeared in front of him. The design is quite impressive. Chen Shen was satisfied with the forging. He cast a detection spell, and the information about the long knife was revealed. Bronze, bone-cracking knife, strength +4, speed +1, armor piercing +4. Note, killing is just a matter of hitting the ground. This knife is specifically for breaking bones, very fierce. This is a weapon with a rank? And such high attributes? Chen Shen was a bit stunned until he carefully cast several detection spells and felt the heavy steel in his hand. He hurriedly confirmed with the little lowly, "Did you forge this? Can you forge more? How much fine iron did you use?" A bronze weapon, surprisingly with rank and attributes, in an era where everyone relied on monster drops for weapons, he couldn't imagine the scene of being able to forge weapons himself. 6 pieces of fine iron, haha, brother Chen Shen, I only used 6 pieces of fine iron. Brother Chen Shen, am I amazing? I actually forged a bronze weapon. Haha, little fish no longer has to worry about food, little fish is going to turn the tables and become the master. Gu Xiaoyu, like a great contributor who had accomplished something significant, sought praise from Chen Shen. 6 pieces, only 6 pieces, a bronze weapon sells for around 200 to 300. Chen Shen looked at the weapon in his hand, its attributes reached 9, qualifying it as a top-notch bronze weapon, which would sell for about 300. 10 times the profit? He could even feel his rapid breathing. 10 times the profit and a weapon that wouldn't worry about sales. Was he about to get rich? Suddenly, Chen Shen thought of another question. This weapon was forged from his own blueprints. Could it be that one blueprint could only forge one item? Does this weapon require blueprints for every forging? Chen Shen asked. No, the blueprints are for me to learn from. As long as I have enough materials I've learned about, I can forge several in a day, Gu Xiaoyu said, her small face unable to hide her joy. She was going to make a lot of money and leave this dark, dingy cave behind. As long as you've learned it, you can. Chen Shen was stunned, realizing why the profession of blacksmith was so demanding and difficult. Indeed, the more requirements, the better the items. He then asked Gu Xiaoyu, did you create a blueprint for armor yourself? Yes, I also have armor? Gu Xiaoyu also discovered her own wealth, and at that moment, Chen Shen's support came into play again. The little person rolled up her sleeves and swung the hammer. Moments later, a weapon shimmering with a bronze-green light appeared before them. Bronze, radiant armor, speed -3, defense +10. Accompanying weapon, broadsword, strength +2. Traits, sturdy, immune to any physical attack with armor penetration below 5 or attributes below 50. Immune to any physical attack with armor penetration below 5 or attributes below 50. This trait. Chen Shen was momentarily at a loss for words. Immune to any physical attack with armor penetration below 5. The highest armor penetration he had seen so far was from the other weapon, the bone-cracking blade. And the bone-cracking blade had an armor penetration of only 4. The attributes and armor penetration of the bone-cracking blade are top tier among bronze weapons, which means it can basically be immune to any physical attack with attribute points below 50? Chen Shen realized the seriousness of the situation. His strongest unit, the black-armored goblin, already had strong magic immunity, and now with this armor. Dual resistance to physical and magical attacks? At this thought, he involuntarily swallowed. Attacks above 50 points can only come from a holy tier lord, right? And it has to be a holy tier lord focused on physical attacks. Only holy tier lords that met these two conditions could inflict damage on his black-armored goblin. This meant that if he equipped his black-armored goblin with this armor, even if the enemy was numerous, they wouldn't be able to harm him at all. Chen Shen's eyes gradually lit up, and he made a secret decision in his heart, monopoly. He had to monopolize both the bone-cracking blade and the radiant armor. He immediately began to persuade the little girl. Xiaoyu, is it tiring to forge fine iron by yourself? Do you eat enough every day? Are you warm enough lately? Is the development of your territory's units going well? With each question, the petite figure in the dim cave felt a bit more aggrieved. Finally, someone understood her situation. Not enough to eat, not warm enough to wear, and every day having to diligently forge iron, even the development of her territory lagged far behind most others. She heard that some bronze lords had hundreds of units, while she was still forging. Chen Shen's words stirred up Gu Xiaoyu's memories of her hardest days. As a beloved little girl, she was stuck day and night in a dark cave hammering away at iron. And she couldn't even eat enough or sleep warm. Who could endure that? So, do you want to change? Chen Shen shifted his tone to set the trap. Gu Xiaoyu didn't think much, just wiped away the tears that were welling up in her eyes and gritted her teeth, saying, I want to. Chen Chen continued, do you want to eat enough and wear warm clothes in the future? I want to. Gu Xiaoyu was excited. This was almost her biggest dream so far. Do you want to quickly develop your troops and quietly amaze everyone? Chen Chen, seeing it was effective, intensified his persuasion. On the other side, Gu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, I do. The two things she wanted most were to have enough to eat and wear warm clothes, and to increase her troop types to dig through the rocks and reach the surface sooner. Great! Chen Chen, filled with enthusiasm, said, then join my alliance. Okay. When did Brother Chen Chen have an alliance? Gu Xiaoyu, realizing this, furrowed her brows and scratched her head. I remember Brother Chen Chen saying that strong people always walk alone, and only the weak band together, right? She thought about it and recalled that he had indeed said something like that during their daily chats. Chen Chen was momentarily speechless. He had just wanted to pull her into his camp and had casually mentioned it, not expecting her to remember such things. However, soon the clever businessman, facing the not-so-clever little girl, thought of a reason to explain. Of course, it's for you. Strong people always walk alone, but when a strong person wants to protect the weak, they also need to have their own power. Gu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with emotion. She always subconsciously filled in the gaps for this man she already had a good impression of. I knew that stingy brother Chen Chen was actually a good person. I didn't expect he would establish an alliance just for me. It's the first time I've met someone so good to me. Gu Xiaoyu felt a bit teary. Although brother Chen Chen always acted tough and cheeky, the benefits he provided her were always the most. Even now, it seemed that most of his actions were indirectly taking care of her. How could a few broken stones be exchanged for hundreds of energy stones? How could someone send meat in winter, or even well-preserved meat? How could repairing armor be rewarded with fine iron? All of this inadvertently pointed the arrow of kindness towards Chen Chen. Gu Xiaoyu figured all this out and felt even more touched. Whoa, thank you, brother Chen Chen, I will definitely join your alliance. Very good. Chen Chen was very pleased that his persuasion had succeeded. This obedient, sensible, and easy to care for little girl was definitely a great treasure, and he was glad he discovered her early. Brother Chen Chen, how many people are in our alliance? Gu Xiaoyu asked. 3. Chen Chen replied. Oh, who is the other person? Since it was a newly formed alliance, the initial members were only 3, or perhaps brother Chen Chen had already created it, and this two-person alliance was just waiting for her to join. Gu Xiaoyu rationalized everything unreasonable. Chen Chen casually said, Nan he. Oh, it's him. Gu Xiaoyu had some impression of this person. He was one of the few good businessmen, doing business but not being cunning. Brother Chen Chen, what is our alliance called? What should we call it? Chen Chen was momentarily at a loss. This alliance was just something he casually mentioned to win over the little girl, and he hadn't thought about a name. He tried to ask, how about we call it the Casual Alliance? Gu Xiaoyu pouted and replied, that's not imposing at all. Chen Chen looked at the goblin not far away, who preferred to sleep on the roof instead of in the house, a patch of green and black. How about calling it the Pitch Black Alliance? Gu Xiaoyu, brother Chen Chen, I suddenly think the Casual Alliance is pretty good. Chen Chen, I. The two joked around, and the name of the alliance and the initial number of members were settled. The Casual Alliance, with a casually chosen name, called casually, and even established very casually. But years later, this casually formed alliance, with its casual members and casual decisions, would make one of the rulers of this continent, the Titan Empire, tremble 3 times. Shenmo's territory, Taida looked at the message sent to him by Chihongi with a meaningful smile. Sheep travel in flocks, while tigers walk alone. Very good. I've heard of Chihongi's pride, and seeing it today is indeed as expected. After receiving the other party's response, Taida was not angry. In terms of strength, the sun never sets was indeed the strongest. If Chen Mo is taken as a reference, then the 5 vice leaders and 1 leader of the other party indeed have the qualifications to be called tigers. It was not unreasonable for the other party to compare themselves to sheep and him to a tiger. However, it wasn't just Chihongi who was proud, he himself was also a powerful figure, and the other party's response left him quite displeased. With such a decisive answer, aren't you afraid I might reduce your vice leaders? Taida's expression turned frosty. Chihongi replied domineeringly, you can try, perhaps in the forest you are in, you are the strongest, but here, I am also the strongest. Along with the message came several precise territory coordinates, which were the remaining lords of the warrior alliance. The other party threatened her with Chen Mo, and she could similarly use him and the members of the warrior alliance in the region as leverage. Very well. Taida smiled without speaking, patting the giant dragon beneath him, which immediately soared into the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. If you won't cooperate, then there will only be competition. If you want to control all the lords straight by yourself, I will make you realize how foolish that decision is. Ataidan the dragon disappeared into the horizon in a few breaths. Without the connections of the Fallen Association, do they think they can compete with him in imperial trade? It was simply a delusion. Without the Fallen Association's identity, you can't even enter the gates of the Empire. Chihongi, you will regret your proud decision. You are an elder of our alliance. Now that the alliance has just been established, everything must be built by us. Don't worry, as long as I have a piece of meat to eat, you will definitely have a bowl of soup to drink. Your forging profession must require a lot of forging to improve proficiency, right? Isn't that common sense? The system doesn't say? Didn't the system also not say anything when you just got the profession? Here, all this fine iron is for you to practice. Isn't it right to be good to you? Don't worry, no high demands, just forge the bone-cracking blade and the radiant armor. Under Chen Shen's persuasion, Gu Xiaoyu gratefully helped Chen Shen process the remaining 900 fine iron pieces. It was beautifully named as increasing proficiency for practice. In this day and age, good people like me are rare. Chen Shen sighed. In this world where everyone is scheming against each other, there are indeed not many who cultivate others like him. By the way, how is Nanhe doing? He remembered another member of his alliance. He should have told him about the establishment of the alliance. I wonder how Nanhe's business is doing. Recently, it seemed that the lords had been fighting, and he didn't know if there was any business to be done. War would stimulate domestic demand, but the domestic demand driven by war is relatively singular. For the lords, what can influence the war is nothing but troop types and weapons. The troop types are fixed, so selling weapons during war is the best choice. Coincidentally, he had weapons in hand. Business is tough, there hasn't been any big business lately. How about it, big boss? Oh, leader, can you get me a few bronze weapons to sell? Nanhe asked half-jokingly, knowing that the restrictions on demigod-level troop types were numerous, and every deployment was not easy. It was impossible to mobilize troops for just a few bronze weapons. This was also evidenced by the fact that after Chen Shen sold bronze weapons once, there had been no further records of selling bronze weapons. Sure. Chen Shen readily agreed to Nanhe's request. Good. Good. Nanhe's tone suddenly rose. He thought he had misheard and asked, "Boss, did you just say good?" Chen Shen nodded. Just wait, in a few days, I'll get you some decent bronze weapons to make a show. On the Imperial side, he had given the King of Serpents something to make a show, so naturally, the Lord's side also needed to find something to make a show. Got it. Receiving Chen Shen's affirmative reply was an unexpected joy for Nanhe. A big shot is a big shot, he casually mentioned it, and the other party agreed because he was in a good mood. Indeed, the scraps offered by the big shot are enough for many people to live on. Oh, by the way, I've created a league, and you are one of the initial members. Are you interested? Chen Shen mentioned the serious matter. A league? Willing, I'm 100% willing. How could he refuse to join the league created by the big shot Chen Shen? In the face of the pressure and appeal of demigod-level troops, the other leagues were nothing but trash. Not only could he join this league, but he was also one of the initial members, which made Nanhe feel the trust of the big shot in him. So I've already been regarded as one of the big shot's own people? This feeling of being trusted was truly wonderful. Boss, how many people are there in our league? What's the name of the league? Nanhe asked excitedly. He had long been envious of the bronze weapon sales of the Sun Never Sets League, but unfortunately, he was too weak to compete with them. But now it was different. Listening to the boss, it seemed they were creating a league and selling bronze weapons, planning to compete with the Sun Never Sets League for the Lord market? It had to be said that the Sun Never Sets League had leaped to become the largest league organization among the lords, equivalent to a giant tiger. And here was a young dragon snatching food from the mouth of an adult tiger. How thrilling! Nanhe was immersed in endless fantasies. He could already imagine that with the reputation of the big shot Chen Yi, he could casually wave his hand, and countless people would rush to join the league, and he would leap from a small vendor to the CEO of a conglomerate. The name? Whatever. Currently, there are only 3 people. Besides you, there's also a little lowly. 3 people? Ha, I'm actually so honored. Nanhe felt once again that he had entered Chen Shen's core circle, feeling quite pleased with himself. The name of the league hasn't been decided yet. I need to help the boss think of something powerful and imposing. Dominating among the lords, invincible in another world. Boss, how about we call the league Dominance? Dominance? Chen Shen thought for a moment. The name is good, but I've already decided on the league's name. Decided? Nanhe was taken aback. Didn't you just say whatever? Yes, the name is whatever. Nanhe. The boss is really, truly a person of character, a good name, unintentionally revealing more dominance and confidence. Nanhe praised. For the name already decided by the boss, how could one say it was bad? Only someone with low emotional intelligence would belittle the boss. High emotional intelligence always agrees. Just in time, I have a task for you. Shen Shen thought for a moment. He needed some animal pelts for trade with the Empire. The King of Serpents was just a gimmick and a stepping stone. What was truly needed for a steady flow should be common items from the lords. For example, the most common gray wolf pelts here. What task? Boss, you command. The league had just been established, and it already had its first task. It seemed the boss had already formulated a complete development plan. Nanhe sighed at the boss's comprehensiveness. From now on, acquire animal pelts, no matter what, as long as they look good and can keep warm, get them all. Chen Shan said. Understood, boss, don't worry. I know which lords trade in furs and what furs are available in their territories. Nanhe was indeed the most seasoned merchant when it came to daily transactions. Oh, right, especially those exquisite but small-sized furs. We should collect as many as we can. Shen Shan suddenly added. Why acquire those? There's no market for such things among the lords. Nanhe asked his boss, puzzled. The weather was getting colder as winter approached, and he could understand the need to acquire furs, but why those delicate small ones? For the lords at this stage, practicality was the only quality that mattered. Those small and exquisite furs were practically useless. Things like snow fox or mink fur were more suited to the tastes of noble women and female lords, but those were luxury items, and the current lords had no purchasing power. Chen Shen smiled. He certainly knew what the other party was thinking. Luxury items had no market. However, his market was not limited to just the lords. Perfectly mastering the information gap between both sides was the essence of business. Leave the selling to me, you just need to focus on acquiring. Yes, understood. A new goblin has been born in your territory, the Earthwalker Goblin, which has automatically become your troop type. Do you accept? Accept. The troop type plundered from the red-named lord had given birth to a new goblin. Just as he expected, the lord's creatures were still creatures, and thus could breed. Let me see the first troop type and the combined goblin. Chen Shen cast the exploration spell on the newly arrived goblin. Earthwalker Goblin quality, gold attributes, 48 level, LV3, killing creatures can gain level ups. Loyalty, devoted, you are the absolute faith of the goblin. Weapon, none. Skills, bite, venomous fangs, sandstorm, earthwalking technique. Current status, newborn, weak. Traits, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, perverted is no longer sufficient to describe you, you actually started targeting sharks. It's actually gold. This earthtooth shark seems a bit over the top, right? Although the attribute points had reached 48, just 2 points shy of the king tier, it was still gold. The fact that the goblin cultivated from a king tier troop was still at the gold level surprised him a bit. Shen Shen looked at the little creature before him and was not very satisfied. This little thing did not inherit the trampling skill he favored, nor did it inherit the massive size of the earthtooth shark. Like the initial dark goblins, it had a high birth rate with 5 in a litter, but it only stood 3 heads tall. With a long shark-like nose, a small frame, gills for breathing underwater and underground, and long fins on its wrists and back, the 75 newly born Earthwalker goblins curiously examined their surroundings with their noses and gills. Clearly, the powerful creature he wanted had not been born. Although the attribute points were not low, the creature's physical structure did not look like it could fight at all. Looks like I need to find a way to the dragon across the river. Chen Shen sighed. In fact, as long as he could breed with the dragon, even just one of his nurturing springs would absorb the genes of this troop type, and then he could summon them using energy stones. You're not completely useless, go scout across the river. I need to know more detailed information about that dragon. Shen Shen checked the detailed information about the terrain technique and realized that this newborn goblin could move through the ground like flowing water. Although it was not good for combat, it should be quite skilled in reconnaissance. After all, ordinary scouting was mostly focused on the ground and sky, with few paying attention to underground activities. GAO. The little earthwalking goblin activated its earthwalking technique, and the solid ground beneath its feet suddenly became as soft as flowing water. It let out a strange cry, like a drowning child struggling desperately. Shen Shen pressed his fingers to his forehead. It seems that orcs become foolish when their genes mix too much with beasts. I'll have to find a wise creature to balance things out. After struggling for a moment, the goblin finally felt reassured that it wouldn't drown in the earth and began to burrow underground to carry out its task. Chi Hongyi's expression gradually became serious. The betrayal of the lord of the royal rank must be severely punished, otherwise, the many low-ranking lords below would live in constant fear. Upon learning about the incident with the land shark, she immediately inquired with the other low-ranking lords, and fortunately, the responses were good news. Nothing like that has happened here, Thank you for your concern, Lord Alliance. Nothing like that has happened here either. Your policies have given us the strength to stand against the high-ranking lords, and they dare not invade easily. Yes, thank you, Lord Alliance. Long live the Lord Alliance. Thank goodness for the Lord Alliance. Joining the Sun Tribe Alliance was indeed the right choice. Severe punishment is necessary, although nothing like that has happened here. Please make sure to punish such things, Lord Alliance. I think so too. This once silent group chat became lively again due to Chi Hongi's caring inquiries. Seeing that her heart was no longer in suspense, she relaxed. It's good that nothing happened. It seems the land shark was just an isolated case. After confirming that the other lords were safe, Chi Hongi left the group chat. She first instructed Chun Mo to eliminate the lord of the land shark to uphold the alliance's rules, and then she immersed herself once more in the development of her troops. With the help of the Sun Never Sets Alliance, her development had rapidly progressed to a stage where she could contend with the Holy Lords. Her troops numbered over 200, all well-equipped, and she herself had even obtained a top-quality bronze weapon. To be fair, such strength was formidable, but in her eyes, it was still not strong enough, because what awaited her next was the confrontation of three alliances. Although it was a commercial confrontation, the premise of standing together for a fair commercial war was that you had the qualifications to stand alongside the other party. If your strength was weak, no matter how well you managed the business side, you would merely be someone else's granary. Being backward meant being beaten. She firmly believed in this. On the other side, a shark that could swim on land was tracking the intense heat with its keen sense of smell, moving forward relentlessly. The moment Owen realized his plan had failed, he knew he could not go back. Not only could he not return, but even within a radius of several dozen kilometers around his territory, there was no place he could go. That guy Chin Mo would definitely kill him, and if it weren't for the unexpected interference from that dragon lord, he might have already been dead. Offending the Sun Never Sets Alliance and wanting to continue living meant he had to seek refuge in another powerful alliance. That dragon lord was a very good choice. The dragon lord should be the second strongest in this forest, aside from Chun Chen, right? As for why he wouldn't seek refuge with Chun Chen, his failed plan not only implicated him but also involved the three bronze lords and Su Qingyu. With Su Qingyu's relationship with Chen Chen, she would surely be able to obtain protection, but what about him? Protection under protection? Owen did not like the feeling of being beneath others. Rather than becoming a subordinate under someone else, he might as well find a low-ranking lord to kill and then join the warrior alliance as a member. You have entered the territory of a red-named lord. Please be cautious. The red-named lord is very dangerous, but defeating a red-named lord can yield special rewards. You roar. Before Owen could finish hearing the system's alert, a terrifying roar accompanied by a massive figure had already appeared before him. The scorching heat baked him painfully, and the cold sweat evaporated before it could even drip. Don't move. If you do, I guarantee you won't be left with a single shred. The threatening tone, accompanied by a breath of dragon fire, instantly turned the surrounding trees to ash. Owen immediately abandoned his thought of having Lu Chi bite the shark and dive. Noble lord, I mean no harm, I just want to join you. Realizing he had been discovered, Owen hurriedly confessed his intentions. Join me? I'd looked at him in confusion. Although the troops beneath him were somewhat weak, they were undoubtedly of royal rank. Royal rank troops? Didn't I already wipe out the nearby troops? Why are there still stragglers? After staring at Owen for a moment, I seemed to have thought of something. Are you a wandering lord from another area? Yes, that's right. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Owen had no way to refute it. He was indeed a wandering lord. I chuckled. It seems there are still other strong ones in this forest. A royal rank wandering lord. You have encountered a wandering lord. The wandering lord has pledged allegiance to you. Do you accept? Oh, I was somewhat surprised by the system's prompt. He hadn't expected there to be an option for subjugation. After subjugating the lord, they will retain their personal upgrade panel and become your special troops. Note, the lord has independent consciousness. Please make your decision carefully. Note, after the lord submits, you can impose restrictions on them and can take their life at any time. Yes, no. Interesting, I agree. This was the first time I had seen such an option. Previous lords had been killed outright without such choices. A royal rank servant is indeed worthy of me. After some thought, I'd agreed to the request. After all, he could easily control the other's life, so there was nothing to worry about. Special troops should be upgraded using the lord's personal panel, right? I felt a bit regretful. He had upgraded a lord's panel before and knew how his own lord's upgrades worked. Compared to troops, which only gained 1 attribute point per level, lords gained a staggering 5 free attribute points per level, simply overwhelming. In other words, the strongest. No, the most potential troops should not be the holy rank or demigods, but the lords. I stared at Owen before him. Let's subjugate one and see how it goes. If the upgrades are fast, I can capture some other wandering lords. You have become the vassal of the other party. Note, as a lower lord, please do not develop rebellious thoughts. The consequences are severe. Your personal panel has changed. Your panel's upgrade method has altered. What? Owen stood frozen, clearly sensing that something had been drawn from him. The sudden emptiness in his heart made him very uncomfortable. No, this isn't what I wanted. His so-called joining was to plunder a territory and then join the other party as an ally. Vassal? What the hell is a vassal? I don't want to become someone else's vassal. I'm not a warrior, I'm a lord, a recluse behind the scenes. Owen glared angrily at his upgrade panel. The experience required for his upgrades had decreased, and it indicated that he could gain a large amount of experience by defeating monsters. In other words, he had become an existence akin to wild monsters and slaves. From now on, he could not enjoy life peacefully and would have to work for others. A black man is never a slave. I came to join the alliance, as a lord. Owen's emotions surged violently, but in front of the mountain-like red dragon, he quickly suppressed them, cautiously inquiring. Master, my joining is to shoo. Atai put his finger to his lips, signaling Owen to be quiet. Then he said, let me guess, you regret it? Atai looked at the system's countermeasures against special troops from the higher lord, and there was only one, soul whipping. He lightly tapped an invisible whip, striking Owen's submitted soul fiercely. Connected by their souls, Owen immediately fell to the ground, veins bulging, rolling in agony. No, please, I beg you. The pain, like a piercing, bone-deep agony, instantly engulfed his entire being. Your disloyalty has been punished by the higher lord, your soul is damaged. Very good, it makes me want to subdue more wandering lords. Atai ignored Owen, who was now on the ground. The moment he felt discontent, he had to accept punishment. He also wanted to see if this so-called soul whipping could indeed subdue wandering lords. It should be noted that while these wandering lords had great potential, they also had their own thoughts, and their loyalty was not visible on any attribute panel. They had to be educated to be obedient. Please, I beg you, master. I won't dare anymore. I have no complaints. Owen's fingers dug into the ground, blood flowing as his head repeatedly slammed down, making loud thuds. All notions of being a leader, of royal status, and of never being a slave vanished in that moment. Blood oozed from his fingers as he pounded his head against the ground, seemingly enduring immense pain to do so. It was only Owen's strong will that allowed him to perform this action. Someone with a slightly weaker will might not have been able to do it under such punishment. Very good. Atai was quite satisfied with Owen's performance and the system's current functions. However, he still did not stop punishing him. This was just the beginning. For a rebel, it was necessary to make him submit all at once. Atai was ambitious and lacked compassion for the weak. At this moment, he was the very image of a tyrant, looking down from atop his dragon at the despicable person who defied him. Did they not chase us? Run! A bronze lord who had escaped from Chenmo's territory kept glancing back, relieved that no one was pursuing him. Damn it, that royal lord was so useless, claiming it would definitely succeed, and now I've been put in danger. He cursed Owen, condemning his shamelessness. It should be known that he had committed nearly 80% of his troops to this war, but now his 100-man legion had turned into a 10-man legion. This was the force I originally prepared to eliminate hidden dangers. Damn it. Surviving now was lucky, but also unfortunate. Because during the 7-day crisis, he had not annihilated the enemy, leading to being targeted by a group of level 15 earth pigs. There were many of those earth pigs, about 70, and his territory was being attacked by them daily. After nearly a month of development, he had grown to a 100-man legion, gaining the strength to eliminate hidden dangers. But he had been tricked by that royal lord into participating in this so-called battle to change fate. Fucking changing fate, fucking eliminating hidden dangers directly, all lies. And that so-called son never sets alliance. Many people have succeeded, damn, all deceiving me. To hell with those royal lords, to hell with those golden lords. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, pounding his warhorse. This outing had cost him 80% of his forces, and it would take a long time to replenish them. Suddenly, the infantry beside him issued a warning. Master, someone is chasing us from behind. What? The lord turned around and was surprised to see those giant crocodiles. Is that the golden level crocodile lord? What do you mean? Why are they fleeing towards me? Aren't there Chenmo's pursuers behind? Go, accelerate. The bronze lord urged his warhorse, which immediately sped forward. The woman on the crocodile behind was quickly approaching him. In the eyes of this lord, while Chenmo might look down on his bronze strength, the golden level was different. He didn't want to be caught in the crossfire of both sides' pursuers. His 10 infantry soldiers heard their lord's command and could only smile bitterly. Accelerate? How could they possibly accelerate? They had no mounts, just finished a battle, and now had to sprint again. How could they do that? Thus, the lord rode his warhorse swiftly, while his soldiers followed behind in a loose formation. Accelerate, have you realized my goal? Su Qingyu's eyes were serious. The speed of the imperial crocodile might surpass many infantry in a short burst, but it wasn't a long-distance endurance type. She didn't want to engage in a tug-of-war with the opponent. Accelerate, catch that mounted lord. She patted the imperial crocodile beneath her. Although her troops had suffered heavy losses, she still had an absolute advantage compared to these bronze lords. As long as I catch this lord, the lost troops can return. Su Qingyu looked at the lord in front of her, her eyes shining with the light of a hunt. A bronze lord was worth 200 energy stones, enough to compensate for the loss of 5 imperial crocodiles, and even leave her with a surplus. Roar! The imperial crocodile roared and surpassed the lagging infantry, charging straight for the opposing lord. Perhaps it wasn't a match for the terrifying Tiger Legion, but these weaklings were far from its opponent. Damn, what's going on? The bronze lord showed an incredulous expression as the giant crocodile drew closer. He couldn't believe the crocodile was running so fast, and he couldn't believe there were no pursuers behind the opponent, yet they were chasing him. He wasn't a fool, he naturally understood the reason for the chase at this moment. Go! He struck the warhorse, which accelerated again. Roar! When the distance closed to 3 meters, the imperial crocodile surged forward, its massive jaws snapping onto the hind leg of the warhorse. Roar! The following imperial crocodiles surrounded the lord, completely ignoring the nearby infantry pursuers. After the fierce battle and long run, their combat power was nearly zero. Miss Su, we have no grievances or grudges, and we were allies before. This isn't appropriate, is it? The bronze lord gritted his teeth, making one last stand. After all, he had guessed the opponent's thoughts. Who would want to become a homeless wandering lord if they could help it? Su Qingyu, sitting atop the crocodile with disheveled hair, had a ruthless heart. I don't want to kill you. Tell me the location of your territory and cooperate with me in its destruction, or don't blame me for being merciless. After a month, Su Qingyu had shed her naivety. She knew that only strength was the hard currency for survival here. No, don't do this. I can provide you with the locations of the other lords. The one who fought with us has also suffered heavy losses. To save himself, he unhesitatingly betrayed his temporary ally. Very good, now there are 2. Su Qingyu remained resolute. Now that she had offended Chen Mo, the sun never sets alliance, she certainly couldn't stay put, so she needed to quickly increase her strength. Is there really no negotiation? The lord gritted his teeth, filled with despair, while Su Qingyu's cold eyes responded to him. Alright, I surrender. I'll tell you the location. After a moment of hesitation, he finally accepted reality. Rather than fighting to the death, it was better to preserve his combat power. Perhaps he could encounter a lord whose development had faltered, plundering their territory to become a new lord himself. With over 20-foot soldiers in his territory, plus the 10 soldiers before him, he had a considerable force. At the very least, it was enough for him to survive in this forest. This is for you, it will help you establish a foothold in that swamp. Chen Mo handed a damaged scroll he had collected to his elite troops. Such a broken scroll could only be obtained by the top 7 to 12 lords who had broken through the spring water, and the further down the ranking, the weaker the scroll's abilities. Naturally, he had received one, but the damaged scroll he obtained was not suitable for the swamp terrain. Although this scroll was ranked low and quite useless, it could lower the temperature in a 2-kilometer radius by 20 degrees Celsius, which could indeed allow them to establish a foothold in the otherwise uninhabitable swamp. Yes, the 30 elite soldiers mounted their warhorses, clad in armor, and rushed towards the location where they had initially sought help from the Shark Lord, Lu Qi. The reward for the 12th place scroll is freezing temperature, while the scroll for our lord in 3rd place is the ice coffin of single-target annihilation. So, what about the first? Chen Mo instinctively pondered this question. The current first place was undoubtedly Chen Shen, which meant that this dangerous neighbor of his still possessed an absolute trump card that he was unaware of. Forget it. If Chen Shen wanted to kill me, he probably wouldn't need to use such a trump card. Sometimes, the greater the gap between oneself and the other, the more inexplicable comfort one feels. The giant dragon that Atai fought against put immense pressure on him, yet this dragon was not the strongest among all the lords. The true first place was not far from him, and he didn't even know what kind of troops the other had. Chen Shen, you really are mysterious. Chen Mo sighed. Although Chen Shen had not formed an alliance and had not shown any malice towards him, he still had to be wary of this neighbor. Every upgrade of the territory would increase its area. One day, the territories of neighbors would inevitably border each other. The title of Great Benefactor has disappeared. It seems my good luck has come to an end. Chen Shan looked at his status. The title of Great Benefactor, obtained by destroying a red-named lord, had vanished, indicating that his unexpected good fortune was over. Gaga, Wu, Ga. Chen Shan looked at the little earth-walking goblin in front of him, struggling to jump and express itself. Yes, it was an earth-walking goblin. It had returned so quickly, it truly was a reconnaissance unit. Chen Shan was somewhat surprised by the earth-walking goblin's speed. Perhaps this was his last unexpected joy. Soon, upon understanding what the earth-walking goblin was trying to convey, Chen Shan's heart jolted. What it expressed was, the giant dragon is sleeping, we attacked the giant dragon, and it did not retaliate. The giant dragon is injured, or the giant dragon itself is already dead. That giant dragon is dead? Everyone stay still, retreat, all of you retreat. Put down your weapons. In a clearing of the forest, a man stood on an alligator, issuing commands to the troops within his territory. The territory was extremely rudimentary, lacking even the most basic defensive structures, consisting only of a wide open space surrounded by a fence and a few large wooden houses. The patrolling foot soldiers looked at their lord in confusion, wondering why they had to retreat. Were they not patrolling anymore? However, despite their doubts, they could not disobey their lord's orders. 20-foot soldiers, holding their wooden spears, marched out in an orderly fashion. Under the lord's command, they lined up with the foot soldiers who had arrived later and laid down their weapons. Why are there only so few brothers brought back by the lord? Where are the others? Did we suffer a defeat? Looking at their injured and unwell comrades, the foot soldiers felt a bit uneasy. If possible, they naturally wanted to follow a powerful and commanding lord. Your foot soldier's loyalty has decreased, current loyalty 97%. Damn! The bronze lord felt a sinking feeling in his heart upon hearing the prompt. The thing he feared most had happened. This situation had occurred before during defeats. The intelligence of human-type soldiers was quite high, and their loyalty was the easiest to diminish. Today's defeat and the strange actions now had ultimately lowered the loyalty of his troops. But he had no more options. He turned to Su Qingyu, who was atop the crocodile, and she coldly issued the command, destroy the enemy's base. Roar! The crocodile let out a roar and then swaggered toward the center of the wooden houses in the territory. After just a few steps, they saw the most crucial thing in the entire territory, the spring of nurturing. Without hesitation, they opened their massive jaws and bit down. Your territory is under attack, please defend in a timely manner. Your territory is under attack, current destruction level 30%. Under the terrifying biting power of the swamp emperor crocodile, the spring of nurturing was being swallowed piece by piece. My lord, this? The foot soldiers were shocked at what was happening before them and instinctively reached for their spears to attack the group of crocodiles. Although the enemy was a golden-type soldier, they had the numbers and might not be without the strength to fight. The soldiers thought this way, but their respected lord once again issued an incomprehensible command. Everyone, don't move, don't stop them. What? My lord, this is our. The foot soldiers, born from the spring of nurturing, naturally understood its importance, and they looked at their lord with anxious expressions. What was wrong with their lord? Why would he issue such an order? The enemy was destroying their foundation. Shut up! Do you think I don't want to protect my territory? Just watch quietly. Relying on his status as lord, he forcefully suppressed the voices of the foot soldiers' resistance. Your territory is being destroyed, current progress 80%. Your foot soldiers' loyalty to you has decreased, current loyalty 95%. Although the lord indicated it was a last resort to the foot soldiers, there were 30 of them, while the enemy had only 5. Surrendering without a fight was a huge disgrace for a soldier, especially under their lord's command. They would rather die on the battlefield than watch their territory's most crucial foundation be destroyed piece by piece. My lord, we have 30 people, I am confident we can take them down. I am willing to sign a military order. The foot soldier leader made one last struggle. He glared at the beasts trampling his territory. Being born a soldier, dying in battle was his belief. I don't want your military order. You can't even imagine the enemy's strength. Do you think the enemy in front of you is the only one? Shut up. He understood the foot soldier leader's anger, but he was still atop the crocodile, and his life and death were in the hands of the enemy. How could he have the mindset to resist? Yes, the lord's command was absolute, and he naturally could not disobey. The foot soldier leader stepped back, but his thoughts had already been known to his lord. Your foot soldier leader's loyalty to you has decreased, current loyalty 90%. Damn! The bronze lord cursed and secretly made a decision. If possible, when he occupied the next territory, he he would definitely choose a beast-type soldier with low intelligence. Your territory has been destroyed. You have become a wandering lord. You have lost comprehensive chat. Your territory has been destroyed. Your soldier's loyalty has decreased, current loyalty 60%. The territory was completely destroyed, and the Bronze Lord, unable to pay attention to the system's prompt, instead looked at Suqingyu with a flattering expression. Tell me another location, and you can leave. Of course, you can also choose to lie to me, Suqingyu said sternly. The reason she didn't want the person in front of her to take her there personally was that the number of their troops, 30 bronze troops, already posed a certain threat to her. If she really went to another place to practice against another Bronze Lord, the troops she currently had might not be a match. Of course, what she didn't know was that the person in front of her had no intention of resisting. Alright, the coordinates are XXXX. The Bronze Lord provided the coordinates of his ally, and Suqingyu kept her promise and let him go. In the territory of the Dark Goblins, Chen Shen connected his vision to the Earthwalker Goblin. He saw a massive green body circling above a giant ancient tree. The tree was enormous, towering over 100 meters, and the 100-meter dragon only occupied a part of it. Is there really no aura at all? Chen Shen pondered as he watched the giant dragon, which, he didn't know what breed it was, truly had no aura. Attack and let me see. The Earthwalker Goblin, sharing vision, immediately unleashed its skill, and countless stones flew out of its mouth at super-fast speed, smashing toward the dragon's body. Boom! The small stones turned to dust the moment they touched the dragon's body under the force of both sides, and the dragon's body visibly dented. After all, it was a top-tier golden troop. Although not good at attacking, this attack still caused damage to the dragon. A nearly 2-meter dent, yet the dragon showed no reaction at all. Could it really be dead? But what existence can kill a dragon? Suddenly, Chen Shen recalled something. According to the markings of the Fallen Association, this place was black, right? If he remembered correctly, another red dragon marked far from his territory was just red, while his here was black. He instinctively swallowed, feeling a bit anxious. Initially, he thought the different color markings might be due to the dragon's rank and size, but now it doesn't seem that simple. Should he find the cause of the dragon's death or return in time? In his territory, Chen Shen looked at the dragon's massive body, deep in thought. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Investigate the cause of this dragon's death and scout the surroundings. He gave the latest orders to the Earthwalker Goblin. He could avoid or directly retreat back to the Goblin territory across the river, but that would be self-deception. The danger was clearly nearby. If he closed his eyes at this moment, he would surely die. He was not someone who liked to be captured without a fight. Gao! More than 20 Earthwalker goblins began to explore the dragon's body, while another part scouted the surroundings. You all go too. Chen Shen looked at the remaining Earthwalker goblins in his territory and deployed all his reconnaissance troops at once. The crisis across the river must be found and confirmed. After expanding his territory, he was only 5 or 6 kilometers away from where the dragon was. If he didn't figure out the cause of the dragon's death, the next to die could very well be him. Over 70 Earthwalker goblins set out to conduct a thorough search around the dragon. This is the place. The Tiger Ben warriors arrived at the coordinates where the Lord of the Land Shark had once sought help. A marshy area. I remember there are quite a few water snakes here, so be careful. The leader, familiar with the terrain, arrived at the marsh territory and warned of the natural dangers present. Although they were on the outskirts of the forest, danger still lurked. Perhaps it was a wandering snake, or maybe something else. In any case, it was best to be cautious. Yes. The other Tiger Bravery soldiers responded in unison and entered a state of alert. The murderous aura emanating from the 30 Tiger Bravery soldiers sent the surrounding beasts and insects fleeing. Go! The leader threw a tattered scroll, which landed in a nearby swamp. Compared to the muddy pit, the scroll seemed so small that it stirred not a ripple. This swamp is broader than we imagined. Will the scroll succeed? Another Tiger Bravery soldier surveyed the area with some doubt. The opponent's territory was confined to this swamp, which covered an area of about 3 kilometers. It should be fine. We don't need to freeze it all, just enough for us to pass. The leader quietly watched the swamp, where the spot he had thrown the scroll was already visibly frosted. A cold breath spread from the scroll, and soon the black swamp began to solidify and freeze. A thin layer of ice started to appear in the swamp, spreading out like a spider's web. Squeak! Hiss! Black, venomous snakes fled rapidly from the mire, and many small animals that couldn't escape in time were frozen solid. The snakes here have changed. The leader observed that the snakes inhabiting this area were no longer wandering snakes but a type of highly venomous snake. Although their numbers were few, their toxicity was extreme. It seemed they had defeated the indigenous inhabitants and taken over this territory. Roar! Suddenly, the mud surged, and a massive creature was forced to flee by the icy air. It's that crocodile. The Tiger Bravery soldiers immediately recognized the figure. It was one of the invaders that had attacked their territory before. There are even reinforcements. Did they know we were coming and unite in advance? Not seeing the land shark but instead the swamp emperor crocodile, the Tiger Bravery soldiers instinctively thought the two had joined forces. After all, they had also united to attack their territory before. No matter, we will crush them together. The leader quietly waited for the frost to condense and expand. One of the differences between humanoid and animal soldiers is that humanoid soldiers can utilize weapons and tactics, and can make the most suitable self-judgments in special situations. After all, the current soldiers cannot actively contact their lord, nor can they always keep track of the status and situation of their soldiers outside. At this moment, the ability to make independent decisions becomes very important. They waited for the ice surface to solidify, for the vanguard cavalry to return, and finally to discern the enemy's numbers for extermination. According to the Lord's calculations, the number of enemy soldiers should be around 20. This meant that the current enemy had increased from 20 royal tier soldiers to a few golden tier soldiers. Just a mere 10 or 20 golden tier soldiers, even if there were 10 more royal tier lords, they would remain unafraid. There is a difference between royal tier and royal tier. Your territory is under attack by an unfamiliar lord. Please return quickly to defend. Su Qingyu, who had just destroyed the second bronze lord, was immediately stunned. Someone attacked my territory? Who could it be? An uneasy feeling thumped in her heart as she connected with her soldiers within the territory and witnessed an unbelievable scene. It's frozen? My territory is actually frozen? Through the perspective and feedback of the Emperor Crocodile, Su Qingyu felt the current state of her territory. It should be known that the vast area of her swamp could not possibly freeze. Even the frost dragon from before had only frozen part of the swamp. Of course, that was because most of it was protected by a shield. But why is the territory frozen now? This is Tiger Bravery soldiers? She manipulated the troops crawling on the ground and soon saw that terrifying figure in the distance. Standing 2 meters tall, with a robust build, wielding a machete and riding a warhorse whose iron hooves clanged. Wasn't this the Tiger Ben Elite? Not just any Tiger Ben Elite, but one fully armed. Damn it! Why? How do they know the location of my territory? Why send so many to eliminate me? Shouldn't the most dangerous one be that guy Owen? She looked at everything in disbelief, thinking that the tall one would bear the brunt if the sky fell, but now it had all fallen on her head. She had a deep impression of the Tiger Ben Elite. Even the unarmed Tiger Ben Elite had been unbeatable, slaughtering her troops like cutting vegetables. And now, the enemy coming to invade was actually the fully armed Tiger Ben Elite? In an instant, a sense of powerlessness swept over her. She even felt that the 400 energy stones she had just obtained were no longer appealing. What should I do? Am I going to become a wandering lord too? She had just destroyed the territories of 2 bronze lords and experienced the power and pleasure of being in a superior position. But how could the feeling of being destroyed come crashing down on her so quickly? No, I don't want to become a wandering lord. I need to ask Brother Chen Shen for help. Su Qingyu gripped her palm, her fingers digging fiercely into her flesh. She knew that no matter what, she was no match for Chen Mo, but Brother Chen Shen would definitely be able to help. Yes, I'll ask Brother Chen Shen. What is that thing? A shield? The territories of other lords? Over 70 goblins, able to move freely underground, searched the area within a 2-kilometer radius of the dragon in a very short time. The goblins found nothing unusual, except for an impassable transparent wall. Through a visual link, Chen Shen looked at what the goblins referred to as the troop wall, which was just like the shield that had appeared at the beginning of his own territory, right? But why had a shield inexplicably appeared here? A lord? That shouldn't be the case. The shield should have long since disappeared by now. If that were the case, it could only be the natives. Chen Shen pondered for a moment, his expression darkening. This barrier only covers an area of 300 meters. Is it isolating and suppressing something? Or is it protecting something? The goblins explored the range of the barrier, but the results surprised Chen Shen. For a barrier of this size, he could only think of 2 possible outcomes. It was either suppressing or protecting. Earthwalking technique can't pass through. The goblins tried to enter from underground but returned empty-handed. Is the thing that killed the dragon sealed? Or is there something preventing it from being killed by the dragon, using the barrier to protect itself? No. How did the dragon die? In an instant, various possibilities were laid out, but Chen Shen dismissed them one by one. A barrier of only 300 meters was simply too small. Small enough to make him suspicious, small enough to make him nervous. If it was a barrier protecting itself, then there was still something to discuss. at least with his current strength, he wouldn't fear the opponent. But if it was suppressing something capable of killing a dragon, that would be the most deadly. A being that could kill a dragon and was sealed and suppressed, how terrifying must its power be? The last thing Chen Shen wanted to encounter was that kind of mysterious existence, yet now he was precisely facing such a mysterious presence. This is tricky. Expand the search range and see if there are any similar existences nearby, or peculiar buildings. Chen Shen had the earth-walking goblins busy again. Over 70 goblins moved back and forth underground in a regular pattern, and their high intelligence during tasks and battles made it easy for him to issue various commands. Chen Shen himself used the vision of one of the earth-walking goblins to survey the surroundings. Here, apart from the barrier in front of him, there seemed to be no other strange existence. He circled his gaze back to the giant dragon before him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. It wasn't that there were no peculiarities, the most peculiar thing was the ancient tree right in front of him. Chen Shen examined the ancient tree, which towered into the clouds, standing unusually straight, its branches and leaves lush and continuously blooming. Just this one ancient tree supported a piece of sky. At least from Chen Shen's goblin perspective, this pyramid-shaped ancient tree was indeed a piece of sky. The branches and leaves were abundant and immense, only such a tree could bear the size of the dragon. The dragon's claws were embedded in the ancient tree, its body fitting snugly against it, hidden among the dense foliage. If it weren't for its enormous size, the green giant tree combined with the dark green skin would be hard to spot. This tree. Why can't I see it from here? Chen Shen tried to exit the visual link and stood atop the arrow tower of his territory to observe, but he still couldn't see it. The towering ancient tree, logically speaking, even if he was a bit far away, he should at least catch a glimpse of it, right? But he couldn't see anything at all. Right, this tree is also strange. Chen Shen's eyes narrowed. It seemed that this giant dragon wasn't dead from battle. It looked more like a natural death? Had it guarded the ancient tree until the end of its life? There was some feasibility to that, but the giant dragon's physique was still subadult, showing no signs of decay whatsoever. It seems I need to start investigating the giant dragon and the ancient tree. He recalled some goblins and began to explore the ancient tree and the dragon. Beep beep, beep beep, private message? Just as Chen Shen finished giving instructions, his private message rang. It was Su Qingyu. The content read, Brother Chen Shen, help me, please save me. Someone is attacking my territory. My territory won't last long, Brother Chen Shen, please save me. Attacked? Chen Shen looked at the message. He didn't have much fondness for Su Qingyu, but he didn't dislike her either. After all, she occasionally sent him some benefits to enjoy. Who is attacking your territory? Chen Shen tried to ask. If possible, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. Of course, for a price. Su Qingyu immediately replied upon seeing Chen Shen's inquiry. The one attacking me is a golden lord, but he is very strong and has many troops. Golden troops, very strong, many troops. It seems he is preparing to destroy the territories of other lords to obtain energy stones. Chen Shen clicked his tongue. Ever since that news spread, it seemed many low-tier lords had suffered. Well, I can't say that. The high-tier lord circle seems to be unsettled as well. Although he didn't often surf the comprehensive channels, he knew about the current strange phenomena through the news from the South River. Low-tier lords were being invaded, and low-tier lords were uniting to invade high-tier lords. It sounded like a form of revenge, but in reality, Chen Shen did not agree with this approach. With the momentum to jointly invade high-tier lords, wouldn't it be better to unite and invade the remaining low-tier lords? Chen Shen didn't know that the position of lords could be changed. He just felt that this group of people was acting strangely. The one invading Su Qingyu was a golden lord, and he could help with that. Chen Shen thought for a moment. Attacking others should be a red-named lord, and he could also play around with the title of a great benefactor. The opponent was just a golden lord, not too troublesome. Anyone here was a golden troop. He had over 300 golden level troops alone. Okay, give me the address. 800 energy stones. Chen Chen typed. Although it was for the title of a great benefactor, that didn't stop him from making money. What? Su Qingyu, who had initially wanted to thank Brother Chen Shen, held back her words. She bit her red lip, unable to believe that Brother Chen Shen would actually charge her a fee. Impossible, it can't be. With my relationship with Brother Chen Shen, he definitely wouldn't charge me. By the way, I heard that the demigod-level troops have very strict restrictions. Could it be that this restriction is the energy stones? Each deployment requires a considerable amount of energy stones, so Brother Chen Shen isn't asking me for payment, but rather for the most basic driving cost? As Su Qingyu thought this, it suddenly seemed much more reasonable. But I don't have that much money. She looked at the 400 energy stones she had just received in her private space. This was her greatest asset. How about compensating in another way? Su Qingyu's face turned red, her heart racing. If she remembered correctly, Brother Chen Chen said he built a moat using river water. The only river nearby seemed to be one. Brother Chen Chen, can I give you a deposit first? The rest I will pay back later. Pay back later? What is this woman talking about? Chen Chen stared blankly at the 400 energy stones that had just arrived. Was she planning to pay half and then get the rest for free? But that didn't make sense. She hadn't even told him the location of her territory. Chen Chen didn't understand, so he stopped thinking about it. After all, he hadn't done anything and had gained 400 energy stones. If Su Qingyu paid the remaining amount, then he would help her. If not, then he would have just picked up 400 energy stones for free. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu was quickly searching along the river. Her plan was simple: find Brother Chen Chen, plead with him, and then get him. As long as she obtained this strongest lord, would she still fear being replaced or invaded by other lords in the future? Moreover, as the woman of the strongest lord, he would surely give her many benefits, right? Can't I also ride on a giant dragon and follow Brother Chen Chen to enjoy the forest scenery? Su Qingyu fantasized about sitting atop Chen Chen's demigod troops, taking in countless sights in a day. At that moment, it seemed her territory wasn't that important anymore. Even the invasion of her territory felt like just an excuse to get closer to Chen Chen. Her territory was invaded. She sought help from a powerful figure, but since Chen Chen's troops required energy stones that she didn't have, she found another way to compensate. It was reasonable. For a strong woman, nothing was more exciting than this. She had found an excuse to obtain a powerful man. Your territory is under attack. Please organize defenses as soon as possible. Within the territory, Chen Mo's elite troops had already entered Su Qingyu's territory. They advanced in groups of 3, moving forward in a tactical manner. Their spears were replaced with more convenient machetes, and their warhorses remained outside. This was one of the advantages of humanoid troops: they possessed tactics and intelligence. Faced with an unknown territory, they did not recklessly attack but advanced in groups of 3. This way, they could prevent any dangers or traps ahead. Additionally, it allowed them to form a mutual defense situation. Although the swamp here had largely frozen, the frozen area was larger than expected, so it wasn't very solid. This was also the reason they abandoned their horses. The weight was already considerable, and adding horses would likely make survival in the swamp impossible. Walking avoided this awkwardness. Even if someone fell into an unfrozen part of the swamp, they could use their long hair to rescue them. It could be said that each of them was a scout, yet they were also each other's support. Near elite troops, once I find Brother Chen Chen, I'll easily take you down. Su Qingyu observed everything through the vision of her troops. The opponent's strength, tactics, and the premeditated frozen swamp completely crushed me in every aspect. But so what? Even if he destroys my territory, as long as I become Chen Chen's person, Chen Chen will help me plunder the remaining territories. Seeing how powerful your troops are, I'll just have Chen Chen plunder them for me. Su Qingyu unconsciously puffed out her chest, as if Chen Chen was already hers, and she had become Chen Chen's woman. The golden crocodile can be ignored, but be careful of the land-toothed shark. This is the opponent's home ground. Watch out for the underground. Yes. Chen Mo observed the situation on site. The Tiger Ben troops were doing very well. The Tiger Ben troops advanced steadily to prevent the land-toothed shark lurking underground from launching an attack. After all, the opponent could hide underground and strike at any moment, while they could only use themselves as bait to lure the opponent in. In the swamp, he could basically rest assured. From the tactical arrangement of his troops, capturing the land-toothed shark should not be a problem. After all, the Tiger Ben, equipped with heavy armor and warhorses, could be considered strong among the king ranks. Although they had given up their warhorses due to the terrain, they still possessed the strength of the king rank. King rank? That land-toothed shark barely touches the threshold of the king rank. Chen Mo thought about the intelligence he had gathered. The total attribute points of the land-toothed shark were just 50, which barely qualified as king rank. A troop's total attribute points reaching 50 is king rank, while reaching 100 is holy rank, and this range represents the difference between king rank troops. Your meeting is about to begin, please attend on time. The system prompt sounded, and Chen Mo focused. Why are there only a few people here? In the meeting of the Sun Never Sets Alliance, Shi Hongi looked down at the members who had joined the meeting. 1 leader, 5 vice leaders, and 10 core members, a total of 16 people, but only 6 had actually arrived? What's going on? Where are the other leaders? Maybe they were delayed by something. Let me contact them. Chen Mo took the initiative to take on the task of contacting them one by one. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a commotion arose, and those who had not arrived logged in one after another. Something came up, sorry. I had some matters too, just finished a fight. Me too. The few core members who logged in later almost had the same excuse. Is there some special situation? Shi Hongyi inquired. No, it was just a simple delay, one of the late arriving leaders spoke up. I have nothing on my end either, the other leaders echoed. Shi Hongyi scanned the names of the latecomers, they were almost all low-ranking leaders. Did the matter of the land-toothed shark leader get out? A heavy thought crossed her mind, the alliance atmosphere she had just created seemed to be spoiled by this one rat droppings. It's only natural for things to come up, it can be understood, said an early arriving core member. Shi Hongyi looked at the other in surprise, after all, the former was a high-ranking leader, and high-ranking leaders had been at odds with low-ranking leaders just a few days ago. Why were they speaking up for them now? Yeah, let's not dwell on that. What matters does the leader have for the meeting? Let's get started, another high-ranking leader said. Shi Hongyi had intended to bring up the matter of the land-toothed shark leader in advance and give all the high-ranking leaders a heads up, but now it seemed, her high-ranking leaders and low-ranking leaders appeared unexpectedly harmonious? On the other side, following the river, Su Qingyu finally found the territory she had been longing for. Upstream of the river, moat, city wall, it must be here. She gazed at the buildings not far away, her heart filled with joy. Everything here matched what Chen Chen had described in their daily chats. Brother Chen Chen, I'm here. Halfway through her words, her smile suddenly froze on her face. Su Qingyu was stunned. She saw a group of familiar yet strange green figures within the defenses of the city wall. What is that? Goblins? Why are goblins found in Brother Chen Chen's territory? This is Brother Chen Chen's territory, right? Su Qingyu stood frozen in place, while the crocodile beneath her also gazed far at the distant city wall. The city wall was tall, magnificent, and imposing, even the gate was forged from fine iron. Inside the wall, towering arrow towers stood erect, and outside, a moat surrounded it. Compared to the fences and wooden walls of other lords, this was undoubtedly luxurious. Everything here matched Brother Chen Chen's status. But the only thing she couldn't understand was why the soldiers patrolling the wall were those ugly goblins. In a daze, Su Qingyu even saw the goblins that had once snatched the spoils left for her by Brother Chen Chen. Why? This is impossible? It can't be like this. She had her suspicions in her heart, but she was unwilling to admit it. In her mind, Brother Chen Chen must be tall and mighty, handsome and charming, and his soldiers must be luxurious ones like dragons or behemoths. Why? Why were there a group of goblins here? Su Qingyu gritted her teeth, feeling unwilling, and sent a message to Chen Chen, asking, Brother Chen Chen, has something invaded your territory? Chen Chen frowned at the message, puzzled by what this woman was rambling about. First, she said something about needing help because her territory was invaded, then she mentioned paying half and that she would pay the rest later, and now she was saying something about my territory being invaded. Is she out of her mind? He didn't want to bother with this big-breasted, brainless woman, but after thinking about the remaining 400 energy stones, Chen Chen replied perfunctorily. No, there is currently no one. No lord can threaten me. He initially wanted to say that so far, no one around could threaten his safety, but after thinking it over, he cautiously changed it to lord. After all, there was a mysterious presence across the river that made her wary. Defeated lord, your territory has been destroyed. Defeated lord, you have lost the comprehensive chat channel. Defeated lord, you have lost the trading channel. Defeated lord, your troops' loyalty has decreased, currently at 75%. Defeated lord, you. The system's voice crashed over Su Qingyu's heart like a torrent of river water. She was stunned for a long time, unable to believe it. What was hard to believe was not the defeat of her territory, but Chen Chen's reply. If the system's notification sounded like waves crashing, then Chen Chen's reply was like a sudden rolling thunder. Not occupied, so that means, these ugly goblins in front of me are Brother Chen Chen's troops? Impossible, this can't be. Brother Chen Chen's troops must be powerful, handsome, just like him, they should be an unattainable existence. Su Qingyu frantically drove the swamp crocodile to escape. She wanted to flee from reality, to escape the outcome. At that moment, she even felt a wave of nausea rise in her heart. The lord she had tried so hard to please was actually a goblin lord. Thinking about how she sweetly called Chen Chen brother every time, and then recalling the goblin's disgusting appearance made Su Qingyu grit her teeth in hatred. She sent him beautiful photos and tempting. She had even thought of using her body to bind him. Bind that disgusting goblin lord. Su Qingyu recalled the bits and pieces with Chen Chen, but she couldn't help but associate them with that group of goblins, as if she were posing seductively in front of those goblins, which was utterly revolting. None of this is real, it's fake, fake. At this moment, she lost her goal, lost her direction, and just wanted to escape this nauseating place. Territory? It no longer mattered. In the swamp, the Tiger Bend soldiers stared blankly at the territory they had easily taken. This doesn't seem to be the territory of the land-toothed shark, but the alert during the attack did say it was a red-named lord. The Tiger Bend soldiers examined the crocodile that had been killed before them, but apart from a few crocodiles, there were no other units. They had thought the land-toothed shark was lurking in the shadows, but after waiting for a long time, no enemies emerged from the dark. There was only one possibility: they had been deceived. Did the land-toothed shark's lord report a false location from the very beginning? Chen Mo looked angrily at everything in the linked perspective. He never expected that the land-toothed shark lord had been plotting from the start. At that time, you already had the strength to survive the crisis alone. Was your call for help just to send me a confusing signal? But what about that red-named lord? The crocodiles before him should be of golden rank. However, shouldn't golden and higher-rank lords be monitored by bronze lords? Why had the opponent already become red-named, yet the bronze lord here had not reported it? They had thought the matter of the land-toothed shark lord was an isolated case, but now it seemed the intelligence network of the bronze lords appeared to have issues. Were the bronze lords aware of the high-rank lords' situations but chose not to report them, or did they simply not have the time to report? Each high-ranked lord should be monitored by at least 2 low-ranked lords. Yet the 2 high-ranked allied lords he had encountered were already red-named. What were the high-ranked lords doing while slaughtering the low-ranked lords? Meanwhile, in a beautiful valley. Finally, we have conquered this last core high-ranked lord. Several golden lords and more than 10 bronze lords exchanged smiles. Behind them was a vast army of thousands, mixed in strength, but all with a single goal: to destroy this valley. And now, they had achieved it. We really should thank that guy named Owen, one of the golden lords said meaningfully. What for? If we're to thank anyone, it should be my goddess. A small, agile figure stepped out from behind the crowd. This person was the beneficiary of this territory plunder. He had given up enormous benefits to gain a king-level territory. It was hard to imagine that just days ago he was a silver lord whom anyone could bully, and now, with the help of the goddess, he had become the envious king-level lord. He first used a broken scroll obtained from the goddess to become a golden lord, and then, by killing and plundering the remaining low-ranked lords, he accumulated strength to achieve his current status. Everyone in the group chat has more or less improved their territories, but why hasn't the leader shown up these days? Someone asked with a smile. This group chat was originally set up by Su Qingyu and Owen, but it had been a long time since either of them had spoken. Don't say that. Someone patted the former's shoulder and said, they are the pioneers, not the leaders. We have plenty of leaders here. Oh, another person stood up with interest. Then, who do you think this leader should be? He was also a lord who had climbed up from a low rank. In this siege, he had brought 200 bronze units, 80 silver units, and 20 golden units, making him one of the most powerful conquering lords. I think I'm more suitable for the position of leader. Another person stood up, and the hundreds of units behind him raised their weapons in unison. When the topic of leadership came up, the high-ranked lords suddenly became tense, eyeing each other. The newly promoted lord narrowed his eyes and quietly retreated behind the crowd. Disgusting goblins, detestable Chen Mo. There's not a good one among those with the surname Chen. Su Qingyu wandered aimlessly in the forest. She could no longer stay in this forest. After losing her territory, a sense of powerlessness surged within her. Her troops could not be replenished, and she could not recover after being injured. As a dominant force in shallow waters, the swamp emperor crocodile had a place in the rivers as well. Therefore, drifting downstream did not bring any fatal crises. However, although there were no life-threatening dangers, small crises were constant. The ugly piranhas in the river would bravely approach and bite at the swamp emperor crocodile despite its intimidating presence, while strange plants in the water would cut into the crocodile's skin like sickles. Su Qingyu had never felt so helpless. She could already imagine herself being hunted by the Sun Never Sets Alliance in the future. In this forest, no, not just in this forest. With the current power of the Sun Never Sets Alliance almost covering half of the other world, unless she entered a local force, there was nowhere she could escape that was outside their reach. Local forces, the Titan Empire? Su Qingyu murmured softly. Alright, let's go to the Titan Empire. After much contemplation, she gritted her teeth and decided to develop in a different place. Who said a lord must develop within their territory? Who said conquering another world must rely on one's own forces? At that moment, the ambition in her heart reignited. Following the river downstream, she should be able to reach the territory of the local humans, right? Considering that humans prefer to live near water, Su Qingyu decided to head towards the nearest imperial city along the river. Suddenly, just after drifting a short distance, she heard a stern reprimand. Alert! Swish, swish. After the reprimand, she saw several young people on the riverbank, some holding large shields, some with bows and arrows, and others with long swords and staves, all vigilantly watching Su Qingyu's direction in the river. What is this? Su Qingyu looked at them in confusion. The ancient trees around were still lush with wild grass. This was the Thousand Ghosts forest. But who were these people before her? It was clear that these young men were not lords. They had no troops behind them and were even wearing armor and robes. A group of adventurer teams? The strange thought of adventurer teams popped into Su Qingyu's mind. She had thought such things could not exist, but then she realized she had already crossed into another world and become a lord, so why couldn't adventurers exist? Not monsters, but professionals? Su Qingyu examined the adventurer team before her, and they were also sizing up the beautiful woman sitting on the crocodile's back. The woman was dressed oddly, in animal skins combined with wool and rabbit leather, resembling a primitive person. She was stunningly beautiful, with a graceful figure, and her black eyes sparkled like gems, seemingly containing endless starlight. So beautiful. The chubby boy holding the shield in the adventurer team instinctively swallowed. This woman, clearly in her early 20s, had a pair of rare black eyes sparkling with starlight and cascading long hair, resembling a gentle neighbor's sister. Yet her proud figure, open attire, and the crocodile beneath her gave a wild perspective, both tender as water and fiery as fire, striking the chubby boy's heart. Pretty good, your sister, no, that. Faced with such a level of beauty for the first time, the chubby boy stuttered for a moment, but fortunately, the swordsman beside him was calm and composed. He retracted his long sword, placed his left hand on his chest, and slightly bowed at a 45-degree angle, performing a standard noble greeting. Hello, beautiful miss. I am the second son of the OSI family, OSI Jero, pleased to meet you. Are you planning to return to Shirtan City? We happen to be preparing to go back as well. May I ask if we can travel together? In just a moment of meeting, Oskror was captivated by the beauty before him. Her rare pupils and long black hair, combined with her wild personality, exuded a mysterious allure with every breath she took. The more unknown she was, the more he wanted to explore, and the more deadly it became. If there was such a thing as love at first sight in this world, he was likely experiencing it. Glow, we haven't finished our mission to hunt the firefox yet. Why are we heading back? The archer beside him said with a hint of annoyance, You promised you would help me get the firefox fur this time. The few of them, nearly 16 or 17 years old, spoke with a touch of youthful naivety, their emotional control not well hidden. Su Qingyu could easily detect the dissatisfaction in the other's words. As for why there was dissatisfaction, being women, there was no need to explain such matters. Yeah, Glow, this person is dressed strangely and has a magical beast with her. She doesn't look like a good person. The mage girl beside them also sensed the danger and spoke up to stop it. However, her words were easily countered by the chubby boy holding a shield. Firefoxes are inherently hard to find. We've been searching all day and are unlikely to find one. And how can you determine that this lady isn't a good person just by her attire? The magical beast under her is likely her tamed beast. This sister must be a noble beast master, right? As a noble, the chubby boy adjusted his mindset and no longer stuttered. Su Qingyu observed everything. It was clear that the two males had developed a fondness for her, while the two females felt a sense of crisis. However, there was one thing she didn't understand. The two young girls, one dressed in a luxurious red mage robe and looking exquisitely beautiful, and the other in a cool short outfit with a long bow, adorned in shades of green and white jade, were not inferior to her in appearance or aura, and perhaps even slightly superior. But why would these two little guys abandon the beautiful girls beside them and show such interest in her? Su Qingyu felt utterly perplexed, while the two young boys' hearts raced, fearing that she might decline their invitation. Perhaps Su Qingyu herself didn't realize her own merits, but the two noble young masters saw through it at a glance. Firstly, while the Titan Empire had black hair, it was rare, and the starry black eyes were something the Titan Empire had never possessed. Moreover, Su Qingyu's simple clothing made of wool and leather, along with a soft rabbit fur scarf to fend off the cold, was simple, wild, and unrestrained, qualities that refined and rule-abiding noble youths yearned for. Not to mention her identity as a beast master, capable of purchasing and training magical beasts, which indicated her status was either wealthy or noble. The reason they abandoned the two beautiful girls beside them to gaze so fervently at Su Qingyu was clear. One could say that just by standing there, Su Qingyu had already won. Eastern State Empire? So you're a noble from the Eastern State Empire. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of closeness when I saw Miss Su. Yeah, an inexplicable beauty, so this is what they call Eastern beauty? With the two of them surrounding her, Su Qingyu successfully arrived at the city closest to the Thousand Ghost Forest, the city of Ostraban. Many people were traveling in exquisite carriages, while a small number of adventurers walked on foot. Su Qingyu and her companions rode atop their 5 massive crocodiles. "Ha, this is really impressive. Thanks to Miss Su, we can enjoy such attention." When they saw Su Qingyu ignoring them, they changed the topic and continued to chat. The 5 of them talked a lot along the way, but most of it was Oscar and Paro Paro exchanging information, learning about Su Qingyu's preferences and her background. Su Qingyu learned the identities and names of the 4 individuals. The leading swordsman was named Osrog, while the one acting as the MT's meat shield was called Paro Paro. One was the second son of the local lord, and the other was the eldest son of a wealthy merchant noble in the city. As for the 2 girls, the one in the red robe was named Inavel He, and the other archer was called Heidi Yadin. The former was also the daughter of a wealthy merchant noble in the city, while the latter was the only daughter of an old noble family. It could be said that all 4 were either rich or noble, each with a significant background, and their outing was merely a whim. "There are so many people here, are they all merchants?" Su Qingyu, feeling a bit annoyed by the 2 engaging her in conversation, took the initiative to ask. She had no understanding of the city and thought it better to familiarize herself with the situation to avoid mistakes when facing others later. "Ha, most of them are merchants, but many of the people these days are here for the king's snake armor," Paro Paro quickly answered, seeing that Su Qingyu finally showed interest. Osrog chimed in, "It's something created by a young lady who is the heir of the Saraville family. I don't know where she got the King Snake clan's King Snake leader to make the armor, but such a premium product has everyone scrambling for it." "The heir of the Saraville family? The King Snake leader?" Su Qingyu caught the key points in their conversation. She knew nothing about the former, but the latter. She had been fortunate enough to see the King Snake clan before. "I wonder if it's the same one." Su Qingyu's brow furrowed. Now, she felt a complex emotion towards Chen Chen. She was very averse to goblins, yet admired Chen Chen's strength. For a moment, she even questioned whether coming to the Titan Empire was the right choice. Even if it was a goblin, Chen Chen was still a powerful goblin. "Right? I know. The Saraville family is one of the 2 major merchant guilds in the entire Titan Empire." Paro Paro patted his chest. "The Empire has 2 major merchant guilds, one is the Saraville Guild, and the other is the Paro Guild." At this point, Paro Paro felt very proud, as he was indeed from the Paro family. Although the bloodline was quite distant, it did not change the fact that he belonged to the Paro family. Moreover, despite the distant bloodline, the Paro family still controlled nearly half of the commerce in this city. As for the remaining half, he instinctively turned to Inavel He, whose family was the ruler of the other merchant guild. "Hoof." Inavel He let out a cold snort when she noticed Paro looking at her. Paro had been flattering Su Qingyu all along, and she was naturally already fed up with it. "When I get back, I'll tell my father that the marriage matter needs to be reconsidered." The 2 major merchant families intended to completely control the trade of Ostabang City through a marriage alliance in the next generation, so the 2 had deliberately gotten close to promote their feelings. However, it was evident that their feelings had not only failed to warm up but had actually cooled down considerably. 2 major guilds, Ostabang City, the Paro Guild, and the Heidi family and the OS family, there are so many nobles. Su Qingyu sighed inwardly at her lack of information while also solidifying her intention to build good relationships with these individuals. Whether she could quickly establish a foothold in this unfamiliar city depended on these few people. No, to be precise, it relied on Paro and Osrog. They were her keys to entering high society. Entry fee, 3 copper coins. A shout from the guards near the city brought Su Qingyu back to reality. She sat atop her crocodile, gazing at the exaggerated architecture before her. The towering city walls loomed like a chasm, and the heavy city gates were at least 2 meters tall, exuding a strong sense of oppression. On top of the walls, massive crossbows seemed ready to shoot out waves of soldiers clad in armor, armed with long spears, patrolling in a crisscross manner. Beneath the city wall, there were also 2 rows of armored soldiers on guard. "This is really exaggerated." This scene reminded her once again of Chen Chen. Among all the lords, perhaps only Chen Chen had such a setup? After all, even the vice leader of the Sun Never Sets Alliance, Chen Mo, only had wooden walls. Unconsciously, she compared him to Chen Chen again. "Stop, entrance fee, 3 copper coins." A merchant cart loaded with goods was stopped in front of them, and the leader of the merchant group paid 3 copper coins to the guard, who then let them in. Soon it was Su Qingyu's turn. She didn't have a single imperial coin on her, but she didn't care at all because she had already acquired a new sycophant, and such matters were best handled by a sycophant. Sure enough, when it was their turn, the previously arrogant guard, who would stop anyone and demand payment, suddenly bowed deeply and said, "Young Master Rog, please enter." Asrog smiled. The reason he didn't cut in line with his strength was precisely to create this unintentional display of his power, which made him feel quite proud in front of the woman he liked. You all continue your work?" Asrog said to the guards. Yes. After bowing, the guards resumed their arrogant demeanor. They pointed at a person in a black robe, tightly wrapped, and said, "You, stop, where are you from? Pay the fee." For someone they had never seen before and found suspicious, they would usually ask where they came from to investigate their background. According to custom, someone like Su Qingyu, who was accompanied by a giant beast and dressed oddly, would also be questioned, but since she was very close to young Master Asrog, they were not foolish enough to that extent. In fact, not only were they not foolish, but they also very shrewdly inquired precisely about the next person, because only in this way could they appreciate their young master's powerful background. There is harm in comparison. Asrog beamed with satisfaction at this situation. Suddenly, slap. The person in the black robe not only did not answer the question but also slapped out, "If you can't even recognize me, what use is it to raise you?" The voice was deep, but the moment the guards heard it, they not only did not get angry but instead knelt on one knee in unison. "We welcome young Master Osasalo." It was well known that the Lord of Os had two sons. The younger son enjoyed pleasure, while the elder son enjoyed killing. The guards never expected that both young masters would return at the same time, and not only return but also in succession. Osasalo. Os. Su Qingyu recalled what she knew about Asrog. If she remembered correctly, he had an older brother. Elder brother, hello. Asrog quickly jumped down from the crocodile and bowed to the man. Saro coldly glanced at his foolish younger brother and dropped a line, "Don't casually bring strangers into the city." "Yes, my mistake, it won't happen again." Rog lowered his head even further. Saro suddenly asked, "Has the King Snake battle armor been sold?" Rog hurriedly replied, "No, it's still on display, not sold." Saro nodded and quickly left. Once he was gone, the heavy air around seemed to lighten instantly. Even the other heirs on the Imperial Crocodile let out a sigh of relief. Finally gone. "Miss Su, you don't have a place to stay, right? Why not come to my house first?" Paro wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Su Qingyu. As soon as these words came out, they were immediately met with Rog's dissatisfaction. "Why should she go to your place? It's obvious that Miss Su should come to my house. The entire city is the property of the OS family, only our family is the safest." Inavel he and Heidi Yadin exchanged glances, utterly disappointed in the two. They jumped off the crocodile and bid farewell to the two. However, the two were in a heated argument over Su Qingyu's accommodation. Ultimately, due to Su Qingyu needing the city lord's certification for her 5 enormous crocodiles to come and go freely, Parlo conceded. "Miss Su, this way please." Rog led the way as they walked down the wide street. Vendors on both sides had long noticed the colossal creature and the second son of the OS family behind it. From a distance, the vendors began to avoid them and make way for Su Qingyu's entourage, which further satisfied Rog's vanity. The general architecture of the city consisted of pointed houses, with the occasional tall building likely belonging to wealthy families. The Swamp Emperor crocodile walked down the street, its massive body nearly dominating the entire thoroughfare, and its fierce aura instinctively made people step back. It wasn't that the streets were too narrow, but rather that the Swamp Emperor crocodile was too large, measuring about 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width, and at that moment, it was strutting down the street in a formation of one leading and two following. As they passed, people stepped aside, satisfying not only OS Rog's vanity but also giving Su Qingyu a significant sense of satisfaction. However, her mind was more occupied with the man in black she had just encountered, who was Rog's older brother. Compared to this immature younger sibling, she was far more interested in the mature and authoritative older brother. The power he holds should be much greater than Rog's. I wonder if I could get close to him. Su Qingyu thought to herself when suddenly, they bumped into a familiar figure in a black robe. It was OS Solo. Solo looked up and glanced at Su Qingyu with a hint of dissatisfaction. Su Qingyu recognized his identity and calmly greeted him. "Good day, young Master Solo." As a local lord, although her territory had been destroyed, her mental fortitude was far superior to that of Rog and the others. She did not lower her voice because of the murderous aura surrounding him. Solo did not respond to Su Qingyu but instead sighed and addressed Rog. "I don't care how you play outside, but if you mess up the marriage with the Heidi family, I'll break your leg." Yes, don't worry, big brother. We are just friends. I will be careful with Heidi Rama." Rog hurriedly nodded, not expecting to run into his older brother here. This made him lose face in front of the person he liked. Solo nodded in disappointment and then left again. Young Master Rog. At that moment, the butler, who had been a distance away, rushed over to bow to Rog. The news of the two young masters entering the city had naturally reached him immediately, but he hadn't had time to greet them before the eldest son hurried home. Feibo, good to see you. Rog greeted the newcomer. Although the butler was a servant, he held a significant position, being one of those who followed Rog's father in conquering the world. The butler smiled, young Master Rog, please come in. I've arranged accommodations for you and your friend. Thank you, Feibo. Rog took a couple of steps but then stopped to ask, Feibo, why didn't Big Brother look for Sister Sha first when he returned? Instead, he came home? Feibo smiled knowingly and replied, the eldest son exchanged an item for some gold coins within the family. It seems he is getting deeper into it. Rog nodded, understanding what was meant by deeper into it. On the second floor of the Saraville auction house, Sha, you know why I'm here, I want your armor. OS Solo said as he approached the beautiful figure on the second floor. Saraville Sha sighed, I've made it very clear, I won't sell the armor for less than 1,000 gold coins. Here is 1,000 gold coins. Solo tossed the prepared gold coins onto the table, having already inquired about the information regarding the armor Sha was offering. Sha Chenma. Her armor was not worth 1,000 gold coins at all, she quoted that price simply to create a buzz. She wanted to establish a reputation for her trading company and create something that would be a treasure of the store. However, she never expected that someone would actually buy it, and that person was Osoro, the eldest son of the city of Osaro, a true future heir, even the future lord of the city. But did he really not fear that the second prince of the imperial city would find out about his bold purchase of her armor? After all, she was engaged to the second prince, though neither party took it seriously, it was merely a means to an end, but it still had at least a superficial binding force. You can take the item, Sha said, picking up the 1,000 gold coins. The fact that he was willing to pay more meant no loss for her. In fact, the transaction of 1,000 gold coins would allow her to do more things. As for the subsequent impact, that was a matter between the second prince and Osoro. As long as she could make money and gain power, she didn't care about anything else. As expected of the woman I have my eye on, truly aloof, Osoro remarked, watching Sha, who was about to head downstairs with the gold coins. Sha pretended not to hear and quickened her pace. Wait! Osoro called out urgently to stop Sha, who was gradually moving away. Is there something else? Sha turned her head slightly to look at the person in front of her. She had no intention of getting friendly with this eldest son who suddenly claimed to like her. I found something interesting on this trip, I think you'll like it, so I'm giving it to you. Osaro tossed a green necklace with a nonchalant expression. Sha instinctively caught it, and warmth immediately flowed through her hand. This is. Her desire to refuse halted instantly. The heart of the ancient tree, why would he have something like this? Was it unintentional, or was he deliberately testing my identity? Sha's eyes subtly shifted, and she finally said, you should keep it for yourself, my lord. I've never liked such things. She tossed the item back and instinctively tightened the neckline of her long dress, a small gesture she made when nervous. Since you don't like it, then forget it. I thought the rumors were true. The eldest son caught the green necklace with a playful smile. It is said that the current head of the Saraville family once obtained a dream elf woman and had a daughter, but this eldest daughter is not favored. Not favored is true, but I haven't heard that rumor, Sha replied coldly, then quickly walked down the stairs. A false rumor? Osoro examined the necklace in his hand with interest. Although she denied it on the surface, he sensed the loss of elven power within the heart of the ancient tree. This was something he had specially commissioned, and only the elven race could absorb the power within it, and only elves with sufficiently pure bloodlines could do so. Years without improvement in strength, combined with the ability to absorb the energy of the heart of the ancient tree, you truly are of the bloodline of the dream elves. Osoro sneered. Sha's apparent disguise was exquisite, and no one could see through it, but he easily did. The necklace spun back and forth between his fingers like a fluttering butterfly, yet it could not escape his grasp. I wonder what the situation is with the second prince. Did you already know the identity of the other party? Or did you really just want to take the opportunity to get involved with the Saraville family? Forget it, I'll conquer this woman first. Remembering the uniqueness of the dream elves, he decided to start by winning her heart. Only by obtaining the heart of a dream elf could he experience the joys and benefits of being with one. Sha took a few deep breaths downstairs to stabilize her emotions. The heart of the ancient tree. Osoro actually obtained the heart of the ancient tree. To be honest, when Sha just obtained the heart of the ancient tree, her heart was shaken. She even wanted to keep that heart of the ancient tree. Because of her special identity and bloodline, if she didn't have the heart of the ancient tree, she would remain at the stage of a bronze mage for her entire life. However, if she took the heart of the ancient tree, it would prove that she truly possessed the bloodline of the dream spirit. If this were confirmed by Sorrow, she would never find peace in the future, and not only that, she would become a plaything of some powerful figure, just like her mother once was. She never wanted to experience that kind of humiliation and dark days again. Revenge. I must take revenge. Just thinking about her dark childhood and that twisted love from that person made Sha feel a wave of nausea. I will personally kill you, along with my dear younger siblings. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Sha was so eager to kill someone. Can't rush, take it step by step. She stabilized her emotions again and pondered how to maximize the benefits of the 1,000 gold coins. Tap tap. She felt a touch on her shoulder and turned her head to find the 3 goblins that had been guarding the first floor. Does the master have new orders? Sha formed a hand sign and cast a green light onto the goblin's steel forehead. This was a magical technique she had specifically learned, allowing her to communicate with creatures that were mentally and linguistically different from her. Refined iron? Does the master need this kind of thing? Yes, it seems the master really needs this. Sha recalled the last transaction with the Fallen Association and felt relieved. However, the current price of refined iron from the Fallen Association was average, and she couldn't find cheaper refined iron at the moment. Wait, bronze weapons? The master can obtain a large quantity of bronze weapons? Sha's breathing became rapid. She understood why the master needed a large amount of refined iron. It was because he could forge bronze weapons himself? Professionals were common, but holy weapons were rare. In the Titan Empire, there were many professionals, but powerful weapons were extremely scarce. Bronze-level weapons could be found everywhere in the Silver Moon Empire, but this was the Titan Empire. The Titan Empire did not have the same weapon-forging heritage as the Silver Moon Empire. The entire kingdom had only a handful of excellent weapons, and even the most ordinary bronze weapons could fetch a high price. Only the king possessed a holy tier sword symbolizing power and strength, while all other weapons came from the brave warriors. The summoned heroes from another world sometimes came with weapons by nature, while others had the ability to forge weapons. The weapons they provided were the only source of high-end weapons in the entire Titan Empire. The master is also a hero, even the creator of all things, the creator of heroes. I should have thought of this earlier. Sha clenched her fist and hurriedly replied to Chen Chen's message. Through the goblin, she conveyed the general idea to Chen Chen. The gist was that weapons, once they reached a certain tier, would never lack buyers. They were priceless in the market. No, since the master can forge weapons, I must find high-quality and inexpensive refined iron. Sha seemed to see the rise of her own trading company. As long as she seized the selling point of tiered weapons, she could quickly develop and expand herself. Once she strengthened her trading company's power, she could seize the position of the head of the Sarawal family through the rules. And once she obtained the position of head, she could fulfill her wish to inflict any torture on her relatives. Those relatives who had consumed her mother's blood and flesh. Salt and iron were officially managed, and if she wanted to obtain a large amount of refined iron, she had to go through the OS family. Thinking of this, Sha turned to go upstairs to find Sorrow, but then recalled his snake-like personality. She decided to take a step back. She didn't want to have too much contact with such a cold person. Soul is too dangerous. You might as well try with Rog. The fine iron business? Why don't you ask Big Brother about this? In the exquisite incense hall, Rog looked at the woman in front of him, dressed in a luxurious robe and graceful in stature. She was none other than his brother's new love, Saraville Shah. Shah sneered. What, is the entire OS family now under Soul's control? Have the positions of the 2 heirs been determined? Shah's slightly mocking tone successfully provoked Rog's sense of defiance, and he felt his neck grow hot as he wanted to resist. But after thinking it over, without their father's involvement, the entire OS family truly was under Big Brother's control. However, that didn't mean he had no power of his own. You should know that trading with me isn't the best choice. If you trade with Big Brother, you can get more benefits than the rest of. It seems there aren't many decision-makers left in the OS family. Before Rog could finish, Sha stood up to leave, but Rog stopped her. How much do you want to buy? Sha paused and slowly replied, 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold? Rog's heart jolted. Wasn't that exactly the price his brother had set for the armor yesterday? This woman is buying so much fine iron. What is she planning to do? Although Rog was young, he had been influenced by the nobility and was not without his own cunning. However, seeing the situation, if he didn't agree, she would likely find other sources for fine iron. Alright, but I can only offer you a price of 1 gold for 5 fine iron. Rog granted her his limited authority, which was not much, allowing only a small discount. Okay, this is the deposit. Once the fine iron is delivered to the Sarala Chamber of Commerce, I will give you the remaining gold. Sha left behind the 500 gold she had prepared in advance and turned to leave. The price of 1 gold for 5 fine iron could be considered wholesale, slightly cheaper than the Fallen Association. Go, tell Big Brother everything that happened here. After she left, Rog thought for a moment and spoke to the empty space behind him. Yes. From the empty space behind, a hidden assassin appeared like a transparent ripple and bowed. This person was the guard his brother had arranged for him after returning from the Thousand Ghost Forest. Although a guard, he knew this person was sent by his brother to supervise him, to obstruct his love and intimate contact with Miss Sue. In other words, today's conversation, whether he concealed it or not, would ultimately be known by Big Brother. Since that was the case, he might as well be proactive. After all, this woman was the one his brother had set his sights on. But it really wasn't fair. The woman he liked could bring disaster to the family, yet she still acted on her own, while he was not allowed to like Miss Sue. They said not to affect the marriage, but that marriage was originally yours. You gave it to me after you didn't want it. Rog also showed a resentful expression, feeling that his family had become a one-man show, and he was in an unfair situation. We are both heirs, you are not the head of the family yet, and I don't have to listen to you about everything. In his heart, there seemed to be a beautiful spirit stirring, along with a surge of rebellious anger. Just then, taking advantage of the Shadow Guard's absence, he decided to find Miss Sue. I wonder how Miss Sue fared yesterday. Just as Rog left, another Shadow Guard followed him. After all, he was still too young. Everything he said and did would be recorded and reported to Seoul. Walking through the courtyard and passing through the flower and plant garden, he arrived at the largest pond in his family's backyard. Puff, puff, puff. 5 imperial crocodiles were bubbling in the water, while some lay on the shore basking in the sun. In the cool shade of the lake, a girl in a simple yet eye-catching long dress was playing with the willow branches by the river. Miss Sue, have you been comfortable? Rog walked over with a standard noble smile. Su Qingyu glanced at him and smiled lightly. Thank you, young Master Rog, for your hospitality. It's nothing at all. Rog waved his hand and handed her an item. This is your pass. You and your 5 crocodile magical beasts have been registered, and you can now come and go freely in the city of Osto. Thank you. Su Qingyu took it. The so-called pass was a jade-like token. With this, she finally had a legitimate identity. Next, she needed to find opportunities to climb the ranks and develop her own power. After a night of contemplation, Su Qingyu had also decided on her direction. She wanted to be different from most lords. She planned to leverage the local power of the Titan Empire to contend with the lords. As long as she reached a sufficiently high position, she could lead the Titan army to conquer the lords. By then, she could not only command the Titan Empire's army but also obtain the King's Sword and even higher-level territories through it. Yes, that's it. No one can be faster than me. Not even Chen Chen. Miss Sue, your crocodile is quite interesting. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a golden magical beast, right? Suddenly, a solemn voice rang out. The two turned to look, and it was Sorrow. Elder brother? Young Master Sorrow? Roar! It seemed that the malicious intent from Sorrow made the Swamp Emperor crocodiles perk up and surround their master. Golden magical beast? Rog swallowed hard, looking at the magical beast that had surrounded him and Su Qingyu. He had thought it was a bronze-level beast, but it turned out to be golden-level? A golden-level magical beast means that Miss Sue is a golden-level beast master? Just a mere beast, be quiet. A flash of purple light flickered in Sorrow's eyes, followed by a burst of killing intent. The chilling killing aura was extremely solemn, causing Su Qingyu's heart to tremble, while the Swamp Emperor crocodiles lowered their bodies and hissed. To withstand my pressure among the golden ones, this beast is quite skilled. As Sorrow spoke, he walked towards Su Qingyu. Miss Sue, I'm quite interested in the secret of your beast taming. I wonder if you could enlighten me. This time, Sorrow was not wearing a black robe but rather a noble combination of dark green and gold and silver. However, this combination, which should have exuded a sense of a Western nobleman, instead revealed a chilling aura on Sorrow. He resembled a venomous snake, ready to strike at any moment. Elder brother, this is someone else's secret method of making a living. How could I tell you? Rog instinctively defended Su Qingyu. Sorrow shot a cold glance at his disappointing younger brother. The latter immediately fell silent, lowering his head. Damn it, why is my elder brother here? Why do I always have to embarrass myself in front of Miss Sue? This was Rog's only dissatisfaction at the moment. Sorrow smiled and did not continue the previous topic. He said, since it's a secret, I won't inquire further, but there's one more thing I hope Miss Sue can clarify. I've searched through your background and the surrounding countries, but why can't I find the so-called Eastern continent? May I ask, where exactly does Miss Sue come from? The venomous snake flicked its tongue, revealing its fangs, ready to pounce on Su Qingyu at any moment. There is no country called Eastern Continent? Elder brother, are you joking? Rog naturally understood the implications of this statement. A person with an unclear identity could very well be someone expelled by the Empire or a spy from another country. However, both types were extremely dangerous figures. It's just a small distant country. Isn't it normal that young Master Sorrow can't find it? Su Qingyu faced it calmly. Through Rog's words, she had learned about the relationships between the human kingdoms in the region. Here, the three great empires, Titan, Silver Moon, and Magical Beasts, stood in a triangular balance, surrounded by countless small nations. Although she didn't know exactly how many small countries there were, the number of small nations was certainly enough to make one gasp, and there might really be a country called Dongzhou. Interesting, calm demeanor, doesn't seem like an act. In just one night, Solar had no time to investigate the other party's country. Today was merely a bluff. Of course, he was genuinely interested in beast taming. If this method could be applied on a large scale, it would be a significant weapon for the Empire. A major asset for the city of Ostaban. Unfortunately, his plans were obstructed by this foolish younger brother in front of him. That might be due to my incomplete information, my apologies. Solar apologized to Su Qingyu and then glanced at Rog. Come with me. This is... Rog wanted to resist, but seeing his older brother's cold gaze, he yielded. The two quickly arrived at the hall where they had just held the meeting. That woman is not someone you can control. Find a way to get rid of her. What? Brother, slap. Rog had just straightened up in excitement when his older brother pressed down on his shoulder, forcing him to bend again. Let me finish. Recently, the city's funds have been a bit insufficient. I plan to launch an attack on the neighboring country of Yalan, and I don't want to see any unstable factors during my campaign. You should understand the consequences of chaos at the rear during a campaign. Solar's gaze gradually focused, staring intently at his brother. Rog wanted to speak but ultimately held back. Miss Su was not an unstable factor. If there were truly unstable elements, it should be the other families. Rog did not respond, he didn't need to. Solar had never suggested, he only issued orders. Oh, by the way, you did well with the Sarah Welsha matter. Solar added. Yes, but the price was too high, 1,000 gold for 7,000 fine iron using my authority. And find a way to let him know that I am the one helping him, even if unintentionally. Solar patted his brother's shoulder and then left. The reason for doing this was to win Sarah Welsha's favor first. He could care less about 1,000 gold and 7,000 fine iron, but he decided he could not be a fool who did good deeds without expecting anything in return. Whatever he did, he had to ensure others knew and remembered his kindness. Young master, the troops are ready at the training ground. Stepping out of the meeting hall, he ran into Butler Fei. Sola nodded and asked, Butler Fei, how many troops have you prepared for me this time? 1,000 cavalry, 3,000 infantry, 2,000 auxiliary troops, and 5,000 slave soldiers, Butler Fei replied. Naturally, he liked this eldest young master, whose love for slaughter and character was very similar to the master. 6,000? With so many troops drawn out, won't the city's garrison be insufficient? Solar frowned, instinctively feeling that this troop allocation was a bit excessive. Butler Fei smiled knowingly and said, I received news that the master is already on his way back. With the master's dragon riders here, these families won't stir up any trouble. So that's how it is. Solar nodded, then began to draw a complex teleportation array beneath his feet. A flash of white light passed, and Solar disappeared from the spot. Butler Fei smiled with satisfaction at this scene. Dual cultivation of swordsmanship, truly worthy of the eldest young master, just like the master in his prime. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but compare the second young master. Compared to the former's shrewdness and exceptional talent, the latter seemed a bit spoiled. Not only did he use the excuse of getting closer to the heir of the Heidi family to go out and play, but he also had an unclear relationship with that little girl, Inavel. This can be set aside, after all, the Inavel family is considered a prominent family, but what he never expected was that the second young master actually chose neither. Instead, he brought back an unclear person. According to the report from the Shadow Guard, this woman seemed to have suddenly appeared above the river, not intentionally approaching the second young master. However, what was unintentional at the time is hard to say now. East Continent, that's a troublesome place. Where exactly do you come from? Butler Fei squinted his eyes, revealing a narrow slit. There is indeed a small country around the Titan Empire in the East Continent, but this country is quite special. It is a realm established by a hero who crossed over. That hero was very powerful and gathered people from his hometown to establish the East Continent. Forget it. I really am not suited for such brain-racking matters. Decisions and strategies should be left to the master. On the other side, in the garden of the Heidi family, Heidi Yaden was leaning on the castle's windowsill, melancholically gazing outside. Osaru said he was too young to give the engagement to Rog, but Rog had an inexplicable affection for he. It was one thing to get up and face he, but yesterday Rog liked another woman, and that woman even met them. Am I really that inferior? She suddenly stood up, looked at her chest, and then subconsciously compared it to the figure of Su Qingyu in her memory. Yadin pouted and continued to lean on the windowsill, her fingers tapping absent-mindedly as she muttered to herself, "Do all men like big ones? In a few days, I will be 18 years old, the development period starts after 18. Darling Yadin, so you are here. What is making you unhappy?" A mature noblewoman approached Yadin from behind. "I know what happened yesterday, don't be angry. It's just Rog and Huahu, right? That little guy Rog, let's not mention him. If it really comes to it, I can have your father help you cancel the engagement. As for Huahu, do you still want him? If you do, I can have someone take you to find Huahu tomorrow." The noblewoman smiled and embraced the girl. Heidi Yadin struggled to break free. "Mother, I'm not a child anymore." The noblewoman replied, "Then do you still want Huahu?" Yadin pouted and turned her head to snort coldly, "I do. Do you want to go out and see?" Of course, haha, that's for sure. The city of Ostraban is quite large, I'll take you around." Rog looked at the woman before him with a flattering expression. How could he not show off his abilities at such a time? The two left the Lord's mansion, and to prevent causing another uproar like before, at Butler Fei's suggestion, they shared a ride on a swampy imperial crocodile. Su Qingyu, as an outsider, could only agree, while Rog was naturally overjoyed. This city is really big. The two seemed to be shopping, but in reality, Su Qingyu was collecting advantageous information for herself. Yes, the entire city has 100,000 citizens. Generally, small countries don't have as many people as we do. Su Qingyu nodded. What the other party said was indeed correct. The reason why the continent of Atlantis has so many countries is due to its large population. Not only is the population large, but everyone also has a desire for power due to their strength. Therefore, those with a bit of power would mix in official positions, and those with more strength would gather people around them to establish countries. Hence, there are many small countries. The three dominant empires of Titan, Silver Moon, and Beasts are quite happy with the emergence of such situations. Because these small countries have a common trait, they are economically strong but overall weak in strength. They serve as good granaries and supply depots. Water lamb meat, 2 copper coins each. The best wild boar tusks are great materials for making daggers, only 30 copper coins. Greystone mice, the finest greystone mice, can be taken home for just 1 gold coin. On the street, there were ladies with children, elderly vendors, and some strong men shouting to sell their goods, even a few adventurers in adventurer attire selling their finds. However, upon seeing Rog and his companion, everyone respectfully lowered their heads in greeting, with only a few nodding or not even acknowledging them. Within the entire city, not only was the S family dominant, but there were also the Heidi family, the Inabel family, the Paro family, and some other minor noble families. Naturally, they were loyal to their own families and could not pay great respect to the S family, at most just nodding. Some individuals of higher status could even ignore Rog. Nevertheless, Rog was quite satisfied with this. He casually picked up a product from a stall and said to Su Qingyu, "Miss Su, this is a greystone mouse. Although it lacks the majesty of your magical beasts, it has its own charm and utility." He held up the greystone mouse from the stall and introduced it to Su Qingyu. "This creature has some bloodline of the treasure-hunting mouse, which can help you find many hidden treasures in the forest." "Is there such a thing?" Su Qingyu's interest was piqued, and she cast a detection spell. Greystone mouse. Quality, bronze. Attribute, 5. Skill, sand digging. Note, the bloodline is special, but too thin, you might as well eat dirt. Forget it, I still prefer magical beasts with stronger combat power. After seeing the information on the greystone mouse, Su Qingyu politely declined. This attribute of only 5 and lacking any special traits was utterly useless. However, the fact that such a worthless gimmick could be sold for 1 gold coin proved that the people here were indeed wealthy. After all, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10 energy stones. This made Su Qingyu realize the power of the city of Ostraban. Are there any larger merchant guilds? I want to check out some big guilds. After looking at her detection spell, Su Qingyu wanted to see if she could find some bargains among the major merchant guilds. If possible, she would have found a way to survive in this city. Larger merchant guilds? Well, Rog was momentarily at a loss for words. There were indeed large merchant guilds, but the guilds in the city were either from the Paro family or the Inabel family. The former was his competitor, and he naturally did not want to take his beloved woman to meet another rival. However, the latter, Inabel, was his fiancée. Taking a strange woman to shop at his fiancée's guild. It was quite a dilemma for Rog. If not, then forget it. Not possible? Of course it is possible. How could a man say no in front of his woman? Rog gritted his teeth and said it was fine. But where to take Miss Su? Hey, have you heard? The first item sold by that newly established guild actually went for 1,000 gold. Is it that King Snake battle armor? I heard it can immunize 10% of magical attacks, really impressive. Oh, it's not that impressive, it can only immunize against magical attacks below gold level. According to what I say, that buyer is just a big fool. Or it might just be something that the Sarah Guild hyped up, otherwise, how could it sell for 1,000 gold? You can't say that. If it were on the battlefield, this armor that buys immunity against low-level magical attacks would indeed be useful. The two merchants from the Paro family seem to have just returned from some research, pointing and discussing the Sarah Chamber of Commerce along the way. By the way, the Sarah Chamber of Commerce. I heard they have some purple spirit battle armor that could be bought as a gift for Miss Sue. Thinking of this, he hurriedly suggested to the other party, Miss Sue, why don't we go to the Sarah Chamber of Commerce and take a look? I heard the armor they are selling now is quite magical. Magical armor, bronze weapons? That should not be the case. Rog did not expect the other party to mention bronze weapons right away, as entry-level weapons are quite rare in the Titan Empire. However, even if it's not bronze weapons, it should still be far superior to ordinary weapons. We can go take a look. Su Qingyu nodded and smiled sweetly, sure. To be honest, she looked down on weapons that were not of high quality, but being in the other party's territory, it wasn't good to embarrass them. Moreover, she had heard about the Sarah Chamber of Commerce since entering the city, so it should have some merits. They passed through the crowd and arrived at a corner of the city where a two-story wooden building stood among many low houses. It does have a touch of elegance, Su Qingyu remarked, rarely impressed. Suddenly, a remarkably graceful noblewoman and a lively young girl stepped out of the crowd. The woman was chatting and laughing with the merchants before finally waving her hand. Rog saw the two freeze in place. What a coincidence! Yes, I'm afraid, Mrs. Heidi, we do not have any firefoxes for sale here. I will inform the president when I have news, and I will notify you as soon as possible. Alright, then I appreciate it. Mrs. Heidi smiled and then turned to leave with Yaden. Well, I told you that firefoxes can only be caught by oneself, but you still don't believe me, mother. Heidi Yaden pouted playfully, tugging at her mother's arm and shaking it. Don't worry, little Danner, I promise to help you find one. If not, I will send someone to the Thousand Ghost Forest to catch one for you. The noblewoman looked at her daughter with affection. Although they were clearly mother and daughter, to outsiders, they looked more like sisters. Is that person Mrs. Heidi Yaden? Su Qingyu watched the two women approaching them, one lively like a cute forest sprite, while the other gave her a profound sense of crisis. The other party's aura, presence, and figure overwhelmed her by several levels. Who are they? Several guards behind Mrs. Heidi stepped forward, pointing their spears at the jaw of the Swamp Emperor crocodile, as if to say that any movement from the two would result in merciless slaughter. This pressure is definitely above platinum. Su Qingyu understood the Titan Empire's way of distinguishing strength, which roughly goes bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond, star. The oppressive feeling from the person in front of her was second only to Solo, likely a master as well. No rudeness allowed. Can't you see it's young Master Rog? Mrs. Heidi stopped her guards, who promptly lowered their spears. Rog quickly jumped off the crocodile and bowed to the former. I've met Mrs. Heidi. Su Qingyu also dismounted her mount this time, as she could naturally tell that the person in front of her had no goodwill towards her, and not only that, but also a considerable amount of malice. As a well-known figure in the city, the other party could not possibly be unaware of Rog, and if they knew and still acted this way, there was only one possibility: it was a show of power. The other party was trying to put Rog in his place, and the reason and source of this show of power was clearly evident. It was none other than Heidi Yaden beside her. I've met Mrs. Heidi. Su Qingyu imitated the greeting. Lady Heidi, however, ignored Su Qingyu and turned to Rog, saying, "Little Rog, you didn't do what you promised me yesterday." Lady Heidi looked at Rog with a hint of reproach. Rog naturally knew what she was referring to. Yesterday, in order to bond with Yaden, he had promised to help her find the firefox. Cold sweat broke out as Rog's throat kept making swallowing motions. He never expected that a simple outing would lead to encountering his fiancée and future mother-in-law, and to make matters worse, Miss Sue was right beside him. The firefox, it's not easy to find. Rog wanted to make an excuse, but his nervous tone and stammering speech were easily seen through by Lady Heidi, who said, "Since you haven't found it, then go again. It's a good opportunity for young people to bond." Saying this, she pretended to push her daughter forward. Mother Yaden pouted in anger and immediately grabbed her mother's arm to return. Yes, I'll take Yaden again tomorrow." "Oomph, who wants you to take me?" Yaden huffed, clearly still remembering what happened yesterday. "Alright, don't be willful. With your status, there are very few in the entire Ostrobang who are worthy of you. Lady Heidi affectionately patted her daughter's head. For a moment, Rog felt like he was in a battlefield, only able to smile awkwardly and nod repeatedly, while Su Qingyu was completely left out. After some more small talk, they finally settled on Rog taking Yaden back into the Thousand Ghost Forest tomorrow, and Lady Heidi was just about to leave. Rog awkwardly chuckled a couple of times and reached out to Su Qingyu. Shall we go in and take a look? Sure. Su Qingyu didn't care at all about Lady Heidi and the plans for tomorrow. The two entered the store, which was elegantly decorated, giving a feeling of being in a jungle, with fine incense wafting through the air, making one feel comfortable upon entering. It's actually dragon's saliva incense. No wonder it's the heir of the Saraville family. As soon as he entered, Rog was shocked by the craftsmanship of Saraville Shah. This kind of incense was usually only lit when high-ranking nobles and elite merchants entertained distinguished guests. Distinguished guests, yes, wasn't Lady Heidi a distinguished guest? However, what was Lady Heidi doing here? Rog was puzzled, but now was not the time to think about that. He turned to the person at the reception and said, I heard you have some special purple spirit armors, let me see them. The shopkeeper seemed a bit troubled and after thinking for a moment, said apologetically, Young Master Rog, I'm very sorry, but our purple spirit armors are sold out. Sold out? Rog's emotions were pressed down again, like a volcano about to erupt, filled with anger. Unlucky, so unlucky, why did he always lose face in front of the woman he liked? So soon sold out? Is there anything else of value? At this moment, Rog was about to explode, but the Saraville Chamber of Commerce, being newly opened, didn't have any hidden treasures. Although they had ordinary goods, how could this young master possibly be interested in those? The most valuable item in the 300 square meter shop was the sold-out purple spirit armor. How about you? The shopkeeper was sweating profusely, not knowing how to deal with the person in front of him. Fortunately, at that moment, someone came to the rescue. The purple spirit armor is sold out, but how could I not prepare in advance for someone like young Master Rog? The owner of the voice walked out from the loft, surrounded by the wafting incense, like a fairy descending to the world. So it's President Shah. Seeing the newcomer, Rog put away his temper. After all, this person is the woman that my older brother likes. Although she is just a new flame, her status seems quite high based on my brother's attitude. Moreover, she has another identity, the eldest daughter of the Saraville family. I heard that young Master Rog has a friend he gets along well with, so I naturally reserved a set of the purple spirit battle armor for you. However, this battle armor only has one set left for women, I wonder. Shah said as she turned her head towards Su Qingyu. With her information and insight, she naturally knew to reserve a set of armor for the other party. Even if Rog didn't come, she would still go to present it, because the refined iron the other party had given her was much more than what they had agreed upon. Although it was nominally Salo's help, she didn't want to have too much contact with Salo. It was better to give this favor to Rog. Hearing that the other party had reserved it for him, Rog was naturally delighted. As for the female armor, wasn't he originally buying it for Su Qingyu? Of course, thank you, Sister Shah. Unconsciously, Rog's address for Shah had changed. Isn't it more of a display of one's strength when the shopkeeper reserves something that is sold out just for you? During the conversation, a goblin behind Shah had already come down the stairs with a set of battle armor shimmering with purple light. At the same time, Su Qingyu cast a reconnaissance spell as she saw the armor. However, the information from the reconnaissance spell left her stunned. Purple Spirit Battle Armor, non-entry item. Traits, immune to 10% of spell attacks below 30 attribute points. Note, trash armor, but this guard seems a bit interesting. The guard is a bit interesting? Su Qingyu had some understanding of the system's prompts. This system prompt likes to make sarcastic remarks, and although most of it is useless, there are also very useful system prompts. Just like the current prompt. Su Qingyu cast another reconnaissance spell, this time aimed at the guard. Guard, Black Armor Goblin Quality, Gold Attributes, 50 level, LV10. Weapon, unknown. Skills, unknown. Traits, unknown. Note, a terrifying creature from the dark abyss, you can look, but don't look for too long. 50? Su Qingyu stared at the information of the other party, momentarily unsure where to begin her shock. Is it the goblin's true identity, or the fact that it has a staggering 50 attribute points? Or perhaps that special notation? This is the Human Federation, why would a creature like a goblin appear here? Also, this goblin is only level 10, why does it have 50 attribute points? 50 attribute points, even Owen's Landshark only has 50 attribute points, right? And to reach 50 attribute points at just level 10, does this goblin start off as a top tier gold? Do such goblins really exist? Do such creatures really exist? Su Qingyu felt her worldview shatter. She had encountered goblins before and had heard people discuss them multiple times in groups. Such creatures shouldn't be stupid and shatter upon contact, right? In the group chat, there was even a lord who single-handedly took down 30 goblins with a machete. But the goblin in front of her, let alone 30, could probably tear that lord apart into several pieces, right? 30 goblins, how powerful would that existence be? Su Qingyu found it hard to imagine the existence of such a gathering of goblins. The last time she saw such a powerful goblin was Chen Chen? Brother Chen Chen? Su Qingyu suddenly thought of something, her eyes widening in shock. These goblins can't be Brother Chen Chen's goblins, right? Impossible, impossible, this is the human empire. How could Brother Chen Chen's goblins possibly appear here? She didn't notice the change in how she referred to him. She just felt that this goblin couldn't possibly be Chen Chen's goblin. After all, it was too far, too crazy. This was a human city, and the one who owned these goblins was the heir of another prominent family. Thank you, Su Qingyu stammered as she took the purple spirit armor from the other person's hands. At that moment, her mind was no longer on the armor. She was pondering what kind of breed these goblins were and whether they could acquire them themselves. After all, if this noble could command such goblins, perhaps they were like those gray rock mice, a luxury for the aristocracy? If they were a luxury, then having Rog send her one or two shouldn't be a problem, right? Her breath began to quicken because these goblins, clad in armor, didn't seem so ugly. In fact, they looked quite dashing, like knights. More importantly, the attributes of these goblins were incredibly high. They could grow to the level of a king-tier lord at level 10. One should know that the growth cycle of golden creatures is quite short. Just a bit of nurturing would be equivalent to obtaining a king-tier unit? May I ask, where did you acquire these? These guards, President Su? Su Qingyu asked anxiously, and the others present could see her thoughts. It was almost a blatant admission that she wanted them too. Saravel Shah lightly smiled. I'm sorry, Miss Su, but that's a trade secret. Shah looked at the woman before her and, as she had suspected, she had noticed something. This person must have some connection to the master, or at the very least, they came from the same place. When she learned that Rog was captivated by a woman, Shah sent someone to inquire about her. Upon discovering that the woman had black pupils and long black hair, her suspicions grew. And when she learned the woman's name, her doubts intensified. Until now, she wanted to use the purple spirit armor to test the woman again, but this woman had directly bypassed the armor and inquired about the guards given to her by the master. Fortunately, she didn't point it out directly, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. I apologize for being presumptuous. Su Qingyu also appropriately apologized, realizing her behavior was inappropriate. How could such a strong unit be handed over to her so easily? However, she could ask Rog to help investigate later. Since it was something circulated among the nobility, there wouldn't be just one or two. Miss Su, I didn't know you liked guards. President Su's guards are indeed impressive. But if you like them, I can pull a few soldiers from the army for you, Rog said. As a member of the family, he still had the authority to allocate family soldiers for protection. The reason he hadn't done so was twofold. First, because he had absolute safety in the city, and second, even if he didn't arrange it, he always had shadow guards protecting him in secret. The shadow guards served both as surveillance and protection. They just wouldn't reveal themselves unless he encountered a significant crisis. Then thank you very much. Thank you, young Master Rog. It's a small matter, I'm just glad you're happy. Su Qingyu didn't refer to him as the second young master, which pleased him greatly. You two can continue to browse, all purchases today are half off. As for me, I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Shah observed the harmonious atmosphere between the two until the day's farce came to an end. Next, she would bring the gains of this period back to the master. Have all the items been counted? Yes, my lord. An employee of the Saravel Trading Company respectfully placed down several boxes and then stepped back. Shah glanced over and then waved at a few boxes on the ground. A flash of light, and the box containing over 10,000 energy stones vanished into her ring. The capital of 10,000 funds given by Chen Shen and the corpse of the King Snake had been utilized to the fullest by Shah, not only establishing a trading association and gaining a reputation but also earning even more energy stones. Not to mention the unsold goods in her shop and the ring in her hand. If one were to calculate, she had at least doubled the resources Chen Shen provided in a very short time. Having a big family as a background is great. Bringing in 15,000 energy stones is as easy as pie. Shah thought of the scene where Lady Heidi took out more than 10 boxes of energy stones. It was almost effortless, as if such matters were merely a trivial task for her. But this is good, at least in the future, I won't need to find the trading association to exchange for energy stones. Some ancient noble families always had a rich storage of energy stones, and the Heidi family was one of those families. Moreover, her master had prepared a batch of bronze weapons for her, and after obtaining such items, her relationship with the Heidi family would surely become even closer. Among the 4 great families in the city, 2 were engaged in business, and the Lord's mansion, needless to say, was the center of power and strength. The reason the Heidi family could survive was due to its substantial foundation. Their foundation was so rich that no one dared to lay a hand on them. The trading association had a security team, the Lord's mansion had an army, while the Heidi family had an extremely thin yet robust armed force. Their armed force was the Adventurers Association. This association existed in all nations and was quite popular. The people of the trading association referred to them as adventurers, but their nature was more akin to bounty hunters. As long as you paid well, you could see tasks on the association's bulletin for helping to eliminate a small nation, or even for assisting in the invasion of a great nation. The tasks of the association were mixed and filled with contradictions, but the adventurers didn't care. As long as there was money to be made, it was a good task for them. The Heidi family was very wealthy in terms of money, even far exceeding the liquid funds that the 2 major business families could maintain. However, this grand power was extremely unstable, thus, it was powerful yet thin. You want a safer strength, and I want money, we really complement each other. Sha smiled gently. The way for the Heidi family to enhance its strength was now laid out in the open, and her purple spirit armor was almost entirely covered by the other party. To enhance one's strength, when external forces are not allowed, external power is the best way to strengthen oneself. Even a low-tier armor can make you all so crazy. I really look forward to the effect after the bronze weapons flow into Ostabang. Sha walked through Ostabang with her guards, on her way to meet her master. She hadn't arranged for more guards, just the 3 goblins given by her master. The identity of her master and the place where she procured goods must not be known to others, and these 3 goblins were indeed strong enough. Compared to the team of silver adventurers she had when she was down and out, the 3 goblins now gave her a greater sense of security. Halt, what are you doing out? Currently, during the war, everyone must report their situation when going out. Just as she arrived at the city gate, a few soldiers blocked her. Sha raised her eyebrows. Was the Ost family short on funds again? Also, since when did one need to report their situation when going out during wartime? It should be noted that ordinary wartime restrictions only limited entry. When did they start restricting exits? Bastard, who told you to block me? Before Sha could ask, one of the guards slapped the soldier who was blocking her. This lady is Miss Salaviel Sha, specially instructed by the young master. Is this kind of noble someone you can block? I'm sorry, my lord, I'm sorry. The former hurriedly bowed and apologized repeatedly. Sha sighed lightly, without thinking. This method and arrangement were probably intentional by Sorrow. Such a man is truly bothersome. Although it was the other party's arrangement, one couldn't help but remember the favor owed, like a bright scheme that was hard to guard against. However, after spending a long time with Chun Shan, Sha had also picked up the habit of not being at a disadvantage. Since the other party wanted to use this matter to make her remember the favor, she could only make good use of it. Which country did Ostraban declare war on? Sha inquired. Miss Sha, it is a small country called Haina, came the reply. It is said that they have offended Ostraban with their words and often intercept the merchant guilds coming from Ostraban. For everyone's safety, young Master Sorrow has decided to send troops to Haina, invading merchant convoys, offending the city of Ostraban. Ha! Sha scoffed. This was merely an excuse for invading Haina, and this time the excuse was even more casual. The reason Titan was called an empire was because of its powerful military. A single city could rival a whole country. In fact, such matters of waging war against small countries didn't even need to be reported to the empire. The empire was this strong. By the way, my lord, young Master Sorrow instructed you to pay attention to safety these days. The barbarians of Haina are quite rampant and might even launch an attack on Ostraban. An active attack? Sha shook her head at such a scenario, which was so unlikely it was akin to seeking death. But it was just another of this man's schemes. Sha helplessly said, I understand. Please thank him for me. It will be conveyed. The guard bowed respectfully and then waved his hand behind him. Let them pass. On the other side, Shen Shen, aware of Sha's return, dispatched a small team of goblins for protection. Although there were already 3 black-armored goblins guarding her, the forest was not safe these days. The competition among the lords had intensified recently, and there were even unfortunate souls attempting to invade Chen Shen's territory. However, after being counterattacked, they were pursued back to their territory and completely wiped out. But this seemed to be just a corner of the forest's dangers. He still hadn't found the cause of death of the dragon across the river. Although he hadn't found the cause, he had discovered several other insurmountable barriers. Let me see what dangers are lurking in this forest. What exactly killed the dragon? Chen Shen switched his perspective to the other side of the river and then issued an attack order to the more than 30 goblins at one of the barriers. Trample! Trample! After the passage of time and the growth from war, Chen Shen's goblins had generally reached levels 8 to 10. Even the goblins that initially had the trample skill had now grown to around level 15, their attributes having reached 50, making them truly worthy of being called king-tier troops. At this moment, 30 king-tier troops trampled together. The earth trembled, and thunderous roars echoed as scars spread across the ground. Boom! The trample skill was unleashed in unison. The terror was not the trample itself, but the resonance of the trample. Under such a strong resonance, even if the dragon were alive, it would not escape unscathed. However, under such a terrifying attack, the barrier remained completely unharmed. It only created ripples without a single scratch. What on earth is this? The trample of over 30 goblins couldn't inflict any damage, which made Chen Shen furrow his brows. This was almost his most powerful skill to date, yet it couldn't cause any harm to such a thing? Who on earth created this thing? Chen Shen looked at the barrier through his vision. There were 4 barriers in total, shaped like a massive 4x4 wall, but this thing had no width at all. The thin walls should not be something like a ceiling formation. Not something like a ceiling formation, just a simple wall? Then what is the purpose of this wall? He pondered carefully about the function of the barrier wall. Sometimes, the more unknown something is, the more terrifying it becomes. You know the other party has great power, but you don't know their purpose and can't see their figure. It's like someone approaching you in the dark with a machete. You can hear them, but you can't see them. The danger is singular, yet it is everywhere. Beep beep, beep beep. Boss, I've collected the furs you wanted, but it seems like other merchants are already doing this, so our sales might not be as good as expected. Nan, he sent a message in private. Forget it, let's deal with the matters between territories first before figuring out the barrier. Chen Shen sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had truly exhausted all means for this flatland. Among his current troops, the strongest in attack was the wolf giant goblin, while the black-armored goblin was not good at attacking and had no effect in opening the barrier. However, even his strongest attack couldn't break through this thing, so he could only wait and see until he obtained stronger troops. Since he hadn't captured any dragons here, he could only check out the distant red dragon lord. Chen Shen ordered the goblins to bring back the dragon corpses and then turned his gaze to another place that had dragons. Although it was a bit far, it also had dragons. He was determined to acquire powerful troops. Don't worry about sales, as long as we acquire the goods, it's fine. Chen Shen replied to Nan He calmly. His initial goal was not the market seen by the lords. He intended to trade his furs with the human empire. Trading with those noble women was much better than dealing with these poor lords. Alright, then I'll send the goods to the boss. Nan He transmitted all the various warm furs and precious furs he had recently collected. Due to Chen Shen's request, his furs were mostly collected to be small and beautiful, so with this transmission, all sorts of colorful and diverse furs instantly filled the entire small wooden cabin. There were snow foxes, wolves, wild boars, scaled hides, and even many furs that Chen Shen couldn't even name, some of which didn't even look like furs. There was even a clump of bluish-green material that Nan He said was also fur, but to him, it looked more like a living creature. However, this was exactly what he needed. Those nobles might have some collectors or people with peculiar tastes. By the way, boss, we don't have any goods left, and our funds are running low. Should we launch a few bronze weapons to attract attention and collect resources? Nan He suggested. Nowadays, the 3 major alliances were beginning to unite, aiming to share the world with the Sun Never Sets alliance. Moreover, they were dividing not the lords but the commercial markets of the lords. This made it very unfriendly for wandering merchants like Nan He. Because if they wanted to raise or lower prices, they only needed to unite to control the market, without having to guess prices or speculate on the next items the public would need like Nan He did. For them, there was no demand. Restricting existing needs or creating demand was enough to profit. Not for now, the timing for selling bronze weapons is not right. Chen Shen rejected Nan He's proposal. As for bronze weapons, especially armor, he currently did not plan to release them. Because the bronze weapons he had were enough to threaten him if fully armed, he could not allow such things to flow out unless he obtained stronger troops. Just like in research and development, sell 1 generation, use 1 generation, and hide 1 generation, only this way is the most stable choice. But, boss, if we don't put out something substantial, the market will really be taken over by the 3 major alliances and the empire on which the sun never sets, Nan He said, his voice a bit anxious. The current market has not yet solidified, and they still have room to maneuver. If they really wait until the 2 giants have divided the market, it might be too late to turn the tide. Chen Shen had heard a bit about the business situation, but he really couldn't let something like bronze weapons out. He didn't want a powerful lord to get such things, it would be tantamount to digging his own grave. However, allowing the other side to occupy the market without any products was also not a good choice. Oh! Suddenly, Chen Chen had a flash of inspiration and thought of something suitable for sale right now. He opened his backpack and took out a stone. Gambling stone, a magical stone with a 1% chance of producing a miraculous item. Note: are you ready to take the plunge, young man? There's no turning back. This item had not been chosen for sale initially because the lords were too poor to buy such entertainment products with their spare energy stones. But now, war would bring suffering, but it would also allow some people to gain wealth. Although the news of invasions among lords had led to countless deaths, it had also promoted the development of the lords. The number of lords had decreased, but they had also become stronger and wealthier. How about this? Give it a try. Chen Chen asked tentatively. Then he took the item, his mouth twitching. He clearly recognized this item and knew its pitfalls. However, despite its drawbacks, it was indeed a decent product for the moment. It should be fine, though he wondered if anyone would buy it again after discovering the dismal odds. Nan he also asked tentatively, are there many? Chen Chen looked at his personal space and nodded, a lot. Boss, to be honest, this thing has a gambling nature, Nan he said, feeling a bit complicated after receiving over 2,000 gambling stones. This item, how should he put it, was difficult because of its repurchase rate. Basically, there was a 50% chance of getting something only the first time the stone was opened, while the chance of getting something from subsequent stones was only 1%. It wasn't that 1 out of 100 would yield something, each one had a 1% chance, which could be quite torturous. It's okay, take it to sell and see. If it doesn't work out, we can sell bronze weapons later, Chen Chen thought. As long as he gave himself some time, he could obtain stronger units like bronze weapons to start selling. Alright, let's give it a try. With a heavy heart, Nan he listed these items in his store. Oh, by the way, if anyone opens blueprints or profession skill books, remember to buy them at a high price. If you don't have enough energy stones, come to me. No problem. After finalizing the sale of the products, Nan he began to list the items. His store had now been renamed to Casual Store, flying the flag of the Casual Alliance. How much should I list it for? 2 energy stones or 3 energy stones? Nanny thought for a moment. It seemed that 2 to 3 energy stones would be more appropriate. This price range was something the lords could accept for a bit of fun. How about packaging it a bit? Influenced by unscrupulous merchants, he felt that buying something cheap was like losing money himself. Then he felt a pang in his heart. In the end, he changed the name of the product and added a setting that couldn't be viewed. Name: Mysterious Draw. A random big gift bag that can produce any item. Becoming rich overnight is not a dream. Note: the first opening has a luck bonus. Price: 3 energy stones. Should I add some more things? Nenny looked at the mysterious draw box in front of him and suddenly recalled the scene of his first purchase of Chen Chen's product, opening a blind box. He had spent 2 precious energy stones to buy a hammer, which was a used one. Anything can be opened, so putting a few useless things in shouldn't be a problem, right? Nan he carefully placed the old hammer that had once tricked him into the product shelf of the mysterious draw box. No, my conscience is suffering a strong condemnation. Nan he clutched his chest, his heart racing. Perhaps Chi Hongyi was right. He wasn't suited to be a shady dealer. Doing such things made his conscience ache. Gritting his teeth, Nan he opened the box he had just put the hammer into and added a box of iron nails. Alright, now my conscience doesn't hurt anymore. The suppressed feeling in Nan he's heart finally eased, his conscience was at peace. Since my conscience doesn't hurt, let's add a few more. He had no confidence in selling the products for a big profit, and since he couldn't sell them for a big profit, he might as well go all out. What if it became popular? With that thought, he stuffed more items into different boxes. A piece of energy stone, a worn-out umbrella, a collection of beautiful lord figures, some gossip about lords that had some value but not much. One by one, the items were crammed in, and the original 2,200 energy stones were disguised as 2,500 mysterious draw boxes. If sold out, he should be able to earn 7,500 energy stones, minus the cost. Well, there was no cost, a net gain of 7,500 energy stones. But there shouldn't be any fools buying this kind of thing, right? Nanny thought for a moment. It would be good enough if these things could sell at all, and it shouldn't be possible to sell out. It seems there hasn't been any huge changes. Under the protection of goblins, Sha successfully arrived at this familiar place. Compared to the shock of her last visit, this time there wasn't such a big change. Is this how it should be? Even if you are a hero, it's impossible for there to be huge changes every time. Sha's vaguely excited heart calmed down. She longed for Chen Chen's territory to undergo greater and better changes, but she had only been away for a few days. No change was normal. The first time she left for a week, and now it hadn't even been a week, so it was reasonable that there were no huge changes. Well, it can't be said that there are no changes. These goblins in front of me seem to have become stronger. Is the master accumulating his foundation? Sha observed the goblins around her. They seemed to be stronger than the goblins beside her. It must be due to their daily battles in the forest. It seems that the master hasn't made any astonishing moves these days. Sha let out a long breath. This situation reassured her a lot. If the person she followed was too strong, she might feel abandoned. Because for these higher-ups, if she grew too fast while her subordinates grew too slowly, their most common choice was to replace them with a new batch of subordinates. Sha didn't want that. She felt that her current gains should be able to keep up with the miracles Chun Chen had shown before. As long as no new miracles appeared, she would never be abandoned until her revenge succeeded. In her thoughts, she once again arrived at that familiar staircase. With each step up the stairs, Sha's aura unconsciously weakened a bit. The dominance of the city of Ostraban, the aura of a noble heir, and that of Sha, who had snatched a piece of the cake from the two major merchant families. With each step, she became more humble. Until she finally reached the door of the small wooden house, her aura had completely vanished from that high and mighty Sarawil Sha, from that President Sha, gradually becoming a pawn of Chen Chen, a servant of Chen Chen. I pay my respects to my master. Ignoring the luxurious gown trailing on the ground, Sha bowed to the wooden house. You arrived just in time. Chen Chen glanced at Salavil Sha and spoke calmly. Is there a market for a dragon's corpse? Also, there was a problem with transportation. If I dismember the dragon, can you still sell it? Of course there's a market. A dragon. What? Sha's humble bowed head instantly lifted. What did the master just say? A dragon? A dragon? Master, do you know what you're saying? Sha looked at Chun Chen in shock. She had thought that this time he wouldn't achieve anything significant, that their abilities should balance each other out. But what did this man just say? A dragon's corpse? He killed a dragon? A dragon, after all, is a symbol of ultimate power. They can single-handedly destroy small nations. In reality, any creature that has even a drop of dragon blood is incredibly powerful. Just like the lord of the city of Ostabang, who many years ago obtained some earth dragons with dragon blood and formed a dragon cavalry. The fearsome reputation of this cavalry made many nearby small nations tremble, and it also made the other lords of the Titan Empire envious. But what did the master just say? He killed a dragon? Even a powerful force like Ostabang would have to pay a huge price to face such a thing, right? As long as there's a market, then I'll dismember it. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. The best sales for such things are still outside the forest. The lords probably couldn't afford it, and even if someone could, the price would likely be low. It won't be a problem. Sha replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Why, after killing such a powerful and terrifying creature, could she see no excitement in the master's eyes? Was this kind of thing so casual for him? Wait, aren't dragons also categorized as juvenile and adult? Although adult dragons are generally powerful, it seems that juvenile dragons can also be killed by human strength. Could it be that the master killed a juvenile dragon? Yes, right, it should be called a juvenile dragon. Sha nodded affirmatively. It must be a juvenile dragon, otherwise, how could she explain the lack of any expression on the master's face? Killing a dragon is something worth boasting about, even among heroes. Master, does this juvenile dragon have many scales? Is its body intact? If possible, please cut off the juvenile dragon's fangs and wings completely. These things are quite valuable. Juvenile dragon? Chen Chen frowned. The other party had said a lot, but most of it was about juvenile dragons. Chen Chen said somewhat displeased. When did I say it was a juvenile dragon? Sha's heart sank. Could it really be an adult dragon? The master killed an adult dragon and is still so calm? Master, could it be an adult dragon? Sha swallowed hard. Chen Chen found it amusing. He reached out and pinched her smooth little face. He didn't know why she reacted so strongly, but he felt a sense of playfulness rising. It's not an adult dragon, it's in between. Sha, tense and motionless, squeezed out a few words in the gap of that large hand. Master is mighty. She realized what kind of dragon the other party had killed. It should be a sub-adult dragon. Such a feat, while not as dazzling as killing an adult dragon, is still quite powerful. It seems I need to work harder. I can't be abandoned for not keeping up. Sha made a silent decision in her heart. If she couldn't even become a pawn for him, how could she talk about revenge? Mighty what? Chen Chen playfully squished the other person's baby-faced cheeks into various shapes and said, that dragon wasn't killed by me. I found it. Found it? A shocked tone escaped from Sarawil Shah's lips. You can actually find something like that? For a moment, she didn't know how to adjust her emotions. First, the master said he had slain a dragon, then said it wasn't a dragon, but now he claimed he found it? She felt her mood was like riding an out-of-control flying broom, swaying up and down unpredictably. Finding it is good, finding it is good. That way, I won't be eliminated for not keeping up with the master's pace. Sha even showed a relaxed expression. She didn't even realize that her mindset had subtly changed. She was actually afraid of being abandoned by the man in front of her. "What are you mumbling about?" Chen Chen asked, listening to her soft murmurs. Nothing. It's just, Master, if you found the dragon, then who killed it?" Sha let him play with her cheeks. Indeed, those in high positions always had peculiar preferences. "Well, as for that thing, I'm not sure. I only found the already dead dragon on an ancient tree. As for what or who killed the dragon, I didn't see. I even checked the surrounding area for several kilometers and found no powerful creatures." Chen Chen said helplessly. "Oh, right. I did find some peculiar transparent barriers around the ancient tree." Chen Chen added, "Ancient tree? Barriers?" Sha's eyes suddenly became fervent, and her face flushed with excitement, but the next second, she clearly became tense. She suddenly said, "Master, quickly check if there are any small tree holes in the center of that ancient tree." "Holes?" Chen Chen looked at the woman in front of him. She seemed to know something. "Let me try." Chen Chen linked his consciousness to the goblin that was transporting the dragon. The thick ropes had already bound the dragon, and some goblins were standing on the dragon, continuously slashing with their bone-breaking knives. Buzz. Chen Chen then chose a goblin closest to the ancient tree to start exploring. The goblin put down its knife and began to scout the ancient tree behind it. Soon, he discovered that the ancient tree indeed had some small tree holes. However, they were too small. He initially thought they were squirrel holes. "There are some tree holes, is there a problem?" Chen Chen asked Sha. Upon hearing that there were indeed tree holes, Sha's face turned pale. She nervously said, "Master, run, quickly run. Quickly let your goblins evacuate from there." "Evacuate? Why?" Chen Chen looked at the woman in front of him in confusion, preparing to ask her the reason, but the next second, he felt a violent tremor beneath his feet. No, not beneath his feet, more accurately, it was beneath the goblin he was linked to. The goblin was currently standing 30 meters from the ancient tree, with the dragon beneath it, and the tremor beneath it meant. Chen Chen instinctively controlled the dragon to look down, and sure enough, that massive green body was starting to move, and a scorching sensation immediately came from beneath. "This dragon is alive? The dragon revived? What a joke!" He had confirmed multiple times that the dragon was dead. Chen Chen looked at the goblin's perspective in disbelief. The revival of a dragon was simply impossible. He had ordered the goblin to attack this dragon and even confirmed that it had lost its heartbeat and breath. Wasn't that enough to confirm its death? Turtle breathing technique? The dragon shouldn't know such a skill, right? Chen Chen felt the goblin's panic. No matter how much he didn't believe it, the dragon had indeed awakened. Roar! The dragon's roar shattered the layers of forest, crossed mountains and rivers, and pierced through the thick clouds. The roar of the dragon was like the angry roar of a lion king, felt by anyone, no matter how far away. "It is alive?" Sha's face turned pale the moment she heard the sound, as if she had guessed the dragon's situation. "Indeed, the dragon is alive." Chen Chen looked solemnly towards the distance. There, the dragon that had been circling above the ancient tree was now moving its massive body. Its 100-meter-long form spread its wings, blocking out the sun, and all the goblins were easily shaken off like pests. The body that had been partially dismembered by the goblins was quickly recovering after a roar. The wounds bleeding profusely were healing rapidly. Green light surrounded the dragon, which seemed to be undergoing some mysterious ritual, raising its head and spreading its wings atop the ancient tree to receive the radiance. Gaga! The goblins noticed the anomaly and hurriedly gathered together, but compared to the enormous dragon, the goblins looked like insignificant ants. The largest among them was only about 3 meters tall, while the dragon before them was a staggering 50 meters long, and when it spread its wings, it could cover 100-meter sky. "Master, has that dragon really come back to life?" Sha asked Chen Chen, trembling, because she knew about his special ability, which allowed him to control the goblin's vision. Chen Chen nodded, "Yes." Then he immediately turned to Sarawil Sha. "Do you know something?" At that moment, Chen Chen noticed that something was off with Sha. She seemed uneasy from the very beginning and had even warned him to run earlier. "You knew the dragon would awaken?" Chen Chen looked at the woman before him, clearly remembering that this was the first time he had mentioned the dragon, so how could Sha know it was going to awaken? Sha lowered her head, slightly nervous. "I don't know." "Don't know?" Chen Chen looked at Sha with interest, sensing that she wasn't lying. "Then how did you know the dragon would awaken?" Sha bit her lip, looking at Chen Shen, unsure of how to tell him or whether she should tell him at all. Do you have something you can't say? Chen Shen took her face to examine it closely, then casually let go. If you don't want to say it, then don't. You'll have plenty of time to talk once I take down that dragon. With a wave of his hand, the goblins that had been prepared in the territory quickly assembled. When they heard the dragon's roar, the goblins knew it was time to fight. They were already tired of hunting small fish and shrimp. Gagaga! Roar! The excited goblins stepped forward, waiting for the command from the goblin god. Chen Shen scanned the goblins below. Although he hadn't achieved his goal of having all the goblins wear armor with decent physical resistance, over 100 of them were already equipped with formidable bone-splitting knives. That should be enough. Go, help your brothers, slay that dragon and bring it back. Oh. With Chen Shen's command, the goblins quickly left the city gates and charged towards the opposite bank of the river. No, don't. Sha hurriedly looked up to stop him upon hearing Chen Shen's order. Master, please retract your command. You don't understand the terror of the dragon. Such a creature cannot be faced by less than 10,000. Sha looked at Chen Shen in horror. Just as she didn't know how powerful the goblin guards beside her were, she also had no idea how strong Chen Shen truly was. She only knew that every time a dragon appeared, it required at least an army of 10,000 in large-scale magic to contend with it. The goblins before Chen Shen, although individually superior to ordinary soldiers, were far too few in number. With only a few hundred, how could they possibly contend with a dragon that could fight against tens of thousands? Well, Chen Shen scoffed. What, does this dragon have any other special traits? Sha instinctively lowered her head, and no, from this moment on, it is just a dragon, but that is a dragon, a master dragon. Chen Shen waved his hand, interrupting Sarawil Sha, since it's just an ordinary dragon, then there's no problem. But, the dragon. Sha wanted to emphasize the opponent's strength, but seeing Chen Shen's serious expression, she hesitated, thinking of something. Could it be that your strength has recovered, master? Sha knew that Chen Shen had been seeking energy stones to heal his injuries. If the injuries on his body had healed, then he could indeed fight the dragon. After all, on the battlefield back then, it was said that this creator of heroes had instantaneously killed 30,000 Imperial troops with a special spell, and it was only thanks to the sword hero that he was eventually injured and forced to retreat. Chen Shen didn't want to explain the misunderstanding, he simply shook his head. This. Sha sighed, her newly risen confidence instantly shattered. Without recovering her strength, she didn't believe that the goblins could kill the dragon. Master. Sha wanted to say more, but was silenced as Chen Shen grabbed her head and covered her mouth. If you don't want to speak, then just shut up completely and wait peacefully. Through their visual connection, Chen Shen saw the dragon finish its bath in green light, and at the same time, his goblin reinforcements arrived on the battlefield. A few kilometers was nothing but a small jog for goblins with attributes as high as 50. At that moment, the dragon turned its head, glaring angrily, while the goblins bared their fangs, their eyes blood-red. Roar! The dragon roared, creating a terrifying sound wave that cracked the ground. Roar, roar! The goblins, unwilling to back down, roared back at the dragon. Although their roars lacked the dragon's power, they were numerous. When they had only the earth goblins and wolf giant goblins along with the iron-skinned goblins, they had feared the dragon, but now with over 200 black-armored goblins supporting them, they felt emboldened. Hiss! The dragon had no intention of wasting words. It exhaled a violent white steam from its nostrils, and then its deeply embedded claws in the ancient tree detached themselves. Boom! The dragon's wings flapped violently, creating a whirlwind out of thin air. The green wind magic sliced through everything around it like a blade, quickly reaching the goblins. Faced with such an attack, the black-armored goblins bravely welcomed it. The dragon sneered, thinking these were the most foolish creatures, actually charging into its attack. Seeing the goblins seeking death, the dragon naturally let the hurricane whirl towards the black-armored goblins. It wanted to witness the demise of this group of goblins firsthand. Although this group of goblins had created it, that did not prevent it from destroying these ugly creatures. Humph! Chen Shen, several kilometers away, also let out a light snort upon witnessing this scene. The dragon thought the goblins were foolish, but Chen Shen knew better. The actions of the black-armored goblins were to protect the unarmored wolf goblins and iron-skinned goblins. In terms of battle intelligence, the goblins were clearly ahead of this foolish dragon. We're doomed. Even from several kilometers away, the massive whirlwind, despite the obstruction of trees, still conveyed its terrifying power. This terrifying power was undoubtedly that of the dragon. Even Sha could sense that this dragon was likely of the wind attribute. Oh dragon, this brave one is still too young. Well, after all, being summoned only to witness the Titan Empire's destruction, not knowing the dragon's terror is a normal situation. It's just a pity about the development during this time. Sha looked regretfully at the remaining goblins in the territory, only about 50 left. It seems that after this war, only 50 goblins remain. I hope the resources needed to create this group of goblins aren't too much. Chen Chen was unaware of the thoughts of those around him. Sha had already begun to imagine ways to quickly recover from this loss, while Chen Chen was seriously observing the giant dragon. His curiosity wasn't about whether he could defeat the dragon, but rather how this dragon had been resurrected. There was no doubt that he would win this battle. It was just a matter of the cost of victory depending on the timing. In fact, even if all the black armored goblins were destroyed in this battle, it wouldn't be a big deal. So far, all the goblins had been obtained for free, and the losses were within an acceptable range. With the fountain of breeding and a large number of energy stones, he could summon more goblins with a wave of his hand, and the goblins summoned through the fountain of breeding would be fully grown, ready to join the battle as soon as they were born. So, victory was assured. It was just a question of how much it would cost. Perhaps, there is no cost at all. Chen Chen looked at the giant dragon before him, which seemed to only possess wind attribute abilities. Is it only capable of magical attacks? If you can only use magical attacks, then you can't harm my people. Roar! The dragon soared into the air, displaying a look of astonishment. What was happening? Why were its attacks ineffective against the goblins before it? Shouldn't the wind blade tornado tear these ugly creatures apart? Why did it seem like these goblins were unhurt? Suddenly, upon seeing the shimmering scales on the black-armored goblins, the dragon seemed to understand something. Humph, these ugly creatures actually possess spell resistance. Since ordinary magic is ineffective, let me show you the magic that belongs to dragons. Dragon Breath. Clearly a wind attribute magic, but at this moment, the dragon breath was continuously condensing in the dragon's mouth, emitting a heat like lava, as if countless blades were rapidly spinning within its massive jaws. Roar! Like lava, like a hurricane, like a natural disaster. Wherever the dragon breath passed, all the ground and trees seemed to be gradually disintegrated by countless tiny wind blades. By the time the attack reached the goblins, the sky was dark, and the land was scarred, a massive pit stretching from the sky to the ground. Dragon magic was terrifying indeed. Gah! The black-armored goblins quickly retreated to the walls, hundreds of goblins forming impenetrable black walls to firmly resist this devastating blow. This seemingly catastrophic attack, like a natural disaster, was gradually dissipating beneath the black walls. How is this possible? How can it have no effect? The dragon, astonished, launched another massive wind blade. Wherever the horizontal wind blade passed, everything was sliced apart. Meanwhile, the protected wolf giant goblins and iron-skinned goblins were not idle. As the wind blade approached, their spears had already been thrown like lightning. Enormous spears covered the dragon's body like arrows. Roar! The dragon roared in pain. Its immature scales couldn't withstand the full-force attack of the royal tier troops. In an instant, some spears created large craters upon impact, while others pierced its body and embedded themselves deeply. If Sha could see this scene, she would surely be astonished, for this group of goblins' throwing ability had actually breached the dragon's scale defenses. After all, this was something only a city defense crossbow could achieve. She didn't understand the concept of attribute points, so she had no idea just how strong the goblins that had been following and protecting her were. 50 attribute points were almost entirely allocated to strength, and the full-force throw had long surpassed the city defense's crossbow bolts. Still injured, Chen Chen observed the state of the goblins after the battle. The wind blades and wind blade tornado indeed did not harm the goblins, but the dragon's breath attack did. The damage from the dragon's breath exceeded 100 points. As expected of a dragon, it possesses skills that surpass current attributes. However, although this attack was formidable, it didn't exceed by much. The actual damage dealt to the goblins was probably around 20 attribute points. This kind of attack could harm the black-armored goblins, but not significantly. Before the dragon could discover and use its breath to wear down the goblins' throws were enough to turn it into a pincushion. Roar! The dragon, seeing its attacks repeatedly fail, felt a surge of anger. It roared, and its aura surged several times, with azure winds swirling around its body. Prepare to endure my strongest strike. The imposing dragon's head raised, its aura growing stronger, while the goblins stood ready, each summoning their strongest defensive stances. The next moment, the dragon's aura shattered, and it turned its back to the goblins, transforming into a streak of light that grew increasingly distant. Chen Chen! The goblins! Did that dragon just run away? Chen Chen stared in astonishment at the once arrogant and imposing dragon, now retreating further away. Damn, this makes it hard to catch. Chen Chen stood frozen in place, and the goblins were equally stunned. The dragon couldn't engage the black-armored goblins, but the goblins seemed to lack the ability to pursue. Poisoning, black armor defense, trampling, brutal strangulation? The only ranged skill among these was poisoning, but the dragon had long vanished from sight, even poisoning wouldn't reach it. Let it escape. Chen Shen felt a twinge of regret. He had thought a creature like a dragon would be proud, but it turned out to be so cowardly. Goodbye, goodbye, at least it runs fast. The dragon, riding the breeze, flapped its wings, each flap propelling it dozens of feet away. Is there something wrong with my inherited memories? Aren't goblins the lowest tier of monsters? But why are those oddly shaped goblins so powerful? Is it just because they look ugly? Then I look, alright, maybe I'm just too handsome. If looks determine combat power, the higher the looks, the lower the combat power, then this battle does make sense. Humph, silly goblins, they must be confused right now, right? I'm not stupid. If I can't beat you, of course, I have to run. The wind dragon displayed a lewd expression, then chuckled and accelerated its flight. Suddenly, a wave of inner condemnation struck the wind dragon like iron chains whipping at it. Spirit of the ancient tree? The thing that created me needs me to protect it? But I can't fight. Just as the wind dragon intended to endure the mental condemnation and speed away from this troublesome place, it suddenly realized that the transparent chains in its heart had materialized. A chain connected from the ancient tree to the wind dragon, suddenly tightening, pulling the chain straight. Roar! The wind dragon let out a terrified roar. The next second, the chain rapidly retracted, sending the wind dragon flying back at an even faster speed. Moments later, the goblins, who were preparing to break open the massive ancient tree for research, suddenly noticed a black dot in the sky that was continuously enlarging. What is that? Looks like something? Why is it getting bigger? Should we hide? We should hide, or else we'll be, boom. Several goblins, just out of combat mode, looked up at the black dot that was bound by chains and returning to the battlefield. Not in combat mode, they stood there, watching as the dot grew larger and then crashed down on them. Boom! The first batch of wounded has appeared in this battle. Roar! The wind dragon looked around in confusion at the familiar surroundings, the towering ancient trees, the dark goblins, and the spears that were once again attacking. Poison, trample, brutal strangulation. The goblins, having regained their senses, seemed to cherish this rare opportunity, throwing various skills at the wind dragon as if they were risking their lives. Previously, due to the opponent's airspace, they had few means to attack, but now that the enemy was right in front of them, their various attacks poured down like a torrential rain. Roar! The dragon cried out in pain, struggling to take off, but the goblins clung tightly to it, continuously tightening their grip. It was like a giant bird trying to soar into the sky, yet covered in vicious army ants. Roar! The dragon instinctively unleashed wind magic to sweep over its body, but only a few wolf-sized goblins and iron-skinned goblins were blown away. The armored goblins were well protected by their scales. Damn it, damn ancient tree spirit, damn goblins. The dragon roared in frustration, spiraling upward until it reached a certain height, then raised its head toward the sky. Dragon heal. A verdant light descended from the horizon, enveloping the wind dragon, and its wounds began to heal rapidly, the toxins quickly dissolving. Is that a healing skill of dragons? Chen Shen's face darkened as he saw the opponent easily recover from the damage inflicted earlier. Although he didn't know why the dragon had suddenly returned, this skill was very unfriendly to his goblins. As expected, the master's expression has turned grim. It seems the goblins have suffered heavy losses. Sha shook her head secretly as she observed Chen Shen's face. Indeed, still too young, no, summoned too suddenly. But after this loss, the master should become a bit more clear-headed. Saraville Shah listened to the dragon's furious roars, thinking that the goblins had suffered greatly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the river, the wind dragon, having just recovered, was full of vigor, performing various difficult maneuvers in the air to shake off the goblins that clung to it like parasites. The black-armored goblins, however, paid no heed to the dragon's struggles and continued to hold on to certain parts of its body, their scales digging fiercely into the dragon's own. Although the goblin's black scales could not break through the dragon's protective scales, they managed to lock themselves onto the dragon tightly through the gaps. Poison. The spiked goblins once again unleashed the poison skill, and in an instant, dozens of goblins attacked from all directions, injecting paralyzing poison throughout the dragon's body. What's going on? Didn't I just heal myself? Feeling the complex sensation of both paralysis and heat within its body, the dragon stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, quickly taking to the air again. Dragon heal. With a proud roar, the familiar motion, the wind dragon once again cast its healing skill. An even stronger green light cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the dragon. This time, I must completely eradicate the toxins. The dragon felt the toxins within its body rapidly disappearing, and it suddenly felt lighter. This is the feeling. Poison. The goblins also sensed that the toxins they had injected were being cleared by some force, so they once again injected a massive amount of poison into the dragon's body. Roar! More! This time, the poison was even more intense, and the wind dragon was paralyzed before it could even adjust its posture, crashing to the ground. With a mournful roar, numerous goblins swarmed over like ants to food. Ah, the dragon has started to wail. It seems it has killed too many and feels remorse. Sha looked at Chen Chen with some pity, unsure how to comfort him in a moment. Fortunately, my haul this time is quite good. It should provide some comfort to the master. More and more goblins climbed onto the giant dragon's body, and at that moment, the wind dragon also felt the threat of death. It frantically unleashed various skills, even resorting to using a wind blade tornado that swept over its entire body. Amidst its mad attacks, the wolf giant goblins and iron-skinned goblins suffered heavy losses, while the black-armored goblins, bolstered by their defensive capabilities, remained steadfast. Aside from the dragon's breath, none of the wind-based spells from this subadult giant dragon could harm the black-armored goblins. And even the dragon's breath skill could not be cast multiple times in quick succession by the wind dragon. Roar! At that moment, the wind dragon felt a life-threatening danger and frantically flapped its wings, flying off into the distance. Wrapped in azure energy, it flew at an incredible speed. At such a velocity, ordinary creatures would have long been unable to withstand the pain of being torn apart by wind blades. However, the black-armored goblins, thanks to their innate advantages, ignored the high-speed wind blades, which could only leave faint white marks on their scales. As expected of a dragon, without the protection of the black-armored goblins, it managed to kill off more than half of the wolf giant goblins and iron-skinned goblins in just 2 attacks. Chen Chen looked at the lost troops and realized that the current forces he had could no longer fully adapt to the dangers of the forest. Perhaps his troops had never adapted to the crises within the forest. It was just that as the exploration range expanded, his strength could not keep up. The dragon troops, I must have them. On the opposite bank, many goblins were rushing towards the direction the wind dragon had fled. Chen Chen believed that the goblins on his side could delay the dragon from flying too far. Indeed, the dragon did not fly far, but the reason it couldn't was not what Chen Chen had anticipated. After flying over 10 kilometers, a mysterious azure chain appeared on its body. The chain suddenly tightened, and with a metallic roar, it dragged the dragon swiftly backward. Roar! The dragon cried out in despair but was powerless to resist. Even in its prime state, it could not escape the influence of the ancient tree spirit, let alone now, when it was struggling against both the toxins and the ancient tree spirit. Sensing the wind dragon's rapid return, Chen Chen hurriedly instructed the pursuing goblins to return to their original positions and wait. There was no need for him to chase. The dragon seemed to be under some kind of restriction and could not fly far at all. Chen Chen turned to Sha, who seemed to know something, and asked, "Is that dragon under some kind of restriction, unable to leave a specific area?" Sha was taken aback for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. Hearing the master say this, it seemed that the goblins who had gone to support had not all perished, some had actually managed to escape back. She replied, "Yes, the phantoms nourished by the ancient tree spirit cannot leave the specific range of the ancient tree spirit." Chen Chen nodded and then reconnected his vision to the goblins, knowing that it would be easier to deal with the dragon now that it couldn't escape. The goblins had no aerial combat capabilities. If the opponent simply fled, it would indeed be a headache for him. But now that the dragon couldn't escape, he was confident he could wear it down bit by bit. In ground combat, the goblins were not afraid of the dragon, but in aerial combat, they could only choose to wear it down gradually. Just in time for me to see the full strength of the black-armored goblins and what capabilities you, the dragon, truly possess. Chen Chen transformed into multiple perspectives to observe the overall situation on the battlefield. The dragon, as expected, upon realizing its magical attacks were ineffective, shifted to physical attacks. Its massive body, as large as a small mountain, left deep gouges in the ground with every strike. Its thick tail could shatter stone and obliterate vegetation with a single sweep. Its enormous claws, sharp as sickles, left bloody marks on the black-armored goblins. It seems the lack of armor is a disadvantage. Chen Chen sighed inwardly as he watched the goblins getting injured again on the battlefield. If there had been a bit more fine iron and the goblins had been armed with armor, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. Unfortunately, there are no ifs on the battlefield. Beside the fruit trees, a massive battlefield formed within the surrounding barriers, where dragons and goblins fought fiercely. A single swipe of a dragon's tail could send a goblin flying hundreds of meters, yet the goblins, after crashing through more than 10 trees, would rise as if they felt no pain and charge at the dragon again. At this moment, the goblins' innate talent for battle was evident. They were cunning, treacherous, united, and unafraid of death. For them, dying in battle was merely returning to the embrace of the goblin god, nothing to fear. For the god, Gao. A level 15 black armored goblin, after being knocked back, picked up a spear from the ground and, like a hexagonal warrior, dodged the dragon's attacks, quickly closing the distance. The spear swung fiercely and, with tremendous force, plunged straight into the dragon's body. Roar! The dragon howled in pain, swiping with its claw and sending the goblin flying again. But this was not an isolated incident. All the black armored goblins were executing the same tactic, some wielding knives, others holding spears. The spears, like one-time weapons, became lodged in the dragon's body, difficult to remove. Meanwhile, the bone-splitting knives acted like persistent weapons, continuously carving bloody gashes into the dragon's flesh. Unable to escape and unable to fight back, the dragon's heart raced with turmoil. The more it fought, the weaker it became, while the goblins grew bolder with each clash. Soon, the dragon gradually lost its ability to resist. The goblins, like victorious dwarves facing a giant, stood atop the giant's body, wielding their cleavers and spears, proclaiming their victory. 18 wolf giants and 18 iron-skinned goblins are all destroyed, and 3 black-armored goblins have also been lost. Fortunately, the outcome is remarkable. A living dragon is enough to compensate for my troop losses. It's just a pity that we can't sell the dragon's corpse. Bring the dragon back. After giving the goblins their orders, Chen Shen turned his attention to Territorial Sha before him. The dragon's corpse is probably gone. What have you brought back this time? Sha let out a long breath. As she expected, her master had failed. However, fortunately, her gains were substantial and should help offset some losses. Sha removed her ring and respectfully handed it over. Master, this is what I obtained from trading using the snake body you provided. Chen Shen took the ring without hesitation and glanced through it, the supplies laid out before him. Aside from some small items, there were mainly 2 things. 14,000 energy stones, 7,000 pieces of fine iron, and... What is this? Chen Shen picked up an object that resembled a miniature alchemy furnace and inquired. Sha replied, Master, this is dragon's saliva, which has the effect of calming the mind and soul. If kept in the house for a long time, it can enhance control over mental power. Chen Shen smiled and praised, not bad, well thought out. He hadn't expected that this time not only would he gain significantly, but even the imperial trade side would also reap substantial rewards. Whether it was those 14,000 energy stones or 7,000 fine iron, both far exceeded Chen Shen's expectations. He didn't care about the process, he focused solely on the results. And clearly, the move he made initially was correct. Leveraging the differences between the Empire and the Lords could definitely allow him to profit immensely. Well done, here are the supplies for next time, along with a few bronze weapons. When he returned the ring to Territorial Sha, the energy stones and fine iron had already been exchanged for furs collected from the South River and the bronze weapons he had purchased. Indeed, regarding the bronze weapons, he only gave Territorial Sha 1 bone-splitting knife, while the other 4 bronze weapons were merely low-grade items he had acquired in the trading area. Things are valuable because they are rare. He must first let the people of Ostabang know about the power and scarcity of the bone-cracking blade, and then use it to seize the remaining market among the lords. Once good money drives out bad, the other bronze weapons will quickly depreciate, and he can then sell these bronze weapons back to the city of Ostabang for a profit. It is impossible to directly provide the city of Ostabang with a large number of bone-cracking blades. He must ensure that the nobles in the city understand the preciousness and rarity of the blade to raise his own value. Of course, all of this must wait until he returns with the dragon and obtains special troops before execution. Only with enough power to control will he showcase his financial strength. I'm in a good mood today, come here, I have a reward for you. Chen Shen waved his hand, and Territorial stepped forward. If the master is in a bad mood, she would definitely suffer this time, but suffering is better than being abandoned, at least it proves she is somewhat useful. City of Ostabang Osrog fulfilled his promise and took Heidi Yaden to find the Firefox. Second young master, the small country of Haina has been rampant lately, you should be careful when going out. As the 2 arrived at the city gate, they were kindly reminded by the guards. Alright, such excuses are only good for fooling others, step aside. But, the guard awkwardly scratched his head, a small country like Haina indeed wouldn't dare to attack the city of Ostabang. He had intended to do a favor to be remembered by the second young master, but it seemed to have backfired. Step aside, can't you see the second young master is leaving the city? The so-called guard immediately transformed into a sycophant, shouting at the others. Osrog nodded in satisfaction, he enjoyed this show of power and pretense. Thinking of this, Rog looked disdainfully at his dragon blood warhorse beneath him. Although this warhorse was also quite rare and could only be ridden by his father's dragon knight blood guards, after riding Su Qingyu's crocodile mount, it seemed rather ordinary. No matter how one compared, a dragon-horned warhorse could not compete with the 5-meter giant swamp emperor crocodile. Although the former had better performance, the latter's sheer size and flair outshone the dragon blood warhorse by several streets. Yadin beside him seemed to notice Rog's thoughts. However, she did not think there was anything wrong with the dragon blood warhorse. On the contrary, she was very satisfied. This dragon blood warhorse was the symbol of the OS family. The fact that the steward was willing to part with 2 dragon blood warhorses for this trip indicated the OS family's importance placed on the marriage with the Heidi family. The OS family lacked financial power, while the Heidi family lacked military strength. The two families complemented each other well. The elders of both sides were very satisfied. After all, they were well matched. But Rog seemed somewhat indifferent. To put it nicely, Rog, like herself, was curious. To put it harshly, Rog had not yet matured and was somewhat childish. Both shared a sense of curiosity, but she understood the trend of the times and knew to maintain the family, while Rog only pursued what he liked. Yadin sighed. Since Rog's temperament was immature, she would have to take the initiative. Rog, in 2 days, I will be turning 18. Have you thought about what gift you want to give me? Yadin, holding a bow and arrow, smiled sweetly, exuding both tenderness and vigor, her long ponytail making it hard for the city guards to look away. Unfortunately, the young man was captivated by maturity. At this moment, his mind was filled only with Su Qingyu's graceful figure, her wild style, and mysterious Eastern charm. Rog casually replied, "Aren't we going to catch the fire fox? It's hard to catch. Once we do, I'll give it to you as a birthday gift." Oh, fine. Yadin, for a moment, did not want to engage with this boring guy, and with a pat on the dragonblood warhorse's back, she sped away. She had already taken the initiative to bring up the topic, but Rog's response was so hard to accept. "You clearly said you would compensate me, but now it has turned into a gift for me." Yadin felt a bit wronged. There were countless suitors for a noble lady like her, at least hundreds, yet here was Rog. If it weren't for his identity and marriage, he would definitely not be the best choice. "Hey, wait for me." By the time Rog realized what was happening, Yadin had already run far ahead. Rog hurriedly spurred his horse to chase after her, but Yadin accelerated again, and the two began to chase each other back and forth. Yadin ran very fast, and Rog chased her all the way until he barely caught up with her at the edge of the forest. "Is this woman crazy? Why is she suddenly running so fast?" Rog complained softly, but due to the marriage alliance, he had to step forward to comfort her. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Rog. Dressed in a black cloak and wielding a long knife, it was his hidden guard. "Hidden guard? You're just in time. Go help me persuade Yadin." Rog was overjoyed to see the usually indifferent hidden guard take the initiative to appear. It seemed that Butler Fay was quite serious about his marriage alliance, even fearing that he wouldn't perform well enough to send a hidden guard for assistance. "What are you doing? Hurry up!" Seeing that the hidden guard showed no intention of moving, Rog helplessly covered his forehead and stepped forward himself. "If you're not here to help, then what are you doing here? Useless." Just as he was about to step forward, the hidden guard blocked him again. "What do you mean? Ignoring my orders is one thing, but you actually..." Before he could finish his harsh words, he saw another hidden guard appear beside Yadin. Rog wasn't foolish. The simultaneous appearance of two guards indicated that something was amiss in the surroundings. He cautiously observed his surroundings, and the next moment, a hearty laugh rang out. "No wonder you're the ace dog of the nobility, your nose is so sharp." Two figures in black robes slowly emerged from behind a large tree trunk. One was small and thin, while the other was bare-chested, shouldering an exaggeratedly large red long knife. "Who are you?" The hidden guard beside Yadin slowly led her back behind Osrog and then stood together with the other hidden guard. The bare-chested man with the blood knife disdainfully dug in his ear and flicked it away. "People from the Haina Kingdom, here to invite the two little friends home for a visit." "People from the Haina Kingdom? Impossible, a small place like Haina couldn't possibly have strong people like you. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare to attack us." Rog rebutted while drawing his ornate long sword from his waist for a sense of security. "TCH, I say it is, so it is. Why so much nonsense?" The burly man with the snow knife looked disdainfully at Osrog. A young master like him could be cut down with a single blow. Boom! The massive blood knife, measuring 1.70 meters, slammed down into the ground, creating a deep pit. The blood-red patterns on the wide blade seemed to come alive at that moment. Blood energy, murderous aura, and even the wails from the depths of the soul intertwined in a terrifying and complex aura on this blood knife. "This person is very strong." The two hidden guards exchanged glances and made a decision in their hearts. They quickly formed hand seals with one hand, and then two beams of light, one blue and one red, shot up into the sky. Bang! The beams had just flown a few dozen meters when they were blocked by an invisible barrier. When did this happen? The two looked in astonishment as their distress signal was intercepted by the barrier. But just now, they hadn't felt any fluctuations from the formation. Someone had quietly set up a barrier around them. Is it that person? All eyes turned to the thin man in the black robe. The man with the blood knife was clearly a berserker, and berserkers typically had no skills related to barriers. These two are more troublesome than the last. The two hidden guards instinctively moved to protect their charge. Rog and Yadin looked on with a hint of fear at all of this. Perhaps they could not gauge the true strength of their enemy from this aura, but they saw the hidden guard calling for help. Not only calling for help, but even that was intercepted. They knew they were in big trouble. Yadin took the bow and arrows from his back, drawing it to full draw, aiming at the two enemies. Rog gently caressed the long sword in his hand, readying himself with a magical enchantment. If you little ones behave, I'll take you back in one piece. If not, I'll bring you back broken. As he spoke, the man wielding the blood knife suddenly charged forward, disappearing from everyone's sight as he uttered a single word. Clang! Sparks flew as a figure was sent flying back. It was the hidden guard. What? How is that possible? My hidden guard is diamond level, how could he? Rog murmured, watching as the opponent had instantly killed his guard, the brilliant long sword in his hand dimming slightly. It's your turn, you two. The man with the blood knife slowly approached, dragging the long, wide blood knife across the ground, leaving a trail of crimson. The thin, wiry man in the black robe calmly observed everything, showing no intention of helping. Swish! Another hidden guard stepped in front of the two and lowered his young master's bow, pointing to the necklace around his neck. Yadin immediately understood, covering his own necklace and whispering a prayer. Why block the way? It's not easy to reach diamond level. Do you really want to die like a dog? The man with the blood knife looked on indifferently, raising his blood knife once more. Without any flashy moves, he simply lifted it and let it fall. It seemed he had already revealed his attack method and direction, yet the hidden guard had nowhere to evade. Divine Guardian! Boom! A golden holy shield enveloped the three, with a loving angel embracing the shield to protect the world. Crack, crack, crack! The holy shield was covered in cracks, but it managed to block this attack. TCH, let's see how many you can block. The man with the blood knife raised his long knife again, still indifferent as it fell. Bang! The holy shield shattered, and the blood knife mercilessly struck the hidden guard's shoulder, blood and shattered bone clearly visible. Cough, cough. The hidden guard coughed up blood but wore a smile, withstanding 2 strikes is enough. Are you betting that I won't notice this? A silent voice came from behind, and the thin black-robed man had somehow appeared between the two young masters, holding a delicate necklace. What? The hidden guard looked back in shock, realizing that the black-robed man had been waiting for their counterattack. The black-robed man looked at the teleportation array beneath his feet, applying pressure to the necklace in his hand. Bang! The necklace shattered, and he looked up to admire the hidden guard's despairing expression, only to see a smiling face. What are you laughing at? The black-robed man frowned, but the next second, he immediately left his position as if electrocuted. Swish! A blue light flashed, and the two young masters had already vanished without a trace. The black-robed man instantly shifted from confidence to anger. Why did I destroy your device and yet? Good, good, very good. The black-robed man traced the source of the magical fluctuations from the array, realizing that this teleportation array did not originate from the necklace at all. Hidden within the necklace was an auxiliary spell forming an acceleration spell, while the one truly activating the teleportation array was the Shadow Guard who had collapsed to the side at their first encounter. Very good, the famous dog of Ostraban indeed has some skill. The black-robed man, in a fit of anger, aimed at the nearest hidden guard, who fell with a loud crash. Triple speed, enhancement. Triple strike, enhancement. Double strength, enhancement. Stamina increase, enhancement. Toxicity, resistance, enhancement. Tenfold rage, enhancement. As the man in the black robe killed the second hidden guard, the first hidden guard was already drinking the potion he carried, adding dozens of buffs to himself. Come on, next, let's have some fun. The sound of a tiger and leopard roared as he flexed his long knife. Old ghost, you go chase those two little guys. This one is a bit troublesome, I'll handle it. The man referred to as old ghost nodded, and then a formation quickly formed beneath his feet. Wah! The hidden guard tried to stop him, but the man in the black robe had already vanished. No one understood teleportation in formations better than him. Damn it, then I'll kill you first. The hidden guard turned the blade and swung it out with endless rage. The blood knife man glanced at the blade as it sliced through time, suddenly quieting for a second. The next moment, the hidden guard exploded into several pieces, endless blood flowing toward the scarlet long knife. To think I had to make a third cut, what a hassle. The blood knife man shook his hand in disdain and then walked deeper into the forest. As he left, he couldn't help but mock the hidden guard. The 1,000 Ghost Forest is our base, you fool. Can't bring it back? Chen Chen in the wooden house sat up in shock. After a tiring day, he had wanted to see how the goblins bred with the giant dragon, given the vast difference in their sizes. But to his surprise, the goblins had not returned yet. They were still executing Chen Chen's last command to bring back the giant dragon. However, every time the goblins carried the crippled giant dragon across the river, a green chain would sprout from the dragon's body, pulling it back. Is this why that giant dragon wanted to escape but kept returning for no reason? Chen Chen pondered for a moment. He had thought that defeating the giant dragon would allow him to bring it back, but now it seemed he had been naive. Suddenly, he turned to Sha, who was lightly coughing, and said, I remember you mentioned that the giant dragon couldn't leave because of some ancient tree spirit's restriction, right? Giant, cough cough, giant dragon? Ancient tree spirit? Upon hearing this, Sha's expression changed immediately, and even her severe coughing stopped abruptly. Master, what are you talking about? I don't know anything. Sha's demeanor became somewhat flustered, instinctively biting her lip. When Chen Chen saw her biting her lip, he realized this was a reaction that indicated she was either lying or nervous. This woman was lying to him. Chen Chen had clearly heard about the reason the giant dragon couldn't leave the ancient tree during the battle between the giant dragon and the goblins, but now Sha was denying this situation. Don't know? If you don't know, then forget it. Since the other party didn't want to speak, Chen Chen shot a cold glance but didn't force it. He had multiple channels to obtain information, and there was no need to make it awkward. Seeing that Chen Chen didn't press further, Sha lowered her head even deeper. She could clearly feel that the tone of Chen Chen's voice when speaking to her seemed to have changed. A sense of strangeness emerged. Yes, it was a sense of strangeness, although Chen Chen's attitude towards her had not been particularly good before. Due to her service, she had seemed like one of their own, but now, a sense of distance arose. Yet, even so, she still did not intend to reveal her identity. The heart of the ancient tree, once her merchant guild grew stronger, she could find other ways to obtain it, but she absolutely could not expose her identity. Once her identity was revealed, let alone seeking revenge, what awaited her would be endless torment. This is your supply this time. I've given you the items, how you operate is up to you. Chen Chen packed the furs collected from the South River into the ring Sha had given him yesterday and returned it to her. By the way, there are also these bronze weapons, you can sell them to the so-called Heidi family. If the business is good enough, I can provide a large number of bronze weapons here. Seemingly recalling something, Chen Chen took out 4 bronze weapons he had collected, along with a bone-splitting knife forged by Gu Xiaoyu. To trade with a powerful family, one must first demonstrate their strength, and the diversity and power of bronze weapons serve as a representation of that strength. Alright, you can go now, Chen Chen instructed, beginning to usher people away. Sha tightly gripped the ring and the bronze weapons, her fingers turning white. According to her usual habit, she should stay a little longer, although she couldn't truly break free due to the royal curse. Chen Chen always liked to linger for a while. However, now, due to the cooling of their relationship, Chen Chen was actually starting to send her away. Sha clearly could endure a little less humiliation and serve Chen Chen for a bit longer, but why can't I feel happy at all? Why aren't you leaving yet? Chen Chen asked impatiently, looking at Sha, who was still kneeling. Yes, Sha almost bit her teeth to squeeze out the word, and after that, she slowly walked away. She knew that although Chen Chen was still the same Chen Chen, their relationship had changed. Outside the wooden house, the goblins in armor waiting for her had increased from 3 to 5. These 2 had been added after Chen Chen's command. The moment he made the decision, he had the other 2 goblins don armor to follow Sarawil Sha. Sha remained silent and then left the territory with the 5. Manhwa, the soul of the ancient tree. I want all the information regarding this name. As soon as Sha left, Chen Chen immediately sent a message to Manhwa. He had more than one channel for information. If it were about the Empire, he might feel a bit troubled, but for rumors or rare treasures, the information among lords was much more fluid. By the way, help me check if there are any spells or antidotes that can control people or difficult poisons among the lords or within the Empire. After much thought, Chen Chen decided to be more cautious. Sha was crucial to his future development regarding the Empire's channels, and there could be no mistakes. He had initially thought of persuading the other party, but now it seemed unlikely. Since it was unlikely, he would ensure protective measures were thorough. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. In Chen Chen's view, he would naturally treat his own people the best, but for others, it was merely a mutually beneficial relationship. Alright, no problem, Manhwa replied decisively, and he wouldn't question why Chen Chen needed these things or what they were for. He would just do as his boss instructed. In his eyes, he might have entered Chen Chen's core circle, but he would never become arrogant due to favoritism. Being able to cling to a powerful figure was already good enough, and he wouldn't jeopardize his future. A demigod-level lord was perhaps the only one among 100,000 lords. Once everything was instructed, Chen Shen sat back in his chair and raised his head. Since that dragon can't be brought back, then, let's conquer it locally. Chen Shen connected his vision to the goblins on the other side of the river, who were repeatedly lifting the dragon's body, and issued orders. High price offered for information about the soul of the ancient tree. High price offered for any means of control. Manhwa thought for a moment and edited these two messages in the trading channel, simultaneously sending related messages to high-ranking lords and special lords he was friendly with. Private messages were to ensure a more accurate and quick response, while the trading channel's requests were to prevent any omissions. After all, neither information nor means of control could be determined solely by the lord's level. In fact, many lords' troops, although lacking in combat power, had other special functions. Just like the previous slime lord, he discovered the uniqueness of his troops after surviving one crisis after another. Later, he discovered that the slime he produced had an incredibly strong healing effect. This discovery immediately turned his fortunes around, and one could say it became a huge success, as his slime healing liquid remained extremely popular to this day. Unlike spring water, which required soaking for healing, the slime healing liquid could be used directly in battle, much like in a game where you can consume potions while fighting your opponent. As lords constantly invaded each other, wars broke out endlessly, and slime mucus became one of the hottest commodities of the time. Ding ding! As soon as Manhwa sent his message, he received a quick reply. After all, the random shop was a place that people both loved and hated. Boss Manhwa, I have a method of control. My unit is a goo worm. As long as I have a mother worm, I can control the offspring. Goo worms? Manhwa stroked his chin, seeming to find it a decent method. What level of beings can your method control? Manhwa inquired. The Lord, seeing that Manhwa actually replied to his message, immediately expressed his joy. I can control any creature below the golden level, including the units of other lords. The Lord eagerly promoted his unit, trying to sell it to Manhwa. Manhwa pondered cautiously. The ability to control any creature below the golden level, even units, indeed met his requirements. However, the limitations of having to deal with golden level restrictions and the fact that it was the other party's unit were two significant drawbacks. Your unit is powerful and indeed a method of control, but the limitations are quite substantial, Manhwa responded after some consideration. The price isn't high, I can only offer 100 energy stones. No, I don't want that, give me gambling stones, I want gambling stones. Manhwa's message was interrupted halfway, and the other party's demand made his mouth twitch uncontrollably. Gambling stones, something he hadn't even thought would be so popular, and he had limited the sales, yet someone was still asking for them in this way. Among the three hottest commodities among lords today, gambling stones, healing liquids, and bronze weapons, anything among these three had to be prioritized. The bronze weapons needed no explanation, as they could change the units and the strength of the lords, while the healing liquid could determine the outcome of a battle. As for gambling stones, this thing was quite mysterious. Some had lost their fortunes over it, while others became overnight millionaires. It was said that some had opened side job skill books, some had found rare treasures, and even some had opened skill scrolls. Of course, there were also those who opened dozens or hundreds and found nothing at all. Thus, gambling stones became something that everyone both loved and hated. As the major shop selling gambling stones, the random shop became a place that everyone both loved and hated, due to the mysterious draws ranging from skill scrolls to thank you messages and try again. Gambling stones are limited in quantity. The gambling stones I have here have not been well replenished. If you change the gambling stones, you might not be able to get a 100 value mysterious draw. Manhwa hadn't expected the other party to want such things, but he still informed them to collect what the boss wanted. That's fine, I only need 25. 20 consecutive draws and 5 consecutive draws are the easiest to get something. The Lord, facing this sincere yet shrewd Manhwa, didn't even consider how many mysterious draws he could exchange, he just wanted enough to draw twice in a row. Manhwa, what is even going on here? With the rise of gambling stones, some people also researched some strange patterns. Some said that drawing in the early morning was best, that 10 consecutive draws and 20 consecutive draws were the easiest to yield results, and some even cuddled their gambling stones overnight to cultivate feelings before drawing. He handed over the gambling stones, and there were only 200 mysterious draws left in the South River, among which there were still dozens of empty prizes and a mix of random packages. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. During the time South River was chatting, many private messages had piled up, with quite a few people seeking the mysterious draws, but what they offered was somewhat disappointing. There was a glass of chronic poison that needed to be taken daily with an antidote. There was a poison that would cause addiction after consumption, making one feel itchy all over if they missed a day. There were even some items claiming to transmit some kind of mind control secret technique, rumored to have been a high-ranking executive before being sent to Atlantis. South River selectively accepted these items. After all, if the other party was asking for gambling stones, or rather mysterious draws, he could negotiate the price down. Saving a bit was better than nothing. Sigh, looks like I need to find the boss to restock. Not sure if these things are easy to handle. After finishing a long string of chats and selections, South River lay back tiredly in the rocking chair behind him. He looked at his shop, and there were only 100 mysterious draws left, which could be considered an emergency. But these things are somewhat unreliable. I wonder if they can meet the boss's needs. South River glanced at the items he had exchanged, various chronic poisons and antidotes, but all had significant side effects, with the best item being the insect soldier. However, controlling someone important to him with someone else's soldier was a huge risk in itself. Let's collect for another day. If there are no better options, I'll hand these things over to the boss. South River thought for a moment. He wasn't very satisfied with these items, and the boss probably wouldn't think much of them either. They could only be considered a last resort. Beep 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 beep. Why are there still people? South River tiredly opened the chat box but immediately straightened up from the rocking chair. This person is the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance. Why would they contact me? South River looked at the flashing message box in confusion, knowing that the random shop and the three major alliance shops were competitors. The Eternal Sun shop was fine, although it competed with the random shop for fur business. Its top products were bronze weapons, while the random shop's products were mysterious draws, so they didn't interfere. The alliance shop was different. It had no top products and only competed with the Eternal Sun and his own for all fur business in the market. A competitor coming to him after posting a demand was somewhat ominous. South River opened the message box, and sure enough, the other party sent an introduction to a skill scroll directly. Skill, Curse Seal. Impose a curse seal on the target through secret methods. The caster can torture and control the life and death of the cursed at any time. The one who receives the curse seal can actively activate it to temporarily unleash 10 times their potential. Note, no rank skill. Note, the cursed will never be able to surpass the caster's level in their lifetime. Note, a miraculous skill whose level cannot be judged due to excessive fluctuations. Note, what are you looking at? Whoever misses this skill, I'll laugh at them for 2.5 years. South River fell silent. After a moment, he took a deep breath and asked heavily, price. To be honest, the moment he saw this skill, South River was shocked. Because this skill not only perfectly met his needs but even exceeded them. The curse seal had 4 system notes, which was the most he had seen so far, and each one rated the skill highly. Given this, the skill wouldn't be cheap. Sure enough, after seeing South River's price inquiry, the other party replied instantly, 3,000 mysterious draws. Nan he. The expression on his face was one of utter speechlessness. Why did everyone have to be so mysterious? Wasn't the energy stone appealing enough? When did mysterious draws become the currency of trade? Energy stone trade, the amount is too large, the number of mysterious draws is far from enough. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance replied quickly, 1 million energy stones. Nan he. Actually, I still have 100 mysterious draws. The moment he saw the other party's price, Nan he remembered his own 100 mysterious draws. He had originally planned to sell this thing for a while longer, but now it seemed that wrapping things up early wasn't such a bad idea. On the other side, the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance, with a toothpick in his mouth, scoffed and replied, 9,000 energy stones, plus 100 mysterious draws. He knew that Nan he didn't have many mysterious draws left, otherwise, he wouldn't have implemented a limit on purchases, making it so that he had to find different members just to buy a mysterious draw. However, all of this was worth it. After all, he had spent quite a bit but had also drawn some good items. For example, the Curse Seal Scroll. With just this scroll, he could recoup all the mysterious draws he had previously drawn. The price is a bit high, isn't it? This skill is indeed good, but it has no rank. Nan he attempted to negotiate. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance was a straightforward person and directly said, if you have draws, the price goes down, if you don't, it's this price. This drove Nan he crazy. What the hell, was this person really that insane? Lowering the price by 1,000 energy stones for 100 draws? Had someone really become addicted to this extent in just a few days? This skill is really suitable, but he really doesn't have that many draws and energy stones. In that moment, Nan he even regretted his previous sales. That group of people had come to demand mysterious draws. If he hadn't exchanged them back then, he could have saved about 1,000 energy stones now. Indeed, one should not be greedy for small advantages. He was suffering a loss. But this skill is really suitable. Just by looking at the introduction of the curse seal, Nanhe knew that this skill was absolutely worth the price, and even Chen Chen would definitely like it, but it was just too expensive. He had only earned about 7,500 energy stones from his sales so far. Nanhe gritted his teeth. No, I must get this skill. 7,500 energy stones plus 100 mysterious draws. He was determined to obtain the curse seal skill. According to Chen Chen's plan, their future market was in the empire, and the means to gain control were clearly preparing for this. And the curse seal was the best method. Pills might be solvable, but various magical spells were definitely not something ordinary people could unravel. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance spat out the toothpick in his mouth and smiled slightly. Deal. The other party's offer was exactly what he aimed for, 7,500 energy stones. This should be all the income from selling mysterious draws so far. If you want to earn my money, give me back as much as you take. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance looked around at the wooden hammers, iron nails, durians, the secret history that the Lord had to mention, the most beautiful Lord rankings, and the most beautiful Lord photos. All of these were hard-earned money he had made from mysterious draws. Now, the money was all back, and he still had a pile of things left. Blood profit. The deal was struck, and the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance felt a rush of satisfaction. On the other side, the word deal left Nanhe silent as he received the items. According to what the boss said, agreeing so quickly means I can continue to negotiate the price, right? Damn, I really am not cut out to be a shady dealer. Nanhe took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly. Blood Oath Alliance leader, if you want to earn my money, just wait and see. Whatever you take, I'll make you give back. With the curse seal in hand, Nanhe began to calculate how to earn back his energy stones from the mysterious draws. You don't like lotteries? Let me give you a chance to draw as much as you want. At that moment, Nanhe felt a part of his conscience slip away. He had already decided that he would create a redemption prize based on the thank you notes. 10 thank you notes could be exchanged for a mysterious draw, and the thank you notes for the mysterious draw would need to be doubled. I bet you'll get addicted. The Sun Never Sets Alliance, low-level alliance of lords, funding of 2,000 energy stones from the Warrior Alliance. Funding of 1,000 energy stones from the Iron River Alliance. Funding of 3,000 energy stones from the Blood Oath Alliance. Funding of 500 energy stones from Lord Hapo. In the group chat, someone continuously reported the funding from various parties during this period. Brothers, as the saying goes, those who are righteous receive more help, while those who are not receive less. Now that various alliances and lords have chosen to support us, it proves that our success is inevitable. I won't say anything nauseating. Betrayal is betrayal. I betrayed Boss Kihanji. I'm not worth anything. Boss Kihanji has indeed treated us well, but people strive for higher places, just as water flows downwards. Wanting to attain a higher lord position is not our fault. We just want to become stronger, simply seeking a better chance of survival in this dangerous otherworld. In the last 3 days, please consolidate your forces. I will use the scroll provided by Lord Hapo to teleport all forces together. Let's attack Kihanji and establish a brand new Sun Never Sets alliance. No, I disagree. A voice of dissent emerged in the meeting. Who is it? Not only the leader but the other lords were also searching for this lord. Those who could enter this group had all been rigorously screened. It was impossible for differing opinions to arise. Moreover, expressing dissent at this moment could be fatal. It should be noted that this was not an offline meeting where they could capture the rebel. This was an online meeting. If there were differing voices online, by the time you spoke and discussed strategies, the other party might have already taken a screenshot and sent it to Kihanji. I disagree not with the idea of attacking the Lord, but with the fact that we should attack the Lord now. Before the others could find the person amidst the many chats, the first speaking Lord spoke again. Kihanji's strength is beyond your imagination. I am right next to the Lord's territory, and I can seriously tell you that with your current numbers, even if you all came together, you would not be a match for the Lord. Everyone fell silent, all claiming to initiate an attack, yet they hadn't even grasped Kihanji's true strength. I know you have support behind you, perhaps from a holy level Lord, or from Blood Oath, Iron River, and the Warrior Alliance, or maybe from somewhere else. But I must responsibly tell you that you are not a match for Kihanji. Why not? With so many of us, even a holy level Lord wouldn't be able to stop us, right? Yeah, we have hundreds of lords and nearly 10,000 troops. There's no way we can't kill Kihanji. One by one, the self-important individuals stood up to refute, but what awaited them was merciless ridicule. Nearly 10,000? Do you even know how far Kihanji's territory has developed now? With just one sentence, that lord silenced all the noisy voices. Everyone waited for the follow-up, and no more messages appeared in the group. When there were no more messages in the group, a string of numbers floated out. 13,000 pieces, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, this this is impossible. All the lords hiding behind the system instinctively swallowed their saliva. This number, impossible, absolutely impossible. Even the strongest Chen Chen today couldn't develop such a grand army. Right, 13,000 troops, do you think that's silver? No, bronze troops? If the alliance leader were a bronze troop, I would believe she could achieve such a feat, but she is a golden troop. Golden troop, 13,000 people, do you think anyone would believe the joke you're telling? Exactly, you're not still being fooled by the alliance leader's initial claim of being a bronze, are you? When the conversation first started, Chi Hongi had claimed she was just a bronze, and many people believed her. However, as the rise of the Eternal Sun continued, more and more people came to understand Chi Hongi. She was not only a golden troop but also a very special golden troop. In an instant, doubts and mockery poured in, but in the face of all this, the Lord merely said lightly, 3 days later, if you want to seek death, I won't stop you. But if you really want to achieve a brand new Eternal Sun, then follow me. 7 days later, I will lead you to victory. After saying this, her avatar dimmed, and she had already exited the group chat. Although others left the chat as well, it sparked a wave of followers. Whether it was true or not, they decided to understand the situation first. Although the matter sounded absurd, life is singular, who would joke with their own name? The reason they wanted to resist Chi Hongi was merely because she had used most of the resources to enhance herself, which sparked dissatisfaction among the crowd. It couldn't be said to be dissatisfaction, as compared to the other alliances, their treatment had improved significantly. Even though the resources of the Eternal Sun were concentrated in Chi Hongi herself, the remaining resources had allowed over 60% of the same tier lords to thrive. Especially the lower tier lords, even more so. Therefore, it wasn't that the treatment was insufficient, it was just greed at play. Human desire is like a rolling stone on a high mountain, while the infinitely possible Atlantis is like the gentle breeze that nudges the last obstacle of the rolling stone. Once greed begins, wisdom grows ever larger. The Blood Oath Alliance, which had just supported the Eternal Sun Alliance, now had its proud leader personally add that defiant lord. After all, wanting to move to the towering mountain of the Eternal Sun allowed for no carelessness. To succeed, don't be stingy with energy stones. The proud lord agreed to the Blood Oath leader's friend request, and then opened the door to the mountain. The core members of the Iron River Alliance also added this lord as a friend, but the answer they received was still the same. The Warrior Alliance's A-Tai also added the other party as a friend but was treated the same way. Don't be stingy with energy stones, and knowing the specific troop strength of Chi Hongi is really interesting. A-Tai naturally did not believe in that 13,000 troop strength. 13,000 golden troops could easily destroy a city or a small nation. Even the things he was doing would require no planning if he had such troops. He could just directly push through the city of Osto. But interesting as it was, he did not intend to expend too much energy on pushing against Chi Hongi. His energy was focused on the empire and the city closest to him. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was also aware of the meeting's content. 13,000 troops, truly unbelievable. Although the other party's troop strength was hard to believe, Chen Chen had no choice but to accept it. After all, he already possessed over 200 royal tier troops. What was so impossible about others having over 10,000 golden troops? There are many opportunities in Atlanta, and heaven does not favor just one person. He cannot always be the strongest. He can only ensure that he remains among the strongest. With 13,000 types of troops, if I exchange all the energy stones I currently have, I could possess over 4,000 gold-level goblins, and combined with my existing high-tier goblins, it wouldn't be impossible to fight. However, it will require more strength. Let's wait for the outcome between the goblins and that wind dragon. Although he was merely an observer, the gap in strength made him feel a renewed sense of crisis. Among lords, there has always been a competitive relationship. By the way, boss, I haven't heard anything about the ancient tree spirit yet, but I have found a means to control people. A flash of white light passed, and a scroll fell into Chen Chen's hands. Nanhe continued, boss, this thing cost me quite a bit of effort. I invested all the profits from selling gambling stones into it. However, the effect is definitely worth the price. Take a look. Nanhe added. Chen Chen examined the scroll in his hand. According to Nanhe, that gambling stone could be sold for at least 7,500 energy stones. This item was actually worth 7,500 energy stones? Chen Chen cast a reconnaissance spell on it. You have sensed a skill scroll, would you like to learn it? Skill, Curse Seal. By using a secret method to apply a curse seal on the target, the caster can torment and control the life and death of the one cursed at any time. The one who receives the curse seal can actively activate it to temporarily unleash 10 times their potential. Note, no rank skill. Note, the cursed will never be able to surpass the level of the caster in their lifetime. Note, a miraculous skill whose rank cannot be assessed due to excessive fluctuations. Note, what are you looking at? Anyone who misses this skill, I'll laugh at them for 2.5 years. Due to unknown influences, your item has undergone changes. Curse Seal has changed to Abyssal Curse Seal. Skill, Abyssal Curse Seal. By using the power of the Abyss to cast a Curse Seal on the target, the caster can torment and control the life and death of the one cursed at any time. The one who receives the Curse Seal can actively activate it to temporarily unleash 10 times their combat power and gain the power of the Abyss. Note, originally a demigod skill, but influenced by the mysterious power of the Abyss. Note, extremely dangerous, do not gaze into the Abyss, for the Abyss will consume everything. What is going on? Chen Shen looked at the scroll in his hand, which had changed from white to a grayish-white. On the grayish-white surface, it seemed that divine power was flowing, gradually gathering and condensing until it formed an eye. An unremarkable eye, yet it made one unconsciously want to stare at it. Chen Shen gazed at the eye on the scroll, and his hand instinctively opened it. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Abyssal Curse Seal. By using the power of the Abyss to cast a Curse Seal on the target, the caster can torment and control the life and death of the one cursed at any time. The one who receives the Curse Seal can actively activate it to temporarily unleash 10 times their combat power and gain the power of the Abyss. What? It was only when the system's notification sound rang that Chen Shen realized he had actively learned the skill Abyssal Curse Seal. I clearly remember being shocked by the changes in the Curse Seal. This Curse Seal. Chen Shen observed the Curse Seal again. It had indeed changed, and the ability to actively activate it to enhance potential tenfold had transformed into a more intuitive tenfold combat power. Moreover, it would also gain the enhancement of the power of the Abyss. The power of the Abyss, is all of this due to the power of the Abyss? Chen Shen felt somewhat bewildered. This skill was incredibly strong, absolutely powerful, and now, after mutation, it directly increased combat power tenfold, which was astonishing. But what was this power of the Abyss? The power of the Abyss, this seems somewhat familiar. He instinctively looked towards the nearby fountain of nurturing. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, Unique Unit Building. Initial level, LV3. Number of goblins that can be bred daily, 15. Current energy required for breeding, 30, 60, 75. Materials required for promotion, 10, 300 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 100 units of fine iron, 1 energy core. Note, cunning creatures from the dark abyss, any being that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures ignore reproductive isolation. Cunning creatures from the dark abyss, power of the abyss. If I really have any connection to the power of the abyss, then, is it the breeding spring? Chen Shan was still immersed in this skill. Since it was a choice of the breeding spring, it should be harmless to him. Activating it will increase combat power tenfold. If I can give that to every goblin, then when I activate it, Chen Shan took a deep breath. If the already powerful black-armored goblin were to be enhanced tenfold, what kind of scene would that be? Boss, can you still get gambling stones? That thing is selling like hotcakes, more than we expected. Boss? Nan he bombarded the immersed Chen Shen with several messages, waking him up. Gambling stones? Oh right, this thing was summoned by gambling stones. Chen Shen thought for a moment and then replied, it's a bit difficult, but I can give it a try. He had unexpectedly obtained gambling stones until now, and he had never really tried to find them. However, he did know where to produce gambling stones: the cave of the wolfmen, the territory of the biting shark, and Gusalyu's territory. I'll give this to you. After agreeing to help Nan he find gambling stones, Chen Shen sent over a batch of energy stones. Boss, what does this mean? Nan he looked at the 2,300 energy stones in his hand, somewhat surprised. Chen Shen took the initiative to explain, didn't you just say that the profits from gambling stones are used to buy scrolls? Don't forget the profit split of 70 to 30, this part is what you deserve. The sale of furs hasn't returned yet. Once the sale of furs returns, I'll give you that 30% profit. This. Nan he was momentarily stunned. Until now, he had been helping Chen Shen just to hold on to this big leg, but he had never thought he would have his own 30%. Even when buying skill scrolls, he subconsciously thought that since it was all Chen Shen's property, spending it wouldn't hurt him, and he even momentarily forgot that there was a part that belonged to him. Thank you, boss. Nan he did not refuse. At that moment, he felt he had followed the right person. To truly see a person, it is not in their promises during their downfall, but whether they are willing to fulfill their promises in times of prosperity. Chen Chen did it. I'll find a way regarding the gambling stones. Also, keep an eye on the Sun Never Sets Alliance recently. After Nan he took the spirit stones, Chen Chen assigned a new task. Perhaps in Nan he's eyes, he had always been benefiting from Chun Chen, taking advantage of him, whether it was through information channels, casual alliances, or other times when he needed Chun Chen to step in and show his name. But in Chun Chen's view, how could Nan He not be a great help to him? Perhaps he had also benefited from Nan He's light. Sitting at home, he could receive news from lords in all directions. With a single word, he could have numerous animal furs delivered to him. With a single word, the other party would help him find a scroll that he was very satisfied with, even bringing absolute surprises within a few hours. And Nan He, who did all this, asked for nothing in return. Even if he didn't ask for anything in return, Chun Chen would still find a way to give him something back. Understood, I will closely monitor the movements of the sun never sets and the other lords. I almost forgot about the other lords. It's all up to you. Chun Chen nodded, very satisfied with Nan He. He was not greedy, valued loyalty, and more importantly, he was half a good person. Good people had all died out in the original world. There was no space for good people to survive, so Nan He also changed, but not completely. He did not want to become a capitalist who reaps without sowing, nor did he wish to be a ruling noble. He simply wanted to be a businessman who worked less and earned more, making money through his own efforts, rather than becoming a slave to others, trapped in the vicious cycle of capital. Such a person asks for little and is worth forming deep connections with. The scroll arrived just in time. Let me see this so-called abyssal power. Chun Chen summoned a black-armored goblin and opened his palm to it. If successful, he would ascend to the strongest once again. Abyssal Curse Seal. Chun Chen extended his hand in front of the goblin to cast the skill. In an instant, a feeling of emptiness surged in his heart. This thing consumes quite a lot. Chun Chen's expression twisted. He felt as if a pump was extracting from within his body, drawing out his blood, his mental energy, and that unfathomable abyssal power. Moments later, Chun Chen's face turned pale, but in his hand appeared a gray-white vortex. The vortex spun continuously, as if it wanted to devour everything that gazed upon it. Is this the abyssal curse seal? Chun Chen twisted his expression as he looked at the vortex in his palm. That gray-white vortex had consumed a third of his overall energy just to condense. Not mental energy, not physical strength, but a third of his overall being. An indescribable feeling, yet he could sense that his body had suffered a loss, a comprehensive loss at that. This third would take him at least 3 days to recover. If he were to cast the abyssal curse seal again during the recovery period, it would likely harm his foundation. I originally wanted to implement this fully. How can I do that now? Chun Chen gasped helplessly. His plans to reclaim the throne would likely be delayed again. I really don't know how that Kihanji managed to develop her army to over 10,000. What a perverse woman. Chun Chen felt that his luck had not been bad on his journey, even quite good, yet his current strength had actually been surpassed by Kihanji. What kind of fortuitous encounter had this woman experienced? Forget it. I shouldn't worry about others, just focus on the present. The two were not in the same area, their relationship was distant, and Chun Chen had no need to fret unnecessarily. Let me see how far you can go. Chun Chen slapped the curse seal vortex onto the shoulder of the black-armored goblin. Buzz! It integrated perfectly. That gray-white vortex seemed to have found a home and actively merged into the goblin's body. There's a change. Chun Chen observed the goblin closely. He saw that the goblin's body underwent obvious changes as the gray-white vortex began to spin the moment it descended. The black stripes on the goblin's scaly armor were absorbed by the gray-white vortex. The goblin's transformation only stopped after the vortex devoured all the black stripes that symbolized the dark goblin. Is that all? Chun Chen looked at the vortex, which had slowed from fast to slow, as if the curse seal had ended. Damn, I used a third of my energy to create a small vortex that cleared the goblin's tattoos. Activate the curse seal for me to see. Reluctantly, he urged his goblin to activate the curse seal. GA. The goblin was momentarily stunned, not knowing what a curse mark was. But the gods did not issue orders lightly. He began to carefully sense his body, and indeed, he discovered something different. The god had actually transformed him. Gah! Buzz! The airwaves surged like a volcanic eruption, enveloping the black-armored goblin in a white aura, his demeanor shifting from simple to sharp. The black stripes that had been consumed by the gray-white vortex surged forth the moment the curse mark was activated, quickly crawling all over his body. The black diamond-shaped stripes not only wildly spread to cover his original position but also covered areas that had not been affected before, such as his neck, face, and hands. The chaotic black stripes covered the entire body of the goblin. The goblin's tattooed stripes increased, becoming more chaotic, yet also stronger. He stood there like a gleaming blade, making others feel a prickling sensation on their backs. Black-armored goblin, curse mark state, quality, gold attributes, 80 level, LV10, killing creatures can increase level, loyalty, devoted, you are the absolute faith of the goblin. Weapon, black armor, ignores spell attacks with attributes below 50, and grants a 40% exemption for spell attacks between 50 and 100. Skills, poisoning, black armor defense, trample, brutal strangulation, abyssal mist. Traits, ignores reproductive isolation. Special state, ends after 10 minutes. 80. Attributes points? Chen Chen stared at the goblin's changed panel, suddenly stunned. At that moment, he felt that exchanging 3 days of his state for a curse-marked goblin was not out of the question. Although the black-armored goblin was powerful, it was only of gold quality, with a total of 45 attributes. Even after reaching level 10, it was only equivalent to an ordinary king-level goblin with 50 attribute points. But now, the goblin could actually reach 80 attribute points, an increase of 30? Generally speaking, a difference of more than 10 attribute points could lead to a one-hit kill with the aid of skills. Just like when the Minotaur leader killed his goblin priest in one blow, if it weren't for the tactic of overwhelming numbers, he might not have one. And just recently, when facing the Wind Dragon, the Wind Dragon did not inflict significant damage on the black-armored goblin due to its special reasons. However, when his skills swept over the Wolf Giant Goblin and the Iron-Skinned Goblin, it was an instant kill. 80 attribute points can indeed make up for my lack of a leader. Chen Chen looked at the greatly transformed goblin and casually appointed it as the captain of the black-armored goblin. With such strength, it could even contend against a sub-adult dragon, more than enough to serve as a captain. With 80 attributes, plus the bone-cracking blade and the radiant armor, it could probably reach an overall attribute of 100? Chen Chen inhaled sharply. Once it recovers, I should apply a few more curse marks. This kind of killing machine is naturally better in greater numbers. Your goblin has created a new goblin outside your territory. Since it is not within your domain, it is automatically considered not under your command. Detected that your territory is the strongest goblin tribe in the vicinity, you have gained an opportunity to subdue the Dragon Man Goblin. Temporary task, as the god of goblins, you should dominate all goblins. Please subdue the powerful Dragon Man Goblin. Method of subjugation, literary debate, persuade with reason. Method of subjugation, martial combat, persuade with strength. Not within my range, and I still need to subdue it? Chen Chen frowned, somewhat astonished. He had considered that breeding goblins outside his territory would create new problems, but he had not anticipated this situation. Well, at least it gave me a chance to subdue it. But, how do dragons get pregnant? Damn, I missed the most exciting part. Chen Chen sighed in frustration and ordered the captain goblin in front of him to take some black-armored goblins to subdue the others. Chen Chen connected with the goblins responsible for breeding tasks, and from their perspective, it seemed they had buried themselves in the ground to recover after breeding. Beside him lay a group of strange green heads. The overall shape of the heads resembled a dragon's, exuding a certain majesty, but they bore black markings, the symbol of the dark goblins. As long as one possessed the bloodline of a dark goblin, no matter how their appearance changed, they would have black tattoos. However, did the Dragon Man Goblin already have tattoos spreading to its head upon its emergence? The current curse mark pattern of the black-armored goblins made Chen Chen pay more attention to these tattoos. It seemed that the more tattoos a goblin had, the stronger they became. So, if this Dragon Man Goblin was born with tattoos extending to its head, didn't that prove its extraordinary strength? Chen Chen licked his lips, beginning to anticipate. Moments later, the newly appointed captain of the black-armored goblins arrived beside the ancient tree with 100 black-armored goblins. Due to the other party's dragon bloodline, the captain did not take it lightly and brought a full 100 goblins with utmost sincerity and respect. In contrast, the Dragon Man Goblin buried in the soil had only 50 heads based on the number visible. 50 in one litter, no wonder it's a giant dragon, large in size and capable of breeding. Alright, let me see how you goblins subdue each other. Chen Chen observed the battle scene, intrigued by the system's so-called literary and martial contests. GA? The goblin captain tilted his head at the buried Dragon Man Goblin, seemingly questioning how a rebel could bury itself. The Dragon Man Goblin feels a kinship with your black-armored goblins, success rate of subjugation plus 30. Is that 30 already? That should be quite easy to subdue. What are you doing? In Chen Chen's shocked gaze, he saw the goblin captain and his men approach the group of Dragon Man goblins, mercilessly pounding the immobile dragon heads buried in the soil, some even kicking them directly. What the hell? Is this not following the rules of combat? What happened to the literary contest? GAO? GAGA. The Dragon Man Goblin, beaten black and blue, finally fought back against the black-armored goblins' attacks after emerging from the ground. Roar! A roar echoed through the mountains and forests. However, waiting for him was a size 43 foot covered in scales. The black-armored goblin wasted no time. Upon seeing the opponent rise, it kicked him down again and pressed its face close to attack. Roar! Wind Blade Tornado. The Dragon Man Goblin, inheriting the skills of the Wind Dragon, roared while summoning a blade-like tornado to sweep around itself in an attempt to push back the enemy. But the black-armored goblin showed no signs of retreat, enduring the Wind Blade Tornado that could tear gold and shred armor while continuing its assault. Let you betray, let you not submit, let you not wear a hat, let you grow wings, let you be more handsome than me, let you. The fists of the black-armored goblin fell like a relentless storm, and it continued to speak cheerfully while attacking. Meanwhile, the Dragon Man Goblin, on the verge of tears, was bewildered as it resisted. Betray? Who did I betray? How can I wear a hat if I don't have one? I have wings, it's natural. Is it my fault that I'm handsome? I'm still a child. I just got born. Unable to fight back or argue, the Dragon Man Goblin was overwhelmed by the numerical advantage of the black-armored goblins, who ambushed and pinned it down, giving it a thorough massage. The other black-armored goblins, also buried in the soil, got up to join the fray, turning the 2-on-1 into nearly 3-on-1, making the Dragon Man Goblin's situation even more miserable. The Dragon Goblin's fear of you has reached 100%. The Dragon Goblin's loyalty has reached 60% and has automatically become your unit. Detecting you as the Goblin God, the Goblin's loyalty has automatically upgraded to 100%. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the Dragon Goblin. Chen Chen twitched his lips. This. A literary duel? Dragon Goblin quality, King tier attributes, 55 level, LV3, killing creatures can increase level, loyalty, loyal, you are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, none. Skills, Poison Claw, Dragon Heal, Wind Blade Tornado, Dragon Breath. Traits, ignore reproductive isolation. Note, you finally made a move on the Dragon, Beast. King tier unit, born as King tier? Chen Chen looked at the Dragon Goblin's attribute panel. Born as King tier and inheriting a large number of Dragon-type skills from the Wind Dragon, the future is limitless. It's just that the physical attack is a bit low, otherwise, it wouldn't be bullied by the Black Armor Goblin like this. Chen Chen shook his head, realizing that the future development direction must not be too singular, or he would suffer losses. He looked at the Dragon Goblin, which had horns on its head, a tail behind, and a pair of fleshy wings on its back. He could be considered to have aerial combat power now. It's just that the numbers are a bit small, and I still need to spend money to buy from the spring. If only I could get another dragon. Chen Chen muttered, but he also knew that this was impossible. Given the current situation, if he wanted to obtain a dragon while saving money, it would probably only be the red dragon that was a bit farther away from him. Chen Chen looked at the map, where low-level red dragons were roaming, which was his next target. First, exchange some dragon goblins, then attack the territory of the low-level red dragon, and finally form a virtuous cycle. He opened the spring panel and selected the newly recorded Dragon Goblin. Number of Dragon Goblins that can be bred daily, 15 current energy required for breeding, 300. 15 can be bred daily. Chen Chen stared at the panel, lost in thought. Each lord has different restrictions on the summoning of units. After reaching LV2 and spring level, a bronze lord can summon 100 units daily, silver units 50, and the stronger the unit, the fewer can be summoned daily. For a special unit like Chen Chen, he can only summon 15 goblins daily, which is roughly equivalent to the restriction of king tier units. But, if he remembered correctly, Kihanji was also a powerful special unit, right? How did she manage to reach over 10,000 units? This woman. What method did she use to break through the unit summoning limit? Manhwa, if there are any updates about Kihanji recently, pay more attention, especially regarding unit-related news. Oh, this, I've been keeping an eye on it. Boss wants to know why the other party's unit count can exceed 10,000, right? Manhwa replied quickly. After managing the shop's daily affairs, he basically spent his time in groups and chatting with various high-level lords to gather intelligence. The issue of Kihanji's unit count had already caught someone's attention, and someone was currently scouting in that area. Oh, by the way, boss, is your spring also stuck at level 3? Manhwa asked. Chen Chen thought for a moment and answered truthfully, indeed, I have no clue about that so-called energy core. Manhwa nodded in agreement upon receiving the boss's confirmation. As expected, even you are stuck here. Based on the previous information from other high-level lords, it seems that Kihanji was able to break through the unit limit by finding some method to locate the energy core. If that's the case, then finding the energy core is of utmost importance. Nanyi pondered and began to explore the issue of locating the energy core. Well, it's a good thing that Chen Shen's troops are at the demigod level, otherwise, I would really be a bit intimidated by that woman. Nanyi thought of Chi Honi's strength and the possibility that she was already a level 4 spring water lord, which made him shiver involuntarily. Everyone was investigating Chihoni as the leader of the Never-Setting Sun Alliance. Even if her information was limited and her subordinates concealed things, they should still be aware of these matters. At most, they might not know who had betrayed her and who harbored ill intentions. Regarding the current state of the Never-Setting Sun Alliance, many lords and other alliances had already provided private support. Although their casual alliance had not done so, investigating the secrets of others and probing this powerful lord was still an offense. However, it was fortunate that he had the strongest lord backing him. Manhwa felt a rush of satisfaction. This was the benefit of having a powerful ally. Alright, got it. You stay alert. There have been quite a few troubles lately, so I appreciate your help. After hearing Manhwa's analysis, Chen also felt it was quite possible. As the leader, he only needed to wait for the results, while Manhwa, as one of his few intelligence personnel, bore many responsibilities. Of course, he also had his own tasks. His task was to grow stronger. The leader was a banner and a stabilizing force for everyone. In other words, the leader's strength was the confidence that allowed everyone to act arrogantly outside. Chen ended his conversation with Manhwa and transmitted the more than 7,000 pieces of fine iron to Gu Xiaoyu, casually asking if she had any more gambling stones. Wow, thank you, brother Chen. Luckily, you are here. My blacksmith profession level is already quite high now. I can forge weapons in just 1 hour now, and armor only takes 3 hours. Gu Xiaoyu's reply was filled with excitement, happiness, and pride. So far, every weapon she had forged did not require raw materials. Although she hadn't earned any energy stones, her blacksmith level had increased significantly, laying a deep foundation for the future. This was also thanks to Chen discovering her potential. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how long it would take to realize she could reach the level of bronze weapons. More importantly, brother Chen had also provided her with a large amount of fine iron to practice with. Oh no, it should be that the Lord is a good person. She was now a member of the Casual Alliance. After learning about Gu Xiaoyu's potential, Chen signed an agreement with her. The first 900 pieces of fine iron were for practice, and for any subsequent fine iron needed to forge into bronze weapons, Gu Xiaoyu would receive a commission of 1 to 3 energy stones for each weapon. Moreover, this treatment would improve as Gu Xiaoyu's blacksmith level increased. This was equivalent to Chen investing a large sum to cultivate Gu Xiaoyu, who would later repay the Casual Alliance as she grew. Alright, besides giving you fine iron, I also have something to ask you. Chen finally managed to squeeze out a gap from all her praises. He spoke, do you still have that kind of gambling stone you gave me last time? Gambling stone? Gu Xiaoyu looked at the piles of stones in the corner, some large and some small, all of which were the gambling stones produced while she was mining for materials to forge weapons. These things were useless to her, she had even quit gambling. Gu Xiaoyu had no intention of having anything to do with gambling or drugs in this lifetime. Gu Xiaoyu said, I still have some here. If brother Chen wants them, I can bring them to you. Saying this, she hurriedly sent the items over to Chen. Chen looked in surprise at the gambling stones that had been transmitted. There were at least 2,000 of them, right? This little girl has such a big heart. Aren't you afraid I'll swallow these things? Chen teased. Gu Xiaoyu replied playfully, I'm not afraid, these things were originally meant for you. Besides, didn't brother Chen also give me a lot of fine iron? Gu Xiaoyu countered, and Chen scoffed. You've really become like that. It turned out that their trust in each other had unknowingly reached this level. However, when it came to relationships, Chen still wouldn't take advantage of the other party. After all, the gambling stone market was booming, and Manhwa was even discussing price increases with him. If the price of gambling stones really went up, one piece would be equivalent to 4 energy stones. In Gu Xiaoyu's case, she would need to forge 4 bronze weapons or a set of bronze armor. Chen sent over 4,000 energy stones and asked, Xiaoyu, with energy stones being so popular now, why are you still willing to sell them to me? I'm not selling them to you, I'm giving them to you, Gu Xiaoyu emphasized. Chen looked at the energy stones she had received. In that case, give the energy stones back to me, Chen teased. Gu Xiaoyu chuckled, no, the things are a gift for brother Chen, and those energy stones are a gift from brother Chen to me. She knew Chen wouldn't take her things for free, so she said it was a gift. But if Chen really didn't pay, Gu Xiaoyu wouldn't feel bad. Selling such things was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Her mind was now entirely focused on blacksmithing, with no time to worry about this. Once her blacksmithing profession grew, there would be plenty of people willing to pay her for her work. Aren't you even a little envious? I've made quite a bit of money from your gambling stones, Chen said. Not envious, stop talking about it. I'm going to forge, Gu Xiaoyu replied, pouting and a bit impatient. She certainly knew that gambling stones could make money, but she wasn't the first to discover that eggs could stand upright. Chen Chen found it, so it was naturally his credit. Why should she be envious? He hadn't given her much at the time, and if he wanted to make it big, he still needed to acquire more from other places. Gu Xiaoyu wasn't foolish and wasn't prone to jealousy. What belonged to others was theirs, and what belonged to her was hers. Just like her current blacksmithing, although it was tiring, every weapon she made and every hammer strike on the energy stone was an increase in experience. She had her own way of improving, without needing to envy others. Alright, you win. Next time, I'll bring you more fine iron. Shen Shen shook his head, unable to understand why such a cute young girl liked swinging a big hammer. With her pure appearance and dressed in a cute Lolita style, she was smashing iron with biceps thicker than her own head. Forget it, I won't think about this anymore. Let's go to the other two places to find more gambling stones. Shen Shen instructed the goblin to head to the previous werewolf territory and the land of the landshark to look for more gambling stones. As for himself, he began to study the ancient trees and the barriers of the ancient trees. He was not as indifferent to the level restrictions of the spring water as Manhwa thought. On the contrary, he cared a lot. Because dragons were very rare, the best way to obtain more dragon goblins was through the nurturing of spring water. However, his spring water also had its own limitations. Only by lifting those restrictions or finding more dragons could his strength be enhanced. He always felt something about the ancient trees on the other side of the river. There must be deeper secrets hidden there. What exactly does the soul of the ancient tree refer to? Leader, according to the current investigation, the three alliances have provided varying degrees of support to those traders. And that casually formed alliance by Qin Shan, although no support from it has been discovered, the shadow of Manhwa has been found. The shadow of Manhwa? Shi Hong showed some interest. The presence of Manhwa meant that the casually formed alliance behind it was also involved. Qin Shan, I didn't expect you to get involved too? Ha! Suddenly, a scoff echoed, and Shi Hong continued, that makes sense, after all, you are not the legendary demigod class. My existence must have threatened you, right? It doesn't matter, come on, all of you, even if you all come at me together, what does it matter? As long as you are not demigods, you are no match for me. Shi Hong's dominance surprised the person reporting to her. Alliance leader, what if that Chen Chen is really a demigod lord? The reporter asked, somewhat confused. After all, Chen Shen's strength was evident to all. Although he had never admitted that his class was demigod level, one could infer it from his deeds. He cannot be demigod level. Among 100,000 lords, there is only one demigod lord, and I have already found that person. Shi Hong revealed a confident smile. With her current strength, she was invincible below the demigod level, and that demigod lord would not be her enemy at all. By the way, how is the investigation into the lords with evil aura and evil will going? Shi Hong did not continue explaining and inquired about new intelligence. We have screened 3,000 lords and shortlisted 20. Here is the list. The reporter submitted a list. Shi Hong glanced at the list. Poisonous goo class, dirty night class, sinful frog class, Celtic class. Not bad. She nodded to herself while looking at the list. Although this list might not contain the evil will sought by the demigod lord, having it would save the other party a lot of effort. With this list, I can build a good relationship with the demigod lord. Shi Hong casually handed over several energy stones to the reporter, instructed him to continue gathering information, and then ended the communication. She walked out of the room and onto the top floor of the fortress. This four-story fortress was situated on a high slope, and looking down, wisps of smoke gathered into a stream. Houses of varying heights and tents of different sizes created a town-like appearance at a glance. Perhaps it can be considered a town, just missing a city wall, Shi Hong said with a hint of self-mockery. In reality, her military strength had exceeded 20,000. With such a force, not only could she establish a town, but she could also easily build a city. Moreover, these were all combat members. She admired the territory she had created. In Atlan, a defensive force of 100 could be called a village, 1,000 could be called a town, and 10,000 could establish a city. Even someone like her, with pure combat power exceeding 20,000, could easily plunder some small cities and gather refugees to establish a nation. However, she would not do that. Building a city with 20,000 troops was feasible, but establishing a nation was too small. Even if it were built, it would only be a bottom-tier small country. Shi Hong wanted to do it well, to do it big. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the smoke from the soldiers cooking below. Shi Hong sniffed the air. The wind carried a fresh scent, indicating that it was going to rain. After this wind and rain pass, it will be time to consider launching an offensive against the surrounding towns. Shi Hong smiled slightly. No matter the wind and rain, she was destined to stand at the peak. Come on, all of you. She laughed at the storm. I will gather you, train you, and even suppress the high-level lords for you. In this perilous otherworld, I grant you the right to live, yet you wish for my death. Humph, then come. Let me see just how many people are dissatisfied with me. Shihani's eyes turned sharp, a flash of red light flickering, a vibrant lotus reflected in her pupils. Those who act against the tide, those who create chaos and abandon it, shall all be slain. In the training ground, among the mechanical puppets, Chen was practicing his agility, darting and weaving. The training ground can double the experience gained by the trainees. The goblins do not like to train, but Chen inadvertently discovered that it was actually useful for him as well. Although the experience gained is minimal, it can increase his practical combat experience and unexpected attribute points. Yes, he never thought that attribute points could be obtained through training. However, according to his investigation, it seems that only the training ground has this effect. Fortunately, I chose the training ground back then. Since the territory was upgraded, the training ground reward has appeared twice. He wonders if the other lord has discovered the secret of the training ground. Congratulations! You have gained +1 speed attribute and +1 spirit attribute through persistent training. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chen stopped the mechanical puppet from chasing him. He still chose to focus on speed and spirit for his training at the training ground. As a behind-the-scenes figure, he may not be able to fight, but he must be fast, and strong mental power allows him to endure longer. With this, my total attributes have finally reached 35. Chen examined his personal attribute panel. During these days, he not only handled various affairs daily but also trained at the training ground while continuously consuming the flesh and blood of the goblin bosses they brought back. With the constant intake of the monster boss's flesh in his own training, his panel has now reached level 3. His total attributes are 37, with spirit at 18 and speed at 13. With these stats, I can already rival royal tier troops. Moreover, with the addition of the silver scythe, I could even compare to some powerful royal tier troops. Chen calculated carefully, if he were to convert his current strength into the stages of the human empire, he should be at the platinum level. More like the upper tier of the platinum level. In Saravel Shah's eyes, this was merely the recovery of a hero's strength. No matter how fast the advancement, she wouldn't be surprised. However, Chen, the person involved, knew that his current strength was entirely reliant on eating, drinking, and training. Now my strength is decent, and there aren't any dangers nearby. How about going out to explore? Chen felt a stir in his heart. Since arriving in Atlan, he hadn't left his small territory. Observing the world through the goblin's perspective made him itch to try it himself. He hadn't gone out before because he was too weak and worried about his safety, but now, even an ordinary black-armored goblin shouldn't be his opponent, right? Of course, excluding the Dragon Man goblins. Just as black-armored goblins restrain Dragon Man goblins similarly restrain Chen. Chen strength is equivalent to royal tier troops, and the confidence that allows him to dominate among them comes from his silver weapon, the silver scythe. However, the silver scythe's properties are the opposite of the black-armored goblins, who are immune to magical damage, while he is immune to physical damage. The Dragon Man goblins, infused with dragon-type magic, happen to be his nemesis. Fortunately, this thing is my troop. Chen breathed a sigh of relief and then set out with a few Dragon Man goblins. He could go out to train, but he didn't have to refuse the protection of his troops. The two were not in conflict. Don't go too far, just inspect the work of the earth-walking goblins and come back. That's it. Chen found himself a reason and then led the goblins out of the territory. But just after walking a short distance, Chen expression darkened instantly. Help, please save me. Please, I beg you, save me. A beautiful girl ran and shouted, pursued desperately by men in black. What the hell, this scene is too classic, right? Without thinking, Chen immediately turned around. It wasn't that he was afraid of the pursuers, after all, there was nothing terrifying at his doorstep. However, in the dense forest, danger lurked everywhere. The girl cried for help, and the assassin pursued her. It was clear that trouble was imminent. I won't cause any trouble. Chen turned to leave, but heard a whistling sound behind him. Turning back, he saw a sharp arrow flying swiftly towards him. Swish! Chen dodged just in time, but a piece of his clothing and some flesh were still torn away by the arrow. Before he could get angry, he saw the girl fall to the ground with a thud, uttering a sentence just before losing consciousness. The arrow is poisoned, save me. Chen? What the hell, I just came out for a walk, damn it. The world is perilous. Chen touched the wound on his shoulder, unable to regain his senses for a long time. I just came out for a walk, how did I get involved in this? While Chen was lost in thought, several figures in black robes took the opportunity to try to carry the girl away. Chen Shen immediately cast a cold glance, and an invisible pressure that ordinary people could not perceive enveloped the group. He said, "Put down the girl, let me handle this." The black-robed figures immediately halted their movements and drew their weapons. The silver crescent blades glimmered coldly, but they were sweating profusely. It wasn't just because the man was surrounded by dragon-like creatures, but also due to the terrifying aura emanating from him. This aura felt as if it came from hell, or perhaps from some mysterious abyss, making one instinctively submit. His shoulder throbbed with pain, and Chen Shen looked over to see that the wound was already red and beginning to spread. Under the intimidation of the Dragon Man goblins, the black-robed figures dared not act recklessly. From the perception of their aura, these monsters were all platinum-level experts, while he and his companions were merely golden. Facing such formidable enemies, if he dared to act, death would surely await him. Chen Shen approached the girl quickly, her delicate face slightly baby-like. "Cough, I'm here to find the antidote." Not very voluptuous, but exuding purity. "Cough, I'm here to find the antidote." Her rare blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, beautifully. "Damn, I already said I'm here to find the antidote, why is it?" Chen Shen, feeling frustrated, rushed in front of the black-robed figures and slapped one of them twice, finally calming his heated heart. He returned to the girl and searched again. Smooth. Damn. After giving the black-robed figure a few more slaps, Chen Shen's heart calmed down once more. The black-robed figure. Chen Shen suppressed his discomfort and heat, beginning to search the figure. The girl wore a streamlined sports outfit, a short top and shorts, with a quiver on her back and a longbow in her hand. The simplicity of her attire puzzled Chen Shen. There seemed to be no place to hide anything, yet he couldn't find the antidote. Could it be in the ring? He noticed the delicate silver ring on her slender finger, which he assumed was for storage. At that moment, the power of his mental strength came into play. His overwhelming mental force broke through the original owner's mental barrier like a wild bull. Chen Shen looked inside, a mountain of gold coins, the clothes she usually wore, incomprehensible blueprints, neatly arranged quivers, some inexplicable tokens, and a few worthless trinkets. Damn, where's the antidote? After several searches, he still found no antidote. At this moment, Chen Shen's eyes turned red, his whole body felt like it was burning with flames, as if something was crawling on him. He turned to the black-robed figures with a fiery gaze and asked, "Do you have the antidote?" The black-robed figures exchanged glances and shook their heads. Huff, huff. Chen Shen's breathing became heavy as he suppressed his discomfort and asked, "What about the other pursuers? Do they have the antidote?" Well, the black-robed figures looked at each other, and then one of them spoke, "There are only 4 of us here. If you need the antidote, I can request it from above, I believe." "Kill them all." Chen Shen heard that there were no more pursuers and immediately ordered the goblins. Ka. Roar. The Dragon Man goblin moved extremely quickly. As soon as Chen Shen's words fell, its wings flapped, and its poisonous claws had already pierced the throat, completing a swift kill. "Clean this place up, and throw the bodies into the breeding yard to feed the pigs." Ga. The goblin immediately understood, and a wind blade tornado destroyed all traces of the battle before it flew off with the bodies towards the breeding yard within their territory. The other Dragon Man goblins were not idle either. One carried Chen Shen, while another took the unconscious girl on the ground, both flying back to their territory at high speed. In just a moment, they had arrived within the territory. At this time, Chen Shen felt his blood boiling, as if his veins were about to explode. What the hell did that woman poison me with? Staggering to the spring, he drank from the nurturing spring that flowed gracefully above. Generally, the nurturing spring could heal most injuries of the Lord and his troops. Chen Shen drank until he was 8/10 full but still felt hot. Not only hot, but he was even thirstier. No, this can't go on. He returned to the girl, trying to find an antidote. However, his sense of smell, hearing, and touch seemed to have become much more sensitive. They were only a few meters apart, yet he could smell a faint, elegant fragrance that was somewhat noble and a bit playful, like a graceful elf in the forest. Roar! Chen Shen instinctively let out a roar. Finally, primal desire overwhelmed everything. The boiling blood turned him into a beast. The elegant fragrance felt like some kind of deadly poison, constantly demanding mental sustenance. Gulyolu. His mouth was dry and parched. Suddenly, it was as if he had discovered the antidote. It had always been right beside him. From the front door to outside, from outside to the wooden house. "Yaden, do you like Rog? Like him?" "Humph. Not really." Yaden looked at her mother, pouting a bit stubbornly. The lady chuckled, knowing her daughter's thoughts, and ruffled her daughter's hair, saying, "Yaden, you are about to come of age. For commoners, it may not mean much, but for the nobles of the Titan Empire, it is a special age. Generally, reaching this age means that the young noble begins to gain inheritance rights, and the family will gradually distribute power to the young nobles. Once you bear the title of nobility, you must start to act in ways that benefit the nobility and the family. Lady Heidi looked at her daughter. In just one more day, her daughter would come of age. After coming of age, Heidi Yaden would inevitably have to bear the burden of noble marriage. But as a mother, she wanted her daughter to choose someone she liked, and if Rog was not to her liking, then they could find someone else. Yaden's little face immediately drooped. I know, mother, haven't you already arranged my marriage to Rog? Lady Heidi remained gentle, but it also depends on whether you like Rog. If you don't, I can help you find another marriage partner. Although the alliance between the Heidi family and the OS family is the best choice, what the OS family seeks from us is not what we seek from them. You can choose your future husband. Is that so? Yaden knew she could choose her husband, but she couldn't feel happy about it at all. Lady Heidi seemed to see something, pinching her daughter's little nose. Is it because you think Rog is a bit of a flirt? I am not. Yaden's face instantly turned rosy, but she still refused to admit it. Lady Heidi smiled without speaking. It seemed her daughter was somewhat satisfied with Rog, just not fond of his flirtatious nature. Nobles, how many of them are not flirtatious? Lady Heidi comforted. Yaden immediately retorted, but father, that's because he doesn't dare. Mrs. Heidi knew what her daughter wanted to say and quickly interrupted her. Why doesn't he dare? Yaden became interested. Her father had never wanted the other nobles to marry 3 or 4 wives, and he had always had only her mother. This intrigued her. Want to know? The lady feigned mystery, causing her daughter's eyes to sparkle, until she leaned in to share a past story, and Yaden's face instantly flushed. So, back then, it was. Mother fell for father's good looks and then drugged him to force him? Yaden looked at her mother in shock. Was this really the elegant and respected Mrs. Heidi? How could she behave like this? Yaden swallowed hard. She never expected her mother to have such a past. She had thought her own straightforward, strong, and curious nature was inherited from her father, but now it seemed. Could it be from her mother? Mrs. Heidi looked at her daughter with a hint of pride. With just the 2 of them and her daughter at the right age for marriage, she certainly didn't mind recounting her heroic tale. Of course. At that time, I was having dinner with your aunt when I happened to run into your father. Both your aunt and I took a liking to him, but she was too timid to make a move. Mrs. Heidi recounted a wild story from her youth, a time of madness that shaped her current gentle demeanor, all for the sake of the Heidi family's development. If it weren't for the family, she might still be that fearless knight, unafraid of anything. Yaden listened as her mother shared these bizarre tales. How she had pinned the usually imposing father against the wall during dinner and, in front of everyone, had directly kissed him, sealing off his escape. And that night, in a fit of madness, she had gone to drug him, leaving behind 100 gold coins as she left. Yaden's breath became heavy. It seemed like the life she envied and longed for. The mother and daughter chatted late into the night, and if it weren't for wanting to catch firefoxes in the Thousand Ghost Forest with Rog the next day, Yaden would have listened all night. Mother, Seeing her mother about to leave, Yaden wanted to say something but felt too shy to speak. Mrs. Heidi regained her authoritative demeanor, but her daughter pointed to the table nearby. Her daughter had indeed inherited more from her. Little Yaden, remember to choose the right time and place when you use this. There's no antidote. Once you have a man's body, why worry about not capturing his heart? Don't worry, as long as you can handle it and are charming enough, no man can escape your grasp. Women from the East Continent or the little girls from the Anabel family are no problem. Her mother's advice replayed in Yaden's mind as her consciousness gradually cleared. Ugh, it hurts. So much. Feeling pain all over, Yaden didn't even have the strength to get up. I remember I took the drug and went out of the city with Rog. That idiot Rog got himself into trouble right after we left the city. And then, the hidden guard appeared, and attacked, Haina. Was I captured and tortured by those men in black? Yaden felt the pain and recalled the days of her escape. Hiding and running, getting separated from Rog, and finally. Wait, did I see a dragon person at the end? No, it seemed like a person, right? Was it a person or a dragon person? Yaden's consciousness gradually cleared as she recalled everything before she fainted, running all the way until she saw a dragon person, no, many dragon people. Then she cried for help, but the other person turned and walked away. She remembered her mother's words. No one will rescue a stranger for no reason. If you want others to save you from danger, the best way is to drag them into the water with you. When interests are involved, no one will stand aside. But how did I drag that dragon person into the water? In the next moment, Yaden was completely awake. I used what my mother gave me on a dragon person. Panic fueled her weary body, and Yaden found an unexpected strength to turn around. As she turned, a fair face appeared in her line of sight. Thank goodness, it's not a dragon person. Wait, who is this person? Yaden's heart raced as she recalled everything from yesterday, but the memories in her mind seemed fragmented, and she couldn't piece them together. After a moment, she accepted reality. Did I sleep with this man? Her small hand gently touched his cheek, and upon closer inspection, he was even more handsome than Roger. He also had a mysterious aura. Oh right, he has black hair. I slept with a man from the East Continent? Yaden exclaimed, feeling a surge of pride. The East Continent, isn't that the country where Su Qingyu is from? So what do I do now? Faced with this situation for the first time, she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, her mother's story came to mind. Right, give him money. I will be responsible for you. Yaden looked at the man before her and unconsciously leaned in to kiss him. Actually, according to her mother's script, the line should have been, I won't be responsible for you. But for this man from the East Continent, Yaden found it hard to say. Black hair, so beautiful. For her first man, although it was unexpected, she felt more joy than anything else. Black hair, if he opens his eyes, will he have starry eyes? At that moment, Roger was completely forgotten by Yaden. She only knew she had slept with a man, which somewhat went against noble traditions. But this man was truly remarkable. Yaden looked at his body, which was as strong as a cheetah's, and he must be a warrior, right? I happen to be an archer and a warrior, one in the front line, one in the back. Yaden bit her lip, secretly delighted in her imagination. Chen Chen groaned softly, feeling discomfort in his body. Oh no, I need to maintain an air of mystery. My mother said, to win over a man, you must always keep an air of mystery, not to follow his lead, but to lead him. Yaden didn't know where she found the strength, but she endured the tearing pain in her body, got up, grabbed the clothes beside her, and put them on, staggering toward the door. Wait, no, I didn't pay. Yaden froze in place, frustrated by her mistake, and hurriedly tried to shuffle back to the bed. But despite the short distance of just a few meters, she couldn't move at all. As she watched Chen Chen's movements becoming more pronounced, as he was about to wake up, Yaden, in a panic, took out a handful of gold coins from her ring and tossed them over. However, due to her weak arms, she scattered the coins all over the floor, with only a few landing on the large bed. Helpless, she had to take out another handful of coins and throw them again. Ugh, my head hurts. Chen Chen shook his head and sat up. What did I do yesterday? Why do I feel like I drank too much? Smack! Before Chen Chen fully woke up, he felt a pain in his face, and then he saw several gold coins sliding off his face and onto the blanket. Following his gaze, he noticed not only were there coins on the bed, but also on the floor, and at the end of the coins, a woman was wearing his oversized clothes, tugging at the collar, looking at him in confusion. Oh, I remember now, I was poisoned by that stupid woman. It's the first time I've seen someone use poison and aphrodisiacs. What a foolish woman to have made me toil all night. Chen Chen glanced at Yaden with a hint of resentment, while Yaden curiously sized him up. This man is so handsome, those black eyes are indeed like the starry sky. This woman is so foolish, is her beauty traded for her intelligence? Chen Chen admitted that the other party's azure hair and jade-like complexion were indeed very striking, but she seemed a bit dim-witted. If she were experienced, using aphrodisiacs and poison would be one thing, a loss on his part, after all, he was still. But recalling her confusion and naivety from yesterday, it was clear she was not. What a truly foolish woman. Wait, what is this stupid woman doing to herself? At that moment, Chen Chen realized the seriousness of the situation. She is giving herself money? What do you mean by that? Chen Chen pointed at the gold coins on the ground. I won't be responsible for you. Yaden replied in a panic. Her plan hadn't accounted for Chen Chen waking up. Chen Chen? Isn't that my line? As her clothes slipped down, Yaden, who had no strength to begin with, struggled to hold on. Could you turn around? I need to change, Yaden said defiantly. Although her plan didn't include Chen Chen waking up, after hearing her mother's story, she knew she had to be strong and act nonchalant at such a time, that would pique a man's curiosity and allow her to grasp him. Is this woman really that bold? In my house, wearing my clothes, and asking me to turn around? Chen Chen admitted he was a bit more interested in this woman, but not because of her nonchalance. Let me help you. Chen Chen walked towards her, although he had never actually done such a thing. He had practiced with Sha several times, so he had some experience. What's wrong? The script is off. Yaden panicked as she looked at Chen Chen getting closer. This was not how the script was supposed to go. Shouldn't the man be shy or scared at this point since she was being so assertive? Why was he coming closer? And closer still. You, don't come over. Deep in the mire, unable to extricate herself. A wave of seductive music. The two awoke from their dreams, one intoxicated. Chen Shen held the person in his arms and asked, "So you are from the Heidi family?" This woman had given him too many surprises and unexpected turns. He had thought she would resist, but she had just threatened him with the Heidi family. And the reason for threatening him was that he was not on top. Could this be tolerated? After tidying up, Yadin completely abandoned her script. "Well, but I'm not from the Heidi family of the imperial capital, I'm from the Heidi family of the city of Ostraban." Yadin replied weakly. "What's the difference?" "Never mind, it's not important." Chen Shen wanted to ask about the difference between the two, but he knew it wouldn't be of much use. It was better to ask something useful. If he remembered correctly, Shah had once told him that the Heidi family was the oldest noble family in the city of Ostraban. An ancient noble family must know many secrets, right? Chen Shen knew that the greatest treasure of a long-lasting family was not the accumulation of wealth, but the accumulation of knowledge and information. These were the reasons they could stand strong for so long. Chen Shen spoke, "Do you know about the soul of the ancient tree?" Yadin raised her eyes, her voice like a murmur. "I know, the soul of the ancient tree, the dream spirit." Dream spirit? Chen Shen caught an important piece of information. Indeed, this girl from a prominent family knew something. What is a dream spirit? And what is the soul of the ancient tree? Is there a connection between the two? And also, Chen Shen paused. He had intended to continue asking, but the person in his arms remained in a deep sleep. Sigh, if I had known, I would have asked first. Chen Shen felt a bit regretful, but fortunately, although the other person was asleep, they were still here. The dream spirit is a race from legend. No one knows how it came to be, but it is said that the patriarch of the Territorial family, which controls half of the empire's economic lifeline, encountered a dream spirit. Dream spirits are like the nobility among elves and seem to possess the ability to turn dreams into reality. As for the soul of the ancient tree, it is rumored to be a legacy of the dream spirits. When a dream spirit falls, ancient trees will descend upon the world. Ancient trees possess some abilities of the dream spirits. It seems they can also turn the unreal into the real, but they are not as powerful. Oh, right, the soul of the ancient tree produces the heart of the ancient tree, which seems to be very useful to dream spirits, but I can't remember exactly how. And the heart of the ancient tree is also useful to humans, but it's rather lackluster, limited to formations. Yadin thought for a moment and added, and it has to be for those very luxurious formations because the heart of the ancient tree is very expensive and the extraction efficiency is very low. Is there anything else? Chen Shen asked the woman in front of him, who was dressed sharply. This woman was strange. Not only was her way of seeking help unusual, but the poison she used was odd, and even her reaction after waking up was quite peculiar. She wasn't angry or throwing a fit like a typical young lady. Instead, she seemed to want to compensate him, even offering money. Yadin pouted, "Really, there's nothing more. I usually don't like these things, and my family has a lot of reserves that I haven't had the chance to tell you about. How about you let me go back? As long as you let me go back, I can help you investigate all the information about the soul of the ancient tree and the dream spirits. Really, you have to believe me, my family's background is very deep." Yadin wanted to leave, but was blocked by several dragon goblins. Chen Shen took a deep breath, having learned about the soul of the ancient tree, but he didn't understand the hidden meaning behind Shah. This information seemed to have nothing to hide from Shah, right? So why would she rather? Could it be that Shah is a dream spirit? But that doesn't make sense. If she were a dream spirit, possessing the ability to turn dreams into reality, she wouldn't need his help to fulfill her wishes. However, if she didn't have the special identity of a dream spirit, why would she rather offend him than reveal information? Sigh, Chen Shen, you don't keep your word. I've already told you about the soul of the ancient tree and the dream spirits. Why won't you let me go? Yadin glared angrily at the man in front of her. Chen Shen naturally couldn't let her go. Her identity would definitely bring him too much trouble if she returned. She was not like Sarah Wheelshah, who was not favored. If she returned, an army or numerous adventurers would be waiting to hunt him down. Until he grew stronger, her most suitable identity was that of a canary. Liar. Yadin continued to mumble under her breath, not knowing why she wasn't afraid of Chun Shan or this group of oddly shaped goblins. In fact, she was not only unafraid but also very curious. Her innate curiosity set her apart from ordinary girls. Chen Shen said irritably, "I said I would let you go if you told me the information. But you haven't told me everything. Your information is not enough to earn your freedom." Bump bump. Yadin's upper and lower teeth clashed together, biting the air. In this sparsely populated place, she didn't need to pay attention to her noble etiquette. She was very angry and wanted to hit someone. But she couldn't defeat Chen Shen. This man wouldn't show any mercy. When he hit, it was for real. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but rub her backside. If you won't let me go back, can you at least let me out of this wooden house? Yadin was fighting for her rights. She left Chen Chen's small wooden house, but outside was a large wooden house. The perimeter of the large wooden house was surrounded by various small houses and some very peculiar tents and other buildings. Yadin peeked through the window at a corner of the territory, which made her very curious. There were actually people living in the Thousand Ghost Forest, leading a group of monsters to establish a decent base. This was simply too novel. She couldn't wait to explore everything here. That can be arranged, but your bow and ring will be confiscated, Chen Chen said as he snatched her ring and bow away. Even if she had the supplies from the bow and ring, she couldn't escape under the watch of numerous goblin patrols. But without the supplies from the bow and ring, even if she managed to escape, she wouldn't be able to leave this forest. Without protective measures, let alone the forest, she didn't even know if she could survive long enough to reach the werewolf tribe. Faced with Chen Chen's forceful confiscation, Yadin didn't resist, nor was there any room to do so. Since she couldn't resist, she could only accept it. By the way, how do you obtain that ancient tree heart you mentioned? Chen Chen asked. Yadin thought for a moment. I think you just need to destroy the ancient tree. The ancient tree is the manifestation of the ancient tree spirit. By destroying the ancient tree, you can obtain the ancient tree spirit and the ancient tree heart. However, ancient trees generally have a self-protective will. Yadin looked him up and down. Although this man looked very strong, ancient tree spirits were usually destroyed by armies. Can you do it? After looking for a long time, Yadin finally asked this question. Chen Chen smirked and gave her a sharp knock on the head. Don't ask such questions. Don't you have a deep understanding of whether I can or not? In an instant, a blush crept onto her face. You dare hit me, I am. Yadin was both embarrassed and angry. What are you? Right now, you are my prisoner. Chen Chen interrupted her and then ordered the goblins. Ga ga, ga-o, ga-o. The goblins received the message and excitedly gathered from their tents, rooftops, and tree branches. They had houses but preferred to run outside to sleep, which left Chen Chen speechless, but there was nothing he could do. After all, when goblins weren't fighting, their intelligence was comparable to that of children, the kind that even dogs would disdain. What are they going to do? Wow, so you have so many monsters here. Yadin saw the goblins rushing out, their curious little heads wanting to stretch out. They're going to fight, Chen Chen replied dismissively. Fight? Can I go? Yadin was very curious about what battles between monsters were like. Her previous hunts had only involved hunting some wild boars on the outskirts, and this was her first time seeing goblins, these subhuman monsters. You? Chen Chen looked Yadin up and down. Can you handle it? Yadin was about to retort, but a sharp pain shot through her thigh as she took a big step. Alright, I can't really handle it. Just walk around the territory honestly, Chen Chen said and headed towards the training ground. He didn't want to miss out on the consistent training that could improve his attribute points. You actually have a training ground here? Yadin followed him out, looking around like a curious child. Wait, aren't you going to fight? Chen Chen ignored her and began his training. Yadin, feeling out of place, could only explore within the territory. Why are there things like springs and ancient wells here? Well, wait, why do we need an ancient well if there's a spring? Curiosity drove her towards the stone well and the spring. These two things, one ancient and one strange, must hold some secret, right? Chen Chen has such a peculiar aesthetic. The gem green of the spring made her uneasy. The water seemed no different from ordinary spring water, yet she felt the surge of magical essence. As an archer, she was mostly accustomed to long-range combat, so she was familiar with perception-related matters. When she was being chased, she had approached the area of high magical energy with a mindset of driving away the tiger and swallowing the wolf, which led her to encounter Chen Chen. Such a strange structure. Yadin approached carefully and discovered that not only was the spring gem-like and peculiar, but even the white tiles surrounding it were quite odd. Is this made of white jade? Or something else? Yadin looked closer, her pupils involuntarily drawn in. At that moment, the white seemed less like white jade and more like a vortex. In the center of the vortex, something seemed to be pulling at her. No. A moment of distraction caused her to break into a cold sweat. This thing, how does it eat people? Yadin turned her head in terror, gasping for breath. This spring actually possessed the same nature as Chen Chen. It drew one in irresistibly, then led to confusion. After a day and night together, Heidi Yadin also discovered Chen Chen's uniqueness. The fact that he could establish his own power in this dangerous forest was impressive, but what concerned her most was his aura. Just like Rog and Paro had been attracted to Su Qingyu's mysterious aura, she too was drawn to Chen Chen. At first, she thought such traits were common among the people of the eastern continent, akin to the noble aura inherent in their aristocratic circles. In truth, it boiled down to some small gestures and etiquette that altered one's aura, earning admiration for being different. At that moment, Shen Shen and the spring were radiating the same aura. Not the same as ordinary people, nor like the nobility, and Shen Shen's aura was distinct from Su Qingyu's. Shen Shen's was more mysterious, more intense, while Su Qingyu's seemed like a floating duckweed. So what exactly is this? Do 1,000 people from the eastern continent each possess 1,000 different auras? No, I can't be interested in men. Yadin suddenly recalled her mother's teachings and slapped her own face. She must not develop an interest in men, she needed to make men interested in her. If anyone became interested first, she would lose. Not looking, this thing is too bizarre, I'll go check the ancient well instead. Yadin snorted, as if competing with someone. This spring was strange, surely, it was fine to look at the ancient well. She had seen such wells when she was a child. They were just for drawing water, nothing special. Yes, that's it, I'll go get some water. Having witnessed the oddity of the nurturing spring, she didn't even dare to wash her face with that water and instead focused on the ancient well in the courtyard. The well exuded a sense of desolation, surrounded by fallen leaves, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Why is there no rope or bucket? Yadin arrived at the well's mouth but found no tools for drawing water. Had it been abandoned for so long that these things were gone? Yadin searched around and found a basin and some rope made of an unknown leather from inside the house, then returned to the well. During this time, she glanced at Shen Shen, who was training. He merely glanced at her before losing interest again. First, I'll wash my face. Yadin tossed the basin down with the rope, but instead of the sound of water splashing, there was a thud as if it hit something. What? No water. She leaned her head down. The well was deep and dark, except for a white figure. The red figure? Is there someone down there? Yadin was stunned. In such a deep well, there was actually someone below? Did I just hit someone? She looked down, and the figure below looked up. Their eyes met, but the latter's disheveled hair obscured their eyes, yet Yadin felt an extreme chill emanating from them. I am sorry. Yadin instinctively apologized, but couldn't help but grumble internally. What on earth is going on? What strange things are in this territory? Ugly monsters, man-eating spring water, and is that a prisoner at the bottom of the well? Or is there some secret base down there? Yadin's mind raced, but the coldness around her pulled her back to reality. The chill came from the depths of the ancient well. It must be that sister who was angry, right? After all, I did accidentally hit her. What should I do? Why does that sister keep staring at me? How do I break the awkwardness? Sadako stared at Yadin, and Yadin awkwardly stared back at her. After a moment, she broke the silence first. Sister, I'm really sorry about earlier. I was just getting water. Could you help me out? After Yadin spoke, she unconsciously swallowed. She felt she had made a foolish choice, as the aura from the other person seemed even colder now. Thud, thud. Yadin sensed something colliding with the wooden basin, and as the basin sank, she immediately pulled the rope in her hand while not forgetting to express her gratitude. Thank you for your help, sister. I'll be going now. Goodbye, sister. She ran back to Chen Shen's wooden house, her heart racing. What is this? She checked the contents of her basin. Earlier, she had only felt the weight and brought it up without seeing what it was. Gurgle. Her throat moved. Yadin felt increasingly bewildered by this place. She used a basin to fetch water, and it was fine that there was no water in the bottomless well, but what was it that she brought up? A black brick covered in cracks and bite marks? Whose good person puts such things in a well? Meanwhile, the goblins arrived at the ancient tree's location. Today's task was to chop down this ancient tree. GAO. A big project. The goblins looked at the extremely thick trunk, which must be over 40 meters wide. However, many hands make light work. Whatever the goblin god says goes. GA. The black-armored goblin swung its bone-splitting knife at the ancient tree, the serrated blade now serving as a suitable saw. Gaga gaga. The black-armored goblins swung their bone-splitting knives wildly, while the dragon goblins without knives used their sharp claws to clear the trunk. Soon, wood chips flew everywhere, and the surroundings were in disarray. Buzz, 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 buzz. A piercing sound came, and the goblins instinctively stopped, like groundhogs curiously exploring where the sound was coming from. Not finding anything, they continued to work. Buzz, buzz. Just as the goblins resumed chopping, the buzzing sound became even more piercing. This piqued the goblins' curiosity. They chopped once, listened to the buzzing, chopped again, and listened to the buzzing. After several times, the buzzing sound became utterly furious. The transparent barriers surrounding the ancient tree began to tremble, and then a ripple flashed by as the sky gradually darkened, a fierce wind howled, and the temperature around them rapidly dropped. The trees died from the frost, and the grass seemed to freeze in place as a massive figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Roar! A mournful roar carried a hint of resentment, and amidst the goblin's shock, an illusory figure gradually solidified in the air. Within the territory? Sensing something unusual, Chen Chen quickly linked his vision to the goblins, who were also witnessing the scene. What's going on? Didn't I already eliminate the guardian power of the giant tree? Chen Chen looked at the familiar figure coalescing in the sky, a nightmare he once faced, the frost dragon. Roar! Without giving Chen Chen much time to think, the frost dragon had already taken shape in the sky, its wings spread wide, exceeding 100 meters in span, clearly having reached adulthood. Moreover, the beautiful diamond-shaped snowflakes on its forehead had too. Roar! In response to the roaring goblins, they roared back, not caring about each other. Everyone had a voice, so what if yours was louder? There were more of them. With simple thoughts, the goblins charged head-on at the frost dragon. The first thing the frost dragon did after being created was to defend the ancient tree, and these goblin-like creatures clearly posed a threat to it. Thus, with a familiar formula and familiar taste, the frost dragon used its wings to hover and then opened its massive mouth to unleash its breath downward. Dragon breath. The frost fell like a blizzard, instantly covering the entire world, and even from a distance, Chen Chen felt a chill. It was known that a frost dragon with 3 snowflakes on its head had once frozen a 5-mile radius of his territory with just one breath. At that time, he had a protective shield, but now the goblins had nothing and could only rely on their bodies to withstand the blow. The dragonkin goblins flew up to evade, while the black-armored goblins braced for the attack. Crack, crack, crack. The frost, accompanied by the blizzard, solidified everything, and even the black-armored goblins were not spared, turning into chunks of ice sculptures. Wind blade tornado. The flying dragonkin goblins were not the frost dragon's immediate target, so they easily escaped the attack range and launched a counterattack. One by one, tornadoes carrying blades swirled toward the frost dragon, quickly enveloping it. Frost protection. Faced with an unavoidable attack, the frost dragon did not spend much time trying to break free. Instead, it chose to freeze itself with frost. Its wings pressed against the spherical ice, creating a beautiful sight, and this beauty also blocked the attacks from the dragonkin goblins. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the black-armored goblins also broke free with their brute strength. They split into 2 groups, one throwing long spears at the frost dragon's back, while the other jumped forward with bone-splitting knives, trying to get closer. What's with this bug? The frost dragon emerged from the ice sphere, clearly taken aback. Why hadn't this group of goblin-like monsters been frozen by it? Confusion aside, the attack did not stop. Seeing the flying goblins approaching, the frost dragon swept its tail, sending most of the dragonkin goblins flying. The throws from the black-armored goblins clanged against its scales. The scales of an adult frost dragon were much sturdier than those of a subadult, and the black-armored goblins clearly lacked the strength of the wolfkin goblins. They were like hexagonal warriors, capable of anything, but not strong in any one area. Soon, the goblins attempting to jump closer were also discovered, and the frost dragon decisively created distance. Damn it! Chen Chen cursed. This adult dragon was different, its intelligence and strength far surpassing that of the previous wind dragon. Even its defenses were significantly higher than the wind dragons. The spears could no longer inflict damage, and the only way to cause harm was through the skills of the dragonkin goblins and the bone-splitting knives of the black-armored goblins. However, the black-armored goblins lacked flying ability and could not approach the frost dragon at all. It seemed they had fallen into a deadlock. Suddenly, Chen Chen thought of something and ordered the goblins, Dragon Goblin, take the black-armored goblins to fly and throw them onto the frost dragon's body. If this frost dragon was created by the soul of the ancient tree like the wind dragon, then it must also possess the same inescapable characteristics. As long as he didn't worry about it escaping, he had plenty of ways to wear down this frost dragon. What a strong magical fluctuation. Yadin felt the battle 5 kilometers away within her territory. The overwhelming magical elements were palpable even here. It seems to be the power of frost, so terrifying. What on earth are the monsters raised by Chen Chen fighting against? Can they win? For a moment, Yadin felt a bit worried. Roar! A roar echoed, and even within her territory, Yadin could sense the aura of a king. This sound seemed to be a dragon? The city of Ostraban had once faced a dragon, and at that time, the guards suffered heavy losses but managed to kill the dragon, while the lord took the opportunity to acquire a dragon-blooded warhorse. Although the current Ostraban was much stronger than back then, the scene remained vivid in her memory. That dragon had slaughtered thousands of guards by itself before it was finally subdued by the siege crossbows and the lord's brave fight. At that time, Ostraban had 10,000 guards, numerous crossbows, and a powerful lord to defeat the dragon. Now, could Chen Chen really challenge a dragon with just those monsters? Yadin glanced at Chen Chen outside. She saw no worry on his face. Could it be that he was not afraid of the dragon? Suddenly, the dragon's roar sounded again, but this time it was no longer domineering. Instead, it was filled with sorrow. It really can be done? Yadin looked at Chun Chen again. Having witnessed the dragon's lament, she naturally knew what it represented. Could those ugly monsters really defeat the dragon? This man from the East Continent is so mysterious. What kind of mysterious man did I just randomly sleep with? Yadin looked at Chun Chen, her mind already calculating. The Haiti family was currently in dire need of armed forces, so a marriage with the Ost family, which was a good match, was in order. And now, it seemed the Haiti family had a better option. Mysterious, handsome, powerful, and not even a noble of Ostraban, this was simply perfect. Yadin had already made her decision in her heart. She had to capture this mysterious man just like her mother had captured her father. If possible, she might help the Haiti family regain control of Ostraban. The girl would return from retraining with a handsome husband and a mysterious, powerful army, then help her family restore its former glory and reclaim its original foundation. Good, very good. This is the script for my life, Haiti Yadin, a legendary life. Snowflakes fell, further bringing the already cold late autumn into winter. Another dragon captured, but why does this ancient tree always produce dragons? Shen Shen didn't understand the current situation, but it seemed to be a good thing. His original plan was to destroy the soul of the ancient tree to obtain the heart of the ancient tree and see what it was. However, from the current situation, it seemed that the soul of the ancient tree could manifest dragons. And dragons were exactly what he needed right now. The frost dragon was successfully captured, and Shen Shen tried to have the goblins bring it back but to no avail, so he could only order the goblins to breed on the spot. Your monsters defeated the dragon? Yadin came out to ask Shen Shen. You're just in time, I have something to ask you. Seeing Yadin approach, Shen Shen took the opportunity to inquire about the soul of the ancient tree. Moments later, Yadin was even more satisfied with Chun Chen. Are you saying you have already defeated a dragon once? Shen Shen nodded, but why has the giant dragon reappeared? Also, if I don't destroy the ancient tree, will the giant dragon not appear again? At this moment, Yadin found Shen Shen increasingly pleasing to the eye. A monster army capable of steadily killing giant dragons was exactly what the family needed. As for the question, Yadin explained, the soul of the ancient tree does not possess the ability to create giant dragons. It must be that certain beings once had an extreme desire for the existence of giant dragons. This desire was like a power of faith captured by the soul of the ancient tree and manifested. Yadin provided a reasonable explanation and also understood where the giant dragon came from. There was actually an ancient tree here. No wonder Chen Shen had been asking her about the soul of the ancient tree. The value of the ancient tree itself was not great, but its ability to turn the virtual into the real was incredibly powerful. There had been people who once used this mechanism to create a black armored army that swept everything away. That army had once swept through many cities and even established an empire, requiring several city lords to join forces and consolidate 100,000 troops to eliminate the 10,000-strong black armored army. In this sense, Chen Shen's group of monsters seemed somewhat similar to the legendary black armored army. Could it be that Chen Shen had once had an extreme desire for an army, and then the soul of the ancient tree captured that desire, thus granting him the black armored army? However, even if the black armored army was created, it was still the soul of the ancient tree's creation, born to protect the soul of the ancient tree. Yadin was somewhat confused. The person back then had also paid a great price to turn the black armored army into his own. Could it be that Chen Shen? Once there were beings that had an extreme desire for giant dragons? The corner of Chen Shen's mouth twitched. If there were, then himself? He indeed had a period of time where he desired giant dragons, and controllable giant dragons at that, and then his goblins discovered the giant dragon. This did seem reasonable. The dead subadult giant dragon was indeed something he could control. The subsequent resurrection was likely due to his desire to bring back the corpse, leading him to consider cutting down the ancient tree. So the ancient tree revived the giant dragon to protect itself. Chen Shen gradually analyzed everything, and it all seemed to make sense. Initially, he thought the benefits brought by the title of Great Benefactor were the giant dragon, but now it seemed it should be the soul of the ancient tree, right? If you want to obtain the soul of the ancient tree, it's best to start praying for a group of ants or some very weak creatures now. In this way, those weak creatures will protect the soul of the ancient tree, and you can successfully destroy it to obtain the soul and heart of the ancient tree. Yadin shared the most common information on subduing the soul of the ancient tree with Chen Shen. She wanted to know Chen Shen's reaction. If Chen Shen still chose powerful creatures, then it meant he also had a special means to shape the soul of the ancient tree into his own forces. If not, then she was overthinking. This group of monsters was merely cultivated by Chen Shen himself. I see, okay, thank you. Shen Shen thanked her for the information but had no intention of praying for the soul of the ancient tree to produce weak creatures like ants. With that time, he might as well fantasize about some powerful beings, like a dragon without wings? A disabled dragon? A dragon so fat it had no ability to resist? Shen Shen conveyed his thoughts, and soon the goblins collectively began to chant in their hearts. What the gods hoped for was what they hoped for. The gods said that if they stayed here, a dragon so fat it couldn't move, wouldn't fly, and was very disabled would appear. The goblins were simple-minded, without distractions. At this moment, their faith was being needed and created by the soul of the ancient tree. City of Ostraban, what are you all doing? A mere small country like Haina actually managed to capture young Master Rog and young Master Yadin? Inside the Lord's mansion, Steward Fei was berating a group of hidden guards, while beside him stood the frost-faced Lady Heidi. Just moments ago, she had received the news that her daughter had been kidnapped, and the source was a small country called Haina. After some inquiries, she learned that the OS family, lacking funds, had targeted a neighboring small country, which happened to be Haina. Enough, Lady Heidi interrupted Steward Fei's scolding. There's no need for face-saving measures. Now that Yadin has been implicated in the kidnapping because of Rog, the first thing you should do is find Yadin, not scold the hidden guards here. Yes, rest assured, my lady. Young Master Rog has also been kidnapped. The matters concerning both young masters are our responsibility. I will definitely rescue young Master Yadin as soon as possible. Steward Fei's attitude was humble, even somewhat subservient. His status was not low, but the person before him held an even higher position. Lady Heidi snorted coldly. If the OS family can't even protect their own young master, then I will have to reconsider the marriage alliance between our two families. Lady Heidi looked at Steward Fei without mercy. I give you 1 week. Don't let me down. Steward Fei hurriedly bowed in apology. This matter arose because of my OS family, and we will take full responsibility. Please rest assured, within a week, we will definitely rescue both young masters. We're leaving. Lady Heidi paid little attention to the steward and led her family's hidden guards out of the Lord's mansion. My lady, do we need to issue a bounty? One of the hidden guards asked, only to receive a cold, murderous glare in response. Lady Heidi said sternly, do I need to teach you how to handle such matters? The OS family is sometimes less reliable than those adventurers who sell their lives for money. At least those adventurers will fight hard for the money they receive and get things done, while the OS family. Lady Heidi turned her head to glance back at the Lord's mansion and snorted. One hidden guard vanished. Moments later, a bounty task that could drive the entire city of OS Tuabang into a frenzy appeared. Rescue young Master Heidi, bounty of 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins. My heavens, I've never seen so many gold coins in my life. Even if they were placed in front of me, I wouldn't know how to lift them. Someone in the Adventurers Guild's task exhibition hall looked up in shock at the latest task on the wall. Little potato, nobles use rings to store money, which contain spatial magic. A burly man beside him mocked the adventurer in front. Exactly, do you think everyone uses bags to carry gold coins like us? A swordsman leaning against the counter, drinking, also teased. I know that. I'm just curious how heavy 50,000 gold coins would be. The small boy gazed up at the lofty S-rank task. He vowed to himself that one day he would also use a ring to store money and grow to the level where he could take on S-rank tasks. Ha, little potato, are you daydreaming again? A familiar voice teased the boy known as Little Potato once more. Fian, I challenge you to a duel. Yalian suddenly issued an invitation to the drinking swordsman upon hearing the familiar mockery. The swordsman, known as Fian, was clearly taken aback. The one mocking you is that guy over there. Why are you challenging me? Fian, feeling annoyed, raised his cup to drink, but as he did, he saw the approaching long sword and had no choice but to draw his short dagger to defend himself. Ha! Why aren't you using your long sword? Yalian, feeling unsatisfied, slashed repeatedly, each strike filled with power, far beyond what a child of his age should possess. I'm not stupid. You're already in my face, do you think I have time to draw my sword? Fian couldn't help but exclaim after enduring a series of attacks from the former. Yalian, you really are a monster. Perhaps you can truly grow to the point of taking on S-level missions. The boy before him was clearly only 10 years old, yet his combat power had already surpassed that of the vast majority of silver adventurers. Do you need to tell me that? Yalian swung his longsword while simultaneously learning the dagger techniques of his opponent, also committing to memory the tip about using a short sword when there was no time for the longsword. This was why he sought out Fian to fight despite being provoked by others. Not only would his opponent hold back, but he would also take the opportunity to teach him many things. The experience and skills of battle could be learned from the other party. Enough, do you want to tear down my place? A voice suddenly interrupted everything. Upon hearing this voice, Yalian immediately stopped fighting. The voice was soft and clear, and a beautiful woman in a black robe had appeared at the counter without anyone noticing. The moment the woman appeared, everyone fell silent. I just remembered I haven't completed my task, so I'll be leaving first. Wait for me, my pet Wonkai is about to give birth. I need to hurry back too. In an instant, everyone seemed to have seen something terrifying and hurriedly left the hall. And me, my captain is calling me home for dinner. Seeing everyone leave, even Yalian ran away. Fian also wanted to follow, but was easily intercepted by the woman. The woman grabbed Fian and tilted her head. Go, take the mission. Fian immediately showed a distressed expression. No way, we haven't caught the gold ticket. Isn't that against integrity? Look closely. Fian was somewhat confused, but under his gaze, the woman slowly walked over and exchanged the mission token. The new mission token had an additional task: reward 1,000 gold coins for providing valid information. No, you just hung me up. The woman raised her chin, indicating for him to continue, but the man had no intention of continuing. He wisely changed the subject, as expected of the Heidi family, really wealthy, even providing information has a reward of 1,000 gold coins. The woman walked over and gave him a light smack on the head. If it weren't for your people doing a poor job, we should be taking that 50,000 gold coin mission now. Fian pouted. This topic couldn't be continued. Just as he was about to change the subject, the woman spoke up. Your adventurer team shouldn't be full, right? I have a spot for you. Upon hearing what the woman said, Fian immediately furrowed his brows. That spot is reserved for little Yalian. The woman patted Fian's shoulder, and he quickly changed his tune. Actually, I thought about it, Yalian is still young. We can wait a bit longer. That's more like it. The woman in the black robe nodded in satisfaction. A summoner will come to report to you later. Remember to bring him to complete the registration. By the way, don't be surprised, his summoned beast is quite extraordinary. The woman feigned mystery, but Fian was unimpressed. A beast master, an extraordinary beast, how extraordinary can it be? Is it going to be a giant dragon? He had never been fond of beast masters, who were usually the backline that needed protection. But since this was a task arranged by the other party, he didn't dare to refuse and could only nod reluctantly. Don't worry, I guarantee the task will be completed. Good, you can go now. The woman in the black robe smiled, and a glow of formation began to swirl beneath her feet. The next second, the woman vanished from the mission hall without warning. Hello, is this the mission hall? I'm looking for Fian. As soon as the former left, Fian saw a robust-looking summoner with long hair appear before him. You came quite fast. I'm Fian, let's go, follow me. Fian waved his hand, and the long sword lying on the table returned to his grasp. After learning that the person before him was Fian, Atai said nothing and followed behind. Moments later, Fian brought his previously unseen brother to the adventurer's commercial hall. This place functioned as a venue where task points and gold coins could be exchanged for various needed items. These could be weapons, poisons, beast pets, or other things. Of course, it also accepted various monster corpses or other stolen goods provided by adventurers. Due to the large number of adventurers, the task hall had to be separated from the adventurer hall. The two navigated through the crowd, twisting and turning until they reached a registration window. Fian wrapped an arm around his unseen brother and spoke. Please help register. My distant cousin Atai is joining my team. The registrar looked up, surprised that Fian had found the last team member so quickly. Wasn't it said that a little brat was already reserved? Although they were curious about such a powerful platinum-level adventurer, they did not dare to be negligent. Name. Fian looked at the person, who uttered a few words. Atai. What profession? Beast tamer. Fian answered quickly. Beast tamer? The registrar paused for a moment. Wasn't Fian's team supposed to consist only of warriors? Never mind, it wasn't something they could manage. The registrar continued. Beast tamers need to register their beast pets, otherwise, they cannot appear in the city. The man wrapped in Fian's embrace chuckled lightly. Sure. Immediately, Atai reached for his waist, and a massive figure appeared before the two. Boom! The moment it landed, the granite floor beneath them turned to dust. Just its appearance distorted the surrounding air, creating a scorching temperature that instantly drew everyone's attention. What is that? That's my mother. Fian instinctively licked his lips, but his freshly moistened lips cracked instantly. Is that a dragon? Is it a giant dragon? A young dragon? Everyone in the crowd stopped to watch, and some even recognized Atai's beast pet. A dragon species. Someone actually caught a giant dragon as a pet. Strong, so strong. Is this really a giant dragon? Just a young one, and it's already 5 meters long? Oh my, someone help me, I need a hand, I have a little emergency. The crowd was a mix of various reactions, some were envious, some terrified, and others filled with greed. A giant dragon, I remember someone in Manhwa City had a bounty for a giant dragon, right? If we catch it, can we exchange it for a lot of gold coins? Some were eager to act, but were quickly pulled back by their friends. Are you crazy? Someone who can tame a giant dragon must be no ordinary person. True, that person immediately halted their steps. Daring to tame a giant dragon, they must be someone unafraid of death. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Atai remained unfazed and asked, "Is it done?" Atai looked at his newly summoned young dragon. Although it was a young dragon, its 5-meter size already reached the ceiling. The young dragon showed signs of dissatisfaction. Okay, done. The registrar quickly filled out the form and issued a certificate regarding his adventurer identity. Gulp. Fian hurriedly led Atai out of the crowd, and the giant dragon was once again stored in the beast bag. The two turned left and right, finally arriving at a somewhat secluded spot. Fian thought for a moment, then looked at Atai, unable to resist asking, "Do you know you are raising a giant dragon?" Atai replied, "Of course, a red dragon, also known as the flame giant dragon." "Then do you know what it means to raise a giant dragon?" Fian pressed on. Atai sneered, "Are you saying that you'll be hunted by the adult dragons of the dragon clan?" Fian swallowed hard. A dragon could be killed but not insulted, yet there were always some strong individuals who could ignore the rules. "It's fine, just knowing is enough." Seeing that the other party was aware of the consequences yet still dared to raise a dragon, Fian decided not to press further and instead asked, "What is your goal? What do you need me to do?" He didn't believe that the Fallen Association would simply arrange for the other party to join his team just for the sake of having an identity. An adventurer with a dragon would probably be discovered by the OS family of the Lord's Mansion before long, right? He had heard that the OS family was about to return. If they found out, it would definitely cause trouble. Atai smiled slightly upon seeing how professional the personnel arranged by the Fallen Association were. "A few more days?" Fian's expression was excited. "You've already exposed your dragon in public. You still want to stay a few more days? Wait until Lord OS returns, and you." Fian suddenly fell silent, as he saw indifference and disdain in the other person's eyes. For some reason, the air today felt particularly dry, making one unable to resist swallowing. Fian had already guessed the other party's intentions from their reaction. Daring to act against Lord OS, what a madman. Atai chuckled, "Aren't you the same? Knowing my target and still not rejecting me, you're also a madman." Fian had no retort, they were equally matched, but he stubbornly believed that the other was crazier. He was just an ordinary adventurer without grand ambitions. "Don't worry, the target isn't Lord OS," Atai said, looking at the other's startled expression to offer some comfort. Fian frowned. Was the other playing him? "Then what is your target?" "Let me tell you first, don't come to me about any assassination of the Lord, I won't accept it. I'm just a small platinum adventurer." Atai thought about his own target and smiled. "Don't worry, my target isn't Lord OS, it's the dragon-blooded warhorse he brought back." "Oh, the dragon-blooded warhorse?" Fian's voice suddenly rose several octaves. "Your target is the dragon-blooded warhorse. What's the difference from targeting the Lord? That's his lifeline. What's the difference from assassinating the Lord? Are you planning to abandon this stronghold?" Fian's voice even cracked a bit. At this moment, he regretted bringing the other to register. An adventurer with a dragon would definitely be summoned by Lord OS, and then the other would take the opportunity in the Lord's Mansion to use the relationship between the dragon-blooded warhorse and the dragon to eliminate all the warhorses. What a mad plan, but he had to admit that it had a high chance of success. But what would be the cost afterward? Abandoning the entire stronghold? Has the association's help to Haina reached this point? Completely abandoning a stronghold to help the small nation of Haina achieve victory? Fian fell silent, but as a member of the association, he had to obey the orders of the higher-ranking members. "Damn it, I was still planning to pull Xiaya into the team." "It's fine, once this city is destroyed, no one will know you're from the Fallen Association." Atai patted the other on the shoulder in comfort. Fian followed the other's arm and caught sight of the monster bag at their waist. Risking the pursuit of dragons to tame a dragon as a magical pet, he almost forgot that this person was a madman. "Let's go, once we finish this job, we leave. The Fallen Association here in the Chenyu Forest is just too crazy." On the other side, under a giant ancient tree, a group of goblins was doing something strange to a frost dragon. They were continuously releasing toxins into the air, forming a thick mist that eroded the frost dragon's entire body. The giant dragon roared, while the goblins made strange movements in the air, and with the disappearance of countless small lives, the dragon's plea gradually took on a different tone. "Roar!" The dragon's voice was quite unique. it could unleash tremendous destructive power in a short time, and a prolonged, synchronized roar could resonate and carry its sound even further. Deep in the forest, a massive figure suddenly opened its eyes upon hearing the mating call of its kind. Its large diamond-shaped eyes instantly narrowed into a sharp blue-white line. A female dragon has intruded into my territory? No, wait, a female dragon is courting me? I've only repaired 3 snowflakes, can I? Roar. The seductive sound made its 100-meter body itch all over. Roar! It twisted its body in response to the female dragon and moved towards the sound at the fastest speed of its life. The dragon spread its wings, its 150-meter body resembling a dark cloud covering the sky. Each flap of its wings seemed to bring snowflakes falling, and in its flight path, winter, which should have arrived in another half-month, unexpectedly came early. Roar. The enchanting voice of the female dragon intensified, and the giant dragon rushed madly towards the sound. This dragon's voice is so strange, Yadin said curiously, looking towards the opposite bank of the river, where the dragon's roar continued, but it sounded somewhat different from what she heard. It seemed to be in great pain. Could it be that Chen Shen was tormenting that giant dragon? Yadin looked at Chen Shen with curiosity. His strength had already been confirmed, and it was incredibly powerful. The dragon's roar grew more tragic and even quieter, as if it were doing something very laborious and painful. That giant dragon won't be killed by Chen Shen, will it? Should I tell Chen Shen that he can actually extract the dragon's blood? Yadin instinctively thought of her family's shortcomings and wanted to seek benefits for them. The reason the Lord of OS City could hold his position for so long and remain unafraid of external enemies was primarily due to his dragon-blooded warhorses. If she could persuade Chen Shen to spare the life of the giant dragon for breeding, wouldn't that mean she could obtain something comparable to the dragon-blooded warhorses? If she had such a mount, her family's strength would surely rise to a new level. Even possessing such a thing would give her Heidi family the confidence to compete with the OS family. However, the price of a giant dragon would undoubtedly be very high. No. Would Chen Shen even sell it to her? Oh, right, that group of monsters. Yadin seemed to suddenly realize something, looking at the Dragon Man goblins not far away, her mind already racing. Could this group of monsters be what Chen Shen cultivated using the giant dragon? At that moment, Yadin belatedly noticed the characteristics of the Dragon Man goblins. Previously, she hadn't thought in that direction because the giant dragon was powerful and mysterious, but now it seemed that they were indeed products of the combination with the giant dragon. Ah, what a waste. Yadin looked at the Dragon Man goblins, her desire to purchase the giant dragon growing stronger. The best way to breed with a giant dragon was with beasts. Other races would either result in deformities or would be unable to inherit the dragon's skills and talents. Someone like Chen Shen probably only gained the dragon's flying ability, right? Yadin sighed. If the breeding were to involve magical beasts, there would be a chance to obtain dragon-type skills and dragon-type magic. But if Chen Shen can cultivate every monster to have the wings of a giant dragon, he must have some means. Yadin felt a bit gloomy at this thought, because this meant that the cost of negotiating with Chen Shen would increase, as he knew the value of the giant dragon. Ah, wait, he is my man. Yadin recalled her mother's deeds. Men conquer the world, women conquer men. As long as I conquer Chen Shen, wouldn't that mean everything here is mine? Did I acquire an outdoor manor? Yadin seemed to have opened up his perspective to the world and suddenly discovered how beautiful it was. As for Rog, the reason he could become his target and gain his affection was merely because the noble circle was too chaotic, and he picked the tallest among the short. Moreover, the complementary powers of the two families could bring great benefits to their clans. And now, what Rog, what family complementarity? Wouldn't it be more appealing to become a powerful entity that could replace the OS family? It should be noted that the city of Ostapan was originally the territory of the Heidi family. Find a way to take him down. Yadin's mind began to whirl with schemes. Meanwhile, Chen Shen, who was completely unaware of this, was watching the dragon footage through remote vision. What an eye-opener. The size difference is so vast, yet they can still breed. Does that mean my goblins can hybridize with anything? Chen Shen clicked his tongue in amazement at the dragon footage. Interesting, very interesting. Through the link, Chen Shen discovered something intriguing. Not only was the breeding of dragons fascinating, but even more interesting were the thoughts swirling in the goblins' minds. Previously, he had fantasized about a dragon that matched his strength, and thus the wind dragon appeared. Then, when he attacked the ancient tree, he worried about the frost dragon, and it was captured by the soul of the ancient tree, leading to the appearance of the frost dragon. Thus, for the third time, he planned to exploit a bug and have the goblins imagine a disabled dragon, or a dragon that couldn't fly, or a dragon so fat it couldn't take off. However, the idea he received after connecting with the goblins was, the god said the next dragon to appear will be a wingless, very fat, and disabled dragon. Wonderful, simply brilliant. This is a surefire plan. It seems my thinking was too limited. Chen Shen sighed, and suddenly, he added another condition for the goblins. It must be a female dragon. Previously, when he fantasized about breeding goblins, the dragons that appeared were all female. This time, I need to be more rigorous. Although Chen Shen marveled at the wonders of the ancient tree's soul, he knew everything followed the laws of conservation. The ancient tree's soul was powerful, but it couldn't continuously provide him with dragons. Otherwise, someone would have long exploited the ancient tree's soul to farm various things. Chen Shen was unaware that the ancient tree's soul was extremely rare and that ordinary people would fantasize about weak creatures to obtain the ancient tree's soul and heart. Someone like him was indeed a rarity. Female dragon, disabled, wingless, very fat, female dragon. The goblins received the new command and waited in place for the new member to join, while also altering their prayers in their hearts. Roar! This should be the place, right? A massive creature emerged, blocking the sun as it searched for its counterpart in the forest. The female dragon that was courting earlier is right here. That female dragon was calling so joyfully that my throat is smoking from responding. I wonder if she heard me. The frost dragon circled continuously and soon spotted the towering ancient tree and the goblins beneath it. However, due to the size difference and its usual pride, the dragon instinctively overlooked the goblins and focused its gaze on the dragon. Ah, I found. The laughter abruptly stopped. In the shocked pupils of the frost dragon, what it saw was not a youthful female dragon, but rather, a pregnant female dragon. You're pregnant and still trying to seduce me. Whoa, you scummy dragon. The frost dragon's voice trembled, tears turning into crystal droplets as he finally understood why dragons in his clan preferred to seek mates outside their family rather than within. It turned out that the lewdness of his dragon kin was not limited to the males, the females were the same. 55,555. The frost dragon felt that his dragon life had met a Waterloo. He might never believe in love among his kind again. Go, I'm leaving right now. The frost giant dragon shed tears of sadness that struck many goblins below. The goblin curiously looked at the increasingly large crystal above its head, and then it smashed down onto its chin. The other goblins collectively tilted their heads to look at the frost giant dragon in the sky. Didn't the god say it would be a disabled, fat, wingless, ugly female dragon? This doesn't seem to meet the standards. If it doesn't meet the standards, then let's get rid of it. Get rid of your hammer. Just as Chen Shen, who had not yet launched the link, happened to witness some of this, he was glad he saw it, otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to see a giant dragon. Go, take it down. Although he had only observed for a few seconds, Chen Shen had already confirmed the identity of the dragon. This dragon was the very one that had attacked him before. Although I don't know why you're here, the hospitable goblins welcome you. There's a saying, when friends come from afar, they must be exterminated. Take it down? Alright. The god issued a new command, and the goblins, without any hesitation, sent dozens of wind blades and spears flying towards the frost giant dragon. What is that? The frost giant dragon looked at the pile of wind blades and toothpicks flying towards it. The wind blades contained impressive wind attribute energy, and the toothpicks held extremely terrifying power. Frost protection. The frost giant dragon spread its wings and surrounded itself with 4 ice shields tightly. These toothpicks really have some force. Watching the spears shatter against its ice shields and the wind blades dissipate, the dragon initially thought a wind attribute dragon had intruded into its territory. Just as it was about to teach this ignorant dragon a lesson, it discovered the true culprit. What kind of hybrid monster is this? Goblins? The dragon looked down at the strange-looking creatures, and although they appeared odd, it could tell from their aura that they were indeed goblins. But how dare those ugly little things attack me? Wind blade tornado. In fact, not only did they dare to attack, but the goblins had also begun their siege. Bang bang bang. The tornadoes from all directions ruthlessly crashed into the frost protection shields, leaving only a few white marks. Ignorant. Ha! What is that? Just as the frost giant dragon was about to counterattack, it saw those dragon-like creatures throwing clumps of black things from above onto itself. Is that the group of dark goblins on the ground? Such things, watch me freeze them to pieces. The dragon mercilessly cast its attribute power upon itself. With the same attribute power, the dragon had extremely strong defensive capabilities, so it wasn't worried about getting hurt. It was just that those little black things were likely to be frozen to pieces. Kick, ignorant. The dragon sneered. Chen Shen's expression was serious. This giant dragon, as expected, possesses 3 snowflakes. Its strength far exceeds that of the frost giant dragon created by the ancient tree spirit. The opponent's massive size, stretching 300 meters after spreading its wings, and its mastery of skills surpassed that of the one created by the ancient tree spirit. The frost giant dragon created by the ancient tree spirit only reached 150 meters after spreading its wings, and its skill, frost protection, was just a ball. But now, this frost giant dragon not only had a gigantic size, but its skill had also transformed from a rough ball into 4 exquisite shields. Moreover, the frost invasion, the frost giant dragon only had a few skills like dragon breath that could break through the black armored goblin's defenses. But now, this one could easily break through the black armored goblin's defenses with any skill. This meant that each of its skills exceeded 100 attribute points. Its attributes should be around 120, meaning the goblins would endure about 20 points of attribute damage. Chen Shen felt that this battle might result in heavy losses. The opponent's ordinary skills could already break through defenses, and if it were a dragon breath skill, the attributes might reach as high as 150, which would mean an overflow of 50 attributes. If it were an attack with 20 or 30 attributes, the black armored goblin could grit its teeth and endure. However, an attack with 50 attribute points was almost equivalent to a skill of the same level hitting. The strength of the black armored goblin lay in its elemental immunity, and now, without this advantage, they were merely a group of ordinary royal tier creatures with 50 or 60 attributes. In that case, you go. Chen Shen glanced at the goblin captain patrolling the distant city wall and ordered him. Wait. Seemingly feeling a bit uneasy, he turned to the few remaining sky power goblins, the dragon goblins. He waved his hand, and they respectfully knelt on one knee before him. It's just 3 days' time, I'll give you this, so perform well for me. Chen Shen felt the drain on his body. This feeling of being emptied was even more intense than when he had taken drugs the night before. Soon, a gray-white vortex began to form in his hand. Chen Shen gasped as he slapped the vortex onto the goblin's shoulder. Almost the moment of contact, the gray-white vortex perfectly integrated and rapidly absorbed the black patterns on the dragon goblin's body. Soon, the patterns were completely absorbed, and the aura of the dragon goblin weakened slightly. But Chen Shen knew that this did not mean the goblin's strength had diminished. On the contrary, it meant that his own strength had become even more formidable, so powerful that he instinctively concealed his own aura. In the forest, powerful hunters often appeared in the guise of prey. Dragon Goblin, Curse State, Quality, Royal Tier Attributes, 90 level, LV10, can level up by killing creatures, Loyalty, Loyal, you are the absolute faith of the Goblin. Weapon, None Skills, Poison Claw, Dragon Heal, Wind Blade Tornado, Dragon Breath, Abyss Mist. Traits, Ignore Reproductive Isolation. Note, Special State. Note, a special goblin that has regained a certain power. Attributes as high as 90? Go, don't let me down. Chen Shen used the curse seal to enhance a dragon goblin, then sent it along with the black armored goblin captain to the other side of the river. An 80 attribute black armored goblin, a 90 attribute dragon goblin, plus 200 royal tier goblins. I hope the losses can be smaller. Chen Shen prayed for the war's toll to be less. After all, whether it was the special breed of royal snake or the rare giant dragon, they were difficult to replenish. The only way to replenish was through the breeding spring, but the species restrictions of the breeding spring had not yet been resolved. Therefore, it was better to have fewer losses. Soon, 2 special goblins with abyssal curse seals arrived on the battlefield. The battlefield was in full swing. The giant dragon did not expect this group of goblins to be so troublesome and hard to kill. As Chen Shen had anticipated, black-armored goblins and dragon goblins occasionally fell in battle. Although they could surround and kill the frost giant dragon with their numbers, it was not worth it. Roar! The frost giant dragon became somewhat impatient with these insect-like creatures, roaring as countless chills gathered in its mouth. Are there still those who don't know when to die? Do you really think all my skills have the same damage? Die! Dragon breath! A thick frost was spewed from its mouth, like a blizzard that threatened to engulf everything in the world. The giant dragon was confident it could kill these 2 oblivious goblins in one hit. But why was it trembling? The giant dragon instinctively paused, its breath somewhat anxious, the power of its dragon breath weakened by its own belief. Yet, the weaker it became, the stronger that intense unease grew. What's going on? Why is there fog? The dragon's eyes narrowed. Its frost might cause water vapor, but it would never produce this grayish-white mist. So what is this grayish-white mist? The dragon's heart beat like a war drum, the feeling of unease crashing over it like a landslide. Roar! Its massive body, 300 meters long with wings spread, brought a pressure like a mountain. The cold breath, like a natural disaster, froze everything in its path into shards. At that moment, the world seemed to be colored only in white frost and ice. But within this whiteness, there were small black dots. Compared to the 300-meter giant, the dragon man goblins and black-armored goblins looked like tiny insects. Yet amidst this disaster-like assault, these tiny insects were pushing forward against the storm. The 2 were covered in irregular black patterns of spell marks. In the dazzling white, these black dots were painfully eye-catching. How is this possible? My dragon breath, this. The frost giant dragon watched as the flying goblin used the black goblin as a shield, advancing through its own attack. Though the sight was comical, it was genuinely withstanding its dragon breath. Dragon breath, this was its strongest attack, capable of freezing an entire kilometer of city walls. Yet now it couldn't freeze two tiny goblins? Suddenly, the frost giant dragon seemed to realize something. That grayish-white mist is emanating from them? The grayish-white mist within the dragon breath grew denser, and the frost giant dragon began to panic, fearing its attack was ineffective, fearing the grayish-white mist would envelop it. This feeling of being wrapped up was like being in the depths of hell, instinctively prompting one to flee. Dragon claw. Trample. Boom. The dragon was shocked that the source of its fear had come right beside it. First, a massive green dragon claw appeared out of nowhere, tearing through its scale defenses and embedding deeply into its flesh, followed by a roar like the shattering of the heavens. The heavens shattered into pieces, imprinting exactly on the frost giant dragon's wounds. Your goblins are under the shadow of the abyss, temporarily increasing their attributes by 10%. Goodness, this has undergone a qualitative change, hasn't it? Shen Shen, hidden in the background, was shocked to the point of swallowing his own jaw. Previously, no matter how powerful the troops were, they could only launch skills at close range. Even with ranged skills, they merely tore the ground in condensed wind blades. But now, with the Abyss spell mark activated, the attacks of the two goblins seemed to transcend dimensions. They could actually begin to condense energy to face opponents larger than themselves. It seemed that only in this way could they counter the dragon's disaster-level attacks. The earlier 40-meter dragon claw and the trample that imprinted on the opponent after tearing the heavens left a deep impression on Shen Shen. Can I reach this level in the future? In that moment, Shen Shen felt that the system's hints about them becoming gods were not false. If they continued to develop, they might truly become gods. The frost giant dragon was knocked down from the sky, and the goblins quickly surrounded it like ants, launching their assault. Roar! Roar! The dragon's voice began to sound pained, the familiar scene returning once more. A flying dragon was indeed a dragon, but one that had landed on the ground. Was less than a chicken. The most numerous black-armored goblins couldn't fly, but they were the main force in battle. As long as the enemy fell to the ground, what awaited them was death and slaughter. Toxins and scales would quickly strip the enemy of their ability to resist. Why is it a male? In the midst of battle, Shen Shen ordered the goblins to investigate the gender of the giant dragon, and it turned out to be a male. Damn, what's a male doing here? Shen Shen's face turned unnatural, even slightly angry. His moment of joy was ruined by the revelation. City of Ostapan outside the city gate. Welcome back, Lord City Master. The soldiers guarding the city saluted a group of well-equipped soldiers radiating killing intent from a distance. Welcome back, Lord City Master. Welcome back, Lord City Master. All the other soldiers also shouted towards the distant red line. The shouts echoed across the sky, and the synchronized cheers of thousands spread for a long time. In an instant, everyone knew that the city master had returned. The true master of this city had come back. In the sunset, the figure of the man at the horizon was infinitely elongated. The iron cavalry and blood steeds formed a striking scene, and the chilling aura of their swift approach made the air feel cold even from 1,000 meters away. Many people in the city, hearing the shouts, rushed out to witness the city master who had been in battle for so long. I heard the city master's daily routine is either resting or fighting. It seems he's back to the city for a rest this time? Is that the city master's horse? So tall. These must be the dragon blood steeds, right? As the dragon riders and blood guards drew closer, more and more people gathered outside the city, discussing nothing but the dragon riders and the city master. The dragon blood steeds were tall and powerful, 2 meters long, with sharp white teeth and bull-like horns, making one suspect they were not horses but wild magical beasts. As for the city master, being a Stardust-level powerhouse, he needed no excessive adornments. His mere presence was enough to instill awe in everyone. Welcome back, Lord City Master. Originally just there to watch the city master and his warhorses, the onlookers couldn't help but start to follow the guards in welcoming the city master's return as he drew nearer. Same old routine, what a disgusting show. On the city wall, a fat man looked at the approaching city master with disdain. However, he was not the only one showing contempt for this phenomenon besides the ignorant crowd and the guards. Madame Heidi turned away, and an elder from the Yanabel family snorted coldly before disappearing into the crowd. The Yost family's purpose in doing this was simply to let everyone know who the true master of this city was. Naturally, those dissatisfied with the city master looked down on this display. Hey, you've seen the city master's strength, a Stardust-level powerhouse. If you plan to use the level suppression rules of the dragon to ambush those steeds, be prepared to face his wrath. Fian also looked at the city master and said to the person beside her, "A Stardust powerhouse?" Atai adjusted the brim of his hat. His own dragon was also a Stardust powerhouse, and far superior to an ordinary Stardust. The wrath of this one doesn't seem like much. As long as he could assassinate those steeds and frame Haina, chaos would ensue. That would be his opportunity. If he wanted to trade with the Empire, without capital, he would create capital. Without crisis, he would manufacture crisis. Dragon, Sarah Chamber of Commerce, Mysterious Eastern Girl, and the Haina Kingdom and Solar's Expedition. I didn't expect so many interesting things to happen while I was away for over a month. Ostenden, the patriarch of the Ost family and the city master of Ostapen, listened with great interest to Steward Fei's report. Steward Fei lowered his head. "Yes, my lord, the young master hasn't grown enough to stand on his own. As soon as you left." Tandin sat on a wide chair and waved his hand. "No matter, Solar will inherit my mantle." He was quite satisfied with his eldest son. It was just that the younger one had somewhat wasted his training. Based on the troop deployment for the kidnapping of young Master Rog by Haina, it seems that Haina has someone backing them. Shouldn't the eldest master? Steward Fei implied that he wanted to support the eldest young master, but Ostenden revealed a chilling smile. "No need. I know Haina, there's no one behind them, just good business development. Sorrow can take them down, there's no need to worry about Haina." "Then what about young Master Rog and the Heidi family?" Tang Ding said nonchalantly. "Once Sorrow conquers Haina, they will return. But I'm afraid that in the meantime, the two young masters might be in danger." Steward Fei reminded him thoughtfully. "Danger?" Tang Ding scoffed. "If they die, it just proves they are weak and unworthy of being my sons." Steward Fei squinted, his face still calm. "My lord, the Heidi family only has one daughter." "Oof." Ostenden shifted to a more comfortable position and said, "It doesn't matter, that guy, Heidi Tak, is about to die. When the time comes, I'll personally marry Mrs. Heidi." He knew exactly what Steward Fei meant. If his second son died, there would be no one to facilitate the marriage between the two families. It didn't matter, even without a son, he could take matters into his own hands. Moreover, Mrs. Heidi was truly stunning, not only beautiful but also exuding the charm of a mature woman, which was even more delightful. Tang Ding licked his lips, a fierce look on his face. "Understood." Steward Fei said no more. The lord was still the same lord, having already arranged matters reasonably upon receiving the news. Since Haina and young Master Rog had made proper arrangements, the only remaining concern was likely the dragon, right? Sure enough, just as Steward Fei was guessing, he heard his lord inquire. "What's the situation with that dragon? Where is it?" Ostenden displayed a chilling smile. In his life, he was only interested in two things. First, conquest. Second, anything that could enhance his strength to continue conquering. Steward Fei recounted the dragon's appearance at the Adventurers Association, and the person in the seat merely chuckled lightly. "What a clumsy act, doesn't that already indicate they are looking for me? But very well, you've succeeded." Ostenden's smile remained unmoved like a statue, but his aura gradually turned cold, filled with resentment. Having a dragon could cultivate more and stronger cavalry, which made him happy, but if someone dangled such matters in front of him, that happiness would vanish. A smile can sometimes be the best expression to conceal murderous intent. Knowing all this, Steward Fei also followed his lord's mood, narrowing his eyes and smiling. Suddenly, a knight clad in blood-red armor entered the hall. "My lord, there are two envoys claiming to be from the Haina kingdom seeking an audience outside the city." "Envoys seeking an audience?" Tang Ding leaned back, resting his chin on his hand with interest. "Let them in." "But, my lord, they refuse to enter. I invited them into the city, but they insist on meeting you outside." "Ha!" Ostenden was not surprised. Encountering Haina's envoys right after his return could not be a coincidence. "Then let's go. I want to see if these so-called envoys can bear the cost of my personal involvement." The lord stood up, his 2-meter height exuding a strong sense of pressure. As he was about to leave, he glanced at Steward Fei, who instantly understood and steadied his steps to follow. "Let's go, it's been many years. I want to see what these people who dare to scheme against me are capable of." Ostenden strode out confidently. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Ostenden arrived outside the city, Ataide also received the news. With their enhanced bodies and the protection of Fian, they easily passed through the outer defenses of the Lord's mansion. Suddenly, Fian stopped and said to Atai, "If we go any further, we'll be in the core area. The dragon blood warhorses should be in the training ground to the left. With my strength, it's impossible to silently bring you through the Dragon Knight Bloodguard's defenses. I'll create a disturbance on the right, and the rest is up to you." Atai nodded to show he understood. "Alright, I'll go ahead then." Fian gritted his teeth. To be honest, he wasn't very confident about facing the Dragon Knight Bloodguards. After all, those guys were at least of golden rank and had been fighting for years. If he were surrounded, even he would meet his end in the northwest. Someone has intruded, capture him. Just seconds after leaving, Fian had already completed his task, and Atai sensed that many people were rushing to the right. Meanwhile, he activated the bronze weapon from the Fallen Association that allowed for brief invisibility and boldly walked past the guards on the left. This thing is really useful. Atai marveled at the wealth of the Fallen Association and the practicality of the bronze weapon he possessed. Especially thinking about how this weapon would belong to him after the mission's success made him even more excited. Indeed, joining the Fallen Association was a very wise decision. Having already seen the training ground where the dragon blood warhorses rested, Atai couldn't help but sigh at the perfect success of this mission. A little chubby guy? In front of the training ground, a little chubby boy was patting the dust off himself as if preparing to meet some important guest. Just as Atai was about to use his equipment to slip past the Dragon Knight Bloodguards like a shadow, the chubby boy stepped in front of him. His squinty eyes revealed a small face. "Your item is quite nice, high-end stuff. Can I take a look?" As expected, squinty eyes are all monsters, Atai sighed. "I thought it was high-end too, but now it seems a bit useless." The other party had seen through his invisibility, so there was no need to remain hidden. Atai removed the invisibility effect of his cloak and appeared before Steward Fei. Steward Fei widened his squinty eyes a bit. "Having followed my lord into battle for many years, I've seen assassination weapons made from the skin of color-changing crocodiles. However, what intrigues me is how someone with such an assassination weapon ended up in this godforsaken training ground instead of targeting important members." Atai, without a hint of panic, placed his hand on the pouch at his waist. Since Steward Fei has already guessed, why pretend not to understand? Buzz! A red light flashed, and a 5-meter-tall giant creature appeared between the two. With its fierce appearance, tender scales, and thin wings, it was clear that this 5-meter creature was just a young dragon. So the rumors are true. This is the first time I've seen a young dragon. Steward Fei had anticipated this, his eyes widening even more, then returning to their squinty state. "Thank you for delivering the young dragon. May I ask which faction you belong to? I can return your corpse." The moment Steward Fei saw the dragon cub, he understood the other party's plan. Having a young dragon would draw the Lord's attention, but appearing here meant they had intentions regarding the dragon blood warhorses. It was rumored that giant dragons had absolute bloodline suppression over those with mixed bloodlines. It seemed the other party was planning to use this. "Which faction?" Atai pretended to scoff and feign anger. "You all sent people to attack our country and still ask me which faction I belong to. He. The shaking of his shoulders was so convincing that even the seasoned Steward Fei had no further doubts. After all, it didn't matter who they were, as long as their side remained strong, the gnome-like pests could only continue to hide. Having roughly identified the direction of suspicion and understood the other party's intentions, Butler Fei had no more time to play with this little fellow of only the golden rank. "Thank you for the dragon you sent. I will return your corpse to the sea." As Butler Fei spoke, his corpulent figure vanished once again. Atai did not catch sight of the other party, but the dragon cub did sense something, its body lunging forward to force Butler Fei's figure out into view. "You, no wonder you're a dragon." Butler Fei's form briefly appeared, then his aura surged and he disappeared once more. Roar! The dragon let out a low growl, indicating that it could no longer track the other party's figure. Atai finally relaxed his heavy heart. He had completed his secondary objective this time. The rumored Butler Fei indeed had not been injured, and it seemed that, as speculated by the Fallen Association, he was likely a pawn of Tandin. "I've got what I wanted, so I'm done playing." Ataida's eyes flickered. He was even starting to struggle to keep up with the other party's afterimages. This couldn't go on. The young dragon could not ensure its own safety. Then, let's switch to something stronger. Taking a deep breath, he moved the hand that had been resting at his waist, and then a larger figure appeared in the training ground. As the 100-meter figure emerged, a scorching heatwave distorted the air, causing wooden stakes to crack and the surrounding grass to ignite spontaneously under the extreme temperature. "What is this?" Butler Fei's pupils constricted as he opened his eyes wide for the first time, but the fiery dragon tail had already grown larger in his vision. Inside the Lord's mansion, a person was frantically fleeing in a disheveled state. "Damn it, stop chasing me, I'm really just bait." Boom! While fleeing, Fei Yin begged for mercy, showing no demeanor of a master. However, the Dragon Knight bloodguards behind him did not dare to be careless, continuously conjuring the phantoms of long spears in their hands before throwing them. The blood-red spear grazed Fei Yan's shoulder, creating a 1-meter deep pit on the marble floor upon impact. "Damn it, spit, spit, spit." Although he dodged the attack, he was still filled with debris from the splintering stone. "Stop chasing me! You, turn back! You need to turn back! Your defense zone has been breached, someone has gone through." Fei Yan, sword in hand, dodged the dangerous, explosive long spears while reminding the other party of the fact that their defense zone had fallen. As more and more people appeared, Fei Yan had gone from occasionally counterattacking to having no time to fight back at all. The well-trained attacks from the other side came one after another, sealing off all his escape routes. This was the reason he was unwilling to engage with regular troops. "Damn it, this is too much." Fei Yan raised his head and struck down a long spear that was trying to block his path, cursing inwardly. How could this group of Dragon Knight blood guards be so insane? I already said their defense zone was breached, don't they even check? He claimed to be drawing the target on the left, but he felt he had exceeded his mission. Now, those chasing him were not just from the left, both sides had already come. "Who dares, little thief, take my spear?" A loud shout came, followed by a burly squad leader stepping forward. He held a long spear and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunpowder, infused with magical elements, transformed in midair into several explosive long spears, completely sealing off Fei Yan's escape route. Damn it, why did they switch weapons? Fei Yan looked at the bronze weapon, and his complaints had shifted from silent curses to open insults. Crimson Lotus. He drew a circle with his sword, and a flaming lotus flower emerged to block the inevitable attack. Fei Yan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Your horse is gone. I'm not joking, really." The squad leader frowned, pulling the trigger again. "You little thief, surrounded and still dare to insult me." Bang! The long spear once again spewed forth high-temperature explosive flames, transforming into a rain of fire attacking the crimson fire lotus. "Fian? Damn it, now even good people don't listen when they speak, right? I've already told you your horse is gone, your horse is gone. Such a serious matter, and you don't even go back to check and confirm?" The squad leader, hearing this, became even angrier. "You dare to insult my grandmother?" All the magical power was infused into the bronze weapon in his hand, and the flame spear was wielded as if it cost nothing. Damn it! Fian looked at the increasingly fierce assault and couldn't help but rage. "I speak the truth, and you, kid, are hitting even harder. Having a bronze weapon is impressive, huh? You think you can pretend to be deaf and bully people just because you have a bronze weapon?" In an instant, the flame lotus no longer just defended but actually began to shoot out petals to counterattack. "You insult my mother again, little thief. Today you will undoubtedly die." The squad leader called out to everyone, and they began to gather explosive flame spears. Damn! At that moment, Fian realized the seriousness of the situation. He had been in a stalemate with this squad leader, and he was actually surrounded. In a moment of desperation, he had to try to divert some people's attention. "Look, your horse exploded." Fian pointed to the training ground behind the opponent. "Your mother exploded, your whole family exploded." The squad leader was already furious. This little thief had been cursing his family, and today he would undoubtedly die. Suddenly, boom! Thunder rumbled from the dry ground, and a scorching breath of flames surged in from 100 meters away, filling their lungs. The captain slowly turned his head, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose where their warhorses rested. The mushroom cloud was quite peaceful, but the squad leader's thoughts were as chaotic as the stones and flames flying around him. "My horse, gone?" Roar! Accompanied by the roar of a king, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Everyone turned their gaze toward the mushroom cloud, which was in the direction of the Lord's mansion. Such a large mushroom cloud, is it the explosion skill of the dragon-blooded warhorse? The head of the Paro family looked at the exaggerated mushroom cloud and muttered to himself, "It must be that guy Tanding's doing. Always trying to show off his strength, this time it's really exaggerated." In Aval he also felt the explosion at the Lord's mansion and the mushroom cloud in the distance. "Lord OS has returned, Rog must be safe now, right?" He felt a bit of worry lift from his heart. Although he was engaged to Paro, she did not like Paro. As a noble, enjoying the benefits of nobility meant making contributions to the family. After Paro united with his family, they could control all the merchant guilds in the city. He and Paro were the best combination. Although, this combination wasn't particularly wonderful. "I hope you are safe." He prayed for Rog. In the backyard of the Heidi family, in a garden, the two fairies merely glanced at the mushroom cloud and knew it was the OS family showing off their strength. However, the two were indifferent to it. "Thank you for your firefox fur, but you know my daughter, Mrs. Heidi showed a faint bitter smile. Shah nodded to comfort her. "Madam, rest assured, young Master Yadin is blessed and will be fine." Mrs. Heidi sighed, then quickly adjusted her state. "Thank you for your good words. Let's talk about business." As the current head of the family, everything she did had to be based on the family. The most important thing in meeting Shah this time was the bronze weapon in her hand. Sha smiled, then took out her goods from her ring. She pointed to several bronze weapons and introduced them one by one. Madam, please look, this longbow can shoot 20 arrows in 1 second and has the power to split 3 stones. Splitting 3 stones is indeed impressive. Mrs. Heidi nodded. The locals do not have a system panel to see the information about bronze weapons, but they can demonstrate their value through the power and skills of the weapons. The most intuitive example is the stone-splitting ability. A weapon's capability to split stones proves its strength. Just like the bow and arrows at this moment, which can shoot 20 arrows at once, each capable of splitting 3 massive stones. Shooting 20 arrows at once, each able to split 3 stones, this kind of power is enough to be called a great weapon. If Yadin were still around, this weapon would be compared to. Seeing the jade-green longbow in front of her, Lady Heidi thought of Yadin, the bronze weapon her daughter had long asked for. Shaking her head, Lady Heidi adjusted her state and listened to Sha's explanation. The other party surprisingly took out 5 bronze weapons at once, which made her take it seriously. It should be known that bronze weapons are quite rare in the Titan Empire. The Titan Empire is not skilled in craftsmanship but excels in warfare, making such items very scarce. This stone hammer. Sha introduced the weapons given by Qin one by one. This time, the young Master Yadin was unexpectedly captured, and if things went well and he demonstrated his strength, he could very likely bind himself to the Heidi family. After all, what they needed most at this time was military power. Please look at this one, this is the weapon I most want to introduce, the bone-cleaving blade. As Sha introduced it, Lady Heidi's expression grew increasingly serious. She had thought that this disgraced girl from the Sarah family would bring some junk to fool her. However, so far, all the items presented were extremely powerful, especially the last one, the bone-cleaving blade, which could split 10 stones. This kind of armor-piercing weapon could perfectly counter the Dragon Knight bloodguards of the Lord's mansion. It seems the other party must have used some means to obtain the support of the Sarah family, Heidi secretly lamented. Only the families of Paro and Inabel in the entire city of Ostabang could produce 5 bronze weapons at once. No, now there was also the Sarah Chamber of Commerce. The strength that could threaten the Lord had increased, which might be a good thing. Are there any more? Lady Heidi was very satisfied with these weapons and immediately expressed her desire to purchase them all. However, her appetite could not be satisfied with just 5 items. Sha chuckled lightly, this time, there are none left. She understood the principle that too much of a good thing can devalue it. This time, there are none left. Lady Heidi savored this and understood the other party's meaning. What was initially a probing inquiry unexpectedly revealed that the other party indeed had more. It seems the one supporting her is likely an elder from the lineage. Is this preparing to do long-term business with me? Lady Heidi's eyes narrowed slightly, but this was good news for her. It was just a matter of getting along. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Both were clever people. Sometimes, things did not need to be said too clearly. A simple phrase of pleasant cooperation indicated their intentions and established the future relationship between the Heidi family and the Sarah Chamber of Commerce. Good, very good. Osten looked at the traces of the teleportation magic that had disappeared before him, and anger surged from his heart. He had heard the explosion earlier, and the location of the explosion made him uneasy. My lord, all our warhorses have been. After the incident, the hidden guards rushed to report. As expected, it really was my warhorses. Tandine's smile remained, but it only made him seem more terrifying. Where are Flory and the hidden guards on watch? Tandine inquired. The warhorses, as one of his trump cards, were always guarded. Not to mention, he had already sent Flory after sensing the appearance of the dragon cub. But the warhorses still encountered trouble, which proved that the two were either dead or severely injured. The hidden guard lowered his head. The No. 3 hidden guard stationed here was killed in battle, and Steward Fay was seriously injured. Truly capable, did he leave anyone behind? Tanding snorted coldly. If even Feilawa was heavily injured, the ones who came must not be ordinary people. Hearing that no one was left behind, Tanding's expression darkened further. It was my carelessness. He looked towards the distant horizon outside the city. The small nation of Haina has already found a way to die. Turning to walk back, after encountering failure, the first thing to think about was not sorrow, but how to make up for his losses. After fighting so many battles, what had he not experienced? As he walked, a standing issued orders. Did Feilawa not say there was a beast master from the eastern continent who raises crocodiles in the mansion? Go investigate her crocodiles, if possible, cultivate them with secret methods. I want to see a batch of new mounts as soon as possible. The hidden guard cupped his hands. Yes. So, the opponent used the bloodline of the dragon to suppress the command for all the warhorses to self-destruct before escaping through the teleportation array? Standing looked at the large pit in his training ground, his fists clenched tightly. Steward Fei covered his charred left arm and said, yes, the opponent not only prepared adult dragons in advance but also used the teleportation array to escape. Tanding's eyes were deep like a dark pool, another teleportation array. Haina, I originally thought the opponent had no background, but it seems they have some resources. Standing faced his own failure. After years of warfare, this was one of the rare times he had misjudged. However, no matter what forces you have behind you, you must die. Tanding's fists were tightly clenched, and he was already contemplating. Don't think that just because you have the dragon, victory is assured. The dragon in your hands will only gather dust, so leave it to me. He thought of the dragon's eyes as described by Steward Fei, a surge of heat coursing through him. Standing was certain that the opponent would not be cultivating hybrid dragons. Otherwise, they wouldn't use dragons for such things. They wouldn't even hesitate to destroy their own dragon-blooded warhorses. Some things belong to the nobility, and some rare knowledge belongs to those with heritage. These are called accumulation and foundation. And this foundation is not something that a small nation can possess. Therefore, in his view, Haina was like a commoner with a treasure mountain but unable to utilize it. Since you can't, then don't waste resources. Tanding greedily licked his lips. A living dragon symbolizes absolute wealth and power. As long as he hid well and was not discovered by the Dragon Clan, it would mean absolute control over 100 miles in the future. Suddenly, a person appeared abruptly in front of Tanding. Reporting to you, my lord, the beast of the eastern continent woman has been investigated. It is of golden quality and suspected to possess skills. One of the hidden guards who had received combat and stealth training since childhood could appear silently anywhere in the Yost family. Possessing skills? That's quite good. Tanding nodded. Having a temporary beast with golden level strength should be considered good. Moreover, the opponent also possessed skills. If cultivated well, he could very likely have a group of bronze and silver level beasts, and even those with skills. Although they couldn't compare to his silver level dragon-blooded warhorses, they were still quite good. Then let's discuss it with the opponent. Tanding waved his hand, and his subordinates surely knew what negotiation meant. He's coming, he's here. In the territory, Qinshen excitedly looked at the new troops he had just subdued. Dragonman Goblin quality, King level attributes, 60 level, LV5, can level up by killing creatures, loyalty, loyal, you are the absolute faith of the goblin. Weapon, none. Skills, Frost Guardian, Frost Assault, Ice Affinity, Dragon Breath, Poison Breath. Traits, ignore reproductive isolation. Note, you finally made a move on the dragon, you beast. Note, the dragon, with good talent, was cultivated and has a natural affinity for ice magic, capable of shaping ice in any way. Wow. Qinshen looked in shock at the new type of goblin before him. Still resembling a little dragon person with curved horns on its head, a tail, and wings, it was different from the wind attribute dragon in that it had a snowflake mark on its forehead. Truly a frost dragon with 2 snowflakes, this newly produced goblin not only had an attribute surpassing 60 but also an incredibly strong talent. It could shape ice in any way, basically telling you that ice skills could be fabricated at will. This kind of talent was comparable to the slippery defense of the black-armored goblin. With this, I feel even more pity for that male dragon. 3 snowflakes, Qinshen looked at the frost dragon he had captured. Judging by its size and the number of snowflakes on its forehead, it was likely the one that had attacked him before. This dragon had left a deep impression on him back then. Qinshen sighed, but also felt regret. He had been afraid when facing it before, but now he was thinking about how to allocate it. This dragon seemed to have little use. The male dragon could only be killed and sold for parts. Qinshen looked helplessly at the not-so-useful dragon. Although its level was high, it was of no use to him. The dragon had already been pulled back to the outskirts of his territory, with goblins occasionally injecting toxins to suppress it. Let's keep it for now, and later I'll ask Shah how to handle it better. How should I approach Qinshen to buy the dragon? Yadin was currently in the wooden house, looking out at the dragon. Since being transported back, the dragon had been roaring passionately, making it seem like breeding would be very easy. If the methods of the Heidi family were used for cultivation, it could surely produce something far superior to the dragon-blooded warhorses. But how do I bring it up? Yadin was troubled. She was currently a prisoner under supervision and had nothing to offer in return. It was even uncertain whether the dragon knew about the Heidi family. Anything she said might just be an empty promise to it. And that group of monsters, it seemed Qinshen had his own methods of cultivation. Otherwise, that group of monsters wouldn't be so strong, and the dragon outside the city walls wouldn't be roaring so passionately. Dragons are inherently proud. Even when captured, they roar in anger, not like this lewd. It must be that Qinshen had drugged it to prepare his own monsters. Thinking of this, Yadin's face turned red. She recalled that the reason she had slept with Chen Shen was due to an accidental encounter. But it seemed Chen Shen was also deeply involved in this. A drug that could make even dragons succumb, could I really withstand it? Pa, what am I thinking? Yaden's face instantly flushed. She had clearly been thinking about how to approach Chen Shen. How did she end up on the topic of aphrodisiacs? Her mind was in chaos. She had clearly been thinking about the dragon issue. How did it turn into? Heidi Yaden fell silent. It seemed she had inadvertently found a solution. She had once heard her mother say that when men can't control their lower bodies, they always like to make promises. Yaden thought for a moment and then gritted her teeth. Then I'll drug him again. I must get a promise from Chen Shen. With the birth of the new type of goblin, Chen Shen's military strength had reached 400. Among them were over 230 black-armored goblins, more than 60 earth-walking goblins, 50 wind attribute dragon goblins, and 50 ice attribute dragon goblins. The rest of the goblins had mostly been eliminated by the war. A few that had not been eliminated were unable to keep up with the current combat intensity due to their slow level upgrades. This is the benefit of having high innate attributes. The attributes that others struggle to upgrade may not even match your natural ones. The strength has seen a qualitative leap compared to the previous days. Now, among Chen Shen's 400 troop types, even the weakest black-armored goblin has an attribute level of 55. Especially when fighting against creatures like dragons, the experience gain is incredibly fast. Although his strength is increasing rapidly, Chen Shen has no intention of stopping. Because of Qi Hongyi. Even though I have 400 royal tier troops, I still can't compare to your more than 20,000 troops, Chen Shen sighed. According to news from Manhwa, Qi Hongyi's troop count has already surpassed 25,000 and is heading towards 30,000. Although his own strength is growing quickly, others are growing even faster. It seems that the 3rd level spring water and 4th level territory are a threshold that can distinguish many lords. Until he can cross this threshold, Chen Shen cannot feel at ease. Where can I find the core for evaluation? Where did you get yours? Chen Shen asked the heir, but no one could answer him. My 400 royal tier troops can slay dragons, but your 20,000 golden troops are probably enough to drown a dragon, right? Chen Shen rested his head on his hand, realizing that Qi Hongyi had an even more troublesome ability, the indestructible trait. If there are really 20,000 immortal skeletons, what can I use to deal with them? Chen Shen pondered, his mood inevitably growing heavy. Sometimes, some things, although you don't want to think about them, do not mean they don't exist. I should focus on studying the ancient tree spirit. Chen Shen sighed, the fastest way to increase troop numbers now is through dragons. I should exploit more bugs with the ancient tree spirit. Roar! Just as he thought about exploiting the ancient tree spirit, he heard a roar. Upon hearing the roar and glancing in the direction, he naturally knew what was coming. Through the goblin's vision, indeed, an ugly dragon appeared. An ugly dragon, wingless, unable to fly, with its limbs completely crippled, has appeared. The goblins looked excitedly under the ancient tree. The gods had not deceived them. The dragon had appeared. Wow, there really is such a creature. Chen Shen looked at the fleshy ball beneath the ancient tree through his vision. The creature was 200 meters in size. Yes, this time it was size, not spreading its wings. A dragon that had eaten itself into a pig, its 4 legs completely degenerated due to obesity, could be considered crippled. As for its wings, there were none at all. Is this not a mix-up of species? Chen Shen looked at the creature before him, which felt more like a stuffed fat lizard. No, it should be a lizard pig. Its appearance was simply balloon-like, completely unrelated to dragons. Roar! The ugly dragon seemed to sense a threat and unleashed a breath of fire at the approaching goblins. Boom! A metallic aura of slaughter filled the air, and where the dragon's breath passed, there were only ravines. The power of the dragon's breath was astonishing and showed no signs of stopping. The breath continued unceasingly, crossing a terrifying distance of 5 kilometers to reach the riverbank, severing the 100-meter river. Chen Shen's eyes widened in shock, putting away all his underestimations. What a terrifying dragon breath! What kind of dragon is this? Damn, if this dragon breath hits the goblins, it will definitely cause heavy casualties. From afar, he could feel the aura of destruction. This dragon breath was not overly flashy, it was simply dragon breath, without any hint of leakage. It lacked the grandeur of the wind dragon and the apocalyptic feeling of the frost dragon. All that remained was silence. It seemed that this dragon breath was the true killing move, unleashed solely to destroy everything. If it turns, I won't be able to withstand it. I absolutely won't be able to withstand it. Chen Shen took a deep breath. Even a black-armored goblin couldn't withstand this level of attack. But, Chen Shen looked at the dragon's breath, which resembled a giant cannon, and felt a heaviness in his heart. However, seeing that the dragon showed no intention of turning, he couldn't help but be stunned. If this kind of power hit a goblin, it would definitely result in heavy casualties, but why wasn't it turning? After the goblins dodged the attack in time, everyone revealed the same expression as Chun Chen. They all tilted their heads in unison, staring at the giant dragon. It was at this moment they realized that due to its excessive girth, the dragon's belly was pressed against the ground, leaving its limbs suspended, and it actually lacked the ability to turn around. A dragon that could only move in a straight line. The goblins scratched their heads and slowly approached. Upon seeing that they had surrounded it, the dragon's pupils immediately trembled and shrank, and it began to exert itself even more to unleash its breath. Why you guys, don't come over. My dragon breath is very powerful. Look quickly. My dragon breath, super powerful. You, don't come over. Chen. It really can't turn. Chen shook his head as he watched the dragon retreat like a violated young girl. Sigh, having just used the abyssal seal, I can't stand this kind of exhausting scene. Chen closed the visual link, clicking his tongue. Suddenly, he noticed Yaden passing by with a bowl of spring water from the fountain of nurturing right in front of him. Stop for a moment. Chen snatched the spring water from her hands and drank it all in one go. Just what he needed to suppress the restlessness within him. Earlier, out of curiosity, he had exited too slowly, and his mind unconsciously wandered to other images. Something seems off. Why does this water feel hotter the more I drink it? Yaden stared blankly at Chun Chen, who had already finished the spring water. I hadn't even thought about how to deliver the medicine I just prepared, and you drank it all? Wait, that look in your eyes, how? Yaden instinctively swallowed as she looked at Chun Chen's beast-like crimson eyes. She seemed to regret it a little. The next day, Chen inhaled the delicate fragrance in his arms. The azure hair looked beautiful, and the subtle scent was very tranquil. But none of this could mask the madness of yesterday. Proactive, enchanting, noble, even monstrous. Chen never expected that the only heir of the noble Heidi family would be so humble. And her humble condition was wanting the giant dragon outside the door. Moan accompanied by murmurs. Heidi Yaden gradually became aware, and suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. As she looked up, their gazes collided. What you said last night can't be disregarded. Yaden said somewhat flustered. According to the plan, she should have received Chen Chen's promise last night. But she couldn't hold on. It seemed she had fallen asleep halfway through the promise. Yet, not wanting to give up halfway, she could only demand the promise she had worked for the moment she woke up. Chen recalled everything from yesterday and couldn't help but chuckle. You were so proactive and eager just for that giant dragon outside the city? Yaden hurriedly nodded, then shook her head. No, I don't want that giant dragon. I just want to borrow it. Borrow? Chen reached out and wiped away the traces of last night's battle from her smooth face. We are not related. Why would I lend you a giant dragon? Yaden became a bit flustered. I have a lot of money. As long as you agree, I can give you. Chen interrupted her. Lending or selling you the dragon isn't out of the question. But you need to tell me what you need the dragon for. In fact, that giant dragon was of no use to him either. After all, for him, this giant dragon could only be killed for parts, and at most, he could sell it again after Sha returned. Moreover, he didn't trust Sha very much right now. He always felt that the other party was hiding a lot from him. Therefore, the only daughter of the Heidi family in front of him was a good choice. If possible, he wanted to develop a second line of intelligence. After all, one shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. What are you doing? Yaden was clearly taken aback by the question. Of course, breeding, Yaden answered as if it were obvious. Breeding? This time it was Chen turn to be surprised. Breeding was something he hadn't considered, but shouldn't there be better options? For example, refining weapons from the giant dragon in some novel, or taming the giant dragon to become a mount. Especially the latter. Chen was already tempted, but unfortunately, he had no method to tame it. Having a flashy mount was every boy's dream, but he had no channels to achieve that. Moreover, this giant dragon clearly had a rebellious personality, making it likely very difficult to tame. Chen tried to ask, aren't you planning to tame this giant dragon to become a mount? Mount? Yaden frowned tightly. She thought capturing a dragon hybrid was already crazy enough. After all, this could be forcibly explained as the dragon's nature being lustful, and if the dragon clan found out and held her accountable, she could say it was beyond her control. However, taming it to become a mount would be a direct slap in the face to the dragon clan. The proud dragon clan could be killed for lacking strength, but they absolutely could not become someone else's humiliating mount. You have this idea? Yaden swallowed her saliva and asked. Chen frowned. Don't you have this idea? Yaden quickly shook her head. No, not at all. She looked at the person in front of her and felt he was even more mysterious. The iron rule that dragons should not be humiliated was something all Imperial residents knew, yet Chen Chen dared to do such a thing. So, what level of strength did Chen Chen possess, or what level of strength did the group of monsters under him have? Suddenly, a bold guess appeared in Yaden's mind. Could it be that Chen Chen was a hero? Generally, only summoned heroes would have no fear of dragons, right? But how could a hero be in a place like this? Aren't heroes supposed to be treated as honored guests by various countries? Why would they appear in this place? Could it be? Yaden recalled a rumor that there was a human force in the Thousand Ghost Forest, a force called the Fallen Association, which was said to be composed of very powerful individuals, mostly various strong people expelled by the Empire. The reason for expulsion rather than execution was that these individuals were either not very strong or very strange. It was nearly impossible to kill them, so they could only be expelled to the dangerous Thousand Ghost Forest to fend for themselves. However, over time, these people somehow united and formed the Fallen Association. Because they were all strong, the association was very powerful, but precisely because they were all strong, no one would submit to anyone else. Thus, the reputation of the Fallen Association as powerful but loose began to spread. Chen Chen lived in this dangerous Thousand Ghost Forest, had his own power, and was still alone. Everything seemed to match up. No wonder the people of the Fallen Association didn't care about the dragon's revenge. Then do you have a method to subdue the dragon? Chen Chen tempted. If you tell me how to subdue the dragon, I can subdue it and then let it cooperate with you for breeding. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Yaden continued to shake her head. I don't have one. She truly didn't, and even though her family had deep foundations, they really had no method to control a dragon. It is estimated that only the madmen of the Fallen Association within the entire Titan Empire would want to control a dragon without fearing its revenge and pursuit, right? After all, they themselves are being hunted. Is that so? Chen Chen stroked his chin. Alright, then as we discussed last night, I'll have the dragon breed for you for 50,000 gold coins. Memhu, good. Yaden nodded excitedly, finally securing this matter. She asked, when can I bring the breeding beast? Chen Chen replied, anytime. Yaden was even more excited and began to form a preliminary impression of Chen Chen. He was quite nice. So when will you give me the ring? Yaden inquired. After all, without the supplies in the ring, she couldn't safely leave the Thousand Ghost Forest. Chen Chen blinked. What ring? When did I say I would give you the ring? Yaden's smile froze on her face. Didn't you just say you would let me go back to bring the breeding beast? Chen Chen shook his head. What I said was that for 50,000 gold coins, the dragon would breed for you, but I never said you could leave. Ha? Yaden looked a bit dazed. But didn't you just say I could go back any time to bring the breeding beast? Chen Chen nodded. Of course, you can go back any time, but the ring is a different price. Yaden was confused. At that moment, she felt something was off, yet it also seemed quite reasonable. The Fallen Association is really generous. In the territory of 8 Ida, a valley formed by massive cracks, 3 adult fire dragons were lazily napping, and 1 young fire dragon was curiously swallowing a strange stone from the ground. On the cliff wall, 8 Ida was sitting on a large rock, fiddling with the ring on his hand. This was a magical item from the Empire, hiding the rewards of his current operation, a bronze weapon and a large number of energy stones. Just by entering the city and using the dragon's bloodline to suppress and kill a batch of warhorses, I obtained a legal identity, a special bronze weapon, and 5,000 energy stones. As expected of the Empire, I really look forward to the trade after the conflict between Haina and Osto. 8 Ida licked his lips. He was a participant in instigating the battle between Haina and Osto, but merely a participant. However, this participant's status was enough for him to make a fortune. Summon. A flash of red light appeared in the distance, and a whimpering dragon hatchling appeared next to the nurturing spring. Roar! The moment the newborn appeared, dragons flew down from the cliff wall to lick the newborn. 2 dragons carefully licked the hatchling, while 1 young dragon curiously examined this smaller creature. 8 Ida glanced at the newborn and then ignored it. The habits among dragons would ensure that this young dragon grew up healthy. Summoning a dragon requires 200 energy stones, and raising a dragon to adulthood requires another 500 energy stones. 700 energy stones, huh? 8 Ida sighed. He hadn't increased his troops before because, under various expenses, he simply didn't have extra money to summon. But now, he looked at the more than 10,000 energy stones quietly lying in his ring, realizing he actually had money with nowhere to spend it. Dragon troops are very powerful, but the stronger the troops, the more restrictions there are. One of the restrictions for dragons is the number of summons. He can only summon a dragon once every 10 days. Summoning once every 10 days, now I have energy stones but cannot continue to summon. Atida looked at all his forces in the valley, 1 adult dragon, 1 sub-adult dragon, 1 young dragon, and 1 newly born little dragon. Chihong, how did you break through the troop restrictions? I'm really curious. Atida looked towards a distant direction, where the second strongest among the lords resided. No, perhaps it's the first, Atida muttered mockingly. Although it was said that the first was the demigod soldier Chen Shen, news about Chen Shen had become increasingly scarce. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had recently formed a casual alliance and sold a wildly popular product, he would have thought that the person had vanished completely. However, even so, more and more people began to question Chen Shen's position as the first. There were even rumors that Chen Shen was not a demigod soldier at all, and that another person held that title, leading to a decline in Chen Shen's status. But even if Chen Shen is a demigod soldier, he probably wouldn't be a match for the current Chi Hong-yi, right? Atida recalled the latest news about his alliance lord, noting that Chi Hong-yi's military strength had grown to 30,000. Even a demigod could be bitten to death by ants, right? Atida scoffed, but at the same time, he became even more curious about Chi Hong-yi's secret. How had the other party managed to break through the limitations of summoning soldiers? Many lords, who initially wanted the Sun Never Sets alliance to disband, had unknowingly turned their focus to uncovering Chi Hong-yi's secret. Owen, come here. Atida suddenly called out into the cave, and a black man dressed in tattered training clothes stepped out. I have seen the Lord. Owen knelt and lowered his head, and Atida was quite satisfied. Take this. In 2 days, I want you to use this weapon to go to a battlefield. Atida tossed a cloak at Owen's feet, and Owen picked it up in confusion. Atida said, in 2 days, I will send a giant dragon to follow you. What you need to do is infiltrate Chi Hong-yi's territory during the great battle. Infiltrate Chi Hong-yi's territory? Owen instantly understood something. It seemed this holy tier lord was preparing to take action against Chi Hong-yi. Not only to take action but also to obtain something from the other party. Unaware of the current state of the Sun Never Sets alliance, Owen thought he had figured everything out, and a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. This glint was small, but Atida caught it instantly. Humph, you can try to escape, but you know the consequences. I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare, my lord. Owen prostrated on the ground, genuine fear welling up from the depths of his heart. During the time he had been subdued, he had been forced to kill wild monsters and use the training ground to enhance his strength. As a dignified king-tier lord, he not only lost his former prestige but also felt as humble as a servant. He had thought many times about escaping the other party's control, but each time ended in failure and left him with scars. Recently, Atida had even made him ingest a considerable amount of poison to keep him under control. Therefore, Owen dared not act recklessly in front of this strong-willed holy tier lord. Atida glanced at Owen. You'd better be so, or I won't mind replacing you with another servant. Owen fell down again. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely wouldn't dare. Atida looked at this guy who kept saying he wouldn't dare and snorted coldly. He didn't believe a word from this cunning creature. However, he had inadvertently discovered that the training ground could rapidly enhance a lord's strength, and under his guidance, Owen had gained strength equivalent to that of a king tier. Having king tier strength combined with his only remaining land shark soldier type was actually a decent combination. Whether for assassination or reconnaissance, it was a good mix. Yet, his heart was not sincere. He had voluntarily submitted but always thought about escaping and plotting against him. There was even one time when he had attempted to push him off a cliff while he was sitting at the edge. Although he had successfully discovered this plot, it had planted a seed of resentment in his heart. Now, Owen was like that invisibility cloak to Atida, tasteless to consume yet too valuable to discard. Get lost. 2 days from now, if you can't find the reason for Kihanji's spring water promotion, then you have no reason to exist. Atida waved his hand, signaling the other to leave. As Owen retreated with his cloak, a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. It seems I need to move early. He knew Atida's character. He was a man of his word. Since the other had said so, if he couldn't uncover the secret of Kihanji's spring water promotion, death awaited him. I've already become your servant, yet you still refuse to let me go. In that case, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Owen went to a hidden spot and took out a special scroll, unfolding it. He took a few deep breaths, biting his teeth again and again. Not speaking means death. This is my only way to survive now. Owen shamefully asked as he unfurled the scroll. Scroll, who is the most handsome man in the world? Buzz. The scroll emitted a soft sound, and then a handsome man with white hair appeared. The man flamboyantly swept his bangs back, saying, That's right, the most handsome man is me. Owen. If it weren't for someone informing him in advance, he would never have thought of this as the second in command of the Iron River Alliance. Oh, someone contacted me, let me see. After fixing his hair, the man pouted and seriously flipped through something. Note, rebellious kid no. 1. So it's the rebellious kid next to a tie, huh? What's up? Have you thought about joining the Iron River Alliance? The young man asked sincerely, but he always gave off a frivolous and carefree vibe. Moreover, calling himself a rebellious kid right off the bat made Owen's already dark face turn even darker. Damn it, a mere Golden Alliance leader dares to say that to me. Owen gritted his teeth. If he were still a king-tier lord. He wanted to retort but thought about his current situation and had to endure the humiliation, saying, Leader Bai, I've thought it through, I want to join the Iron River Alliance. Bai Luohua was not surprised by his words at all. After all, the contact meant he was ready to betray. Bai Luohua smiled, great, welcome. But as a rebellious member, you have to provide something, right? Bai Luohua's smile turned slightly gloomy, prove your worth. Seeing the rapid change in the other, Owen couldn't help but feel like a tiger fallen to the plains. He clenched his fists but helplessly relaxed. He said, I can tell you the specific number of Atai's troops and his plans. Specific number. Bai Luohua pretended to ponder, holy tier troops? I can guess the specific number, it's about 4 or 5. Clack. Owen's white teeth clicked together. The fact that the other guessed Atai's troop types meant his value had diminished. But, you can talk about Atai's plans. Bai Luohua shifted the topic. Now it was Owen's turn to be excited. If I say it, can you really help me detoxify all the poison in me? Bai Luohua leaned against the wooden table, showing a mix of disdain, indifference, and confidence. He said handsomely, of course. Owen ignored the other's flamboyance. Atai is planning to take action against Kihanji's son Never Sets Alliance, and the time is 2 days from now. Bai Luohua. The moment the former finished speaking, Bai Luohua's expression darkened. Is that the plan you mentioned? What? You can't backtrack. You're the grand leader. Owen's words were agitated because the other's expression and reaction made him uneasy. It was clear that the other was preparing to take the information for free without intending to help him detoxify, or perhaps, he simply didn't have the ability to detoxify. Bai Luohua shook his head helplessly and corrected, first of all, I am only the second leader, the main leader is Dongfang Tianxin. Secondly, your so-called news from Atieda, how outdated are you to think that such public information can be exchanged for your own antidote? Public information? Owen nearly shouted, that's impossible. Atieda only told me today, how could you know this? Still public information? I think you just don't want to help me interpret it, liar. Bai Luohua looked at him with drooping eyes, the news that we will attack Kihanji's territory in 2 days is something we all know. How have you fallen so low? Oh, I forgot, you're no longer a lord, you can't get information through our channels at all. Bai Luohua mocked mercilessly. The other party actually tried to fool him with such public information. It was truly a waste of time. Bai Luohua felt his energy waning and wanted to end this unproductive conversation. No, don't, no. Seeing his only hope about to vanish, Owen hurriedly intervened. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the truth of what the other party said and could only spill all his information. Atieda still has plans. He wants me to get close to Kihanji during the Great Battle in 2 days and infiltrate to uncover the secret of Kihanji's spring water upgrade. While speaking, Owen kept observing the other party's expression, but Bai Luohua still wore a look of disappointment. What I'm saying is true, you can't lie to me. You promised to help me with the antidote. Owen gasped, his hands clutching the scroll, now damp with sweat. Bai Luohua casually sat on the wooden chair behind him, tapping his fingers on the table. Tap, tap, tap. He was contemplating whether to keep this rebellious brat. The information provided was completely useless. However, Atieda actually sent him to investigate, which must mean he had some means. Forget it, the antidote is easy anyway, I might as well plant a spy. The tapping stopped, and Bai Luohua's rhythm felt like a judgment, making Owen tremble with anxiety. After all, he had chosen betrayal, and he had to prove his worth. If he couldn't, would the other party turn around and tell Atieda? He certainly didn't want that. Perhaps what awaited him was not death in 2 days but death right now. For a moment, Owen even felt a bit regretful. If he hadn't betrayed, he could at least live for another 2 days. Now he had completely handed his life over to someone else. Finally, the tapping stopped. Bai Luohua said, I can give you the antidote, but you also have to do something for me. Owen's face darkened, realizing that the other party was indeed untrustworthy. He had already shared so much information, yet the other party chose to ignore it and take his precious news for nothing. But as a pawn, he had little choice. He could only ask, what is it? Bai Luohua pondered for a moment, I haven't thought of it yet, you should continue your investigation for now. When the great battle begins, I might have a use for you. To be honest, Owen's information was of no use. Bai Luohua's actions were merely to leave a hidden piece on the board. As for the specific task of this hidden piece, he hadn't really thought it through. However, with the battle about to start, having more means was necessary. Here, this will ensure your life when the poison strikes if you open the scroll. Bai Luohua ended the communication but sent over a scroll. Owen took it, and it clearly had the word cure written on it. Using a scroll to heal, I'm the only one who can do this. This rebellious brat must be amazed by my methods, right? Bai Luohua tousled his hair, feeling good about himself. I am indeed the most handsome lord, and my side business is both stylish and suave. No, I need to buy a few more gambling stones to play with. Bai Luohua thought of his profession and immediately purchased a few gambling stones. My side profession as a scroll master started from here. Gambling stones are truly wonderful things. A small gamble brings joy, a big gamble also brings joy, ha 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 ha. Boss, there's movement on Kihanji's side. Early in the morning, news came from the South River. The 7 days of internal discussions within the Sun Never Sets Alliance were almost up. Chen Shen became interested. What kind of movement? Are those people about to launch a full-scale attack? The South River replied, not yet, there's still 1 day left until the 7 days are up, but it's close. Almost all factions have started to stir. Which factions are participating this time? Chen Shen inquired. The South River submitted the prepared information to Chen Shen, who examined it carefully and then gasped. I never expected the Sun Never Sets Alliance to have developed to this extent. As the final confrontation approached, many people no longer concealed their intentions. Thus, the information sent by the South River contained the majority of details about the rebels. 3 King-tier lords, 34 gold lords, 100 silver lords, and 130 bronze lords. What a colossal force. Chen Shen had never imagined that someone could manage to maintain competitive relationships among all the lords while developing such a large alliance. It should be noted that this was just the rebels, not the entire membership of the Sun Never Sets. Chen Shen steadied himself and curiously asked, how many members does the Sun Never Sets have in total now? The South River quickly answered, the Sun Never Sets currently has 832 members, and the number is rapidly increasing. The reasons for this include the Sun Never Sets favorable policies, the arrangements of traders, and the infiltration of traders from various factions into the Sun Never Sets alliance. After hearing this, Chen Shen was first puzzled, then suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. He hadn't expected that even on the last day, there were still arrangements for traders. It seemed that the Sun Never Sets was either riddled with holes or that Kihanji had already given up resistance. Chen Shen could roughly guess Kihanji's thoughts. It wasn't about giving up resistance but rather about abandoning the invasion of those scoundrels in the region. He had learned a bit about this woman. She was a proud and lofty individual. I suppose your plan is to let all the rebels come, and then clear them out in one go? Chen Shen sighed. There were many madmen among the lords, and people like him, who were calm, were becoming rare. It doesn't matter, this war has nothing to do with us. As long as we pay attention to the reasons behind the opponent's advancement, that's enough. Chen Shen said to the South River. Understood, I will keep a close watch. The South River also understood what Chen Shen cared about. Although the alliance did not intend to participate in this battle, Chen Shen did not plan to get involved in the intrigues of hundreds of lords in several alliances. The scale of this conflict was comparable to a war. It involved not only Kihanji and hundreds of lords but also the covert support from other alliances. Chen Shen did not believe that those alliances would quietly watch. They would definitely send reinforcements to help the rebels. After all, the rapid growth of the Sun Never Sets alliance had already threatened several major alliances. It was not just a threat in terms of recruitment but also a shared threat in business and other aspects. At this moment, the Sun Never Sets alliance resembled a gigantic monster, violently devouring a large amount of resources among the lords. As for Chen Shen, most of his resources came from the empire and the gambling stone business at the border shops. Therefore, there was no conflict between the two. Why participate in such a dangerous battle when there was no conflict of interest? It was better to just watch quietly. Moreover, the current situation was likely on the brink of losing control. With hundreds of lords and tens of thousands of troops in chaotic battle, definitely the largest war. In a war of this level, if it were me, could I handle it? Although he did not plan to participate, Chen Shen instinctively began to think from another perspective. Although my current troops are all high-level royal classes, their numbers are too few. Royal class troops can hold off 100 bronze troops, 50 silver troops, and about 10 gold troops. After some calculations, Chen Shen realized that even he wouldn't be able to match around 40,000 bronze troops. Kihanji, how will you face this? Forget it. Chen Shen shook his head. The other party was stronger than him, so why should he worry? He should focus on strengthening himself. His own strength was fundamental. The key to upgrading the spring water is the energy core, but what exactly is the energy core? Chen Chen pondered without any results. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He seemed to have thought of something. He could ask Heidi Yaden. She must know more than he did, having the resources of the Heidi family. Chen Chen searched for Yaden's figure and, after circling around, found her by the dry well. Liar, liar, dead liar. Sister, did you know? Chen Chen is just a liar. Are you imprisoned here? If I manage to escape, I'll take you with me. Yaden expressed her grievances about Chen Chen's unfairness without realizing he was already behind her. Sister, the black brick you gave me was also taken by Chen Chen. He took your black brick and returned my ring to me. But the ring is empty now. And that ring originally belonged to me. He also said that if I wanted the rest of my things, I had to pay another price. Price, he's just a swindler. Yaden tossed small pebbles into the well while praying for a response from Sadako. However, instead of a reply, she felt a light tap on her shoulder. Ah, you. I didn't say anything. Yaden turned to see Chen Chen hurriedly covering his mouth, fearing he might say something wrong and get charged. She had no money left, and even her IOUs were out for several hundred gold coins. Don't be nervous, I heard everything you just said. Yaden immediately put her hands down, feeling even more anxious. What would he want from her? When would she be able to redeem herself? When could she bring the magical beasts to breed and return home in glory? Chen Chen chuckled. Let me ask you a question. If you know the answer, I can pretend I didn't hear anything you just said. Yaden blinked her big eyes, somewhat doubtful. Really? Chen Chen nodded. More real than gold. Yaden hesitated before speaking, then asked. Chen Chen asked, do you know where I can get an energy core? Energy core? Yaden looked at Chen Chen with suspicion. Isn't the energy core right next to you? Next to me? Chen Chen quickly turned around to check. Goblin, house, goblin, nurturing spring, house. Are you talking about that spring? Chen Chen pointed at the nurturing spring. Could it be that the nurturing spring was the energy core? Was the method of advancement to plunder others' spring water? Yaden shook her head. No, I mean that tree. Yaden pointed seriously across the river. Although Chen Chen hadn't mentioned it these days, she had guessed a lot. Chen Chen was using the soul of the ancient tree to farm the giant dragon, but he didn't know what the energy core was. Could it be that he was truly a hero, summoned here without having the chance to understand the world before being conquered by the Titan Empire? What? You mean? Chen Chen looked in the direction she pointed, momentarily speechless and somewhat incredulous. The thing he was looking for had been right beside him all along? Gulyolu. Swallowing his saliva, Chen Chen confirmed once more, are you sure the soul of the ancient tree is an energy core? Yaden frowned, yes, but it's not an ordinary energy core, it's a special energy core. A special energy core? What does that mean? Chen Chen looked at Yaden excitedly, feeling that he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. The other person's knowledge was his greatest gain. Yaden recalled what was meant by a special energy core and replied, it's the kind that has been discovered to belong to an energy core but cannot be utilized. If the heart of the ancient tree is a luxury product, then the soul of the ancient tree is ultra-luxury. The heart of the ancient tree can at least be used in formations, though not completely efficiently, but the Empire currently cannot utilize the soul of the ancient tree at all. In any case, it is an energy core, right? Chen Chen grasped the crux of the matter and asked. Yaden answered, yes, but this kind of energy core is useless, it cannot be used at all. If you want to use it, I've heard that the Silver Moon Empire seems to have a method to utilize it. It's a holy land for weapons. That's fine, I should be able to use it, Chen Chen replied. The core that the Titan Empire could not utilize but the Silver Moon Empire could, proved that there was nothing wrong with this core. As long as the core was fine, he should be able to use it. However, just to be safe, Chen Chen still asked, do you have any other energy cores? Other ones? Yaden decisively shook her head. No. That kind of thing is the core of a city. No one is willing to hand over the core of their own city to you. The core of a city? Chen Chen was puzzled. Yaden helplessly explained to this clueless hero. The energy core is the energy source for a city's defenses. They can deploy a shield to protect everyone inside the city when facing enemies. The energy core can also regularly clear out all magical beasts within the area it covers, including underground. That's why beast tamers and summoners need to obtain identity credentials for their pets when entering a city. Any magical beast that is not registered and licensed will be obliterated by the energy core. In short, the energy core has many uses. It is the foundation of a city. The foundation of a city? Chen Chen suddenly realized. It turned out that the will of another world wanted them to develop towards conquering the cities of the empire. As expected, it is a competition between the wills of two worlds, Chen Chen sighed. If the lords wanted to continue developing, they would have to attack the surrounding cities. And the attack on the cities meant that the lords' promotions would further signify invasion. They were like a group of woodworms, driven into another world by the will of one world, using the enemy's resources to develop themselves. Including underground, is it the kind of shield we had during the 7-day protection period when we first arrived? Chen Shan recalled the protective shield from that time. There were even dragons attacking back then. It seemed that the confrontation between the two worlds had already begun. So, is this energy core I discovered by chance a relatively lucky existence? Shen Chen felt fortunate. Yes, of course, not just you, there's also Kihanji. Luck never favors a single person, it favors all those who are prepared. Kihanji had seized it, and now, Shen Chen had to seize it too. In that case, I can completely break through and touch my own limits. Shen Chen excitedly shook Yaden's shoulder, causing her to step back repeatedly. Hey, don't go back on your word, I. Yaden thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything to threaten him with, so she could only angrily say, liar, dead liar, you must be trying to extort money from me again. As a noble with deep roots, it was her first time worrying about money. No, there's no breaking of promises, today's matters are all settled. Shen Shen was in high spirits, obtaining the energy core meant he could soon break free from his shackles, and once he did, he would return to being the strongest. Here, perhaps only the strongest could provide him with a sense of security. Then let's attack. Wait a minute. Just as Chen Shen was about to wave his hand to destroy the ancient tree, he realized that if he destroyed it now, wouldn't he have no machine left to farm the giant dragon? Is it a choice between fish and bear's paw? Shen Shen fell silent. A cold wind swept through the charred land, not just the earth but also the trees. All the trees had lost their leaves, leaving only bare trunks, stark and dark, growing chaotically on the high slope. Atop the slope, in a small, ancient castle, Kihanji was observing her preparations with a sense of authority. The charred underworld, the leafless trees, and the dark red bricks were all remnants of Hellfire's devastation. To prepare for the war a day later, she had made ample arrangements. The territory remained the same, the smoke still rose, but there was more smoke now, and the territory had changed its appearance. What was once a view of countless lights was now engulfed in the black flames of hell. The black flames filled every inch of the territory, and the skeletal soldiers stood out against the charred ground, while another type of creature was quite pleased. They treated the black flames as a bonfire, surrounding it as they engaged in some mysterious prayer. Your territory has been cleansed by the flames of hell, making it more suitable for hellish creatures to thrive. Territory change, all hellish creature attributes in the underworld territory increase by 5%, while non-hellish attributes decrease by 3%. Very good, it's finally complete. Kihanji smiled as she admired it all. With this enhancement, her territory would be as solid as gold. Suddenly, ding ding. Leader, we have investigated all the rebels in your area. They are. Chen Mo, one of the few high-ranking lords in the Sun Never Sets Alliance who had not betrayed, diligently completed this task for Kihanji. Very good, I understand. Kihanji smirked and turned back to her castle. Leader, not only in your area, but I have also summarized most of the betraying lords. Not just these betraying lords, but more are the observing lords, It's fine, I had already guessed that. Kihanji arrived at the topmost level of the castle, where her followers had built her a solitary throne. Casually sitting on the throne, Kihanji spoke, tell me the final result, how many are willing to help me? Shen Mo paused for a few seconds, 30 lords. Kihanji smiled playfully, how many have clearly betrayed me? Shen Mo took a deep breath, 267. Very good. Kihanji leaned back, her long left leg crossed over her right, and she said lightly, let's go to war. Go to war? Now. Chen Mo was stunned, his words a bit agitated, but we still have a day left, No, that's not it, Kihanji interrupted Chen Mo. Then, with authority, she declared, it's not that we have a day left, it's that they have a day left. When to go to war has always been decided by me. Did I agree to the so-called 7-day agreement? Kihanji smiled disdainfully, her eyes seemingly igniting with a pattern of hellfire lotus rapidly taking shape. Moments later, the fire lotus was completed, and the connection of vision was established. The ruler on the throne lazily raised her hand and waved 3 fingers, go to war. A new batch of orders has arrived at your shop. 3 new batches of orders have arrived at your shop. Your store has received 4 new orders. Your store. I can't keep up, it's just too much. Is there going to be a big battle? Why are there so many orders? Within the territory, Lei Qi was frantically producing healing potions from slimes. Oh no, I mean, producing healing liquids. The slime's mucus, combined with the surrounding herbs, could be directly synthesized into various potions through the system, with the most effective being the healing potion. While busy pulling weeds and synthesizing potions, Lei Chi also had to occasionally respond to a few lords purchasing small quantities of healing potions. He had already stopped accepting orders for healing potions below 200, as he simply couldn't keep up. Selling them individually was less efficient than selling in bulk. Lei Chi darted between the slimes and herb fields, his hands practically sparking with activity. If it weren't for the personal panel he had activated, even his previously strong physique wouldn't be able to handle this massive influx of orders. A war was definitely coming, and it was going to be on a very large scale. He usually didn't pay much attention to the rumors among the lords because he was just too busy. But judging by the healing liquid orders over the past few days, a battle was absolutely imminent. Your store has received a new order. A new order? Lei Chi frowned. A single order not part of a batch indicated it was from a lord looking to buy potions individually. But selling one by one was too troublesome. It was better to package them for those in need. Just as Lei Chi was about to decline, the other party offered a reward that was hard to refuse. A broken scroll, as solid as a fortress. Note, exclusive to the weak. Be grateful it's broken. If it were complete, you might not be able to use it. Damn! Lei Chi cursed inwardly. This system notification always seemed to mock him. However, such an item that could enhance the safety of his territory was indeed something he needed. I really envy this. I bet it was drawn by some lord from a mysterious lottery? Lei Chi felt a pang of envy. Ever since the gambling stone item came out, all sorts of rare items among the lords had increased. Although that thing only had a back pit, the initial allure that drew you in was incredibly tempting. A 50% chance of obtaining an item, and the items were all of decent quality. This led many lords to jump in, resulting in a variety of bizarre items being produced. How many healing potions do you want? Lei Chi asked directly. The other party's intention was clearly not as simple as just buying healing potions, because a few healing potions couldn't possibly match the value of this scroll. Perhaps it was some impatient lord wanting a large order and trying to cut in line. That was understandable. I don't want healing potions, I want rage potions, the person replied. Lei Chi was taken aback and glanced at the other party's ID, Chen Hao, a regular customer who had repurchased potions 3 times. He helplessly replied, "We don't have that product yet." Ding ding. The other party sent another item message. Flower of Brutality, can temporarily increase one's speed and strength by 5 times. I know your potions are made from herbs and slimes, can this be used to concoct rage potions? Chen Hao inquired. This. Lei Chi fell silent, then used the system to check the possibility. After a moment, he said, yes, but you need to have enough herbs. Chen Hao promptly sent over a large quantity of herbs. Take all the herbs, make as many as you can. Lei Chi took a look and found it was indeed the Flower of Brutality, but all the roots had been cut short. Damn, what a show-off. He accepted it, as expected. The other party couldn't possibly give him the roots. After all, if he had the roots, it would be easy to cultivate new herbs. Looks like they're planning to cooperate with me long-term, Lei Chi sighed, but there was nothing he could do. Forget it, I won't be at a loss anyway. Lei Chi was open-minded, this kind of thing was only responsible for processing, and no matter what, it was always profitable, just a matter of how much profit. He tossed the herbs and the slime's mucus in, waiting for the result. Moments later, a white light burst forth. Congratulations, you have created a new potion, Berserk Potion. Berserk Potion, after consumption, you can gain a 5 to 6 times increase in strength and speed. Note, this potion is unstable, but it lives up to the name Berserk. When used, your body will emit a red glow. Success! Lei Chi looked at the potion in his hand and then glanced at the slime behind him. You really are my lucky star. Lei Chi patted his dear slime. At first, he thought it was just a hindrance to his progress, but thankfully he didn't give up and continued to study the slime. As the saying goes, there are no useless units, only lords who don't know how to develop them. Perhaps in terms of combat, he still had to rely on his own strength, but when it came to making money, the slime was a jack of all trades, able to blend with any potion seamlessly. He tossed the remaining herbs in and soon obtained a large quantity of Berserk potions. Your potions are ready. Lei Chi handed the items over while also receiving a solid as a rock scroll. A battle was about to begin, and no one could guarantee that it wouldn't come to his territory, so it was better to have more protective measures. He placed the solid as a rock scroll into the storage along with the spring return chi, a second of golden body, random teleportation, and the black snake battle armor, letting out a long breath in the battle preparation warehouse. Safety has increased by 1 more point. On the other side, in Chen Hao's territory. Not bad, I didn't expect the other side could actually concoct such a potion. Chen Hao looked at the description of the Berserk potion, quite satisfied. When the Kihanji territory is breached, I will definitely be the first to rush into their territory and discover the secrets. As long as I occupy the secret, I will be the next Kihanji. Chen Hao fell into a fantasy, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising. Roar! Suddenly, the snow bear soldiers in the territory let out a roar, waking him from his daydream. What happened? Chen Hao connected to the high vantage point of the snow bear, but the next second he froze in place. What are those? A dark mass, as orderly as an army yet very strange. When that group of black things approached, the sky above them actually changed color. The previously clear sky turned a murky yellow in an instant, accompanied by a burst of black flames. At that moment, he finally saw what that dark mass was. That is, skeletons? Kihanji's skeletal soldiers? What does this mean? Vanguard troops? Chen Hao scoffed, deriding them, just a bunch of skeletons. His snow bears could swat them away with a single slap. Gulp! As the distance between the two sides closed, that one slap remark was ultimately left unspoken. The dark mass of skeletons continued to march, and he couldn't even see the end of the line, but just from the current numbers, he was already struggling to count. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000? His voice trembled, and the potion in his hand nearly spilled. Alert, quick, alert! Someone, oh no, bears, quickly drink all these potions. Drink them all. Madman. Damn it, madman, Kihanji, you madman. Ha, I tell you, even though I'm just a bronze lord, my forces are definitely the strongest among the bronze. Not just bronze, my forces are absolutely the strongest below the king rank. TCH, you just keep bragging. When the time comes to conquer Kihanji, the new boss will give you a king rank lord position. Do you want it? Yes, of course. I'm not just talking about the strongest below the king rank. I want the king rank. Ha. In a small mutual aid chat group called The Path to Ascendancy, several low-tier lords were engaged in lively discussion. Ever since they learned that territories could be exchanged and that low-tier lords could replace high-tier lords, those with strength began to climb the ranks. The lordly circle at that time was chaotic and precarious. Some feared being replaced and thus attacked the low-tier lords around them, while others united with low-tier lords to besiege high-tier lords. It was like a carnival blooming among the lords, and no one dared to say the game was unfair anymore. Because high-tier lords could die too, they could be replaced. Of course, amidst the revelry, some succeeded while others failed. Some of the failures perished completely, while others barely survived. Just like the few present now, their troop types were decent, but due to the vast gap and high expectations at that time, they had not succeeded. However, this did not mean they would not succeed in the future. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, and they just happen to be ready. Brothers, you say we failed in competing for the Golden Territory, but we joined the Sun Never Sets Alliance. And now we encounter turmoil in the Alliance and become undercover agents. Can this story be published? I think so. Once we take down Kihanji, we'll publish a memoir of our success. They were all bronze lords who once yearned for golden territories, but now they look down on golden territories. Due to their geographical proximity to Kihanji, they were expected to become the vanguard of the rebel army. Although it was a vanguard destined for death, they received substantial support in energy stones. This was also why they could disregard the golden lords. Their troop numbers had long surpassed 1,000, with some even reaching 5,000. The summoning shackles of bronze troops were relatively weak, allowing them to summon hundreds or even thousands of troops in a day. And these thousands of troops were their confidence. A motivational story of a low-tier lord successfully turning the tables. It must be spread. Someone chimed in. Hey, wait a minute, the boss isn't a low tier, he's the one who secured the golden position. Alright, speaking of the boss, a few days ago he told us to collect the brutal flowers for a surprise. Where is he? Yeah, where is the boss? The group realized something was off. If they were chatting so happily, the boss Chen Hao would have joined in long ago. Why hadn't he appeared today? Suddenly, an ID with a golden name appeared in the chat channel. Chen Hao, run! Run? The others widened their eyes, fixated on the next message from their boss Chen Hao. Chen Hao, Kihanji is attacking my territory. I can't hold on any longer. You all run. What? With so many of us working together, how dare he attack? Boss, hold on. I'll send someone to support you right away. Yeah, me too. Boss, hang in there. Just as they were preparing to rally their armies to help the boss, more bad news came. I see Kihanji's troops here too. Kihanji's skeleton army, thousands, no, it's 10,000. The person's voice trembled, frightening the others into quickly checking their own territories. Sure enough, the sky turned murky yellow, and above the yellow sky, a black parallel line was advancing. You have 10,000? Impossible. I also see Kihanji's skeleton soldiers here. There are at least 5,000 skeletons. This Impossible, how could Kihanji attack us all at once? The few who had been chatting confidently moments ago were now drenched in cold sweat. Deploying so many troops at once, does Kihanji not plan to defend her own territory? Someone exclaimed in terror. And why is Kihanji not adhering to the 7-day treaty we established? I don't know, but I've seen Kihanji's skeletons here. My troops only number 1,000, yet she actually dispatched 3,000 skeletons to eliminate me. No way, report this immediately, request reinforcements. The few who were slow to react finally realized that the situation had exceeded their expectations and hurriedly sought help from different sponsors behind them. In no time, the news of Kihanji's proactive attack spread quickly. Boss, Kihanji has taken the initiative to attack the lords around her. In the territory, Chen Chen was torn between choosing fish or bear's paw when the latest intelligence from Manhwa arrived. Oh, she started the attack? Chen Chen was somewhat surprised, but after considering Kihanji's personality, it wasn't impossible. She was like a female version of Xiang Wang, not only blessed with good fortune but also possessing a domineering personality and ruthless methods. What's the situation of the battle? Chen Chen inquired. He believed that since she had decided to strike, it must be a blitzkrieg. Although news spread quickly among lords, he had a feeling that perhaps the battle had already yielded results. Sure enough, Manhwa excitedly sent over more than 10 emojis to express his astonishment at the battle's outcome. Annihilation battle, Kihanji eliminated 6 treacherous lords around her territory within 1 hour. How many people were deployed? Chen Chen was not surprised by the annihilation battle, but he was curious about how long it took her to achieve this. The lords around Kihanji's territory must be quite significant strategically and should have decent mercenaries as well. Manhwa replied, a total of 30,000 were deployed. 30,000? With the help of the other lords of the never-setting sun? Manhwa, no, his never-setting sun has already been infiltrated and turned into a sieve. He concealed it from everyone. Well, that's really bold. Chen Chen couldn't help but admire her courage. To mobilize all her forces in such a short time to annihilate the enemies around her while leaving her own territory completely unguarded was indeed risky, even extreme. If anyone discovered Kihanji's actions, even a few bronze lords could easily eliminate her. She actually dared to do this, and not only did she do it, but she also succeeded. Chen Chen took a deep breath. At that moment, he even felt a fleeting sense of inferiority compared to her. In the face of strong enemies, Kihanji had already begun to take decisive action. Meanwhile, he was still troubled by the dilemma of fish and bear's paw. Manhwa, if you had to choose between an inexhaustible supply of fish and a precious bear's paw, which one would you choose? Chen Chen asked one last time. Me? Manhwa was somewhat surprised. He had prepared all the questions and intelligence about Kihanji but didn't expect Chen Chen to ask this. For me, I would choose the bear's paw. Manhwa answered honestly. Fish can be obtained anywhere, but bear's paw is a rare opportunity. Moreover, fish isn't even that tasty. I don't like eating fish. I see, ha ha ha, got it. Thanks, keep an eye on the intelligence from Kihanji's side. No problem, it's my duty. The two hung up the communication, and Chen Chen looked up at the sky. Even Manhwa knows to take risks. I seem to be too cautious. Take the risk. After making a certain decision while gazing at the drifting white clouds, Chen Chen suddenly pulled his head back. His eyes flashed, gray and white swirling. Vision connected. All goblins around the ancient tree, attack the ancient tree. Attack the ancient tree? Gaga! The goblins jumped excitedly. They had moved the still pregnant steel giant dragon to the maximum distance and then picked up their machetes, heading towards the ancient tree. Buzz! The ancient tree seemed to sense danger and trembled, but its only means of defense was through the strongest beliefs surrounding it. Due to its own energy limitations, it could only summon one type of phantom beast at a time to protect itself. Thus, faced with the goblin's relentless attacks and the tearing of its base, it could only resummon the iron dragon not far away. However, this iron dragon, let alone being pregnant, had no combat power at all. Even if it weren't pregnant, its inability to turn would not help defend the ancient tree. After several attempts to reclaim itself and the goblins moving away, the ancient tree ultimately could not resist. Since you want it, then take it. Confirming that the ancient tree had no other means of attack, the goblins no longer cared whether the iron dragon was by their side. Buzz! Some goblins were using bone-splitting knives to split branches on the tree, while others were working on its roots and pushing hard from below. As for the barrier around the ancient tree, it seemed to have summoned 3 dragons continuously, which consumed a massive amount of energy and had lost the resilience it once had. The frost dragon's several magically shaped icebergs completely shattered it. Without the barrier's protection, the ancient tree could finally be explored from Chen Chen's territory. So you can't summon infinitely after all. True, your abilities are ultimately limited. How could you keep summoning dragons for me? Chen Chen looked up at the ancient tree and sighed. The goblins acted quickly, and this process went without any surprises. Chen Chen watched as the treetop swayed little by little until the final loud crash. Boom! The ancient tree shook the heavens, toppling a cluster of trees and clearing a patch of land. For some reason, as Chen Chen looked at the ancient tree that had fought against him for so long, he felt a sense of the survival of the fittest. Perhaps this is the competition of nature. In this cruel world, it's either you plunder others, or others plunder you. Are you starting to fantasize about weaker beings? Yadin in the Territorial also sensed the rumbling sound, and it was likely that Chen Chen had come to terms with preparing to obtain the heart and soul of the ancient tree. Hey, Chen Chen, when are you going to let me go? I won't say anything, after all, I initiated this. There's no hatred between us, the Heidi family won't. Chen Chen covered Yadin's mouth and then had the goblins pull her back. What he was about to do was not something Yadin could witness. He naturally understood what Yadin was saying. He also wanted to sell the dragon as soon as possible, but the premise for achieving all this was his own strength growth. Only when his strength was on the same level could there be a legitimate scene of cooperation with the Heidi family. Otherwise, just based on Yadin's status, the other party would erase him for the sake of noble face. Once he broke through the constraints of the spring water, he could transform the energy stones in his hand into combat power. Only by becoming strong would he find the true truth. Breaking through the constraints of the spring water would allow him to summon it without limits, and at that time, he would have the capital to communicate with the empire. At the very least, he would have the capital to communicate with the city of Ostrabon. A dragon man goblin descended from the sky and respectfully presented 4 pieces of green ancient jade. Among them, 1 was deep green and 3 were light green, 3 large and 1 small. Is this the soul and heart of the ancient tree? Chen Chen first picked up the 3 identical ancient tree hearts. Ancient tree heart possesses immense energy but is not usable by ordinary beings. Note, what are you looking at? You can't use it anyway. Then, he picked up the smallest but darkest ancient tree soul. Ancient tree soul, ethereal dreamlike power, possessing the ability to turn the void into reality. Note, if you are fantasizing, it's best to be a beautiful fantasy, for dreams will come true. Note, a special energy core that hides the secrets of the dream sprites. It really is an energy core. All the information matched his predictions, and there were no errors. He excitedly opened the panel of the spring. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, Unique Troop Building Structure. Level, LV3. Number of goblins that can be bred daily, 15. Current energy required for breeding, 30, 60, 75. Materials required for promotion, 10, 300 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 100 units of fine iron, 1 energy core. Note, cunning creatures from the dark abyss, any being that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures ignore reproductive isolation. You meet the upgrade conditions, would you like to upgrade? Chen Chen did not hesitate, upgrade. He had waited a long time for this moment. Congratulations, your breeding spring has upgraded, current level LV4. Congratulations, your breeding spring has upgraded, the breeding authority has undergone a qualitative change. Congratulations, your breeding spring has upgraded, you now have protective power to defend your territory. Congratulations, your breeding spring has upgraded, you have unlocked the final shackles. You have unlocked the final shackles, from this moment your troop summons will no longer be limited by daily quantity. Congratulations, you have become one of the first 3 lords to upgrade to LV4, you have received a special gift pack. The special gift pack has been placed in your private space. The system's prompt sounded one after another, and Chen Chen was in a state of shock. Indeed, he was not the first lord to upgrade the spring, and breaking the secret of troop summon limits was the upgrade of the spring. Chen Chen looked at the breeding spring beside him, it had changed dramatically. The previous green gem had disappeared, replaced by a faceless little stone figure. The little stone figure stood atop a stone pillar, and below the pillar, there was no spring water, only a gray-white light screen. The light screen was not bright but was very attention-grabbing, even subconsciously pulling the attention of those who gazed at it. An eerie and profound aura spread from the spring. Has it really grown to this extent? Chen Chen could feel that the spring had not vanished, it had merely transformed from a material existence to a spiritual one. Under his gaze, that gray-white mist was a vast amount of spring water. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, Unique Troop Building Structure. Level, LV4. Number of goblins that can be bred daily, unlimited. Current energy required for breeding, 30, 50, 60, 75, 80. Materials required for promotion, 100, 200 units of jade, 1000 units of fine iron, 2 energy cores. Note, cunning creatures from the dark abyss, any being that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures ignore reproductive isolation. Indeed, the number of energy cores required has increased. It seems we need to take action against the city. Chen Shen shook his head. Attacking the city was not something to consider for now. Open the gift. Detecting special carrying of energy cores, you have obtained a new goblin troop. Just as Chen Shen was about to open the gift pack, an unexpected reward arrived. Special carrying, new goblin? Open the exchange panel. Chen Shen opened the goblin exchange panel after a long time. Normally, he had no need for the goblin exchange panel, as he had relied on free resources until now. However, this time, opening it brought him quite a surprise. Dragon Goblin, Cursed State. Black Armored Goblin, Cursed State. They even included these two? Chen Shen was somewhat surprised to see these two goblins. It seemed that the changes after applying the curse were so significant that they were recognized as new species. This actually saves me from having to do it every 3 days. Damn, one costs 1,000 energy stones, why don't you go rob someone? Chen Shen looked in shock at the price. Accursed black armor actually costs 1,000 energy stones, and the dragon goblin is even higher, costing 1,200 energy stones. Forget it, act within my means. Chen Shen waved his hand. He wasn't here to look at the cursed goblins this time. Cursed goblins could actually be farmed for free with a bit of effort. His gaze quickly scanned the types of goblins he had owned, and finally, at the end, he saw an unfamiliar name. Lazy Goblin? It's quite expensive. Chen Shen spent 50 energy stones to exchange for the latest goblin. According to the system's prompt, this new goblin seemed to have been born from the influence of special energy. This special energy should be the uniqueness of the ancient tree spirit, right? Chen Shen thought of the ancient tree spirit's incredible ability to turn the virtual into reality and was very much looking forward to it. If his goblin could achieve this, wouldn't that mean? Not expensive at all. The corners of his mouth gradually lifted, even unable to stop. If he could obtain such an extraordinary goblin for 50 energy stones, could he then farm dragons himself? Even if I can't farm dragons, can I farm some other things? Thinking of the uniqueness of the ancient tree spirit, he could already see a beautiful life in his future. The next moment, from the hazy gray-white mist, emerged a three-headed little monster? 3 heads, a big head, pointed ears, long tusks, a lazy expression, and drooping eyelids, showing no motivation at all. Chen, what's going on? Isn't this a special goblin? This. Chen Shen stood frozen in place. The anticipation he had felt moments ago was now replaced by deep disappointment. No height of 1.8 meters, no big muscles, no special organs. If it weren't for the signature tattoo of the dark goblin on him, Chen Shen would have doubted whether this thing was even his unit. No rush, one cannot judge by appearances, and goblins are no different. Chen Shen looked at this lazy goblin, which seemed to regress with each evolution, and suppressed his rapidly rising blood pressure as he cast a reconnaissance spell on it. What if it was just a hidden gem, right? Lazy goblin quality, king level attribute, 50 level, LV5, can level up by killing creatures, loyalty, devoted, you are the absolute faith of the goblin. Weapon, none. Skills, poisoning, laziness. Traits, ignore reproductive isolation. Traits, dream into reality. Note, what are you looking at? A true genius can surpass you with just a little effort. Chen, hidden gem my ass. Chen Shen looked at the barely king level attribute panel and felt like cursing. Your attributes just reached king level, and you only have 2 skills? Having only 2 skills is one thing, but one is a natural poisoning ability, and the other is laziness? And on top of that, you actually have 2 traits. Damn, as expected, cheap goods are never good. You can't have too high hopes for free stuff. Chen Shen decided to pretend he didn't see this goblin. Anyway, his summoning unit restrictions had been lifted, and his goal had been achieved. This unexpected joy is not worth it. Wait, what did I just say? Chen Shen was momentarily overwhelmed by anger and the goblin's attribute panel, but then he recalled what he had just said. 2 traits? Chen Shen turned back to check the lazy goblin's traits again. Traits, ignore reproductive isolation. Traits, dream into reality. What the hell? It really does have 2 traits? Chen Shen looked at the characteristic of making dreams come true, and the corners of his mouth split open again. I said it, didn't I? The spring water only retains the best genetic combinations. How could it possibly forget something as important as turning the virtual into the real? Making dreams come true, can it bring things from dreams into reality? Chen Shen examined the goblin in front of him, turning in circles while clicking his tongue. The goblin not only exuded a unique goblin aura but also had a lazy vibe. Lazy, making dreams come true. So does your characteristic require sleep to activate? Chen Chen made a rough guess about this new characteristic, but he wasn't sure if his speculation was accurate. After all, characteristics like this appeared too rarely, and there was no reference data. He needed to study it himself. However, it was certain that every characteristic developed was an extraordinary existence. The best representatives were Qihanji and Chen Chen. Both used their unit characteristics to gain the strength to crush high-level lords from being low-level lords. Among them, Qihanji was stronger. Now it was himself. Chen Chen looked at the 20,000 energy stones piled up in his hand. From this moment on, as long as he wanted, he could instantly summon 200 dragon goblins or 600 black-armored goblins? Damn, why does it feel like that's not a lot? Chen Chen felt a bit troubled, but soon broke through his own frustration. Compared to Qihanji, most of the other party's funds were spent on him, while most of Chen Chen's funds were invested. Whether it was Sarawil Shah's fur, the gambling stones from the South River, or Gu Xiaoyu's forging, 20,000 energy stones were merely his liquid assets. If he really wanted, he could convert all of these into materials in a very short time. If all resources were turned into materials, there should be 600 dragon goblins or 1,800 black-armored goblins. Chen Chen let out a long breath. This way, combined with his existing goblins, his goblins could surpass the 3,000 mark. Although the attributes of black-armored goblins were only gold, their strength and black armor could definitely secure a place among the king ranks. In other words, he possessed 3,000 king-tier units. That's not bad. Chen Chen nodded. This way, his strength was finally presentable. System, open the gift pack. Chen Chen calculated the reassuring strength and opened the rewards from the system again. Gift pack opening. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill scroll, Eye of Dread. Eye of Dread. By materializing your mental power through your eyes, your gaze will reduce the enemy's all attributes by 5%. Note, the range of dread is determined by your mental power value. Please drink more walnut milk. Detected skill. Your skill is changed. Eye of Dread has evolved into Abyssal Eye. Abyssal Eye, spirit is the guide, eyes is the boundary. The disrespectful will fall into the abyss of hell. You can pull anyone with lower mental power into the abyss world. Those with higher mental power will suffer 10% damage to all attributes. Note, damn, perverted, phew. This skill has changed again? Before Chen Chen could marvel at the power of the Eye of Dread, it had directly evolved into the Abyssal Eye? If you keep doing this, then I might just learn it. Although he didn't know why this skill changed, he loved this positive evolution too much. You have learned Abyssal Eye. After learning the skill, the gray-white mist in Chen Chen's eyes began to swirl, then condensed into reality. Once solidified, the gray-white mist surprisingly showed a hint of black. At first glance, it was a pure black eye. Feels pretty good. It seems I need to look for some skills to enhance my strength in the future. By the way, speaking of this, I wonder if the Empire has any skill scrolls that can be learned directly. High-level goods like this are quite rare among lords, so Chen Chen instinctively thought of the Empire. After all, they also have upgrade systems like warrior mages, so perhaps there are some convenient skill scrolls available. Let's ask Yadin about it. Oh, right, with my current strength, I can consider doing business with the Heidi family on top of the dragon. At this moment, Chen Chen felt much more confident with his trump card of being able to summon unlimited goblins at any time. Oh, by the way, I seem to have a batch of goblins waiting to be reborn. Chen Chen walked towards the small wooden house, planning to first ask Yadin about the skill scrolls. Qihanji, I'm no longer a member of the Sun Never Sets Alliance. You can't treat me like this. Your actions are equivalent to declaring war. You are declaring war on the Warrior Alliance. On the high ground, 3,000 golden-level hell skeletons faced off against 1,000 silver troops. Clearly, the silver troops had the advantage of occupying the high ground, but this was a one-sided massacre initiated by the skeletons. The opponent, whether in terms of troop attributes or numbers, was far from being a match for Qihanji. The Silver Lord could only watch as his troops were crushed bit by bit. He watched as the dark mass of skeletons slowly advanced towards him, like a dull knife gradually cutting at his throat. Kong Kong! Kong Kong! The skeletons had no thunderous battle cries, only the dusk that continuously eroded the clear sky. Seeing his troops about to be completely devoured, the Silver Lord hurriedly softened and begged for mercy. If he really waited until Qihanji took him down through war, only death awaited him. He had long heard of Qihanji's ruthless methods, having wiped out 6 surrounding lords in just 1 hour. She was simply the embodiment of a butcher. He thought that being 1,000 miles away, and that the two of them were not even in the same area, he was absolutely safe. The cost of failing to subdue this former ally would only be the loss of the troops he dispatched. But what he never expected was that the other party somehow made it into his territory. Your troops have lost 90%, your territory is under attack. Your territory is being attacked, current progress 10%. Your territory is under attack, please launch a counterattack as soon as possible. The system's prompt echoed repeatedly, and at this moment, the Silver Lord finally panicked. Not only had Kihanji wiped out the troops he had worked so hard to build, but now she also wanted to eliminate him completely. If I had known, I wouldn't have participated in this. At this moment, he regretted it deeply, but there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. My lord, I know I was wrong. I beg you, show mercy, spare me, I surrender. I will withdraw from the warrior alliance, I am still a member of your alliance. This lord was sending message after message begging for mercy to his former ally. But these messages fell like stones into the sea, creating not a ripple. Because at this moment, Kihanji was busy. Commanding an army of 30,000 people was not an easy task. She was not just waging war against one lord but against all who had betrayed her. After taking down the 6 surrounding lords, the war did not stop, it was just the beginning. Her Hell Skeleton army was appearing beside each of the traitors through some special means. Those who act against the natural order, those who repay kindness with enmity, those who collude in wickedness, all shall die. Kihanji replied uniformly to all the lords begging for mercy. And this reply quickly reached the ears of the leaders of various alliances. An emergency meeting during wartime. Iron River Alliance, Bailuo River, what do you mean? Why provide teleportation scrolls to Kihanji? Atai was furious upon learning that his ally had been slain by Kihanji. He never expected Kihanji to appear in the Thousand Ghost Forest. Although he rushed to provide support, by the time he arrived with the giant dragon to the territory of the requester, all that remained was a field of charred remains and scattered bones. The cause of all this was the opponent's sudden appearance in the Thousand Ghost Forest, catching him completely off guard. Among all the known lords, only Bailuo of the Iron River Alliance had the ability to forge teleportation scrolls. Faced with the questioning, Bailuo hurriedly jumped in to explain, teleportation scrolls are not my exclusive property, such things can also be obtained from gambling stones. Gambling stones have a chance of yielding results, but so far, no one has managed to obtain 3 scrolls at once, right? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance also stepped in to question. He was an expert in gambling stones. Kihanji might have used a teleportation scroll for the ambush, but she absolutely could not have simultaneously ambushed 3 lords. Exactly, I've opened gambling stones over 30 times, and aside from the first time, I haven't gotten anything else. Me too, let alone scrolls. I haven't even gotten a regular weapon. In an instant, all the prominent figures in the meeting turned their accusations toward Bailuo, who fell silent. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Dongfang Tiexin, so you all think the Iron River Alliance has betrayed us? The Grand Leader of the Iron River Alliance, Dongfang Tiexin, suddenly asked, leaving the lords momentarily speechless. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance also knew that while the situation was suspicious, it could not possibly be a betrayal by the Iron River Alliance. Because if the other side had betrayed and given a massive number of teleportation scrolls to Kihanji, then what Kihanji would have teleported would not be 3,000 people, nor would it be an attack on low-level lords. Instead, it would be a direct teleportation of 30,000 troops to attack the territory of their own leader. The Blood Oath leader said, "That's not what we mean, it's just that this matter is too suspicious, and we need an explanation." Explanation? Dongfang Tiexin snorted coldly, "Fine, I'll explain, we had no knowledge of it." Alright, explanation done. Everyone. Dongfang Tiexin's forceful explanation left everyone silent again, and the atmosphere of the meeting instantly became strange. The tension reached a critical point, as if this powerful alliance might disband over this matter at any moment. After a moment, someone broke the silence. "I think this matter can pass, but to prevent such situations in the future, we must impose restrictions on the Iron River Alliance. The Iron River Alliance must publicly disclose the total number of teleportation scrolls and to whom they were given." Publicly disclose? Upon hearing this, the others felt it made sense. This way, they could know exactly how many scrolls had been distributed and where they had gone. Yes, I agree. I agree too, the Iron River Alliance must clarify these strategic resources. With someone taking the lead, others followed suit, and this self-damaging proposal quickly gained traction. Even the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance felt it was somewhat inappropriate. After all, the number of their scrolls and their crafting was their core competency. Surely, not many would be willing to disclose everything so easily? As expected, Dongfang Tiexin scoffed, "Proposing a condition I cannot accept means we have to cooperate while scheming against each other, right?" She cast her gaze over the IDs present. Among those who had become high-level lords and remained unseated until now, few were fools. Everyone was secretly scheming against each other, but this time, someone had brought it to the surface. Watching the atmosphere grow tense, the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance suddenly realized something. The reason they could unite against Kihanji was that the Iron River Alliance provided a large number of teleportation scrolls. If they lost these scrolls, all that awaited them would be Kihanji's unilateral attacks. They had lost the ability to teleport, while the enemy still possessed it, which would leave them vulnerable to being picked off one by one. In the face of Kihanji, none of those present had the absolute strength to fight alone. The atmosphere reached a freezing point, with no lord speaking up. The Blood Oath Alliance leader could only grit his teeth. He advised, "Well, everyone, let's not jump to conclusions. I believe this matter may not have been caused by Bailuo River." The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance privately informed the other lords of the seriousness of the situation while acting as a mediator between both sides. The lords who received the news suddenly realized, with sweat trickling down their backs, that they had unknowingly lost the Iron River Alliance, which had become an irreplaceable existence for them. I also find this matter a bit strange. What we need to do now is not to assign blame, but to find a way to counteract. One lord began to ease the tone. "This is a plan we've been working on for a long time. No one wants to return disappointed, right?" The Blood Oath Alliance leader continued to lead the effort to ease the atmosphere, even personally messaging Atieda to weigh the pros and cons carefully. I also think there might be a misunderstanding. Let's first think about how to resolve the current situation. Even the Saint-Tier Lord Atieda began to soften, and the atmosphere gradually calmed down. Many hands make light work. Perhaps the strength of one or two individuals was not enough to contend with Kihanji, but the combined strength of everyone present would be sufficient. My suggestion is that since the enemy has attacked our lower-tier lords, we should also take down their lower-tier lords. One lord proposed. I agree, taking down their lower-tier lords will help sway those already wavering Sun Never Sets lords to our side. I also agree, attacking their lower-tier lords can not only bring in new strength but also stabilize our own. The crowd discussed how to respond to Sun Never Sets, believing that what they sought was not only the secret of Kihanji's promotion but also the destruction of the Lord Market after Sun Never Sets. Sun Never Sets was too large, essentially occupying all markets, which slowed the development of its alliance and high-tier lords. Therefore, this battle was necessary, not just necessary, but a must-win. Wasn't the ally of Atieda destroyed in the Thousand Ghost Forest? If I remember correctly, the most loyal vice leader of Kihanji was also in the Thousand Ghost Forest, right? A high-tier lord remarked. Atieda nodded, yes, in the same place, not far away. Then how about we attack him? We should not only attack the lower-tier lords but also the high-tier lords. Only then can we achieve the best results. But the enemy's strength is not something that can be easily conquered. Even I would have to pay a price to take him down, Atieda replied. Immediately, a lord added, at this time, those wavering lower-tier lords will play a role, won't they? As long as we promise some benefits, like the chance to be promoted to Golden Lords, there will be plenty of cannon fodder to expend. The wisdom of the crowd was powerful. Facing Kihanji's counterattack, they quickly devised a counteraction. However, what the lords did not realize was that pulling more lower-tier lords into the battlefield would significantly expand the scale of this war. Of course, no matter how much this war expanded, it would not affect a certain individual, because he had no vested interest with the Sun Never Sets alliance through the Empire's channels, and due to his strength, he did not have to worry about being invaded by anyone. In fact, it was good enough that he did not actively invade others. At this moment, Shen, the lord of the territory, was contemplating whether to join in the fun and take down a few red-named lords for that big-hearted title. However, Yaden's words brought him back to reality. Are you saying your family possesses such skill scrolls? Of course, Yaden replied with a hint of pride. These scrolls are extremely difficult to make and are generally only obtainable by nobles. Commoners can't even touch them. What kind of scrolls are there? Chen asked eagerly. Yaden recalled her childhood memories of sneaking into the basement to play. I think there are a few strong attack skills and magic control skills. Magic control? Shen's interest was piqued again, and he said to Yaden, you can go now, hurry back and bring the news of the dragon. By the way, for the dragon, I don't want gold coins, I want those skill scrolls. Yaden was somewhat speechless at the blatant calculation, but being able to exchange skill scrolls for a dragon was indeed a good option. Are you sure you want me to leave? She was still a bit suspicious of this sudden surprise. After all, Shen had tricked her multiple times before. Then give me back my bow and arrows. Yaden reached out, taking the initiative to ask for her bow and arrows this time. Shen blinked. Your bow and arrows are broken. Yaden's eyes widened in disbelief. I saw you playing with them just yesterday. Shen's face flushed. He had indeed studied her bow and arrows, thinking that this behind-the-scenes profession suited him well and he wanted to experiment a bit. but he had no talent and gave up. However, even though he was exposed, he couldn't withstand someone's thick skin. I said it's broken, so it's broken, don't think about the bow and arrows. Then I'm not going back. Seeing that it was indeed the case, Yadin simply gave up. She knew he wouldn't let her go back so easily. Hey, don't. You want to go back but are afraid of the dangers on the road, right? I can help you. Look, all my goblins are platinum level experts. As long as you pay a little bit in skill scrolls, I can have them safely escort you back to the Heidi family. Yadin, why attack early? Yeah, weren't we supposed to take down Kihanji first before the overall teleportation? A few clueless lords were discussing among themselves in their small circle. I don't know, but the rewards from the leader of the warrior alliance are too generous. As long as we expend Shenmo's troops, we can help ourselves gain a piece of golden territory. The others chimed in, all talking about how they came to attack Shenmo because of the promises made by the leader of the warrior alliance. Who would disagree with such a good deal where you could exchange troop expenditure for territory? After all, you wouldn't have to lift a finger, and the lord's life wouldn't be threatened by anything. As for whether there would be a golden territory waiting for them afterward, wasn't that a certainty? As long as the sun never sets, there would be golden lords everywhere. Even if they ultimately failed, could the dignified holy tier lord deceive them? Where are your troops? A bronze lord in the small group asked. The silver lord replied, mine have already reached the outskirts of Chenmo's territory. I'm waiting for you all to avoid being discovered. Wow, as expected of the silver boss, you've already arrived so quickly. Another bronze lord flattered. My 300 troops have also arrived. How many troops have you all dispatched? Another silver lord inquired. The bronze lord replied, I dispatched 500. The silver lord said, I dispatched 400. The bronze lord added, I dispatched 600. The bronze lord continued, I dispatched 1,000. 1,000? Hearing the report from the last bronze lord, the questioning silver lord was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing more. After all, how many troops to send was the other party's choice, and Atai had not mentioned any rewards. The goal was simply to reduce the enemy's combat power. Very well, once everyone's forces have arrived, we will launch a full-scale attack. 700 silver troops and 2,100 bronze troops, TSK. This is the first time I've fought on such a scale. Another silver lord said somewhat self-deprecatingly. Humph, with so many troops, even if the enemy has royal tier troops, they should still suffer a bit, right? A confident bronze lord replied. Right, I heard that due to the restrictions on troop summoning, royal tier troops can't be summoned in large numbers. It's uncertain whether Shenmo can even summon 100. Another bronze lord added. 100, huh? The silver lord's heart sank. Although it sounded easy, their bronze and silver troops were not necessarily a match for the enemy's 100 elite troops. He had once had the fortune to witness the power of royal tier troops. But it doesn't matter. After all, their goal was not to conquer the enemy's territory, but merely to exhaust them. To put it more bluntly, it was about sending their own troops to their deaths, which was not a task requiring much skill. On the other side, as the forces gathered more and more at the entrance, Shenmo also noticed the enemy. My lord, the enemy's current troop strength has reached 2,000, and they are in disarray. It should be a coalition. The reconnaissance tiger soldiers reported. Shenmo glanced at the tiger soldiers behind him. Ignore them, leave this trash to the hell skeletons. You all continue to conserve your strength. Yes. The tiger soldiers responded and returned to their posts, showing no intention of engaging in battle or taking the initiative. Shenmo looked at the hell skeletons in his territory. There were only 300 of them, but they were fully armed. Naturally, Shihongi and Shenmo had thought of the same places the enemy could consider. Shihongi's approach was to send part of her forces to help Shenmo defend the territory. Although Shenmo also wanted to take the initiative to help the lord relieve pressure, Shihongi had no such intention. Only by personally inflicting pain on all of them can I make everyone remember the strength of Shihongi. This was Shihongi's original words, but Shenmo knew this was her reluctant statement. The current situation was dire, and there were few capable individuals. Even if there were some, they were not many, and such cohesion was indeed somewhat lacking. Therefore, compared to using forces that couldn't be relied upon, it was better to be alone. No, not just alone, she even allocated troops to protect those who remained loyal to her. How can such a lord not be followed? And how can you really fight alone? Shenmo looked up. Shihongi had her own thoughts, and he had his. The mere bronze and silver troops were not worth mentioning. His goal was to leave behind that great Buddha behind these people. Even if it took everything he had, he would leave that great Buddha. On the outskirts of the Thousand Ghost Forest, a standard adventurer team consisting of a mage, an assassin, a tank, and 2 swordsmen was undertaking a difficult task. Boss, have we become wanted criminals? A burly shield tank asked the lazy swordsman, Ling 2. Fei Yan spat out the small grass in his mouth. Nonsense, who said that? We've just become wanted by the Ostroban. Come on, with the influence of the city of Ostroban, we can't stay in any nearby towns. The burly swordsman pouted in complaint. Exactly, the boss was too reckless to dare participate in the assassination of the city lord's warhorse. A figure emerged from behind the burly man, complaining to Fian. Exactly, the captain is too reckless. I didn't even have time to buy the latest jewelry from my treasure pavilion. A female mage holding a 2-meter-long staff joined in the complaints. Right, if it weren't for the Heidi family, would we even be able to leave the city this time? A young swordsman, around 10 years old, mimicked the adult's tone and complained along with the others. Hey, you little alien, could you take on an A-level exploration mission without me? Upon hearing everyone complain about him, Fian instinctively picked on a soft target to regain his dignity. Oomph, what A-level mission? Isn't it just tracking down Heidi Yadin? It's not even interesting. How could we find her after so many days? Fian remained silent. He didn't want to reveal that he knew where Heidi Yadin had disappeared from. This trip was merely for show, so he could later inform Lady Heidi of the last known location of Heidi Yadin. Wait, something's up. The assassin hidden in the shadow of the burly man reappeared, stopping the group's advance. The tank stood at the front, the mage raised her staff, and the assassin concealed herself, with 2 warriors flanking them. Fian's team quickly formed a battle-ready formation. What's going on? Fian asked. There's a strange magical reaction, very powerful, just ahead, the assassin said, speaking in a peculiar manner. Everyone followed her gaze and saw a small team emerging from the trees. The team was clad in magnificent armor, and among them was a single figure. Heidi Yadin? How is this possible? Fian gasped, staring at the surrounded figure, who was indeed the missing Heidi Yadin. But hadn't Heidi Yadin been killed near the territory of that mysterious outsider? Heidi Yadin? Is that person really Heidi Yadin? Ailian looked curiously at the woman surrounded by armored figures. As just a child, he didn't know much about the young master of the Heidi family, but the others had long memorized her. It really is Heidi Yadin, the mage confirmed. But then she showed confusion. Why would Heidi Yadin appear here? She also knew the captain's identity and the true purpose of this mission. Therefore, she believed it was impossible for Heidi Yadin to be here. Why does everyone say that? Little Ailian said, distressed. It's like everyone knows something. Heidi Yadin went missing in the forest, and now she appears in the forest again. Isn't that normal? Not normal at all. How could such formal knights appear in the forest? Fian looked seriously at the armored knights. They could not possibly be a rescue team from the Heidi family. It should be noted that not long ago, the Heidi family had sent them to confirm the situation. This meant that the other party didn't even know where Heidi Yadin had disappeared, making it impossible for them to rescue her. What should we do? Should we take action? The tank player asked, holding a giant shield. What should we do, take action or not? Fian was also very conflicted about whether to act. If he didn't take action, the other party might return Heidi Yadin to the forest, and he wouldn't earn a single coin. But if he did act, his gold and mission would shift from confirming Yadin's disappearance to rescuing the young master, and his reward would increase from 10,000 to 50,000. Damn it! Fian gritted his teeth and asked the assassin, can you sense the other party's strength? I can. The assassin possessed skills related to aura detection, and after using one, she provided the relevant results. About platinum level, but I can't get more detailed information. The armor on the other party is not low grade. 3 platinums, and we. Fian turned to glance at his team, 1 mage, 1 assassin, 1 tank, and 2 swordsmen. 5 against 3, the advantage is mine, damn it, let's go. With that shout, Fian charged ahead. In his view, aside from the little gold player from the Alliance, the rest were all platinum, while the opponents had only 3 platinums. What was there to lose? The tank charged forward, the warriors flanked, and the mage behind pretended to chant spells. Danger was closing in, but the opposing knight seemed puzzled, tilting his head and not immediately countering. Damn, my intent to attack is so obvious, yet they don't interrupt my casting. I feel like this might actually work. The mage was somewhat excited. It seemed like the first time in years she was using spells in actual combat. She was even prepared to turn the nearly 2-meter staff into 2 long swords to fight back if the opponent came to cut her off. But the enemy wasn't attacking her? The mage chanted even harder, while the others had already reached the armored knight. Yadin instinctively stepped back, and at that moment, the goblin played its role in defense. The bone-splitting knife was drawn and struck, sending Fian, who was charging from the left, flying. Damn, impressive strength. Stone, it's your turn. As Fian was sent flying, he called out to the giant shield tank. The latter responded with an O. and split his giant shield into two massive blades, bringing them down heavily onto the goblin's bone-splitting knife. Ha ha ha, didn't expect that, did you? I'm a warrior too. The giant shield was somewhat pleased to see the knight in front of him actually get hit by his strike. This was the deceptive nature of their team. Everyone was a swordsman, they had no other classes, just a bunch of warriors. Even the assassin hiding in the shadows wielded a dagger over a meter long. The man named Stone laughed, but not for long. His powerful strike, capable of splitting mountains, failed to break the opponent's shoulder blade. The knight slowly raised his shoulder as if nothing had happened and kicked the tank away. Get out of the way, let me handle this. Fian was knocked back, Stone was kicked away, and Yalan had long since disappeared, but at this critical moment, the mage finally completed her incantation. Flames falling from the sky, burn the evil to ashes, Sangyen. A massive fire dragon surged toward the goblin. The goblins immediately shielded Yaden behind them. Be careful, don't hurt young Master Heidi, Fian said with some concern. He hadn't expected this fake mage to actually unleash a spell. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, the mage shouted happily, then increased her magical power. The armor on the opponent looked impressive, it should be able to withstand more magic. The goblins surrounded Yaden, who showed a puzzled expression. These people, could they be actors sent by Chen Chen? He thought they were trying to tell him the forest was dangerous, and thankfully, his people were protecting him, only to charge him extra later? Yaden thought this way. Otherwise, how could he explain this bizarre team before him? They all looked strong, but that giant shield tank was actually a swordsman. It was one thing for a swordsman to strike, but after one blow, there was nothing more. Even more exaggerated was the spell before him. Judging by the fluctuations, it should be a platinum level spell, but the release was way too slow, right? And this power, it must be fake, right? He stood behind this group of monsters and felt no heat at all. Fake, definitely fake. After some reasoning, Yaden was even more certain of his thoughts. This was all surely a show by Qin Shen. He wanted to charge more money. What to do? What should we do? Yaden once again showed her panic over money. Previously, she felt that her money was endless, but now, she felt it was simply not enough. Spending money on meals, spending money on water, even speaking incorrectly cost money, exchanging rings cost money, and the items inside the rings had separate prices. Plus, she had to go back, which was another expense, and buying the breeding rights for the dragon was yet another cost. What should I do to save this money? Yaden's mind raced as she tried to find a way for her team to achieve ultimate victory. Meanwhile, Yanqin's team also showed signs of embarrassment. It was already absurd to withstand the violent swings of stones, but now the opponent was actually bathing in fire dragons? This can't be real, how can we defeat this? What should I use to win? Everyone was stunned by this terrifying scene, and when the spell ended, the goblins moved. So fast, I can't see them. Yalian was shocked to find that the three monstrous figures had vanished. When they reappeared, their own mage had already disappeared, or rather, had been kicked away. The speed was so fast that he couldn't see it at all. Be careful. Clang! Metal scraped past, sparking in front of his eyes. Yalian hurriedly stepped back to create some distance. It was at this moment that he finally saw the situation clearly. The opponent had targeted him for a lethal strike. Fortunately, the assassin in his team helped him withstand the blow, but the cost was enormous. My dagger. The assassin stared in shock at the 1-meter-long dagger that had been severed, quickly retreating and disappearing into the shadows again. This can't be real. So strong? At this moment, Yalian felt that all of this was fake. How could there be such a powerful enemy? They were all platinum level, yet the opponent seemed to regard them as nothing. A casual strike could take them out in an instant. It should be noted that Fian's team was quite famous in Ostrobon. Not only was everyone platinum, but they also held a record for teamwork that achieved diamond rank. Yalian was shocked by the opponent's strength, but what he didn't know was that this group of incredibly powerful enemies had repeatedly collaborated to take down the Stardust Dragon. This is fake, absolutely fake. Yaden looked at the assassin's dagger being broken and almost cursed out loud. Where was there an assassin wielding a dagger over a meter long? Where was there someone who could sever an opponent's weapon in one encounter? This is a conspiracy, an absolute conspiracy, trying to scam my money. Both sides were emotionally charged, but the goblins were oblivious. Or rather, they couldn't empathize. Isn't it normal that my spell immunity means your spells can't harm me? My armor immunizes against physical attacks below 50 attribute points. Isn't it also normal that your attacks do no damage? And I severed your weapon in one blow. Where's the cheating? My weapon is specifically designed to break armor. Isn't it reasonable to sever your normal weapon? Unfortunately, the goblins didn't explain any of this, leaving Fian and the others in shock. What the hell kind of monster did we encounter? Red Lotus, burn. Fian unleashed his strongest skill, a flame lotus blooming. The goblin tilted its head, showing no intention of dodging, and passed through the red lotus right in front of him, then vanished from his sight. What? Cheating, this is unfair. Fian was so shocked he couldn't speak. After all, his adventure team was A-class. They were an established A-class team with everyone at platinum level. With such a lineup, they should be invincible except against large armies or S-class teams, right? Yet they were being beaten down by 3 inexplicable knights? Indeed, not only were they being beaten down, but they had no room to resist at all. No, it was 2, one of them hadn't even made a move. Scarlet Flame was terrified. The goblin disappeared, and when it reappeared, the brutal strangulation had already been executed. With his vision going dark, he was directly choked unconscious. All of this was due to Chen Shen's mercy in directing the situation. If it weren't for Chen Shen's restraint, not a single member of this team would have been left standing. Since the beginning of the battle, Chen Shen had noticed the anomalies here. It should be known that the protection of Yaden was not only provided by the black-armored goblins but also by the dragon goblins in the sky. However, the dragon goblins, being born with wings, were difficult to hide, so Chen Shen did not plan to let them enter the city of Ostuabang. They were merely to act as scouts. These few individuals had decent strength and could be brought back to enhance the power of the merchant guild in the city. Although there was a rift between Sha and the others due to the former's concealment, he still valued the guild highly. These few might be able to reappear in Ostuabang under a different identity. Bring them back, Chen Shun ordered, and immediately the dragon goblins in the sky carried the unconscious individuals back in a line. The dragon goblins departed, while the black-armored goblins, under Chen Shen's control, wrote the words 100 gold coins beside Yaden. I knew it, Yaden pouted, as if everything was within her expectations, and her perception of Chen Shen became even more vivid in her mind. Damn it, Chen Mo is also difficult to deal with here. I can't manage the troop consumption of the skeletons left by Kihanji, Atai angrily spoke at the meeting of the lords. Can't manage the consumption? How many types of troops did Kihanji leave? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance inquired. 300, Atai replied with a dark expression. 300? The others were shocked. They never expected that a saint-level lord couldn't even handle 300 skeleton soldiers. If a saint level couldn't deal with 300, how could they face Kihanji? After all, she had 30,000 troops. You can't eliminate 300 skeletons. Has Kihanji become this strong? Dongfang Tianxin also expressed her doubts. It should be known that in terms of strength, she was not much stronger than Atai. What? Atai then realized his mistake in speaking. He hurriedly explained, it's not that I can't solve it, it's that low-level lords can't consume them. The opponent's troops can reorganize within an hour, making it impossible to achieve the goal of consumption. I see. The crowd's tense expressions eased a bit. If low-level lords can't consume them, it means that high-level lords can still resolve the issue if they act quickly. This is important intelligence, someone spoke up. Since Kihanji's troops can repair quickly to this extent, we can't aim to destroy their troops anymore. Our main assault should aim to hold the opponent back until we destroy their breeding spring and then slowly encircle them. Yes, this proposal is good. The crowd seemed to have received some important news and felt more confident about capturing Kihanji. Continuing like this isn't a solution. Let's launch a full-scale attack. Bai Luohua suddenly spoke up. Full-scale attack? Someone questioned, but there's still a day left, our troops haven't gathered yet. Full-scale attack. Bai Luohua firmly reiterated, in half a day's time, we've already lost nearly 10 lords. If we delay any longer, it will only benefit the enemy. Yes, Bai Luohua is right. Atai immediately supported Bai Luohua. Most of the losses so far had been from his warrior alliance. Alright, then let's initiate the full-scale attack. The lords, having made up their minds, immediately conveyed orders to their troops and subordinate lords. In an instant, a large portion of the lord's circle was shaken. They're fighting. Boss, they're fighting. The scale is really big. Chen Shen was waiting for the dragon goblin to bring back those adventurers when he received a message from Nanhe. What are they fighting about? Chen Shen was momentarily taken aback. It's Chihoni, the sun never sets alliances fighting with the other alliances. Nanhe said excitedly. Many lords here have started to mobilize. It seems the lord alliances have used some kind of teleportation scroll, and a large number of troops have disappeared from the map. Teleportation scrolls, and in large quantities? This surprised Chen Shen. It was indeed a big move. After all, he only had a temporary teleportation array. But these people had actually begun to use teleportation scrolls on a large scale. Nanhe explained, I bought one at a high price. It looks like a very low-level one. Once it's made, it has to be used within a day or two, otherwise it loses its effect. So that's how it is. Chen Chen nodded, but a new question arose. How did they make so many teleportation scrolls? Nanny scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Boss, it seems to be from our gambling stones. Many people have drawn out precious items. Many people have drawn out precious items? Chen Chen was somewhat shocked. No wonder there were so many rare items in the trading area recently. Wait, these are all money. Don't worry, boss. Seeing Chen Chen's slight increase in exclamation marks, Nanhee naturally knew what Chen Chen wanted to say. He jumped in first. Don't worry, boss, I've already adjusted the price. Now the gambling stones are 100 energy stones each. Maybe someone will profit, but we definitely won't lose. Through market research, Nanhee found that many people had a strong obsession with getting rich overnight from this unexpected windfall. Therefore, he was also planning to raise the price of the gambling stones again. You won't buy? Someone else will. The legendary stories of many people and the 50% chance of winning on the first draw were too tempting. That's good. Chen Chen nodded. It was harder for him to lose money than to make money. Raise the price to 500 each. After careful consideration, Chen Chen said to Nanhee, raise it to 500 all at once? Nanhee was shocked. Still not enough of a schemer himself. Boss, isn't that a bit too much of a jump? Not too much. Chen Chen replied, from now on, you say that gambling stones are extremely hard to obtain, and that there will be occasional shortages, which will make people anxious. Nanhee gasped, feeling a sense of awe. Boss is a schemer. I'll listen to the boss, and lean towards the boss. So, boss, what do we do next? After resolving the little episode with the gambling stones, Nanhee inquired about their stance on the war. It's fine, just watch. War is a costly and laborious affair. If there's not enough benefit, don't get involved. Just watch? Nanhee pondered but found it feasible. Anyway, it wasn't his business. Just watching was fine. No matter how fiercely both sides fought, it had nothing to do with him. His backing was Chen Chen, the only demigod unit, currently the strongest lord. Was he afraid? Not at all. Nanhee understood and then withdrew. But what he didn't know was that his boss was not a demigod unit, but he was indeed one of the strongest lords. With Chen Chen's current strength and Qi Hongyi's forces, it was almost a 55 to 45 split, and if he invested all his funds, it should be a 37 to 63 split. Chen Chen carefully calculated Qi Hongyi's combat power and financial strength. He might not be the first, but he had to have the strength to be first at any time. He could avoid the spotlight, but his tree had to be big enough. Right, there's still a batch of new goblins that haven't been born, and, the dragons haven't been sold either. Chen Chen recalculated the two, especially regarding the dragons. If the dragons were successfully sold, then he and Kihanji would be at a 1 o'clock advantage. He would give it his all, and then Kihanji would break through. Boom! Roar! The roar of the beast accompanied by the sound of explosions seemed to indicate that something was happening around him. The scope of the war is really vast. There's even a battlefield here. The sun never sets alliance. You really are the sun never sets. Chen Chen sighed, but he didn't know which side would emerge victorious after this battle. He sent a few goblins to check the situation while he set up a barbecue grill. Watching the show is best paired with a barbecue. In Chen Mo's territory, the scorched land was full of wounds, and humanoid creatures were running in flames. You really are ruthless. You even burn your own people. Chen Mo looked at the dragon in the sky, which had cleared more than half of the battlefield with a single breath of fire, and couldn't help but sigh. Atieta casually glanced at the low-level lord below and the burning golden ape running around and said, a waste that can't even deplete your troops is of no use. But you can't do it either. Chen Mo smiled at this powerful opponent. The skeletons you burned with dragon fire will be reformed in less than an hour. Atieta scoffed even more. An hour is enough for me to kill you many times. Atieta stood on the back of a young dragon, while Chen Mo was facing an adult dragon. The temperature radiating from the flame dragon standing there was enough to make the armored elite soldiers feel suffocated. In fact, the other party was right. If a fight really broke out, it might not even take an hour for the dragon's flames to burn all the air around. Without air, no one could survive. All troops on alert, mount up and increase the distance, prepare to throw spears. Yes. The entire army immediately began to circle and drew their spears to counter the dragon. In response to all this, Atieta disdainfully snorted and addressed the unseen Chen Mo. With only 150 troops, what do you have to fight my dragon? Double that would be about right. Initially, the opponent's 60 troops posed a threat to his subadult dragon. But that was merely a threat. Now that the dragon had matured, its strength had doubled, and with only 150 troops, they were no match for his dragon. Not every troop type was immune to dragon magic. Often, the mere presence of a dragon was a threat. The flames or icy breath it emitted could be countered by royal tier troops, but they couldn't withstand it for long. Especially since the opponent was still under armor, it was like locking oneself in a steamer. Chen Mo, you will be the first and only royal tier lord to fall in the sun never sets. Oh, sorry, I forgot you were gold. But being able to hold me, a holy tier, with gold is worth bragging about underground. Atieta looked down from above, watching the dragon crush the armed ants beneath its feet. After one battle, regardless of whether his dragon might be injured, the opponent's troops would definitely be annihilated. Let's finish this quickly, I still have to go deal with Kihanji. The scorching flames gathered in the dragon's mouth, forming magma, like a dazzling second sun, with everything around being drawn in by the pressure. Dragon breath. Captain, are you awake? Awake, your communication skills are terrible, it took so long to connect with us. Yeah, I couldn't wait any longer. Shut up, I'm a warrior by nature, magic is just a hobby. In Shen Shen's territory, a few people imprisoned in a tent were communicating with each other through mental spells. A few people exchanged glances, everyone in the team except for Yalian had already awakened. However, in order to avoid alerting the monsters watching them, they pretended to remain unconscious. Boss, where are we? I just sneaked a peek and saw two subhumans guarding the entrance, Shirtu asked Fian, who replied with a serious expression, it seems we have been captured in a subhuman territory. What kind of subhuman is this? The assassin inquired curiously, having also caught a glimpse of the subhumans guarding outside through the tent seams. He had never seen their appearance before, they seemed to be a new type of subhuman. What subhuman? Fian repeated, his frown deepening, a very powerful subhuman territory. Wait, weren't we defeated by a group of armored knights? The mage pointed out the blind spot, they had been defeated by knights and then ended up in a subhuman territory. This implied that someone was trading with the subhumans? Or perhaps, some nobles had taken action against them? There were some nobles in Ostabang who had dealings with certain tribes in the Qianyu forest. This could allow them to get help in dealing with many unsavory people or matters. Oh, I get it now, Captain. It must be because you angered the Ost family. Those people in this subhuman territory belong to the Ost family, Shirtu realized belatedly. Yes, that's quite possible, the mage agreed, as this was the most coherent explanation so far. Captured by the Ost family, we're doomed, the assassin said with a look of despair, flipping himself over. Everyone, find a comfortable position, since we're going to die anyway, I want to die looking good. The assassin gave up, the tank followed suit, and Shirtu sat up directly, since that's the case, I'll just sit and die. Standing to die is too tiring, lying down to die is too embarrassing, I choose to sit and die. Seeing his teammates giving up, Fian hurriedly interrupted. No, that's not it. These subhumans are definitely not from the Ost family, Fian said with certainty. He then added, the Ost family's style of operation could not conceal such powerful knights, they prefer to display their might. And, Fian continued, but his tone involuntarily grew heavier, I saw some terrifying things that the Ost family could never obtain. As he spoke, his mood plummeted. Good news, not the Ost family. Bad news, not the Ost family, but the other side is even stronger. Not the Ost family, and even stronger? Captain, what are you talking about? Everyone was very curious about what he meant. Soon, just wait and listen, Fian's expression darkened. He wished what he heard was false, but it was indeed true. He had woken up the earliest, not only observing the situation here but also unexpectedly hearing some terrifying sounds. Wait and listen? Everyone was puzzled. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted, like thunder rumbling. Roar! Everyone's pupils dilated as they sat up in shock. This is... As adventurers, they needed to be familiar with every magical beast, only then could they perfectly cope with all dangers in the wild. And this sound was all too familiar to them. This is... I must have heard wrong? Gulp! The assassin swallowed his saliva. Is this a dragon? It was Shitta's turn to finally voice the source of the sound. Fian nodded grimly. Yes, it's a dragon, and it's a dragon that is wailing. A wailing dragon? These guys are hunting a dragon and torturing it? Gulp! What kind of place have we fallen into? Just now, those who were thinking of discussing an escape after Yalian woke up instantly extinguished their desire to flee. Shadow, can you sense the strength of the Ion outside who are watching us? The mage asked with some concern. A tribe capable of hunting dragons, how powerful could they be? I'll try. The assassin known as Shadow immediately activated his skills, but what he saw in front of the two monsters at the door was something even more terrifying. Those monsters. Shadow stammered for a moment. What's wrong? Just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. I've already endured the shock of the dragon, nothing could be harder to accept than this, the mage said nonchalantly. This was the personality of their small team, lazy and indifferent. Once they realized they were no match for the opponent, they no longer hoped for an escape. As for probing the opponent's strength, that was merely an excuse to lay back. Platinum strength, Shadow said in disbelief. What's so surprising about platinum? You should be surprised if a tribe that can hunt dragons doesn't have platinum-level combat power, the mage said with some disdain. Alright, then we can just lay back now. Stone lay down again, truly lying flat. No, it's not that. That group of monsters has the aura of a dragon, Shadow said, swallowing hard. His skills allowed him to sense the strength of enemies through their aura. He had sensed many strong auras and recorded many of them. The one he was most proud of was having encountered and recorded the aura of a dragon. This meant he had the ability to identify dragons. But he was shocked to find this aura in these iron beings. This means the opponent has the bloodline of a dragon? Skills? Or something else? Is it accurate? Fian looked at Shadow in shock, but received a heavy nod in response. Then let's just lie flat. In fact, Fian had already suspected there was a dragon here after seeing the dragon-like goblin, but he wanted to confirm it through Shadow. However, this confirmation was indeed remarkable. Why did all the bad things happen to him? They couldn't fight back, they simply couldn't, so they might as well wait for death. Fian and the others lay down neatly again, waiting for the judgment of the lord of this place. At this moment, Shen, the lord, also discovered something that piqued his interest. Is this a dragon? The earthwalking goblin sent by Shen had already reached the battlefield around him and reported back on the battle's impact. On one side of the battle were armored knights, and on the other was a scarlet flame dragon. A flame dragon, huh? Shen licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a rare excitement. Isn't this just perfect timing? Wow, the battle between the two is quite intense. Shen observed the entire battlefield through the earthwalking goblin. No wonder the battle fluctuations reached him. It turned out to be a war between a dragon and royal tier soldiers. By the way, isn't Chun-Mo a golden soldier? How did he become royal tier? Shen looked curiously at the Tiger Ben soldiers, who, from their aura, were definitely royal tier soldiers. Not only royal tier, but they were not the kind that had just entered the royal tier. This combat power is almost comparable to that of the black-armored goblins, Shen observed. Whether it was the thrown spears or the cavalry charges, they were quite superior. Their strength even approached that of the black-armored goblins. Of course, this was without the protection of the black armor. The black-armored goblins could easily outclass them just with their defense. Look, any attack from that fiery giant dragon carries intense heat, and although this group of Tiger Ben warriors seems to have avoided significant casualties on the surface, Shen can sense the increasing weakness in their throws. Compared to the offensive methods of the Tiger Ben warriors, the giant dragon has it much easier. It only needs to attack from the air while dodging ground assaults. This battle is almost entirely under the control of the dragon, thanks to its air superiority. Fortunately, that dragon couldn't escape at the time, otherwise, I would have had a hard time capturing it. Shen thought of the first wind dragon he had captured. It was indeed a stroke of luck. But now it's better, his troops have gained the ability to fly, so he doesn't have to worry about losing air superiority. Roar! The dragon let out a roar, and then a rain of fiery meteors fell from the sky, seemingly intent on leveling this territory. The earth goblins quickly burrowed underground to hide, and by the time they emerged, the meteor shower had ended, and the dragon was met with a counterattack from the ground knights. Dozens of spears pierced through its tough scales and embedded themselves in its body. Wow, Shen-Mo was no pushover. Shen observed the clash between the two sides. In that brief moment, Shenmo's troops managed to hit the dragon even under such circumstances. Their mindset and combat style seemed as if they had rehearsed for various scenarios against the dragon in advance. Fight on, the more fiercely, the better, I'll be the fisherman here. Not rigorous enough. Shen surveyed the scorched earth, the broken city walls, fences, and wooden houses that testify to the previous prosperity here. But now, this prosperity had been tainted by war and burned to the ground. It's not about becoming a fisherman, but about revenge. The current situation was already quite clear. He didn't know how many casualties there had been in the previous war between the two, but now only 80 Tiger Ben warriors remained. The dragon, on the other hand, had over 100 spears stuck in its body, like a porcupine. After all, the opponent lacked the goblins' defenses, their toxins, and their one-hit kill capability. This was enough to predict the outcome in advance. The Tiger Ben warriors would be annihilated, and the dragon would be injured. Shen nodded, satisfied with his deduction. The dragon attacked Shen-Mo, and then Chen Chen would strike back at the dragon, not only capturing the dragon but also earning the title of a great benefactor. Killing two birds with one stone. Chen Mo, stop resisting, give up. The outcome for your son never sets alliance is already inevitable. A Taide called down from the sky. Although he couldn't see Chen Mo's figure, he knew Chen Mo could hear him. The troops here are the Lord's eyes. The Lord can learn everything happening on the battlefield through them. Outcome? Is it the outcome of your annihilation? Chen Mo's voice echoed from the troops, as he did not believe these people were a match for Chi Hongyi. Not only because of Chi Hongyi's powerful troops but also for another fatal reason. He might die in this war, but Chi Hongyi and the Sun Never Sets alliance would definitely win. TCH. A Taide scoffed, win? What does she have to win? You are the last high-level lord of the entire Sun Never Sets alliance. Without you, she will be isolated and helpless. What, do you still expect her to trust those other lords? A Taida's mocking voice came from the sky. While he attacked Shin Mo, Chi Hongyi was also facing a full-scale assault, and so far, there had been no news of any other lords coming to help, or of Chi Hongyi arranging for any Sun Never Sets lord to assist her. What a proud woman! When others did not help her, she was unwilling to seek help from anyone else. Although a Taida was somewhat disdainful of the war's outcome, he had a bit of respect for Chi Hongyi. He respects every strong person, and Chi Hongyi has clearly earned her own respect. Such a proud woman, she probably won't ask anyone for help in her lifetime, right? A Tai thought this, and Shen Mo, who was hidden in the shadows, thought the same. His greatest fear was that Chi Hongyi would fight alone. With her strength and power, she could definitely win this battle, but would she really command and plead with those lords? No, it was very likely she wouldn't. Chi Hongyi was too proud, she didn't want anyone's help. Even now, she was voluntarily trying to hold off a Saint-tier lord for him. Chi Hongyi had a way to summon troops. She had even suggested that her troops join the battle, leaving just a few behind, or perhaps not leaving any at all, and if she couldn't defend her territory, she could just plunder another one after the war with Sun Wei. But Chi Hongyi didn't do that. Instead, she left her 300 troops here. She didn't want to trouble others, especially those who treated her sincerely. In other words, she planned to bear it herself, but sometimes, not everything has to be borne alone. Sometimes, it's not something you can handle by yourself. Shen Mo hoped that Chi Hongyi would be flexible, but that hope was slim. Forget it. Shen Mo shook his head. At most, he would throw all his forces into the fray. Even if he couldn't kill the giant dragon, he would at least injure it to the point where it couldn't participate in the battle. Wow, Chen Chen looked like a bystander, just waiting to reap the rewards. The battle is really exciting. The throwing techniques of these cavalry seem to be much more advanced than those of the goblins. Is it because they are night troops, so they naturally have better skills? Chen Chen admired the battle between both sides, drawing on their strengths. Suddenly, ding ding, the system message pulled Chen Chen's attention back. Who is messaging me at this time? Nan He? Chen Chen opened the panel, but it was a friend request. Chi Hongyi has requested to be your friend. Chi Hongyi? Why is she looking for me at this time? Chen Chen was puzzled as he looked at the friend request. Although both were top-tier lords, they had never added each other as friends. Chen Chen didn't like adding strangers unless they were beautiful women, and Chi Hongyi had never actively invited or sought to invite him. Under this delicate relationship, they had never exchanged friend requests until now. This was Chi Hongyi's first request to become Chen Chen's friend, and Chen Chen was even more confused. Wasn't she in the middle of a fight? How could she have the mood to add him as a friend? Could it be that she can't hold on any longer and wants to drag me into this? Chen Chen speculated, and then he felt a bit tempted. He didn't want to participate in a war without benefits, but if there were benefits, it would be different. If someone was willing to pay for his help, within a certain range, Chen Chen wouldn't mind. After all, his troops were just sitting there, it was better to take them out for some practice and level up. It was taking too long to farm monsters every day. Above the friend request, Chen Chen chose to agree. Chen Chen? A standard question mark, straightforwardly wanting to know the other party's intentions. And Chi Hongyi was not one to beat around the bush. She stated directly, "You're in the Qianyu forest, right?" "That's right," Chen Chen replied. "Help me with something. Chen Mo should be around you. I'll give you his coordinates, help me rescue him." Rescue him? Chen Chen was taken aback. Could it be that Chen Mo asked Chi Hongyi for help, and she didn't have time and was preparing to entrust him? "I saw Chen Mo fighting a Tai through my troops, he's no match for him. I want to ask you for help." Suddenly, Kihanji seemed to remember something. She added, "A Taida, the saint-level lord, can you defeat him?" This made Chen Chen raise one eyebrow and lower the other. It was said that he was the strongest lord, although that might not be entirely true now. He shouldn't be unable to contend with a saint-level lord, right? Before Chen Chen could refute, she continued, I know you are not a demigod lord. Chen Chen. He fell silent for a second and asked the one in front, how do you know? Although there were many rumors saying he was not a demigod lord, why could Kihanji say it so confidently? Don't worry about how I know. Are you a match for that saint-level lord? Kihanji said somewhat impatiently. She regretted seeking out Chen Chen. If he wasn't a match for Ataida, it would be better to send more troops of her own. However, facing a saint-level troop, her golden troops would require more. Yes. Chen Chen didn't say much more, simply replying with one word. He had a guess in his heart. If the other party could assert so confidently that he was not a demigod lord, could it be that the other party knew who the real demigod lord was? Or was the other party so powerful because of that demigod lord? Chen Chen had always believed that the so-called demigod lord did not exist, but now. Alright, then help me with a favor. Protect Chen Mo for a while, until this war is over, and I will give you appropriate compensation. Kihanji was somewhat surprised that Chen Chen could actually defeat a saint-level lord. His response was very straightforward, suggesting he might indeed have that strength. Perhaps he himself was also a saint level. What compensation? Chen Chen asked. Kihanji paused for a moment. I can give you your compensation after the war, if you. Drawing a big pie? Or an empty check? Chen Chen directly interrupted her inquiry. She had only spoken halfway, but he had already caught her implied meaning. Kihanji explained, all my energy stones and other resources are currently being used for war. You might not believe it, but right now, over 200 lords are surrounding my territory. Over 200? Chen Chen was taken aback. This number was nearly half more than what Nanhe had reported. He had thought that when the war truly began, the numbers would be greater than reported. But he hadn't expected the other alliances to go so crazy as to rally so many people. Surrounded by over 200 lords, and you're still promising me post-war compensation? Chen Chen asked with a hint of jest. I will not lose. Kihanji did not elaborate further, simply stating those few words, I will not lose. Chen Chen was genuinely curious about what kind of trump card the other party had to dare say such a thing. Yet her voice seemed to possess a certain infectious charisma that made one unable to help but believe her. Facing the three major alliances plus other lords, it was almost an impossible situation to win. Moreover, according to investigations, she had no reinforcements at all. If there were any, it would probably just be Chen Mo. Based on the analysis of the battle situation, Chen Chen believed the other party had no chance of winning unless some miracle occurred. But now this woman actually gave him a feeling that victory was possible. He took a deep breath, as if making a decision. Alright, I accept your empty check. What do you need me to do? Chen Chen, through the goblin's vision, saw the territory that had been almost completely destroyed and the knights and dragons struggling desperately. Do you need me to help you defend Chen Mo's territory? Or help you take down the opposing dragon? Chen Chen inquired. You. Kihanji also couldn't believe that he actually believed in her. She was even prepared for Chen Chen's refusal. After all, she really had no resources left, and her words were like an empty check. Defending the territory is somewhat difficult. My troops need time, and his territory is almost done for now. Chen Chen observed the battlefield again and added. The spears on the dragon's body had been burned away, while the knights were engaged in a desperate resistance. The long spears were continuously thrown, and it was clear that Chen Mo had made a lot of preparations. The spears seemed inexhaustible, but no matter what, these wounds could only be considered superficial. Then help me protect Chen Mo. I need him alive, Shihani stated. Understood. Chen Chen did not engage in much conversation and simply mobilized his army. When it came to capturing the dragon, his goblins were still quite capable. After receiving a positive response, Shihangi's expression dimmed, and she was already in a state of going offline. 200 lords, I really want to see how you plan to win. Chen Chen looked into the distance, where it seemed a great battle was unfolding. 200 lords, how many troops must be slaughtering each other? On a battlefield of tens of thousands, the blood could flow like a river, right? On a battlefield of tens of thousands, the blood has surely turned into a river. Bai Luohua stood atop a high mountain, gazing at the distant battlefield, where various types of troops were engaged in chaotic combat. After using a scroll to teleport everyone's troops over, he followed suit. Perhaps very few people would do this. After all, the battlefield was so dangerous. As a lord, one could easily manipulate from behind. Why take the risk? Of course, it's to witness this grand spectacle. Bai Luohua spread his arms, breathing in the blood mist in the air. The number of people on the Lord Alliance's side reached 70,000, while Chi Hongi's troops numbered exactly 30,000, making for a total war of 100,000. This caused the mist in the air to carry a significant amount of blood energy, forming a faint crimson hue. The crimson mist felt inexplicably refreshing as it entered his throat. Bai Luohua opened his eyes again. Below him, the sounds of slaughter and roars continued. The situation was chaotic, so much so that he couldn't even see which types of troops were involved. Below, there were giant wolves, werewolves, snow dragons, monkeys, human cavalry, infantry, and all sorts of other beasts or whatever else. In short, the battlefield was a mess. If it weren't for the fact that Chihani's troops were easy to recognize, these lords might not even be able to tell who the enemies were. Bai Luohua looked at the battlefield. Corpses, corpses, still more corpses. The red blood stained the ground, saturating the soil, flowing down the slope and gradually gathering into a viscous little river. You're about to fall into a vacuum period for your troops. What will you use to respond? Bai Luohua smiled. After realizing the uniqueness of Chihani's troops, they naturally devised corresponding strategies. The reason so many people were dying here was not because Chihani's troops were particularly powerful. Rather, it was because they were controlling the numbers and managing the injuries. They did not destroy Chihani's troops immediately. Instead, they aimed to cripple them, injure them, but not kill them, and then, after controlling a sufficient number, strike for the kill. In a moment, killing his 30,000 skeletons would allow them to trample Chihani at will during the 1-hour vacuum period of her resurrection. Of course, implementing this plan was not easy, but fortunately, they had enough numbers. After crippling the skeletons, they assigned one person to guard them. Then they would wait for orders to strike for the kill. This could effectively counter the opponent's tactics, preventing them from being worn down by the opponent's immortality and resurrection attributes. Chihani certainly noticed this, but she had no choice. Her side had a total of 70,000 people. If she dared to only release 20,000 or 10,000 skeletons for defense, she would instantly lose her territory. Therefore, she could only release them all. In this way, your indestructible attribute is merely a decoration. The only thing you can be proud of is the number of troops. But you can't even match us in numbers. Bai Luohua seemed to be pondering. Then, what exactly gives you such unyielding confidence? He thought for a moment but ultimately could not understand. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. A smile appeared at the corner of Bai Luohua's mouth. Practice brings true knowledge. He took out a scroll and issued a command. It's time for you to make your appearance. Understood, but I hope you will fulfill your promise afterward. Of course. Owen, lurking underground on the battlefield with the land shark, received Bai Luohua's order and began marching toward the center of the Kihanji territory. His land shark possessed the special ability to burrow underground. Perhaps it wasn't very skilled in combat, but it excelled in infiltration and reconnaissance. Even the taste of the soil is bloody. How many people have died up there? Owen couldn't help but murmur as he felt the sensations transmitted by the land shark. He couldn't see the outside world, but he could smell the acrid scent through the land shark's nostrils. The smell of blood had seeped through the soil and into his own nostrils via the land shark's organs. Gradually, as the land shark moved forward, the scent in the soil weakened, and they soon arrived at the rear of the battlefield. The war had been raging for a long time, but it had always been fought around the territory of Kihanji, leaving the center in a vacuum. Finally, the land shark surfaced, revealing the scorched earth. The sounds of roaring and fighting were thrown behind them, replaced by a patch of charred land. Damn, is there something wrong with the soil here? As Owen stood up, he caught another scent, something like sulfur, or perhaps something burnt. You have entered the territory of the underworld. All hellish creature attributes increase by 5%, non-hellish attributes decrease by 3%. Your overall attributes decrease by 3%. Owen was just taking in the surrounding charred landscape when he received a prompt from the system. The underworld, is this Kihanji's method? He was somewhat stunned. His overall attributes had decreased by 3% while hellish creatures' attributes had increased by 5%, which was an 8% difference in total. Is this how territories are played nowadays? Owen felt a bit daunted. It was no wonder the lords had developed so rapidly in the early stages. He had only lost his territory for a short time, and the other side had already researched something he had never seen before. And houses, do skeletons need houses too? Owen looked around at the numerous houses, which could accommodate thousands. But what purpose did these houses serve? Were the skeletons really that refined? Forget it, the sooner I complete the mission, the sooner I can shake off this damn subordinate status. Owen walked toward those houses. Bai Luohua had tasked him with investigating the secret behind Kihanji's ability to summon troops infinitely and the source of her confidence. Therefore, he did not plan to delve deeply into the enemy's territory to attempt to destroy any source of nurturing. He knew there would surely be considerable forces guarding it. He wasn't so great as to end the war prematurely. As long as he could investigate everything here, he would start from the strange and abnormal places. Damn! Thinking of this, Owen suddenly felt a surge of anger. It reminded him of the glory of the past. He had to remember that the current situation of Kihanji was caused by him. He was the first to learn the secret of how lords could be replaced, and then he had conspired with Su Qingyu about everything regarding the Sun Never Sets alliance. Unfortunately, his luck had been terrible, and he had been invaded by that damned goblin, which directly led to the disruption of his plans. Otherwise, how could this group of fools have the chance? The one who should truly be behind the scenes, guiding the world, is me. Owen, filled with anger, walked up to the wooden door. Damn goblins, once I find a new territory, I will definitely uproot you completely. In his fury, Owen threw a punch, imagining the wooden door as the goblin, wanting to vent his emotions. Bang! Owen's fist swung rapidly through the air, creating a wave that did not land solidly on the door. The imagined scene of the wooden door shattering into splinters did not occur. Instead, Owen felt a sudden weight in his hand. He realized that a black tentacle had wrapped around it without him noticing. What is this? After a moment's pause, the black tentacle began to crawl up his arm, surging like frenzied hair, quickly enveloping most of Owen's body. What are these things? Damn it! Owen struggled to free himself from the black tentacle that clung to him like a parasite. But the tentacle seemed to have a life of its own, continuing to climb upward. Shark tooth! Boom! The lurking land shark opened its mouth, and countless pieces flew out, accurately hitting a small creature beneath the black tentacle. Squeak! After a sound similar to a mouse, the black tentacle stopped growing. Owen, still shaken, looked at the dead black strands on the ground. What is this? What is that woman, Kihanji, doing? Owen observed in disbelief. The thing on the ground did not resemble an ordinary creature at all, but rather looked like a dwarf. Or perhaps, something like a dark elf. It stood less than a meter tall, and atop its large head were the black tentacles. It turned out that the black tentacles were not like hair but were indeed hair. They were the creature's hair. Hair sprite? Or a hair monster? Owen looked at the thing on the ground, struggling to comprehend. He couldn't describe it. It was stranger than any type of troops he had ever seen from any lord. No, wait, this? Owen realized a flaw in his reasoning. How could a lord possess two types of troops? Kihanji's troops should be skeletons, right? Hell, skeletons, that was Kihanji's troop type. Everyone knew that. If there was anything special about Kihanji, it was the characteristics of her troops. A trait called immortal, that was the most troublesome aspect. What were these things before him? Surrounded? Owen looked at the small monsters around him, each less than a meter tall. Yet beneath the flying strands, they grew to 2 meters. As he killed the first one and observed, the house he had attempted to open suddenly opened on its own. After it opened, more than a dozen of these small creatures emerged and surrounded Owen. Run! Sharktooth, stealth. Owen did not hesitate, even though he could kill the things before him in one blow. Being surrounded on someone else's territory was not a good situation. Awoo! The land shark swallowed its master, but just as it prepared to dive underground, it got stuck. This thing! Owen had no choice but to go out and check the situation. But as soon as he appeared, he saw that the creatures had covered the ground of this area with hair. Do these things possess such high intelligence? Of course not. The thoughts of such creatures are quite simple. They haven't reached the point of being able to adapt in a crisis. A strange voice sounded from behind, and Owen turned in terror. He discovered that he was not only facing this group of monsters but also a woman. A woman dressed in a blood-red robe. She held a long knife in one hand and a cleaver in the other. Bang, gurgle. Kihanji threw the severed head from her hand, and it rolled several times across the ground until it came to rest in front of Owen. Owen's face instantly turned pale. This woman. Gurgle. It was only then that he clearly saw the color of her clothes. It was not red at all. Her clothes were clearly black, and what was on her was, its blood. Kihanji? At this point, Owen could guess who she was. However, judging by her demeanor, it seemed that this woman was not weak herself. You seem a bit different. Why don't you go destroy my source spring? Kihanji asked as she walked. That's not my mission. Even though he had undergone training and his strength was comparable to that of an ordinary royal tier soldier, he found himself trembling instinctively at the sight of this woman. Her eyes, like her clothes, were filled with countless flames, which even coalesced into the shape of a lotus. Adrenaline surged, and Owen's trembling became more frequent. At this moment, it was either a kill or a death. Forget it, whether you are or not, you're going to die. Die? Who's to say who will die? Owen retorted defiantly against Kihanji's arrogance. Aren't you some lord's soldier? Kihanji looked at the man in front of her with some surprise. She had assumed he was a soldier of some lord and didn't intend to waste words. I didn't expect someone to take such risks personally. How interesting. Damn. Owen couldn't help but curse inwardly at her words. If he could, he would prefer to hide behind the scenes. It doesn't matter, just die. Kihanji, like a queen, lightly flicked her finger, and a flame sprang up between her fingers. The black flame looked so striking against the charred land. Swish! The flame shot forward like a fiery serpent, coming right at Owen. TCH, it's just fire. Who are you trying to scare? Seeing that her method was fire, Owen felt a bit calmer. As the flame approached, a wave of scorching heat rose in his palm. Dragon flame! A surge of black-red hellfire followed by a wave of rose-colored intense flames collided in the sky, creating beautiful sparks. Not penetrating? X2 both displayed shocked expressions. One wielded dragon fire, the other hellfire. Both were confident in their flames, yet they were at a standstill against each other? No, wait, my flames are at a disadvantage. Owen stared in shock as he watched his flames being devoured by hers. Although it was slow, his flames were indeed being consumed. After all, this was dragon fire. This was the giant dragon fire sealed within him by a tie using a scroll, meant for emergencies. But, he snorted coldly. The other party was the Lord of the Sunless Empire, possessing flames that could suppress dragons, which was reasonable. It doesn't matter, the one who will die is still you. Owen's lips curled into a grin as, during their fiery clash, the small figure that had been dealt with on the ground by the shark's teeth came up behind Kihanji. Shashua. A massive stone flew rapidly, leaving only a white streak in its wake. In my territory, you think you can compare with me? Are you still asleep? Kihanji snorted coldly. Just as Owen was about to say that she was too arrogant, his eyes widened in shock. This is impossible. Black tendrils reflected in her black pupils. Those tendrils originated from the wooden house behind Kihanji. That wooden house actually has. Then, what about these? His wooden house raised monsters, and Kihanji's wooden house also raised monsters. Then these thousands of neatly planned wooden houses. You seem to know too much. Before Chi Hongi could react, the black hair surged over like ocean waves. No, it's not like that. The black strands overwhelmed Owen. It's not like this, I'm strong, I shouldn't be like this. Owen struggled like a person drowning in a swamp, trying to rise but sinking deeper. I should complete the mission. I should get the antidote. I want to become the new lord. I have my ambitions. I am the protagonist of this world. The black tendrils dragged him down to hell, the strands reaching his neck. No! Owen, unwilling, stretched out his hand in an attempt to grasp the last hope. I am the protagonist. I was the first to discover that the Lord could be replaced. I was the first to find out that conquering the Lord could yield energy stones. I planned the sun never sets alliance. I shouldn't just be a woo-woo. The black strands mercilessly burrowed into every orifice of Owen, completely devouring him. When the sounds of struggle ceased, Shihongi disdainfully turned away. You are the protagonist? Have you watched too many comics? She scoffed, but new troubles arose. The other side actually sent out a lord, and her secret could no longer be hidden. Whether it was the regional peculiarities or her hellish minions, it seemed nothing could be concealed. Communication between lords was quite easy. Perhaps while she was devouring this black man, the other side had already relayed the news. Damn it, if I had known, I would have killed him at the first opportunity. Shihongi felt some regret that her secret had been so easily exposed. She had originally deployed all her forces around the spring, but someone was not interested in her spring and instead explored her territory from the outside. Yet it was this unintentional act that shattered her secret. However, since I can't hide it anymore, let's fully unleash it. Shihongi spread her hands, and all the wooden houses responded with a squeak sound. Immediately, a group of hellish minions with tentacle-like hair rushed out. The squeaking and chattering filled the ground in an instant. Go, fight for me, by time for the hellish skeletons to resurrect. Squeak! The hellish minions excitedly shook their hair, then advanced like a black plush carpet towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, within Shenmo's territory, clang! As the last spear was thrown, it left dense and white marks on the dragon's scales. After a long time fighting in high temperatures, even a king-tier knight could not hold on for long. At this moment, he had lost the majesty he once had. Roar! The dragon twisted its neck and roared, sending out scalding sound waves. Is this it? Is it over? The dragon proudly raised its head, admiring its handiwork. The land below had turned into a sea of fire for dozens of kilometers, and in the center of this inferno, the scorched earth flowed with traces of lava. Finally, it had taken down these annoying flies. Although it was covered in wounds, such minor injuries could quickly heal after soaking in the nurturing spring. Therefore, in this battle, the dragon could be said to have suffered no losses. Some light injuries not only failed to fundamentally harm the dragon but instead ignited its wildness. Unfortunately, just as it was reveling in its kill, the opponent had already vanished. Your territory is being destroyed, current progress 90%. Chen Mo had completely lost control over his territory, he had only one type of unit left, with nearly all his forces wiped out. As soon as the opponent destroyed his nurturing spring, he would become a wandering lord. The already exhausted knight fell from his horse, seemingly devoid of even the strength to speak. After a long period of high-temperature combat, even relaying messages had become a challenge for him. Is it over? Ite also saw the outcome of the battle below. The opponent was strong, having held him off for over an hour. But it could only be this way, royal tier troops could not defeat a saint tier lord. The difference in troop levels made it increasingly difficult to surpass as one ascended. It was not as easy to cross as the transitions from bronze to silver or gold. The minimum attribute of a saint tier was 100, while that of a royal tier was only 50. A chasm, impossible to cross. Chen Mo, I will leave you a troop. Through this troop, watch with your own eyes how I destroy Kihanji. Ite commanded the dragon to pick up the fallen knight. He was preparing to take this half-disabled troop to fight against Kihanji. Roar! The dragon let out a roar, proclaiming its victory. Roar! But another roar responded from a different direction. What is that? Ida's eyes narrowed as he heard the subsequent roar. It seemed there was not just one, but a group. What is coming? Ida's expression grew serious as he hurriedly took to the skies with the young dragon. At this moment, ensuring his own safety was the wisest course of action. Roar! The dragon sensed the provocation and roared back. The voice from the opposite side also roared defiantly. However, this roar seemed somewhat disorganized, not only uneven but also chaotic. What is that? Ite ascended high enough to see far, but he spotted a group of creatures he had never seen before. Some were black, some green, and others blue. What are these colorful things? Monsters from the forest? Ite looked at the goblins that were rapidly returning from the forest, somewhat puzzled, but he did not take it to heart. After all, dragons were at the top of the food chain. Unless a demigod appeared, there was nothing that could rival his dragon. If there was, it would certainly be other dragons, not these strange creatures. So many, and some can fly? Ite noticed the specific number of goblins, especially the dragon man goblin, which made him frown and urged the young dragon to fly a bit higher. The opponent's flying ability posed a threat to him. However, even though they could fly, it was not significant. After all, the height a dragon could reach was not something these ordinary creatures could touch. Without the dragon's scales and special abilities, it was fundamentally impossible for them to reach his altitude. As long as he was safe, his dragon could easily deal with the small monsters below. Beep beep, have they been dealt with? I'm about to execute a killing blow. I need your dragon to provide maximum combat power. A message from the Blood Oath Lord. Ite glanced at the nearby goblins and sneered, dealt with. But there are a few other minor troubles, give me 10 minutes. No problem. Chapter 147, Dual Troops? Hell Goblin's ID has encountered a minor incident, let's wait 10 minutes. The Blood Oath Lord relayed to everyone. Just 10 minutes, after all, they were not his troops, so he didn't have to feel sorry for them. These high-tier lords and leaders had hardly deployed their own troops. So far, only the troops of their lower-tier lords had appeared. Boss, isn't this a bit? A teammate of a high-tier lord looked at the boss's chat box with some dissatisfaction. Hearing this, the boss sighed as he turned, there's nothing we can do, Ite's flame dragon is a necessary combat force. But boss, aren't you also a saint tier combat force? Why must we wait for that dragon? The subordinate looked at the battlefield with concern. Although the boss didn't have to go into battle, he himself had to. The anxiety on the battlefield was something only he understood. His troops had already lost more than half in their effort to hold off those skeletons with one-hit kills. For every minute that dragged on, dozens of troops would be lost, yet he had to wait for 10 minutes. By the end of those 10 minutes, it was likely that his troops would be nearly wiped out as well. Kate looked at his brother with a hint of helplessness and emphasized again, Atai's fire dragon is a necessary force. Only with its presence can we achieve a one-hit kill as much as possible. He knew his brother was worried about the troop losses, but there was little he could do. Boss, can't your snow dragon compare to the enemy? They're all dragons, after all, his younger brother asked, puzzled. No, Kate shook his head. In terms of lethality, the strongest among dragons is the Iron Dragon, followed by the Fire Dragon, and then the Frost Dragon. My Snow Dragon is only suitable for control. What? The younger brother's expression was conflicted. Every lord had invested a lot of effort into training their troops. I understand your concerns. Just as Kate was about to say something, he saw the look of grievance on his brother's face and helplessly shook his head. Fine, I'll let the Snow Dragon help you a bit. The person before him was not only his subordinate but also his brother. Although all the allied lords and high-ranking leaders intended to reserve their troops for the final blow, they were also pleased if someone was willing to lessen the pressure on the coalition without fearing losses. Okay, thank you, big brother. The younger brother immediately showed a happy expression upon hearing this. With his brother's ice control, his troops could reduce many losses. With a thought, Kate summoned the snow dragon that was circling high in the sky to join the battlefield. Roar! The massive figure of the snow dragon blotted out the sun as it spread its wings, casting a shadow over the area. The sudden arrival of frost and blizzards dazzled many people's vision. The originally murky weather was instantly replaced by gloom. The sky turned dark, and heavy snow fell like feathers without restraint. Whoa, has Kate's territory taken action? No wonder he's one of the holy tier lords, Bai Lu remarked, shaking his head at the grand spectacle. The snow dragon's move had at least frozen 5,000 already injured and controlled skeleton soldiers, significantly alleviating the burden on the coalition. There were only a few holy tier lords. His own Dongfang Tiexin counted as one, a Tai was another, and the Kate before him was also one. It seemed there was also Qin Shen. Each one possesses earth-shattering power, Bai Lu sighed. Although his status was high, in terms of troop strength, he was still inferior to the previous few. Like the Blood Oath Lord, he was not a powerhouse. Of course, while not a powerhouse, he had his own unique skill. His unique skill was scrolls. What was the Blood Oath Alliances? Bai Lu had questions, but soon they were replaced by a smile. Everyone is hiding quite deep, even in the midst of battle. I still don't know my teammates' trump cards. Suddenly, it felt as if a line in his heart had snapped. Bai Lu's smile grew wider. He actually died. The line in his heart represented his spy, Owen. Although he had little hope for this guy, how could he have died so easily? Wasn't a Tai painstakingly training him? Did he die so easily? Is the enemy too strong, or is he too weak? Since arriving on the battlefield, Bai Lu had discovered the ever-changing battlefield brought him one surprise after another. He carefully sensed that his sealing scroll had also been used. Indeed, a Tai had originally customized the sealing scroll for Dragon Flame for Owen's use. But how did he die after obtaining Dragon Flame? The question marks above Bai Lu's head had already piled up like a mountain. Owen, who possessed the Dragon Flame, was killed, and it happened so swiftly that the opponent didn't even have time to take out a scroll to send a message. Or perhaps, in his final moments, he didn't want to convey any information? The questions above his head multiplied. Bai Lu waved his hand. He had a virtue: when he couldn't make sense of something, he simply wouldn't think about it. The boat would naturally straighten when it reached the bridge, just take it one step at a time. Just like he enjoyed the ever-changing battlefield, he also relished the various surprises in life. Only in this way could there be the joy of challenge. If he really just pushed aside Kihanji like that, it would be boring. Killing Owen means you still have some strength left, Bai Lu said, looking at the fortress on another high slope in the distance, which was Kihanji's territory. So, is your reserve in troops, or something else? Or perhaps you've realized that after the Lord's promotion, you trained yourself to become a formidable warrior? He looked expectantly at the opponent's castle, hoping to get an answer. Unfortunately, the other party couldn't possibly know his thoughts, or even if they did, they had no intention of responding. It's getting a bit cold. Bai Lu stretched his hands, inhaling not blood mist but cold air. The snow dragon is indeed skilled at cooling things down. Perhaps even the frost giant from back then wouldn't be a match. Bai Lu clicked his tongue, then shrank his head back, preparing to enter his tent. Suddenly, his scroll emitted a bright light. It was another hidden hand. A smile crept onto his lips. I told you, how could there be no hidden pieces at all? The message from the scroll read, according to my troops report, there are other types of troops in Kihanji's territory. She is a dual-type lord. Dual-type? Bai Lu's initial disdain vanished instantly. His first reaction was to question the authenticity of the information. But then he thought that the other party had no need to deceive him. In other words, Kihanji was hiding a troop type that had never been used before? The numbers are many. He was about to inquire, but then he saw the plush carpet rapidly advancing below the castle. The numbers haven't been probed. My troops haven't gone deep. Bai Lu took a deep breath, looking at the dense mass, and couldn't help but swallow. Is this a carpet, or a combined troop type? What is that? The scale of Kihanji's hellish goblins was so vast that they usually hid in wooden houses, unnoticed. After all, every territory had wooden houses, and such things were quite common. Although skeletons might not need wooden houses, the other party had money. What was wrong with wanting the skeletons to live a bit better? But when the things from those wooden houses emerged, they combined into a terrifying torrent. So many, this must be at least tens of thousands, right? Gulp. In the center of the battlefield, an orc leader looked at the black carpet surging toward him and his companions with some trepidation. After all, these indestructible skeletons had already made him quite uncomfortable. If another group of such troops came, he would truly be dead on the spot. As a king-tier leader, his strength was unquestionable. He could survive in the skeleton battlefield, but he couldn't survive among more skeletons and oddities. Originally, he was just an ordinary orc leader, believing he had seen enough. But today's battle had broadened his horizons, all sorts of strange races had come, and the enemy was unprecedentedly powerful. They're coming. The orc leader kicked away a broken skeleton soldier he was supposed to control, preparing to face the enemy. At this point, what skeletons or not didn't matter, his life was what was important. The black carpet advanced at an incredible speed, even with numerous obstacles ahead. But they were like a tide, always finding gaps to enter the rear. Kill! Swish! The hunter swung his knife, and the small black creature immediately split into two halves. Not good, I was too heavy-handed. The orc leader did not expect that the enemy would be so fragile, even more so than skeletons, and died with a single blow. Wait, dead? He poked the corpse on the ground with his knife, and indeed, it was dead. Can it be killed? Won't it resurrect? Ha 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 ha, it can be killed. It must be the great beast god who heard my prayers. Such a thing can actually be killed. Orcs, charge! Upon discovering that the enemy could be killed, the leader's fear instantly turned into excitement. They were not afraid of the enemy, but of that strange kind of enemy. Yet these little demons before them looked intimidating, but they could actually be slain. If it can be killed, it can be fought. The orcs charged madly, no longer caring about the broken skeletons around them. The beast god is protecting us, charge! More orcs heard the call, and the other troops around them were also infected by this passionate scene, their eyes reddening as they began to charge. Cutting down, killing one black little demon after another, the morale of the crowd surged, and for a moment, they even felt the urge to push forward. Storm! The snow dragon spread its wings, unleashing countless snow and wind like blades, slaughtering endless hell demons. These things can be killed? Lord Kate, who was in his territory, raised his eyebrows, but soon furrowed them again. Isn't this number too much? His storm attack had already killed over 2,000 little demons. The number was considerable, and the enemy shattered upon contact, just like ordinary bronze troops. The giant dragon was almost slaughtering the bronze troops. However, the enemy's numbers were too many. The 2,000 killed by his dragon were quickly replenished by the enemy. How many are there, really? Lord Kate, please don't stop. The enemy's numbers are not many, only 40,000. The news from the White Luo River gave Kate confidence. Only 40,000? Then it might be worth a try. Immediately, the dragon began to flap its wings again and again. 40,000 sounded like a lot, but these creatures not only lacked the ability to attack the dragon but also had to face the rest of the allied forces. In this light, they were hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, these things shattered upon contact. These things have such weak defenses. The people on the battlefield also noticed the peculiarities of these creatures. Aside from the annoying tentacles on their hair, these little demons seemed to have no real strength. Ha! These are probably sent by the enemy to boost our confidence. A foot soldier captain laughed as he grabbed a hell demon. With his monstrous strength, he split the hell demon in two, using its hair to bind a nearby gathering skeleton. Ha! This method is good. The others began to follow suit, using the hair of the hell demons to bind the skeletons. Some even threw the bound skeletons to the rear to delay their gathering. For a moment, the united army charged and fought, each one like a god of war. As long as they were not entangled in the hair, they were invincible. The entire advance was like an undefeated general, with nothing able to stop their pace. Is this the true war? A general exclaimed. This kind of hand-to-hand combat, with blood flowing from blades, was war. He would rather die in battle than be worn down by those resurrecting skeletons. All soldiers, charge! The first to slay the enemy leader will be rewarded with 3,000 military merits. Charge! Kill! One person's shout influenced the entire army. Everyone transformed from timid at the beginning to bravely charging forward. In the sky, the giant dragon was also helping, sealing thousands of enemy troops with a single blizzard. They were like a sickle, where they passed, lives fell like wheat, one after another. Goodness, is this the might of the army? Bai Luohua stepped on a scroll, hovering in the air to survey the situation. I've heard that an army has power and spirit, possessing either one allows the army to stand against 100. But he never expected such a scene to appear among this group of disjointed, even chaotic, allied forces. So, what exactly is your goal? To hone my army's morale? Bai Luohua looked curiously towards the direction of the castle. He really wanted to see, but Kihanji must have some corresponding backup. He could only stop here, unable to experience the excitement of war. Bai Luohua sighed, what a pity. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Kihanji remained calmly seated on her throne, quietly waiting for events to unfold. At this moment, outside the territory, in the place where Owen had disappeared, the black tentacles of the hellish imps killed by the land shark began to seep down, like a pool of black water vanishing into the ground. Goo goo! The black water bubbled, as if responding to something, and among the frenzied soldiers, no one noticed that the bodies of the hellish imps they had killed were rapidly melting away. The crowd pushed forward, while the black tentacles gradually transformed into black water. You have lost a hellish imp. You have lost a hellish imp. You have lost. The system's notification sound kept ringing, but Kihanji showed no sign of concern, merely calculating the numbers in her heart. 10,000, 11,000, 1,300. Come on, let me see if this so-called allied army is truly my opponent. Under the demigods, I am the king. Kihanji's determined expression was filled with the confidence of a strong person. Suddenly, a heavily marked message interrupted Kihanji's countdown. I sense a great evil brewing. Are you the one summoning it? Leah Michelle. This surprised Kihanji. She hadn't expected the other party to send her a message right after she mentioned them. It's me, I'm preparing to activate something, and there should be fluctuations on your end. Kihanji quickly replied. In the face of this person, whether now or in the future, she had to maintain a good relationship. It wasn't about flattery, but she absolutely had to be on good terms with this individual, who was the only demigod unit among all the lords. This was also why she was so certain that Chen Shen was not a demigod unit. She had a connection with the true demigod lord, and indeed, this true demigod lord was the fundamental reason for her strength surpassing everyone else. The core energy carried by the other party after summoning the holy angel was precisely what was needed for the territory and spring water to advance. Understood. Somewhere in the Thousand Ghost Forest, a girl with a black bandage on her head was kneeling on the ground. The blue and white robe she wore indicated her identity. Unlike the territories of the other lords, Leah Michelle's territory still consisted of a dilapidated thatched hut and a statue. However, this statue seemed even more luxurious than before. She couldn't see it, but she could sense the information on the system panel. Suddenly, she thought for a moment and asked, "Do you need my help?" Her voice was ethereal, as if it came from the spirit valley of a distant mirror lake. This voice was also converted into text by the system and conveyed to Kihanji. Kihanji glanced at it but quickly refused, saying, "No need, what I'm about to open is contrary to your deity." Michelle fell silent. "Alright, then be careful." Kihanji nodded in reply. Their relationship was not very good, it was merely a matter of ordinary mutual benefit. She had no idea where to obtain the energy core, but Michelle's summoned troops always brought along some of the most needed items at that stage. This was the origin of her energy core. Of course, if it was an exchange of benefits, the other party also had demands from Kihanji. What they sought was the evil will and the aura of malevolence. She needed Michelle's energy core, while Michelle needed intelligence from the Sun Never Sets Alliance. As the most powerful alliance, Kihanji could investigate anything in an instant. Although she had lost this ability now, everything would return. I will reclaim everything that I have lost. Kihanji clenched her fist and began counting the number of her hellish minions that had been killed again. 14,100, 14,000. Over 10,000 troops have already died. Doesn't Kihanji feel any pain? Bai Lug observed the entire battlefield. Although he didn't understand how Kihanji could simultaneously possess two types of troops, each numbering in the tens of thousands, he had a good character and decided not to dwell on the incomprehensible. Instead, he wondered why Kihanji didn't feel heartache. Even with two types of troops, a loss of nearly 40,000 is something she shouldn't be able to bear, right? Bai Lug observed the battlefield, where skeletons had begun to gather and revive. Or perhaps her plan is to let these little demons become punching bags to buy time for her troops to resurrect? Given the current situation, this was the only reason Bai Lug could think of. The opponent's skeleton troops had indeed started to gradually revive. Even if some skeleton bodies were scattered far away or ground to dust, it still couldn't stop their resurrection. This seemed to be the power of some kind of rule. The skeletons began to gather and revive. However, the existence of these little demons had greatly boosted the morale of the Alliance's army, and their efficiency in slaughtering enemies far exceeded the skeletons' revival. Soldiers who had awakened their military might and spirit could take on 10 or even 100 foes. This was no exaggeration. Just like Kihanji's soldiers, who could contend with the allied forces with golden strength despite their numbers being similar to the weakened coalition. Aside from that troublesome characteristic, it was also due to their fearless attitude towards death. This fearlessness, while not military might, had formed the embryonic shape of it. And now, the coalition truly possessed military might. They had found their confidence in victory amidst a very difficult war, thus consolidating a brief military momentum. In other words, the coalition was now unstoppable. Bai Lu pulled out a folding fan from somewhere and elegantly fanned himself. Clearly, the advantage is mine, yet I feel not a shred of happiness. I don't understand, but it's interesting. What on earth is Kihanji doing? I don't know, but we're about to win. The crowd, along with the other lords who were not physically present, had long been discussing everything about Kihanji while watching the live broadcast. However, from start to finish, the other party's actions were quite strange. Now, it even had a hint of self-destruction. Everyone, you should have sent your subordinates to gather information, right? What's the situation? A high-ranking lord in the crowd asked. Seeing no one answer, he continued, I admit my troops were sent out, but they only detected that black thing. In other words, I didn't uncover the secret of the opponent's promotion spring. I wonder if any of you have found anything? This lord was very straightforward, and his frankness relieved the others present. Me too. Me too. Several people expressed that what they had detected was also that black, tentacled little demon. There was simply no useful information. I detected something different. Suddenly, a piece of news pulled everyone's attention back. Is it true that someone has detected the message? The one who sent the information is the Blood Oath Alliance leader? Indeed, the other side might have detected the message. The crowd fell silent as they looked at the speaker. Everyone had asked for this intelligence merely to validate their own guesses, so as not to fall behind. But someone actually managed to find out something? What is it? Dongfang Tianxin inquired eagerly. What is it? The other lords were also drawn in by this news. Why were they besieging Kihanji? There were only two reasons. First, the other side was like a mountain, pressing down on the other lords, making it impossible for them to develop. Second, the other side had broken through the summoning restrictions of the spring water. And now the Blood Oath Alliance leader had obtained the secret of the other side's promotion of the spring water? Behind the system panel, the Blood Oath Alliance leader smiled, as he naturally knew what this group of people was thinking. However, things were not as they wished. He was not foolish. If it were truly the secret of Kihanji breaking the shackles, he certainly would not reveal it. What he could disclose were the unfavorable news. Regarding the unfavorable news for everyone, the Blood Oath Alliance leader spoke. Unfortunately, it is not about Kihanji breaking the shackles, but about the other side's defensive power. Defensive power? The crowd frowned. At this point, the other side still had defensive power? What is it? Dongfang Tianxin asked, as expected. This inquiry also tugged at the hearts of the other lords. After all, if the resistance's power increased, it meant they would need to invest more troops. The Blood Oath Alliance leader scratched his head and revealed what he had discovered. A shield. A shield just like the novice protection we had back then. The crowd. A protective shield. Are you sure your information is accurate? Among the crowd, even Dongfang Tianxin grew serious. If it really was a protective shield like the novice protection period, then was there any need for their war to continue? The original shield was unbreakable, leaving a deep impression on many lords. The shield had protected them for 7 days, during which no attack could harm them in the slightest. Not even the attacks of dragons could breach it easily. Although now dragons were not an insurmountable barrier for them, they were still powerful. This was why they had previously waited for the flame dragon to arrive before launching a fatal strike. If even the dragon could not break through, then no one could. Kate's snow dragon could freeze thousands of skeletons in one blow, but Atai's flame dragon could kill thousands of skeletons in one strike. The two dragons were simply not on the same level in terms of attack and damage. I originally thought we wouldn't need Atai's help, but now it seems we still do. One lord sighed. They had wanted the flame dragon to deliver a one-hit kill, but now they needed the flame dragon to help attack the protective shield. At the very least, to test whether this protective shield was as formidable as the one before. If it really is as formidable as before, then we won't need to fight. Another lord also lost confidence. There is simply no point in fighting. The other side's skeletons can resurrect infinitely, while we cannot take down their spring water. This was practically a guaranteed victory for the war. A guaranteed victory for Kihanji. As for them, they could only lower their tails and submit. From now on, except for the Sun Never Sets Alliance, everyone's development would be greatly hindered. They would have to survive in the cracks. The words of the two lords instantly cooled the previously excited conference room. No, it won't be like that. This protective shield is definitely not the same as the one we had back then. A familiar ID appeared in the chat interface. It was Bai Lu. Bai Lu analyzed casually, if this shield is truly unbreakable, would Kihanji still send these people to delay time? Right. Everyone suddenly brightened up. This shield must be just to scare us. Yes, if it were really as indestructible as before, she wouldn't need to send those little ones out to their deaths. Ha ha ha, I said we would definitely succeed. Kihanji isn't that powerful after all. Yes, I think so too. Ha 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 ha. Everyone's mood lightened. As long as the shield could be broken, there was still a chance in this battle. Where's 8-Ida? Hasn't he arrived yet? Suddenly, the Blood Oath Lord began to ask, even tagging 8-Ida, but received no response. Right, where's our other major force? The lords also started to wonder. For a dragon, a creature that could take on thousands, or even tens of thousands, the more the better. According to the plan, he should have arrived by now, but why hadn't he shown up? I'm still dealing with things here, you all carry on. 8-Ida replied to the crowd when he found a moment. I see, then remember to participate in the battle later, don't forget. Although Kihanji's shield could be broken, it should still possess some level of power. Having the explosive strength of a fire dragon would naturally be the best. Okay, understood. 8-Ida responded quickly this time. The Blood Oath Lord nodded without probing further. Although 8-Ida said he encountered trouble, it was merely trouble. He had confidence in 8-Ida, a fully grown fire dragon should rarely meet its match. Just like the snow dragon on the battlefield now, Kihanji's troops had no way to deal with the opponent, just the ability to fly was enough to cause heavy losses. Everyone relaxed and continued discussing Kihanji's shield. Some suggested sending flying troops to test the situation, while others proposed sending a few people to attempt to attack the shield. Meanwhile, in the forest, a disheveled figure was stumbling through the air. Faster, faster. 8-Ida urged the young dragon beneath him. At this moment, he truly regretted it. Regretted why he had boasted about coming in person. Regretted why he brought a young dragon instead of a subadult one. If it had been a subadult, 8-Ida fell silent. He could see the current situation of his dragon. That group of monsters was besieging his dragon, which was clearly a majestic creature, yet it appeared weak under the onslaught. The opponents seemed very familiar with dragon skills. Not only could the dragon not concentrate, but it was also occasionally caught off guard and injected with poison. This meant that even if his subadult dragon had come, it wouldn't be a match for the opponents. Those monsters, they really are damned. Although he didn't want to admit it, that group of monsters was indeed powerful. They had poison, immunity, and even the ability to fly, simply perfect troops. Perfect enough that his dragon was no match. Even an adult dragon and a subadult wouldn't be able to take on those monsters. I can only escape now. 8-Ida glanced back at those dragon-headed, humanoid creatures with wings. They looked like little dragon people, their appearance quite comical, yet they were also very strong. Run faster, run faster. At this moment, he can only urge his young dragon to escape from the two dragon goblins chasing behind. Roar! One of the dragon goblins let out a furious roar, and then a green tornado suddenly appeared, sweeping towards 8-Ida and the young dragon. Damn, they can even use dragon breath skills. Dragon flame. The young dragon also refused to back down, releasing an equal amount of flames to counter the opponent's attack. Flames and tornadoes collided and intertwined in the air, forming a magnificent fire tornado. Because it merged two completely different energies, both lost control over this fire tornado. The young dragon could contend with the two goblins, but if he stopped, there would be more than just these two chasing him. Damn it! I shouted in frustration. It was infuriating to think that a dignified lord of the holy rank was being chased around by a group of unknown monsters. Who the hell are these monsters working for? At this point, he wouldn't be foolish enough to think that monsters just liked attacking dragons. It was obvious that another lord had sent reinforcements. But whose powerful creatures were these? As I fled, he recalled the information he had gathered. There should only be 3 strong individuals in this forest, himself, Chen Mo, and Chen Chen? Is it Chen Chen? I turned back in terror. Are these things Chen Chen's troops? But, isn't Chen Chen a demigod species? These creatures don't look like demigod species at all, do they? I'd looked incredulously at the 2 wind attribute dragon goblins pursuing him. Individually, these 2 goblins were only at the king rank. They couldn't possibly be demigod species. If it's not Chen Chen, then whose is it? Gah! Another wind blade struck. The wide blade grazed the young dragon's body. Damn! I'd cursed angrily. This is outrageous. If my second dragon had matured, would you monsters be so arrogant? A gentleman's revenge is never too late. He had already resolved in his heart that once his dragons matured, he would definitely crush the territory of these goblin monsters to wash away today's shame. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from ahead. Upon hearing it, I finally showed a look of joy. Great, we've finally arrived. He watched as the subadult dragon came to his aid, and his confidence grew a bit stronger. Run, let's go. He swiftly switched to the dragon, wanting to escape this place as quickly as possible. Roar! However, the dragon roared and showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, it unleashed a massive breath attack at the 2 dragon goblins. The two dragon goblins were hit instantly, unable to dodge in time. After concentrating, the dragon followed up with 2 molten blasts. Don't linger, there are many more of these monsters behind us, I lightly patted the dragon to remind it. But to his surprise, after gaining experience from the 2 goblins, the dragon raised its head and began to release a large amount of red light. Roar! The dragon let out a long cry. Ike was shocked, but the corners of his mouth began to stretch into a grin. Moments later, as the red light dissipated, the dragon's already massive form expanded once more, its wings spreading to block out the sun. Matured? Ah, good, let's go back and kill. Ike's face was filled with excitement. A mature dragon and a subadult dragon were 2 different matters. 2 mature dragons could easily take down even a fortified city guarded by tens of thousands of troops. With 2 mature dragons, I don't believe I can't take down a single goblin monster. Ike confirmed the information panel of the goblin dragon, ensuring that these dragon goblins did not possess terrifying magic immunity. He recalled the panel of the black-armored goblin from earlier. A subadult dragon might not pose a threat to them, but a mature one could definitely break through their defenses. Let's go! Gritting his teeth, the dragon transformed into a streak of light, stirring up a tremendous heat wave and sea of fire as it rushed toward the battlefield. A gentleman's revenge never waits overnight. Only by casting a long line can one catch big fish. In the territory, Shen leisurely commanded the dragon goblins to pursue Ike. He did not intend to kill the opponent directly. Otherwise, with the flying speed of the dragon man goblin, while it might not be comparable to a giant dragon, it was definitely faster than a young dragon. Rather than killing the opponent, wouldn't it be better to keep them alive to continuously supply him with dragons? This was Shen's true purpose. Killing the opponent would be too troublesome. Shen planned to take over the opponent's territory when they returned to their domain. Well, more accurately, he intended to partially take over their territory. He would create a certain level of crisis but not wipe them out completely. This way, the opponent would desperately cultivate dragons, and he would only need to harvest them periodically. By the way, the opponent is flying really slowly. Shen observed the young dragon's flight and the iron armor on it, which seemed to be cursing. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear it. Let's have some fun with a tornado. Wow, can we form a fire tornado? Then let's switch to a wind blade. Shen continuously commanded the Dragon Man Goblin to execute various attacks. Suddenly, something happened? Before Shen could react, he felt that the Dragon Man Goblin had taken damage, seemingly from fire. He quickly switched to a more rearward goblin perspective and saw a massive subadult dragon using an attack to finish off the goblin. So reinforcements have arrived, Shen sighed. However, the timing of this reinforcement was just right. At the subadult level, it qualified to be used by the goblins. I just wonder if it's male or female, Shen mused, then ordered the goblins to accelerate and prepare to take down that dragon. But the next second, a red glow surged, and he commanded the goblins to halt their advance. Is the dragon evolving? Shen stared in shock at the scene before him. Although he had never experienced a dragon's evolution, the dragon's size was rapidly increasing. This is just right. Shen did not stop it and quietly watched the evolution. The stronger the Dragon Man goblins it would produce. This was also the reason he required them to be at least subadult. Moments later, the dragon successfully evolved. The iron armor was excited, and Shen was excited as well. He checked the goblins he had dispatched. There were nearly 400, which was about half of his combat power. We can take it down. A smile crept onto Shen's lips. Over 400 goblins were enough to take down 2 dragons. Even before he had an air force, he could take down a dragon with 200 royal goblins. Now that he had air superiority, taking down dragons would be even easier. The magic immunity of the black-armored goblins combined with the air superiority and ranged skills of the Dragon Man goblins was simply perfect. He was just about to allocate some goblins to encircle the second dragon when he saw that the second dragon was actually flying toward the battlefield on its own. Coming voluntarily, how nice, knowing that one of me might not be enough. Shen chuckled but did not stop it. Such good-natured beings were rare. Who was the last one? He forgot, but, come on then, the more dragons, the better. On the other side, the chaotic battlefield was also gaining an advantage. The Allied forces were ruthlessly attacking those hellish imps, even almost reaching the front of the protective shield. With the Allied forces' frenzied slaughter, they had unknowingly breached Kihanji's territory. Did we really break through? Someone looked in confusion at the ground littered with imp corpses and various strange bodies. Although their side had also suffered heavy losses, the extremely powerful lord that their lord had mentioned was actually breached by them? The troops were somewhat puzzled, but more were filled with the joy of victory. It seems Kihanji is nothing special after all. Among the lords, some began to mock Kihanji's overconfidence. If the opponent had sought help from the sun never sets, perhaps they would have had a much harder time fighting. After all, a dying camel is bigger than a horse, and there will always be loyal Kihanji. Unfortunately, she does not have that, perhaps overwhelmed by too many blows, or maybe Kihanji is unwilling to rely on the strength of others. In any case, she is ultimately alone. And being alone, one is bound to fail. Don't be careless, there's still a shield. Someone reminded the arrogant lord from before. The joy of victory is something everyone can understand, but victory has not yet been achieved. Yes, I'll let my troops have a go and see just how tough this shield really is. That person immediately commanded his subordinate lord to order an attack on the shield. Without needing the lords to give orders, the troops that had already killed all the enemies spontaneously began to attack the transparent shield. You attack the shield, shield durability -1, remaining 9,999, shield 10,000/9999. The shield's value was quickly reported. 10,000 durability, I thought it would be much higher. Ha, it seems Kihanji is out of steam. The previous lord mocked again. A shield value of 10,000 might be high under normal circumstances, but in front of the coalition, it was nothing to mention. The coalition still had 20,000 troops left, not including the high-level lords present who had not easily made a move. 10,000 is not a small number. We should wait for the flame dragon. Wait for what flame dragon? If it doesn't come, that's its problem. I can break this shield myself. Atai is dealing with that guy, and even now he hasn't shown up. He must be thinking of reaping the benefits. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. If the battle ends and he comes to claim credit, I will be the first to disagree. While speaking, that lord had already begun to command his forces to launch a frenzied attack on the shield. Not worth mentioning. Bai Luohua shook his head in the sky above the battlefield. To start fighting over spoils before the battle was won is the height of foolishness. Should we send troops over? Bai Luohua received an inquiry from the Eastern Ironheart. Bai Luohua controlled his scroll to slowly descend while replying to Eastern Ironheart's message. No need, the troops of high-level lords are the last trump card. Now is not the time to reveal them. Tell the other high-level lords as well, do not mobilize for now. As the scroll descended, he arrived at this blood-soaked and viscous battlefield. This was his first close encounter with the battlefield. Around him, some skeletons began to revive, and some not fully dead troops were struggling. It was brutal, with blood and corpses covering the ground. There was hardly any ground to stand on. The deaths of nearly 100,000 people lay scattered across the ground, their bodies forming a new ground. Bai Luohua walked on this uneven, blood-soaked new ground and added to Eastern Ironheart, just say it. It doesn't matter if the other side listens. He wasn't very fond of some incompetent teammates. Eastern Ironheart nodded, okay. Bai Luohua took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. After a brief moment of pleasure, he realized he seemed to enjoy the scene a bit. Casually picking up a Hell Imp's corpse, he examined it with interest. However, the Hell Imp's body began to melt in his hands. This thing can melt? Bai Luohua was surprised by its state, seemingly lacking substance. If it had no substance, then why was the blood on the ground still bright red? Shouldn't it be covered in black liquid? Interesting, where did all this stuff flow to? He exerted effort to pry open one corpse after another to explore below. Finally, he pried open the last corpse and saw the true ground. There was no black liquid on the surface. Only. His hands and gaze remained fixed on the last corpse. Gulu. Bai Luohua swallowed the saliva in his mouth. From his perspective, this last corpse was actually missing more than half? Where's the back of this person? Beneath the eerie white bones, the back was still absent. His heart pounded like a war drum as he quickly began to pry open one corpse after another. Sure enough, these corpses had all lost their backs. Werewolves, magical beasts, orcs, humans all had lost half of their bodies. No, the corpses on top are still intact, but the ones below have been eaten away. Bai Luohua was startled. What devoured their backs? Looking down at his feet, the black liquid that covered the battlefield seemed alive. No, they really came to life. The black liquid writhed continuously, soon reaching Bai Luohua's side. Rise! Seeing this, Bai Luohua hurriedly took out the scroll from his bosom and stepped on it to soar into the air. The black liquid anxiously pursued him, transforming into a boneless tentacle trying to pull him down. Fortunately, I'm fast. Bai Luohua watched in shock as the liquid that had failed to attack him transformed back into black liquid, lying on the back of a corpse, feeling a chill in his heart. What is this? Didn't those hellish little demons die completely? He cast a reconnaissance spell at the black liquid on the ground. Remains of hellish little demons. Can devour life and shape life, one of the basic creatures of hell. Note, the lowest tier of synthetic material. Synthetic material? Bai Luohua looked at the system's description with some confusion. The system's note was synthetic material, so the purpose of this thing was to synthesize something. He looked at the army in the distance, shouting and attacking the protective shield, then shook his head. It couldn't be used to synthesize his own army. So what were these things used to synthesize? Suddenly, the black liquid began to writhe again, and Bai Luohua hurriedly followed. He saw the black liquid continuously climbing onto the shattered skeletons, then hiding within them. The skeletons quickly repaired themselves under the influence of the black liquid, but after being repaired, they showed no signs of awakening. Instead, they continued to lie on the ground. Synthesis, these things are synthesizing with the skeletons? Seeing this scene, Bai Luohua immediately thought of the system's previous hint, synthetic material. His voice involuntarily rose in shock. These liquids are the synthetic materials for the skeletons? Bai Luohua's eyes widened. He never expected that Kihanji not only had dual classes but that they complemented each other as well? Could a person's luck really be this good? The class possessed rare traits, having dual classes that complemented each other. This was not something an ordinary person could possess, right? Bai Luohua's breathing became rapid, and for a moment, his heart wavered. But in the next second, a flash of white light enveloped him, and the wavering in his heart instantly vanished. He took out a calming scroll from his bosom and sneered, "Right, I'm not to be outdone. Everyone has their own twisted luck. What right do I have to criticize others? Kihanji has her own fortune, and I have my own fortune. There's nothing to be shocked or envious about. I am who I am." Bai Luohua adjusted his mindset and took out a brush from his bosom, then pulled out several blank scrolls to begin painting. "Since your classes confused together, then I will dismantle them." Bai Luohua's brush danced swiftly in his hand, and the blank scrolls immediately burst into vibrant colors. This was his side profession, a scroll maker. A scroll maker, utilizing the power of the external world through scrolls and the simulation of rules. In simpler terms, it means using the pen in one's hand to simulate the laws of the universe, luring the energies within it to reside within, and then completing the shaping. Different patterns can attract different energies from the world. Some energies represent destruction, while others represent healing. This is similar to a mage's elemental sensing, except that a mage casts spells much more quickly, while a scroll takes much longer. However, the scroll has its own advantages, namely that it can be stored. A scroll can be saved for use at any time, while magic can only be activated on-site through sensing. This is the difference between the two. "The energy in this world is truly violent," Bai Luohua remarked while painting, marveling at the energy floating all around him. "But I like it." Shihani attracted and created a lot of violent energy through the great battle. She was currently using the black liquid to inject the violent energy into the skeletons. He had to compete with Shihani for this energy and create his own scroll. Such immense energy. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to break through to a first-tier scroll master. Bai Luohua licked his lips, feeling both amazed and somewhat expectant. War, what a wonderful thing. If he could seize the chance to break through to a first-tier scroll master, it would be the greatest gain from this battle, aside from Shihani's secret of advancing to the spring water. At this moment, Bai Luohua also began to feel excited. Buzz. The scroll in his arms flashed, a white light swept by, forcing him to calm down. He. Bai Luohua continued to grin foolishly. "It seems my scroll isn't working too well." The scroll kept flashing white light, trying to help its master calm his emotions. However, with the drawing of the scroll, Bai Luohua's excitement was impossible to suppress. He deeply felt that his scroll-making skills were improving, as if responding to the battlefield. In this sea of corpses and rivers of blood, if he didn't take advantage of this battlefield to create a stunning piece of art, wouldn't that be a great pity? At this moment, he transformed into a painter recording the beauty of life. He continuously observed the painful wails of the bones beneath him, the strange black liquid, and the frenzied crowd in the distance. Like that mad crowd, he too was completely insane. The scroll flashed wildly with white light, but it could not suppress Bai Luohua's excited thoughts and constructs. It could only contain his emotions for a moment, but Bai Luohua's excitement lasted far longer. He remained in a state of exhilaration. Thus, above the grey misty sky, a madman within a scroll, constantly flashing white light, was painting with rapture. "Art, this is art." Occasionally, manic laughter echoed from the horizon, only to be drowned out by the sounds of war. The overcast sky no longer showed the colors of the past, and the crimson blood mist spread once more without warning. Outside the castle, corpses formed new land, while inside, the charred earth seemed abandoned by the world. The lonely castle was surrounded by the allied forces. Occasionally drifting snowflakes were melted by the fervor of war, as the frenzied allied forces relentlessly attacked the shield protecting the castle. At this moment, a faint blood mist entered their throats, igniting the primal impulses etched in their bones. Ha ha, monsters, I have returned. Dragon breath. The giant dragon, filled with rage, flew with its master toward the battlefield in the heart of the forest. The forest here had long been flattened by the battle, with only endless flames burning around. The massive dragon breath shot through the sky like a pillar of magma. The goblins seemed to have anticipated this and all dodged away. Although this attack was avoided, the giant dragon, previously besieged, was thus rescued. Atai, riding atop, regained his confidence. No matter what kind of troops you are, provoking us is equivalent to seeking death. He had been driven to fury by the 2 dragon man goblins earlier, and now, seeing this group of monsters, all he thought of was destruction. A single giant dragon is no match for you, but 2 surely are. Under his command, the 2 giant dragons began their own counterattack. The massive bodies of the dragons were the foundation of their dominance, with every move requiring the goblins to dodge, especially the attacks from the 2 dragons, which nearly filled the entire sky. The goblins' constant evasion rekindled Ike's confidence. Ha 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 ha, as expected, what kind of monster goblins are, they can only submit and evade in front of dragons. If 1 doesn't work, then 2, if 2 don't work, then 3. There is nothing a dragon cannot solve. If there is, it must be that there aren't enough dragons. Ha ha, die, monster goblins. Ike mocked and roared, while in the distance, Shin-chan watched everything unfold. He was waiting for the encirclement to close in. If Ike had observed closely, he would have noticed that the goblins were not merely dodging. They were lifting the black-armored goblins in front of them while evading, and the dragon's range of movement was shrinking. Wind blade. Frost snow. Swish, swish. Just as the encirclement was about to close completely, all the dragon men goblins launched their attacks simultaneously. Endless icy blades and wind blades filled the sky, shooting towards the dragons. Humph. Ike snorted coldly, and the dragons crossed their wings in front of themselves, surrounded by a circular shield of flames. Flame shield. The dual protection of the 2 dragons stood firm, leaving no chance for the enemy to break through. The frost and wind blades melted upon contact with the flame shield, with only a few breaking through the first layer, but they were stopped by the second layer of the flame shield. Ha ha ha, I told you 2 dragons. What? Ike was about to mock again when he saw something pushing against the dragon's flame shield and charging in. They looked like black fleas, leaping onto the dragons and starting to root themselves in the scales, injecting toxins. Moreover, several black-armored goblins flew towards Ike's direction. Damn it, I forgot that these black-scaled goblins have extremely high magical immunity. How did they get up here? This is high altitude. Ike cursed angrily, but he had no choice but to shift. The changes on the battlefield had far exceeded his expectations. The dragons could not protect him completely. In fact, he had become a liability to the dragons. He called upon a young dragon to ride and flew high above to observe the battlefield situation. Little did he know, this time the dragon men goblins had no intention of letting up and actually followed him to his altitude. This can't be real. This height is rarely accessible to any creature. I felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the dragon men goblins chasing him. Their body structure was simply unreasonable. How could such a physique fly so high? This is already a height of 1,000 meters. Unfortunately, the dragon men goblins behind him continued to pursue without any intention of stopping. Even this height, which was akin to Huang Zhong's level, seemed like a piece of cake for them. However, a height of 1,000 meters was beyond the reach of many flying creatures. At this altitude, it was not just a matter of thin air, but also the forces acting on their wings and other chaotic factors. He couldn't explain it, but he was utterly shocked. Soon, the altitude climbed again, and he could no longer see the massive bodies of the dragons. Yet the goblins behind him were still in pursuit. Is this ever going to end? Ike was both ashamed and furious, but he felt helpless. Everything seemed different from what he had imagined. In fact, not only were the dragon men goblins different from what he thought, but the dragons on the battlefield below were also not as he had imagined. The 2 dragons were not fighting invincibly as he had thought. Instead, they were being overwhelmed by the goblins. The injection of toxins, the interference from flying goblins, and the sheer number of them, all of this made the dragon extremely uncomfortable. Not only could its own attacks be blocked by the black-armored goblins, but it also had to endure the enemy's attacks. It was a one-sided fight. Wasn't that cheating? Indeed, it was cheating. The more they cooperate, the more skilled they become. Shin-chan observed the goblins' battle, noting their combat techniques and skills had become quite proficient, especially using the black-armored goblins as shields. Although immune to magic, being hit still caused pain. Fortunately, they were goblins, who not only didn't mind being used as shields but even found it quite amusing. The dragon man goblins used the black-armored goblins as shields and then tossed them onto the dragon afterward. The black armored goblins seamlessly transitioned from being shields to parasites in their combat style. It's good, but it lacks some lethal attack methods, Chen Chen remarked, still somewhat dissatisfied despite their impressive performance. If he had powerful means, like the spell-marked goblins who could materialize their skills, facing the dragon would likely be much easier. Chen Chen recalled the scene of battling the spell-marked goblins, the same skills, but once materialized, they were not only stylish but also dealt considerable damage to the dragon. Unfortunately, it was far too difficult for ordinary goblins to grow to that level, and the spell-marked ones could only be summoned every 3 days or exchanged for 1,000 energy stones. So, it was just a thought. After all, the dragon's armor was not so easily breached. I hope I can gain some high-output skills after merging with the flame dragon. Chen Chen could only pray that the flame dragon would bring him what he desired. After all, the flame dragon ranks second in attack attributes. There should be powerful goblins emerging. Wait, did I forget something? As Chen Chen pondered, it seemed he remembered something but then forgot it again. The flame dragon was second. Who was first again? The iron dragon. Yes, the iron dragon is first. But why am I thinking of this? The iron dragon is not common. Chen Chen blinked. Have I encountered the iron dragon? It seems not. Feels strange. A new goblin, the iron-eating goblin, has been born in your territory. Detected that you are the strongest goblin tribe in the surrounding territory. You have gained an opportunity to subdue it. Please dispatch troops to subdue it as soon as possible. Iron Cannon Goblin, outside the territory? Hearing the familiar system voice, Chen Chen suddenly remembered something. What was the name of that goblin so fat it couldn't even turn while attacking? Was it Iron? Right? Yes. Quick, subdue the goblin. Chen Chen didn't expect that the goblin he wanted had always been by his side. It was just the exaggerated size and the subsequent events that made him forget about that fat dragon that could barely move. And now, it was time for him to reap the rewards. The goblin's genes only extract the essence. This iron goblin should be the strongest goblin I've encountered so far? Chen Chen, unable to hide his excitement, ordered his limited troops to go and subdue it. Who needs second place? Isn't first place more appealing? Congratulations, you have successfully subdued the iron-eating goblin. That was quick? Chen Chen watched the subdued goblin through his vision. He was quite looking forward to this goblin born from the fearsome iron dragon. Although that fat and disabled dragon didn't resemble the iron dragon at all, upon careful reflection, its dragon breath was indeed the strongest he had ever seen among dragons. In this way, it seems that my goblin won't be too weak either. Chen Chen watched his new type of goblin with great anticipation, and then, wrong one, switched to another. He switched the visual link to another goblin. Wrong again, change it. Chen Shen's face darkened. Although he had already formed a basis in his heart from the 2 previous visual links, he was unwilling to believe it. Wasn't it said that only the best goblin genes would be selected? How could this time have failed? The third one, if the third one is still like this, I'll accept it. Chen Chen took a deep breath and then switched to the perspective of the third goblin. But the result was still the same. Next to the black armored goblin was a chubby little creature flying around. Its form was almost like that of the steel dragon, only it wasn't disabled and wasn't so fat that it couldn't fly. But can this form really fight? Chen Chen looked at the winged lizard that resembled a little flying pig, and the next moment he checked its panel through the nurturing spring. Iron-eating goblin, quality, king level, attributes, 60, level, LV5, can level up by killing creatures, loyalty, devoted, you are the absolute faith of the goblin. Weapon, none. Skills, poison mist, dragon heal, dragon breath. Traits, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, sigh, what dragon won't you let go of, beast? 3 skills, this. Damn. Chen Chen wanted to doubt whether his goblin genes had a limit. Why didn't they suppress the dragon genes of the opponent this time? Being fat was one thing, but only having 3 skills? 3 skills, 2 of which were dragon breath skills. If the families of the city of Ostuobang saw this, they would definitely be very surprised. Because even their best-bred secret techniques generally only had 1 dragon breath skill. And even that 1 dragon breath skill couldn't be guaranteed. Forget it, tattooed little pig, show me your skills. Use dragon breath. Chen Chen had already lost hope for this goblin, but he wasn't heartbroken. After all, it was something he got for free. A free unit, how could that not be a gain? Even if this dragon could only fly and eat, he would accept it. At least it could serve as a meat shield. By the way, speaking of getting things for free, I seem to have bought another goblin, right? He looked at the only regressed goblin in his territory, the lazy goblin. It was sleeping. Good thing I didn't buy more. Chen Shen's voice trailed off as it was blown away by the raging wind. His hair was also wildly blown back as if it would be uprooted. Scorching air came from his left, with a clear trace in the air. Chen Chen looked forward and saw that a large hole had appeared in his territory. Even the 1-meter-thick city wall had been penetrated. The heat he felt was coming from beyond that air trace. What is that? Chen Chen swallowed hard. The human empire's missile? Does this kind of thing exist in another world? Chen Chen looked at this sudden scene in panic, unsure how to describe it. But goblins had already surrounded him to protect him. This kind of multiple attacks had already posed a serious threat to him. Boom! A huge fireball exploded from the horizon, rising into a pure white mushroom cloud. This thing is a missile, right? The human empire is hiding this deep? Chen Shen's voice trembled, but the next second, the system's prompt sound pulled him back to reality. Your iron-eating goblin has killed a moose, gaining 300 experience. Your iron-eating goblin has killed. Your iron-eating goblin has killed. All were notifications of kills by the iron-eating goblin, and in that moment, it seemed the opponent had slain quite a number of creatures. But this thing, is that dragon breath? Chen Chen found it hard to believe in the power of this thing, yet he had to accept its might. He quickly shifted his perspective to that iron-eating goblin. All he saw was darkness. Is this unconscious? Chen Chen was puzzled, then switched his view to a nearby black-shelled goblin. In the latter's vision, he finally understood the reason. The previous attack had indeed come from the iron-eating goblin. However, this fellow couldn't withstand the recoil of the dragon breath and was knocked into the ground, burying itself alive. He ordered the black-shelled goblin to dig it out, but instead, they unearthed a slender little dragon. The creature no longer resembled a pig but rather a winged lizard, with black markings proving its identity as a dark goblin. This thing has limitless potential. I'm sorry, I was presumptuous earlier. Having witnessed the power of the iron-eating goblin, Chen Chen apologized for his earlier disdain. This little creature's attack had actually penetrated 5 miles and breached his city walls. Although it couldn't directly divert rivers or melt forests like his mother could, it was still impressive. After all, goblins could level up. Can it be used again? Chen Chen asked. But the goblin just patted its belly. Chen Chen understood immediately. It could only unleash that kind of dragon breath when its belly was full. How long do you need to recover? Gaga. What do you eat? Chen Chen was shocked again. Was it really that simple? What do you eat? Gaga. Air. Damn, are my goblins this frugal? A smile stuck on Chen Shen's face. He couldn't help but feel pleased. His goblins were easy to feed. They only needed land, moonlight, sunlight, and air to grow, so economical. It was truly a bargain. Compared to those units that cost more to cultivate than to summon, Chen Chen felt he had struck gold. A flying little dragon, this is way better than any siege crossbow. Chen Chen looked at the 49 iron-eating goblins behind the black-shelled goblin, his eyes filled with satisfaction. These were all his wealth. With this thing, who's afraid of taking down a giant dragon? You, fly towards the direction of the flame dragon with a few iron-eating goblins. Chen Chen pointed at a dragon man goblin and issued the order. At that moment, he felt like a child eager to show off a new toy. Gaga! The dragon man goblin screeched, casually grabbing a rope nearby and flew towards the iron-eating goblins. What? The giant dragon has already been taken down? The dragon man goblin, accompanied by a string of iron-eating goblins, arrived at the battlefield only to see 2 giant dragons already fallen. Just as the dragon man goblin was about to launch an iron-eating goblin at the downed dragon, Chen Chen stopped him. Bring the giant dragon back. Chen Chen hadn't expected the giant dragon to be so fragile. It couldn't withstand such a little poison, and he hadn't even used his new weapon yet. But he couldn't attack the fallen giant dragon, so he had no choice but to return with his new weapon. Gaga! A black-shelled goblin on the battlefield curiously poked the belly of the iron-eating goblin. This round little thing could fly. The black-shelled goblin envied it and wished it could fly too. Unfortunately, it hadn't mixed with the dragons. The giant dragon had already been slain, and Chen Chen dispatched several black-shelled goblins to march towards Chen Mo's territory. The task has been completed, so naturally, the target must be protected. However, Kihanji cannot be contacted. It seems she is having a great time, as she has not logged in. For the sake of his own interests, Chen Chen can only ensure the safety of his task target. Thus, the black-armored goblin temporarily took over the defense of Chen Mo's territory. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What the hell? How is this possible? A tidy had just escaped back to his territory, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, when he saw his dragon being captured alive. Why are these ugly monsters so powerful? Damn, am I not a saint-tier lord? Why am I not the king of this forest? He punched the rocky wall of the valley, causing chunks of rock to fall. Huff huff. The veins on his fist bulged, and Ataida felt extremely unwilling. He had never heard of any opponent capable of slaying an adult dragon. Could the enemy be the dragon's natural enemy? Atayde fell into self-doubt, pondering whether his information was inaccurate. But the inherited memories clearly stated that the only natural enemy of dragons was other dragons. No, there is one kind, but that creature was supposed to have been exterminated by dragons, right? And their sizes don't match at all. So where the hell did these damned monsters come from? Damn. Atayde leaned against the wall with one hand while clenching the other into a fist, raining down attacks on the rocky wall, his anger continuously venting. Until blood seeped from his skin and the rocky wall crumbled to dust, he finally regained his composure. He calmed down from the immense sorrow of losing 2 dragons. Could it be that the enemy really is Chen Chen's troops? After calming down, Atayde began to speculate, even though this guess was not accurate. But he couldn't find a better excuse. It should be known that the alliance was currently attacking Kihanji. If he lost power at this moment, he would definitely be kicked out of the first tier. Not only that, if those guys found out he had lost 2 adult dragons, many would covet his position and attack him. A Saint-tier lord, especially a Saint-tier dragon lord, is a position many desire. It must be Chen Chen. After some thought, Atayde figured out his situation. The one fighting against him must be Chen Chen. From this moment on, regardless of who it was, that person was Chen Chen. Only if Chen Chen was involved, and he managed to hold him back, would it make sense? Only in this way could he share in the spoils from Kihanji's battlefield without exposing his troop losses. Yes, that's it. It must be Chen Chen. Atayde gradually organized his thoughts and then opened the alliance meeting group. He first ambiguously inquired, "How's the situation? Is it easy to deal with Kihanji?" "Oh, it's okay, although the opponent has many trump cards, we are at an advantage. But as long as we break through their shield, we can charge straight in." The Blood Oath Lord, who was always monitoring the situation of all lords, immediately noticed Atayde the moment he logged in. Atayde let out a long breath. The situation he feared the most was that the battle was not going well and he would need to provide support. He currently had no more support to send to the battlefield. "We're close to taking this down, but the shield's capacity is a bit high. Can your flame dragon unleash 2 breaths?" the Blood Oath Lord asked. The others in the group seemed to be focused on the battlefield at all times. Unless it was an admention, no one was in the water group. I'm afraid not, Atayde hesitated to say. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The blood-packed lord keenly sensed an unusual scent. According to his past character, Atayde would not refuse such a situation. Moreover, 2 dragon breaths would not cause significant damage to a giant dragon. Could it be that the opponent's giant dragon was severely injured while facing Chen Mo? The blood-packed lord's eyes flickered. With Chi Hongyi revealing all her cards and still being so difficult to deal with, it was reasonable for the opponent's vice lord to have more tricks up his sleeve. But to what extent was the opponent injured? A glint of calculation flashed in the blood-packed lord's eyes. Atayde naturally understood what the other party was thinking and forced a tough demeanor, saying, "It's indeed a problem I've encountered." The blood-packed lord cooperated. "Isn't it a small problem? What? Haven't you resolved it?" Atayde looked at the message, his fingers tightening unconsciously. He couldn't tell if the other party was intentionally mocking him or testing his strength. He could only follow the line he had prepared earlier. "I encountered Chen Chen." "Chen Chen?" Upon hearing this name, the blood-pack's voice involuntarily rose. "Chen Chen is also involved in the war?" At this moment, all calculations and schemes vanished. If Chen Chen was also participating in the war, did they still have a chance of winning? After all, Chen Chen was rumored to be a demigod lord and recognized as the strongest lord. Although these titles were somewhat exaggerated now, they still represented power. Even if the opponent was not a demigod lord, he possessed absolute strength. "He hasn't officially joined the battle, he doesn't intend to participate, but he has held up my giant dragon," Atayde boasted. The blood-packed lord frowned. "Are you saying he is involved in the war but hasn't clearly made you his enemy?" Atayde confirmed, "Yes, but I don't know the opponent's intentions, nor how long I can hold him off, so you all need to hurry." A hint of anger even filled Atayde's words. It seemed he was furious that the coalition had sent him to hold back the formidable Chen Chen. The blood-packed lord wanted to say something, but in the end, it turned into a long sigh. "I understand, try to hold on a little longer." No wonder Atayde has been delayed. It turns out he was held back by Chen Chen. In that case, it's no longer a time to hide one's strength. If these 2 extremely powerful lords teamed up, no one knew what would happen. The blood-packed lord looked at the protective shield in the center of the battlefield, which still had 3,000 left. Since the battlefield was becoming increasingly troublesome, it was time to let this shield shatter. "You agree, right, little Guai?" He suddenly turned to look at his shoulder, where a half-circular bug had appeared without him noticing. The bug turned its head towards the blood-packed lord and then revealed a strangely human-like smile. Hiss. Latest news, Chen Chen has entered the fray. Everyone, I don't need to elaborate on the situation, right? The blood-packed lord's message was transmitted to every lord's ear in the fastest way possible. Is this the worst news? Dongfang Taixin asked jokingly. As one of the strongest lords, although many often looked down on Chen Chen, who rarely showed himself, no one could truly ignore him. After all, for a long time, he had towered over everyone, even Qi Hongyi had been firmly suppressed by this guy. I suppose so, please don't hold back, everyone, the blood-packed lord said incisively. Although they had anticipated the worst-case scenario of Chen Chen entering the fray and assisting Qi Hongyi, no one wanted to face this reality, because it meant that their losses would expand. A war without benefits is not favored by anyone. Alright, since that's the case, let's all come out, no one should hide. This statement was made by Dongfang Taixin in the group. Since we need to break through that protective shield as soon as possible, everyone must work together. We can't have one side revealing their trump cards while the others take advantage of it, can we? I have no problem. Neither do I. This way, we can resolve the issue with Kihanji quickly. Yeah, let's end this quickly. I have a bad feeling about this. Most of the other lords expressed their agreement with this proposal. After all, compared to the two alliance leaders, their trump cards were much smaller, and the main force wasn't even theirs. Where's Atieda? Hasn't he arrived yet? Dongfang Tianxin inquired. She could disregard the other lords, but Atieda was one of the three important alliance leaders. Although his alliance members had been fighting on the front lines, he himself had not made an appearance. The Blood Oath Lord seemed to have anticipated this and shared a screenshot of Atieda in the group. Everyone, no wonder. Then there's no problem. Let's get started. Dongfang Tianxin felt relieved and didn't notice anything amiss. After all, in her estimation, Chen Chen was just a holy tier lord, at most a powerful holy tier lord. It was perfectly normal for one holy tier lord to be held back by another. She even thought that Chen Chen might not be able to defeat Atieda. In this era of rapid advancement, everyone's development was swift. Chen Chen was like a small boat, having once led the others, but now he had vanished without a trace. Perhaps he had taken a wrong turn, or maybe he had encountered some undercurrents. In any case, he was no longer ahead of the others. Military strength and the battlefield were the best proof. The fastest way to obtain resources was through trade between lords. Although Chen Chen's casual alliance was quite popular, its scale was too small to pose a threat. In that case, everyone, let's not hold back. I'll set an example. The Blood Oath Lord touched the half-circle bug on his shoulder, and then a white light flashed across his territory. It was a low-quality, broken teleportation scroll from the Bai Luo River. Buzz! The white light synchronized to the center of the battlefield. A dark mass covered the sky. Roar! The snow dragon at the other end of the battlefield sensed the threat from the clouds above and let out a low growl. Golden unit, Bone Eater bug. The snow dragon's lord immediately commanded his troops to steer clear of these bugs. Bone Eater bugs were not simply units whose strength could be judged by their tier, they possessed extremely high armor-piercing capabilities. Any unit that encountered them would only meet a fate of being devoured. There were even rumors that if there were enough of them, they could devour a giant dragon. I didn't expect it to be this kind of unit, the Snow Dragon Lord lamented. Nearly 1,000 white bone-eater bugs fell like heavy stones with white wings, crashing down on the protective shield. Thud thud thud. The Lord's units around the shield instinctively dodged as they watched the stone rain darkening the sky. Suddenly, stones the size of a face began to fall. If they hit them, it would cause serious injuries. The lords looked at the white bugs falling, nearly 1,000 of them. They're about to fall. Run! The other lords received their own leader's orders and hurriedly dodged the stones. Bone-eater bugs consumed everything. They didn't want their own units to become the enemy's food. Buzz! Just as the stones were about to hit the ground, they suddenly spread their wings and soared back into the air. Gulp! Fortunately, these things have no intention of stopping. Everyone felt a wave of relief. Quick, look at the shield value! Someone exclaimed. After the Blood Oath Lord's units descended, the shield value actually dropped by a full 1,000, leaving just over 2,000 shield points. They knew this was the shield they had worked hard to build up for a long time. The bugs only took a bite out of the shield while landing, and the shield lost this much protection value. If they kept biting, wouldn't they be able to break the shield directly? Yeah, why doesn't the Blood Oath Lord continue to control his troops? A low-tier lord expressed his confusion. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted as a massive water buffalo clad in blue armor charged like a small mountain. Boom! The protective shield shook, and then the protection value dropped by another 500. So strong, which lord's troops are these? The reappearance of the blue buffalo amazed everyone. What puzzled them was that after the blue buffalo attacked, it merely stayed aside and showed no intention of continuing the assault. Why isn't it attacking anymore? The low-tier lords didn't understand. Weren't they all working hard to break through the opponent's defenses? Why, now that everyone had the strength, did they stop attacking? Both the blue buffalo and those bone-eating bugs had the ability to easily clear the remaining shield. Roar! Above in the sky, the snow dragon roared, followed by the familiar breath attack. The blizzard's breath ruthlessly descended like a tilted galaxy upon the protective shield. Everything around quickly froze, and the shield swayed precariously but did not shatter. This scene reminded many of the time when their territories were first invaded. But why wasn't the dragon attacking again? Attacks come in parts. Is the remaining 1,000 left for me? Dongfang Tianxin scoffed, then crushed the scroll in his hand. A flash of white light appeared, and then a creature resembling a giant ape but not quite a giant ape appeared before everyone. With strong arms, a broad body, and golden fur all over, its 40-meter size was still monstrous, though not as stunning as the previous two. Its tusks hung like horns, and its crimson fur was as hard as steel needles. Roar! The moment the troop appeared, the snow dragon suddenly went berserk and charged at it. Come back! The snow dragon lord was terrified, but the snow dragon, as if out of control, opened its massive jaws, gathering a violent blizzard. Dragon breath! Roar! The beast resembling a mountain ape showed no fear as it saw the giant dragon charging at it and gathering its attack. Instead, it was unusually excited. The behemoth's expression was mocking, its long, knife-like claws eager to try. It seemed to say, "You hit me first, go ahead, make your move." Dragon breath! The uncontrollable blizzard finally descended. The world was covered in ice and snow, and in the center of the snowstorm, the behemoth was wide-mouthed, braving the blizzard. Eat, eat, eat. This thing is eating the dragon's breath? This unexpected scene shocked everyone. In their understanding, dragons were at the top of the food chain, and no creature could rival them. Even if there were, it would be another dragon. Yet, before them appeared a creature that not only opposed the dragon but also took the dragon's most powerful attack head-on. What is this thing? Does such a creature really exist? Nonsense, this isn't. Gulp! The lord swallowed his saliva halfway through his sentence. Because from his perspective, that behemoth really did take the dragon's breath head-on. Not only did it take it, but it also swallowed it. The dragon's breath was eaten? Not only the low-tier lords were shocked, but the high-tier lords were equally astonished. They were unaware of Dongfang Tianxin's troops, but at this moment, they were greatly shaken. Indeed, every lord who could become an ally had their own skills. Roar! The behemoth struck its fists against its chest, producing a booming battle cry. In the next moment, a massive hand with a sharp blade had already reached in front of the giant dragon. No one knew how that mountain-sized figure leaped 100 meters, but it had already grasped the dragon's neck. "Baiman, let him go." The voice of Dongfang Tianxin came through, and the Baiman beast reluctantly released its prey. Roar! The Baiman let go, but the snow dragon did not comply, its enormous claws ready to strike at the Baiman's back. "Snow dragon, stop!" This time it was no longer a command, but a reprimand, even carrying a hint of scolding. The snow dragon's lord was filled with anger. It was one thing to be late in giving the order for the first attack, but if it disobeyed again, he would have to consider whether to continue nurturing this giant dragon. On! The dragon, sensing the anger emanating from its lord, unwillingly halted. Its massive wings unintentionally whipped up a series of whirlwinds on the ground. The Baiman, feeling the comfortable breeze, closed its eyes in contentment. Meanwhile, the lower-tier soldiers below were in great discomfort. The wind created by the dragon made it hard for them to stand. "Come back!" The snow dragon lord ordered again, and the snow dragon reluctantly flew back to the sky where it had been stationed. Dongfang Tianxin smiled and did not hold the previous snow dragon lord accountable. In this world, the Baiman had been extinct, and that giant dragon probably never expected its natural enemy would one day appear before it. Unfortunately, the Baiman not only reappeared but would also multiply. "Go smash that shield." Dongfang Tianxin pointed at the distant protective shield and issued the command. The Baiman grinned, its massive body charging forward, raising its hands high towards the shield. Bang! Crack, crack, crack! The collision between the claws and the shield sounded like two thunderclaps crashing together, the tangible sound waves lifting many bronze soldiers off the battlefield. As expected, the alliance leader, none of them are easy to deal with. All the lords sighed again. Dongfang Tianxin's soldiers were only at the king level, yet they shocked everyone. Anyone who could become one of the three alliance leaders at the golden and king levels naturally had extraordinary means. Did the other king-level lords and even the holy-level lords not want to establish a new alliance? No, they couldn't build one. They were strong, but not strong enough. There was a difference even among those at the same level of king and holy. Their strength was insufficient to carve out a piece of this already small cake, so they could only participate in the battle in the name of a friend. What's going on? Why did you disobey orders and attack that bowman? The Snow Dragon Lord angrily questioned his soldiers, but what he received was a brief history of the dragons. The gist was that the strongest in this world, aside from the gods, were the dragons, but one day, a strange creature intruded. They inexplicably appeared in this world. Moreover, they could grow stronger by devouring dragons, which angered the dragons, leading all dragons to unite and cleanse this race. The dragons were powerful, but the bowmen also developed their race in extreme times. Both sides experienced a bloody battle, and after the bloodshed, the dragons won through their numbers and heritage. Ultimately, they expelled the bowmen. Although the bowmen were expelled, the hatred for them was deeply etched in the genetic legacy of all dragons. So that's how it is. The Snow Dragon Lord fell silent, but the current situation made it impossible for his dragon to continue attacking the bowmen, because of the opponent's king-level soldiers. According to the rules, the summoning conditions for king-level were lower than those for holy-level. In other words, the opponent's bowmen were not just one or two. He did not want the giant dragon he had painstakingly nurtured to go to its death. I understand the situation. First, stabilize your emotions. The Snow Dragon Lord's feelings were complex. He feared that his future development would be inseparable from the bowmen. But can the other party really be something he can contend with? After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's not impossible. If I can obtain the secret of advancing the Scarlet Abyss water to summon dragons at will, then the other party's advantage in summoning would be rendered meaningless. The Snow Dragon Lord's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He knew that the more powerful a creature, the more limitations it would have. The other party's behemoth definitely had restrictions he was unaware of. And the limitations of dragons, aside from their slow growth, were virtually non-existent. Right, I can also team up with a tie. The other party's dragon must also possess the inherited memories of the behemoth. The Snow Dragon Lord pondered. Unbeknownst to him, this scheme for an alliance had begun to crack like the protective shield under the behemoth's massive hand. Crack! The final sound of shattering glass. The protective shield that had held for so long shattered into countless light points and disappeared. You have invaded the territory of an unfamiliar lord. Please exercise caution. The system prompt came, but no one cared, because they had come to invade. Inside the castle, Chihani on the stone seat couldn't help but rise. These lords are truly unexpected. Behemoth, Bone-Eater Worm, Snow Dragon, and the Absent Flame Dragon. And the lord who has personally descended and has been studying my hellish goblins. Indeed, this is quite impressive. Chihani stood up and even instinctively applauded everyone. But along with this applause, the entire ground trembled. At that moment, all the black liquid on the ground surged toward Chihani's territory. However, this black liquid did not attract anyone's attention. It was just the ground shaking, perhaps due to the movement of the high-level lord's troops. Ha! We've finally broken through. That damned shield is down. Brothers, charge! Someone waved a flag and shouted, and the long-suppressed coalition immediately rushed into Chihani's true territory. The massive tremor masked the movement of the black liquid, concealing its form. Everyone charged in excitement, and the formation had already become chaotic. The opposing lord had lost all his troops. Now was the time to reap the rewards. They rushed eagerly into that charred land. Ding! You have stepped into the underworld. All hellish creatures' attributes in the area increase by 5%, while non-hellish attributes decrease by 3%. You are affected by the underworld. Your overall attributes decrease by 3%.